In the Qingyun Sect, the humble servant Yang Dong acquired a Chaos Treasure Cauldron, an object of extraordinary capabilities that could induce both qualitative and quantitative transformations to anything placed within it. When a low-grade spirit stone was cast into the cauldron, it transmuted into 10 high-grade spirit stones. A yellow-tier spirit fruit, upon entering, transformed into a heavenly-tier spirit fruit. An ordinary sword was metamorphosed into a magical artifact, while a 5 Thunder Talisman became the formidable purple cloud divine Thunder Talisman. Even a 3rd-tier mystic beast was elevated to a 9th-tier divine beast. Yang Dong himself leaped into the cauldron, transforming from a low-grade mixed spiritual root into the primordial sacred body. Thus began his rapid ascension in the path of cultivation. 2 months to foundation establishment, a year to infant soul formation, 10 years to transcend the tribulation and achieve immortality, and a century to attain sainthood. Upon the path of the great Tao, he stood unrivaled. Chapter 1. A cauldron falls from the heavens. Xuanxiu Celestial, surrender the Chaos Cauldron, and we may spare your life, otherwise we shall ensure your utter annihilation. In the celestial realm, before the Hall of Ultimate Void, the Xuanxiu Celestial found himself encircled by 7 supreme deities of demonic origin. Among them were the dark, evil Emperor, the Thunder Prison Demon, the Devouring God Demon Lord, the Rift Void Demon God, the Netherworld Ancestor, the Queen of 10,000 Demons, and the Sky Slaughter Emperor. All 7 possessed the cultivation level of Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. And even though Xuanxiu had reached the Quasi Saint realm, he remained outmatched. Adorned with a jade lotus crown and draped in a robe of ethereal clouds, Xuanxi's white hair and beard framed a gaunt visage akin to ancient jade. Blood lingered at the corners of his mouth, and the golden light that once protected him had dimmed considerably, with his golden body exhibiting myriad fissures, as if on the verge of collapse. Stop wasting words with him, let us strike together and obliterate him. The Sky Slaughter Emperor, clad in a black robe that billowed like storm clouds, his eyes gleaming with violet light, bellowed as he unleashed a powerful strike. A purplish red beam, imbued with the force to devastate heaven and earth, surged toward Xuanxiu. Simultaneously, the dark, evil Emperor, the Thunder Prison Demon, the Devouring God Demon Lord, the Rift Void Demon God, the Netherworld Ancestor, and the Queen of 10,000 Demons all unleashed their might, some summoning treasured artifacts, others casting their innate divine abilities to assail Xuanxiu. The collective assault of 7 supreme deities of demonic origin, each at the peak of Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian, unleashed a terrifying force. Boom, boom, boom! 7 cataclysmic waves of power struck Xuanxiu, shattering his protective golden light completely. With a resounding crash, Xuanxiu detonated his golden body, emitting a dazzling golden brilliance akin to a supernova explosion, as terrifying energy surged outward. The entire domain of Ultimate Void, spanning millions of miles, was engulfed in this radiant spectacle, obliterating the souls of countless beings below the celestial realm, leaving those at the Daluo Jingxian level grievously injured and gasping for breath. The 7 supreme deities were hurled back thousands of miles, spewing blood in the wake of the blinding golden radiance. Amidst this chaos, a phantom figure cradled the cauldron with one hand while tearing open a rift in the fabric of celestial space with the other, Xuanxi's primordial spirit seeking refuge within the fissure. Yet, he was a fraction too late. 7 beams of light converged upon him, obliterating his primordial spirit entirely. Meanwhile, the Chaos Cauldron was drawn into the rift, vanishing without a trace. The 7 supreme deities converged swiftly, only to find the rift had already sealed shut. The Rift Void Demon God attempted to rend space once more, but it was no longer the same realm. Cursed fate! The Chaos Cauldron has fallen to the lower realms. The Rift Void Demon God roared in fury. There are 3,000 worlds below. Finding the Chaos Cauldron will be like searching for a needle in a haystack, the dark, evil Emperor remarked darkly. The expressions of the other 5 deities reflected their profound discontent in the lower realm, on the ancient continent, in the eastern region, in the Tianluo domain, within the Dazhou Kingdom, at the Qingyun Sect, in the Xiaoling Valley Spirit Fruit Orchard. A handsome young man clad in servant attire was fertilizing the spirit fruit trees. Suddenly, the sky above him split open, and a massive, obsidian cauldron fell directly onto his head. The protagonist was struck by the descending Chaos Cauldron, causing him to bleed profusely and collapse to the ground, unconscious. After a moment, he awoke, sitting up to survey his surroundings in bewilderment, muttering to himself, "What on earth is happening? How'd I end up here? Have I crossed over?" The young man's name was Yang Dong, a university student from Blue Star. He had stayed up late reading a fantasy novel, only to awaken suddenly in this unfamiliar place. At that moment, a surge of memories flooded into his mind, confirming that he had indeed crossed over. He found himself in a cultivation world known as the Ancient Continent, divided into 5 vast regions: East, South, West, North, and Central, each boundless and stretching for countless miles. The original inhabitant was 18 years old, a servant responsible for overseeing the spirit fruit orchard, having just been fatally struck by the falling object. Yang Dong touched his bloodied forehead, wincing in pain as he gazed at the object on the ground. It was a pitch-black, 3-legged cauldron, standing over a meter tall, with traces of his blood upon it, which was slowly being absorbed by the cauldron. What manner of cauldron is this, that it can absorb blood? Curiosity piqued, Yang Dong reached out to touch the obsidian cauldron. At that moment, the cauldron finished absorbing his blood and suddenly shrank, vanishing into his body. Holy cow, what is going on? Is it a treasure cauldron? Having read his fair share of fantasy web novels, he recognized that treasures often required a blood connection to acknowledge their master, some even merging into the body. It was evident that this cauldron belonged to that category. Yang Dong closed his eyes and turned his awareness inward, sensing the obsidian cauldron floating within his Dao Palace. It seems this cauldron must be a treasure. I just wonder what purpose it serves. Surveying his surroundings, he noted that he was alone in the spirit fruit orchard, with no one to witness the event. A common man may be innocent, but possessing a treasure can lead to peril. Moreover, this was a harsh world of cultivation. Yang Dong understood that if others discovered he harbored a treasure within him, they would certainly kill him to seize it. As merely the most menial servant within the sect, with a cultivation level of only Qi refinement stage 1, he was easily squashed by anyone. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dong resolved to wait until nightfall to study the black cauldron further. Feigning nonchalance, he continued to tend to the spirit fruit trees. The Qingyun Sect boasted over 1,000 inner disciples, more than 3,000 outer disciples, and over 500 servants. The servants had clearly defined roles, including mining spirit or cultivating spirit fields, growing spirit vegetables, herbs, tending to the spirit fruit orchards, feeding spirit birds and beasts, and managing meals. Yang Dong oversaw an orchard with hundreds of spirit fruit trees, all yielding the most common yellow-tier spirit fruits for the disciples to consume after meals. The task of managing the orchard was not particularly arduous and was quite tranquil, with few interruptions. As dusk approached, the sun dipped low, signaling the end of a day's labor. Yang Dong dragged his weary body to the dining area designated for servants to partake of their evening meal. In the expansive dining halls spanning hundreds of square meters, a cacophony of voices filled the air as hundreds of servants arrived in succession, queuing for their meals. Reminiscent of a bustling university cafeteria. The fare was decent: 1 meat dish and 2 vegetable dishes, accompanied by a bowl of spirit rice. Though the ingredients were the most inferior spirit vegetables and meats, even in his previous life, one could not have afforded such a feast. As Yang Dong collected his meal and found an empty table, several burly men approached, laden with their own dishes. Scram. "This is our spot. Don't you dare sit here." The leader, a burly man named Zhang Meng from the spirit field area, barked at Yang Dong. Yang Dong recognized him as a small-time tyrant among the servants, having attained the 3rd level of Qi refinement and commanding a group of loyal subordinates, known for his arrogance. "Brother Meng, I sincerely apologize. I shall take my leave at once." Yang Dong hurriedly rose, wearing a forced smile, and grasped his meal as he departed, secretly noting this slight in his mental ledger. One cannot deny the harshness of the cultivation world even in his previous life on Earth. One must concede defeat when the situation demands it. In the future, when the opportunity for vengeance arises, he shall not hesitate. However, if certainty is not assured, it is prudent to refrain from embroiling oneself in unnecessary troubles over trifles. After dinner, Yang Dong returned to his modest abode that it was a quaint wooden cabin, encircled by a fence, nestled beside the spirit fruit orchard. The cabin measured approximately 40 to 50 square meters, consisting of a common area and a bedroom, furnished solely with the essentials: a bed, a wardrobe, a table, and chairs, with little else to speak of. As the sun dipped behind the distant mountains, the sky darkened. Yang Dong lit a candle and secured the doors and windows of the cabin at this hour. It was highly unlikely that anyone would approach. With a singular thought, the black cauldron emerged from within him, materializing before him in its original form. Chapter 2. The transformation of spring water into spiritual water. Yang Dong circled the black cauldron several times, extending his hand to probe and tap it. Yet he could discern no anomalies. What purpose did this cauldron serve? He scrutinized the black cauldron, pondering deeply. Alchemy? It did not seem likely. For combat? Yang Dong attempted to command the cauldron to ascend, but it proved futile, as he could only absorb it into his body or release it. Feeling somewhat parched, he fetched a bowl from the water jar and filled it with water. After drinking half, a thought struck him, and he poured the remaining water into the black cauldron. Remarkably, the water began to undergo a transformation. The originally clear liquid gradually morphed into a brilliant jade green, the quintessential hue of high-quality spiritual spring water. Oh, this black cauldron can indeed alter the nature of substances. Yang Dong marveled inwardly, eager to pour the water from the cauldron to observe its state. But the cauldron was simply too large to tilt. If only it could shrink a little, he mused, as if in response to his thoughts. The cauldron astonishingly diminished in size, reducing to just above the height of his thigh. It could actually resize at will. Yang Dong was both astonished and elated. Issuing another mental command, make it smaller still. The cauldron shrank once more, now standing at over a foot tall, and then down to 5 inches. Bending down, Yang Dong lifted the miniature black cauldron and poured the water back into the ceramic bowl. The jade-hued spiritual spring water emanated a faint, refreshing fragrance. After a moment's hesitation, he took a sip. It was as though nectar flowed down his throat into his stomach, imparting an indescribable sense of comfort, even soothing the wound on his forehead. This was indeed spiritual spring water, and it was exponentially more delightful than that provided by the sect. As a mere servant of the sect, he was entitled to a bowl of spiritual spring water each month. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Yang Dong as he realized that a bowl of ordinary spring water had been transformed into extraordinarily high-quality spiritual spring water by the cauldron. He drained the remaining water in the bowl and filled it once more from the water jar, pouring it into the black cauldron. Once again, the water underwent a qualitative transformation. However, this time, it did not achieve the same vibrant green of the previous half bowl. He poured the water from the cauldron back into the ceramic bowl and tasted it. Although it was indeed spiritual spring water, its quality fell short of the first sample. Could it be that the quantity of water poured in was too great? Yang Dong finished the contents of the bowl and filled it with a smaller amount from the jar to pour into the cauldron. The water once again transformed. Yet the quality remained similar to the second attempt. How peculiar. What could be the reason for this? He drained the bowl once more, repeating the process with another half bowl of water, yet the quality improved only slightly compared to the previous attempts. After conducting over 10 experiments, he discovered that most of the water quality remained at the standard level of spiritual spring water, though there were instances when the quality matched the first bowl, and once. Not only did the quality improve, but the quantity more than doubled. This indicated that the quality of the water poured into the cauldron was subject to random enhancement, independent of the volume or order in which it was added. Not only could it undergo qualitative changes, but there was also a 10% chance of a quantitative increase. Yang Dong stroked his chin, contemplating. If water that had already been enhanced was poured into the cauldron again, would it continue to rise in quality? With this thought, he resumed his experiments. The reason for his relentless pursuit of water quality experiments was that spring water was not a scarce resource. Even if the experiments failed, there would be no significant loss. He poured a bowl of water that had undergone enhancement back into the black cauldron. To his surprise, the once jade-green spiritual spring water, upon entering the cauldron, erupted in a plume of white smoke and reverted to ordinary spring water. What was happening? Yang Dong returned the clear water to the bowl, observing it closely, only to confirm that it had indeed reverted to its original state. He poured the clear water back into the cauldron, yet no further changes occurred. Did this mean that water refined by the cauldron would revert to its original quality upon a second refinement? Yang Dong muttered to himself, though he resolved to conduct further experiments to validate this conclusion. He proceeded with numerous trials, pouring water into the cauldron repeatedly, and on one occasion, the water did not revert to its original quality. Instead, it enhanced again, achieving the pinnacle of spiritual spring water. Yang Dong took a small sip of this newly enhanced water, and with the remainder, He poured it back into the cauldron for a third refinement. This half-bowl of exquisite spiritual spring water emitted a wisp of blue smoke before reverting to ordinary spring water once more. After conducting dozens of experiments, he finally reached a conclusion. When water is poured into the black cauldron for the first time, its quality will invariably improve, albeit with a random multiplier. If the water undergoes a second refinement, there is over a 90% chance it will revert to its original quality, with a 10% chance of further enhancement. Should a third experiment be attempted, the success rate diminishes even further, but if successful, the water's quality will be elevated even higher. Having consumed so much spiritual spring water, Yangdong's wounds had healed completely, leaving no scars behind. Since the water underwent qualitative transformation in the cauldron, he wondered if other items would experience similar changes. He reached into his possession and retrieved 3 gray-blue spirit stones, the low-grade spirit stones provided by the sect. As a servant, he received 5 low-grade spirit stones and 3 yellow-grade low-grade pills monthly. Spirit stones are categorized into 4 grades: low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade. 1 top-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 10 high-grade spirit stones, 1 high-grade spirit stone for 10 mid-grade, and 1 mid-grade spirit stone for 10 low-grade. Spirit stones serve various purposes, such as assisting in cultivation, powering formations, and flying vessels, and as fuel for alchemy and artifact forging. Thus, spirit stones are the most vital commodity in the realm of cultivation and serve as hard currency. For ease of trade, the sect standardizes spirit stones into 1-inch square sizes, which is the uniform trading dimension in the cultivation world. As for the remnants of cut spirit stones, they are traded by weight. Additionally, larger intact spirit stones are typically reserved for driving formations and flying vessels. To proceed cautiously, Yangdong first tossed 1 spirit stone into the cauldron. The stone emitted a faint glow, transforming from its original gray-blue to a light green, indicative of a mid-grade spirit stone. Upon retrieving this stone from the cauldron, Yangdong could distinctly feel the concentration of spiritual energy within it had increased tenfold. Indeed, it worked. Yangdong's heart swelled with joy. With this cauldron, his resources would multiply at least tenfold. He then tossed the second low-grade spirit stone into the cauldron, and in a flash of white light, it transformed into 3 mid-grade spirit stones. 1 low-grade spirit stone had become 3 mid-grade stones, an astonishing increase of 30 times. Elated, Yangdong withdrew the 3 mid-grade spirit stones and cast the last low-grade spirit stone into the cauldron. After another flash of white light, the stone turned light green, signifying it had become a high-grade spirit stone. A low-grade spirit stone had transformed into a high-grade one, an astounding increase of 100 times. This stone had astonishingly refined into a high-grade spirit stone. How splendid! Yangdong retrieved the high-grade spirit stone from the cauldron, his spirits soaring. Chapter 3. Breaking through to the second layer of Qi refinement. 3 low-grade spirit stones, after being refined in the treasure cauldron, transformed into 4 medium-grade spirit stones and 1 high-grade spirit stone. Let us try once more, Yangdong exclaimed as he picked up a medium-grade spirit stone and placed it back into the cauldron for a second refinement. As he tossed the spirit stone into the cauldron, a wisp of green smoke erupted, reverting it back to a low-grade spirit stone. Yangdong felt a twinge of frustration as he withdrew the low-grade stone and inserted another medium-grade spirit stone, only to witness the same outcome, a failure, as it too transformed back into a low-grade stone. Indeed, the success rate for secondary refinements was dismally low. Shaking his head in resignation, Yangdong refrained from risking further spirit stones, recalling from his previous experiment with refining water that the success rate for a second refinement was merely 1 in 10. Oh, but perhaps I could try using spirit fruits instead. With this thought in mind, Yangdong stored the cauldron within his body, took up a bamboo basket, and exited the wooden dwelling to the orchard, where he harvested over 30 spirit fruits. These were all low-grade spirit fruits of the yellow tier, capable of enhancing one's physical strength and reducing ailments, yet offering no benefit to one's cultivation. Hence, they were not considered precious. Several hundred spirit fruit trees could easily spare dozens to hundreds without concern from the sect. Returning to his wooden abode with the basket of spirit fruits, Yangdong closed the door and, with a mere thought, summoned the cauldron once more. He resized it to about a foot in height and placed a soil pear fruit within. A fleeting glimmer flashed, and the soil pear morphed into an orange-red fruit, roughly the size of a fist, exuding a delightful fragrance. To his astonishment, glowing characters appeared on the cauldron. Spirit candle fruit, low-grade spirit fruit of the profound tier. Consuming it may enhance internal spiritual energy. What an intriguing discovery. Spirit fruits were classified into 4 major tiers: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, each further divided into superior, medium, and inferior grades. Yellow tier spirit fruits took 1 to 5 years to mature, with only the superior grade offering a slight cultivation boost. Profound tier spirit fruits matured over a span of 10 to 100 years and were immensely beneficial for cultivation. Profound tier spirit fruits and medicinal herbs also served as crucial ingredients in alchemy. Heavenly and earthly tier spirit herbs and fruits required at least several hundred to thousands of years to mature, typically found only in the spirit ruins secret realm. They were rare and invaluable, significantly enhancing one's cultivation, whether consumed or used in alchemy. The low-grade yellow tier spirit fruit had been refined into a low-grade profound tier spirit fruit, achieving a 100-fold enhancement. As Yang Dong retrieved the spirit candle fruit from the cauldron, a wave of refreshing aroma enveloped him. He opened his mouth wide and took a bite, savoring its sweet, delightful flavor. As he devoured the spirit candle fruit, a surge of energy ignited within him, almost as if it were searing his body. He hastily crossed his legs and began to execute the foundational qi refining technique to assimilate the energy coursing through him. After nearly half an hour, Yang Dong finally digested the energy from the spirit candle fruit, feeling a substantial increase in his internal spiritual energy. It was astonishing that it took half an hour to process a single spirit candle fruit. This body truly possessed a lamentable constitution, he mused to himself, recalling that the original owner was a mixed spiritual root, and a low-grade one at that, which greatly impeded cultivation. Having served as a miscellaneous worker in the sect for 3 years, he had spent every spare moment practicing, yet had only managed to reach the initial stage of qi refining. At this pace, he would likely only achieve the 3rd stage of qi refining in a lifetime. After consuming this spirit candle fruit, he was now on the cusp of reaching the mid-stage of qi refining. Yang Dong then continued to refine the spirit fruits using the cauldron. Moments later, the dozens of low-grade yellow tier spirit fruits he had gathered were successfully refined, with most converting into superior yellow tier fruits, and 2 achieving the status of low-grade profound tier fruits. Yang Dong proceeded to refine these 30 or so superior yellow tier spirit fruits a second time, with only 4 successfully transforming into low-grade profound tier fruits. He now possessed a total of 6 low-grade profound tier spirit fruits. Yang Dong attempted to refine these 6 low-grade profound tier fruits once more, yielding only 1 successful refinement into a jade green grape, a medium-grade profound tier spirit fruit. Picking up the jade green grape, he tossed it directly into his mouth and chewed a few times before swallowing. Instantly, a wave of energy spread throughout his body, contrasting sharply with the experience of consuming the spirit candle fruit. This time, he felt a chilling sensation enveloping him. Shivering from the cold, Yang Dong quickly assumed a seated position and resumed the foundational qi refining technique. Initially, the chill continued to surge forth relentlessly, causing his skin to turn a purplish hue, nearly overwhelming him. Fortunately, after half an hour of practice, he gradually stabilized. After more than 2 hours, he finally absorbed all the energy from the jade green grape. His internal spiritual energy broke through a minor barrier, propelling his cultivation to the 2nd stage of qi refining. Yang Dong slowly concluded his practice, a satisfied expression adorning his face. It was remarkable that a single jade green grape had enabled him to advance to the 2nd stage of qi refining. The efficacy of medium-grade profound tier spirit fruits was indeed impressive. By now, the hour was approaching 4 in the morning. Yang Dong returned the cauldron to his body, extinguished the candlelight, and retired to bed. The following day, after breakfast at the miscellaneous workers' dining hall, Yang Dong returned to the spirit fruit orchard to begin his daily tasks, fertilizing, weeding, and trimming branches. Yang Dong, come help pick the spirit fruits. At around the 3rd hour of the morning, manager he arrived with a dozen miscellaneous workers to harvest the spirit fruits, which would be sent to the dining hall, some for cooking, others for consumption after meals. The low-grade yellow tier spirit fruits were directed to the miscellaneous workers' dining hall, while the medium-grade yellow tier spirit fruits were sent to the outer sect disciples' dining hall. The inner sect disciples feasted on superior yellow tier spirit fruits, along with the rare profound tier fruits cultivated by their peak. As they arrived, Yang Dong promptly set down his hoe and hurried over, grabbing a sack to begin harvesting the spirit fruits. Manager he plucked a few medium-grade spirit fruits, leisurely sitting beneath a fruit tree, munching away while observing the miscellaneous workers at their task. After half an hour, Yang Dong and the other workers had gathered dozens of large sacks filled with spirit fruits, all of which were carried to the small flying boat outside the orchard. Manager he and the workers boarded the flying boat, which then took off toward the outer sect disciples' dining hall. Once manager he departed, Yang Dong took a moment to rest before continuing his work. As the sun began to set, another day of labor came to an end. After dining at the miscellaneous workers' dining hall, Yang Dong returned to his wooden abode. First, he drank a large bowl of spirit spring water, then noticed the sky had darkened. He grabbed his bamboo basket and stepped out, intending to harvest a few dozen spirit fruits from the orchard to refine in the cauldron. Just as he exited the wooden house, he spotted a figure approaching from a distance. As he focused, he realized it was Manager He. Hastily, Yang Dong tossed the bamboo basket into the bushes and casually grabbed a hoe as he strolled toward the orchard. Yang Dong, what are you up to this late? Manager He inquired, approaching with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone serious. Manager He, what brings you here? Yang Dong turned to face him, pretending to just notice him, and hurried forward. What are you doing with that hoe? Manager He scrutinized the tool in Yang Dong's hands, asking. Recently, there has been plenty of rain, and the weeds in the orchard are growing rapidly. I've been too busy during the day, so I figured I'd do some weeding at night since I have nothing else to do. Yang Dong scratched his head, offering a simple, earnest smile. Not bad. Quite diligent. Manager He patted Yang Dong on the shoulder, nodding with satisfaction. Thank you for the praise, Manager. It's merely my duty. Yang Dong replied with a sheepish grin, cautiously asking, did you come by with any instructions? Manager He stroked his sparse beard thoughtfully and replied, well, it's almost the end of the month. While you've done well in the orchard, many from the spirit mine and spirit fields envy your position and wish to transfer here. What do you think? This wretched creature has come again to extort spirit stones. Yang Dong inwardly cursed, recalling that the original owner had been compelled to present a low-grade spirit stone to Manager He each month. Otherwise, Manager He would invoke some pretext to reassign him to toil in the mines or the spirit fields. Mining and cultivating spirit fields were undoubtedly more arduous than overseeing the orchard, and the latter offered the daily delight of consuming spirit fruits, rendering it the most comfortable of all menial tasks. Of course, the laborers in mining and spirit fields could earn at least 6 spirit stones per month, some even 7 or 8. In contrast, those tending the orchard and herb garden received only 5 spirit stones monthly. Nonetheless, the majority of laborers preferred the orchard, for what did it matter if they earned 1 or 2 fewer low-grade spirit stones? After all, their aspirations for cultivation were nearly non-existent. They merely lingered in the sect to pass the time. Manager He, I understand. Please wait a moment, Yang Dong said, his face a mask of respect despite the curses echoing in his heart. He entered the wooden cabin and retrieved a low-grade spirit stone, offering it to Manager He. Manager He weighed the stone in his hand and shook his head. Yang Dong, someone is willing to pay 2 low-grade spirit stones each month to guard the orchard, making it quite difficult for me to accommodate you. Damn it. Yang Dong's lips twitched. This greedy scoundrel was demanding 2 low-grade spirit stones from him each month. Manager He, I only receive 5 low-grade spirit stones each month, and I barely manage to get by. I truly cannot spare 2 stones, Yang Dong lamented, clasping his hands in a gesture of supplication. Though he now possessed the precious cauldron, he was unwilling to part with 2 spirit stones each month for nothing. Manager He scoffed, Yang Dong, you are merely a low-grade mixed spiritual root. What hope do you have of cultivating? This 1 low-grade spirit stone should suffice you for half a month. Don't feign ignorance. If you are unwilling to part with it, then next month you shall be reassigned to the spirit mine. Mining was more laborious than tending the spirit fields, and Yang Dong had no desire to go. Manager He, I truly only have 1 low-grade spirit stone left. How about I pay you back once I receive my spirit stones at the end of the month? Yang Dong could only swallow his indignation and agree. The greatest benefit of guarding the orchard was its seclusion, allowing him to harvest dozens of spirit fruits each night to refine with the cauldron, thus rapidly enhancing his cultivation. If reassigned to the spirit field or mine, he would be surrounded by many eyes, making it easy for others to discover his secret regarding the cauldron, and there would be little to refine. At best, he could only produce spirit rice. The spirit mine was strictly monitored, and theft was punishable by severe consequences from the sect. Therefore, even if it meant presenting Manager He with 2 low-grade spirit stones monthly, Yang Dong was determined to keep his position in the orchard. Satisfied, Manager He nodded. Very well. Remember to repay me with the spirit stones at the end of the month. Otherwise, you will be sent to the spirit mine next month. With that, he strode away. Bah, you wretched creature. I shall make you regurgitate every morsel you have consumed. As Manager He walked away, Yang Dong spat on the ground, cursing inwardly. He discarded the hoe and picked up the bamboo basket from the grass, returning to the orchard to gather dozens of spirit fruits before heading back to the wooden cabin. After refining them twice with the cauldron, he produced 4 low-grade profound spirit fruits. Yang Dong did not attempt a 3rd round of refinement, as the success rate was too low, nor did he gather more spirit fruits. Firstly, he feared that picking too many would attract Manager He's attention, leading to trouble. Secondly, with his low-grade mixed spiritual root physique, he could not absorb more than he had already refined. Being a low-grade mixed spiritual root was the most inferior constitution in the realm of cultivation. Even with abundant resources, it proved futile due to the body's poor absorption capacity. Consuming 4 low-grade profound spirit fruits, after catalyzing them, he noticed no significant improvement in his cultivation. Upon reaching the 2nd layer of qi refinement, The energy required to break through to the third layer was substantially greater, and the efficacy of 4 low-grade profound spirit fruits paled in comparison to that of a single mid-grade profound spirit fruit consumed the previous night. Yang Dong took out a mid-grade spirit stone and held it in his hand, sitting cross-legged to absorb the energy within. A trickle of energy flowed slowly into his body from the spirit stone. By the time dawn approached, the mid-grade spirit stone had merely shed a few flakes. He had absorbed less than 1% of its energy. This meant that to fully absorb the energy of a single mid-grade spirit stone, he would need at least 3 months. No wonder manager he had just mocked him, claiming that it was commendable if he managed to absorb 2 low-grade spirit stones each month. Alas, the mixed spiritual root physique is indeed too feeble. Even with the cauldron, I may never advance to the foundation establishment stage. Yang Dong sat at the table, a hint of frustration darkening his expression. Despite consuming spirit fruits every night, the benefits they provided would diminish as his cultivation level rose. If only I had a superior spiritual root. Yang Dong sighed inwardly, his gaze fixated on the cauldron on the table, when suddenly a bold idea took root in his mind. If every object placed within the cauldron enhances its quality, what if I were to sit inside the cauldron? Would my spiritual root physique be elevated? This was indeed a daring notion. The cauldron could be enlarged or reduced. It could accommodate not just a person, but even an elephant if needed. While objects placed within the cauldron improved in quality, who could say what might happen to a person? Yang Dong rubbed his hands together, excitement gleaming in his eyes like a gambler's. No matter what, I must conduct this experiment. A low-grade mixed spiritual root is truly worthless. Though I possess the cauldron, I can never hope to cultivate effectively. If I had not obtained this cauldron, I would have resigned myself to a life as a mere laborer in the sect, subsisting on handouts until death. But now that I have the cauldron, I refuse to be a waste of potential. However, I will not leap into the cauldron just yet. That would be too reckless. Tomorrow, I will capture some small creatures for an experiment. Once I ascertain that it poses no danger, I shall sit within it myself, Yang Dong resolved. It was now the early hours of the morning. Yang Dong fetched a bucket of water from outside and took a quick bath before entering the house to sleep. Regrettably, he could not even perform a basic cleansing technique. The following day, while working in the orchard, Yang Dong captured several ants and a few caterpillars, placing them in a small jar. After dinner, he returned to his wooden cabin, securely closing the doors and windows, preparing to conduct his experiment with the living creatures. Chapter 5. The Celestial Dominance Body. Summoning the cauldron from within, he resized it to 5 inches high and placed it upon the table. Yang Dong picked up an ant from the jar, ready to place it into the cauldron. He chose ants and caterpillars, the weakest of creatures, for the experiment, naturally prioritizing safety. The cauldron could significantly enhance the quality of objects, and Yang Dong could not guarantee what transformations might occur to living beings placed within it. Even if he were to drop a mouse into the cauldron and it transformed into a formidable beast, it would pose a lethal threat to him. With his current cultivation at the second layer of Qi refinement and lacking any techniques, he would be unable to contend with even the weakest first-tier beast. Ants and caterpillars, being the most diminutive of creatures, should pose little threat even if they were to mutate. Nonetheless, Yang Dong's heart raced with anxiety. The experiment was imperative. Without it, he would remain oblivious to whether the cauldron could enhance his spiritual root. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dong released his grip on the ant, allowing it to tumble into the cauldron. To his astonishment, a faint glow emanated from the ant as its body inexplicably enlarged tenfold, turning a fiery red. The black cauldron displayed a line of information. Inferno blood ant, a first-tier anomalous insect, possessing fire attributes. A bite feels akin to being scorched by flames. Indeed, living beings can be refined and elevated. Yang Dong felt a surge of astonishment as he gazed at the infernal blood ant within the cauldron, hesitating to grasp it with his bare hands. Instead, he procured a slender twig to prod the ant, only for it to bite down on the wood, igniting it instantly. This little creature possesses quite the prowess. Yang Dong then fetched a chopping knife and, with a decisive thrust, ended the infernal blood ant's life. Following this, he cast several more ants into the cauldron for further experimentation. Each underwent mutation, yet all remained at the first stage of aberrant insects, easily dispatched by Yang Dong with the knife. Next, Yang Dong seized a caterpillar and cast it into the cauldron. The caterpillar emitted a faint glow, its size swelling several-fold. Its entire form, now a chilling shade of purple. A line of information materialized upon the black cauldron. Toxic purple bug, first-stage aberrant insect, possesses lethal venom. A common person bitten will succumb within 10 breaths. Remarkable. Yang Dong used the twig to extract the toxic purple bug, discarding it to the ground, where he crushed it beneath his foot. He proceeded to throw several more caterpillars into the cauldron, each undergoing mutation. One transformed into an ice crystal caterpillar. When Yang Dong prodded this ice crystal caterpillar with his twig, the branch instantly froze. Ultimately, he lifted the ice crystal caterpillar to the ground and smashed it with the axe. After conducting numerous experiments with ants and caterpillars, Yang Dong was convinced that this precious cauldron possessed the ability to enhance the quality of living beings without inflicting harm upon them. Thus, he concluded that a person entering the cauldron should also experience an elevation in quality. However, he remained uncertain whether sitting within the cauldron would enhance his spiritual root or mutate him into a monster. This dilemma left him unable to conduct further experiments. It was unthinkable to capture a person for such trials. Regardless, he resolved to take the risk. Even if he were to transform into a monster, it would be preferable to remaining a mere waste. With unwavering determination, Yang Dong placed the cauldron upon the ground and commanded it to enlarge. Instantly, the black cauldron grew to over a meter in height, standing proudly on the ground. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dong leapt into the cauldron. Immediately, he felt an extraordinary energy streaming from the cauldron into his body, a soft glow emanating from him as his physique underwent rapid transformation. The cauldron displayed a series of changing information: medium-grade mixed spiritual root, high-grade mixed spiritual root, supreme 5 spiritual roots. At that moment, Yang Dong felt as though he had been reborn, his body's radiance intensifying, continually climbing higher. When the cauldron revealed the word celestial dominance body, Yang Dong's form erupted in a dazzling light, soaring upward, illuminating the entire wooden hut. Seated within the chaotic cauldron, he radiated a brilliant glow. This cannot continue. If it does, the entire sect will surely notice. A chill ran through Yang Dong as he realized that if the sect members discovered the unusual phenomena here, they would undoubtedly trace it back to him. The secret of the cauldron could be exposed, leading to his demise. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Dong refrained from further refining, vaulting from the black cauldron. The light vanished in an instant. With a mere thought, he stored the cauldron within his body, extinguished the candlelight, and exited the wooden hut. He leaped onto the roof, scanning the surroundings under the cloak of night. After a lengthy observation, he detected no anomalies. Yang Dong exhaled softly, reassured that this secluded location, surrounded by towering trees, had concealed the hut's earlier glow from distant observers. Descending from the rooftop, he felt a newfound agility and lightness in his body. He mused, did the cauldron's display of celestial dominance body signify that his physique had indeed ascended to that level? The celestial dominance body, a form second only to the sacred body. Moreover, given the earlier display, had he not exited the cauldron, he would undoubtedly have attained the sacred body. This revelation filled Yang Dong with both excitement and astonishment. Initially, he possessed the most inferior mixed spiritual root, yet upon entering the cauldron, his physique soared to the celestial dominance body, with the potential to reach the sacred body. The amplification during this process must have reached a staggering 10,000 times. This was nothing short of an extraordinary occurrence. His previous experiments, whether with water, spiritual fruits, spiritual stones, or the ants and caterpillars, typically yielded quality enhancements of around 10-fold, with some achieving 100-fold or even several hundred times. Following this pattern, elevating his physique from a low-grade mixed spiritual root to a high-grade one would have been commendable. Yet, his physique surged to the celestial dominance body, and even the sacred body loomed on the horizon. What could possibly account for this phenomenon? Yang Dong refused to attribute it to mere luck. Could it be that, as the master of the cauldron, its enhancement reached its utmost potential for him? This seemed the most plausible explanation. It was the only rationale that made sense. This cauldron evidently possessed remarkable sentience, able to sense the aspirations within his heart. It was truly a treasure beyond compare. Yang Dong could hardly believe such a wondrous artifact existed in this world. If this hypothesis proved accurate, then every subsequent leap into the cauldron would undoubtedly continue to elevate his physique until he achieved the sacred body. Yet, at present, Yang Dong harbored no desire to ascend to the sacred body. He had witnessed the earlier spectacle. Upon reaching the celestial dominance body, his form had emitted an extraordinary light, piercing through the roof. Achieving the sacred body would surely invoke celestial phenomena, creating a stir throughout the entire Qingyun Sect. Yang Dong was intent on keeping this all under wraps. Wood that stands out will be toppled by the wind. An individual who shines too brightly will inevitably attract envy and malice, particularly in this perilous and merciless world of cultivation. His current strength was far too feeble to adequately protect himself. Thus, he must remain concealed, avoiding attention. Above all, he must guard the secret of the cauldron. Chapter 6. The Arrogant Zhongming. Upon returning to his dwelling, Yang Dong picked up a spiritual fruit and began to consume it. After a few bites, he felt the invigorating energy of the fruit digesting within him. Yet, this sensation differed greatly from the intense energy he had previously experienced. This time, he felt utterly at ease, absorbing the fruit's energy without the need for any cultivation techniques. Yang Dong then finished 2 more spiritual fruits, effortlessly digesting their energies without employing any techniques, akin to consuming ordinary fruit. Had this transformation arisen from his newfound status as the celestial dominance body? Yang Dong contemplated privately, recognizing that the celestial dominance body far surpassed the low-grade mixed spiritual root in terms of quality, leading to a rapid digestion of spiritual fruits. This elucidated why one's physique determined the upper limits and speed of cultivation. Some individuals, after decades of cultivation, reach the golden core stage or even the nascent soul stage, while others, after a lifetime of effort, only attain the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Curious to test the efficacy of the basic qi refinement technique, Yang Dong settled cross-legged upon his bed and commenced its practice. This technique was the most rudimentary qi refinement method taught by the steward to the miscellaneous disciples. Those achieving the 2nd layer of qi refinement would then be imparted some low-level spells, such as cleaning technique, water sphere, and flame. Although this basic qi refinement technique was simple, its efficacy was considerably lacking. The original owner had practiced for 3 years and had only reached the initial stage of the 1st layer of qi refinement. Indeed, this is inherently related to the original owner's inferior mixed spiritual root physique. Yang Dong initiated the foundational qi refinement technique, first inhaling spiritual energy slowly through his mouth and nose, and soon his 7 orifices began to autonomously absorb the surrounding spiritual essence. After a brief moment, all 360 acupoints around his body opened up, akin to an infant's mouth eagerly sucking in nourishment, drawing in the spiritual energy from the environment. The spiritual essence from outside gradually flowed into the wooden cabin. Yang Dong felt an amazement within. The celestial overlord body truly was remarkable, as this cultivation speed was exponentially faster than before, multiplying by several hundred times. Unbeknownst to him, 2 hours had slipped by, and it was already late at night. Yang Dong gradually ceased his practice, feeling a bountiful surge of spiritual power within him, nearly reaching the late stage of the 2nd level of qi refinement. At this rate, he would be poised to challenge the 3rd level by tomorrow. The celestial overlord body indeed had its prowess. A satisfied smile crept across Yang Dong's lips. The following evening, after dining, Yang Dong returned to his wooden abode, carrying a bamboo basket as he prepared to gather several spiritual fruits for refinement. Just as he stepped beyond the fence of his courtyard, he spotted a group of individuals approaching the orchard from a distance. Hastily, he placed the bamboo basket back into the yard and squinted to get a clearer view. Those individuals were clad in the garb of menial workers, and the burly man leading them appeared to be Zhang Meng from the spiritual field area. What on earth was this ruffian Zhang Meng doing here with his entourage? Yang Dong mused internally, cursing silently. Surely he hasn't come to pilfer spiritual fruits? From the original owner's memories, Zhang Meng frequently arrived with a band of lackeys to indulge in the spiritual fruits, and the original owner dared not offend them. At this moment, Zhang Meng and his dozen or so companions swaggered toward Yang Dong. "Brother Meng, what brings you here?" Yang Dong inquired with a courteous gesture and a feigned smile. Zhang Meng, picking his teeth with a toothpick, replied, "What else could we be doing here but tasting a few spiritual fruits?" This scoundrel was indeed here to beg for spiritual fruits. Yang Dong inwardly cursed, though his face remained a mask of respectful cheerfulness. "Brother Meng, didn't we just have spiritual fruits after dinner? Overindulging might not be good for your health," he suggested. Each meal allotted one spiritual fruit as a dessert, though the menials only received inferior yellow-grade fruits, while outer disciples enjoyed those of medium quality. "Damn it, if I tell you to pick spiritual fruits, just do it without all this chatter." Zhang Meng spat, tossing aside the toothpick and raising his hand to strike Yang Dong. Yang Dong instinctively raised his hand to block, his anger boiling beneath the surface, wishing fervently to retaliate against Zhang Meng. However, he understood that confronting Zhang Meng and his group would be a fool's errand. The odds were not in his favor, as Zhang Meng was at the 3rd level of qi refinement, while several of his lackeys were at the 2nd. Little did Yang Dong know that his celestial overlord body was more than enough to overpower those at the 3rd level. Nevertheless, his restraint stemmed not from fear of defeat, but from a desire to devise a plan to eliminate Zhang Meng without arousing suspicion. Only a fool would engage in reckless bravado. Taking a deep breath to suppress his inner fury, he feigned fear, bowing deeply to Zhang Meng and repeatedly apologizing. "Brother Meng, I didn't mean it that way. I was merely concerned for your well-being." Enough with the excuses. Zhang Meng waved his hand dismissively, barking, "Stop wasting time and hurry up. Go pick a few dozen spiritual fruits, medium quality, mind you. I don't want any inferior ones." This wretched scoundrel even demanded medium quality fruits. Yang Dong cursed inwardly. His orchard had scarce medium-grade fruit trees, and he had only harvested inferior ones for his own refining. If he were to over-harvest medium-quality fruits, the overseer he would surely notice, and the consequences could be dire, ranging from beatings to expulsion from the sect. Brother Ming, those medium-grade fruits are reserved for outer disciples. My orchard has limited stock, and if I were to pick them without permission, overseer he would discover it. I implore you to reconsider. Yang Dong pleaded with a pained expression. Do you take me for a fool? Why would I come to you for inferior fruits? Zhang Ming retorted furiously. You dare to defy me? Looking for a beating, are you? You little brat, stop your whining. If you don't go pick medium-grade fruits right now, I'll make sure to beat you to a pulp. Several of Zhang Ming's henchmen yelled at Yang Dong, some rolling up their sleeves, ready to pounce. Zhang Ming kicked Yang Dong squarely in the chest, sending him stumbling back a few steps. If you don't go pick them, I'll bury you alive, he threatened. As the others advanced menacingly, their intentions clear as they looked ready to devour Yang Dong whole. The world of cultivation was indeed brutal. This was within the sect. And yet the law of the jungle reigned supreme. Yang Dong could hardly fathom the brutality that awaited outside. It was no wonder the original owner had been so meek. Anger surged within Yang Dong. The humiliation he suffered today would be repaid manifold in the future. Should he report to Overseer He tomorrow? Not to mention whether he would believe him. Even if he did, it was unlikely he would punish Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming could simply offer a few spirit stones to appease he, who would turn a blind eye. In that case, Zhang Ming would undoubtedly seek retribution against Yang Dong. Thus, it was better to deal with Zhang Ming himself. Brother Ming, I'm sorry. I'll go pick the spiritual fruits right away, Yang Dong said. Pretending to be fearful, his head lowered as he spoke softly. A wise man does not seek to gain from immediate losses. A gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold. Yang Dong would have his vengeance, and it would come within 10 days at most. If you dare pick even a single inferior fruit, I'll make sure you regret it. Zhang Ming snarled. Rest assured, I will solely gather medium-grade fruits for you. Yang Dong replied submissively, entering the fenced yard to retrieve a bag before heading to the orchard. Upon arriving at the medium-grade section of the orchard, Yang Dong picked around 40 to 50 medium-grade spiritual fruits, returning with the bag in hand. Brother Ming, here you go, he said, handing the bag filled with fruits to Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming accepted the bag, inspecting its contents, and upon confirming they were all medium-grade fruits, he appeared quite pleased. Well, it seems you've finally learned to obey. Brothers, let us head back and return in a few days, Zhang Ming declared, waving his hand as he led his lackeys away. Yang Dong watched Zhang Ming and his gang disappear into the night, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes burning with a murderous intent. Many readers might abandon the story at this point, lamenting that the protagonist is spineless, a waste, and too repressed to retaliate. I would like to say that those who think like this wouldn't survive even 3 chapters in a fantasy novel. The protagonist will soon take his revenge, eliminating both Zhang Ming and Overseer He. So please be patient and read a few more chapters. Chapter 7. Breaking through to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. It is imperative to rapidly enhance one's strength. Yang Dong returned to his wooden cabin, silently vowing to himself. He took out a medium-grade spirit stone and began to absorb its internal energy. Within a few breaths, the medium-grade spirit stone crumbled to gray powder, having fully released its energy. Previously, he had taken an entire hour to absorb only about 1% of a medium-grade spirit stone's energy, but now, he had completely drained the energy in mere seconds. This was the extraordinary advantage of the celestial overlord body. Yang Dong retrieved another medium-grade spirit stone, swiftly absorbing it until it was gone, and then he took out the only superior-grade spirit stone he possessed. In less than half a minute, he had absorbed it entirely. After absorbing the energy from this superior-grade spirit stone, Yang Dong's cultivation reached the peak of the 2nd level of Qi refinement. With a faint sense of breaking through to the 3rd level, Yang Dong sat cross-legged and began to run the foundational Qi refinement technique. In a short while, over 300 acupoints in his body opened up, drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After more than an hour, the spiritual power within Yang Dong surged, breaking through a minor threshold and ascending to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. At last, he had reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Yang Dong gradually retracted his energy, sweeping away the lingering frustration from earlier. In the mere days since his arrival, he had ascended from the 1st to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. At this pace, he was confident that within 2 months he would reach the pinnacle of Qi refinement. As one advances in cultivation, the spiritual energy required for breakthroughs increases, thus slowing the progression. Zhang Ming, just wait. When I reach the 5th level of Qi refinement, I shall return to settle the score and redeem my honor. Yang Dong vowed silently. However, he realized he needed to learn some techniques. Now that he had attained the 3rd level of Qi refinement, he could seek instruction from the steward of the miscellaneous disciples for some rudimentary arts. Yet, Yang Dong yearned to enter the sect and become an outer disciple. Every 15th of the month, the sect offers opportunities for miscellaneous disciples to be promoted to outer disciples, with 3 criteria to be met. First, one's spiritual root is assessed. Possessing a superior spiritual root allows one to become an outer disciple even without any cultivation. Second, one's cultivation level is considered. Reaching the 3rd level of Qi refinement or above, and being under 25 years of age also qualifies one for outer disciple status. Third, exceptional talents in alchemy, weapon forging, formations, or beast taming can lead to selection as an outer disciple. Meeting any one of these criteria grants the status of outer disciple. Given Yangdong's current attributes, he fulfilled all 3 requirements in terms of spiritual root, cultivation, and talent. After becoming the Xianxian Body, all of his innate abilities had undergone a qualitative enhancement. Should he pursue alchemy, weapon forging, formations, or beast taming, he would undoubtedly surpass ordinary practitioners. Yangdong planned to participate in the outer disciple assessment on the 15th of next month. Remaining a mere guardian of the orchard was not a sustainable path. Although he could refine dozens of spiritual fruits each night, the effectiveness of these fruits would diminish as his cultivation advanced. Moreover, miscellaneous disciples had no access to superior techniques. To acquire more resources for cultivation, he needed to become an outer disciple and eventually an inner disciple. The next day, Yangdong continued his routine of weeding and fertilizing in the orchard. The humiliation he suffered yesterday lingered vividly in his mind. Although his body was unscathed, the resentment in his heart had not waned in the slightest. As he toiled, he pondered how to exact revenge on Zhang Meng. Now, while he had the strength to overpower Zhang Meng and his cronies, Yangdong was not satisfied with merely beating him. He needed to eliminate Zhang Meng to ease his heart's burden. However, this posed a challenge, as Zhang Meng was always surrounded by a group of lackeys. Yangdong could not openly kill Zhang Meng, for such an act among peers would be punishable by death. Thus, he needed to devise a plan to discreetly eliminate Zhang Meng. But how could he assassinate Zhang Meng without revealing his identity? Yangdong continued to weed, mulling over this dilemma, when he spotted a caterpillar beneath a fruit tree. This reminded him of the last time he had captured a caterpillar and placed it in the precious cauldron for experimentation. A thought sparked in Yangdong's mind. If he could utilize a mutated caterpillar to kill Zhang Meng, it would indeed be undetectable. Even if the sect conducted an investigation, they would never suspect him. Yet, the question remained, how could he command a mutated caterpillar to assassinate Zhang Meng? Unless the caterpillar was his pet, that would be feasible. This led Yangdong to recall that elders in the sect possessed their own tamed beasts. If only he could also acquire the ability to tame beasts. Beast taming involved a spiritual contract, with spirit beasts being subdued when gravely injured, and some used talismans or special techniques. Additionally, there was a method to contract extraordinary beasts using blood, akin to a treasure acknowledging its master through blood. If he were to place a creature in the precious cauldron for refinement and then drip his blood onto it, would that creature recognize him as its master after the refinement? This notion sparked in Yangdong's mind. While this idea was not without merit, its success remained uncertain. Typically, forming a blood contract with a beast was not so straightforward. However, since Yangdong would be refining the creature in the cauldron, and being the master of the cauldron himself, there was a possibility of achieving unexpected results. Yangdong resolved to catch a caterpillar that evening to test this theory. Yangdong, come help pick the spiritual fruits. At that moment, Steward he arrived with a dozen miscellaneous disciples to gather the fruits. Here they come. Yangdong set down his hoe and hurried over. Steward he, along with the group, approached the area of mid-grade spiritual fruits. These yellow-grade mid-grade spiritual fruits had a maturation period of 3 years, with each tree yielding only a few dozen fruits. Why do these fruits seem fewer than yesterday? Steward he frowned slightly as he surveyed the fruit trees, having a general memory of the daily fruit yield from his routine. Yangdong, did you sneak a lot of mid-grade spiritual fruits yesterday? Steward he fixed a piercing gaze upon Yangdong, demanding an answer. Steward, you truly wrong me. How could I dare to pilfer mid-grade spiritual fruits? They are reserved for outer disciples, and even if I had the audacity, I would not risk it. Yangdong feigned innocence. He had initially contemplated revealing how Zhang Meng had coerced him into picking mid-grade spiritual fruits the previous night, but ultimately refrained. Yangdong understood that even if he informed Steward he, Zhang Meng would undoubtedly bribe him to smooth over the incident. After all, consuming a few mid-grade spiritual fruits was hardly a grave matter. As long as Zhang Meng offered Steward he a few spirit stones, why would Steward he trouble him? Furthermore, Zhang Meng could simply deny any wrongdoing. With only Yangdong's word against him, Steward he could not condemn him. Zhang Meng would inevitably retaliate against Yangdong. At Yangdong's current strength, he was not yet capable of confronting Zhang Meng directly. Thus, since speaking up would serve no purpose, why should he disclose the matter to Steward he? Moreover, Given that Yang Dong was plotting against Zhang Meng, it was even more prudent to avoid a direct confrontation, lest Zhang Meng's demise lead to suspicion falling upon him. You did not sneak any? Then why do these spiritual fruits appear to be significantly fewer than yesterday? Steward, he scrutinized Yang Dong with skepticism. Yang Dong feigned an expression of wrongful accusation. Steward, I truly did not steal any spiritual fruits, and even if I had, I could not possibly consume so many. Steward, he contemplated this. To notice a decrease in the fruit supply, there must have been at least 50 fewer fruits. There was no way Yang Dong could have eaten that many in a single night. This lad might have pilfered some, but surely not more than 1 or 2. He could not possibly consume dozens, given his mediocre spiritual root. Did he truly overthink this? Or could it be that someone else had come to steal the fruits last night? With this thought, Steward, he inquired, did you hear any commotion in the orchard last night? Was anyone here stealing the spiritual fruits? If someone truly had come to pilfer the fruits, it would likely have been those miscellaneous disciples. Outer disciples would not bother to steal these yellow-grade, mid-grade spiritual fruits. Yang Dong pretended to ponder before shaking his head. I didn't hear anything before I fell asleep. After that, I cannot say. Unable to ascertain the truth. Steward, he had no choice but to relent. Be more vigilant at night in the future. If you hear anything outside, get up and check, understood? I understand. Yang Dong nodded earnestly. All right, go pick the spiritual fruits. Steward, he waved his hand, casually plucking a fruit from a tree to eat. After he Guanxi finished picking the spiritual fruits, Yang Dong continued to fertilize and weed the orchard. By afternoon, he caught a caterpillar. Upon noticing several bees, an idea struck him. He removed his shirt and captured one of the bees, wrapping it carefully before heading back to the wooden cabin. The caterpillar, after all, was somewhat feeble. Even if it had mutated, it remained too clumsy. The notion of having a caterpillar eliminate Zhang Meng seemed rather unrealistic. However, if the bee mutated into a lethal venomous bee, it would be perfectly suited to deal with Zhang Meng under his command. He Guanxi had already departed, and at this hour, it was unlikely anyone else would visit the spiritual fruit orchard. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Yang Dong securely closed the doors and windows. Then, with a mere thought, he summoned the precious cauldron from within himself. He reduced its size and placed it on the table, intending to conduct an experiment with the caterpillar first. After all, he had no assurance that his blood would indeed allow the mutated creature to recognize him as its master. Should this not yield the desired effect, and if the bee were to mutate into a formidable venomous creature, the situation could become perilous, potentially leading to his own demise by its sting. In truth, while his caution was warranted, he need not fear a fatal sting from the venomous bee. He was now the embodiment of the celestial tyrant, rendering most poisons ineffective against him. Yang Dong made a small incision on his index finger with a knife, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the caterpillar. He then placed the caterpillar into the cauldron. A flicker of light passed through, and the caterpillar enlarged several times. Its body now a fiery red. The black cauldron displayed the following information. Flame red caterpillar. First-tier mutated insect, capable of controlling flames, though its power is limited. The caterpillar crawled up from the cauldron, reaching the edge and looking up at Yang Dong, its antennae twitching as if greeting him. This flame red caterpillar appeared to possess some semblance of intelligence. Could it truly be due to the infusion of my blood? Yang Dong felt a surge of excitement. Although he was still uncertain whether the flame red caterpillar recognized him as its master, it at least showed him no hostility and seemed to be making overtures of goodwill. As it climbed onto the table, Yang Dong pointed to a specific spot and issued a command to the flame red caterpillar, testing whether it could comprehend his words and act accordingly. The caterpillar twitched its antennae slightly in response, then crawled out of the cauldron towards the designated spot on the table. Its speed far surpassed that of an ordinary caterpillar, outpacing even a turtle. It was astonishing, considering this was merely a caterpillar. Upon reaching the indicated location, it looked up at Yang Dong, its antennae moving as if awaiting further instructions. It could indeed understand my words and obey my commands. Yang Dong was both astonished and elated. This clearly demonstrated the success of his experiment. The cauldron truly had the capacity to refine creatures infused with his blood into his pets. This cauldron is nothing short of miraculous. Just imagine, in the future, he could capture various exotic beasts, infuse them with his blood, and refine them into loyal companions, ultimately amassing a formidable army of extraordinary creatures. The mere thought thrilled Yang Dong to no end. However, given his current strength, he could only capture ordinary creatures for refinement. The dream of creating a great army of exotic beasts remained a distant fantasy. All right, you may go and explore freely now, Yang Dong instructed the flame red caterpillar, pointing towards the door. The caterpillar, merely an experimental subject, despite being a first-tier mutated insect, posed little threat and was of limited utility remaining by his side. The flame-red caterpillar nodded its antennae before swiftly crawling down the table leg to the ground and slipping out through the door crack. Yang Dong slowly opened the cloth enclosing the bee, gently pinching it with his left hand while allowing a drop of blood from his right index finger to fall onto the bee. He then tossed both the bee and the cloth into the cauldron. The cloth emitted a faint white glow, and the ordinary blue servant's tunic darkened slightly. The black cauldron displayed 2 lines of information. Protective garment, yellow-grade mid-tier item, capable of protecting the body and reducing damage from external attacks, though its effectiveness is modest. Providing only limited defense against Qi refinement realm attacks or first-tier mutated beasts. Crimson-tailed blood bee, first-tier mutated insect. Its stinger contains corrosive venom, capable of causing instant death to ordinary Qi refinement realm cultivators. However, after each sting, the venom is fully expended, requiring a month to replenish. The garment had been refined into a magical artifact. Yang Dong felt a flicker of surprise. However, the deepened color of the clothing might attract unwanted attention. Clearly, he would need to revert the outer garment and later enhance his inner clothing's quality with the cauldron. At that moment, a deep red giant bee emerged from the cloth. This giant bee was the mutated crimson-tailed blood bee, its size several times larger than a hornet, with a dark brown abdomen. Upon seeing the crimson-tailed blood bee emerge, Yang Dong's body tensed, instinctively taking a step back, on high alert. According to the information from the cauldron, this crimson-tailed blood bee bore tremendous toxicity, and a sting would undoubtedly be fatal to Qi refinement realm cultivators. As the crimson-tailed blood bee emerged from the cloth, it vibrated its wings and flew out of the cauldron, hovering in front of Yang Dong, producing a buzzing sound. It seemed devoid of hostility, instead awaiting his commands. Drawing from the previous experiment with the caterpillar, Yang Dong was confident that the crimson-tailed blood bee had already recognized him as its master and was waiting for his orders. Fly to the window, Yang Dong instructed, pointing at the closed window, attempting to issue a command to the crimson-tailed blood bee. The bee buzzed and instantly darted to the window, its speed leaving Yang Dong awestruck. To be frank, should the crimson-tailed blood bee pursue him for a sting, he would have no hope of evading it. Not even a Qi refinement realm cultivator at the 3rd level could hope to escape the attack of the crimson-tailed blood bee. Hovering at the window, it gazed at Yang Dong, awaiting further instructions. Fly around the outside of the house, and then return, Yang Dong commanded again, this time presenting a more complex instruction to see if the crimson-tailed blood bee could comprehend it. The bee flew through the gap in the closed window, quickly circling around the house before re-entering through the same gap, hovering 3 feet in front of Yang Dong, waiting for his next command. The crimson-tailed blood bee exhibited impressive intelligence, fully grasping his instructions. Yang Dong was overjoyed. It seemed that sending it to sting that scoundrel Zhang Meng would pose no problem. Zhang Meng was merely a 3rd-level Qi refinement cultivator, incapable of defending against the assault of the crimson-tailed blood bee. When Zhang Meng met his demise at the hands of the crimson-tailed blood bee, who would ever suspect that this creature was Yang Dong's pet? All right, you shall remain within 10 meters of me. If anyone approaches, conceal yourself. If anyone attacks me, sting them to death. Yang Dong commanded the crimson-tailed blood bee. In truth, the latter part of the command was unnecessary. The bee would instinctively defend its master when he was under threat. The crimson-tailed blood bee buzzed in affirmation. Following Yang Dong out of the wooden cabin, Yang Dong made his way to the orchard, with the crimson-tailed blood bee trailing a few meters behind. As Yang Dong tended to the weeds in the orchard, the bee perched on a branch of the fruit tree, observing its master at work. After finishing his afternoon tasks and dining, Yang Dong returned to the wooden cabin. Once darkness fell, he ventured back to the orchard, gathering dozens of spiritual fruits before returning to the cabin, summoning the black cauldron and pouring all the fruits into it for refinement. After 2 rounds of refinement, he obtained 3 low-grade mysterious tier spiritual fruits and 1 mid-grade mysterious tier spiritual fruit. Yang Dong consumed all 4 spirit fruits, resulting in a modest increase in his internal spiritual energy. After returning the treasure cauldron to his inner realm, he ventured outside, seated himself upon a large stone, and began to practice the fundamental Qi refining technique. After 2 hours of diligent effort, he concluded his session, washed himself with a bucket of clean water, and retired to bed. The following morning, after washing and hanging his clothes to dry, he made his way to the servants' dining hall for breakfast. Upon finishing his meal, he returned to the orchard to commence another day of labor. After steward, he came to collect the spirit fruits. Yang Dong captured 3 bees in the orchard and summoned the treasure cauldron in his wooden hut. As he had done the previous day, he performed a blood sacrifice to refine the 3 bees within the cauldron. All 3 mutated into venomous bees, one of which possessed ice attributes. Yang Dong decided to keep these 3 venomous bees near his wooden hut, ready to heed his commands at any moment. That evening, after dinner, Yang Dong returned to his hut, intending to gather spirit fruits from the orchard, when he noticed Zhang Meng approaching with a dozen subordinates. That scoundrel is back. Humph. Tonight shall mark your demise. As Zhang Meng and his gang drew near, a cold smile crept across Yang Dong's lips. With 4 venomous bees at his disposal, he could easily eliminate 4 individuals. Besides Zhang Meng, he also intended to send the others who had insulted him that night to their end. Mengge, you've arrived. As Zhang Meng approached, Yang Dong feigned a respectful demeanor, clasping his hands in greeting. Zhang Meng, who had just finished his meal, lazily held a toothpick in his mouth and said, "Kid, go fetch me a few dozen medium-grade spirit fruits." "Certainly, Mengge, I'll get right on it," Yang Dong replied without a hint of defiance, returning to his hut to grab a bag before heading to the orchard. Zhang Meng's subordinate snickered. "Mengge, after beating this kid last time, he's become much more obedient. This brat only learns after a beating. Still, he was obedient before. He fetched spirit fruits without complaint. But the other night, he acted up for some unknown reason. Mengge, why not ask Steward He to assign this kid to work in the spirit field and have one of our brothers guard the orchard? It would make it easier for us to access the spirit fruits in the future." Zhang Meng, seated on a large stone, picked his teeth and remarked, "You don't know anything. To convince Steward He to swap our people for guarding the orchard would require at least 5 low-grade spirit stones, plus a monthly tribute of 2 low-grade spirit stones. This arrangement suits us perfectly. We can enjoy the spirit fruits without the need to pay tribute to Steward He. Why would we not take advantage of this?" Truly a brilliant observation, Mengge. His companions nodded in agreement. After a while, Yang Dong returned with several dozen spirit fruits and handed the bag to Zhang Meng. "Mengge, here you go." Zhang Meng accepted the bag, opened it to inspect the contents, and, confirming they were all medium-grade spirit fruits, took a large bite, pleased with his haul. "Brothers, let us eat as we walk." Each of them took a spirit fruit and followed Zhang Meng as he strode away. Once Zhang Meng and his gang had distanced themselves, Yang Dong waved, summoning the 4 venomous bees to his side. "Now, go and sting that bearded man carrying the bag of spirit fruits, and ensure the others near him meet the same fate." The venomous bees had been hiding in his wooden hut and were well aware of their targets. Upon receiving their master's command, the 4 venomous bees took flight, stealthily pursuing Zhang Meng and his gang. After they had walked a few hundred meters, the 4 bees silently caught up to them. Each bee had its designated target. The red-tailed blood bee flew up behind Zhang Meng, landing on the back of his neck and injecting its venom. "Ouch, what the hell?" Zhang Meng cried in pain, slapping at the back of his neck. But the bee had already escaped. "Mengge, what's wrong?" inquired a burly man walking beside him. Just then, a venomous bee landed on his left cheek, delivering a sharp sting. "Ow, what the hell is this?" he shouted, slapping his own face in response. The sound echoed, but the bee remained unharmed. "Ouch, it hurts." 2 more men cried out, one struck in the back and another in the rear by the venomous bees. "Mengge, Guangzai, Gonggo Mague. What is happening to you guys?" The group halted, turning to see Zhang Meng and his associates. "I think something just stung me," Zhang Meng muttered, feeling his consciousness fade. With that, he collapsed to the ground. Thud, thud, thud. The other 3 men also fell lifeless to the ground. "Mengge, what is going on?" "Guangzai Gonggo Mague, what is the matter with you?" A crowd of men crouched down in shock to assess the situation. "This is bad. Mengge and the others are gone." Someone exclaimed. "Mengge just said he felt something sting him. Could it be the venomous bees? Run. There are deadly bees." Someone screamed. And chaos ensued as they fled in terror, abandoning the bodies of Zhang Meng and his companions. Chapter 10. The red-tailed blood bee pursues Steward He. The news of Zhang Meng and his companions' demise spread throughout the servant department the following day. The head of the servants personally led an investigation into the matter. Upon examining the bodies, it was confirmed that they had been killed by several types of mutated venomous bees. As this incident revealed their theft of spirit fruits, that evening, over a dozen men were whipped and subsequently expelled from the sect, a warning issued to all servants. However, for these servants, the punishment for stealing spirit fruits was not what they feared most. It was the encounter with these mutated venomous bees that instilled the greatest dread. Most servants were cultivators below the 3rd level of qi refining, and encountering these mutated bees would spell certain death. The head of the servants reported the incident to the sect elders, who found the situation rather suspicious. While mutated venomous bees within the sect was not entirely unexpected due to the vast territory filled with spiritual veins, it was unusual as these creatures typically did not harm the sect's disciples and were mostly tamed. As for venomous bees and snakes, they had been eradicated. Thus, while these mutated bees existed, they were exceedingly rare and usually refrained from attacking humans unless provoked. Given the events of the previous night, Zhang Meng and his gang had gone to steal spirit fruits without inciting the bees, and even if they had encountered them, they would have had no time to provoke them. Yet, these bees had still attacked the group of servants, resulting in 4 fatalities. Although the loss of 4 servants was trivial, the broader implications were significant. Anxiety spread among the servants, causing them to be exceedingly cautious in their tasks. Even the outer disciples felt a sense of unease, as most were at the qi refining stage and would struggle against these mutated bees. If stung, they would likely perish without timely medical intervention. After much deliberation among several elders, 2 countermeasures were decided upon. Firstly, all disciples, both inner and outer sect members, were dispatched to conduct a thorough eradication of the Qingyun Sect's entire region, eliminating all venomous insects, bees, and snakes. Secondly, antidote pills were distributed to all outer sect disciples and miscellaneous workers. These pills were potent enough to counteract the stings of lower-tier venomous creatures. These measures proved remarkably effective, as thousands of Qingyun Sect disciples spent 3 days cleansing every corner of the sect, successfully exterminating a multitude of aberrant insects and toxins. While a complete eradication was not achieved, the majority was effectively cleared away. Coupled with the distribution of antidote pills, the miscellaneous workers felt a sense of relief and no longer lived in constant fear. The deaths of Zhang Meng and his associates brought a sense of satisfaction to Yang Dong. He had concealed the 4 venomous bees, ensuring they remained unharmed, as they required a month to replenish their internal toxins. No one could have anticipated that the mutated bees responsible for the demise of Zhang Meng and his companions had been commanded by this seemingly insignificant worker. Such a tale would be met with disbelief. How could a mere worker possibly control those aberrant bees? In the subsequent 2 days, Yang Dong captured 2 additional bees and refined them into crimson-tailed blood bees using a precious cauldron, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. As the month drew to a close, Yang Dong visited the miscellaneous worker hall to collect 5 low-grade spirit stones and 3 low-grade gathering pills. After enjoying dinner and returning to his dwelling, he intended to pluck spirit fruits from the orchard when he noticed Manager He approaching from a distance. This old fellow surely had his eyes on the spirit stones. Yang Dong recalled that he still owed Manager He a low-grade spirit stone from their last encounter, having promised to repay him with the stones he would collect by the end of the month. Manager He's arrival indicated that he was indeed there for the spirit stones. "Ah, Manager He, you've arrived," Yang Dong greeted, feigning utmost respect and clasping his hands in salute as he approached. Manager He scoffed, extending a hand. "Yang Dong, where are the spirit stones? You wretched creature." Yang Dong inwardly cursed but still retrieved a low-grade spirit stone from his pocket and handed it to Manager He. "Here you go, Manager He." Upon receiving the spirit stone, Manager He's expression softened slightly. "Since you owe me 2 spirit stones next month, why not settle them all at once?" Yang Dong silently scoffed, thinking, "You've extorted 2 spirit stones from me, and whether you survive tonight remains uncertain." Yet, he maintained a subservient demeanor, replying, "Rest assured, Manager He, I will certainly provide the spirit stones by next month." Manager He grunted, "You had better deliver them by the 15th of next month, or I'll have you digging in the spirit mines." With that, he pocketed the spirit stone and strode away. Once Manager He was out of sight, Yang Dong summoned the 2 crimson-tailed blood bees, both newly refined and brimming with toxins. "Follow that old fellow from a distance without being detected. Wait until he falls asleep before you sting him," Yang Dong instructed the bees. The 2 crimson-tailed blood bees flitted their wings and followed Manager He into the night. A smirk crept across Yang Dong's lips as he observed Manager He's departing figure. The reason for waiting until Manager He was asleep to strike, rather than attacking him immediately, was quite deliberate. The sect had distributed antidote pills to everyone. If the crimson-tailed blood bees stung Manager He now, he would undoubtedly consume the antidote and survive. Furthermore, even if he were to perish from the sting, Yang Dong preferred that it not occur in the present moment. After all, Manager He was responsible for overseeing the miscellaneous workers, and the sect would undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation into the cause of his death. Although the inquiry would eventually reveal that he had succumbed to a bee sting, the coincidence of 2 such incidents occurring near Yang Dong's residence would inevitably raise suspicions of a connection. Even if suspicion did not fall directly upon Yang Dong, it would still bring about unwelcome complications. However, if Manager He were to die in his own quarters, the sect's investigation would likely not lead back to Yang Dong. Moreover, if Manager He were stung while asleep, he might not awaken at all. Even if he did, in his groggy state, he might not comprehend what was happening, resulting in him failing to take the antidote and succumbing to the toxin. This was precisely why Yang Dong commanded the 2 crimson-tailed blood bees to follow Manager He and wait for him to fall asleep before striking. After arranging the 2 crimson-tailed blood bees, Yang Dong ventured into the orchard to gather dozens of spirit fruits. Upon returning to his wooden hut, he refined them using the precious cauldron. After consuming 3 low-grade spirit fruits of the profound tier, he refined 4 low-grade spirit stones, yielding 6 medium-grade spirit stones. After absorbing the energy from the 6 medium-grade spirit stones, Yang Dong's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of qi refinement. He immediately sat down to practice the foundational qi refinement technique. 2 hours later, his internal spiritual energy broke through a bottleneck, advancing him to the 4th layer of qi refinement. Remarkably, Yang Dong had progressed from the 3rd to the 4th layer in just 8 days. Of course, this was facilitated by consuming over 20 low-grade spirit fruits of the profound tier, 1 medium-grade spirit fruit of the profound tier, and absorbing 6 medium-grade spirit stones, in addition to practicing diligently for 8 nights. Given his current cultivation speed with the celestial tyrant body, those 8 nights equated to a decade's worth of training under normal circumstances. This highlighted the significant disparity between the celestial tyrant body and his lower-tier miscellaneous spiritual root. With the external sect disciple assessment approaching on the 15th of next month, Yang Dong felt a surge of anticipation. Chapter 11. Cultivating Fire-Based Spells. The following morning, there was no sign of Manager He arriving with others to gather spirit fruits. By noon, Yang Dong made his way to the miscellaneous workers' dining hall, collected his meal, and found a seat. He overheard several workers nearby discussing the events of the previous night. Have you heard? Manager He has died. What happened? Why did he suddenly die? I heard he was stung to death by bees while sleeping. That old bastard. He deserved it. Didn't the sect conduct a thorough purge just a few days ago? How could there still be bees? Bees are tiny. With the sect's vast area, how could it be entirely cleared? Surely Manager He had an antidote pill? How could he be stung to death? We, the regular workers, received antidote pills. How could he not have one? Surely the antidote pills provided by the sect are effective, right? How could they not counter even a bee's venom? If the antidotes are ineffective, we need to be careful. We could also be stung to death by bees. It's not that they're ineffective. I heard Manager He was stung while asleep and never woke up to take the antidote. It seems we need to keep our windows and doors shut when we sleep to prevent bees from flying in at night. That is not foolproof. Bees are small and can slip through any crack. Sigh. Looks like we can't sleep too deeply at night. Otherwise, we might not even know what hit us if we're stung to death. Manager He really kicked the bucket last night. As Yang Dong continued to eat, he listened to the gossiping workers and felt quite pleased, savoring his meal even more. That old dog, he extorted 2 low-grade spirit stones from him. And Zhang Meng and his cohorts bullied him. None of them survived past 3 episodes. Yang Dong was no innocent lamb. He believed in retribution. Of course, if he lacked the strength or opportunity to exact revenge, he would choose to endure. Regardless of the circumstances, safeguarding his own safety remained paramount. Manager He's death by bee sting was indeed a matter of concern for the sect's elders, as they had already taken the necessary precautions. Yet another incident had occurred so soon after. This situation was decidedly peculiar. Ordinarily, a venomous bee would not initiate an attack on a human, let alone venture into the bedroom of Manager He in the dead of night, taking advantage of his slumber to deliver a lethal sting. It was as though this particular bee had a vendetta against Manager He, exhibiting an intelligence that seemingly allowed it to wait until he was deeply asleep before striking. Could it be that these 2 red-tailed blood bees were aware of the detoxifying elixir on Manager He's person, prompting them to attack only after he had succumbed to sleep? Was the cunning of this red-tailed blood bee truly superior to that of mankind? Such occurrences left even the elders of the sect in a state of disbelief. It was utterly absurd. Yet, the event had undeniably transpired. Ultimately, the elders could only attribute this bizarre incident to mere coincidence. As for a means of prevention, there was none. They could only advise the attendants to exercise caution while sleeping at night. Following Manager He's demise, the head of the attendants appointed a new manager to fill the vacancy. This newly appointed manager did not seem to harbor any grievances against Yang Dong. A few days later, Yang Dong visited the attendant hall, seeking to learn some rudimentary techniques from the head of the attendants. Your cultivation has reached the 2nd level of qi refinement. Manager Jiang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, casting a puzzled glance at the approaching Yang Dong. The youth appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years of age and had seemingly been at the sect for only a few years. It was inconceivable that he could have attained the 2nd level of qi refinement. For those of ordinary talent, it typically required a decade or more to progress from the initial level of qi refinement to the 2nd. Being assigned as an attendant indicated that his aptitude was quite average. Indeed, Yang Dong replied with a mix of humility and confidence. In truth, he had already reached the 4th level of qi refinement, but preferred not to boast. Is that so? Manager Jiang grasped Yang Dong's wrist, probing with spiritual energy, and was taken aback. 4th level of qi refinement. You have already reached the 4th level? Then why have you only now come to seek my guidance on techniques? Releasing Yang Dong's wrist, he regarded the handsome youth with astonishment and curiosity. Isn't this an exceptionally rapid advancement? Yang Dong mused silently, cupping his hands respectfully. I was unaware that one could approach the esteemed manager for instruction upon reaching the second level of qi refinement, hence my visit now. Ah, I see. Manager Jiang nodded slightly, inquiring, what is your spiritual root constitution? Yang Dong replied, a mixed spiritual root. A look of regret crossed Manager Jiang's face. What a pity. If you had a singular spiritual root, you might have had the potential to cultivate to the golden core stage in the future. The type of spiritual root one possessed determined the kinds of techniques they could cultivate. For instance, a fire spiritual root could only cultivate fire-based spells, while a water spiritual root would be limited to water-based spells. Some individuals possessed dual, triple, quadruple, or even quintuple spiritual roots. However, having a mixed spiritual root was generally considered inferior to possessing a singular one. This was due to the fact that a mixed spiritual root required a greater abundance of resources for cultivation, as the energy was too dispersed. In contrast, a singular spiritual root concentrated all spiritual energy on a single type, thus accelerating the cultivation process significantly, beyond the number of spiritual roots. Another crucial factor was the quality of the spiritual root's innate talent. Spiritual root talent was categorized as low grade, middle grade, high grade, and top grade. If a mixed spiritual root's talent reached the top grade, the sect would generally provide focused support. After all, a mixed spiritual root could learn spells from any category. And if paired with top-grade talent, the potential for achievement was boundless, far surpassing that of a singular spiritual root. In summary, while singular spiritual roots were easier to cultivate, a high-talented mixed spiritual root, given ample resources, could achieve far greater heights. However, under normal circumstances, it was exceedingly difficult for a mixed spiritual root to reach the golden core stage, unless their innate talent was high-grade and they had access to abundant cultivation resources. Manager Jiang held a favorable impression of Yang Dong, and upon learning of his mixed spiritual root, he shook his head with some regret. Subsequently, he took Yang Dong to the repository of the attendants, providing him with a copy of a low-level fire technique manual to study and return in 7 days. Yang Dong expressed his gratitude to Manager Jiang and returned to his quarters with the manual. Upon reaching the orchard, Yang Dong began to peruse the fire technique book. It was a slender manual, containing only a dozen pages, which outlined 3 fundamental fire techniques: fireball, fire circle, and flame technique. The flame technique was the simplest of the fire spells. Success was merely contingent upon the ability to conjure flames. The fireball technique involved condensing flames into a sphere and launching it forth. The fire circle technique surrounded the caster with a ring of flames, ideal for countering encroaching adversaries. By this time, it was already afternoon, and typically, no one would be about. Yang Dong settled cross-legged beneath a fruit tree and began to practice the flame technique. It was a straightforward spell that an ordinary cultivator could master in about 10 to 15 days. After observing the technique for a while, he commenced the exercise of his internal spiritual energy, gathering flames in his palm according to the principles of the flame technique. After half an hour of repeated attempts, a flame the size of a cotton ball erupted into existence, dancing upon his palm. Yang Dong had successfully cast fire for the first time. Flame technique is rather simple, he mused, extinguishing the flames with a smile tugging at his lips. Had Manager Jiang known that he had mastered the flame technique in merely half an hour, he would undoubtedly have been astounded. For cultivators of average talent, achieving mastery of the flame technique within 10 days was commendable. Yet, Yang Dong, endowed with the heavenly tyrant body, was capable of learning spells from all elemental categories, his innate talent far exceeding that of even top-grade spiritual roots, second only to the sacred body. Tucking the manual into his robe, Yang Dong picked up a hoe and returned to his labor, planning to tackle the fireball technique the following day. On the afternoon of the second day, Yang Dong cast aside his hoe and began his practice of the fireball technique. This technique proved significantly more challenging than the flame technique, but after an hour, Yang Dong finally conjured a small fireball the size of his fist. By the third day, he had mastered the fire circle technique. On the fourth day, he returned to the repository of attendants, returned the low-level fire technique manual, and exchanged it for a low-level water technique manual. This water technique manual also contained 3 fundamental spells: cleansing technique, water barrier, and water ball. 3 days later, Yang Dong had learned all 3 water techniques and returned to the repository to swap for a low-level earth technique manual. Thus, a fortnight elapsed. During this period, Yang Dong successfully mastered an array of low-level techniques across fire, water, earth, wood, and wind elements, among others. In fact, he devoted merely an hour each day to the cultivation of these techniques, spending the majority of his days laboring in the orchard and dedicating his nights to practicing the foundational qi refinement method. By the end of this fortnight, Yang Dong's cultivation had ascended to the 5th level of qi refinement. Today marked the 15th day of the month, the designated day for the external disciples' assessments within the sect. Any attendant who believed they had the potential to advance to external disciple status was welcome to participate in the evaluation. At the assessment site, in the open expanse of the mountainous terrain, there stood a large stone platform, atop which was placed a spirit stone, approximately a person's height, entirely black, capable of testing the chi refinement level of participants. Elder Lu, responsible for the external disciple assessment, sat at the rear of the stone platform, alongside Manager Jiang from the attendant department, with several external disciples standing behind them. Surrounding the stone platform were hundreds of attendants, all eagerly watching the proceedings and engaging in animated discussion. I wonder how many will qualify as external disciples this month. Typically, only 3 or 4 manage to do so. It should be similar this time, right? If only I could become an external disciple, I would no longer have to toil, could focus solely on cultivation, and receive ample spirit stones, spirit fruits, and elixirs. How enviable. Becoming an outer disciple of the Qingyun Sect is an illustrious achievement that brings great honor to one's family. Upon returning home to visit relatives, even the county magistrate comes to pay a visit. This is only natural, for the Qingyun Sect is one of the 10 great sects of the Dazhou dynasty. Not to mention the honor of becoming an outer disciple. Ever since I joined the sect as a servant, the local gentry have treated my parents with utmost respect, daring not to offend them in the slightest. My greatest aspiration in life is to become an outer disciple of the Qingyun Sect and marry a senior sister, which would bring me immense satisfaction. Yang Dong squeezed through the crowd, listening to the excited chatter of the other servants around him, as if they were about to take the stage for an examination. Elder Chen approached the stone platform and raised his hand, bringing an immediate hush over the surroundings. It was the day of the monthly examination for recruiting outer disciples. The first round would assess cultivation levels, and those who believed they had reached at least the 3rd layer of chi refinement were invited to take the stage. Anyone prepared for the examination, please line up over here, Elder Chen announced. Following his directive, several servants made their way to the side of the stone platform, and Yang Dong joined the queue, which comprised over a dozen individuals. The first contestant was a man in his 30s. He stepped onto the platform and placed his palm upon the spirit testing stone, channeling all his spiritual energy into it. Immediately, a single light pattern lit up beneath the stone, followed by a second and then a third, before it ceased to increase. Mid-stage of the 3rd layer of chi refinement, Elder Chen declared loudly. The middle-aged man then approached Elder Lu. After a brief glance, Elder Lu inquired, "How old are you?" The man replied, 31. Elder Lu pressed further, "What kind of spiritual root do you possess?" The man hesitated, scratching his head, "I don't remember." In truth, he had a low-grade single spiritual root, but he feared that admitting this would cost him the chance to become an outer disciple. According to the sect's examination rules, one must reach the 3rd layer of chi refinement and be under the age of 25 to qualify for outer discipleship, regardless of their spiritual root. Those over 25 would be judged based on their spiritual root talent, as it is generally fixed after that age. Elder Lu frowned slightly and retrieved 5 elemental crystal balls from his storage pouch, asking the man to touch them. The man complied, but only the earth element crystal ball emitted a faint glow, while the others remained dark. Low-grade earth spiritual root, disqualified. Elder Lu waved his hand dismissively. The middle-aged man, head hung low, left the stage in dejection. Next, a middle-aged man in his 40s took the stage, revealing a cultivation level of the 4th layer of chi refinement, which elicited gasps of admiration from the gathered servants. To attain the 4th layer among the servants was indeed remarkable, as most were merely at the 1st or 2nd layer. However, due to his age and a mere mid-grade mixed spiritual root, he too failed to pass the examination. Several more individuals took the stage, but only one young man succeeded, at 24 years old and in the early stages of the 3rd layer of chi refinement. He was exempt from testing his spiritual root and passed directly. Now it was Yang Dong's turn to step onto the platform. He approached the spirit testing stone, placing his palm upon it, but no light pattern illuminated beneath. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Could it be? Chi refinement at 0? How utterly embarrassing. A 0-level chi refinement dares to participate in the outer disciple examination. This fool must be unaware of his lack of cultivation. What a disgrace. The onlookers pointed and jeered, their laughter echoing. Elder Chen frowned and sternly called out, "What are you doing coming up here as a 0-level chi refinement? Get down." Yang Dong was equally perplexed. What was happening? Why did the spirit testing stone show no reaction? I am indeed at the later stage of the 5th layer of chi refinement. Just then, Steward Jiang rose to his feet and raised a hand to halt the proceedings. He was well aware of Yang Dong's true cultivation level. Just half a month ago, when Yang Dong had approached him to learn techniques, Steward Jiang had ascertained that he was at the 4th layer of chi refinement. How could he now be at 0? Elder Chen, may I inquire? Steward Jiang asked, perplexed. Elder Qin merely nodded in response. Yang Dong, when you placed your palm on the spirit testing stone, did you channel your entire spiritual energy into it? Yang Dong shook his head in confusion. No. No wonder. Steward Jiang chuckled, explaining. To test your cultivation level on the spirit testing stone, you must channel your full spiritual energy into your palm for an accurate reading. Yang Dong suddenly understood. He had assumed that merely placing his palm upon the stone was sufficient, just as depicted in the fantasy novels of his previous life. Once more, Yang Dong placed his palm on the spirit testing stone, this time channeling his internal spiritual energy into his hand. Instantly, a single light pattern illuminated beneath the stone, followed by 2, 3, and then 4. When the fourth light pattern appeared, Yang Dong ceased to amplify the energy transfer, as passing with the third layer sufficed. There was no need to reveal his true cultivation level. The crowd gasped in astonishment upon witnessing the 4 light patterns. 4 light patterns. He has actually reached the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Incredible. Just moments ago, we thought he was worthless, yet he turns out to be a powerhouse. Look at his age, he must be under 20. To have achieved the 4th layer already, he is destined to become an outer disciple, perhaps the best performer. How enviable. If I could become an outer disciple, who knows how many noble ladies would come knocking on my door when I return home. You were all just mocking him. How does it feel to be slapped in the face now? I admit, I was blind earlier. The murmurs of astonishment and envy spread among the hundreds of servants, as Yang Dong's dramatic test results were truly unexpected. Elder Qin, you see, we nearly overlooked a remarkable talent for cultivation, Steward Jiang remarked with a smile. Elder Qin's face momentarily showed embarrassment, but when he turned to Yang Dong, a flicker of resentment glinted in his eyes. Reluctantly, he announced, 4th layer of Qi refinement. Go and register with Elder Lu. Having previously asked Yang Dong to leave the stage, Elder Qin now found himself embarrassed by Steward Jiang's intervention. Naturally, he could not harbor any resentment toward him, but felt a pang of anger toward Yang Dong, who had unwittingly caused his earlier humiliation. Yang Dong clasped his hands in gratitude towards Steward Jiang. Thank you for your guidance. He then bowed to Elder Qin and proceeded to Elder Lu. Elder Lu scrutinized Yang Dong and inquired, what is your name? Yang Dong. How old are you? 18. Elder Lu nodded slightly and asked, what kind of spiritual root do you possess? Yang Dong replied, a mixed spiritual root. He certainly could not disclose that he was a celestial dominator, as he could not explain how he knew this, given that the sect could only assess spiritual roots and not special physical constitutions like his. Moreover, he had been tested upon entering the sect and found to possess a mixed spiritual root. However, there are rare instances where an individual's spiritual root talent can change. Elder Lu did not press further, recording Yang Dong's name and instructing him to stand aside and wait. Soon, the tests concluded, and with Yang Dong included, only 3 individuals had passed the examination. The assessments for special talents, such as alchemy, weapon forging, beast taming, and formations, would take place in their respective departments. The examination wrapped up swiftly, and the gathered servants dispersed, returning to their respective duties. Yang Dong, along with 2 others, followed Elder Lu to the outer sect hall to complete their transfer procedures. Ascending from a servant to an outer sect disciple marks a significant elevation in status. They were provided with 2 sets of outer sect disciple robes, including footwear, a fine-grade Qingfeng sword, a tome of the Qingyun sword art, a volume on the Qingyun Qi refining technique, a storage pouch with a cubic meter of space, and an identity token that grants access to the sect's protective mountain barrier. Additionally, they received 20 low-grade spirit stones, 10 medium-grade Qi gathering pills, and 2 high-grade spirit fruits as rewards for their promotion. Furthermore, each month they may collect 20 low-grade spirit stones, 1 medium-grade spirit stone, 10 medium-grade yellow-tier pills, and 10 high-grade yellow-tier spirit fruits. The Qingyun Sect boasts over 3,000 outer sect disciples, distributed across 32 mountain peaks, while inner sect disciples reside atop the peaks, where the spiritual energy is markedly denser. Yang Dong was assigned to the outer sect of Piaomiao Peak, which houses over 30 inner sect disciples and more than 100 outer sect disciples. The elder in charge of Piaomiao Peak's outer sect is Elder Lu, who oversees 5 stewards, one of whom is Steward Qin. After lunch, Yang Dong returned to the wooden house in the orchard to gather his belongings, which consisted merely of a few articles of clothing and some daily necessities. He then arrived at his newly assigned residence on Piaomiao Peak. As for the 6 venomous bees, he instructed them to follow at a distance. His new abode is a stone house of approximately 100 square meters, featuring a bedroom, a meditation room, a storage area, and a hall. Compared to the wooden house in the orchard, it is significantly larger and furnished with far superior living amenities. The entire Piaomiao Peak spans a vast area of several miles, with each outer sect disciple having their own solitary stone house, spaced several dozen yards apart to ensure privacy. After making slight adjustments to his stone house, Yang Dong retrieved 2 books of cultivation techniques from his storage pouch, the Qingyun Shi refining technique and the Qingyun sword art. He began by perusing the Qingyun Shi refining technique, which is considerably more profound than the basic Qi refining method learned by servants. Sitting cross-legged, he attempted to practice the technique, and within less than an hour, he had mastered it with ease. The cultivation effects of the Qingyun Shi refining technique are far superior to those of the basic method. However, for Yang Dong, who possesses the celestial tyrant body, the enhancement was minimal, as he could naturally absorb spiritual energy through his meridians, rendering the improvement trivial. Subsequently, Yang Dong turned his attention to the Qingyun sword art, which encompasses sword techniques, combat with swords, and sword flight across 3 volumes. Initially intending to refine these 2 books using his treasure cauldron, he reconsidered and dismissed the thought, realizing that the Qi refining technique offered little benefit to him, while he needed to fully comprehend the Qingyun sword art first. As a disciple of the Qingyun Sect, it would be unthinkable to lack proficiency in the sect's sword techniques. With the Qingyun sword art in hand, he exited his stone house and made his way to an open training ground, drawing his Qingfeng sword to practice the sword techniques. Engrossed in his training, he lost track of time, and before he knew it, the afternoon had slipped away. After dinner, he returned to his residence, secured the doors and windows, and entered the meditation room. With a single thought, he summoned the treasure cauldron from within him. First, he would refine the spirit stones. Yang Dong took out the 20 low-grade spirit stones distributed by the outer sect hall that day and placed them into the cauldron. A glimmer of light flashed, and the 20 low-grade spirit stones transformed into 25 medium-grade spirit stones and 1 high-grade spirit stone. Yang Dong proceeded to refine the 25 medium-grade spirit stones a second time, resulting in 3 being converted into high-grade spirit stones, while the remaining 22 reverted to low-grade spirit stones. He now possessed 4 high-grade spirit stones and 22 low-grade spirit stones, achieving a total increase of 21 times. Fearing that further refinement of the high-grade spirit stones would revert them back to low-grade, he refrained from continuing. He then refined 10 medium-grade yellow-tier pills into high-grade yellow-tier pills and transformed the 2 high-grade yellow-tier spirit fruits into 2 low-grade mysterious-tier spirit fruits. Yang Dong consumed the 2 low-grade mysterious-tier spirit fruits, which marginally enhanced his spiritual power, but for someone at the 5th layer of Qi refining like him, the increase was negligible. After securing the pills and spirit stones in his storage pouch, Yang Dong stepped outside, seated himself on a piece of blue stone, and began practicing the Qingyun Shi refining technique. Chapter 14, Senior Sister Qin. The next morning, Yang Dong arose, washed up, and practiced his sword techniques for a brief period before heading to the outer sect hall of Piaomiao Peak. The hall, constructed of blue stone, stands at the foot of the peak and includes 2 side chambers, serving as the assembly point for the outer sect disciples. Upon reaching the entrance of the hall, he noticed dozens of male and female disciples chatting outside on the training grounds. As Yang Dong approached, the outer sect disciples turned to look at him, with some female disciples' eyes lighting up with interest. "Who is he? I've never seen him before," one remarked. "Yesterday was the outer sect disciple assessment. He must have just passed from being a servant," another commented. "Whoa, this junior brother is quite handsome. How wonderful that our Piaomiao Peak has gained another beautiful man. Please, what good is good looks? In the cultivation world, strength is what matters. A servant who passed the assessment, you can bet his spiritual root aptitude is poor. Otherwise, he would have been directly recruited as an outer sect disciple. Coming from the servant's assessment, his ceiling will likely be the Qi refining stage. He will never reach the foundation establishment stage." A few male disciples cast disdainful glances at Yang Dong. He overheard their whispers but remained unfazed, offering the crowd a polite smile and nodding in greeting. "Junior brother, you're new here, aren't you?" A female disciple approached, her large eyes sparkling as she smiled at Yang Dong. Turning to face her, Yang Dong noted her captivating figure clad in an orange-red outfit that accentuated her tall and graceful form. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her delicate features stood out among the other female disciples. "Yes," he nodded, replying, "I was a servant before, and I became an outer sect disciple after passing the assessment yesterday." He spoke candidly about his former status without concern for others' opinions. "Passing the assessment to become an outer sect disciple indicates your commendable abilities. What does it matter if you were once a servant?" The red-clad beauty responded nonchalantly, her smile unwavering. "By the way, junior brother, what is your name?" "Yang Dong. I am Qin. Greetings, senior sister Qin." Yang Dong cupped his hands in respect. "Junior brother Yang, since you're new, feel free to ask me if you have any questions," Qin said, playfully twirling a lock of hair with a cheerful smile. "Thank you, senior sister," Yang Dong replied with a smile, feeling a flicker of fondness for the warm-hearted and beautiful senior sister. Observing the lively exchange between Qin and Yang Dong, a few male disciples nearby wore grim expressions, revealing their discontent. These were the same individuals who had previously mocked Yang Dong. Damn it. A nobody who crawled up from being a servant thinks he can woo Senior Sister Qin. One sneered. Umph. The guy sees how beautiful Senior Sister Qin is and wishes to indulge in fantasies. He should consider his own background. Senior Sister Qin is far too friendly. Why would she take the initiative to engage with someone who came from the servant ranks? Women, after all, are drawn to handsome men, and Senior Sister Qin is no exception. If this guy dares to pursue Senior Sister Qin further, we'll teach him a lesson. The group of male disciples engaged in hushed discussions, being among the more seasoned and somewhat capable outer disciples of the mysterious peak. They inherently looked down upon the newly arrived disciples, let alone someone like Yang Dong, who had ascended from the ranks of the menial workers. At that moment, the outer disciples of Mysterious Peak gradually gathered at the practice grounds before the Grand Hall. Shortly thereafter, Elder Lu emerged from the hall, accompanied by 5 stewards. Instantly, the more than 100 outer disciples ceased their conversations and formed in orderly line, with Yang Dong standing at the rear of the formation. Elder Lu stepped forward to address them, his remarks primarily consisting of exhortations for the disciples to intensify their training, alongside elucidating some key points regarding cultivation and precautions for external missions. After his brief discourse, the session transitioned into a period of free practice, where some disciples honed their spells, others refined their swordsmanship, and several engaged in mutual sparring. The stewards observed from the sidelines, occasionally offering guidance to the disciples. Unfamiliar with anyone and disinclined to seek out partners for sparring, Yang Dong drew his sword, preparing to practice alone. Ma Biao, go challenge that kid to a spar. Feign an accident and knock him around a bit, Shun Yunqing remarked, directing her attention at Yang Dong with a nod toward a rough-looking man. Rest assured, senior brother Shun. I shall teach him a lesson, Ma Biao responded, a hint of a cold smirk gracing his features as he strode purposefully toward Yang Dong. However, before he could reach Yang Dong, he was preempted by another. Junior brother Yang, shall we spar a bit? Qin Machio approached, raising her delicate brows invitingly. I've only just become an outer disciple. I am no match for Senior Sister Qin. Yang Dong humbly waved his hand. Although his cultivation had reached the late stage of the Qi refinement 5th layer, he had only recently become an outer disciple and had practiced swordplay for merely an afternoon. Fully aware that he was no match for Qin Machio, Qin Machio smiled gently. Junior brother Yang, do not be overly modest. It is merely a friendly practice, not a formal competition. With no further excuse to decline, Yang Dong clasped his hands together and said, I humbly request your guidance, Senior Sister Qin. Guidance is too grand a term. We shall learn from one another, Qin Machio said with a touch of humility as she drew her sword. Please, Junior brother Yang. The two immediately commenced their practice. During their sparring, it became evident to Yang Dong after merely 2 exchanges that he was outmatched by this senior sister. His assessment proved accurate. Qin Machio had attained the Qi refinement 7th layer, her swordsmanship far surpassing that of the novice Yang Dong. In a physical confrontation, Yang Dong's formidable body would surely give him an edge over Qin Machio. However, she maintained impeccable control, allowing him to feel pressure while occasionally guiding his counterattacks. Yang Dong recognized that she was indeed accommodating him, and what was framed as a sparring session was, in truth, a lesson. This only served to deepen his admiration for her. Damn it. Qin Machio has taken to sparring with that kid. Ma Biao returned to Shun Yunqing, visibly agitated and helpless. Shun Yunqing's expression mirrored his discontent. She had long harbored feelings for Qin Machio, and every time she sought to spar with her, Qin Machio would always find an excuse to leave. To see her extend such enthusiasm toward a newcomer from the ranks of menial workers was disheartening. Could it be that she has taken a liking to this brat? A mere menial worker who has barely reached the 3rd layer of Qi refinement is worthy of her attention during practice? Uncertain of her thoughts, Ma Biao continued. Do not fret, there will be opportunities to challenge that kid. Several outer disciples displayed their indignation, rallying in support of Shun Yunqing. Steward Chun, hands clasped behind his back, surveyed the practice grounds, his gaze falling upon the pair engaged in sparring. Isn't that the kid who just passed the assessment yesterday? Steward Chun squinted slightly, observing Yang Dong and Qin Machio in their practice, his expression darkening. The previous day's evaluation had left him with a distaste for Yang Dong, and witnessing the latter spar with Qin Machio only intensified his displeasure. He strode over, voice low and commanding. You two, cease your practice momentarily. Yang Dong and Qin Machio sheathed their swords and bowed in unison. Steward Chun. Steward Chun directed his gaze at Yang Dong, stating, Yang Dong, accompany me. I have matters to discuss with you. Chapter 15. Training in sword flight. Yang Dong followed Steward Chun to a side hall where the steward took a seat behind a desk. Steward Chun, what is it that you require of me? Yang Dong inquired respectfully. Steward Chun sipped from a cup of spiritual tea, replying leisurely, Yang Dong. As you are now an outer disciple, there are certain matters I must address with you. Yang Dong listened attentively, responding, Steward Chun, please proceed. Steward Chen continued. As an outer disciple, you must dedicate yourself to cultivation and not indulge in romantic distractions, for such pursuits may hinder your progress. Do you understand? Yang Dong was taken aback. There seemed to be an underlying implication in Steward Chun's words. Did he think I was enamored with Qin Machio and was pursuing her? How absurd. Was this steward genuinely looking out for me, or did he harbor a prejudice against me? Recalling how Steward Chun had dismissed him during the assessment, Yang Dong felt a lingering irritation. Now, seeing him practice with Qin Machio, he was summoned here for a reprimand? Despite these thoughts swirling in his mind, Yang Dong maintained a facade of rapt attention, saying, Thank you for your guidance, Steward Chun. I shall bear it in mind. Steward Chen nodded slightly, then continued. Though outer disciples are not required to perform labor, there are still certain sect tasks to undertake. For instance, patrolling the mountains, gathering spiritual fruits and herbs, exterminating nearby demonic beasts, and protecting the local villagers. Yang Dong listened quietly, contemplating whether Steward Chun intended to assign him a task. As if anticipating his thoughts, Steward Chen paused before shifting his tone. Since you have just become an outer disciple, you will start with simpler tasks. Tomorrow, you will accompany a few other disciples on a mountain patrol. Is there any issue with that? What could I possibly say against being sent to patrol the mountains? Yang Dong mentally scoffed, but outwardly bowed, replying, No problem. Very well. Steward Chun rose. You may return and prepare. Arrive here by the hour of the dragon tomorrow, and I will arrange for someone to take you to patrol the mountains. Yes, I take my leave. Yang Dong bowed and strode out of the steward's quarters. As he exited the side hall, Qin Machio spotted him from a distance and approached. Junior brother Yang, what did Steward Chun want? She inquired with genuine concern. Steward Chun has assigned me to patrol the mountains tomorrow, Yang Dong replied candidly, appreciating her kindness and deeming such matters unnecessary to conceal. He initially pondered mentioning Steward Chun's warning against pursuing romantic interests, but refrained, not wishing to place Qin Machio in an awkward position or draw Steward Chen's ire toward her. You have only just become an outer disciple. Yet Steward Chun is sending you to patrol the mountains? Qin Machio's expression reflected her indignation. Typically, new outer disciples are not assigned patrol tasks until they have cultivated for at least 3 months. You have only just attained your status today. Why the sudden task? Yang Dong smiled slightly. It's no matter. I'll consider it a form of training. Do you know how to fly with a sword? Qin Machio queried. Yang Dong shook his head. I only just learned the Qingyun sword technique yesterday. I am far from proficient in sword flight. Qin Machio replied. If you cannot fly with a sword, how will you patrol the mountains? Will you walk? The other disciples cannot wait for you. It dawned on Yang Dong that indeed, this posed a significant issue. Exiting the sect to patrol the mountains would require traveling at least several dozen miles. Not to mention the necessity of patrolling the area outside the sect. What disciple does not possess the ability to fly with a sword? Thus, was Steward Chun deliberately placing obstacles in my path? Seeing Yang Dong remain silent, Qin Machio furrowed her brows and remarked, Elder Chun is fully aware that you were only promoted to an outer disciple from a miscellaneous servant yesterday. It is evident that you cannot fly with a sword, yet he insists you patrol the mountains tomorrow. I truly wonder about Elder Chen's reasoning behind such an arrangement. Unbeknownst to her, Yang Dong had experienced a minor conflict with Elder Chun during his cultivation assessment the previous day. Regaining his composure, Yang Dong replied calmly, It matters not. I shall return now to practice sword flight. Farewell, senior sister Qin. With a respectful gesture, he turned and departed. That foolish boy. Does he think that mastering sword flight is an easy feat? Achieving even a rudimentary level of sword control within 3 months is considered quite a talent. Watching Yang Dong's retreating figure, Qin Machio shook her head with a sigh. Upon returning to his dwelling, Yang Dong took out the Qingyun sword technique and flipped directly to the section on sword flight. After reading it through and memorizing the incantations, he began his attempts. Draw! Yang Dong shouted, curling 3 fingers of his right hand while pointing the middle and index fingers upward, channeling his spiritual energy. The sword behind him vibrated with a low hum, as if yearning to escape its sheath. However, the Qingfeng sword only emerged a few inches before retracting back into its sheath. After a series of attempts, Yang Dong finally succeeded in launching the sword into the air, where it soared upwards. Yet, it quickly lost control, flying several tens of feet away before plummeting back down. Rise! Yang Dong leapt forward, positioning himself beneath the falling sword. With a pointed finger, he directed a surge of spiritual energy, lifting the sword back into the air. This time, he managed to keep it airborne, though maneuvering it remained a challenge. Half a minute later, the Qingfeng sword fell once more. Yang Dong persisted, and after an hour of tireless practice, he could now maneuver the sword with relative ease in the air, guiding it gracefully and retrieving it at will. However, Controlling the sword as a platform for flight was the next step. Ascend, Yang Dong commanded, as the Qingfeng sword hovered a yard in front of him. With a firm push, he leapt into the air, attempting to stand upon the sword's edge. The sword, burdened by his weight of over 100 pounds, plummeted to the ground with a resounding clang. Yang Dong jumped again, channeling his energy to elevate the sword once more. Yet, upon attempting to mount it again, the sword clattered to the ground once more. Consulting the text again, he reviewed the essential techniques of sword flight and then resumed his practice. This time, as he leaped onto the Qingfeng sword, he augmented his spiritual energy to support it. Indeed, the sword wobbled but did not fall this time. However, after merely a few seconds, it succumbed once more to gravity. After numerous repetitions of this experiment, each accompanied by a deeper understanding of the technique, Yang Dong noted marked improvements. Over an additional hour of practice, he finally managed to command the flying sword, gliding slowly through the air. Initially, his speed was slow, and he was hesitant to ascend too high, often losing control during turns. As the sun began to set, he had unwittingly spent the entire day honing his sword flight. He could now proficiently fly on his sword, albeit with some limitations in speed and maneuverability. Tomorrow's patrol should pose no issue, Yang Dong thought, a confident smile gracing his face. From the distance, the melodious chime of the dining hall signaled the time for dinner. Cultivators can fast without feeling hunger. Yet the food provided by the sect, composed of spiritual grains, meats, and vegetables, serves not merely to satiate, but also to replenish energy and aid in cultivation. After dinner, Yang Dong returned to his dwelling and retrieved 4 high-grade spirit stones from his storage bag, beginning the process of absorption. With tomorrow's patrol on the horizon, he knew that beyond the sect's protective barrier, danger lurked. Although the vicinity typically housed only first-tier beasts, they could still pose significant challenges for a Qi refinement cultivator, especially one as inexperienced as Yang Dong. Thus, he aimed to break through to the 6th layer of Qi refinement that night. Grasping the spirit stones, Yang Dong activated his cultivation method, swiftly absorbing the energy within. As he drew upon the stone's power, fine powder cascaded from his palm. Once the energy was fully absorbed, the stones disintegrated into a pile of grayish powder. In no time, Yang Dong had consumed all 4 high-grade spirit stones, elevating his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Though he possessed 22 low-grade spirit stones, they were beyond further refinement. Deciding against consuming them, he considered their potential utility for future exchanges or purchases. Positioning himself in a cross-legged stance, he began to cultivate using the Qingyun Qi refinement technique. Within the span of less than an hour, his spiritual energy surged and broke through the 6th barrier, entering the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Achieving the 6th layer should position me favorably among the outer disciples, Yang Dong mused, a newfound confidence swelling within him. Among outer disciples, those at the 6th layer were certainly not considered weak. However, he was acutely aware of the vast gap between himself and others in terms of combat experience. Whether in swordsmanship or spellcasting, he was merely scratching the surface. Let me test my current spells, he contemplated, recognizing that understanding oneself and one's adversaries is essential to triumph in battle. Stepping outside, he waved his hand forward, unleashing a fireball the size of a soccer ball. With a resounding boom, it soared several tens of feet before striking a large tree, causing it to sway violently before igniting. With renewed determination, Yang Dong conjured another water sphere, directing it at the burning tree. Upon impact, the flames diminished significantly. He followed up with a powerful jet of water, ultimately extinguishing the blaze. Approaching the charred tree, he observed that the trunk, as thick as a human waist, had been scorched black, with a third of it reduced to ashes. Have I truly become this proficient in fireball techniques? Yang Dong marveled at his own capabilities. It was only natural. Previously, he had only been at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, and now he stood at the 6th. With a substantial increase in his internal spiritual energy, his mastery of the fireball technique had evidently improved. He mused that dealing with weaker first-tier beasts should pose little challenge. However, he pondered, encountering a formidable first-tier beast could still prove troublesome. The strength of magical beasts is categorized from 1st to 9th tier, yet even within the 1st tier, there exists a considerable disparity in power. This was akin to the vast differences in strength between cultivators at the 1st and 9th layers of Qi refinement. Regrettably, the 6 venomous bees he had encountered earlier had yet to fully recover their toxicity. Otherwise, they could serve as protection. These 6 crimson-tailed blood bees had stung humans not long ago, and it would take at least a month for their venom to replenish. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, venturing out to capture more bees for refinement was not advisable. Perhaps I could refine these 6 crimson-tailed blood bees one more time? If I succeed in refining just one, it would yield a 2nd-tier insect. In this moment, Yang Dong summoned the 6 blood-tailed red bees into the stone chamber. He retrieved a precious cauldron and instructed the bees to fly inside. A flicker of light passed, and 5 of the blood-tailed red bees regressed into ordinary bees, while the remaining 1 transformed into a larger, more peculiar giant bee. This giant bee bore a shell reminiscent of metal, with a pair of golden wings and a head resembling that of a tiger, exuding an imposing presence. The black cauldron displayed the following information: golden-winged tiger-headed bee, second-tier anomalous insect, possessing a pair of exceptionally hard and sharp wings capable of slicing through steel with remarkable speed. Furthermore, its venomous stinger can kill Peak Foundation establishment cultivators. After each release of toxin, it can regenerate in 7 days. Upon reading the information inscribed on the cauldron, Yang Dong felt a surge of astonishment and elation. The combat prowess of the golden-winged tiger-headed bee far exceeded that of the blood-tailed red bees by more than 10-fold. The blood-tailed red bees could only incapacitate Qi refinement cultivators and were no longer lethal to those above the 7th layer of Qi refinement. In stark contrast, the golden-winged tiger-headed bee could poison Peak Foundation establishment cultivators and regenerate its toxin in merely 7 days. Moreover, with its formidable and sharp golden wings, it could slice through steel, and given its speed and agility, its combat capabilities would likely be a challenge even for Foundation establishment cultivators. The golden-winged tiger-headed bee emerged from the cauldron, hovering before Yang Dong as if awaiting his command. Yang Dong extended his palm, and the bee alighted gently upon it. Stay outside and keep watch. Be cautious within the sect, and avoid revealing your presence. If the elders discover this golden-winged tiger-headed bee, it could spell disaster. The bee nodded, clearly understanding Yang Dong's intent, before taking flight into the night to stand guard. Yang Dong practiced his swordsmanship outside until the hour of the pig, then sheathed his sword and cast a cleansing spell, washing away the dust and sweat from his body. He subsequently returned indoors to rest. The following day, Yang Dong gathered at the outer hall of the mysterious peak. Elder Lu conducted a brief morning meeting as usual, after which everyone dispersed to continue their cultivation. Lu Fengming, Li Hongmei, Luo Feng, Gu Xiaoyang, Zhu Xiang, and Yang Dong, you 6 come forward, called Steward Chun loudly. Those summoned approached Chun. You will patrol the mountains outside the sect today. Lu Fengming, as the most advanced cultivator, you shall serve as team leader. Yes, Steward Chun. Lu Fengming replied with a respectful gesture. Steward Chen glanced at Yang Dong before departing with his hands clasped behind him. Lu Fengming turned to the others and, upon seeing Yang Dong, furrowed his brow slightly. Junior brother, I believe you just joined yesterday, correct? Yang Dong nodded and replied, I am Yang Dong, having recently been promoted from a servant to an outer disciple through the assessment. I hope senior brother Lu and the other seniors will look after me. Hearing Yang Dong's introduction, Gu Xiaoyang's face displayed a hint of disdain as he mockingly remarked, Junior brother Yang, you have just risen from the ranks of servants. I doubt you even know how to fly with a sword. How can you accompany us on the patrol? Lu Fengming also frowned. What is Steward Chen thinking? Junior brother Yang has just been promoted to outer disciple. He should at least have a few months of training before patrolling the mountains. Yang Dong shook his head, a wry smile on his face. Li Hongmei looked at Yang Dong and said with a smile, Junior brother Yang, why not stand on my sword? I can take you flying. Rest assured, I have no trouble carrying someone. Zhu Xiang added, Junior brother Yang, I can take you too. If you're scared, just hold on to my waist so you won't fall. Chapter 17. Mountain Patrol. Yang Dong, being young and handsome, had immediately captured the attention of the female disciples upon his arrival yesterday, and they were all eager to offer him a ride on their flying swords. Love-struck, Gu Xiaoyang crossed his arms and scoffed. Hey, Gu Xiaoyang, who are you calling love-struck? Zhu Xiang retorted, hands on her hips, pointing at him indignantly. Am I wrong? Gu Xiaoyang replied with a cold smile. Just as Zhu Xiang was about to retort, Lu Fengming stepped in to separate them. All right, everyone, we're all fellow disciples here. Let us not take this too seriously. He then turned to Yang Dong. Junior brother Yang, I'll take you on my flying sword. Lu Fengming proved to be quite amiable, unlike Gu Xiaoyang, whose character left much to be desired. The other 2 senior sisters were also friendly, showing kindness to the new disciple. Yang Dong observed them quietly, forming a general impression. He smiled slightly and said, Thank you, senior brother and sisters, for your kindness. But I believe I can manage flying with my own sword. You can fly with a sword? Lu Fengming was taken aback. Weren't you just a servant? Junior brother Yang, I mean no disrespect, but servants typically wouldn't know how to fly a sword, would they? Gu Xiaoyang scoffed. Yang Dong, do you think just standing on a sword means you can fly? Honestly, with your talent, it would be impressive if you could learn sword flight within half a year. Is that so? Yang Dong replied with a faint smile, as the Qingfeng sword unsheathed itself and hovered in the air, to the astonishment of everyone present. He leaped onto the sword's tip. Lu Fengming, shall we depart? Gu Xiaoyang stood in shock. Impossible. Oh, just a moment ago. Who was it that mocked junior brother Yang for taking half a year to learn sword flight? It seems they've been swiftly proven wrong. Zhu Xiang shot a glare at Gu Xiaoyang, then unsheathed her long sword and leapt onto her flying sword. Junior brother Yang, I can't believe you've truly mastered sword flight. Lu Fengming exclaimed, his expression one of surprise. Wow, junior brother Yang, you're amazing. You've only just become an outer disciple, and you already know how to fly with a sword. Li Hongmei praised, giving Yang Dong a thumbs up. Lu Fengming, Li Hongmei, and Luo Feng all leapt onto their swords. Gu Xiaoyang felt a flush of embarrassment, akin to being slapped in public. He had never anticipated that this newcomer could indeed stand upon a flying sword. However, standing on a sword and truly flying with it were two different matters. And he remained unconvinced that Yang Dong could genuinely master sword flight. Only Luo Feng remained expressionless, resembling a wooden statue, having said nothing and exhibited no emotional response throughout. Once everyone had boarded their flying swords, Lu Fengming led the way as they soared outside the sect. Yang Dong followed closely, and as the group occasionally glanced back at him, they couldn't help but be impressed by his smooth and controlled flight. He appeared far more adept than many disciples who had trained for a year. After flying for several miles, they reached the periphery of the Qingyun Sect. A vast luminous barrier enveloped the entire sect and its surrounding area, serving as a protective formation to deter external intruders. Lu Fengming produced his outer disciple token and touched it to the barrier, which glowed and opened a passage measuring 10 feet wide. Yang Dong and the others flew through the opening of the barrier, with the golden-winged tiger headed be concealed within Yang Dong's robes accompanying them. Once outside the protective formation, the 6 of them soared at a height of over 10 feet. Standing atop his sword, Yang Dong gazed ahead at the undulating mountain range, vast and desolate, devoid of human habitation. Among the hills, the roars of fierce beasts echoed, and various birds soared through the sky, avoiding the approach of the human cultivators. Lu Fengming slowed their flight and addressed Yang Dong. Patrolling the mountains entails surveying the areas surrounding the sect, typically within several dozen miles of the protective formation, while also collecting spiritual herbs and fruits. Yang Dongdao remarked, the outer perimeter of the sect spans several dozen miles, which is quite expansive. Based on his estimation, the protective barrier of the Qingyun Sect has a diameter exceeding several miles, and with the surrounding area extending for dozens of miles. It must encompass over 1,000 square kilometers. Lu Fengming replied, each mountain peak dispatches outer disciples to patrol. We only need to survey in our direction. That sounds reasonable. Yang Dong suddenly realized that with just the 6 of them, it would be impossible to patrol the entire perimeter of the Qingyun Sect. Brother Lu, let us split up for the patrol. If we all go together, who would claim the spiritual fruits and herbs we discover? Gu Xiaoyang urged as he advanced with his sword towards Lu Fengming. Previously, they had always patrolled at a distance apart, which not only facilitated reconnaissance, but also expanded the range for discovering spiritual herbs and fruits. Gu Xiaoyang's suggestion was indeed pragmatic, but he also had another motive, to allow Yang Dong to confront challenges on his own. Lu Shixiang nodded, everyone, spread out, maintaining a distance of 30 zhang between us. If anything arises, call out immediately. The group acknowledged in unison, taking to their swords and dispersing in a straight line, patrolling and searching for spiritual herbs and fruits. Flying on their swords consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy, and for cultivators at the qi refining stage, traversing several dozen miles had already depleted a considerable portion of their strength. Yang Dong was not well versed in spiritual fruits and herbs. He merely picked anything that appeared different, relying on instinct. After all, he possessed the treasure cauldron, and even if it was not a spiritual fruit or herb, he could refine it into one. The storage bags issued by the sect provided a cubic meter of space, ample enough to hold numerous fruits and herbs. Gu Xiaoyang, positioned about 30 zhang away from Yang Dong, could not help but smirk inwardly as he observed Yang Dong indiscriminately collecting everything. Along the way, they encountered several first-tier exotic beasts, such as blood-biting rats, red-haired wolves, and swift-winged rabbits, all of which were swiftly dispatched by the 6. The swift-winged rabbit was roasted on the spot, and they enjoyed a delightful picnic. As the sun began to set, Lu Fengming led the 5 back to the sect. Junior brother Yang, since you are unfamiliar with spiritual herbs and fruits, you might consider visiting the Outer Hall's library to borrow a copy of the Compendium of Spiritual Herbs and Fruits for study. On their way back, Lu Fengming noted how Yang Dong had collected everything, regardless of its value. Thank you for the advice, Brother Lu, Yang Dong replied, walking alongside Lu Fengming and clasping his hands in gratitude. This Lu Shixiang was truly commendable. Of course, Lu Fengming replied with a slight smile. Once we reach the Outer Hall, I will help you identify those valuable spiritual fruits and herbs for exchange at the sect. The rest can be discarded. The herbs and fruits collected by disciples were typically exchanged at the sect for items such as spirit stones, elixirs, or contribution points. which the sect then sent to the alchemy hall for the crafting of various pills. No need to trouble Brother Lu. I will take them back and study them myself first. Yang Dong politely declined Lu Fuming's kind offer. He intended to refine the spiritual herbs and fruits in his treasure cauldron, so he had no plans to exchange them at the sect just yet. Very well. As you wish, Junior Brother Lu, Lu Fengming replied with a faint smile. Chapter 18. Breakthrough to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Upon returning to the sect, and after dining, Yang Dong retreated to his residence, securing the doors and windows. He retrieved the treasure cauldron and began to refine the spiritual fruits and herbs he had gathered that day, pouring them in batches into the cauldron. There were hundreds of fruits and over 100 herbs. After several rounds of refinement, he successfully produced 2 high-grade spiritual fruits, 8 medium-grade spiritual fruits, and over 20 low-grade spiritual fruits. In terms of herbs, he obtained several medium-grade and a dozen low-grade ones. Today's harvest was quite satisfactory. Yang Dong placed the refined spiritual fruits and herbs back into his storage bag, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He planned to exchange these spiritual fruits and herbs for spirit stones at the outer hall tomorrow, allowing him to refine another batch. What a lucrative endeavor. Feeling pleased with his thoughts, Yang Dong stepped outside to begin practicing the Qingyun Qi refinement technique. The following morning, after half an hour of practicing the Qingyun sword technique, he made his way to the outer hall on Miao Peak. After Elder Lu conducted a brief morning meeting, the disciples commenced their individual cultivation. Junior Brother Yang, did you go patrolling yesterday? Just as Yang Dong was about to head to the outer hall, he heard a sweet voice. He turned to see Qin Machio, clad in a flowing red garment, approaching with a smile, her graceful figure captivating. She had not noticed Yang Dong flying on his sword the previous day, hence her inquiry. Yes, Yang Dong nodded. I went with Brother Lu and the others and gathered some spiritual herbs and fruits. Was it Brother Lu who brought you with his flying sword? Qin Machio asked curiously. Not exactly. I can manage a bit myself, Yang Dong replied. Sister Qin, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, he summoned the Qing Feng sword and took off into the sky. Junior Brother Yang can actually fly on a sword? Qin Machio marveled at Yang Dong's retreating figure, her eyes wide with disbelief. Yang Dong arrived at the mountain peak housing the outer hall. Presenting his token, he entered the grand main hall of the outer hall and, after some inquiries, reached the exchange counter. Hello, I would like to exchange for spirit stones, Yang Dong stated, producing his storage bag and emptying its contents onto the counter. 2 high-grade spiritual fruits, 8 medium-grade spiritual fruits, and over 20 low-grade spiritual fruits, along with 3 medium-grade herbs and a dozen low-grade herbs. The attendant, donned in a gray robe, scrutinized the spiritual herbs and fruits before looking up in surprise. Did you gather all of these? It was uncommon for the average outer disciples to collect such a bounty of high-grade spiritual herbs and fruits. This is from my collection over several days. I brought them all for exchange today, Yang Dong explained. The attendant inquired, what grade of spirit stones would you like to exchange for? Low-grade spirit stones will suffice. Yang Dong replied. He understood that refining these spirit stones in the treasure cauldron would yield a higher probability of enhancing them if he used low-grade stones. You can exchange for a total of 125 low-grade spirit stones, the attendant informed him, retrieving the stones from the storage cabinet and handing them over to Yang Dong. Placing the 125 low-grade spirit stones into his storage bag, Yang Dong felt quite pleased. For an average outer disciple, 125 low-grade spirit stones represented a significant income. Not to mention, with the treasure cauldron in his possession, he could refine all of these into medium-grade or higher stones. After exiting the exchange counter, Yang Dong proceeded to the scripture repository of the outer hall. Presenting his token, he borrowed 2 books, the Compendium of Spiritual Herbs and Fruits and the Encyclopedia of Exotic Beasts. Both tomes were invaluable, as a cultivator must familiarize themselves with all spiritual herbs and fruits, as well as the tiered strengths of exotic beasts. Returning to his stone abode, he closed the doors and windows before taking out the treasure cauldron. He poured all the spirit stones from his storage bag into the cauldron, mixing them with the previous 22 low-grade spirit stones that could no longer be refined. Though he could not distinguish them, he added them to the cauldron, knowing it would have no adverse effect. During the first round of refinement, he acquired over 100 medium-grade spirit stones and 3 high-grade spirit stones. Yang Dong selected the 3 high-grade stones and continued refining the medium-grade stones, resulting in over a dozen transforming into high-grade stones, while the remainder reverted to low-grade stones. After counting, he found he now possessed 18 high-grade spirit stones and 156 low-grade spirit stones. Yang Dong chose not to continue refining the 18 high-grade spirit stones further. In the ensuing days, Yang Dong devoted himself to studying 2 particular tomes, diligently practicing the Qingyun Qi refining technique and the Qingyun sword technique, while also absorbing the energy from spirit stones each day. After a week, he had successfully absorbed all the spirit stones, and coupled with his daily cultivation, he finally broke through to the 7th level of Qi refinement. He had also nearly mastered the contents of Compendium of Spiritual Herbs and Fruits and Illustrated Guide to Exotic Beasts. The Celestial Body of Dominance, aside from its formidable physical prowess, endowed him with an extraordinary comprehension of techniques and an exceptional memory, far surpassing that of ordinary cultivators. He resolved to venture out alone the following day to gather resources and, after refining them, exchange them for spirit stones at the Outer Sect's main hall. Although his celestial body of dominance allowed him to cultivate at a rate 100 times greater than that of other Outer Sect disciples, the assistance of spirit stones would expedite his progress even further. As his cultivation level gradually ascended, each breakthrough became increasingly arduous. Ordinary cultivators, even dedicating their entire lives to cultivation, often struggled to reach the foundation establishment stage. Those who achieved the golden core stage not only possessed innate talents, but also had access to abundant cultivation resources. Yangdong, equipped with a precious cauldron capable of amplifying resources by 10-fold or 100-fold, naturally sought to gather resources to facilitate his rapid advancement. However, the risks of venturing out alone to collect resources were considerable. Most Outer Sect disciples traveled in groups of at least 5 and only dared to operate within a radius of 20 to 30 miles from the sect. Yangdong preferred solitude. Armed with his golden-winged tiger-head bee, he felt confident even against second-tier exotic beasts or malevolent cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage. The next day, Yangdong arrived at the Outer Sect Hall of the Mysterious Peak. After attending the morning assembly, he took flight on his sword, soaring forth alone. Upon reaching the boundary of the protective barrier, he produced a command token to deactivate it and glided beyond, watching as the barrier's opening sealed behind him. Once outside the sect's confines, Yangdong summoned his golden-winged tiger-head bee, which emerged from his attire and followed him as he soared into the distance. Within 30 to 40 miles of the sect, the spirit herbs and fruits had largely been harvested by the disciples. Therefore, Yangdong resolved to venture farther afield for his gathering. After flying approximately 30 to 40 miles, he slowed his pace, standing upon his azure sword to survey the surroundings. The landscape remained a tapestry of rolling mountains, wilderness, and dense forests. The roars of ferocious beasts echoed from the thickets, more imposing than the sounds near the sect. In the distant sky, spiritual birds occasionally called out as they soared. Indeed, as he moved further away from the sect, the presence of spiritual creatures and exotic beasts increased. Yangdong remained vigilant, retracting his sword and leaping down. Prolonged flight on his sword would deplete a significant amount of spiritual energy, and being alone in the wilderness required him to conserve his internal strength. In recent days, he had committed the Compendium of Spiritual Herbs and Fruits to memory, enabling him to distinguish between various spiritual fruits and herbs and their respective grades. Whenever he encountered any spiritual fruit or herb, regardless of its grade, even if it was of the lowest yellow tier, he collected it and stored it in his spatial pouch. A sudden wolf's howl pierced the air, and a 3-headed demon wolf burst from the underbrush, lunging toward Yangdong. Yangdong inhaled sharply. The 3-headed demon wolf was a second-tier exotic beast. Faced with this formidable foe, Yangdong unleashed a fireball aimed at the charging creature. The 3-headed demon wolf, remarkably agile, evaded the fireball with a deft leap and continued its advance toward him. Buzzing, the golden-winged tiger-head bee zipped forth, resembling a bullet as it shot toward the oncoming wolf. Its sharp golden wings sliced cleanly through one of the wolf's heads. The bee, approximately the size of a sparrow, with wings spanning 3 inches, had cleaved the central head of the 3-headed demon wolf in two. The beast emitted a pained howl. Seizing the opportunity, Yangdong leapt upward, his foot finding purchase on his flying sword as he ascended several yards, drenched in cold sweat. The power of a second-tier exotic beast was comparable to that of a Foundation establishment cultivator, far beyond what he, at the 7th level of Qi refinement, could contend with. Had it not been for the golden-winged tiger-head bee's timely intervention, he might have succumbed to a single blow from the demon wolf. Yangdong soared several yards high on his sword, observing the battle below. The golden-winged tiger-head bee engaged in a fierce tussle with the 3-headed demon wolf. Although the wolf was highly agile, it could not match the bee's speed and finesse. Each pass the bee made through the wolf's form left behind a deep wound. The 3-headed demon wolf howled in agony, its mouth spewing magical arrows that failed to strike the elusive bee. It then redirected its attacks toward Yangdong, launching magical arrows into the air, but the bee's interference and Yangdong's evasive maneuvers ensured that none found their mark. Yangdong occasionally unleashed icy blades that struck the 3-headed demon wolf. He dared not employ fire spells, fearing that he might inadvertently harm his bee, for fire was its sworn enemy. Moments later, the 3-headed demon wolf was riddled with grievous wounds, blood pooling beneath it, and its 3 heads were mutilated beyond recognition. Ultimately, the wolf's throat succumbed to the relentless assault of the golden-winged tigerhead bee, resulting in its collapse and demise. Yang Dong leapt down from the air, and the bee, seemingly eager for praise, buzzed excitedly before him. "Well done," Yang Dong exclaimed, giving the bee a thumbs up in commendation. The golden-winged tigerhead bee could have dispatched the 3-headed demon wolf with a single sting, but it opted to engage in combat, relying solely on its own prowess to vanquish the beast. It understood that employing its venomous stinger would necessitate a 7-day recovery period. Thus, it would refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary. Without the bee's assistance, Yang Dong would have likely become a meal for the 3-headed demon wolf. Withdrawing his Qingfeng sword, Yang Dong sliced open the wolf's abdomen, retrieving a walnut-sized object, though considerably larger than an ordinary walnut. "Is this the beast core?" he mused, examining it closely. It bore 2 distinct markings, aligning perfectly with the descriptions found in the illustrated guide to exotic beasts. Beast cores, formed within 2nd-tier and above exotic beasts, serve as reservoirs of their energy and are typically vital ingredients for alchemical concoctions, valued far above ordinary spiritual herbs and fruits. Stowing the beast core in his spatial pouch, Yang Dong resumed his search for spiritual herbs and fruits. Encountering a 3-headed demon wolf upon his arrival signified the perils of straying far from the sect. Reluctant to venture further, he recognized that encountering additional 2nd-tier exotic beasts could spell disaster, even with the golden-winged tigerhead bee's protection. He decided to backtrack and traverse the area in search of spiritual herbs and fruits. The golden-winged tigerhead bee circled in the air above him, maintaining vigilance and safeguarding its master. The morning swiftly passed. During this time, Yang Dong encountered a 2nd-tier bloodfang boar and 2 1st-tier exotic beasts, all of which he and the golden-winged tigerhead bee dispatched with ease. Though the distance from the sect posed dangers, the abundance of spiritual herbs and fruits was significantly greater than that found near the sect. By the afternoon, nearing the hour of Yu, Yang Dong had harvested over 100 spiritual fruits and herbs, several of which were of the mid-grade Xian tier, a stark contrast to the ordinary specimens gathered near the sect. He flew back on his sword to the sect, dined in the cafeteria, and later returned to his quarters. Secure the doors and windows, summon the treasured cauldron from within, and commence the refinement of the spiritual fruits and herbs gathered today. After several rounds of alchemical processes, the quality of all the herbs and fruits has significantly improved. 5 superior-grade spiritual fruits of the profound tier, over 10 mid-grade spiritual fruits, and dozens of inferior-grade spiritual fruits. Additionally, the herbs are all of the profound tier, with quality comparable to the fruits. This harvest far surpasses the bounty from my previous mountain expedition. Not to mention, these 2 beast cores can also be refined. Yang Dong cast the 2 2nd-tier beast cores he had slain into the treasured cauldron, and with a fleeting glimmer, they transformed into 2 3rd-tier beast cores. These 2 3rd-tier beast cores should yield a substantial amount of spirit stones. After storing the beast cores along with the spiritual herbs and fruits back into his storage bag, he planned to exchange them for spirit stones at the outer sect's main hall the following day. Stepping outside, Yang Dong sat cross-legged on a large azure stone, initiating his practice of the Qingyun Chi refining technique. Although he possessed the treasured cauldron, daily diligent cultivation remained imperative. The next day, Yang Dong arrived at the item exchange section of the outer sect's main hall. "Please assist me in assessing the total amount of spirit stones I can exchange," he requested. Dumping the spiritual herbs, fruits, and the 2 3rd-tier beast cores onto the table, the steward, upon seeing the large pile of profound tier spiritual herbs and fruits, was taken aback. "So many spiritual herbs and fruits, all of profound tier? Is this truly the bounty of an outer sect disciple?" Normally, the spiritual herbs and fruits harvested by outer sect disciples near the sect are predominantly of yellow tier quality, with profound tier being exceedingly rare. Such a yield would typically only be attainable during excursions organized by the sect to mystical spirit ruins. And these are 3rd-tier beast cores? The steward's eyes widened further in disbelief. Acquiring 3rd-tier beast cores indicates the slaying of 3rd-tier aberrant beasts. The combat prowess of 3rd-tier aberrant beasts is akin to that of golden core stage cultivators. Even inner sect disciples would find themselves at a disadvantage against such creatures. The steward himself would face grave danger when confronting a 3rd-tier aberrant beast. "Where did you acquire these 2 3rd-tier beast cores?" he inquired with curiosity. Yang Dong, concocting a tale, replied, "I ventured several dozen miles beyond the sect yesterday to gather herbs and witnessed a rogue cultivator battling 2 3rd-tier aberrant beasts. I was terrified and hid behind a tree to observe. Eventually, the rogue cultivator managed to slay the beasts, though he succumbed to his injuries. I merely seized the opportunity to collect the spoils." "Ah, I see." The steward, comprehension dawning upon him, sighed. "You are indeed quite fortunate. As an outer sect disciple, You should refrain from straying too far from the sect. Had it not been for your luck, you might have lost your life. Yang Dong nodded in agreement. The steward glanced at the spiritual herbs, fruits, and beast cores on the table, then asked, "Do you wish to exchange all of these for spirit stones? Why not consider trading some for contribution points? Contribution points can greatly aid your future endeavors within the sect." Yang Dong shook his head. "I prefer to exchange everything for spirit stones." Development? With the treasured cauldron, he had no aspirations of relying on the sect for advancement. The sect was merely a temporary refuge for him. Once his strength grew, he would inevitably depart. The steward ceased his persuasion, stating, "Very well. What quality of spirit stones do you desire?" Yang Dong replied, "Let us exchange for mid-grade spirit stones." Given the worth of the items, if exchanged for inferior-grade spirit stones, he would likely receive over 500. Thus, it was more prudent to opt for mid-grade spirit stones. After calculating, the steward confirmed, "You may exchange for a total of 75 mid-grade spirit stones." With that, the steward retrieved and counted out 75 mid-grade spirit stones for Yang Dong. 75 mid-grade spirit stones equate to 750 inferior-grade spirit stones, a five-fold increase compared to the previous exchange of over 100 inferior-grade spirit stones. The high tier of the spiritual herbs and fruits, coupled with the significant value of the two third-tier beast cores, contributed to this bountiful exchange. Yang Dong felt a surge of joy within as he placed the 75 mid-grade spirit stones into his storage bag, expressing his gratitude before departing. Exiting the exchange area, he pondered for a moment before heading to the scripture pavilion of the outer sect. His cultivation had reached the 7th layer of qi refinement. Yet he only knew a handful of the simplest spells. It was time to learn some new techniques. He borrowed a book titled Intermediate Thunder Techniques from the pavilion and then returned to his dwelling. Upon entering the stone chamber, securing the doors and windows, Yang Dong summoned the treasured cauldron once more. He poured all 75 mid-grade spirit stones into the cauldron for refinement. A flash of white light signified the transformation of the 75 mid-grade spirit stones into 92 superior-grade spirit stones and 1 exquisite spirit stone. Is this truly an exquisite spirit stone? Yang Dong picked up the exquisite spirit stone, its entire body a deep green hue, and felt the dense spiritual energy contained within as he held it. He immediately began to circulate his cultivation technique, absorbing the energy from the exquisite spirit stone. The pure energy surged forth continuously from the exquisite spirit stone, entering Yang Dong's body. Moments later, he had completely absorbed the energy of the exquisite spirit stone. The spiritual energy within Yang Dong had noticeably increased, had he been at the 2nd or 3rd layer of qi refinement. This exquisite spirit stone could have enabled him to break through a realm. However, as he was currently at the 7th layer of qi refinement, the exquisite spirit stone merely advanced him from the early to the mid-stage of the 7th layer. Although the energy within the exquisite spirit stone was exceedingly pure, its size was relatively small. Spirit stones are uniformly cut into cubic shapes, measuring 1 inch on each side. In essence, it resembled a slightly larger pebble. After storing the remaining 92 superior-grade spirit stones in his storage bag, Yang Dong took out the Intermediate Thunder Techniques book to study. Inside, he found only a few types of thunder spells: Thunder Strike, Electric Serpent Dance, Lightning Sphere, and Palm Thunder. The Thunder Strike is the simplest of the thunder techniques, which Yang Dong mastered in no time. He extended his hand, and a current of electricity shot forth, thick as a finger. Should an ordinary person be struck, they would perish instantly. However, for cultivators, it posed little threat. In the days that followed, Yang Dong practiced the thunder techniques during the day, and in the mornings and evenings, he conducted qi absorption to draw in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Within just 3 days, he had mastered all the thunder techniques. After completing his training in the intermediate thunder techniques, Yang Dong returned the books to the scripture pavilion and began studying the intermediate techniques of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. As for advanced techniques, it was not that he did not wish to learn them, but rather that his current cultivation level rendered him incapable of mastering them. After several days, Yang Dong had essentially grasped the intermediate techniques of the 5 elements. Over the next fortnight, he diligently practiced qi absorption each morning and evening. And with the aid of 30 superior-grade spirit stones, he broke through to the 8th layer of qi refinement. One morning, Yang Dong arrived at the outer sect's main hall at Pyongyang Peak for assembly. After the morning meeting, as he was preparing to leave, he heard a woman calling from behind. "Junior brother Yang, where are you headed?" Turning around, Yang Dong saw Qin Macho approaching with a smile. "Sister Qin, is there something you need?" he inquired with a smile. Qin Macho stepped before Yang Dong, her curiosity piqued. "You have been leaving right after the morning meeting every day. What have you been so busy with?" Most disciples would remain at the outer sect's training grounds in the morning to practice, allowing for mutual sparring discussions, and socializing, thereby fostering camaraderie. Furthermore, should they encounter any cultivation bottlenecks, they could seek guidance from stewards or even elders for assistance. Afternoons and evenings were typically reserved for returning to their respective residences for solitary cultivation. This practice model could be deemed the most reasonable. Yet, Yang Dong had only sparred with Qin Machio on the first day. Thereafter, for over 20 days, he had consistently left right after the morning meetings, setting himself apart from others. "I'm returning to cultivate," Yang Dong replied candidly. With his innate talent for the celestial body, there was no need for him to seek guidance from the stewards or elders, nor did he wish to squander time sparring with others. It was far more prudent to return to his abode and devote himself to earnest cultivation. "Junior brother Yang, it has been a long time since we last sparred. Shall we engage in a friendly match?" Qin Machio blinked her large eyes at Yang Dong, her charming face adorned with a smile. "Very well. I humbly request your guidance, Senior Sister Qin," Yang Dong replied with a sincere bow. This Senior Sister Qin was not only strikingly beautiful, but also displayed warmth and concern towards him. And he did not wish to offend her kindness. "I would not presume to teach. Let us learn together," Qin Machio replied with a radiant smile. Gesturing towards a distant area, "Let us move over there." The two ventured to a secluded spot with fewer onlookers, drew their swords, and began their duel. Initially, Qin Machio intended to hold back, but upon their first exchange, she quickly realized that Yang Dong's strength had significantly increased. As their blades clashed, she felt a numbing sensation in her arm, nearly losing grip on her sword. "Junior brother Yang, your spiritual energy is astonishing," Qin Machio exclaimed in surprise, no longer daring to hold back, and fought Yang Dong with all her might. Yang Dong, too, had not restrained his own cultivation during their earlier encounters, as he felt vastly inferior to Qin Machio. Yet to his astonishment, their first clash this time nearly sent her long sword flying from her grasp. It dawned on him that during their previous duel, his cultivation was merely at the 5th level of qi refinement, while now he had ascended to the 8th level. In contrast, Qin Machio was only at the 7th level. "Senior brother Shun, that rascal Yang Dong is once again mingling with Qin Machio." Ma Biao pointed towards Yang Dong and Qin Machio from a nearby knoll, addressing the cross-legged Shun Yunqing. Shun Yunqing slowly withdrew from his meditation and, upon noticing the duo, his expression darkened. "Damn it, this fellow has once again entangled himself with Junior Sister Qin. His audacity knows no bounds. A mere servant dares to pursue the most beautiful outer disciple of our Miao Miao Peak. He is akin to a toad desiring to feast upon swan meat. Senior brother, I shall confront this rascal for a spar, to vent our frustrations." Several outer disciples surrounding Shun Yunqing chimed in, for he was their senior brother and possessed the most profound cultivation, thus they followed his lead. They had long been seeking an opportunity to challenge Yang Dong, hoping to teach him a lesson. However, they had almost forgotten about it, only to find Yang Dong once again in the company of Qin Machio today. Meanwhile, Qin Machio and Yang Dong had exchanged blows for over a dozen rounds. She grew increasingly astonished. Despite employing her full cultivation, she could not gain even the slightest advantage. And it seemed as though Yang Dong was still holding back his true strength. How is this possible? She pondered, having cultivated for 8 years within the sect to reach the 7th level of qi refinement, while Yang Dong had only recently advanced from being a servant to an outer disciple. How could he possibly overpower her? "Junior Sister Qin, may I join you in this spar against our esteemed junior brother?" A man with a pockmarked face approached, addressing the ongoing duel. He was none other than Ma Biao, Shun Yunqing's lackey, who presumed that Qin Machio was merely allowing Yang Dong to gain the upper hand. Upon seeing Ma Biao's intention to challenge Yang Dong, Qin Machio stepped aside and smiled. "Certainly, I too wish to see who is stronger, brother Ma or junior brother Yang." Qin Machio was well aware of Ma Biao's abilities, as he was at the 6th level of qi refinement, placing him among the upper tier of outer disciples. However, to challenge Yang Dong would be an exercise in futility. As Ma Biao usually followed Shun Yunqing, Qin Machio could easily surmise that he sought to take this opportunity to reprimand Yang Dong. She felt that it was time for him to learn of Yang Dong's true prowess and cease bullying the newcomers. Yang Dong performed a respectful bow towards Ma Biao. "Brother Ma, I humbly ask for your guidance." He was oblivious to Ma Biao's true intentions and believed that he simply wished to spar. "Junior brother Yang, swords have no eyes, be cautious." Ma Biao sneered, drawing his sword and unleashing a radiant slash towards Yang Dong. Yang Dong swiftly evaded the oncoming blade, countering with a strike of his own. Initially, he intended to merely defend himself and not harm this fellow disciple, as they were merely sparring, not engaged in a life-and-death contest. However, he soon realized that Ma Biao was attacking with ruthless intent, showing no mercy. "This pockmarked fellow is deliberately seeking trouble," Yang Dong thought to himself, suppressing a smirk. If Ma Biao desired a fight, then he would not hold back either. With that, he deflected Ma Biao's sword and delivered a kick to his chest, sending him flying several yards. Bang! Ma Biao crashed heavily to the ground, coughing up blood, having sustained 3 broken ribs from Yang Dong's strike. "Brother Ma, are you all right?" Yang Dong leapt over, feigning concern as he helped Ma Biao to his feet. Fuming with anger and humiliation, Ma Biao thought, "How dare he ask if I am fine after breaking 3 ribs?" Pushing Yang Dong away, he spat another mouthful of blood. "Brother Ma, please do not be angry. Look, you are bleeding again from your anger." Yang Dong feigned innocence, attempting to pacify him. Poof! Ma Biao, incensed, coughed up even more blood. Qin Machio, standing nearby, struggled to suppress her laughter, feeling a mix of sourness and delight. She had not anticipated that Yang Dong, who seemed outwardly simple and honest, could be so cunningly devious. Yet, dealing with someone like Ma Biao required such tactics. From the distant knoll, Shen Yunqing and his companions had prepared to witness Ma Biao mercilessly beating Yang Dong, only to be shocked to see Ma Biao sent flying by a single kick from Yang Dong after just a few exchanges. What is happening? How could Ma Biao be bested by this newcomer? They wondered in disbelief. Ma Biao was at least at the 6th level of Qi refinement. How could he lose to someone who had only recently ascended from being a servant? Could it be that this newcomer has a higher cultivation than Ma Biao? Shen Yunqing's expression darkened, thinking it impossible. "Junior brother, it appears Ma Biao has sustained injuries." "What a useless fool," he scoffed, striding towards Yang Dong with his entourage. Upon reaching Ma Biao, Shen Yunqing coldly inquired, "Ma Biao, what transpired?" "Senior brother, I apologize." Ma Biao clutched his chest, his face filled with shame. He had intended to showcase his prowess before Shen Yunqing, only to end up grievously injured by Yang Dong. Losing to someone who had just recently advanced from a servant was a blow to his pride. Shen Yunqing's gaze shifted to Yang Dong. "You engaged in a spar with your fellow disciple, yet you employed such brutal tactics, intent on harming Brother Ma. What is your intent?" Yang Dong thought to himself. "It was clearly this Ma fellow who attacked me first, yet Shen Yunqing is twisting the narrative. It seems he might be the true instigator here." Just as he prepared to retort, Qin Machio stepped in front of Yang Dong, exclaiming loudly, "Shen Yunqing, do not slander him." It was evidently Ma Biao who struck with malice against junior brother Yang. "Would you have him stand idly by while Ma Biao attempted to harm him?" Shen Yunqing snorted disdainfully. "What nonsense. Ma Biao merely wished to engage junior brother Yang in friendly sparring. Why would he resort to violence against a newcomer?" Qin Machio coldly scoffed. "Shen Yunqing, cease your pretense. Do not assume I am unaware that Ma Biao was dispatched by you, seeking to injure brother Yang under the guise of sparring. Alas, your skills are lacking. Instead of harming him, you have only succeeded in wounding yourself." Shen Yunqing retorted angrily. "Qin Machio, do not spout nonsense. Why would I, Shen Yunqing, stoop to harming a worthless individual who has merely clawed his way up from the ranks of menial labor? Is it not merely your infatuation with his handsome appearance that compels you to defend him?" Qin Machio's fair visage flushed with indignation as she exclaimed, "Shen Yunqing, you speak filth." Shen Yunqing sneered. "Your face is flushed, yet you refuse to admit it." At that moment, a gathering of disciples encircled them, whispering amongst themselves. "What is this? Has Qin Machio taken a liking to this newcomer? Admittedly, he is quite handsome, so her affections are not entirely unexpected. Yet what good his looks? He is merely a menial laborer, elevated to this status without any true talent. How could Qin Machio possibly be enamored with such a pretty boy? I heard that senior brother Shun has long harbored feelings for Qin Machio. Perhaps he is feeling jealous. Which male disciple of Piao Peak does not admire Qin Machio? What transpired? How did Ma Biao end up in such a state? It is said he was injured by this newcomer. Impossible. Ma Biao is at the 6th level of Qi refinement. While this lad has just ascended from the ranks of menial labor, he can hardly be at the 3rd level. Just then, Elder Chen approached, casting a stern glance at the group. What is going on here? Shen Yunqing bowed respectfully to Elder Chen, stating, Elder Chen. Ma Biao engaged in a spar with Yang Dong, yet Yang Dong resorted to lethal force, grievously injuring Ma Biao. I implore you to render justice. What? Yang Dong injured Ma Biao? Elder Chen gazed incredulously at Ma Biao, who was clutching his chest, blood trickling from his lips, a clear sign of severe injury. How could a mere menial laborer inflict harm upon Ma Biao? The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, all wearing expressions of disbelief. Ma Biao, at that moment, wished for nothing more than to vanish into the ground. Being bested by a newcomer was now public knowledge, and he would likely find it impossible to hold his head high in the sect again. Yang Dong, in a friendly sparring match. One must know where to draw the line. Why did you resort to such brutality against Ma Biao? Elder Chen interrogated Yang Dong, seizing the opportunity to address his disdain for him. Yang Dong understood Elder Chen's intent all too well. He clasped his hands together, responding, Elder Chen, I am but a new disciple. Ma Biao challenged me to a spar. My abilities were inferior, and I had no choice but to respond with all my might. It was an accident that I struck him. I did not intend to harm senior brother Ma. An accident? The crowd displayed expressions of incredulity. Could it be that Ma Biao was simply careless, resulting in Yang Dong's unintentional strike? Qin Machio interjected, Elder Chun, every word Yang Dong speaks is the truth. I witnessed their spar. Ma Biao's strikes were ruthless and lethal, leaving Yang Dong in peril. Ultimately, it was only after being forced to defend himself that Yang Dong managed to topple Ma Biao. I hope Elder Chun can discern the truth. The spectators began to murmur amongst themselves. We thought Yang Dong was the aggressor, but it seems he was compelled to act in self-defense. Who would have imagined that Ma Biao could not best a mere newcomer? Why would Ma Biao resort to such brutality against a new disciple? Could it be that Qin Machio is intervening for Yang Dong, considering her fondness for him? Qin Machio is a person of integrity. I believe she would not speak falsely. Upon hearing Qin Machio's account, Elder Chen found himself at a loss for words. With her testimony supporting Yang Dong's claim of self-defense, he was uncertain how to proceed against him. Shen Yinqing, bowing again, urged, Elder Chen, do not heed only Qin Machio's words. She is biased, as her affections for Yang Dong color her judgment. Qin Machio, both embarrassed and enraged, retorted, Shen Yinqing, cease your slander and confusion. It was you who orchestrated Ma Biao's attack on Yang Dong, and now you dare twist the narrative. Shen Yinqing shot back. What proof do you have that I instigated Ma Biao? As Qin Machio prepared to respond, Elder Chen interjected, enough. Without evidence, do not speak frivolously. Biting her lip in frustration, Qin Machio fell silent. Elder Chen turned his attention to Shun Yinqing, inquiring, Yinqing, what is your perspective on this matter? Given that Shun Yinqing's uncle was an elder in the Outer Affairs Hall, Elder Chen afforded her special consideration. He recognized her intentions to undermine Yang Dong and thus sought to exploit her opinion, as he himself harbored a distaste for Yang Dong. Shen Yinqing bowed, saying, Elder Chen, if Yang Dong claims his actions were unintentional, I propose a fair duel between us. Regardless of the outcome, I will harbor no grievances. Her proposition was not for the sake of avenging Ma Biao, but stemmed from Yang Dong's arrival, which had usurped her affections. This was something Shen Yinqing could not abide. The sect forbade mutual killings. However, if both parties consented to a duel, the sect would impose no penalties, regardless of the consequences. Upon hearing this, Qin Machio could no longer contain herself. Shen Yinqing, after decades of cultivation at Qingyun Sect, how can you stoop so low as to challenge a fledgling disciple? Is this not sheer bullying? Shen Yinqing scoffed, Qin Machio, do not plead for him. Where was your intervention when he harmed Ma Biao? Should he refuse my challenge, let him face the sect's punishment. The gathered crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. Senior brother Shun is at the 9th level of Qi refinement. A duel with Yang Dong is tantamount to a death sentence. Shen Yinqing's challenge to a new disciple is clearly an attempt to eliminate Yang Dong. Yang Dong, once a menial laborer, has no connections within the sect. If Shen Yinqing were to slay him in the duel, no one would bat an eye. Yang Dong would surely decline the challenge. He could not be so foolish. Elder Chen regarded Yang Dong, his voice grave. Yang Dong, you have two choices. 1. Accept Shen Yinqing's challenge. 2. Face 30 strokes of punishment from the sect. Shen Yinqing wore a sinister smile, fully aware that neither choice boded well for Yang Dong. The sect's 30 strokes could shatter his bones. Qin Machio, in a state of urgency, beseeched Elder Chen. Elder Chen, Yang Dong merely accidentally injured Ma Biao. I implore you to consider a lighter punishment. Elder Chen shot her a cold glance, responding icily, are you instructing me on my duties? With that, Qin Machio fell silent, knowing that Elder Chen was deliberately siding with Shen Yinqing, rendering her pleas futile. Yang Dong, have you made your choice? Elder Chen pressed again, his tone unwavering. This wretched man is intent on my destruction. Yang Dong seethed internally. Accepting the sect's punishment was out of the question. It would imply an admission of guilt and likely result in grievous injury. The severity of the punishment could be adjusted, and Elder Chen, seeking vengeance, would ensure that the enforcer struck mercilessly. Moreover, Yang Dong would not suffer such indignity. I accept your challenge, he declared, fixing his gaze on Shen Yinqing, enunciating each word with conviction. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonished chatter. Wow, this newcomer has the audacity to accept senior brother Shen's challenge. Shen Shixiang possesses the formidable cultivation of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, making him the most powerful among the outer disciples of the Floating Mist Peak. And he ranks among the top 10 within the entire Qingyun Sect's outer sect disciples. This audacious youth truly does not know the meaning of danger. How dare he challenge Shen Shixiang to a duel? Regardless of the outcome, I respect him for his courage. A cold smile crept across Shen Yinqing's lips. Excellent. You have guts. Yang Shidi, you mustn't. You will be slain by Shen Yinqing. Qin Machio hurriedly urged. Yang Dong turned to Qin Machio, offering a faint smile. Qin Shiji, do not worry, I will not be defeated. He then addressed Shen Yunqing. How about we duel on the first day of next month? Today is the 10th day of May, leaving 20 days until the first day of next month. With his celestial titan body, he might be able to surpass Shen Yunqing's level. But what if Shen Yunqing possesses formidable magical artifacts? Thus, he must ensure absolute certainty of victory. In 20 days, Yang Dong is confident he can reach the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, where the celestial titan body at that level could easily vanquish Shen Yunqing. Shen Yunqing laughed heartily. Good. Then I shall grant you an extra 20 days of life. Elder Chen's face twisted into a sinister grin as he proclaimed loudly. On the 1st of June, Shen Yunqing and Yang Dong shall duel on the platform. Life and death shall be at their own risk. The crowd murmured in disbelief, as this duel appeared utterly predictable, devoid of any excitement. Qin Machio sighed softly. Her beautiful eyes filled with concern and helplessness as she gazed at Yang Dong. Qin Shiji, I will take my leave, Yang Dong said to Qin Machio, departing without a backward glance toward his dwelling. Upon returning to his stone abode, Yang Dong sat in contemplation regarding the duel with Shen Yunqing. Shen Yunqing boasts the 9th layer of Qi refinement, and he undoubtedly possesses magical artifacts and talismans. If I lack magical artifacts and talismans, even if I reach the 9th layer of Qi refinement, I fear I may still fall to him. I must first forge a few magical artifacts for myself. With this thought, Yang Dong secured the doors and windows, retrieved the treasure cauldron, and placed the Qingfeng sword within it. A flash of white light illuminated the room, and the Qingfeng sword shimmered with an ethereal glow, revealing the following information on the black cauldron. Ice blade, medium-grade magical artifact, sharp and resilient. Imbued with freezing damage that encases the blood of the wounded in ice. Chapter 23, Forging 4 Magical Artifacts. To have successfully forged a medium-grade magical artifact is remarkable. In the ancient continent, items are classified as mundane artifacts, magical artifacts, spiritual artifacts, divine artifacts, and immortal artifacts, each further divided into inferior, middle, superior, and exceptional grades. Divine artifacts are exceedingly rare throughout the ancient continent, while immortal artifacts are the stuff of legend. The Qingyun Sect possesses only a handful of inferior-grade spiritual artifacts, underscoring the extraordinary nature of a medium-grade magical artifact. Yang Dong withdrew the ice blade from the treasure cauldron. Its appearance remained largely unchanged, yet he could sense a chilling aura emanating from it. The ice blade, with its freezing damage, is quite impressive. Yang Dong's face broke into a smile as he carefully stored the ice blade away. Although the sword is now a magical artifact, he still needs to refine a protective garment. Yang Dong retrieved a set of undergarments from his wardrobe, discarding his own and tossing them into the treasure cauldron. A faint light flickered, and while the undergarments did not alter in appearance, the black cauldron displayed the following information. Protective undergarments, inferior grade magical artifact. Significantly resists physical attacks from Qi refinement cultivators or first-tier exotic beasts, and provides minimal resistance against attacks from Foundation establishment cultivators or second-tier exotic beasts. Though not particularly powerful, these will suffice to defend against Shen Yunqing's assaults. Yang Dong was quite satisfied, retrieving the undergarments and putting them on. Placing the other set back into the wardrobe, he then cast 2 outer disciple robes into the treasure cauldron. A faint light glimmered, while the robes appeared unchanged. A careful inspection would reveal faint spiritual patterns etched into them. The cauldron displayed the following information. Spirit Pattern Robe, medium-grade magical artifact. Provides absolute defense against the spells or spiritual power of Qi refinement cultivators or first-tier exotic beasts, and offers 30% defense against the spells or spiritual power of Foundation establishment cultivators or second-tier exotic beasts, ineffective against those at the Golden Core stage or above. The Spirit Pattern Robe provides absolute defense against the spells of Qi refinement cultivators. What a treasure! Yang Dong gleefully took out the 2 Spirit Pattern Robes, stowing one in the wardrobe and donning the other. The protective undergarments can resist physical attacks, while the Spirit Pattern Robe can counteract spells and spiritual power attacks, providing him with comprehensive protection. Especially notable is the Spirit Pattern Robe's absolute defense against the spells and spiritual power of Qi refinement cultivators, meaning that with this robe, Shen Yunqing's spells against him will be virtually ineffective. In battles between cultivators, the primary focus is on spells and spiritual power attacks, with physical strikes serving as a secondary measure. I should also refine some shoes. With this thought, Yang Dong placed 2 pairs of yin shoes, distributed to the outer disciples, into the treasure cauldron. A faint light flashed, and the 2 pairs of shoes seemed to gain additional spiritual patterns. The cauldron displayed the following information. Swift Wind Boots, medium-grade magical artifact, imbued with wind-related spiritual patterns, increasing speed and agility by 30% when worn. A 30% boost in speed and agility is quite commendable. Speed and agility are crucial in combat. Even a mere 10% increase can significantly enhance one's combat prowess. Yang Dong donned a pair of swift wind boots, storing the other pair away. At this point, he had acquired 4 magical artifacts, 1 ice blade, 2 pairs of swift wind boots, 2 spirit pattern robes, and 2 sets of protective undergarments. The spirit pattern robes and protective undergarments can defend against Shen Yunqing's attacks. The swift wind boots enhance Yang Dong's speed and agility by 30%. And the ice blade can inflict freezing damage upon Shen Yunqing. Equipped with these 4 magical artifacts, he would stand on solid ground in his confrontation with Shen Yunqing. Of course, Shen Yunqing certainly has magical artifacts and talismans of his own. These magical artifacts and talismans may well penetrate the defenses of the spirit pattern robes and protective undergarments. It seems I must also procure some talismans and refine them using the treasure cauldron to effectively launch a dimensional strike against Shen Yunqing. Yang Dong thought to himself. Retracting the treasure cauldron into his body before departing the stone abode, soaring on his sword toward the outer sect's main hall. Arriving at the item exchange within the outer sect's main hall, Yang Dong approached the counter. Greetings, I wish to exchange spirit stones for talismans. He addressed the attendant behind the counter. There are many types of talismans. Which one do you wish to exchange for? The attendant asked lazily from their chair. May I inquire how many spirit stones are required for a 5 Thunder Talisman? Yang Dong asked cautiously. The attendant replied, the 5 Thunder Talisman comes in initial, intermediate, advanced, and top-tier grades. The initial grade 5 Thunder Talisman costs 1 superior spirit stone, the intermediate grade costs 1 exceptional spirit stone, the advanced grade costs 10 exceptional spirit stones. While the top-tier 5 Thunder Talisman is exclusive to the sect leader and a few esteemed elders. What a staggering price. This is utterly extortionate. Yang Dong silently grumbled, realizing that talismans are consumable items, making them incredibly costly. The power of an initial grade 5 Thunder Talisman is likely equivalent to the might of a Qi refinement cultivator casting a Palm Thunder. Given that he has already mastered Palm Thunder, purchasing a low-grade 5 Thunder Talisman would be of little significance. He would need at least intermediate or high-grade talismans to contend with Shen Yunqing. However, the advanced grade talisman costs 10 exceptional spirit stones, equivalent to 10,000 inferior spirit stones. Who can afford that? Yang Dong currently possesses over 40 superior spirit stones, which convert to just over 4 exceptional spirit stones. He can only purchase intermediate grade 5 Thunder Talismans. I would like to buy 3 intermediate grade 5 Thunder Talismans. Yang Dong produced 3 superior spirit stones from his storage bag and placed them on the counter. The attendant accepted the 3 superior spirit stones and retrieved 3 intermediate grade 5 Thunder Talismans from the talisman cabinet, handing them to Yang Dong. Yang Dong carefully stored away the 3 mid-tier Thunder Talisman and inquired, are there any defensive talismans? The steward replied, there are numerous varieties of defensive talismans, including the 5 Elements Body Protection Talisman, the Heavenly Gang Body Protection Talisman, and the Golden Light Body Protection Talisman. Each type of protective talisman is categorized into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels. The price of the 5 Elements Body Protection Talisman is equivalent to that of the Thunder Talisman, while the Heavenly Gang Body Protection Talisman costs double. And the Golden Light Body Protection Talisman is 5 times the price of the 5 Elements Talisman. Which one would you like to exchange for? After a moment's contemplation, Yang Dong retrieved 8 high-quality spirit stones from his storage pouch and placed them on the counter, requesting 1 intermediate-level talisman of each type. The steward accepted the 8 high-quality spirit stones and then procured 3 talismans from the cabinet, an intermediate 5 Elements Body Protection Talisman, an intermediate Heavenly Gang Body Protection Talisman, and an intermediate Golden Light Body Protection Talisman. Yang Dong collected these 3 protective talismans and further inquired, do you possess any invisibility talismans? The steward shook his head, stating, crafting invisibility talismans requires at least a cultivation level of the spirit transformation realm. Even our 3 esteemed elders at the Qingyun Sect have only reached the out-of-body realm. Throughout the entire Great Zhou realm, cultivators of the spirit transformation realm are exceedingly rare. Surprisingly, Yang Dong felt a sense of relief rather than disappointment. Even if such invisibility talismans existed within the sect, he knew he could not afford them. Moreover, it was possible that Shen Yunqing might acquire an invisibility talisman, which would pose a significant challenge for him. Yang Dong then inquired about other talismans before exiting the item exchange area and heading toward the scripture pavilion. Upon arrival, he borrowed a book titled Comprehensive Guide to Beginner Talisman Crafting, intending to learn the art of talisman creation on his own. Given his current cultivation level, he could only begin by mastering the crafting of beginner talismans. The art of talismans is essential, A cultivator without knowledge of this craft cannot be deemed a true cultivator. Furthermore, with his precious cauldron, he could enhance the quality of the talismans by casting them into it. The more talismans he possessed, the more opportunities he had for refinement, allowing him to eventually forge advanced or even top-tier talismans. Chapter 24. Breakthrough to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Returning to his stone abode, Yang Dong secured the doors and windows and summoned the cauldron from within his body. He then took the 6 talismans he had exchanged for and cast them all into the cauldron to begin the refinement process. A faint glow flashed, and the 6 talismans underwent subtle transformations, their runes becoming increasingly intricate, shimmering with a hint of spiritual radiance. Several pieces of information appeared on the black cauldron. High-tier Thunder Talisman X2, power equivalent to the initial stage of a Golden Core cultivator casting Palm Thunder. Top-tier Thunder Talisman, power equivalent to the mid-stage of a nascent soul cultivator casting Palm Thunder. High-tier 5 Elements Body Protection Talisman, provides protection using 5 elements energy, capable of withstanding a lethal blow from an initial stage Golden Core cultivator. Top-tier Heavenly Gang Body Protection Talisman, forms protective Qi, capable of withstanding a lethal blow from a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. High-tier Golden Light Body Protection Talisman, when attacked, the body emits golden light, capable of withstanding a lethal blow from a peak Golden Core cultivator. To his astonishment, he had refined 2 top-tier talismans. Yang Dong was overwhelmed with joy upon reviewing the information on the cauldron. Typically, initial refinements would only enhance a talisman by 1 grade, with a 10% probability of raising it by 2 grades. Unexpectedly, 2 of the 6 talismans had advanced from intermediate to top tier. The 2 high-tier Thunder talismans were equivalent to 2 instances of Palm Thunder from an initial stage Golden Core cultivator, while the single top-tier Thunder talisman matched 1 instance from a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. The 3 protective talismans could withstand the lethal strikes of 2 Golden Core cultivators and 1 nascent soul cultivator. With these 6 talismans in his possession, Yang Dong felt an unwavering confidence in his ability to eliminate Qingyun Sect. Even if Qingyun Sect were to exchange for talismans at the sect, he could only acquire high-tier ones at most. The steward had previously mentioned that only the sect leader and the esteemed elders could craft top-tier talismans, which would not be available for exchange. Additionally, high-tier talismans cost 10,000 low-grade spirit stones each, or 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones, 100 high-grade spirit stones, or 10 pinnacle spirit stones. Did Qingyun Sect possess such wealth in spirit stones? Even if he could afford a few high-tier talismans, he would be utterly outmatched compared to Yang Dong's 4 high-tier and 2 top-tier talismans. Yang Dong retrieved the 6 talismans from the black cauldron, placing them into his storage pouch for safekeeping until the day of his duel with Qingyun Sect. After returning the cauldron to his body, he took out high-quality spirit stones and began absorbing their energy, eager to break through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement as swiftly as possible. In the days that followed, Yang Dong dedicated himself to both cultivation and the study of talisman crafting. After 9 days of rigorous training and absorbing nearly 30 high-quality spirit stones, he finally achieved a breakthrough to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. He had already mastered the crafting of the Thunder Talisman and the 5 Elements Body Protection Talisman. As for other miscellaneous talisman techniques, he had no time or inclination to pursue them at present. The Thunder Talisman was primarily offensive, while the Body Protection Talisman served a defensive purpose. By first mastering these 2 talismans and producing a greater quantity, then refining them using the cauldron, he would be well prepared to confront formidable adversaries. However, crafting talismans consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy. As a Qi refinement cultivator, Yang Dong could only produce a handful of low-tier talismans each day. After 5 more days, Yang Dong fully absorbed the remaining 10 high-quality spirit stones, advancing his cultivation to the mid-phase of the 9th layer of Qi refinement. During this time, he had crafted 10 low-tier Thunder talismans and 5 low-tier 5 Elements Body Protection talismans. Today, he felt the urge to venture outside, to gather some spiritual fruits and herbs, and to hunt a few second-tier exotic beasts for their cores to exchange for spirit stones at the sect. He aimed to reach the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Qi refinement and break through to the Foundation Establishment realm before the 1st of June. The next morning, filled with confidence, Yang Dong formulated his plan. Before departing, he refined all 15 talismans he had crafted using the cauldron, resulting in 13 mid-tier talismans and 2 high-tier talismans. This cauldron was truly a miraculous artifact. Yang Dong marveled at its capabilities. It served as his golden finger. Refining spiritual fruits and herbs enhanced their quality, allowing for substantial exchanges of spirit stones, while refining spirit stones increased their quality, and absorbing them rapidly accelerated his cultivation. This virtuous cycle of growth allowed him to gather resources and slay beasts, a truly extraordinary advantage. Without this cauldron, He would merely be a lowly errand worker in the orchard, with a maximum cultivation potential of merely the third layer of qi refinement in this lifetime. After the morning assembly, Yang Dong soared out of the sect's protective barrier, flying toward the distance on his sword. After traveling approximately 40 to 50 miles, he leaped off his sword and began searching for spiritual herbs and fruits. Not long after, a massive blood-toothed boar, weighing over 1,000 pounds, roared and charged toward Yang Dong like a tank, its two sharp blood teeth resembling deadly blades. "Stay back, let me handle this," Yang Dong called out to the golden-winged tiger bee that was about to engage the blood-toothed boar. He promptly threw an intermediate thunder talisman. Boom! A 5-colored lightning bolt struck the blood-toothed boar, causing its skin to split and smoke to rise as it staggered. "Strike!" Yang Dong commanded coldly, sending forth the Xianbing sword, which swiftly pierced the boar's throat. The blood-toothed boar crashed to the ground, its body encased in frost. The Xianbing sword truly possessed remarkable power. A satisfied smile graced Yang Dong's lips. Originally, the golden-winged tiger bee could have dealt with the blood-toothed boar, albeit taking some time. However, today, Yang Dong's primary goal was to assess the effectiveness of the thunder talisman he had crafted and the lethality of the Xianbing sword. With his imminent life-and-death duel against Shen Yunqing just days away, he needed to conduct practical training with both the talismans and the sword. After gutting the blood-toothed boar and retrieving its second-tier beast core to place into his storage pouch, he continued on his journey. After proceeding for half an hour and gathering some spiritual herbs and fruits, Yang Dong arrived at the edge of a dense forest, where a massive serpent swiftly slithered out from the underbrush. Hissing, the flat-headed serpent flicked its crimson tongue menacingly, instilling fear. Yang Dong focused his gaze. It was a black-winged king cobra, over 3 meters long, raising its body half a meter high, moving with incredible speed in an S-shaped pattern. Darkening the grass it passed. The black-winged king cobra, a second-tier mutated serpent, was highly venomous and possessed formidable combat strength. Yang Dong dared not linger and immediately hurled a mid-tier 5 thunder talisman. Boom! 5-colored lightning struck the black-winged king cobra with precision, cleaving the serpent in two. Yet, the front half continued to advance rapidly toward Yang Dong. Oh no! Yang Dong swiftly leaped up, simultaneously swinging his Xianbing sword. A flash of cold light passed, severing the serpent at its vital point, and its flat head fell to the ground. Yang Dong exhaled a sigh of relief as he descended from the air. In truth, even had he not dodged, the black-winged king cobra would not have harmed him. He was clad in protective garments and equipped with several protective talismans that would automatically shield him. Using his sword to split open the serpent's belly, he extracted a jade-green serpent gall, the size of a pigeon egg, which held immense medicinal value and was crucial for concocting various elixirs. After wrapping the gall in a large leaf and placing it in his storage pouch, Yang Dong continued his search for spiritual herbs and fruits. Several hours later, he had gathered over 200 spiritual fruits, more than 100 spiritual herbs, and slain 4 second-tier mutated beasts, marking a bountiful harvest. As the sun dipped in the west, Yang Dong soared on his sword back to the sect. Chapter 25. The young brother is a person of great fortune. After dinner, Yang Dong returned to his residence. After securing the doors and windows, he summoned his treasured cauldron from within. Yang Dong poured all the gathered spiritual herbs and fruits into the cauldron. After 2 rounds of refinement, he obtained 7 superior-grade spiritual fruits, over 30 mid-grade spiritual fruits, and more than 100 low-grade spiritual fruits. The quantity of spiritual herbs was slightly less, but their quality was comparable. He then refined the 4 second-tier beast cores and 1 second-tier serpent gall, yielding 4 third-tier beast cores and 1 third-tier serpent gall. Overall, this harvest was at least double that of his last. This was primarily due to the fact that he was equipped with 3 magical artifacts, wielding the Xianbing sword, and carried over a dozen high-grade talismans, allowing him to venture far beyond the sect with confidence, resulting in such a substantial bounty. Tomorrow, he would exchange for spirit stones at the sect. Yang Dong repacked all the spiritual herbs and fruits into his storage pouch before beginning to cultivate the Qingyun Sect refining technique. The next day, Yang Dong arrived at the outer sect hall of Piaomiao Peak. After the morning assembly, as he was heading to the outer sect main hall, he was called by Qin Machio. "Junior brother Yang, senior sister Qin, is there something you need?" Yang Dong paused and turned to look at Qin Machio, smiling as he inquired. "Junior brother Yang, let us talk over there." Qin Machio gestured toward a large camphor tree in the distance. "Very well." Yang Dong did not ask further and followed Qin Machio to the tree's shade. "Senior sister Qin, what is the matter? You seem rather mysterious," Yang Dong said, standing behind the camphor tree with a smile. Qin Machio brought Yang Dong under the tree. She gazed at him intently, letting out a soft sigh. "Junior brother Yang, heed my advice and do not duel with Shen Yunqing. He is at the pinnacle of the 9th level of qi refinement, You cannot possibly defeat him. Given his character, he will surely employ lethal force during the duel. Yang Dong smiled slightly. Senior Sister Qin, I appreciate your concern for my well-being. However, having promised to duel Qingyun Sect, I shall not retreat. Besides, if I decline his challenge, I will face a 30-foot punishment, which would leave me either dead or crippled. It is better to confront Qingyun Sect in battle. Qin Machio, anxious, insisted, you will surely die if you duel Qingyun Sect. Even receiving the punishment with the rod still offers a glimmer of hope. Furthermore, I can take you to Elder Lu to seek justice. With my testimony, I believe Elder Lu will impose a lighter punishment. Yang Dong understood that Qin Machio was genuinely worried for his safety. Sister, do not fret. Qingyun Sect cannot kill me. I will be the one to eliminate him. Junior brother Yang, I am aware of your rapid progress, but you truly cannot match Qingyun Sect. Not only is his cultivation higher, but he also possesses magical artifacts and various talismans. I only have this few spirit stones left. Take them to the outer hall to exchange for a few 5 thunder talismans. They may provide some assistance. With that, Qin Machio handed her storage pouch to Yang Dong. Yang Dong returned the pouch to Qin Machio, saying, Thank you for your kindness, senior sister, but I have my own talismans. I must be on my way. I have matters to attend to. With that, he took flight on his sword. Watching Yang Dong's departing figure, Qin Machio shook her head helplessly and sighed. Yang Dong arrived at the item exchange area of the outer sect main hall. Attendant, please assist me in exchanging for some spirit stones. He took out his storage pouch and emptied its contents onto the counter. Ah, it's you again, young brother. The attendant recognized Yang Dong immediately. This was his 3rd visit, and each time he brought increasingly valuable items. Do you remember me, attendant? Yang Dong leaned against the counter, smiling. The attendant chuckled. You always come with such a plethora of spiritual herbs and fruits. If I didn't recognize you, I would truly be blind. By the way, young brother, what is your name? Which peak do you belong to? Yang Dong cupped his hands in a salute. My name is Yang Dong, an outer sect disciple of Piaomiao Peak. May I inquire about your esteemed surname, attendant? Seeing that the attendant was amiable, Yang Dong was willing to befriend him. My surname is Wang. You may call me Uncle Wang or Attendant Wang, the attendant replied with a warm smile. I shall call you Attendant Wang, Yang Dong said, bowing slightly. Attendant Wang nodded slightly, then began to tally the spiritual herbs and fruits on the counter, his expression growing increasingly astonished. 7 superior grade spiritual fruits, 6 superior grade spiritual herbs, 4 3rd-tier beast cores, and 1 3rd-tier serpent gall. My heavens, where on earth did you acquire so many treasures? While Yang Dong had previously concocted a reasonable explanation, this time it was exceedingly difficult to justify how he had obtained 4 3rd-tier beast cores and 1 3rd-tier serpent gall. This implied that this outer sect disciple had slain 4 3rd-tier mutated beasts and 1 3rd-tier mutated serpent. How could an outer sect disciple possibly achieve that? Yang Dong chuckled. Didn't I tell you last time that I stumbled upon a golden core cultivator? His storage pouch contained several high-tier talismans and a magical artifact sword. It was with these items that I dared venture far from the sect and slay several 3rd-tier mutated beasts. Otherwise, with my strength, encountering even a 2nd-tier mutated beast would have spelled my doom. This explanation was both reasonable and credible. I see, young brother Yang. You truly are a person of great fortune. Attendant Wang exclaimed, fully believing Yang Dong's words. He could see that this outer sect disciple was destined for an extraordinary future. After a thorough tally, Yang Dong exchanged for over 150 mid-grade spirit stones and spent 30 of them to purchase a 1 cubic meter storage pouch. Having an additional storage pouch would allow for easier organization of items. Exiting the outer sect main hall, Yang Dong soared back to his residence on his sword. After securing the doors and windows, he summoned his treasured cauldron and poured in over 120 mid-grade spirit stones. After 2 rounds of refinement, 15 of them transformed into top-grade spirit stones, while the remainder reverted to mid-grade spirit stones. By the way, I should refine the storage bags as well. Yang Dong mused to himself. Although, for the time being, a 1 cubic meter storage bag sufficed, he knew it would ultimately prove inadequate in the future. He tossed 2 storage bags into the cauldron, and after a bout of refinement, one was transformed into a 10 cubic meter space, while the other became a 30 cubic meter space. The 30 cubic meter capacity should be ample. A smile spread across Yang Dong's face as he secured the 2 storage bags, then picked up a piece of top-grade spirit stone to begin absorbing its energy. In the ensuing days, Yang Dong engaged in daily cultivation, absorbing the energy from spirit stones and crafting talismans by night. The majority of these low-tier talismans underwent refinement in the cauldron, resulting in most being elevated to intermediate-tier talismans, with a few even reaching advanced-tier status. As the month drew to a close, Yang Dong's cultivation had attained the pinnacle of the 9th layer of qi refinement. With the consumption of a Foundation Establishment pill, he would be poised to enter seclusion and strive for the Foundation Establishment realm. However, all of this would have to wait until after his duel with Sun Yunqing the following day. Chapter 26. The Duel Platform. Within a Zen room of the External Affairs Hall, an elderly man clad in a gray robe sat cross-legged on a mat, while Sun Yunqing knelt respectfully beside him. Bowing his head in greeting, "Granduncle, I pay my respects." The gray-robed elder, Shen Mingyuan, was an elder of the Qingyun Sect's External Affairs Hall and also the paternal cousin of Sun Yunqing's grandfather. Observing Sun Yunqing kneeling before him, Shen Mingyuan slowly spoke. "Yunqing, I have heard that you are to duel tomorrow?" Shen Yunqing nodded. "Indeed, that is the case." Shen Mingyuan inquired, "With whom do you duel, and for what reason?" Sun Yunqing replied, "The individual is named Yang Dong, who recently ascended from the ranks of the miscellaneous disciples to become an outer sect disciple of the mysterious peak. Upon his arrival, he began to pester a female disciple of our sect, and I could not stand idly by, thus I challenged him to a duel." Sun Mingyuan gazed at Sun Yunqing with disappointment, coldly remarking, "You truly are becoming increasingly unaccomplished, a man over 50 years of age. Yet you wish to duel a mere junior who has just risen from the ranks of the miscellaneous. What a disgrace it would be if this were to spread." Sun Yunqing countered, "Granduncle, you may not be aware, but while Yang Dong may have recently ascended, he possesses some strength. Moreover, he ruthlessly injured one of my close friends, which is why I could not overlook it and sought to challenge him." Sun Mingyuan retorted with a frigid tone, "If he has violated sect rules, the sect will handle it accordingly. Why must you involve yourself? Those who cultivate should maintain a tranquil heart and refrain from unnecessary desires. Do not exploit our familial ties to cause trouble and seek attention." Sun Yunqing bowed his head and insisted, "Granduncle, I assure you, I do not seek to flaunt your name. This fellow is simply too despicable, harassing my fellow disciples and assaulting my brothers. I could no longer tolerate it. Hence my desire to teach him a lesson through this duel." "Enough," Shen Mingyuan interjected coolly. "I do not wish to delve into the details of this matter. Tomorrow, simply defeat him. Show mercy where mercy is due. Do not take his life." "Humph. How can I quell my resentment without dealing with this scoundrel?" Sun Yunqing thought to himself, yet he feigned respect as he bowed. "I shall heed your counsel, Granduncle, and will not take his life. However, if he seeks to harm me, I cannot guarantee that I will not inadvertently kill him." Sun Mingyuan nodded slightly. "To kill in self-defense is not without justification. Very well. You may leave. I require solitude for my own cultivation." Sun Yunqing hesitated momentarily before bowing again. "I am concerned that Yang Dong may acquire magical artifacts and talismans for the duel. I humbly request, Granduncle, that you provide me with a magical artifact and some talismans for precautionary measures." "Very well. I shall grant you a magical robe that will protect you from attacks by cultivators below the Golden Core realm. It should suffice for your needs." With that, Sun Mingyuan retrieved a yellowish robe from his storage bag and tossed it to Sun Yunqing. "Thank you, Granduncle. I shall take my leave." Sun Yunqing bowed 3 times, stowing away the robe with a sense of joy as he exited. With this robe, along with the 3 intermediate-tier Thunder Talisman and 1 intermediate-tier Celestial Armor Talisman he had purchased from the sect, he was confident he could easily overpower Yang Dong. Yang Dong was merely a waste of a miscellaneous disciple who had clawed his way up, lacking any backing or foundation within the sect. In terms of cultivation, he was vastly inferior to Sun Yunqing, making him no match for the duel, even if Yang Dong attempted to purchase talismans or magical artifacts. With the meager amount of spirit stones he had accumulated over the month, he likely could not afford even a low-tier talisman. Thus, Sun Yunqing felt utterly assured that he could eliminate Yang Dong in the forthcoming duel. The next day, Yang Dong arrived at the sect's duel platform. The duel platform was specifically established to resolve personal grievances among the sect's disciples, and as long as it did not infringe upon the sect's regulations or interests, the sect would not intervene in the duels. News of the duel had spread throughout the sect, drawing almost half of the outer sect disciples to witness the event. As duels of this nature were a rarity, not only the outer sect disciples gathered, but even the miscellaneous disciples flocked to observe. This interest stemmed from Yang Dong's previous identity as a miscellaneous disciple. Although he was now an outer sect disciple, to the miscellaneous disciples, Yang Dong represented their oppressed group, standing against the privileged outer sect disciples. Conversely, few inner sect disciples attended. They held a disdain for outer sect disciples and deemed it beneath them to watch their duels. Elders and stewards were even less likely to attend. However, there were exceptions, such as Steward Shun from the Mysterious Peak, who was one of the proponents of this duel and thus wished to see how Sun Yunqing would dispatch Yang Dong on the platform. Additionally, there was Manager Jiang from the Miscellaneous Department and Steward Wang from the Outer Sect's Item Exchange Office. Both were acquainted with Yang Dong and held him in high regard. Upon hearing of his duel with Sun Yunqing, they decided to attend. The dual platform was a vast expanse of flattened blue stone, approximately 3 zhang high and measuring around 4 to 5 zhang on each side. Yang Dong and Shun Yinqing stood on the platform, separated by 3 zhang. Shun Yinqing donned the yellow robe and wielded a low-grade magical artifact, the Scarlet Fire Sword, gazing down at Yang Dong with an air of arrogance. Yang Dong, dressed in the Outer Sect's standard blue attire and equipped with the azure-edged sword, appeared to be adorned in items issued by the sect. However, in truth, all these items had undergone refinement in the cauldron and were magical artifacts. Furthermore, he possessed dozens of talismans on his person. Below the dual platform, the crowd buzzed with conversation, resembling the clamor of a marketplace. Rumors circulated that Shun Yinqing was the foremost expert among the Outer Sect disciples, while Yang Dong, merely a miscellaneous disciple, had ascended into the ranks. It was presumed that there were several realms of difference between them. The outcome of this duel seemed inevitable, with many estimating that Shun Yinqing would dispatch Yang Dong with a single blow. Shun Yinqing truly has no shame. He has cultivated in the Qingyun Sect for decades and dares to duel a newly initiated junior disciple. Is this not pure bullying? What personal enmity could exist between them to warrant such a duel? It is said to be over a woman named Qin Machio. Shun Yinqing harbors feelings for her, but she seems to prefer the new junior disciple, which has spurred Shun Yinqing's jealousy and led him to challenge Yang Dong. I know of Qin Machio. She is the most beautiful Outer Sect disciple in the Qingyun Sect. I did not expect her to fancy a mere miscellaneous disciple. If I were Qin Machio, I would undoubtedly choose Shun Yinqing. After all, he has an elder as his uncle. Shun Yinqing relies on his elder's status to bully his peers. How despicable. Most spectators sympathized with Yang Dong and held disdain for Shun Yinqing, especially the miscellaneous disciples, who felt a strong sense of injustice on Yang Dong's behalf, vocally condemning Shun Yinqing's bullying. Among the crowd was Qin Machio, who watched Yang Dong on the dual platform with eyes full of concern. She genuinely harbored affection for this new junior disciple, admiring his bright demeanor, integrity, and talent. This affection, does it stem from romantic admiration between a man and a woman? Or is it the camaraderie shared among fellow disciples? Qin Machio herself remains uncertain. Chapter 27. This lad is pretending to be a pig while devouring a tiger. Almost everyone believes that Yang Dong is no match for Shun Yinqing, and it is highly likely that he will be vanquished by her hand. Yang Dong, if you kneel and kowtow to me now, I might consider sparing your insignificant life, Shun Yinqing proclaimed, her crimson fire sword pointed menacingly at him, her demeanor radiating arrogance and disdain. Yang Dong retorted scornfully, Shun Yinqing, if you prostrate yourself and crawl beneath my legs, I might spare you like a dog. Such audacity. Unaware of the peril, he continued to flaunt his words. Shun Yinqing bellowed in fury, sweeping her palm with force, unleashing a powerful surge of spiritual energy directed at Yang Dong. She exerted her full strength, confident that a single blow would send him flying to his demise. Yet Yang Dong stood his ground, channeling 80% of his own spiritual energy to counter her strike. Having attained the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi refinement, he was decidedly superior in spiritual prowess compared to Shun Yinqing. Moreover, he possessed the formidable Sangtian battle physique. With a thunderous clash, their energies collided, causing Shun Yinqing to stagger backward, retreating several steps until she teetered on the brink of the dual platform, struggling to regain her balance. Her complexion turned pale, blood surging as she fought the urge to vomit. In stark contrast, Yang Dong remained unwavering, his figure motionless, his azure robe billowing in the wind, exuding an air of an exalted being. Shun Yinqing's heart sank in disbelief. How could this be possible? She was at the peak of the 9th level of Qi refinement, yet she found herself outmatched by a mere newcomer. The spectators gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom that Shun Yinqing could not best a fledgling disciple. How could it be that she, a master of the 9th level, was outmaneuvered by Yang Dong? Could it be that Yang Dong had achieved the consummate 9th level of Qi refinement? This was utterly inconceivable. Just a month ago, he was a mere servant, only recently passing the assessment to join the Outer Sect. How could he possibly attain such mastery? At most, he should be at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Yet the evidence was undeniable. Shun Yinqing had been forced back by Yang Dong's strike. What explanation could there be? Could it be that Shun Yinqing had only exerted 30% of her strength, while Yang Dong had gone all out, thus leading to her retreat? Splendid. I had anticipated that today's duel would be a foregone conclusion, yet it seems there has been a twist. This duel promises to be truly exhilarating. Yang Dong, give it your all. Stand up for us servants. Elder Jiang, observing Yang Dong on the duel platform, could not help but stroke his beard, revealing a hint of a smile. This lad indeed possesses an enigmatic quality. As the head of the servant management, Elder Jiang regarded Yang Dong as the most promising youth among the servants and held him in high esteem. Truly, this brother Yang is destined for greatness. Elder Wang watched Yang Dong on the platform, letting out a sigh of admiration. Elder Chun, witnessing the unfolding scene, was struck dumb with astonishment. What was happening? Qingyun was unable to match Yang Dong in their exchange? How could this be? While others were unaware of Yang Dong's true capabilities, Elder Chun was acutely aware. Over a month ago, during the Outer Sect assessment, Yang Dong was assessed at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Even if he were exceptionally gifted, achieving the 5th level within such a short span would be remarkable. How could a 5th level practitioner overpower someone at the 9th level? Elder Chun racked his brain, unable to comprehend this anomaly. At that moment, the most elated individual was Qin Machio. She had initially feared that Yang Dong would be vanquished by Shun Yunqing's strike and had prepared herself to collect his remains. Yet, the outcome was that Shun Yunqing had been sent reeling, while Yang Dong stood unscathed. What cultivation level does my junior brother possess? Qin Machio gazed at Yang Dong on the platform, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. This newcomer had proven to be utterly astonishing. On his first day, he had been no match for her. Mere days later, she found herself outclassed by him, and now he was clearly dominating Shun Yunqing in their confrontation. At that moment, Shun Yunqing, both astonished and enraged, leaped into the air, wielding her crimson fire sword to strike down at Yang Dong. A fiery blade of energy descended rapidly. Yang Dong evaded effortlessly, his Xianbing sword rising to meet the attack, sending forth a frigid blade of ice toward Shun Yunqing in midair. Shun Yunqing hastily raised her sword to block, and the two engaged in fierce combat on the dual platform. In terms of cultivation, Yang Dong held a slight advantage, and with the aid of his gale boots, his speed and agility were heightened by 30%, far surpassing Shun Yunqing. Within moments, Shun Yunqing found herself utterly defenseless, sustaining several sword wounds. Were it not for her protective robe, she would likely have been lifeless by now. However, even so, her protective robe had suffered significant damage. This robe could withstand attacks from cultivators below the Golden Core stage. Yet Yang Dong's Xianbing sword was a mid-grade magical artifact, rendering her protective gear insufficient against its assault. The spectators below watched in rapt fascination. The life and death struggle between two 9th-level Qi refinement practitioners was undoubtedly thrilling for the Outer Sect disciples and servants alike. What astonished them most was that they had expected Shun Yunqing to dominate Yang Dong. Yet the reality was that Yang Dong was now overpowering Shun Yunqing. Shun Yunqing was filled with dread. He could hardly fathom that this so-called waste, who had risen from the ranks of servants, was stronger than him. Why? If he possessed such formidable strength, had he chosen to remain a servant? Was he merely masquerading as a fool, waiting to strike? Shun Yunqing was on the brink of madness. He retrieved a mid-tier 5 Thunder Talisman from his pocket and hurled it toward the advancing Yang Dong. Die! Boom! A 5-colored lightning bolt, as thick as an arm, surged toward Yang Dong. The gale robe on Yang Dong glimmered, and simultaneously, a mid-tier Tiangang protective talisman erupted in a white shield, enveloping him. With the dual defense of the gale robe and the protective talisman, the 5-colored lightning struck against Yang Dong's shield, causing it to tremble violently. Though it cracked, it did not shatter. The thunder from the 5 Thunder Talisman dissipated harmlessly. You possess a mid-tier Tiangang protective talisman as well. Shun Yunqing's face turned a sickly green. He had never anticipated that Yang Dong could afford such a talisman. One mid-tier Tiangang protective talisman costs 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. How could Yang Dong possibly afford it? Outer Sect disciples receive a mere 20 low-grade spirit stones per month. Moreover, Yang Dong had previously been a servant without any connections in the sect. Where could he have procured such a talisman? Could it be that Qin Machio, that wretched woman, lent him the spirit stones? Yet even she could scarcely produce 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. The sect's monthly allocation was barely sufficient for the outer disciples, leaving no room for surplus. Even inner sect disciples rarely had access to 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. As the implications dawned on him, Shun Yunqing realized he had gravely underestimated Yang Dong. Now it is my turn. Yang Dong chuckled coldly, retrieving a high-tier 5 Thunder Talisman from his robes and hurling it towards Shun Yunqing. Chapter 28. High-tier 5 Thunder Talisman. Boom. A lightning bolt, as thick as a thigh, hurtled towards Shun Yunqing. Shun Yunqing's protective robe emanated a faint glow, and simultaneously, his mid-tier 5 Elements protective talisman activated, conjuring a shield of elemental energy to guard him. Bang! The 5-colored thunderbolt struck the 5 Elements shield with unrelenting force, shattering it to smithereens. The residual power of the thunderbolt bore down upon Shun Yunqing, reducing him to a charred corpse that emitted thick plumes of smoke. Yang Dong unleashed a 5 Thunder Talisman upon Shun Yunqing. This scene unfolded with such shocking intensity that everyone was left in a state of disbelief. Yang Dong had actually killed Shun Yunqing. Shun Yunqing was among the top 10 experts among the outer disciples of the Qingyun Sect. In just a few moments, He had been dispatched by another disciple who had merely recently ascended from the ranks of the miscellaneous. This was undoubtedly the greatest twist in the history of the Qingyun Sect. An eerie silence enveloped the crowd. Moments later, a cacophony of gasps and exclamations erupted around them. Goodness! Shen Yunqing was slain by Yang Dong. Bravo Yang Dong! Truly worthy of our respect coming from the ranks of the miscellaneous. This was exhilarating. Finally, we miscellaneous disciples could hold our heads high. What are you so excited about? Yang Dong is now an outer disciple. What connection does he have with you miscellaneous? What talisman did Yang Dong just throw? Its power is astonishingly terrifying. That was a 5 thunder talisman. It appears to be a high-grade one, capable of bypassing Shen Yunqing's protective talismans. How many spirit stones does a 5 thunder talisman cost? I must buy a few for my own protection. A high-grade 5 thunder talisman costs 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Do you think you can afford several? What? 10,000 low-grade spirit stones? My heavens! How could Yang Dong, a mere newly promoted outer disciple, possibly acquire a high-grade 5 thunder talisman? I suspect it was gifted to him by some elder, otherwise he wouldn't even be able to afford a low-grade one. Shen Yunqing's great-uncle is an elder of the sect. Yang Dong's act of killing Shen Yunqing will likely not be overlooked by Elder Shen. On the sidelines, Qingyun was filled with a mix of shock, joy, and concern for Yang Dong. Although she despised Shen Yunqing, she feared for Yang Dong's safety after his act of killing him. After all, Shen Yunqing's great-uncle is an elder of the External Affairs Hall, and Yang Dong's actions would certainly provoke Elder Shen. Yet, Qingyun also understood that once on the dueling stage, it was a matter of life or death. If Yang Dong showed mercy, he might find himself the one who perished. Elder Qin's expression was dark and grim. He had come today to witness Yang Dong's demise at Shen Yunqing's hands, but was taken aback to find that Shen Yunqing had been killed instead. He cast a glance at Yang Dong on the dueling stage, then sprang up, soaring away on his sword toward the External Affairs Hall. Yang Dong, having killed Shen Yunqing, did not even glance back at the charred corpse, merely clasping his hands in a gesture of farewell before departing on his sword. The surrounding spectators dispersed in a flurry. Within the External Affairs Hall, Elder Shen Mingyuan sat at a desk, perusing a sect document. A disciple entered and bowed. Elder, Steward Chun from Piaomiao Peak requests an audience. Let him in, Elder Shen Mingyuan replied indifferently. The disciple exited, and soon after, Steward Chun entered, bowing deeply before Elder Shun, prostrating himself on the ground. Steward Chun, what is the meaning of this? Elder Shun inquired, perplexed by the sight of Chun on his knees. Elder Shun, I have wronged you, Steward Chun cried, banging his head against the ground in anguish. What precisely has happened? Speak clearly, Elder Shin commanded sternly, sensing an ominous foreboding. Steward Chun wiped his tears and raised his head. Just now, Yinxing fought Yang Dong in a duel and was killed on the dueling stage. Elder Shun, I failed to protect Yinxing and have let you down. I am truly sorry. With that, he resumed banging his head on the ground. What did you say? Yinxing was killed by that Yang Dong? Elder Shin sprang to his feet, eyes wide in disbelief. His nephew was at least a 9th-layer Qi refining cultivator. How could he be slain by a mere outer disciple? Elder Shin rushed towards Steward Chun, grasping him by the collar and demanding, Isn't Yang Dong just a newly promoted outer disciple? How could he possibly kill Yinxing? In terms of true skill, Yang Dong is certainly no match for Yinxing. Steward Chun gritted his teeth, but he somehow acquired a high-grade 5 Thunder Talisman and blasted Yinxing to death. A high-grade 5 Thunder Talisman? How could a lowly outer disciple possess such a talisman? Elder Shin was both astonished and furious. With a flicker, he disappeared from the elder's chamber. A faint smirk played at the corner of Steward Chen's mouth as he turned and exited the elder's quarters. Elder Shin arrived at the dueling stage, gazing at the charred remains that were once Yinxing, his mouth twitching in dismay. Though Yinxing was merely his grandnephew, he was the only family he had in the Qingyun Sect. No matter how inept, blood is thicker than water. Yinxing, your death will not go unavenged by your great-uncle. Elder Shin's eyes darkened. Junior brother Yang Dong landed gracefully at his residence, having soared down on his sword when he heard Qin Machio calling after him. Sister Qin, what is it? Yang Dong smiled as he turned to face her. Qin Machio sheathed her sword and approached Yang Dong, letting out a soft sigh. Junior brother Yang. Shen Yinxing has a great-uncle who is an elder of the External Affairs Hall. Now that you have killed him, I worry Elder Shin will not let this go. Oh, so he has an elder great-uncle. No wonder Steward Chun favored Shen Yinxing. Yang Dong recalled the events of that day, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Junior brother Yang, you should be cautious in the future. It's best not to venture out alone, Qin Machio advised. As long as he remained within the sect, Elder Shin would likely not dare to act against Yang Dong. After all, an outer disciple had been murdered within the sect, and the sect leader would undoubtedly investigate thoroughly. Furthermore, now that Yang Dong had just killed Shen Yunqing, With Elder Shun being Yunqing's great uncle, if Yangdong were to be ambushed, it would be easy for others to suspect Elder Shun. What level of cultivation does Elder Shun possess? Yangdong inquired. Qin Macho pondered for a moment before responding. He seems to be at the peak of the Golden Core stage. Elders of the Outer Sect are generally at the Golden Core level. The peak of the Golden Core stage. What of it? Yangdong thought to himself with a cold chuckle. He still had 2 top-grade 5 Thunder Talismans, 1 top-grade Heavenly Gang Protective Talisman, and various other high-grade talismans, more than enough to deal with Elder Shun. A high-grade 5 Thunder Talisman could slay mid-stage Golden Core cultivators. Let alone he had 2 top-grade 5 Thunder Talismans. Top-grade 5 Thunder Talismans could annihilate nascent soul cultivators. Should Elder Shun truly dare to trouble him, he would gladly send him straight to the underworld. Chapter 29. This child will surely become a great power. Yangdong was now emboldened. He maintained a calm demeanor. Thank you for the warning, Sister Qin. I will be careful. Qin Macho glanced at the stone house where Yangdong resided. Junior brother Yang. Are you comfortable living here? It's fine. It's quiet enough, and there are no disturbances, allowing me to focus on my cultivation. Indeed, Qin Macho replied, striving to find a topic to discuss. What family do you have, junior brother Yang? I am an orphan. I have no family left, Yangdong replied. Oh, then there's nothing to tie you down, allowing you to cultivate in peace. Qin Macho fiddled with the hem of her clothing, unsure of what to say next. Yangdong and Qin Macho stood awkwardly in silence for a moment. She had many questions swirling in her mind. For instance, what kind of spiritual root did Yangdong possess? How could his talent be so exceptional, and his cultivation progress so rapid? With such outstanding talent, the sect should have directly accepted him as an outer disciple or even an inner disciple. Why was he initially relegated to a miscellaneous laborer? Additionally, where had Yangdong obtained those high-grade 5 Thunder Talismans? Such talismans were beyond the means of even inner disciples, let alone an outer disciple. However, these inquiries would encroach upon Yangdong's privacy, prompting Qin Mo to refrain from asking, unless Yangdong chose to disclose it himself. The two stood in silence for a moment, and seeing that Yangdong made no effort to invite her inside, Qin Mo reluctantly took her leave. Only after she had departed did Yangdong step into the stone cottage. He had noticed earlier that Qin Mo was waiting for him to ask her to come in. This senior sister treated him quite well, and her concern had transcended the bounds of ordinary camaraderie among fellow disciples, a fact that Yangdong, not being obtuse, readily perceived. Nevertheless, he was not in the mood for romantic entanglements. In this harsh world of cultivation, his sole focus was to immerse himself in his training, wishing to avoid distractions. Without formidable cultivation, everything else would merely become a burden. Taking a seat on a wooden chair, Yangdong contemplated his next course of action. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage, and the next realm awaited him, foundation establishment. However, he was unclear on the specifics of how to achieve this. Perhaps he could seek guidance from Elder Lu. Elder Lu was responsible for the outer disciples of the mysterious peak, and typically, disciples would consult the stewards for matters. Yet, significant cultivation issues could be addressed directly with the elders. Exiting the stone cottage, Yangdong soared on his sword towards the outer hall of Mysterious Peak. Upon arrival, after a brief announcement, he entered the grand hall. Elder Lu emerged from the rear chamber and took his seat at the head of the hall. Yangdong clasped his hands in salute. Disciple Yangdong pays his respects to Elder Lu. Elder Lu's gaze, sharp as lightning, fixed upon Yangdong as he spoke in a deep voice. I have heard it said that you killed Qingyun at the duel platform? Although Elder Lu had not attended the duel, he had received reports about the incident, as it involved a life taken among the outer disciples of Mysterious Peak. A fortnight prior, he had inquired about the event with several stewards, who were largely unaware of the circumstances. Only Steward Chun had deliberately distorted the truth, claiming that Yangdong had harassed Qin Mo, leading to the confrontation. Subsequently, Qin Mo had sought an audience with Elder Lu to relay the actual events. Elder Lu, inclined to trust her account, nonetheless found himself unable to reprimand Qingyun, who was the nephew of Elder Shun from the Outer Affairs Hall, thus choosing to turn a blind eye to the matter. However, today, during the duel, Yangdong had indeed killed Qingyun. Indeed, Yangdong replied, his tone remarkably calm. This young man possessed a commendable audacity. Most disciples would not dare to meet the elder's fierce gaze, often trembling as they attempted to justify their actions. Yet Yangdong exhibited no trace of fear, nor did he offer any explanations. He felt no remorse for his actions. Offering justification would only betray insecurity. Elder Lu found himself at a loss for words. After a moment's pause, he asked, it has been said that you struck down Qingyun using a high-grade 5 Thunder Talisman. I wish to know from where you acquired such a talisman? Although the sect had a provision for exchanging high-grade 5 Thunder Talismans, It required a staggering 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. It was inconceivable for an outer disciple, or even most inner disciples and stewards, to amass such a sum. Elder Lu could not fathom how a fledgling disciple, recently elevated from the ranks of the menial, could procure a high-grade 5 thunder talisman. Yang Dong respectfully replied, "Elder, some time ago, while gathering resources, I encountered a cultivator battling 2 third-tier beasts. Ultimately, the cultivator perished alongside the beasts, and I obtained some talismans from him. This matter is known to Steward Wang at the Outer Hall's exchange office." By mentioning Steward Wang, Yang Dong aimed to bolster the credibility of his account. Should Elder Lu inquire with Steward Wang, he would undoubtedly confirm the truth of Yang Dong's statement. Elder Lu nodded slightly, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Such opportunities, while rare, were not entirely unheard of. Moreover, apart from this explanation, Elder Lu could not conceive of another way Yang Dong could have acquired a high-grade 5 thunder talisman. As for Yang Dong's slaying of Shun Yunqing, Elder Lu was disinclined to investigate further. Firstly, Shun Yunqing had been the aggressor in this situation. Secondly, personal grievances among disciples, as long as they did not involve sect interests, typically did not result in penalties from the sect. "Yang Dong, what brings you to seek my counsel?" Elder Lu's expression softened considerably as he inquired. Yang Dong stepped forward, clasping his hands, and stated, "Disciples' cultivation has reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. Thus, I have come to seek your guidance on how to establish my foundation. I humbly request Elder Lu's instruction." Given that his cultivation had already been exposed during the duel, Yang Dong felt no need for further concealment. He possessed numerous hidden cards. His cultivation was merely the visible aspect. Furthermore, to seek Elder Lu's counsel regarding foundation establishment, one must attain the pinnacle of qi refinement. Elder Lu explained, there are generally 3 methods for foundation establishment. The first involves consuming a foundation establishment pill and entering seclusion to break through to the foundation establishment realm. This is the most orthodox approach. The second is to achieve sudden enlightenment during a life and death crisis, leading to a spontaneous foundation establishment. The third is to acquire a certain inheritance that facilitates foundation establishment. This is typically the case for demonic or beast clans, though humans can also attain such inheritances within the mystic ruins. For the vast majority of cultivators, the first method is most commonly employed, while sudden enlightenment and inherited foundations are contingent upon fortunate circumstances. At this juncture, Elder Lu retrieved a yellowed booklet and a small porcelain vial from his storage bag. He poured out 3 brown pills from the vial, saying, "Here are the foundation establishment heart method and 3 mid-grade foundation establishment pills. Take them. Should you encounter any abnormalities during your foundation establishment, you must cease immediately and seek my assistance." Yang Dong was taken aback by Elder Lu's generosity, providing him with the foundation establishment heart method, mid-grade foundation establishment pills, and such earnest advice to aid his breakthrough. It was worth noting that once Yang Dong successfully established his foundation and became a foundation establishment cultivator, he would be eligible for promotion to an inner disciple. This special consideration from Elder Lu stemmed from the elder's recognition of Yang Dong's potential. A sect, in essence, resembled a small world or court. Elder Lu could discern that Yang Dong was destined to become a remarkable figure within the sect, with a boundless future. Thus, investing in his advancement at this moment was the wisest choice. "Thank you, Elder Lu." Yang Dong bowed deeply, stepping forward to receive the tome and the foundation establishment pills from Elder Lu's hands. Disciple takes his leave. With another bow, he departed. As he observed Yang Dong's retreating figure, a faint smile graced Elder Lu's lips. This young man was destined to achieve greatness. Chapter 30, Preparations for Foundation Establishment. Upon returning to his quarters, Yang Dong retrieved the foundation establishment heart method and began to peruse its contents. The foundation establishment heart method was the cultivation technique employed by cultivators during their seclusion for foundation establishment, ultimately leading to successful foundation establishment through the consumption of foundation establishment pills. According to the text, the quality of one's spiritual root determined the time required for foundation establishment and the effectiveness thereof. Cultivators with ordinary spiritual roots might require a minimum of 3 months in seclusion, while some could even take years, yielding mediocre results. In contrast, those with superior or exceptional spiritual roots could establish their foundations in as little as a month, and at most a year, with excellent outcomes. As for those with special constitutions, foundation establishment could be achieved in a mere 10 to 15 days, with particularly outstanding results. The efficacy of the foundation establishment pills depended on the individual's ability to absorb them. First, I must refine the foundation establishment pills. Yang Dong summoned a cauldron from within him and placed the 3 foundation establishment pills within it. A flash of white light illuminated the surroundings. resulting in the successful refinement of 2 superior-grade foundation establishment pills and 1 exceptional-grade foundation establishment pill. To have refined an exceptional-grade foundation establishment pill was indeed remarkable. Yang Dong displayed a look of satisfaction. According to the principles outlined in the foundation establishment heart method, it is advisable to seek out a secluded cave for closed-door cultivation of foundation establishment, sealing it off, and setting up prohibitions to prevent external disturbances. Alternatively, one might arrange formations around the dwelling to facilitate concentrated practice, should one be interrupted or invaded during the critical moment of foundation establishment. It could lead to a state of madness, causing severe injury or, in the worst cases, endangering one's life. This is precisely why cultivators often set up barriers and engage in closed-door training when attempting to break through significant realms. It seems that after my foundation establishment, I must delve into the study of formations. After carefully storing the cauldron and foundation establishment pills, Yang Dong stroked his chin, deep in thought. It was evidently too hasty to learn formations at this moment. The intricacies of formations are far more profound and complex than those of talisman crafting. They cannot be mastered in just a few days. Moreover, establishing a formation typically requires numerous materials, some of which include magical tools, talismans, and rare treasures. The higher the grade of the formation, the more refined the required materials must be. In summary, attempting to create a formation at this juncture would be no simple task. Thus, Yang Dong resolved to first achieve foundation establishment before gradually learning about formations. However, the pressing question remained. Where could he retreat to for his closed-door cultivation? Within this stone chamber, devoid of protective formations, was evidently not very secure, unless someone were to guard him. But who would offer such protection? He was neither a steward nor an elder. Suddenly, Yang Dong recalled the presence of his golden-winged tiger-headed bee, which could serve as his protector. Tiger-headed bee, come forth. He called out. The golden-winged tiger-headed bee buzzed in through the window, hovering before Yang Dong, its wings vibrating with excitement at being summoned by its master. From this moment on, I shall engage in closed-door cultivation within this room. You will watch over the roof, and should anyone approach within 10 zhang, hurry back to inform me. After all, this was within the sect. Anyone nearing his residence would likely be a member of the sect. If not clarified, Yang Dong feared the bee might mistakenly attack anyone it encountered. The golden-winged tiger-headed bee, having absorbed Yang Dong's blood, displayed remarkable intelligence, nodding in understanding before happily zipping outside to take its position atop the roof, surveying the surroundings as a guardian. Once the bee had departed, Yang Dong retrieved the foundation establishment heart method and began to study it. An hour later, he had thoroughly comprehended the foundation establishment heart method. After consuming several spirit fruits, he sat cross-legged on the ground and commenced the operation of the foundation establishment heart method. Half an hour later, the heart method flowed effortlessly within him. Yang Dong gradually withdrew his energy and consumed one of the superior-grade foundation establishment pills, officially embarking on his foundational breakthrough. As the energy from the foundation establishment pill surged within him, Yang Dong utilized the heart method to merge his spiritual power with the pill's energy. Beginning to cleanse his entire being, he entered a state of transcendence, losing track of time until the dawn of the following morning. After the hour of the dragon had passed, Yang Dong was deeply immersed in his cultivation. Suddenly, the golden-winged tiger-headed bee darted in through the window, buzzing insistently. Is someone approaching? Yang Dong slowly withdrew from his meditative state, furrowing his brow. This location was rather remote, and seldom did anyone pass by. Who could it possibly be at this hour? Junior brother Yang, are you home? A woman's voice called from outside. It was Xianxiao's voice. What brings senior sister Qin here? Yang Dong inquired with a smile as he stepped outside, where he found Xianxiao standing 3 zhang away in her earth-toned attire, a hint of concern gracing her exquisite features. Senior sister Qin, what brings you here? Yang Dong approached her with a warm smile. Seeing Yang Dong unharmed brought a smile of relief to Xianxiao's face. This morning, when I didn't see you at the outer hall assembly, I feared something might have happened, so I came to check on you. She had felt uneasy since Yang Dong had not appeared at Piaomiao Peak that morning, especially after his duel with Shun Yinqing the previous day. The absence only heightened her ominous premonition. What if Elder Shun had harmed Yang Dong? Yang Dong chuckled lightly. Thank you for your concern, senior sister. What could possibly happen to me? Xianxiao's gaze drifted into the open room behind Yang Dong. Her curiosity piqued. Junior brother Yang, why didn't you come to the assembly at Piaomiao Peak this morning? While occasional absences were not unusual, Yang Dong had consistently attended the outer hall, making his sudden absence rather peculiar. Oh, I was in closed-door cultivation for foundation establishment, Yang Dong replied candidly. He felt no need to conceal this from Xianxiao, as it was likely the sect would eventually learn of his undertaking. Junior brother Yang, you are in closed-door cultivation for foundation establishment? Qingyun's eyes widened in surprise. However, she quickly recalled that Yang Dong had displayed overwhelming strength during the duel with Sun Yunqing, indicating his cultivation had indeed reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. Yang Dong nodded slightly. Yesterday, I sought Elder Lu's guidance regarding foundation establishment, and he presented me with the foundation establishment heart method along with 3 foundation establishment pills. I commenced my closed-door cultivation at home yesterday. Junior brother Yang, I apologize for not realizing your situation and for coming here so loudly. I hope I haven't disrupted your cultivation, Xianxia said, her eyes filled with sincerity. Yang Dong smiled and shook his head. It's no trouble. Xianxia continued. I've heard that during closed-door cultivation for foundation establishment, it is essential to have someone guard the door. If an unexpected intrusion occurs, it could lead to devastating consequences. Yang Dong chuckled self-deprecatingly. As a mere outer sect disciple, I lack the standing to have someone guard me. That is unacceptable. It is far too risky. Xianxia hesitated for a moment, then resolutely declared, Junior brother Yang, allow me to guard you. This way, you can focus on your cultivation without concern. Senior sister, I already have a bee for protection, Yang Dong thought to himself. Nevertheless, he felt deeply touched by her offer. For a young woman to willingly offer her protection outside was significant. Senior sister, I truly appreciate your kindness, but closed-door cultivation is not a matter of days. It could take at least 10 days to half a month, or even several months. I cannot impose on you to remain outside for that duration, Yang Dong gently declined. It is precisely because closed-door cultivation may span a lengthy period that unexpected events can arise, necessitating someone to guard you, Xianxia insisted earnestly, looking at Yang Dong with unwavering sincerity. No matter how long you are in seclusion, I will remain outside to protect you. Senior sister, you really need not go to such lengths for me. The bee will ensure my safety. Yang Dong felt genuinely moved, but could not reveal the existence of his bee guardian. With a slight smile, he said, Senior sister, having you guard me here could tarnish your reputation. What would others think of a senior sister protecting her junior brother day and night? Xianxia smiled softly. We are not alone in a room. What reputation is at stake? Besides, I care not for others' opinions. As cultivators, do we not transcend such trivial matters? When a woman shows indifference to the potential gossip of her association with a man, it often indicates a genuine affection for him. Seeing her unwavering determination, Yang Dong found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Very well, junior brother Yang. You should promptly retreat into the room and focus on your foundational cultivation. I shall stand guard outside for you, Xianxia said with a smile, gently pushing Yang Dong inside. Yang Dong, unable to resist her insistence, was thus ushered into the room, the door closing behind him. In high spirits, Xianxia leaped onto the roof, sitting cross-legged on the ridge, her keen senses alert to the surroundings as she safeguarded Yang Dong. Not far away, a golden-winged hornet gazed at the woman who had claimed its territory, momentarily bewildered. Having observed her intimate interaction with its master, the hornet understood it must not disturb her. After a brief hesitation, it entered the room through the window and approached Yang Dong to seek his permission. Yang Dong comprehended its intent and waved his hand dismissively, signaling it to retreat. The golden-winged hornet instantly grasped its master's meaning, feeling a sense of loss as it exited the room to frolic among the nearby flowers with other insects. Yang Dong settled into a meditative posture, diligently practicing his foundational cultivation techniques. Unbeknownst to him, a day passed swiftly, and he consumed the second foundational pill, this time a top-tier one. Meanwhile, Xianxia remained resolutely on the rooftop, unwavering in her vigilance, not abandoning her post for even a moment. As darkness descended, she intensified her scrutiny of the surroundings, remaining steadfast until dawn broke. With the arrival of morning, Yang Dong ingested a third foundational pill, immersing himself deeply in his cultivation, entering a state of transcendence. As night fell once more, Yang Dong's foundational cultivation reached a crucial juncture, with surging spiritual energy repeatedly crashing against the foundational barrier within him. Boom! At last, the barrier shattered. A faint golden glow erupted from Yang Dong's body. He had successfully established his foundation. As the golden radiance faded, Yang Dong gradually concluded his cultivation. He felt not only a significant increase in spiritual energy, but also an unparalleled sense of ease and vitality coursing through his limbs. It was then he noticed a layer of gray impurities manifesting on his skin. These were the byproducts of his body refining itself through the foundational establishment, enhancing his organs, muscles, and bones, effectively rejuvenating him and extending his lifespan to 300 years. Yang Dong cast a cleansing spell upon himself. A radiant light enveloped him, eradicating all traces of filth, leaving him feeling utterly revitalized. He suddenly wondered if Xianxia was still outside. Glancing at the pitch-black sky, he opened the door and stepped out. Junior brother Yang, why have you come out? Xianxia, perched on the rooftop, leapt down to stand before him. Sister Qin, you have been guarding me all this time? Yang Dong inquired, astonished. Qin Machio replied with a smile, I promised to guard you during your cultivation retreat. How could I leave without reason? You wouldn't think I am the kind of unreliable person, would you? Sister Qin, I am truly grateful. Yang Dong expressed, touched, struggling to find the right words, ultimately settling for the most ordinary of phrases. What is there to be grateful for? It has only been 2 days and nights. Qin Machio remarked dismissively, playfully nudging Yang Dong. Junior brother, you should return inside and continue your cultivation. Strive to break through as soon as possible. Yang Dong remained unmoving, a smile gracing his lips. Sister, I have already succeeded in establishing my foundation and reached the foundational realm. What? So soon? Qin Machio exclaimed, her mouth agape, her beautiful eyes widening. Isn't foundational establishment supposed to take at least a month or half a month? You achieved it in just 2 days? Yang Dong shrugged. Is foundational establishment truly so difficult? I found it rather simple. Qin Machio chuckled softly. Do you think others possess talent as exceptional as yours? By the way, junior brother Yang, what kind of spiritual root do you have? Yang Dong replied, an inferior mixed spiritual root. You're lying. Qin Machio pouted, snorting softly. No one would believe that. Yang Dong grinned. When I first entered the sect, my spiritual root was tested as an inferior mixed type. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been assigned to the chores department. Qin Machio pondered for a moment. If your spiritual root were of at least medium quality, you wouldn't have been relegated to the chores. However, if you truly possess an inferior mixed spiritual root, how could your cultivation speed be so rapid? She regarded Yang Dong with a puzzled expression. I find it quite astonishing myself. Perhaps my spiritual root has undergone a mutation. Yang Dong pretended to contemplate. The possibility of spiritual roots mutating does exist, albeit with a very low probability. It seems this might indeed be the case, Qin Machio conceded. With your current cultivation talent, you should have an exceptional spiritual root. Perhaps, Yang Dong replied vaguely. The two fell into a moment of silence. Junior brother, since you have successfully established your foundation, I can take my leave. Qin Machio finally broke the silence. Would you like to come in and sit for a while, Sister Qin? Yang Dong smiled. Having guarded him for 2 days and nights without entering the room, he felt a twinge of guilt. Even a polite invitation seemed the least he could offer. Very well. Qin Machio beamed. Wait, Sister Qin, I was merely being polite. Yang Dong found himself in a bit of a predicament. After all, it was late at night, and being alone together in a room could be somewhat awkward. He had expected Qin Machio to decline, but to his surprise, she readily accepted. As he welcomed Qin Machio into the room, Yang Dong conjured a flame to light the oil lamp. Sister Qin, please have a seat. He gestured toward a chair by the table and then filled a porcelain bowl with water from the barrel, offering it to her. Thank you. Qin Machio sat down on the chair, accepting the water from Yang Dong. Having gone 2 days and nights without a drink, she felt quite parched. Raising the porcelain bowl and gulping it down. After finishing, her eyes sparkled. Junior brother Yang, what kind of water is this? It is even more delightful than spiritual water. Oh, I forgot that this is all spiritual water refined from the treasure cauldron. Yang Dong had not initially considered this detail. It wasn't that he was unwilling to share some spiritual water with Qin Machio, but rather that he found it difficult to explain where it came from. Spiritual water is not as easily found as spring water. There is only one inferior spiritual spring in the entire sect, and it barely suffices for the elders to share. Oh, really? I also find this water quite delicious. Yang Dong responded vaguely. Junior brother, this appears to be spiritual water. Qin Machio exclaimed in astonishment. Yang Dong explained. I collected it from a small cave in the back mountain, though I can't be certain if it is indeed spiritual water. He had to concoct a lie to justify the origin of this spiritual water. He certainly could not reveal to Qin Machio that he possessed a treasure cauldron. No one would suspect he had such a thing. This must be spiritual spring water. Qin Machio remarked, both astonished and delighted. She cautioned him, Junior brother, if anyone comes to your place, be sure not to let them see the spiritual spring water. If word gets to the sect elders, monopolizing the sect's spiritual spring will lead to punishment. Yang Dong nodded slightly. I understand. Had it not been for your presence, sister, I wouldn't have brought out this spiritual spring water. Thank you, junior brother. Qin Machio felt warmth in her heart, her face breaking into a sweet smile. Yang Dong smiled lightly. What is there to thank? You have guarded me for 2 days and nights. How could this bit of spiritual water compare? Whenever you wish, feel free to come over for more. I certainly cannot finish it all myself. Since Qin Machio was now aware of the spiritual water, it seemed better to be generous and invite her to enjoy it. After all, he could produce as much spiritual water as he desired. It was merely a matter of placing the water barrel into the treasure cauldron. Thank you. Qin Machio smiled softly, her heart brimming with emotion. The consumption of the spiritual spring water not only aids in the enhancement of one's cultivation, but also bestows immense benefits on the body in various aspects, such as beautifying the complexion and prolonging life. The spiritual water provided by Yangdong surpassed even that of the sect's spiritual springs in quality, and the generous quantity was a luxury even the sect leader did not enjoy. How could Qin Machio not be profoundly moved? Senior Sister Qin, there is no need for such formality between us, Yangdong stated as he rose to fetch another bowl of spiritual water, presenting it to her. Drink up. As long as you desire more, I have plenty to spare. Qin Machio accepted the bowl from Yangdong and drank it in one go. Unable to maintain her composure after going without water for 2 days and finding the spiritual water exceptionally delightful, Yangdong took back the bowl and filled it again, handing it to her once more. Qin Machio took the bowl and drained it again. When Yangdong offered yet another bowl, she placed a hand on her slightly distended belly and shook her head with a smile. I can't drink anymore. I'm already full. Yangdong, seeing her satisfied, refrained from pressing her further and drank the bowl himself. They chatted for a while, and before they knew it, the night had deepened. Qin Machio gazed affectionately at Yangdong. It's quite late. I should return. Despite her words, she made no move to leave, clearly wishing for Yangdong to persuade her to stay. With a smile, Yangdong suggested, if you do not wish to return, then why not sleep here tonight? A rosy hue blossomed on Qin Machio's fair cheeks, and she nodded slightly. Yangdong then lifted her into his arms and carried her toward the bedroom. In the early dawn of the following day, they practiced together for an hour before getting out of bed to dress. Junior brother, I must take my leave, Qin Machio said, pressing a gentle kiss on Yangdong before departing. Yangdong subsequently made his way to the outer hall of Piaomiao Peak. Soon, the outer disciples gathered outside the hall. Elder Lu, accompanied by several deacons, approached, surveying the assembled disciples before speaking. On the 15th of this month, the sect will organize a trip to Qingyun City, but not everyone is eligible to attend. Individuals must have contributed over 100 points to the sect. Those who wish to go should prepare accordingly. Upon hearing this, the disciples began to murmur among themselves. Wonderful. Finally, we can visit Qingyun City. Alas, I lack enough contribution points to qualify for the trip. There are still 10 days. I must hurry to collect some spiritual herbs and fruits to gather the 100 points needed. Qingyun City is filled with rare treasures, but unfortunately, I lack even a few low-grade spirit stones in my storage bag. I'll be unable to purchase anything and can only go to sightsee. Afterward, the deacons exchanged a few words and dismissed the disciples for free cultivation. The group continued to discuss their aspirations for the trip to Qingyun City. Having previously been a servant, Yangdong knew little about it, but he gathered from the conversations of others that it was a city bustling with cultivators. As he contemplated seeking more detailed information about Qingyun City, he noticed Qin Machio approaching. Junior brother, will you be going to Qingyun City? She inquired. I would love to, but I lack contribution points, Yangdong replied with a shrug, his expression one of helplessness. With a contribution score of 0, he intended to venture out in the coming days to gather spiritual herbs and fruits to exchange for points. However, he wondered how many herbs and fruits would be necessary to amass 100 points. Qin Machio realized this as well. Having been a servant, Yangdong had accrued little in the way of contribution points. Having only been an inner disciple for a little over a month, it was understandable he hadn't engaged in any tasks to earn contributions. She, on the other hand, had over 300 contribution points, but regrettably, she could not transfer them to Yangdong. How about we go out to collect together and see if we can help you gather the necessary points? She suggested. Yangdong smiled slightly. There's no need. I will find a way to obtain the 100 points. He indeed planned to venture out to collect, but he preferred not to take Qin Machio with him, as it might require him to split his attention to care for her. Very well, Qin Machio responded, slightly disappointed. Yet she understood that as a foundation establishment cultivator, Yangdong was on a different level, and her being a Qi refinement 7th layer cultivator might indeed slow him down. Senior Sister Qin, Elder Lu requests your presence in the Great Hall, a male disciple approached to inform her. What does Elder Lu want with me? Qin Machio asked. Curiosity piqued. The male disciple shook his head. I'm not certain, but Elder Shun from the Outer Affairs Hall is also in the Great Hall. Elder Shun is here too? Qin Machio exchanged a glance with Yangdong, and they both discerned the underlying implication. Elder Shun was the granduncle of Shun Yunqing, and his arrival at Piaomiao Peak to summon Qin Machio could only be attributed to the conflict between Yangdong and Shun Yunqing. Chapter 33. Elder Shun seeks accountability. Upon arriving at the Great Hall, Qin Machio found Elder Lu and Elder Shun seated at the head of the hall. Disciple pays respects to Elder Lu and Elder Shun. Qin Machio said, bowing respectfully to the two elders. Qin Machio, Elder Shun has questions for you, and you must answer truthfully. Elder Lu began solemnly. Qin Machio nodded and replied, Disciple understands. Elder Shin fixed his gaze upon Qin Machio, his voice low and commanding. Qin Machio, recount in detail the incident between Yang Dong and Shun Yunqing that day, without a hint of falsehood. I would not dare. Qin Machio bowed her head respectfully and then recounted the events of that day from beginning to end. Elder Shin's eyes widened in disbelief. Yang Dong did not harass you. Rather, you sought him out for a spar? Qin Machio was equally astonished. Junior brother Yang is of upright character. How could he possibly harass me? That is inconceivable. Elder Shin, who told you such a thing? Elder Shin's expression darkened. What is going on here? Both Elder Shin and his nephew claimed that Yang Dong harassed Qin Machio and brutally attacked Ma Biao. Shun Yunqing, displeased with Yang Dong's conduct, sought to challenge him to a duel. Now, however, Qin Machio asserts that it was Shun Yunqing who deliberately instigated trouble for Yang Dong. Who should we believe? Elder Shin held doubts about his nephew's claims, yet he could not dismiss Elder Chin's account either. It seemed implausible that Elder Chun would falsely accuse Yang Dong. But if Yang Dong had indeed harassed Qin Machio, why would she come to his defense? Your claim is that Shun Yunqing instigated trouble for Yang Dong. Do you have any evidence? Elder Shin inquired, his tone grave. Qin Machio replied, Shun Yunqing has frequently harassed me, and I have consistently avoided him. When junior brother Yang arrived, he saw me with Yang Dong and thus harbored resentment. Ma Biao approached Yang Dong for a spar, striking with lethal intent. I was present as an observer and saw everything clearly. If Elder Shin does not believe me, there is little I can do. At this point, she had resolved to take a stand, hoping to persuade Elder Shin to believe her and alleviate the animosity towards Yang Dong. Elder Shin snorted coldly. Your solitary testimony is insufficient to be credible. I must personally inquire with Ma Biao. He then addressed Elder Lu. Please summon Ma Biao to come here. Elder Lu nodded and instructed a disciple to fetch Ma Biao. Moments later, Ma Biao entered the great hall and bowed. Disciple pays respects to Elder Lu and Elder Shun. Elder Lu stated, Ma Biao, Elder Shin wishes to understand the circumstances of your spar with Yang Dong that day. You must speak truthfully. This matter pertains to the integrity of the sect's disciples. Should you dare to fabricate even a single word, I will ensure you face the consequences according to sect law. The final words of Elder Lu carried a stern warning. Yang Dong was a disciple of Piao Peak, and as one of his advocates, Elder Lu was determined to shield him from any false accusations and Elder Shin's oppression. Ma Biao felt a pang of unease, acutely aware of the gravity of Elder Lu's warning. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that Elder Shun is undoubtedly intent on avenging his nephew, and if Ma Biao were to disclose the truth, it would surely offend Elder Shun. To be frank, incurring the ire of Elder Shun while simultaneously defaming Yang Dong would likely provoke Elder Lu as well. How could a mere outer sect disciple like Ma Biao dare to offend such esteemed elders? A cold sweat broke out on Ma Biao's brow as his gaze flickered towards Elder Shun. Elder Shun barked, What do you think I am doing here? Did you not comprehend Elder Lu's words? What I seek today is the truth, and should you dare utter even a single deceptive word, I shall strike you down with my hand. Ma Biao inhaled deeply. After all, Shun Yunqing was already dead. Since Elder Shun demands the truth, he resolved to recount everything that transpired. On that day, Shun Yunqing, feeling disgruntled upon seeing Yang Dong practicing swordplay with Qin Machio, instructed his disciples to teach Yang Dong a lesson. Ma Biao recounted the events in meticulous detail, aligning closely with what Qin Machio had previously stated. Elder Shin's countenance darkened as he listened. He had initially sought to vindicate his nephew, only to discover that his own kin was the very scoundrel who had harassed female disciples and abused his power. This wretch, he deserves to die? Elder Shin slammed his hand on the armrest of his chair, his voice rising in fury. Known for his upright character, Elder Shin felt that Shun Yunqing's actions were a disgrace to his name, stoking his anger further. Shun Yunqing had initiated a duel with the intent to kill Yang Dong, only to meet his own demise. There was little more to be said. After all, Shun Yunqing was neither his direct grandson nor the grandchild of his own brother, merely the grandson of a distant cousin. Such a nephew who sullies his reputation deserved his fate. Of course, Elder Shin's public outburst was largely performative, intended to demonstrate to the sect that he, Shun Mingyuan, was unaware of Shun Yunqing's transgressions. Simultaneously, it showcased his impartiality. Thankfully, Elder Shun was a man of reason, and Yang Shidi was finally safe. Qin Machio exhaled in relief, her previously anxious heart finally at ease. The following day, Yang Dong ventured out of the sect alone, heading into the wilderness to hunt monsters. Having reached the Foundation establishment stage and equipped with numerous mid-tier talismans, he felt sufficiently capable of defending himself even against fourth-tier beasts. Consequently, he wandered farther from the sect than ever before, gathering a greater bounty of spiritual herbs and fruits, and slaying 7 or 8 second-tier beasts. Yang Dong engaged in a fierce battle with the flame giant rat, Upon returning to his residence at the sect, Yangdong placed all the spiritual herbs, fruits, and beast cores he had collected into the treasure cauldron for refinement. After several rounds of alchemy, he stored the results back into his storage bag and began his cultivation. The next day, Yangdong arrived at the outer sect's main hall. "Yang, my brother, back to exchange for spirit stones again?" Elder Wang greeted him warmly upon seeing Yangdong approach, his enthusiasm evident. The strength Yangdong displayed on the duel stage had genuinely astonished Elder Wang. A disciple of less than 20 years had already attained the peak of the Qi refinement stage, a rarity in the entire Qingyun Sect. It was without doubt that this young man would one day ascend to the rank of elder within the sect. Consequently, Elder Wang was now even more courteous to Yangdong. "Yes, Elder Wang, please check how many spirit stones I can exchange here." Yangdong poured all the spiritual herbs, fruits, and beast cores from his storage bag onto the counter. "Brother Yang, the quality of the spiritual herbs and fruits you gathered this time is even better. You have managed to acquire 7 or 8 third-tier beast cores." Elder Wang was truly astonished. It was well known that to slay 7 or 8 third-tier beasts required at least the strength of a peak golden core practitioner. Elder Wang could hardly believe Yangdong had accomplished such a feat. Yangdong simply smiled and remained silent. Not wishing to pry, Elder Wang continued to tally the items. "In total, you can exchange for 263 mid-grade spirit stones. Are you certain you wish to convert them all?" Yangdong inquired Elder Wang. "How many spirit stones are needed to redeem 100 sect contribution points?" Elder Wang explained, "Contribution points can be earned by completing sect tasks, slaying external enemies, protecting the sect, collecting resources, and so forth. If you wish to purchase them with spirit stones, it would be 1 mid-grade spirit stone for 1 contribution point." "That seems acceptable." Yangdong internally sighed with relief. 100 mid-grade spirit stones were not a significant burden for him. "Are you looking to redeem contribution points, Brother Yang?" Elder Wang asked. Yangdong replied, "Let's discuss it tomorrow." He intended to redeem the contribution points, but not immediately, as he still needed the spirit stones for refining. By returning the next day to exchange for contribution points, he would make a profit. Elder Wang placed 263 mid-grade spirit stones on the counter. Yangdong collected all the spirit stones into his storage bag, then proceeded to the library to borrow a book titled Basic Formation Arrangements. Chapter 34, Journey to Qingyun City. Upon returning to his residence, Yangdong summoned the treasure cauldron from within him and poured all 263 mid-grade spirit stones into it. A flash of white light illuminated the cauldron, resulting in 4 stones being refined into top-grade spirit stones, while the remainder transformed into superior-grade spirit stones. Yangdong then refined the over 200 superior-grade spirit stones once more, resulting in 32 top-grade spirit stones, with the rest reverting to mid-grade spirit stones. After returning all the spirit stones to his storage bag, he took out the book Basic Formation Arrangements and began to read. This tome elucidated the arrangement of over a dozen formations, including the Spirit Gathering Formation, Barrier Formation, 5 Elements Formation, Confusion Formation, and the 9 Palaces 8 Trigrams Formation. Among others, the Spirit Gathering Formation is an auxiliary formation that draws in spiritual energy, accelerating one's absorption of the natural spiritual essence during cultivation. The Barrier Formation serves as a defensive formation, ranging from the sect's grand protective array to a personal protective barrier. Other formations, such as the 5 Elements and Confusion Formations, are offensive and defensive in nature and are somewhat more complex to set up. I shall first learn the Spirit Gathering and Barrier Formations before advancing to the others. Yangdong mused. He flipped to the section on the Spirit Gathering Formation, beginning to study it intently. Moments later, he grasped the casting method of the Spirit Gathering Formation. To set up the formation, several items are required. Using spirit stones as the core, the higher the quality of the spirit stones, the more effective the Spirit Gathering Formation. Additionally, 5 colored spirit-attracting flags must be planted around the formation. Yangdong had ample spirit stones, including many top-grade ones, but they were rather small. Typically, the spirit stones used in formations are larger pieces rather than these cut smaller stones. As for the 5 colored spirit-attracting flags, they are crafted by specialized formation masters, and ordinary cultivators cannot create them, as expertise is required. He then perused the setup for the barrier formation. Barriers come in 2 varieties, one established directly with mana, which necessitates a formidable amount of mana. Only those at the transformation stage can create barriers using pure mana, and such barriers consume considerable mana, rendering them unsuitable for long-term maintenance. Hence, they are typically used for temporary small barriers. Conversely, grand formations like the sect's protective mountain array require various rare materials. Utilizing spirit stones or even spirit crystals as the core energy to sustain the massive barrier over extended periods. When the energy of the core spirit stones nears depletion, It is imperative to replenish them with new spirit stones or crystals. On the 15th, the sect is organizing a trip to Qingyun City. I can purchase the 5-colored spirit-attracting flags there and acquire other rare materials, Yang Dong contemplated, stroking his chin. It appeared he would need to venture out to gather more resources during this period, ensuring he had ample spirit stones for purchases in Qingyun City. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice called from outside, "Junior brother, are you home?" Yang Dong rose and pushed open the door, only to be greeted by the sight of Qin Macho approaching with a smile. "Senior Sister Qin, please come in," he called as he stepped outside. Qin Macho followed him into the room. After a session of cultivation, the two donned their garments and took a seat. Yang Dong poured a bowl of spiritual water and handed it to Qin Macho. With a smile, she accepted the porcelain bowl and drank the spiritual water in one gulp. "In fact, I have some good news to share with you," Qin Macho remarked, setting down the bowl. "Oh, what good news?" Yang Dong inquired with curiosity. Qin Macho recounted her recent conversation with Elder Shun, concluding with, after hearing everything, Elder Shun furiously condemned Shen Yunqing, declaring him deserving of death. "Brother Yang, you can finally rest assured. You need not worry about Elder Shun seeking revenge on you." Yang Dong smiled faintly at her words. "I killed his nephew, and yet he still curses Shen Yunqing as deserving of death. Either Elder Shun is truly a man of integrity, or he is merely pretending." "Pretending?" Qin Macho exclaimed in astonishment. "Do you mean to say?" Yang Dong poured himself a bowl of spiritual water and took a sip. "If he is pretending, there are two possibilities. The first is that he wishes to present himself as a paragon of righteousness before Elder Lu and your group, thus establishing an image of impartiality within the sect. The second possibility is that he is exceedingly sinister, feigning loathing for Shen Yunqing while plotting against me in the shadows. In such a case, even if I were to be killed, no one would suspect Elder Shen." Qin Macho was momentarily taken aback. "Your analysis does hold some merit. I hope Elder Shun is not that kind of person, but regardless, you must remain vigilant." Yang Dong shrugged dismissively. "Do not worry. I shall be fine. I carry several high-grade protective talismans, including Thunder Talisman. Not to mention, I fear not Elder Shun, even if he is a golden core cultivator, let alone a nascent soul practitioner. Brother, I shall not intrude upon your cultivation any longer." After sitting for a while, Qin Macho rose to take her leave. Once she departed, Yang Dong followed suit, exiting the stone house and heading to the outer sect's main hall, where he exchanged 100 middle-grade spirit stones for 100 contribution points. Upon returning to his abode, he commenced his cultivation. In the following 10 days, Yang Dong ventured out 5 times to hunt beasts. The rest of the time was devoted to practicing the Qingyun Shi refining technique, absorbing the energies from the spirit stones. Time swiftly passed, and the 15th day arrived. In the square of Qingyun Sect, a colossal flying vessel loomed large. Over 800 outer sect disciples, set to journey to Qingyun City, boarded the vessel under the guidance of the outer sect hall master and a dozen elders. The majority of the outer disciples had yet to reach 100 contribution points, thus lacking the qualification to travel to Qingyun City. Although they could not go, they could still commission fellow disciples to procure items from the city. As for the inner sect disciples, they made several trips to Qingyun City each month under the elders' supervision. Yang Dong and Qin Macho joined the queue of outer disciples boarding the vessel. The flying vessel measured approximately 30 to 40 meters in length and 8 to 10 meters in width, capable of accommodating 1,000 or 2,000 individuals. Constructed from spirit wood, the central cabin housed a spirit stone of exceptional quality, as large as a grinding disc. Once all disciples were aboard, Hall Master Lu performed a spell, directing it at the massive spirit stone, which emitted a radiant glow, activating the vessel. The flying vessel ascended slowly, enveloped in an invisible barrier, departing the sect and heading towards Qingyun City. Chapter 35, Qingyun City. The vessel soared at several hundred meters above the ground, slicing through clouds and mist, with undulating mountains visible below. Occasionally, one could glimpse formidable birds of prey soaring in the sky. The sheer size of the vessel instilled a profound sense of intimidation in these avian creatures, compelling them to steer clear of the vessel, fearful to approach, let alone attack. Qingyun City is the largest gathering place for cultivation transactions in the Great Zhou, located in the central region, a mere 10,000 miles from Qingyun Sect. The vessel's speed increased exponentially, cleaving through clouds. Without the protective barrier, Qi refining cultivators aboard would struggle to maintain their footing, likely being swept off the vessel by the gales. An hour later, a vast city loomed in the distance below. The city, towering over 10 meters high and constructed of bluestone, exuded an air of majestic antiquity. Gazing around, one could observe numerous flying vessels traversing above the city, while some cultivators rode spirit beasts or flew on swords. That was Qingyun City, the largest gathering of cultivators in the Great Zhou, where all 10 great sects had established branches. Qin Machio stood beside Yang Dong, pointing towards the city below and introducing it to him. Aware that this was his first visit to Qingyun City. How does our Qingyun Sect rank among the 10 great sects? Yang Dong asked curiously. He knew Qingyun Sect was one of the 10 great sects of the Great Zhou, but was oblivious to its actual standing. Qin Machio replied, I heard Elder Lu mention that 1,000 years ago, our Qingyun Sect was the foremost sect in the Great Zhou. Alas, over the past few centuries, it has significantly declined and now barely ranks at the bottom of the 10 great sections I see. Yang Dong shook his head with a wry smile, feeling as if he had joined the army in 1949. At this moment, the flying vessel began to decelerate gradually. Moments later, it hovered above Qingyun City, gliding towards a large estate in the southwest. The estate spanned several hundred acres, with hundreds of rooms. A faintly glowing barrier enveloped the estate. As the vessel approached the estate, Hall Master Lu stood at the bow, raising a command plate that emitted light upon the barrier, causing it to part and open a substantial gap. The vessel sailed through the opening and descended slowly in the courtyard before the estate. Hall Master Lu and a dozen elders jumped down from the vessel alongside hundreds of outer sect disciples. Hall Master Lu, you have arrived. A middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, accompanied by several disciples, approached to greet Hall Master Lu and the elders with a bow. This blue-robed man was the branch leader of Qingyun Sect stationed here. Hall Master Lu nodded slightly. Branch leader Lu, please arrange accommodations for these disciples. We shall return to the sect tomorrow afternoon. Branch leader Lu replied, rest assured, Hall Master Lu. The accommodations have already been arranged. Hall Master Lu addressed the hundreds of disciples. You may now explore Qingyun City. Remember to return to the estate before the hour of the dog. And it's best to travel in groups to avoid trouble. In case of danger, send a message talisman. Understood. The disciples responded in unison before dispersing. Each group of outer sect disciples formed small clusters as they departed, while Yang Dong chose to venture alone. Brother Yang, are you not coming with us? Qin Machio pursued him. I prefer solitude. It allows for greater freedom, Yang Dong replied. In truth, his true reason for not wanting to accompany others was his reluctance to let anyone see him purchasing an abundance of items. With over 100 high-grade spirit stones, hundreds of upper-grade spirit stones, and thousands of middle-grade spirit stones in his possession, his wealth could rival that of an elder. I too dislike crowds. Let us walk together. Qin Machio quickened her pace to walk alongside Yang Dong, her face illuminated with a smile. Senior sister, I truly wish to explore alone, Yang Dong silently lamented. But with Qin Machio insisting on accompanying him, he felt he could not outright refuse. After all, they had already established a bond of mutual understanding as partners. Exiting the branch estate, the two made their way onto the bustling street. The thoroughfare was paved with bluestone, remarkably spacious, and lined with shops primarily dealing in items related to cultivation. The bustling streets are predominantly filled with cultivators adorned in various robes. Some are disciples of sects, while others are solitary practitioners. Yang Dong and Qin Machio leisurely stroll through the streets of Qingyun City. The 10 great sects each operate shops here, some specializing in magical artifacts, others in medicinal pills, and still others in rare-related items. Our Qingyun Sect primarily focuses on talismans. Walking side by side, Qin Machio elaborates on the situation in Qingyun City. After listening to her explanation, Yang Dong comes to understand that each sect has its own area of expertise, with Qingyun Sect being particularly adept at crafting talismans that possess great power at reasonable prices. Where can I purchase the 5-color spirit-attracting flag? Yang Dong inquires. The 5-color spirit-attracting flag falls under the category of array items. We can acquire it from the Xuanji Pavilion, which specializes in such goods, Qin Machio replies, as she is somewhat familiar with Qingyun City, having visited several times. Turning down a side street, they arrive at the Xuanji Pavilion. Upon entering, a disciple of the pavilion greets them with a smile and a respectful gesture. Esteemed friends, what would you like to purchase? Yang Dong surveys the spacious shop, which spans several hundred square meters, filled with an array of items. A few cultivators are selecting goods, while several Xuanji Pavilion disciples explain various products. How much for the 5-color spirit-attracting flag? Yang Dong asks. The disciple responds, the 5-color spirit-attracting flag comes in inferior, medium, superior, and exquisite grades. May I inquire which quality you seek? The higher the quality of the flag, the more effective the spirit-attracting array will be. Please provide me with the prices for each grade of the spirit-attracting flag, Yang Dong requests. The disciple elaborates. A set of inferior 5-color spirit-attracting flags is priced at 100 inferior spirit stones, while a set of medium-grade flags costs 100 medium spirit stones, and so forth. I will take a set at a 70% discount. Yang Dong attempts to bargain. The disciple smiles and replies, perhaps this is your first visit to Qingyun City? The prices set by the 10 great sects are fixed and non-negotiable. Yang Dong glances at Qin Machio, who gives a slight nod. This is for the best. It spares us from being taken advantage of, he muses, as he is not particularly skilled at haggling. Very well, I shall have a set of medium-grade 5-color spirit-attracting flags. He decides, retrieving 10 superior spirit stones from his storage bag to hand to the disciple. Since he possesses a treasure cauldron, there is no need for him to purchase items of excessively high quality. The cost of a set of superior-grade spirit-attracting flags is 100 superior spirit stones, which still causes him some reluctance. Having come to Qingyun City, he intends to buy many items and thus must be frugal. The disciple accepts the 10 superior spirit stones and retrieves a set of 5-color spirit-attracting flags from the storage cabinet, presenting them to Yangdong. He places the flags into his large storage bag, purchasing 10 medium-grade fire spirit bombs and several rare materials for setting up barriers. Finally, he acquires a medium spirit stone weighing over 10 pounds. After this spending spree, he has expended several hundred superior spirit stones and a handful of exquisite spirit stones, leaving Qinxiaaudiobooks utterly astonished. Chapter 36. Miss, your soul has fallen. Exiting the Xuanji pavilion, Qinxiaaudiobooks casts a peculiar glance at Yangdong, hesitating to speak several times. Sister, are you curious about how I came to possess so many spirit stones? Yangdong asks with a smile. I am indeed quite curious about where you obtained such an abundance of superior and exquisite spirit stones, Qinxiaaudiobooks acknowledges. Such a quantity of superior and exquisite spirit stones is something even the elders would struggle to muster. Although she and Yangdong share a close bond, she finds it inappropriate to pry into such matters. Since Yangdong broaches the topic, her curiosity is piqued. I acquired these while gathering outside the sect. From the storage bags of several deceased cultivators, Yangdong fabricates a story. I also obtained some magical artifacts and high-grade talismans from them, while the rest were exchanged for spiritual herbs and fruits within the sect. So that's how it is. Qinxiaaudiobooks' expression shifts to one of realization, understanding why Yangdong casually threw a high-grade talisman during his duel with Sun Yunqing. A smile graces Yangdong's lips. It's not that Xianxia is easily deceived, but rather that she trusts his character. As they continue to meander through the streets, they unknowingly find themselves in front of a spirit pet shop. They even sell spirit beasts here? Yangdong's interest is piqued. If possible, he would like to purchase a spirit beast to take back with him. Perhaps, after refining it with his treasure cauldron, it could become a third-tier extraordinary beast. This is the Spirit Beast Sect shop, Qinxiaaudiobooks remarks while examining the sign. The Spirit Beast Sect is one of the top 3 sects in the Great Zhou, renowned for its mastery in beast taming. Come, let us take a look inside. With that, Yangdong strides into the Spirit Beast shop. Upon entering, they find the shop lined with iron cages, each containing various spirit birds and extraordinary beasts, most of which are adorable and youthful. Esteemed friends, are you interested in purchasing a spirit pet? A middle-aged man in a gray robe approaches them with a friendly smile. How much do your spirit beasts cost? Yangdong queries as he walks past the rows of cages. That depends on the species and tier, the gray-robed man explains, pointing to the spirit beasts in the cages. First-tier spirit pets are priced at a few superior spirit stones, second-tier ones at dozens of superior spirit stones, and third-tier pets cost several hundred superior spirit stones. As for fourth-tier pets, that's enough. No need for further explanation, Yangdong interrupts, waving his hand. He cannot afford a third-tier spirit pet, let alone discuss fourth-tier ones. How much for that spirit fox? He asks, pointing at a 3-tailed white fox in one of the cages. This is a second-tier extraordinary beast, the 3-tailed spirit fox, and it can be yours for just 5 exquisite spirit stones, the gray-robed man replies. Just 5. Yangdong shakes his head. While he finds the white fox quite charming, he has no intention of purchasing it. What about this little fire tiger? He inquires, gesturing towards a small, fiery-haired tiger in another cage. That's a third-tier extraordinary beast. The crimson flame tiger, priced at 300 exquisite spirit stones, the gray-robed man lazily responds, aware that Yangdong cannot afford such a creature. Qinxiaaudiobooks inwardly gasps. 300 exquisite spirit stones? Even few elders from the sect could afford that. Yangdong instantly finds the crimson flame tiger far less appealing and turns to leave. Hello. Buy me, buy me. At that moment, a shrill voice rings out. Yangdong and Qinxiaaudiobooks turn their curiosity towards the source, discovering a green-feathered parrot hopping around in a cage at the corner of the wall, squawking incessantly, "Hello, come buy me. Hello, special price." Qinxiaaudiobooks can't help but burst into laughter. This bird is quite amusing. Yang why not buy this parrot? The gray-robed man chuckles. This troublesome creature always cries out like this whenever someone enters to buy a spirit pet, hoping to sell itself. Yangdong is intrigued and approaches the cage, whistling at the parrot. "Hey, how much do you want for yourself?" The parrot tilts its head and exclaims, "No money needed, no need for a wallet. Just feed me and give me a home. Don't lock me in a cage." Qinxiaaudiobooks bursts into laughter at the parrot's antics. Dong playfully flicks its beak with a finger, chiding, "What good is saying you need no money? So, you don't want to be locked up all day? Is that why you want me to buy you?" Turning to the gray-robed man, he asks, "What species is this parrot?" The middle-aged man in a gray robe remarked, "This is a second-tier exotic bird, the emerald feather parrot. If you desire it, my friend, merely 3 pieces of premium spirit stones will suffice. The price is quite reasonable. However, acquiring this bird may prove futile, as it would only consume precious food." Dong shook his head. The parrot hopped about, exclaiming, "I am useful, I am useful." Dong teased it, "Pray tell, what purpose do you serve?" The parrot tilted its head in contemplation before chirping, "I can find spirit fruits and spirit herbs." Xianxiaaudiobooks erupted in laughter, turning to Dong, and said, "Yang, this bird is quite amusing. Why not purchase it?" "Thank you, sister. Thank you, beautiful lady." The parrot flapped its wings in a mock bow towards Xianxiaaudiobooks. This only further amused her, eliciting a fit of giggles. "You cheeky bird. You certainly know how to flatter." Dong declared, "Very well, I shall buy you." With that, he produced 3 premium spirit stones and handed them to the gray-robed man. The man accepted the stones, retrieved the birdcage, and handed it to Dong. Together, they exited the spirit pet shop, strolling through the streets while entertaining the parrot. They spent an entire afternoon wandering around Qingyun City, acquiring several low-tier magical artifacts, until dusk began to settle, prompting their return to the Qingyun Sect's estate. The shops lining the streets ignited their candle flames, while the number of leisurely pedestrians gradually dwindled. As they continued their path, they encountered 2 men, a youth and an elderly figure. The youth, adorned in resplendent garments, bore a chilling demeanor, flanked by a red-robed elder. His gaze fixated upon Xianxiaaudiobooks, scrutinizing her with a predatory leer. Xianxiaaudiobooks felt as though she were under the gaze of a venomous serpent, unable to meet his eyes and lowering her head instead. Dong's heart surged with murderous intent, yet he refrained from escalating the situation. With hidden talents in Qingyun City, the youth appeared to possess an extraordinary status, while the red-robed elder exuded a formidable aura, indicating a cultivation level at least above the golden core stage. Dong chose not to spare them another glance, redirecting his gaze elsewhere. Once they had passed, Xianxiaaudiobooks let out a soft sigh of relief. At that moment, the youth's voice echoed behind them, "My dear lady, you seem to have dropped something." Startled, Xianxiaaudiobooks turned to see the youth holding a small copper mirror, which reflected her exquisite visage. "My dear, your soul has slipped away," he taunted, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "My soul has slipped away?" Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression dulled, and she mumbled as she began to approach the youth with stiff, unyielding steps. Chapter 37, Slaying the Young Master, Acquiring the Spatial Ring. Dong discarded the birdcage and grasped Xianxiaaudiobooks' hand firmly. "Qin, what is happening to you?" Yet, she moved as if in a trance, ignoring Dong entirely. Struggling to advance. "What have you done to my sister?" Dong glared at the youth, his voice icy. "How dare you speak to this young master in such a manner?" The youth scoffed, dismissing Dong with a wave of his hand. A powerful surge of spiritual energy rocketed towards Dong. The spiritual patterns on his robe erupted with brilliance, and a mid-tier 5 elements protective talisman manifested a shield before him. Boom. The 5 elements shield trembled violently before shattering, dissipating most of the incoming energy, while the remaining fraction was neutralized by Dong's robe. The mid-tier shield's destruction underscored the youth's formidable cultivation, which had evidently reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. In that fleeting moment, Dong retrieved a top-tier thunder talisman from his pocket and hurled it at the black-robed elder. He had no desire for conflict with the youth, but avoidance was no longer an option. Dong understood that the true threat lay with the black-robed elder, thus he acted decisively, unleashing the top-tier thunder talisman towards him. The top-tier thunder talisman bore immense power, capable of obliterating a peak Yuanying realm cultivator. The Qingyun Sect's talisman crafting technique was unparalleled across the entire dojo. With only 3 supreme elders and the sect leader able to produce such high-tier talismans, requiring an enormous expenditure of spiritual energy and extensive recovery time. The top-tier talismans Dong possessed had been refined through the Chaos Treasure Cauldron, their potency far exceeding those crafted by the Qingyun Sect's elders. Upon witnessing Dong brandishing the talisman, the black-robed elder assumed Dong's target was the youth and cast a protective spell around him. However, boom, a thunderous bolt of 5-colored lightning descended from the heavens, unerringly striking the black-robed elder's crown. The elder's protective robe erupted in a radiant glow, alongside 2 magical artifacts and 2 high-tier protective talismans, all generating defensive shields. Yet, it was futile. This colossal 5-colored lightning bolt was more than sufficient to annihilate a peak Yuanying cultivator. The black-robed elder, being only in the initial stage of Yuanying, could not withstand the onslaught of the top-tier lightning. Boom, boom, boom. The five-colored lightning obliterated all of the elder's protective barriers, leaving nearly half of its ferocity to strike the elder directly. The black-robed elder was reduced to charred remains, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Yangdong had unleashed the top-tier thunder talisman upon him. The youth, witnessing this, was consumed by terror and attempted to flee. You wish to escape? Yangdong bellowed, hurling another top-tier thunder talisman after him. Boom. A bolt of five-colored lightning struck the youth, whose several upper-tier magical artifacts ignited with protective brilliance. Yet they were utterly incapable of withstanding the might of the top-tier thunder technique. All artifacts were shattered, and the youth was reduced to a charred corpse, plummeting from the sky. From the moment the youth had attacked Yangdong until the battle concluded, merely a few seconds had elapsed. At this moment, the shops lining the streets hastily shuttered their doors, and nearby cultivators retreated, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Though the skirmish lasted but a few seconds, its terrifying power was enough to terrify even golden core cultivators. Xianxiaaudiobooks continued her vacant approach towards the charred remains of the youth. Yangdong understood that her current state was a result of the copper mirror's influence. He rushed to the youth's lifeless body, searching for the mirror, but found nothing. Strange. Where could that mirror be? Could it have been obliterated by the thunder technique? Yet, even if it were destroyed, there should be some remnants visible, he thought. But the ground bore not a single shard of copper. It was then that Yangdong noticed an ancient ring adorning the youth's finger. Could this be a storage ring? Was the copper mirror contained within it? He swiftly removed the ring from the youth's finger, pondering how to retrieve the mirror from the spatial ring. Typically, such rings required a drop of blood for identification, and with the youth deceased, the ring was now unclaimed. If I were to drop my blood on it, it should recognize me as its master, he mused. With that thought, he bit his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the ring. A faint glow flickered as the ring absorbed the blood, and Yangdong immediately sensed a connection forming between himself and the ring, granting him a clear view of the internal space within. Within the confines of a spatial ring measuring no less than 100 square meters, a vast array of superior and exquisite spirit stones lay heaped, alongside an abundance of spiritual fruits, medicinal herbs, and various treasures of heaven and earth, as well as a dozen magical artifacts. Among these treasures resided a bronze mirror. With but a thought, Yangdong summoned the mirror into his hand. The mirror, palm-sized and circular, bore one side of brass and the other of a silvery hue. Yangdong recalled that it was the brass side of the mirror that had ensnared Xianxiaaudiobooks, rendering her in her current state. The young man clad in brocade had told her, "Your soul has departed." Xianxiaaudiobooks echoed, "My soul has departed." Could it be that this was a soul-capturing mirror, having imprisoned her essence within, or had it merely absorbed a fragment of her soul? Yet, how might one restore her spirit to her body? Perhaps if he were to shine the mirror upon her once more, it would yield results. Yangdong lifted the silvery side of the mirror and directed it towards the dazed Xianxiaaudiobooks. A faint beam of white light illuminated her face, causing her to suddenly snap back to awareness. What just happened? She murmured, rubbing her head in confusion. Her gaze fell upon the two charred corpses on the ground, and she gasped, "Yang Shidi, those two charred bodies." "Sister Qin, we must leave," Yangdong urged. With a thought, he returned the precious mirror to the spatial ring and summoned two flames to incinerate the remains. Grasping Xianxiaaudiobooks' hand, he hurried towards the location of the Qingyun Sect's subtemple. The identity of that young man in brocade was undoubtedly significant. He had declared himself the young master, and the old man in black robes was either a golden core or nascent soul cultivator. It was highly probable that the young man hailed from a prominent sect. If they did not vacate this place swiftly, it would not be long before others arrived. "I nearly forgot the bird. We must take it with us." The parrot in its cage squawked frantically at Yangdong. He had indeed overlooked the creature, not out of any fondness, but rather due to the potential risk of being tracked through it. Yangdong turned, extended his hand, and grasped the birdcage, pulling it toward him as he and Xianxiaaudiobooks sped away, channeling his spiritual energy towards the Qingyun Sect's subtemple. Xianxiaaudiobooks sensed Yangdong's urgency as he held her wrist, propelling them forward. The two utilized their powers to traverse swiftly, and in a brief moment, they found themselves back at the subtemple. Upon entering the courtyard's barrier, Yangdong exhaled a long breath, releasing the tension in his grip on Xianxiaaudiobooks' hand. Chapter 38. Blood Fiend Sect Yang Shidi. What on earth just transpired? Those two charred corpses couldn't possibly belong to that young master and the old man in black. Could they? Xianxiaaudiobooks queried, her expression a blend of astonishment and uncertainty. She could only recall encountering the young man in brocade and the black-robed elder, with the former's demeanor exuding malevolence as he regarded her with a chilling grin. The black-robed elder had emanated an overwhelming sense of pressure. After passing by, the young man had suddenly called out to her, and upon turning, she lost all sense of consciousness. The young master cast a dark spell on you. I used a thunder talisman to obliterate them both, thus breaking your curse, Yang Dong succinctly explained, glossing over the details. As for the soul-capturing mirror and the spatial ring, he would not divulge their existence to anyone, not even to Qin Machio. Some matters were best left unsaid. I cannot believe how wicked those two were. Qin Machio shivered at the thought, realizing that without Yang Dong's timely intervention, the consequences could have been dire. Perhaps she would have suffered unspeakable torment, or worse, been turned into a puppet by that nefarious young man. Sister, this matter must remain a secret. Do you understand? Yang Dong whispered. I understand, Qin Machio replied, her intelligence allowing her to grasp Yang Dong's intent. The young man in brocade and the black-robed elder undoubtedly held significant status. With their demise, inquiries would inevitably arise. We should separate and refrain from going out tomorrow. After saying this, Yang Dong took his leave in a different direction. Qin Machio watched his retreating figure beneath the night sky, murmuring to herself, how did Yang Shidi manage to slay that black-robed elder? Yang Dong returned to the quarters assigned to him, where 4 disciples shared a single room. After all, it was merely a temporary arrangement for one night. And this was the treatment afforded to outer disciples. In the Blood Fiend sect, Cold Cultivator sat cross-legged upon the dais in the main hall, enveloped by a crimson glow. Deep in meditation. Master, grave news. A disciple burst into the hall in a panic, collapsing to his knees. What is it that has you so flustered? Cold Cultivator slowly opened his eyes, the red light dissipating, and inquired calmly. Reporting to the master, the soul lamp of the young master has been extinguished. The disciple sobbed from the floor. What? Cold Cultivator's countenance darkened, his hand reaching into the void to seize the disciple, his voice rising in fury. When did the young master's soul lamp extinguish? Just moments ago, the trembling disciple replied. Ah! Cold Cultivator let out a mournful wail, hurling the disciple several feet away. Who is responsible? Who has slain my son? He lamented. Send word for all elders to assemble in the hall, in Xiaoyuan City. At the Blood Fiend sect subtemple, head disciple he paced anxiously within the main hall. Mere moments ago, the young master had vanished. He had dispatched all disciples to search for him, yet thus far, there was not a trace of news. At that moment, a disciple rushed in, bowing deeply. Reporting to the head disciple, the young master and elder Chung have been found. Head disciple, he rejoiced. Where are they? The disciple lowered his head, right outside. He did not ponder the disciple's demeanor further and hastened out of the hall. Outside, he beheld 2 charred corpses lying upon wooden planks, nearly reduced to ash. Dozens of Blood Fiend sect disciples stood nearby, their spirits dampened, resembling wilted plants. Head disciple he's eyes widened in horror as he gazed at the remains. His voice trembling as he queried, where's the young master? A disciple pointed to one of the tall, slender charred bodies. The young master is here. Head disciple he's legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. The young master was dead. He had perished in Xiaoyuan City, on his very own turf. What would the master say upon learning of this? Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He could never have imagined that the young master would be reduced to a charred corpse by lightning-based magic in Xiaoyuan City. Who possessed such audacity to kill the Blood Fiend sect's young master so brazenly? Who wielded such power? One must remember that Elder Chung, who provided personal protection to the young master, was a nascent soul cultivator in the early stages. Although not considered a top-tier powerhouse in the Great Zhou, he was nonetheless a formidable force, seldom met with opposition. Yet, he had been so cleanly dispatched. Head disciple he took a deep breath, attempting to calm the rising panic within, and turned to the gathered disciples, solemnly asking, where did you find the young master and Elder Cheng's bodies? A steward replied, on Xingfeng Street in the northern market. We happened upon the burning bodies, and after extinguishing the flames with water magic, we realized they were the young master and Elder Cheng. Xingfeng Street? Head disciple he ground his teeth. That street is lined with shops. They should have witnessed who murdered the young master. You must inquire with the shopkeepers and employees. The steward responded. I have already sent people to ask the shopkeepers and their staff. They reported that a pair of young men and women had an altercation with the young master. And it was that young man who killed both the young master and Elder Cheng. Do you have any description of this young man and woman? What were they wearing? Head disciple he pressed for details. Based on the attire described of the shopkeepers and attendants, the pair of young men and women appeared to be disciples of the Qingyun Sect. However, the subordinate dared not be certain. Qingyun Sect. A cold glint flashed in Tangshu's eyes. Regardless of whether they were indeed members of the Qingyun Sect, we must investigate the Qingyun Sect branch. The following day, as Yang Dong rose and stepped outside, he was greeted by a cacophony of voices. Following the crowd, he emerged to find an elder clad in green robes, flanked by hundreds of disciples, blocking the entrance of the manor with an air of murderous intent. Qingyun Sect, we demand your presiding branch leader to come forth. Tangshu bellowed towards the manor. Yang Dong's heart sank. Could it be that they had come regarding the death of the young man in splendid attire? Aside from this incident, he could not fathom which sect would dare to storm the Qingyun Sect branch so brazenly at dawn. Who was this young man in splendid attire? Why had they sought out the Qingyun Sect? Did they know I was the one who killed their young master? Such questions flashed through Yang Dong's mind in an instant. Qin Machio approached Yang Dong and exchanged glances with him, her delicate face betraying a hint of concern. Who dares to wreak havoc on the territory of our Qingyun Sect? A cold voice rang out as Lu Tangzhu emerged, accompanied by Lu Tangzhu and a dozen elders, their expressions stormy. So it is the Bloodslaughter Sect. Lu Tangzhu remarked with a cold snort, casting a glance at He Tangshu and his hundreds of disciples. The Bloodslaughter Sect was one of the 10 great sects of the Great Zhou, albeit an evil one. Among the 10 great sects, 3 were notorious for their malevolence: Bloodslaughter Sect, Hehuan Sect, and Burning Heaven Sect. He Tangshu, what brings you and your men to the Qingyun Sect branch so early, brimming with hostility? Lu Tangzhu stepped forward, fixing He Tangshu with a stern gaze. Though the Qingyun Sect and Bloodslaughter Sect were sworn enemies, the two sects were separated by vast distances and rarely clashed, with the Qingyun Sect having no desire to provoke the Bloodslaughter Sect, especially as it had fallen from its former glory and was far inferior in strength. Stop pretending to be confused. He Tangshu scoffed angrily. Your Qingyun Sect killed our young master last night. How do you intend to provide an explanation to the Bloodslaughter Sect? Chapter 39, Xinyu Parrot. The crowd gasped in astonishment at He Tangshu's words. The young master of the Bloodslaughter Sect had been killed last night? Who possessed such audacity to slay the young master of the Bloodslaughter Sect? This would surely incite their wrathful vengeance. Everyone, save for Yang Dong, could not help but gasp in shock. It turned out that the young man in splendid attire was the young master of the Bloodslaughter Sect. Yang Dong was equally taken aback. The Bloodslaughter Sect was one of the 10 great sects of the Great Zhou, and its power surpassed that of the Qingyun Sect. He had truly stirred a hornet's nest. Lu Tangzhu let out a cold snort. The death of your young master has nothing to do with our Qingyun Sect. Which of your eyes witnessed a member of our Qingyun Sect slaying your young master? He Tangshu retorted loudly. Our young master and Elder Chung were killed on Xingfeng Street last night. According to the descriptions from the shopkeepers and attendants, a pair of young men and women dressed in the garb of Qingyun Sect disciples clashed with our young master, and subsequently, that young man unleashed a lightning spell, killing our young master and Elder Chung before fleeing. The disciples of the Qingyun Sect exchanged glances, murmuring amongst themselves. Did our Qingyun Sect disciples truly kill the young master of the Bloodslaughter Sect? A pair of young men and women? Who could they possibly be? This cannot be true. We are all outer disciples of the Qingyun Sect. Who possesses the strength to kill the young master of the Bloodslaughter Sect? Not to mention that he was accompanied by an elder. I suspect the Bloodslaughter Sect is deliberately seeking trouble here. Humph, do they think we fear them? Qin Machio feigned a discussion with others, yet her heart raced with anxiety. Yang Dong remained composed. The members of the Bloodslaughter Sect had not seen him with their own eyes, and based solely on the descriptions from shopkeepers and attendants. They could not definitively identify the assailants as disciples of the Qingyun Sect. Lu Tangzhu declared, on what grounds do you conclude that our Qingyun Sect disciples are responsible based on a few bystanders' descriptions of attire? There are many cultivators in Xianyuan City dressed like Qingyun Sect disciples. Moreover, is it not possible for others to impersonate our disciples? He Tangshu found himself momentarily speechless. In truth, he was not entirely certain that the culprits were indeed disciples of the Qingyun Sect. He snorted coldly, regardless. Since the assailants wore the garb of Qingyun Sect disciples, we of the Bloodslaughter Sect naturally demand accountability from your Qingyun Sect. Elder Lu burst into laughter. Who would have thought that the young master of the Bloodslaughter Sect and an elder were actually killed by an outer disciple of our Qingyun Sect? This is surely a grand joke within the realm of cultivation. Lu Tangzhu joined in the laughter. Could it be that the elder of your Bloodslaughter Sect is weaker than an outer disciple of our Qingyun Sect? This exchange of sarcastic retorts left He Tangshu at a loss for words, filled with a mix of shame and anger, yet unable to counter the remarks. He Tangshu, you may seek vengeance today, and our Qingyun Sect will not hold it against you. However, if you insist on slandering and provoking us, do not blame us for being impolite. Lu Tangzhu's gaze turned sharp, and an aura of murderous intent surged around him. This individual had likely reached the nascent soul stage. He Tangshu felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from Lu Tangzhu, instinctively taking a step back. He was merely a branch leader with golden core cultivation. How could he contend with a hall master of the Qingyun Sect and a dozen elders? It seemed he would have to report this matter to the sect leader for further deliberation. Rest assured, we of the Bloodslaughter Sect will investigate this matter thoroughly. He Tangshu coldly declared, leading his hundreds of disciples away. As Lu Tangzhu watched He Tangshu depart, a look of concern crossed his face. The young master of the Bloodslaughter Sect had been slain, and they would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Although the assailant was not a disciple of the Qingyun Sect, the Bloodslaughter sect would not let this matter rest. The critical issue was that the current strength of the Qingyun Sect was far inferior to that of the Bloodslaughter sect. In the afternoon, Lu Tangzhu, accompanied by a dozen elders and several hundred outer disciples, boarded a flying vessel to return to the Qingyun Sect. Yang Dong returned to his stone dwelling, closed the doors and windows, and summoned a treasured cauldron from within his body. The first order of business was to refine the emerald-feathered parrot. Only by refining the parrot with a drop of blood could it recognize him as its master and obey his commands unconditionally. One of the primary reasons Yang Dong had purchased this parrot was its ability to speak, allowing for communication, which would be immensely beneficial. Without delay, he extracted the parrot from its cage, pricked his finger, and dripped blood onto its head before placing it into the treasured cauldron. A flash of white light enveloped the parrot, its feathers transforming into a deep black hue, its eyes becoming a striking red-yellow, brimming with vitality. The cauldron displayed a line of information: Xianyu parrot, a fourth-tier exotic bird. This bird possesses extraordinary speed and high intelligence. When attacked, its feathers become as hard as iron. To have refined a fourth-tier exotic bird was both surprising and delightful. Yang Dong watched in awe as the Xianyu parrot flew out of the cauldron, hovering before him, its wings folded in respectful salute as it spoke. "Thank you, Master, for bestowing your divine powers upon me, enabling my evolution into a fourth-tier exotic bird." The voice of the Xianyu parrot now resembled that of a human, and its speech flowed smoothly, clearly indicating a significant increase in intelligence. Remarkably, it can hover without flapping its wings. Truly a fourth-tier exotic bird. Yang Dong marveled. This is merely a basic skill. My current abilities are far greater. The Xianyu parrot proudly lifted its head, exuding an air of self-satisfaction. "Oh, pray tell, what abilities do you possess?" Yang Dong remarked playfully, tapping its head gently with his finger. The Xianyu parrot replied, "My vision and hearing have been enhanced several hundredfold, and my speed and agility have increased 100 times compared to before. I can assist my master in locating spiritual fruits and herbs, as well as provide vigilance in the surroundings." Indeed, the enhancements were astonishing. Yang Dong nodded in satisfaction. That sounds quite impressive. By the way, we should introduce the parrot to the golden-winged tiger bee. Otherwise, it could lead to complications if they clash." With this thought, Yang Dong whistled, and the golden-winged tiger bee flew in through the window. Upon seeing the golden-winged tiger bee approach, the Xianyu parrot fluffed its feathers and positioned itself protectively in front of Yang Dong, ready to confront the bee. The golden-winged tiger bee was startled as it dodged to the side. "Hold your ground," Yang Dong exclaimed urgently. The Xianyu parrot seemed to comprehend, inquiring, "Is it also a spiritual companion of the master?" The golden-winged tiger bee turned its gaze toward the parrot, somewhat puzzled. Although the golden-winged tiger bee was known for its high intelligence among its kind, it still paled in comparison to the Xianyu parrot. "Listen," Yang Dong pointed at the two, "you are both my spiritual companions, and you must coexist harmoniously from now on. Do you understand?" The Xianyu parrot and the golden-winged tiger bee exchanged glances and nodded vigorously. "Now, I must bestow names upon you both," Yang Dong pondered aloud. "You shall be called Ah Feng, and he shall be known as Xiaoyu. Greetings, Ah Feng." The Xianyu parrot flew up to the golden-winged tiger bee, extending a wing in greeting. The golden-winged tiger bee buzzed in response, nodding repeatedly. The Xianyu parrot, feeling somewhat embarrassed, retracted its wing. "All right, both of you. Go outside and remain vigilant." Yang Dong waved them off. The golden-winged tiger bee and the Xianyu parrot joyfully flew out the window. Chapter 40. The Celestial Mirror of Loss. After the two spiritual companions exited, Yang Dong retrieved the soul-capturing mirror from his spatial ring. This mirror was quite formidable, likely a superior magical artifact. If further refined in the cauldron, its power would be unimaginable. Let us see what transformation this mirror undergoes upon refinement. Yang Dong placed the soul-capturing mirror into the cauldron, and a flash of white light enveloped it, transforming the mirror into an octagonal bronze mirror. The front of the bronze mirror shimmered with golden runes, while the back displayed white runes. Two lines of information appeared on the cauldron. Celestial Mirror of Loss, Supreme Artifact. Function: when the front is directed at any creature, that creature randomly loses one ability, such as mana, mobility, spiritual energy, attack, defense, or intelligence. The higher the creature's tier, the shorter the recovery time. When the back is directed at a creature, it can immediately restore the lost ability. Note: the Celestial Mirror of Loss cannot cause a creature to lose two abilities simultaneously. Additionally, the mirror does not affect the master. The Celestial Mirror of Loss, a supreme artifact. Yang Dong was both thrilled and astonished. Items were categorized into mundane tools, magical artifacts, spiritual artifacts, divine artifacts, and celestial artifacts. There were very few divine artifacts in the entire primordial continent, and celestial artifacts were nearly non-existent in the lower realms. For an ordinary cultivator, possessing even a low-grade magical artifact was a considerable achievement. Most elders of the Qingyun Sect possessed only medium-grade or high-grade magical artifacts. As for supreme magical artifacts, they were exceedingly rare. The entire Qingyun Sect possessed only a handful of low-grade spiritual artifacts. Yet now, Yangdong had acquired a supreme artifact. What treasure was this black cauldron that could refine such a supreme artifact? Yangdong couldn't help but marvel. This miraculous cauldron that had descended from the heavens must at least be a celestial artifact, or perhaps even something of a higher order. He took the celestial mirror of loss from the cauldron, examining it with great intrigue, eager to conduct an experiment. Oh, I can perform a test on the Xianyu parrot. With this thought, Yangdong called out, "Xiaoyu, come in." His voice was soft, yet the Xianyu parrot possessed exceptional hearing. It could hear him even from 100 paces away. The parrot flapped its wings and flew in through the window, hovering before Yangdong and bowing its wings in respect. "Master, what commands do you have?" Yangdong lifted the celestial mirror of loss, directing the front towards the parrot. A beam of golden light, approximately 3 inches in diameter, struck the Xianyu parrot, revealing the inscription on the back, "Mobility lost." With a thud, the Xianyu parrot plummeted to the ground, unable to move. It cried out in alarm, "Master, I cannot move." Good heavens! This celestial mirror of loss is truly devastating. Yangdong exclaimed in disbelief. He then directed the back of the mirror towards the parrot, and a beam of white light enveloped it. The Xianyu parrot instantly flapped its wings and soared back into the air. "Goodness! You nearly frightened me to death." The Xianyu parrot patted its chest with its wings, its round little eyes fixed on the mirror in Yangdong's hand. "Master, were you just toying with me?" The parrot's intelligence was impressively high. Yangdong chuckled. "I merely wished to test the effects of this mirror. Rest assured, it will not harm you." The parrot cackled in laughter. "Master, as you say, I would bravely face any trial you set before me without a hint of hesitation." Yangdong quipped. "Do you even have the capacity to frown?" The Xianyu parrot laughed heartily. "Well, that's the essence of my meaning." "All right, you may go now." Yangdong waved it off. The Xianyu parrot flapped its wings and flew out the window to play with the golden-winged tiger bee. Yangdong gazed at the celestial mirror of loss in his hand, a smile creeping across his lips. With this mirror, he could incapacitate formidable foes with a mere glance. Just imagine, an opponent suddenly rendered incapable of movement, unable to cast spells, losing their spiritual energy, or having their defenses stripped away. What a delightful prospect. Although the mirror's effects were random, if it did not yield the desired outcome, he could use the back of the mirror to restore the opponent before attempting again with the front. Of course, Yangdong was acutely aware that if he encountered an adversary of significantly higher strength, he might not have the opportunity to use the mirror at all. In such cases, retreat would be the only option. Thus, it was imperative for him to rapidly enhance his cultivation. Having slain the Bloodslaughter sect's young master and seized so many artifacts, it was only a matter of time before the sect traced the incident back to him. He resolved to reach the nascent soul stage within a year. With this small goal set in his mind, Yangdong stored the celestial mirror of loss in the spatial ring. He then proceeded to extract items one by one from the ring, placing them into the cauldron for refinement. As the young master of the Bloodslaughter sect, this spatial ring contained a wealth of items. There were over a dozen magical artifacts, most of which were of high or supreme grade. The various spiritual herbs and fruits were also of the superior and supreme tiers. Countless spiritual stones filled the ring, with tens of thousands of mid-grade spiritual stones, several thousand high-grade stones, and over 1,000 supreme-grade stones. After refining in the cauldron, the thousands of high-grade spiritual stones were transformed into supreme-grade stones, while the over 1,000 supreme-grade stones coalesced into a massive low-grade spiritual crystal. The energy contained within the low-grade spiritual crystal was more than 10 times that of the supreme-grade stones. The immense lower-grade spirit crystal dwarfs the volume of 1,000 small spirit stones. Additionally, those myriad medium-grade spirit stones have been refined into high-grade spirit stones. Out of a dozen magical artifacts, 3 have been transformed into lower-grade spirit tools, while the remainder are exquisite magical items. As for the spiritual herbs and fruits, they have all been refined into profound-grade masterpieces, with a few being of the earthly grade's lower tier. This windfall is simply astonishing. Yangdong meticulously stowed these treasures back into his spatial ring. It was now time to set up the spirit gathering formation. He retrieved a set of medium-grade 5-colored spirit gathering flags and placed a spirit stone the size of a grinding disc into the cauldron. A flash of white light illuminated the scene, revealing 2 lines of information: exquisite 5-colored spirit gathering flag and high-grade spirit stone. To his delight, he had successfully refined an exquisite spirit gathering flag. Yang Dong chuckled, elated by the turn of events. The quality of the gathering flags directly influences the effectiveness of spirit energy accumulation. Today truly has been a series of fortuitous occurrences. Immediately, Yang Dong commenced the arrangement of the spirit gathering formation. He positioned the sizable high-grade spirit stone at the center of his bedroom, serving as the formation's core and the source of its sustaining energy. Subsequently, he exited the stone cottage and planted the 5 spirit gathering flags at the 4 cardinal points surrounding the cottage, with 1 flag affixed to the roof. Returning to the bedroom, Yang Dong sat cross-legged at the formation's heart, forming hand seals and channeling the formation's core technique. Suddenly, he pointed 2 fingers towards the enormous spirit stone. It emitted a radiant glow, and strands of energy began to diffuse outward. The 5 spirit gathering flags outside the cottage absorbed the energy emanating from the spirit stone, their runes glowing softly and intertwining. The spirit gathering formation commenced activation, its core resembling a vortex as it drew in spirit energy from all directions. Yang Dong sat in meditation, practicing the Qingyun Qi refining technique. His 360 acupoints opened simultaneously, rapidly absorbing the pure spirit energy surging from all around. Chapter 41. Senior Sister Qin's Desire to Progress. After establishing the spirit gathering formation, Yang Dong's absorption of spirit energy accelerated by at least 5 or 6 times. After a brief period of cultivation, he heard the cheerful call of the Xianyu parrot from outside. "Hello, beautiful sister. Welcome." On the roof, the parrot spotted Qin Machio approaching from afar and flew over to greet her, knowing she was a good friend of its master. Yet still calling out to notify Yang Dong. It seemed that Qin Machio had arrived. Upon hearing the parrot's call, Yang Dong ceased his cultivation and deactivated the spirit gathering formation before stepping outside the stone cottage. There, Qin Machio looked at the Xianyu parrot with curiosity. "Are you the parrot that junior brother Yang brought back?" The parrot nodded vigorously. Yes, sister. Don't you recognize Xiaoyu? Xiaowu. Qin Machio replied with slight confusion, recalling that the bird didn't quite look like this before. "I named it Xiaoyu," Yang Dong explained as he approached Qin Machio. "I remember its feathers were a vibrant green, but how has it turned black?" She inquired with curiosity. "Oh, after I returned, I fed it a few elixirs, and somehow it changed color. However, it has become considerably more powerful," Yang Dong fabricated with ease. The Xianyu parrot rolled its eyes, bemused by its master's tall tails. "I see," Qin Machio said, looking rather enlightened and accepting Yang Dong's words without doubt. She glanced around the stone cottage and at the spirit gathering flags and asked, "Junior brother Yang, have you set up the spirit gathering formation?" Yang Dong nodded slightly. "Yes. I just finished arranging it." "Have I interrupted your cultivation?" Qin Machio asked with a smile. "We should not speak of interruptions between us, senior sister. Please come in and sit." Yang Dong took Qin Machio's hand and led her into the cottage, where they embraced and shared a passionate kiss. After an intense hour of dual cultivation, Qin Machio was left flushed and breathless. Yang Dong poured her a bowl of spiritual water. She smiled sweetly, lifting the porcelain bowl and drinking it down in a few gulps. Yang Dong poured her another bowl, saying, "Senior sister, I have plenty of spiritual water to share." After downing 3 bowls of spiritual water, Qin Machio sighed. "Next month, the sect will hold the assessment for inner disciples. Junior brother Yang, you will soon become an inner disciple, but I fear I may not be able to visit you as freely. Becoming an inner disciple means residing atop the mountain, a place where outer disciples cannot easily access." What truly saddened Qin Machio was not merely the temporary separation, but the widening gap between them. Realizing she could no longer be Yang Dong's partner, unaware of Qin Machio's true feelings, Yang Dong replied cheerfully, "Then you should also strive to become an inner disciple." Qin Machio shook her head slightly. To qualify for the inner disciple assessment, one must reach the 8th layer of Qi refining and be under 30 years old. Currently, I am merely at the mid-stage of the 7th layer, and with only a few weeks until the assessment, it seems impossible to break through to the 8th layer. Yang Dong asked with a smile, "Senior sister, how old are you?" Having grown familiar with each other, he felt comfortable inquiring about her age. Qin Machio blushed and replied shyly, "Don't laugh at me, junior brother Yang. I am already 29 years old. I fear I won't break through to the 8th layer before turning 30. The later one progresses, the more challenging it becomes to break through. Most ordinary outer disciples can only reach the 6th or 7th layers throughout their lives. Once past 30 without becoming an inner disciple, it signifies a permanent disqualification from that status. After decades of cultivation, if she could manage to break into the foundation establishment stage, perhaps there would be a chance to serve as a minor steward within the sect. At 29, Qin Machio still looked youthful, appearing no older than her early 20s. Yang Dong said, "Senior sister, you should cultivate here with me. I will activate the spirit gathering formation, which can significantly enhance your cultivation speed. Moreover, drinking spiritual water daily will expedite your advancement. As Qin Machio was already his partner, Yang Dong wished to assist her in becoming an inner disciple this year. But that would be inappropriate. She protested. The spirit gathering formation had required Yang Dong considerable effort and a wealth of spirit stones to set up. Although she was already his partner, she still felt hesitant to accept such generosity. Yang Dong smiled reassuringly. Senior sister, there is no need for such formality between us. I cannot absorb all the spirit energy here by myself. Your presence would only prevent waste. This was indeed the truth. The spirit gathering formation, established with exquisite 5-colored gathering flags, absorbed spirit energy at an astonishing rate. Even though Yang Dong was employing all his acupoints to absorb the energy, it remained more than sufficient. Furthermore, Qin Machio's absorption of this energy would be inconsequential in comparison. Seeing that Yang Dong genuinely wished for her to benefit from the spirit energy, Qin Machio felt deeply touched. Thank you, junior brother Yang. I have already stated. There is no need for politeness between us. Yang Dong smiled gently, standing up. Now, I will activate the spirit gathering formation. I will cultivate in the bedroom while you practice in the hall. All right. Qin Machio gazed at Yang Dong with affectionate eyes as he walked into the bedroom, taking a deep breath to calm her excited heart. She then sat cross-legged and began cultivating the Qingyun Qi refining technique. Yang Dong activated the spirit gathering formation in the bedroom and also commenced his meditation. Outside the stone cottage, the golden-winged tiger and the Xianyu parrot kept watch over the two, occasionally engaging in playful antics. Unbeknownst to them, night had fallen, yet they remained oblivious, deeply immersed in their cultivation. Within this high-grade spirit gathering formation, Qin Machio's cultivation speed was at least 5 times faster than usual. If she were to consume a bit more spirit water, it is indeed conceivable that she might attain the 8th layer of Qi refinement by next month's Inner Sect disciple assessment. Therefore, she must seize the moment and dedicate herself to her cultivation with utmost urgency. Should she fail to be selected in this Inner Sect disciple evaluation, she would forever forfeit the opportunity to become an Inner Sect disciple. Sister Qin is fervently eager to advance. With a mere thought, Yang Dong retrieved several exquisite spirit stones from his spatial ring, clasping them in his hand to absorb their energy. Although the spiritual energy drawn in by the gathering formation accelerated his cultivation speed by 5 or 6-fold, he still required the energy from the spirit stones to aid his quest to reach the nascent soul realm within a year. With thousands of exquisite spirit stones at his disposal, how could he let them go to waste? In less than a quarter of an hour, Yang Dong had absorbed dozens of exquisite spirit stones, the energy equivalent to that which an ordinary cultivator would accumulate over a decade. However, for Yang Dong, who had already reached the foundation establishment stage, it merely resulted in a slight enhancement of his cultivation. After depleting the exquisite spirit stones, Yang Dong continued his training. As the dawn sun gradually ascended from the eastern horizon, dispersing the delicate morning mist, Yang Dong slowly concluded his cultivation, dismantled the gathering formation, and exited his chamber to the outer hall. Upon seeing Yang Dong's arrival, Qin Machio hastily ceased her cultivation and, with a smile, greeted him. Good morning, junior brother. Yang Dong produced several spirit fruits from his storage pouch and offered them to Qin Machio. Sister, please have some spirit fruits. Thank you, Qin Machio exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment upon recognizing the dragon scale fruit, a premium Xian rank spirit fruit. Junior brother, how can I accept such fine spirit fruits from you? Within the sect, even occasionally obtaining a Xian rank fruit was considered fortunate, and she had never had the opportunity to taste a premium Xian rank spirit fruit before. Only Inner Sect disciples were afforded such luxury. Sister, we've shared so much. Why be so polite? Yang Dong performed a cleaning spell and took a generous bite of the dragon scale fruit, revealing that his spatial ring contained at least several hundred spirit fruits, all of which were of premium Xian rank. It was no trouble to gift a few to Qin Machio. Understanding the implication behind Yang Dong's words, Qin Machio's cheeks flushed, and she eagerly began to devour the dragon scale fruits. After enjoying several of them, the pair exited the stone house and took to the skies on their swords, heading to the outer sect hall for the morning assembly. At this time, over 100 outer sect disciples had gathered in the training courtyard, and as they noticed Qin Machio and Yang Dong arriving together on their swords, whispers of speculation began to circulate among them. What is going on? Why is Qin Machio arriving with Yang Dong so early? Perhaps they crossed paths on their way here. But Qin Machio lives on the west side. How could they possibly be on the same route? Is it possible that she stayed over at Yang Dong's place last night? Really? Have they already gotten together so quickly? Given that Yang Dong had just arrived at Piamiao Peak, it seemed quite normal for Qin Machio to strike up a conversation with him. After all, she had previously maintained a frosty demeanor towards men, Yet it appeared she had a more carefree side as well. Yang Dong, with his handsome appearance and formidable cultivation, was undoubtedly appealing to many women. As Yang Dong and Qin Machio soared through the air together, they unwittingly dispensed a fair share of romantic fodder for the gossiping disciples. Both Yang Dong and Qin Machio were well aware of the whispers surrounding them. While Qin Machio's face turned frosty with embarrassment and indignation, she chose not to engage in disputes with the gossips, as the truth was evident. Yang Dong, on the other hand, appeared indifferent, allowing others to speculate as they pleased. Before long, Elder Ru and several deacons emerged to commence the meeting. Deacon Chen stood beside Elder Ru, his gaze sweeping across the assembly of disciples before lingering momentarily on Yang Dong, his eyes betraying a smoldering resentment. After Elder Shun had come to Piaomiao Peak to uncover the truth, he had summoned Deacon Shun for a harsh reprimand, chastising him for instigating conflict between Shen Yunqing and Yang Dong, which ultimately led to Shun Yunqing's demise. Deacon Shun, reduced to kneeling and offering endless explanations, dared not express any dissatisfaction towards Elder Shun, instead directing his resentment towards Yang Dong. This young man was nothing short of a calamity for him. Since the day of the outer disciple assessment, Yang Dong had been the source of his humiliation. Now, with Shen Yunqing dead at Yang Dong's hands, Elder Shun had placed the blame squarely on his shoulders. Furthermore, Qin Machio's association with Yang Dong only deepened Deacon Shun's jealousy and animosity towards him. Clenching his teeth in silence, Deacon Chen vowed that should Yang Dong venture outside the sect alone, he would undoubtedly pursue him to exact vengeance. Yang Dong, however, was not oblivious to Deacon Chen's malevolent gaze. He could not help but smirk internally, realizing it was high time to find an opportunity to deal with Deacon Chen. After the morning assembly concluded, Yang Dong and Qin Machio returned directly to Yang Dong's residence, activating the gathering formation and immersing themselves in their respective cultivation. In the days that followed, Yang Dong and Qin Machio devoted nearly all their time to their training. Besides his cultivation, Yang Dong consumed dozens of exquisite spirit stones and indulged in a few spirit fruits every day. Naturally, the two of them also engaged in dual cultivation for an hour each night. After 5 days, Yang Dong's cultivation reached the mid-foundation establishment stage. 12 days later, he advanced to the late foundation establishment stage, and within 20 days, he achieved the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Remarkably, from successfully establishing his foundation to reaching its peak, Yang Dong accomplished this feat in a mere 20-some days. If news of such rapid advancement were to spread, it would astonish the entire immortal cultivation world. It is worth noting that the vast majority of cultivators dedicate their entire lives to cultivation without ever attaining the foundation establishment realm, let alone reaching its zenith. Even those with superior spirit roots often struggle for a century to attain the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Yang Dong, possessing the celestial body, could simultaneously absorb the spiritual energy from over 300 meridians during cultivation, resulting in a speed several hundred times that of those with superior spirit roots. Coupled with the gathering formation, he had absorbed hundreds of exquisite spirit stones during those 20 days, propelling him from the entry level to the pinnacle of foundation establishment in such a short time. The immortal cultivation world can be likened to a pyramid structure. The Qi refinement realm represents the base, encompassing over 80% of cultivators. Foundation establishment cultivators comprise roughly 10%. Golden core cultivators account for less than 1%. Nascent soul cultivators are akin to 1 in 10,000, while those in the out-of-body realm are 1 in 100,000. The transformation realm cultivators are 1 in a million, and the integration realm cultivators are 1 in a billion. Those who achieve the great ascension are 1 in 10 billion, while those who traverse the tribulation are 1 in 100 billion. The vast expanse of the ancient continent is home to trillions of cultivators. During this period, Qin Machio engaged in relentless cultivation, doubling her usual practice time and benefiting from the concentrated spiritual energy of the gathering formation, which accelerated her progress fivefold. Thus, her 20 days of day and night training equated to the results of 200 days of her previous efforts. In addition, her daily consumption of 7 to 8 bowls of spirit water and 2 to 3 premium Xian rank spirit fruits significantly enhanced her spiritual energy. Finally, on the 21st day, Qin Machio's cultivation broke through to the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Junior brother Yang, I've successfully advanced to the 8th layer of Qi refinement. The following morning, Qin Machio excitedly announced this splendid news to Yang Dong as he emerged from his chamber. Congratulations, sister. Yang Dong smiled and offered his heartfelt felicitations. Yet, inwardly, he shook his head at the pace of Qin Machio's cultivation. With the gathering formation in place, ample spirit water, and daily intake of 2 premium Xian rank spirit fruits, it took her 21 days of relentless training to progress from the mid-7th layer of Qi refinement to the 8th. It seemed that Sister Qin's superior spirit root was not as remarkable as one might hope. One could only wonder what her constitution would become if she were to be refined in the cauldron. A question flashed through Yangdong's mind. Of course, it was merely a fleeting thought, one he would never act upon. The treasure cauldron was his most clandestine secret, and he would never divulge it to another soul. Not even if Qin Macho became his partner in the Tao would he reveal the treasure cauldron before her. The only exception would be to incapacitate her and then toss her into the cauldron for refinement. The fact that I managed to ascend to the 8th level of Qi refinement in just 20 short days is entirely due to the assistance of my junior brother. I am profoundly grateful. Qin Macho gazed at Yangdong with her enchanting eyes, her delicate face alight with excitement and joy. Yangdong wrapped his arms around her and planted a kiss on her lips, saying, "I've told you, there is no need for such formality between us." After a fervent exchange, Qin Macho reclined in his embrace and remarked, "In a few days, the sect will hold the internal disciples assessment. I wish to stay with you for a few more days to consolidate my cultivation at the 8th level of Qi refinement." Yangdong nodded, "Indeed. However, I must venture out today." "Where are you headed?" Qin Macho inquired. "I plan to gather some spiritual herbs and fruits outside the sect and exchange them for spirit stones," Yangdong replied. Although he had no shortage of spirit stones, the true purpose of his outing was to lure out Elder Chun and deal with him. Chapter 43, The Internal Disciples Assessment. The two arrived at Piaomiao Peak. Once all the disciples had gathered, Elder Lu, accompanied by several stewards, emerged from the grand hall. The disciples arranged themselves in neat rows and bowed in unison to greet Elder Lu. Elder Lu nodded slightly and began, "In 5 days, we will hold the sect's annual internal disciples assessment. I hope that 2 or 3 of our Piaomiao Peak disciples can be promoted to internal disciples." Elder Lu's gaze swept over the disciples, momentarily resting on Yangdong and Qin Macho. Yangdong's promotion to internal disciple was a foregone conclusion. As for Qin Macho, it remained uncertain whether she had broken through to the 8th level of Qi refinement. If not for her mixed spiritual roots, her innate talent would have allowed her to achieve the 8th level long ago, perhaps even pushing towards the foundation establishment stage. After the morning assembly, the disciples engaged in discussions about the upcoming internal disciples assessment. Passing this assessment was no small feat. The 8th level of Qi refinement was a realm that most cultivators would never attain in their lifetimes. I am currently at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Perhaps after another 40 or 50 years of cultivation, I might reach the 8th level. Do you think the sect would accept an 80-year-old decrepit man as an internal disciple? Promotion to internal disciple requires not only reaching the 8th level of Qi refinement, but also having a bone age of no more than 30 years. Thus, it seems that only senior brother Meng and senior sister Qin from our Piaomiao Peak have a chance at promotion. Let us not forget, Yangdong is the biggest dark horse of Piaomiao Peak. Elder Chun approached with his hands clasped behind his back and scolded, "If you wish to become internal disciples, why not focus on your cultivation instead of loitering about?" The disciples fell silent and scattered in haste. Elder Chen's eyes landed on Yangdong and Qin Macho, who were engaged in cheerful conversation not far away. "Senior sister Qin, I am off to gather spiritual fruits and herbs outside the sect," Yangdong announced before leaping into the air, stepping onto his sword sheath, and soaring away from the sect. A barely perceptible cold smile crept onto Elder Chen's lips. This lad is finally going out alone. This is a rare opportunity. Once he is outside the sect, who would know if he were to perish in the wilderness? Elder Chen stealthily departed, evading the gaze of the crowd, and subsequently followed Yangdong from a distance on his sword. Yangdong soared beyond the sect's boundaries, heading towards the distant mountains. Elder Chen remained several miles behind, tailing him closely. Moments later, Yangdong halted midair above a mountain range. Glancing back to see Elder Chen approaching on his sword, "Elder Chen, what do you intend to accomplish by following me here?" Yangdong inquired, standing with his hands behind his back, a smile playing on his lips. "So you were aware of my presence all along. I underestimated you." Elder Chen's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he coldly replied, "Today, I shall send you on your way." With his early golden core cultivation, killing a Qi refinement practitioner was akin to squashing an ant. With that, he gathered his spiritual energy and raised his hand to strike at Yangdong. With a thought, Yangdong summoned the celestial deficiency mirror, directing a beam of light towards Elder Chen. The mirror's reverse side displayed a message, "Loss of spiritual energy." Elder Chen suddenly felt the surging spiritual energy within him vanish without a trace. His blow, which was meant to be powerful, dissipated into nothingness. "What is happening? Why has my spiritual energy vanished?" Elder Chen was filled with horror. He had never encountered such an inexplicable event. A cultivator without spiritual energy was no different from an ordinary person. His gaze fell upon the octagonal copper mirror in Yangdong's hand, and he began to comprehend. "Where did you acquire that demonic mirror?" "Return my cultivation." "Return it?" Yang Dong thought, retracting the celestial deficiency mirror into his spatial ring, laughing heartily. Elder Chun, at over 100 years old, you still possess such naivety. You intend to kill me. Do you think I would spare you? Elder Chen's complexion changed drastically. He realized that, in this moment, he was devoid of cultivation and stood before Yang Dong like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Thud. Elder Chen knelt before Yang Dong, bowing his head in supplication. Yang Dong, I was momentarily foolish. I beg for your mercy. Grant me a path to survival. Begging for mercy now is too late. Yang Dong huffed disdainfully and unleashed a palm strike imbued with lightning, reducing Elder Chun to charred remains. Approaching the smoldering corpse of Elder Chun, Yang Dong retrieved a storage bag from his waist. Storage bags typically had restrictions that required spiritual power to open. Thus, only those with cultivation surpassing the owner could forcibly access another storage bag. However, once the owner of the storage bag was deceased, the restrictions would automatically dissolve. With Elder Chen now dead, the seal on his storage bag was lifted. Yang Dong opened the bag to find only a few dozen high-grade spirit stones and several hundred mid-grade spirit stones, along with some talismans, spiritual fruits, and elixirs. Such meager possessions. Truly a pauper. Yang Dong stowed Elder Chen's storage bag into his spatial ring, then conjured a flame to completely incinerate Elder Chen's remains. After dealing with Elder Chen, Yang Dong roamed the mountain, slaying a few second-tier exotic beasts and gathering some spiritual fruits and herbs. By midday, he returned to the sect on his sword. Master has returned. Upon seeing Yang Dong approach on his sword, the Xianyu parrot flapped its wings and flew to greet him. Yang Dong tossed a small spiritual fruit into the air, which the parrot caught in its beak and flew to the rooftop to enjoy. Back in his chamber, Yang Dong activated the spirit gathering array, sitting cross-legged to begin his cultivation. 5 days passed swiftly, and the day of the internal disciples' assessment arrived. As for Elder Chen's disappearance, the sect had dispatched personnel to search for him, but to no avail, and thus, they ceased the effort. The internal disciples' assessment was a significant event for the sect. The sect leader, He Wuhan, sat upon a high platform, flanked by dozens of peak masters and elders. On the platform lay a spirit stone for measuring spiritual roots and a bone stone for assessing bone age. Below the platform stood thousands of outer disciples of the Qingyun Sect, most of whom had come merely to witness the spectacle, with only a scant few possessing the qualifications to participate in the assessment. Furthermore, the miscellaneous disciples of the Qingyun Sect gathered to witness the spectacle, and a lively clamor ensued as conversations and discussions erupted. This year's internal disciple assessment raises questions about how many will pass. It is likely that no more than a few dozen will succeed, as has been the case in previous years. The age limit is set at no more than 30 years, and disciples must achieve at least the 8th level of Qi refinement. Those who meet both criteria are indeed rare gems among the populace. Once promoted to internal disciples, they gain access to the finest cultivation resources of the sect and can at least secure a position as a steward within the sect. The outer disciples from each peak stood in line beneath the high platform, awaiting their turn for the assessment. The Piaomiao peak had 3 representatives, Yang Dong, Qin Machio, and Ming Changfeng. The head of the internal disciples, Master Chu Yun, stepped forward to the platform and cleared his throat, prompting an immediate hush to fall over the crowd. Today marks the annual assessment day for the internal disciples of our Qingyun Sect. The evaluation consists of 2 parts, a cultivation level test and a bone age test. Let the assessment commence. I invite the disciples from each peak to take turns ascending the platform. After announcing this, Master Chu stepped aside, and the first contestant was a disciple from the Baiwu Peak. There were 2 disciples from Baiwu Peak participating, 1 male and 1 female, both tested at the 8th level of Qi refinement. However, during the bone age test, the male disciple was found to be 31 years old, resulting in immediate disqualification. Soon, it was time for the disciples from Piaomiao Peak to take the stage. Next, from Piaomiao Peak, we have Ming Changfeng. As Master Chu announced his name, Ming Changfeng stepped onto the platform for his test. His cultivation level was confirmed at the 8th level of Qi refinement, and his bone age was assessed to be 298 years. He passed the evaluation, and Master Chu proclaimed the result. Ming Changfeng stood on the platform, exhilarated, relieved that his bone age was just under the limit. Had it exceeded, he would have forever been barred from becoming an internal disciple. In reality, Ming Changfeng was already 31 years old. The onlookers below murmured about how fortunate he was. Next, from Piaomiao Peak, we have Qin Machio. Master Chu called out from the list. Clad in a vibrant orange outfit, Qin Machio ascended the platform, her bright eyes and radiant smile captivating the audience. Her fair skin and graceful figure drew the admiration of the male disciples below. Wow! I can't believe our Qingyun Sect has such a beautiful female disciple. Do you not know? Qin Machio is renowned as the most stunning beauty in the sect. and countless male disciples aspire to become her partner. It was rumored that during a duel, Qingyun had been killed while contesting for her affection. And thus the saying that beauty brings calamity rang true. With her mind clear of distractions, Qin approached the spirit stone for her test, placing her palm upon it, which illuminated with 8 lines of light. Yang Dong proceeded to test his cultivation level on the spirit stone, achieving the 8th level of qi refinement. Next, he approached the bone stone for his age assessment. The result displayed 241 years, and he passed the internal disciple evaluation, as announced by Master Chu. Qin was both astonished and elated. How could her bone age be only 24 when she was clearly 29? Although variances in bone age can occur, they typically do not exceed 2 years. Yet, hers was 5 years less than her actual age, an anomaly indeed. Unbeknownst to her, her youthful appearance was attributed to her daily consumption of high-quality spirit water from Yangdong over the past month. The crowd below erupted in admiration, praising her extraordinary talent for reaching the 8th level of qi refinement at such a young age. With her beauty, high cultivation, and successful passage of the internal disciple assessment, Qin future within the Qingyun Sect appeared boundless. I can't believe Qin is only 24. I am 30 years her senior and barely at the 6th level of qi refinement. It seems impossible for me to ever be her partner now. Friend, do you require a wake-up call? I have a warm cup here. Qin, overwhelmed with excitement, stood aside, finally having become an internal disciple. And she would now have the opportunity to meet Yangdong daily. Typically, outer disciples who pass the assessment become internal disciples of their respective peaks. Since both she and Yangdong were from Piamiao Peak, their new status would also align them within the same internal division. Next, from Piamiao Peak, we have Yangdong. Master Chu announced loudly from the elevated platform. Yangdong approached, placing his hand upon the spirit stone. The light patterns rapidly increased, and upon reaching 9, he ceased channeling his energy. Initially, he intended to reveal only an 8th level of qi refinement, but after his confrontation with Qingyun, many were aware that he had reached the 9th level, and feigning the 8th would only raise suspicions. In truth, he had already attained the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Yangdong, 9th level of qi refinement. Master Chu proclaimed loudly, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the surrounding disciples. Incredible. He appears to be in his 20s. Yet he has achieved the 9th level of qi refinement. What a genius. Wait, isn't he the one who defeated Qingyun on the duel stage? No wonder he is so formidable. It was said that Yangdong had risen from a miscellaneous disciple to an outer disciple, and in just 2 short months, he would ascend to become an internal disciple, a true miracle. On stage, Yangdong approached the bone stone, pressing his palm against it. The stone revealed the number, 18. Yangdong, bone age 18. Assessment passed. The crowd erupted once more. What? He is only 18 and has already reached the 9th level of qi refinement. Alas, I am 81 this year. Yet I remain merely at the 1st level of qi refinement. How embarrassing. Oldly, at your age, why are you still here making a spectacle of yourself? Go tend to your herb field. Young and handsome with profound cultivation. It is no wonder Qin is so enamored with him. How wonderful it would be to become his partner. Such talent as Yangdong's would surely allow him to become an elder within the sect one day. Discussions filled the air as male disciples expressed envy, while female disciples gazed at Yangdong with admiration, viewing him as their ideal partner. Even the sect leader, Hen Wuhan, and the elders displayed looks of approval. To reach the 9th level of qi refinement at merely 18 years of age is truly a remarkable feat. Yangdong. What is your constitution? Hen Wuhan asked, stroking his beard as he scrutinized the young disciple. Hen Wuhan was puzzled. A disciple reaching the 9th level of qi refinement at 18 must possess exceptional spiritual roots. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for him to attain such a high level without extraordinary cultivation. However, if he indeed possessed superior spiritual roots, why did the sect not directly recruit him as an internal disciple? Instead, he had been allowed to become merely an outer disciple. Yangdong stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Hen Wuhan. Greetings, sect leader. When I was tested for my spiritual roots, I was found to have low-grade mixed spiritual roots. Despite his current status as a celestial tyrant body, he could not directly disclose this information. During his initial recruitment, he had been assessed with low-grade mixed spiritual roots. A verifiable fact. You possess low-grade mixed spiritual roots? Hen Wuhan initially appeared taken aback, but then shook his head in disbelief. Impossible. If you truly had low-grade mixed spiritual roots, you would not have reached even the 2nd level of qi refinement, let alone the 9th. The other dozens of peak leaders also displayed expressions of incredulity. How can a disciple with low-grade mixed spiritual roots attain the 9th level of qi refinement by the age of 18? The young lad has come to amuse these old fellows? Yangdong candidly reported, respected sect leader, when I entered the sect, My spiritual root was indeed a low-grade mixed root. Otherwise, I would not have been assigned to the menial tasks of guarding the orchard. Should you harbor any doubts, you may inquire with Manager Jiang of the menial department. Heavenly Ink nodded slightly, convinced that Yang Dong would not dare to speak falsely. Nor would he have any reason to do so. Who would not wish for superior spiritual roots? It appears that your spiritual roots may have undergone a mutation. Allow me to retest them. With a mere thought, 5 crystal spheres materialized upon the table. These 5 spheres represented the 5 elemental tests of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The brighter the sphere, the better the spiritual root. Yang Dong, grasp each of these 5 crystal spheres to retest your spiritual roots. Although Yang Dong was reluctant to undergo the test and uncertain whether these spheres could reveal his celestial tyrant body, he truly wished to keep this secret hidden. However, with the sect leader himself insisting on personally testing his roots, he could hardly refuse. Chapter 45. Becoming the sect leader's personal disciple. Yang Dong extended his hand and pressed it against the first water elemental testing sphere. The sphere emitted a dazzling brilliance. Witnessing such radiant light, Heavenly Ink and the assembly of elders were struck with astonishment. This was the brightest spiritual root they had ever encountered, unparalleled and of the highest quality. Yang Dong then grasped the second earth elemental sphere, which also gleamed brilliantly. In quick succession, he held all 5 elemental testing spheres, each radiating with magnificent light. Heavenly Ink's face lit up with delight. 5 supreme spiritual roots. Perhaps you possess a special physique. Special physiques cannot be measured. Only those above the transformation realm can discern them with spiritual power. The various peak masters gazed upon Yang Dong, each harboring mixed emotions. Regardless of how exceptional Yang Dong's spiritual roots were, he was not a disciple of their peak, so what good was it? Only Hua Xiangrong, the peak master of the mysterious Veil Peak, regarded Yang Dong with a radiant smile, as if beholding a rare treasure. Yet, in the next moment, her smile faltered. Respected sect leader, may I retain Yang Dong for myself? Hua Xiangrong implored, her expression one of exasperation. Heavenly Ink chuckled. Does the mysterious Veil Peak not already have 2 disciples on the verge of advancement? What need have you for so many? Yang Dong is a prodigy among the sect's disciples and must be nurtured with utmost care. Hua Xiangrong, however, was not ready to concede. Yet, her protest was swiftly curtailed by Heavenly Ink's dismissive gesture. That is settled. Reluctantly, Hua Xiangrong fell silent, her heart heavy, akin to a precious gem snatched away from her grasp. The other peak masters and elders felt a wave of relief wash over them. They did not wish for Yang Dong to belong to another peak, and with the sect leader claiming him as his personal disciple, their hearts found equilibrium. At that moment, not only was Hua Xiangrong disheartened, but also Qin Machio, who was taken aback. She had believed that both she and Yang Dong would become inner disciples of the mysterious Veil Peak, sharing their days together. Yet, unexpectedly, Yang Dong had been chosen as the sect leader's personal disciple, reducing her chances of seeing him in the future. Nevertheless, she felt a sense of joy for Yang Dong. To be a personal disciple of the sect promised him a boundless future. Before long, the inner disciple assessment concluded, and the peak masters returned with their disciples to their respective peaks. Heavenly Ink summoned a majestic crane, and together with Yang Dong, they soared onto its back, heading towards the summit of the main peak. Seated cross-legged upon the crane's back, Heavenly Ink, clad in a robe adorned with cloud patterns, appeared youthful and ethereal. Yang Dong stood behind him, gazing towards the summit. The main peak of the Qingyun Sect loomed amidst dozens of mountain peaks, towering hundreds of feet high, shrouded in mist, with spiritual birds soaring above and rare beasts occasionally flitting through the forest. At the summit stood an imposing grand hall, where several inner disciples were engaged in their respective practices. Soon, the crane alighted upon the summit, issuing a resonant call before settling upon the training grounds. As Heavenly Ink and Yang Dong dismounted, the inner disciples greeted them with respectful bows, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the sect leader." Their curious gazes fell upon Yang Dong, who trailed behind Heavenly Ink, wondering why this outer disciple would accompany the sect leader to the main peak. Heavenly Ink inclined his head and addressed the inner disciples. "This is my personal disciple, Yang Dong. Should he require anything, as long as it does not contravene sect regulations, you are to assist him to the best of your abilities." Being a personal disciple carries a higher status than that of an inner disciple, placing him between the elders and the stewards. To think he is the sect leader's newly appointed personal disciple, they echoed in unison. Heavenly Ink led Yang Dong into the grand hall and retrieved 2 items from his spatial ring, a sword and a storage pouch. This is the Bloodfire Sword, a mid-grade magical weapon with fire elemental enhancements. This is a large storage pouch containing various cultivation manuals, medicinal pills, spiritual fruits, spirit stones, talismans, a personal disciple token. and several sets of attire. How generous of the sect leader. Yang Dong mused silently, accepting the sword and storage pouch with gratitude. Thank you, master. Heavenly Ink took his seat at the head of the hall, and, after a moment's contemplation, said, There is a bamboo grove on the southern hillside, where a small courtyard awaits you. You may reside there temporarily. Yang Dong bowed, understood. Heavenly Ink added, Very well, you may go. Come to the hall tomorrow at the hour of the dragon. Your disciple takes his leave. Yang Dong bowed once more and exited the main hall. Upon stepping outside, he oriented himself and proceeded southward. After walking for about 2 or 3 miles, he indeed discovered a small bamboo grove. Behind the grove stood a quaint courtyard with green bricks and red tiles, surrounded by a fence adorned with a variety of colorful flowers and a spiritual fruit tree. The environment was quite delightful. Compared to the accommodations for outer disciples, this was undoubtedly a significant upgrade. Yang Dong nodded with satisfaction, pushing open the courtyard gate and entering the house. The residence spanned over 100 square meters, featuring smooth green brick flooring, a hall, a bedroom, a meditation room, an alchemy room, a storage room, and even a kitchen in the back. Various tables, chairs, and household items were well equipped. However, the entire house was thickly coated with layers of dust, suggesting it had not been inhabited for quite some time. Yang Dong cast a cleaning spell within the house, and instantly, it was transformed into a pristine abode, free of any dust. It is time to fetch Little Sparrow and Ah Feng. Within the sect, Yang Dong generally did not allow them to accompany him, nor did he permit them to roam freely, to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. Now that his new residence was prepared, it was only fitting to bring his 2 spirit pets over. Yang Dong exited the house and took to the skies on his sword, heading towards his residence in the mysterious Veil Peak. The master has returned. Upon encountering Yang Dong, the Xianyu parrot soared from a tree branch, joyfully greeting him. The golden-winged tiger bee also emerged from the flowers, circling around Yang Dong. My dear companions, we have moved to a new abode. You shall accompany me. Yang Dong addressed the 2 spirit pets. As for the interior, there was little to tidy up. His personal belongings were stored within his spatial ring, and the new residence lacked for nothing. Are we to reside in a new house? The Xianyu parrot's tiny, bead-like eyes sparkled with excitement. Enough with the banter. Let us depart. With that, he mounted his sword and returned to the bamboo grove on the main peak, accompanied by his 2 spirit pets. Chapter 46. The Purple Spirit Sword and the Universe Bag. Arriving at the bamboo grove, the Xianyu parrot, elated by the splendid courtyard, flitted about, chirping incessantly. The golden-winged tiger bee, meanwhile, pursued the queen bee amidst the floral thicket. Little parrot, you 2 must remain vigilant outside. Alert me at the first sign of an intruder. Yang Dong commanded the pair before entering the house and shutting the door. Sitting at the table, he took out the storage bag gifted by Hen Wuhan and opened it. Inside, he discovered dozens of top-grade spirit stones, hundreds of mid-grade spirit stones, and a plethora of spirit pills and fruits. Let us refine these items. With a mere thought, he summoned the treasure cauldron from within himself. Initially, he intended to pour the contents of the storage bag into the cauldron one by one for refinement. However, a sudden realization struck him. This method seemed rather cumbersome. Instead, why not toss the entire storage bag into the cauldron for simultaneous refinement? He had previously experimented with refining various items at once without issue. Yet, he had never attempted to throw an entire storage bag into the cauldron. Let us give it a try. If it fails, it fails. With that, Yang Dong flung the storage bag into the cauldron. A brilliant white light emanated from the storage bag, lasting for an extended moment. Lines of information began to scroll across the cauldron's surface. Purple Spirit Sword, top-grade spiritual weapon. Extraordinarily sharp, possessing intelligence. Upon blood recognition of its master, it can receive the master's thoughts and autonomously fly to vanquish foes. A top-grade spiritual weapon. Yang Dong was both astonished and elated. This was the Crimson Blood Sword bestowed upon him by Hen Wuhan, which had originally been a mid-grade magical tool, now refined into a top-grade spiritual weapon. Spiritual weapons rank above magical tools, endowed with a measure of intelligence, thus earning their designation. The higher the grade of a spiritual weapon, the greater its intelligence. This Purple Spirit Sword, being a top-grade spiritual weapon, possessed formidable intelligence. With this weapon that could autonomously slay enemies, he effectively had an additional ally in battle. Indeed, it could even be commanded to execute surprise attacks. The cauldron continued to display a series of messages. 56 top-grade spirit stones, 683 mid-grade spirit stones, 9 superior-grade medicinal pills, 54 mid-grade medicinal pills, 38 superior-grade spirit fruits, 74 mid-grade spirit fruits, 2 top-tier talismans, 21 high-tier talismans, 2 sets of mid-grade robes, 2 pairs of mid-grade boots. Small universe bag, top-grade spiritual weapon, with a capacity of 10,000 cubic meters of alternate space, capable of containing any object, including living beings, without causing entropy changes. Method of use: blood recognition of the master, command by thought. The universe bag. What a treasure! Yangdong's grin nearly extended to his ears. He had not anticipated that the storage bag would refine into a universe bag. A capacity of 10,000 cubic meters of alternate space was ample enough to accommodate the contents of a large warehouse. The significance of the universe bag as a top-grade spiritual weapon was not merely its vast space, which exceeded that of a storage bag by hundreds or thousands of times. Crucially, it could contain living beings, allowing for the storage of individuals or even hundreds of spirit pets, which could be unleashed in the presence of formidable foes. The mere thought of it brought him immense satisfaction. Yangdong retrieved the universe bag from the cauldron, pricked his finger, and let a drop of blood fall upon it. Instantly absorbed by the bag, with a thought, the purple spirit sword flew forth from the universe bag and landed in Yangdong's hand. After dripping a drop of blood onto the sword, it emitted a faint humming sound, as if it had acknowledged him as its master. Yangdong commanded the purple spirit sword to fly about the room, and indeed, it moved with the grace of a sentient being. Curious about its lethality, he mused, why not test the sword's prowess on the cheeky little parrot? A sly smile crept across Yangdong's face as he issued a command to the purple spirit sword. There is a Xianyu parrot outside. Pursue and intimidate it, but do not harm it. The sword emitted a resonant hum and zipped through the window like a bolt of lightning. Moments later, the distressed cries of the Xianyu parrot echoed from outside. Master, help. There's a sword trying to kill me. Yangdong stepped outside to witness the Xianyu parrot flapping about in a panic, with a sword hot on its heels. Despite the parrot's remarkable speed and agility, it struggled to evade the relentless pursuit of the purple spirit sword. The bird and sword became a blur of motion, culminating in a dazzling spectacle. Help! Help! The parrot squawked as it darted through the air. This AI is utterly foolish. The sword is chasing the bird, yet it draws me as the bird chasing the sword. Spotting Yangdong, the parrot exclaimed, Master, please save me. What sort of malevolent sword is this? Yangdong stifled a laugh. Did you not boast of your incredible speed? How is it that you cannot escape a mere sword? Master, is this sword truly meant to hunt birds? Please call it off. The parrot pleaded, still flapping frantically. Fear not. As long as you fly faster than the sword, it cannot harm you, Yangdong replied, crossing his arms. The parrot nearly plummeted from the sky in exasperation. This master is simply insufferable. Yangdong burst into laughter and commanded the purple spirit sword to cease its pursuit of the Xianyu parrot. The sword obediently flew back to him, shrinking as it entered the universe bag. After the recent demonstration, Yangdong was thoroughly satisfied. He surmised that even cultivators at the nascent soul stage would find it difficult to evade the purple spirit sword's relentless pursuit. He also found the Xianyu parrot's speed commendable. Not only was it swift, but its agility made it no easy target for the sword. Now, he possessed multiple means of support in battle. The purple spirit sword, the celestial mirror of damaged heavens, top-tier talismans, along with the Xianyu parrot and the golden-winged tiger bee. However, he noted that the golden-winged tiger bee was of little use against cultivators above the golden core stage. Though the Xianyu parrot was a fourth-tier bird, it lacked significant combat prowess. Nevertheless, its speed was comparable to that of a fifth-tier creature. It seemed imperative to acquire several third-tier or higher beasts for refinement. Yangdong stroked his chin, contemplating. Third-tier beasts could yield fourth-tier or even fifth-tier creatures upon refinement. If he could capture a dozen fourth- or fifth-tier beasts to store in the universe bag, he would feel undaunted even in the presence of a transcendent master. However, capturing beasts of the third tier or higher required him to reach at least the golden core stage. Thus, his immediate priority was to focus on his cultivation and strive for a breakthrough into the golden core realm. Returning inside, Yangdong sat cross-legged and extracted dozens of top-grade spirit stones from his spatial ring, commencing their absorption. Moments later, he had fully absorbed the spirit stones. He felt an immense surge of energy coursing through him, wild and unrestrained. Hastily, he activated the Azure Cloud Qi refining technique, and after a brief moment, the energy within him settled. It seemed he had achieved the pinnacle of foundation establishment and was poised to challenge the golden core stage. Yet, he remained uncertain about how to make that breakthrough. He retrieved the Qingyun Qi refining technique from his storage pouch and began to peruse its contents, which included explanations on how to form a Dan and become a practitioner of the Golden Dan realm. After several readings, Yangdong commenced his practice, guiding the spiritual energy within his body towards the Tao Palace. Chapter 47, Sister Ruhua. The so-called Golden Dan is the result of condensing spiritual energy into a sphere and compressing it into a Dan within the Tao Palace. The more radiant the brilliance of the Golden Dan, the greater its energy and the more solidified its realm. In addition to cultivation, practitioners typically consume Qingyun Dan to assist in this process. Yang Dong sat cross-legged in the quiet chamber, immersed in the trance of Dan formation, oblivious to the encroaching darkness. At that moment, the spiritual energy within his Tao palace was abundant, swirling into a ball of spiritual energy. This was the initial state of Dan formation, and compressing the energy ball into a golden Dan would require considerable time, years for ordinary practitioners or months for others. Those of exceptional talent, especially when supplemented with Zhenyuan Dan, might succeed in forming a Dan within 1 or 2 months. Yang Dong concluded his practice and summoned a precious cauldron from within, refining the spring water in it twice to transform it into superior spiritual water. After retrieving the cauldron, he consumed 2 superior-grade spiritual fruits and continued his cultivation in his room. It was not until midnight that he concluded his practice and retired for the night. As a practitioner, he no longer required a cleansing routine. With a mere spell, he rendered himself immaculate inside and out. The following day, Yang Dong awoke, consumed 2 spiritual fruits, and then proceeded to the main hall of the peak. Shortly thereafter, he beheld the inner gate's leader, Qingyun, descending upon a flying tiger. Yang Dong stepped forward and bowed, addressing him. Disciple pays respects to Hall Master Chu. He recognized Qingyun from the previous day's inner gate disciple assessment, which he had presided over. Qingyun waved his hand with a gentle smile. There is no need for such formality, little junior brother. You may simply call me elder brother from now on. Yang Dong was somewhat surprised to learn that Qingyun was also a disciple of the sect leader. Qingyun continued, I am the eldest disciple of the sect leader. You have 2 more elder brothers who should be arriving shortly. Just then, 2 figures approached, soaring on their swords. One was a middle-aged man clad in a moon-white robe, possessing a refined appearance, seemingly in his 30s, though the longevity of cultivators often belied their true age. The other was a handsome youth adorned in a light blue robe. The 2 first bowed to Qingyun, greeting, elder brother. Their gazes then shifted to Yang Dong. Having not attended the previous day's assessment, they did not recognize him. Realizing they were the other 2 elder brothers Qingyun had mentioned, Yang Dong promptly bowed. I greet both elder brothers. The middle-aged man, dressed in moon-white, bore a look of confusion. Qingyun introduced, this is the newly accepted disciple of our master, named Yang Dong. The middle-aged man smiled and clasped his hands towards Yang Dong. I am Xianxiafans, your second elder brother. The youth in the light blue robe also bowed to Yang Dong. I am Luo Xingqian. You may call me third elder brother or simply Xingqian. These 3 elder brothers appeared quite amiable, not only handsome, but also humble and courteous. Yang Dong once again bowed. I hope the 3 elder brothers will guide me in the future. Xianxiafans chuckled. There is no need for such courtesy, junior brother. We are all disciples of our master, and from now on, we are all family. There is no need for excessive formalities. Qingyun interjected. All right, enough of the pleasantries. Let us go to the main hall to pay our respects to our master. With that, Hall Master Chu led the 3 younger brothers into the hall. Hen Wuhan sat cross-legged at the head of the hall, engaged in cultivation. Upon seeing the 4 disciples enter, he opened his eyes and gradually concluded his practice. We pay respects to our master. Qingyun led the 3 younger brothers in bowing to Hen Wuhan. Hen Wuhan nodded slightly. It appears you brothers have already made introductions. Yang Dong has just become my disciple and is still inexperienced. You 3 must take special care to guide him. Qingyun respectfully replied, rest assured, master, we will look after junior brother. However, with junior brother's innate talent, he likely will not require much guidance from us. Just then, a woman's voice echoed from the back hall. Father, you've taken in a new disciple? No sooner had the words left her lips than a woman, seemingly in her 20s, entered through the back door. Clad in a loose water-green dress that was nevertheless tight-fitting, she possessed a round face, double chin, and a figure reminiscent of a barrel, though her skin was surprisingly fair and tender. In her hand, she clutched a deep-fried spiritual bird leg, stuffing it into her mouth, her lips glistening with grease. Sister Ruhua, must you eat so much? Just look at how you've grown. Hen Wuhan shook his head at his daughter. Father, I've only had 8 spiritual bird legs today. Do you wish to starve me? Ruhua huffed, devouring the leg, which weighed over a pound, before pulling out a plump, red spiritual fruit from her storage pouch and starting to gnaw at it. Yang Dong stared in astonishment. What a sight! This portly girl was the daughter of the Qingyun Sect's leader. How utterly down-to-earth. Were not women in cultivation supposed to be ethereal beings? How could the master have raised such a hefty daughter? 8 legs today? Added together, that must weigh over 10 pounds, sister. It's barely morning. How much more will you eat? No wonder she appeared even larger than a pig. Qingyun, Xianxiafans, and Luo Xingqian exchanged smiles upon seeing the chubby girl, greeting her as junior sister, elder brother, second elder brother, third elder brother. Ruhua stuffed the fruit into her mouth and joyfully scampered towards them, her greasy hands reaching out to embrace their arms, causing them to hastily retreat. Are you the new little junior brother my father accepted yesterday? Ruhua approached Yangdong, her eyes squeezed into a narrow slit by her chubby cheeks, curiously scanning him, sending a shiver down Yangdong's spine. I am Yangdong. It is an honor to meet you, sister. Yangdong stepped back, clasping his hands in greeting. Your name is Yangdong? How young and handsome. You are even better looking than my 3 elder brothers. Ruhua fixed her gaze upon Yangdong, unable to tear her eyes away. Qingyun, Jiang Zhufeng, and Luo Xingqian, far from feeling jealous, all sighed in relief, casting sympathetic glances at Yangdong. It seemed Ruhua would no longer pester them. But the little junior brother might not enjoy peaceful days ahead. Yangdong felt increasingly awkward under Ruhua's scrutinizing gaze, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. He glanced towards his 3 elder brothers for help, but they all averted their sympathetic gazes, looking elsewhere. Wait, you just said you would look after me. My dear elder brothers. Yangdong was utterly speechless. His elder brothers were truly lacking in solidarity. Ahem. Hen Wuhan, seated at the head of the hall, cleared his throat twice and said sternly, Ruhua, what sort of decorum is this? Staring at Yangdong. Come here. Only then did Ruhua reluctantly tear her gaze away, returning to her father's side, where she promptly reached into her storage pouch for another spiritual fruit to munch on. Chapter 48. Breaking Through to the Golden Dan Realm. After Qingyun, Jiang Zhufeng, and Luo Xingqian paid their respects, they departed. Yangdong, do you have any matters regarding your cultivation that you wish for me to guide you on? Hen Wuhan inquired. Disciple has not yet encountered any bottlenecks in cultivation. Yangdong paused before tentatively asking, Master, could you perhaps provide me with a fusion yuan dan? Most cultivators at the core formation stage typically consume true essence pills to aid their progress, thereby accelerating the time required for their advancement. High-grade true essence pills can further amplify the potency of the golden core. Among cultivators of the same realm, the quality of the golden core determines the strength of their spiritual energy. The master, Hen Wuhan, remarked, I possess a few high-grade true essence pills here. However, you have yet to establish your foundation. I shall first grant you several foundation establishment pills, and once you reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment, I will provide you with true essence pills. Hen Wuhan had not personally examined Yangdong's cultivation level and assumed he was merely at the 9th layer of qi refinement. After all, a disciple of merely 18 years achieving the 9th layer of qi refinement could be deemed a prodigy. He could scarcely fathom that Yangdong's true cultivation had already reached the great perfection of foundation establishment. With a wave of his hand, 3 high-grade foundation establishment pills soared before Yangdong. I have already attained the great perfection of foundation establishment. What use do I have for foundation establishment pills? Yangdong silently scoffed, but nonetheless accepted the 3 high-grade pills and stowed them away in his storage bag. He then bowed once more, saying, Master, might you consider giving me the true essence pills as well? It would save me the trouble of asking you again in the future. Hen Wuhan nodded slightly. Very well. Take them. He then retrieved 3 high-grade true essence pills from his spatial ring and sent them flying towards Yangdong. It was not that Hen Wuhan was reluctant to bestow superior elixirs upon Yangdong. Rather, the Qingyun Sect was incapable of producing top-tier pills. Such exquisite elixirs necessitate the finest primary and secondary ingredients, as well as impeccable standards for the quality of the alchemical furnace, flame control, timing, and other factors to yield a truly exceptional pill. Throughout the entire Great Zhou, only the Danding sect was known to craft top-tier elixirs. The Qingyun sect specialized in talisman crafting and was the sole sect capable of producing top-grade talismans in the entire Great Zhou. Yangdong was elated to secure the true essence pills and expressed his gratitude to Hen Wuhan, saying, Thank you, Master. I shall take my leave now. With that, he exited the Grand Hall and flew on his sword to the Bamboo Grove courtyard. Upon his return, the Xianyu parrot and the golden-winged tiger bee approached him eagerly. I shall enter closed-door cultivation. You two keep a vigilant watch outside and sound the alarm if anyone approaches, Yangdong instructed before stepping inside and closing the door. Summoning his treasured cauldron from within, he placed the 3 high-grade foundation establishment pills and 3 high-grade true essence pills into the cauldron for refinement. A glimmer of light flashed, and the foundation establishment pills and true essence pills transformed into exceptional elixirs. These are all exceptional pills. How splendid. Yangdong consumed 1 high-grade true essence pill, storing the remainder in his spatial ring. He then returned the cauldron to his body and settled into a meditative position at the center of his quietude chamber to commence the golden core formation technique. As the exceptional true essence pill catalyzed his cultivation, the spiritual energy within Yangdong's Dao Palace grew exceedingly dense, continuously flowing into the palace and swirling into a sphere, compressing steadily. Father, where does junior martial brother reside? After Yang Dong departed, Hen Ruhua, munching on spirit fruits, inquired of her father seated at the head of the hall. Hen Wuhan replied, "He resides in the small bamboo grove at the foot of the southern mountain. You should refrain from disturbing Yang Dong's cultivation unless necessary." "Understood, father." Hen Ruhua cheerfully dashed out of the grand hall, using her wind-riding technique to fly towards the southern bamboo grove. Hen Wuhan could only shake his head in resignation. Soon, Hen Ruhua arrived at the small bamboo grove at the foot of the southern hillside, her heart brimming with joy as she approached the courtyard. Suddenly, a parrot swooped down, squawking, "Fat lady! Fat lady! What a big fat lady!" Hen Ruhua's temper flared, her two ample cheeks trembling as she hurled half of the spirit fruit she had been gnawing on at the insolent bird. However, the Xianyu parrot deftly dodged, catching the half-eaten spirit fruit in its beak and squawking, "Thank you." Yet, as soon as the bird spoke, the half-fruit slipped from its beak and fell to the ground. "You wretched bird, you seek death." Hen Ruhua, infuriated, summoned her treasured sword and directed it with her spiritual energy toward the Xianyu parrot. The parrot was far too agile to be struck by her sword. It flitted about in the air with grace, even turning back to boast, "You can't catch me, you can't catch me." Even Yang Dong's purple spirit sword found it challenging to strike the Xianyu parrot, let alone Hen Ruhua's summoned sword. Having sensed the commotion outside during his cultivation, Yang Dong ceased his practice and stepped outside. "Junior Martial Brother, please help me kill this wretched bird." Hen Ruhua shouted in exasperation upon seeing Yang Dong emerge. She had exerted all her spiritual energy to pursue the Xianyu parrot, but had not even managed to graze a feather, leaving her utterly frustrated. "Calm yourself, senior sister. The little parrot does not recognize you." Yang Dong extended his hand, and the Xianyu parrot perched upon his palm. "So this bird belongs to Junior Martial Brother." Hen Ruhua sheathed her sword, still fuming. "That foul bird just called me a fat lady. Senior sister, you are indeed a bit plump." Yang Dong thought to himself, suppressing a smile as he sternly admonished the Xianyu parrot. "This is senior sister Ruhua. How dare you call her a fat lady? Apologize at once." The Xianyu parrot flapped its wings and bowed to Hen Ruhua. "I am sorry, senior sister Ruhua. I did not know you were the master's sister. I will never call you fat lady again." Upon hearing the phrase fat lady, Hen Ruhua's cheeks flushed once more. The Xianyu parrot, reading her expression, quickly added, "In truth, senior sister Ruhua is not fat at all. She resembles a little fairy. From now on, I shall call you fairy sister." Having never been flattered by a bird, let alone anyone else, Hen Ruhua felt a blush creeping to her cheeks as she shyly swayed her ample waist, mumbling, "Actually, I'm not as beautiful as you say." "Who says so?" "Senior sister Ruhua is the most beautiful little fairy in the world. Who dares to oppose my words?" the parrot declared. Yang Dong stifled a laugh and turned to Hen Ruhua. "Senior sister, did you come looking for me for something?" "Oh, it's nothing much. I just wanted to come and chat with you, Junior Martial Brother," Hen Ruhua said shyly, her eyes sparkling like a budding maiden gazing at her beloved. Yang Dong felt a shiver run down his spine under her affectionate gaze. "Senior sister, I will be entering closed-door cultivation for a while. Let's converse when I am free." "Very well." Hen Ruhua's face fell with disappointment. "Then I shall come to find you again once you finish your retreat." With that, she reluctantly took her leave. "Senior sister, please don't come." Yang Dong watched as Hen Ruhua's ample figure departed, a wry smile etched on his face. Returning to his room, he resumed his cultivation for golden core formation. Unbeknownst to him, a day and night passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the spiritual energy sphere within his Tao Palace had become significantly more solid. If it had previously resembled a gaseous orb, it now resembled a compact clay ball. Consuming another exceptional true essence pill, Yang Dong continued his pursuit of the golden core realm. 3 days later, the spiritual energy sphere within his Tao Palace erupted with a thunderous boom, and a radiant golden core floated majestically within the palace. "I have achieved the golden core realm." Yang Dong rejoiced as he successfully formed his golden core. Chapter 49, Setting Up the Barrier. The following day, Yang Dong arrived at the sect's grand hall, where he fortuitously encountered his senior brothers, Chu Yun, Jiang Zhufeng, and Luo Xingchen. "Good morning, senior brothers." Yang Dong greeted them with a bow. "Good morning, Junior Martial Brother." The three responded in kind. As the four made their way into the grand hall, Chu Yun asked Yang Dong, "Junior Martial Brother, why haven't you visited us in the past few days?" "I was in closed-door cultivation," Yang Dong replied, half-truthfully. While he had indeed been in seclusion, it was for the purpose of golden core formation, not foundation establishment. "Does that mean you have already broken through to the foundation establishment realm?" Jiang Zhufeng inquired with surprise. "Indeed," Yang Dong nodded. "Congratulations, Junior Martial Brother." The three individuals all extended their heartfelt congratulations to Yang Dong, genuinely admiring the remarkable talent of their junior brother. At merely 18 years of age, he had already ascended to the foundation establishment stage, arguably the fastest among the disciples of the Qingyun Sect in its entire history. If they were to learn that Yang Dong's current cultivation had reached the golden core stage, they would likely be left utterly speechless. Upon entering the Grand Hall, the four of them respectfully saluted the esteemed figure seated at the top, Hen Wuhan. His gaze fell upon Yang Dong, his face reflecting a look of approval. To have successfully established your foundation in just 3 days, you may possess a rare constitution. The three senior brothers, Chu Yun and the others, nodded slightly in agreement. Achieving foundation establishment in such a brief period would be inconceivable, even for those with exceptional spiritual roots. How hasty. It seems wise to wait another 10 or 15 days before visiting again, to avoid drawing too much attention, Yang Dong mused internally. A faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, perhaps it is merely a matter of fortunate coincidence, coupled with the high-grade foundation establishment pill bestowed by my master. Otherwise, how could I have succeeded so swiftly? Hen Wuhan nodded slightly, choosing not to pursue the matter further. At the end of next month, the sect will select 500 disciples to venture into the dark forest for trials, to gather various spiritual herbs and fruits, as well as treasures of heaven and earth. You all should prepare earnestly during this time. Yes, master, the four replied, bowing respectfully. Very well. If there is nothing else, you may return to your quarters. Hen Wuhan gestured dismissively. The four of them bowed once more before exiting the Grand Hall. Just as they stepped outside, a joyful exclamation resonated from behind. Junior brother, you've exited seclusion so soon. How wonderful. I was just thinking of finding you to play. Yang Dong turned to see the exuberant figure of the plump girl, Ruohua, approaching, her body jiggling with every step, eliciting an amused smile from him. Junior brother, do take good care of Sister Ruohua while we take our leave. The three senior brothers remarked with mischievous grins, swiftly taking their leave. Sister, I have pressing matters to attend to today. Let us play another day? Yang Dong hastily summoned his sword and soared away, moving with the swiftness of a shooting star, vanishing in an instant. Humph, they all hide when they see him. It infuriates me. Ruohua pouted, stamping her foot in frustration, causing her ample form to tremble as if there were an earthquake. After a brief tour around the sect on his sword, Yang Dong quietly returned to his residence. The Xianyu parrot flitted over, flapping its wings excitedly. Master, you're back. Sister Ruohua was just here looking for you. Yang Dong instructed, little parrot, from now on, if Sister Ruohua comes by, tell her I've gone out. The parrot tilted its head, contemplating, but what if Sister Ruohua doesn't leave and insists on waiting for you? Then you must find a way to keep her outside and entertain her elsewhere. Understood, master. The parrot chirped joyfully, flapping its wings. It was not that it enjoyed playing with Ruohua, but rather, it relished the prospect of being allowed to explore the sect freely, something its master had previously restricted. Upon entering his room, Yang Dong pondered how to prevent Ruohua from entering, for how could he cultivate in peace otherwise? Suddenly, he recalled he could set up a barrier. He smacked his forehead, having momentarily forgotten this vital detail. During his trip to Qingyun City, he had procured all necessary items for setting up a barrier and had mastered the corresponding techniques. Now, he was fully prepared, lacking only the right moment. From his spatial ring, he retrieved a large, high-grade spirit stone the size of a basin, one he had purchased in Qingyun City, which had been refined through the Baoding into a high-grade stone. He also possessed a superior-grade spirit stone, the size of a millstone, which he had seized and refined from the heir of the Blood Fiend sect. To operate any formation, a substantial energy source was required, which necessitated large spirit stones rather than small, cut ones. He placed the large spirit stone in the center of his room, serving as the focal point for the barrier. Subsequently, he retrieved various heavenly materials and treasures from his spatial ring to arrange around the 8 directions of the room: spiritual wood, mysterious iron, and several magical artifacts. Once the arrangements were complete, Yang Dong sat cross-legged at the focal point, forming hand seals as he directed his energy towards the large spirit stone, proclaiming loudly, "Activate." A surge of spiritual energy struck the stone, causing it to erupt in brilliance, the light radiating towards the 8 arranged items in the room, all glowing in response. Soon, the light from the spirit stone converged into a single beam that shot upward, piercing through the ceiling and enveloping the area 3 zhang above, cascading downwards like a colossal net of light, shrouding the courtyard within a 5 zhang radius. Even a mosquito attempting to enter would be annihilated by the energy of the light net. Stepping outside the courtyard, Yang Dong gazed at the barrier with a satisfied smile. Now he could cultivate in peace, free from the worry of Sister Ruohua's interruptions. The strength of the barrier was contingent upon the cultivator's prowess. With Yang Dong at the golden core stage, anyone attempting to forcibly breach this barrier would need to possess at least a late-stage golden core cultivation. Given that this was within the sect, it was highly unlikely anyone would dare to break the barrier. Now, I can begin refining some of the cultivation texts. Summoning the Baoding from within, Yang Dong tossed the Qingyun Sword Ju, and several mid to high-level spell manuals gifted by Hen Wuhan into the cauldron. A flash of light appeared, revealing several lines of information. Hongming Refining Qi Ju, top-tier earth-level cultivation method. Xianxian True Ju, top-tier earth-level sword technique. Advanced Fire Element Techniques Compendium. Advanced Earth Element Techniques Compendium. Water Element Techniques Compendium. Wood Element Techniques Compendium. Air Element Techniques Compendium. Advanced Top-Tier Lightning Element Techniques Compendium. Excellent. All are top-tier techniques. Yang Dong's face lit up with satisfaction as he retrieved the cultivation manuals from the cauldron, flipping through them one by one. The cultivation method of the Hongming Refining Qi Ju was far more profound and intricate compared to the Qingyun Refining Qi Ju, yet it promised to cultivate a purer form of spiritual energy. Yang Dong set this book aside for later contemplation. Next, he picked up the Xianxian True Ju to examine. The Xianxian True Ju was divided into 3 volumes: Sword Control Technique, Sword Division Technique, and Thunder Sword Technique. Sword Control Technique. Manipulate the flying sword using spiritual energy, capable of striking foes or allowing one to soar through the skies. Sword Division Technique. The sword manifests into duplicates, with one splitting into 2, 2 into 4, creating an illusion of myriad swords. The higher the cultivation, the more duplicates can be created, amplifying the technique's power. Thunder Sword Technique. The sword's brilliance calls forth the thunder and lightning of heaven and earth, wielding terrifying power capable of vanquishing formidable foes. It requires a cultivation level of at least the God Transformation stage to master. The Sword Control Technique surpassed the Qingyun Sword Control Technique by a significant margin. The Sword Division Technique was ideal for dealing with multiple adversaries, while the Thunder Sword Technique was suited for confronting powerful foes. Truly worthy of being a top-tier, earth-level sword technique. Afterward, Yang Dong perused the other spell manuals. Advanced Fire Element Techniques Compendium. Fireball Barrage, Fire Manipulation Technique, Fire Escape Technique. Flame Armor, Hellfire, Inferno Projectiles. Summon Fire Elementals, Meteor Fire Rain. Advanced Earth Element Techniques Compendium. Sandstorm, Stone Wall Technique, Quicksand Trap, Rock Barrier, Stone Shield, Boulder Strike. Earth Escape Technique, Shrink to Inch, Divine Shield, Summon Earth Elementals, Tremors. Water Element Techniques Compendium. Water Manipulation Technique, Healing Ripples, Ice Shield, Ice Blade, Ethereal Steps, Ice Ceiling. Summon Ships, Summon Water Elementals, Tsunami, Raging Waves, Ice Sealing Heaven and Earth, Sea Monsters Lament. Complete Compendium of Wood-Based Spells, Vines Entanglement, Forest Formation, Soaring Leaves Technique. Song of the Forest, Giant Tree Formation, Tree Spirit, Wood Escape, Leaf Plucking and Flower Flying, Intertwined Roots, Ghost Dance of Withered Vines, Wildwood Frenzy, Withered Tree Spring. Complete Compendium of Advanced Wind-Based Spells, Flight Technique, Hurricane, Telekinesis, Cloud Motion Fist, Black Cloud Blade, Flowing Cloud Shield, Binding of the Wind, Wind Sweeping Clouds, Summon Air Elementals. Teleportation Technique. Complete Compendium of Advanced Lightning-Based Spells, 5 Thunders Striking Down, Lightning Whip, Heavenly Thunder Righteous Method, Wrath of the Thunder God, Thunder Roar Explosion. Thunder resounding across the 9 heavens. Upon reading this, Yang Dong exclaimed in astonishment. These several tomes of spellcraft encompass nearly all the high-tier spells available. Should he master them all, his combat prowess would experience exponential growth. However, the higher the tier of the spells, the more arduous the cultivation becomes. This not only demands exceptional talent and spiritual roots, but also imposes significant requirements on one's cultivation level. Yang Dong, with his current talents, finds it relatively easy to comprehend these advanced spells, yet lacks the requisite cultivation to cast them. Only cultivators at the Golden Core realm can barely learn a few of these high-tier spells. With his expedition to the Dark Forest approaching at the end of next month, he has just over a month to train diligently. The Dark Forest is the largest primordial jungle within the Great Zhou territory, teeming with rich spiritual energy and countless spiritual herbs, fruits, and rare treasures, all of a far superior grade than those found outside. However, the depths of the Dark Forest are fraught with peril, housing untold savage beasts that lurk and cultivate within. Even those in the God Transformation realm dare not venture lightly into its depths. For Yang Dong, this journey to the Dark Forest presents both danger and opportunity. While others may merely gather spiritual herbs and fruits, Yang Dong possesses a precious cauldron that enables him to refine everything, even spiritual beasts. Coupled with his spatial ring and Qingyun bag, he can carry an abundance of items, including exotic beasts, which he can absorb into his Qingyun bag to transform into his loyal spirit pets through blood refinement. He aims to cultivate his skills to the pinnacle of the Golden Core within this month. Yang Dong took a deep breath, setting a modest goal for himself. To advance from the initial stage of the golden core to its peak is a feat that could elude most cultivators throughout their lifetimes. As one progresses in cultivation, the spiritual energy required for each breakthrough increases exponentially. Upon reaching the golden core realm, every minor advancement becomes exceedingly challenging for other cultivators. Yet, Yang Dong remains confident. The celestial body absorbs spiritual energy at rates hundreds of times greater than other cultivators. Furthermore, by setting up a top-tier spirit gathering array, his cultivation speed would multiply further. Additionally, he possesses several thousand top-grade spirit stones to draw energy from. Yang Dong returned to his chamber to arrange the spirit gathering array, placing the focal point within his meditation room. Soon, the array was complete, and Yang Dong activated it, allowing a continuous influx of spiritual energy into the room. He sat cross-legged in his meditation chamber, retrieving the primordial qi refinement technique, and began his practice. An hour later, Yang Dong had fully mastered the technique, and over 300 acupoints throughout his body began to rapidly absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. In the following days, Yang Dong immersed himself in seclusion, practicing diligently night and day. His only sustenance consisted of a few superior-grade spiritual fruits and several large bowls of high-grade spiritual water, as both aided in cultivation. Otherwise, he could have easily abstained from food and drink. Moreover, he absorbed energy from dozens of top-grade spirit stones daily to assist in his cultivation, significantly enhancing his progress. During Yang Dong's period of seclusion, Ruhua visited nearly every day, but alas, Yang Dong had erected a barrier that prevented her entry. Fortunately, the sweet-tongued Xianyu parrot greeted Ruhua daily, calling her fairy sister, which delighted her heart, allowing them to enjoy a harmonious companionship. In the Bloodslaughter Sect's Grand Hall, Master, the investigation into the young master's murder has been concluded. An elder from the External Affairs Hall reported. Bowing to the sect leader, Lung Xiao, who sat on the high platform. Speak, Lung Xiao commanded in a deep voice. After investigating in Suyuan City, my subordinates found that the youth who clashed with the young master was carrying a birdcage. A visit to the spirit pet shop confirmed that a male and female from the Qingyun Sect purchased a parrot on that day. Thus, I can ascertain that the one who killed the young master was indeed a disciple of the Qingyun Sect. Lung Xiao's eyes gleamed with a terrifying crimson light. The Qingyun Sect dares to stir trouble above my Bloodslaughter Sect. They have slain my Liner. Let the entire Qingyun Sect pay the price. Send word for all elders to convene in the Grand Hall. After more than a month of seclusion and absorbing over 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, Yang Dong's cultivation soared to the pinnacle of the golden core. He slowly withdrew from his meditative state, feeling quite pleased. He had finally achieved his cultivation goal. Now it was time to prepare for the journey to the Dark Forest. With only 3 days remaining, he realized he needed to make further preparations. Rubbing his chin, he contemplated the necessity of readying several life-preserving trump cards. The Dark Forest is not only home to demonic beasts, but also may harbor formidable beings from various sects, as well as wicked cultivators. To ordinary cultivators, reaching the pinnacle of the golden core signifies great strength. However, in the presence of those in the nascent soul and out-of-body realms, it is merely a minor hurdle. Fortunately, within the Great Zhou territory, there are not many beings in the out-of-body realm. The Qingyun Sect has only its sect leader and 3 supreme elders who have attained that level, and it stands as one of the 10 great sects in Great Zhou. This illustrates that out-of-body cultivators are essentially the pinnacle of the Great Zhou's cultivation world. Yang Dong currently possesses 3 trump cards. The first is the Purple Spirit Sword, which may not be able to kill a nascent soul cultivator, but it can certainly distract them. The second is a top-tier talisman that can withstand attacks from nascent soul cultivators and potentially slay peak nascent soul practitioners unless they possess exceptional protective artifacts. As for the top-tier talismans, apart from the Qingyun Sect, no other sect can produce them, and the Qingyun Sect does not sell theirs. The third is the Heavenly Damage Mirror, Yang Dong's greatest trump card. This artifact is akin to a rule-based treasure. Even a tribulation veteran caught in its light would lose their spiritual power and be swiftly defeated by Yang Dong. Chapter 51, The Spirit Beast Valley. After summarizing his trump cards, Yang Dong felt a renewed sense of confidence. However, having a few high-tier exotic beasts as spirit pets would be even better. Yang Dong mused. The sect possesses the Spirit Beast Valley, which houses numerous spirit birds and beasts, primarily reserved for elders and above. It's not that disciples lack the qualifications to own spirit pets, but rather that they lack the ability to control these creatures. The Qingyun Sect does not excel in beast taming. Even the spirit pets ridden by the elders are at most third-tier spirit birds, with only the sect leader and 3 supreme elders possessing a few fourth-tier exotic beasts, except for the beast taming sect, which has a unique beast taming technique. Other sects can only rely on their strength to subdue exotic beasts and make them into spirit pets. Yet, Yang Dong possesses the Chaos Cauldron. As long as he places the exotic beasts within, drips his blood, he can refine them into his most loyal spirit pets. I should first speak with my master about this, Yang Dong resolved. Exiting his residence, he executed a spell to open the barrier, which then swung wide. Once outside, he stepped into the sect's grand hall, where Hen Wuhan sat on the high platform, meditating. Greetings, master. Yang Dong bowed respectfully. Hen Wuhan slowly withdrew from his meditation and inquired, Yang Dong, have you made progress in your cultivation during your seclusion? Yang Dong Dao, respectfully reporting to my esteemed master. I have made significant progress in my cultivation during this period. He Wuhan nodded in satisfaction. In 3 days, you will venture into the dark forest for training. Your cultivation is still in its infancy, so I shall bestow upon you a few talismans for unforeseen circumstances. With a flick of his wrist, 6 talismans soared towards Yang Dong. Upon receiving them, Yang Dong examined the contents. 2 high-grade thunder talismans, 2 high-grade golden light protective talismans, 1 supreme-grade 5 elements protective talisman, and 1 supreme-grade thunder talisman. The old man is quite generous. Yang Dong thought to himself, secretly delighted as he stowed the talismans away and bowed deeply. Thank you, master. Although he already possessed 2 supreme-grade talismans, having more is always advantageous. He contemplated refining these 6 talismans in the cauldron, transforming the 4 high-grade ones into supreme-grade. Would the other 2 supreme-grade talismans increase in rank if thrown into the cauldron? Yang Dong felt a flicker of anticipation. Yang Dong, do you have any requests for my assistance? Feel free to speak, He Wuhan inquired with a smile. This newly accepted direct disciple had yet to ask him even a single question regarding cultivation techniques, making He Wuhan feel somewhat superfluous as a master. Yang Dong clasped his hands in respect. Master, I wish to visit the Spirit Beast Valley to select a unique beast as my spirit companion. I hope for your permission. He Wuhan chuckled. Taming beasts is no simple endeavor. To completely subdue a unique beast is essential for it to willingly serve as your spirit companion. The vast majority of these beasts will not yield, even under the most extreme torment, to become a human spirit pet. You possess no knowledge of beast taming techniques. How can you hope to acquire a spirit companion? Yang Dong replied. If the master could grant me a book on beast taming, I would study it diligently and then attempt to find a unique beast. Borrowing the book was merely a pretext, providing him with an excuse for his future endeavors in controlling spirit beasts. Very well, since you wish to learn about beast taming, I shall gift you this tome. He Wuhan waved his hand, and a book on beast taming flew before Yang Dong. Yang Dong accepted the book reverently, bowing once more. Thank you, master. I take my leave. Emerging from the grand hall, Yang Dong took to the skies on his sword towards the Spirit Beast Valley. From afar, he beheld a shimmering barrier enveloping several peaks. Within the barrier, he could see various spirit birds frolicking and flying amidst the mountains, while unique beasts dashed through the lush valleys. This was the Spirit Beast Valley of the Qingyun Sect, where spirit birds and unique beasts were specially raised. Aside from a few spirit birds and unique beasts selected by the elders of the sect for domestication as spirit companions, the majority were ultimately destined to enhance the sect's culinary offerings, with specific parts reserved for alchemical materials. As Yang Dong approached the barrier, he raised a token to it, causing an opening to appear. He soared into the valley, whereupon various spirit birds and unique beasts observed him from a distance, instinctively retreating. This was due to the fact that whenever someone entered the Spirit Beast Valley, they invariably took the lives of several spirit birds and unique beasts, leading these creatures to fearfully avoid any approaching swords. Yang Dong pursued the spirit birds, but they were exceedingly swift and agile, making it difficult for him to catch those of second tier or higher. This was hardly surprising, although he had reached the peak of the Golden Core stage. Flying on a sword could not compare to the flight prowess of the spirit birds. However, he found it easy to slay these birds. With his current power, a single spell could effortlessly eliminate any spirit bird of 3rd tier or lower. Not to mention, he possessed a self-acting purple spirit sword. Yet, his aim was to capture these spirit birds alive, to bring them back for refinement in the cauldron. While 1st-tier spirit birds were within his grasp, they held little value. Refining a 1st-tier spirit bird in the cauldron would only yield a 2nd-tier spirit bird, far inferior even to the Xianyu parrot. Oh, perhaps I could employ the heavenly damage mirror to ascertain the effective range of its illumination. An idea sparked in Yang Dong's mind as he summoned the heavenly damage mirror from his spatial ring. He pursued a 2nd-tier spirit bird, but upon spotting Yang Dong approaching on his sword, the spirit bird fled swiftly. Yang Dong raised the heavenly damage mirror and directed a beam of light at the spirit bird, revealing the following information on the mirror's reverse side: loss of defense. The loss of defense had no effect on the spirit bird's speed. It continued to escape rapidly. Forget it. I might as well capture a unique beast for refinement, Yang Dong concluded. While it was not impossible to capture a second-tier spirit bird, it would ultimately prove of little use. Generally, a second-tier spirit bird could only be refined into a third-tier spirit bird, equivalent to a human at the Golden Core stage, providing Yang Dong with minimal assistance. Thus, he needed to capture at least a third-tier spirit bird. However, capturing a third-tier spirit bird alive seemed utterly infeasible. Therefore, he resolved to abandon the pursuit of birds altogether and focus on capturing unique beasts instead. Compared to the swift flying of spirit birds, capturing unique beasts posed a significantly lesser challenge. This was not solely due to their speed. Spirit birds, soaring in the sky, enjoyed a broad field of vision, making it difficult for Yang Dong to approach. In contrast, unique beasts traversed the hills and valleys, where their vision and movement were hindered, allowing Yang Dong to employ stealthy tactics. Descending on his sword, Yang Dong scoured the valley. After nearly an hour of searching, he finally spotted a target, a fourth-tier unique beast, the Wind Demon Tiger. Roar! The Wind Demon Tiger noticed Yang Dong, but did not flee. Instead, it issued a formidable roar, as if warning him not to approach, for it was not to be trifled with. The combat prowess of the Wind Demon Tiger ranked among the top of fourth-tier beasts, presenting a formidable challenge even to peak nascent soul cultivators. Thus, it paid Yang Dong no heed. Perfect. Yang Dong rejoiced internally, raising the heavenly damage mirror and directing a beam of light at the Wind Demon Tiger. The mirror's reverse displayed loss of rationality. In an instant, the Wind Demon Tiger lunged at Yang Dong in a frenzied state. What the? Yang Dong exclaimed, narrowly evading the tiger's assault, while simultaneously shining the reverse of the heavenly damage mirror upon the creature. The Wind Demon Tiger regained its senses, halting its attack and instead letting out another roar directed at Yang Dong. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Dong swiftly utilized the mirror's front side to cast another beam at the tiger. The mirror's reverse revealed loss of mobility. Immediately, the Wind Demon Tiger froze in place, as if ensnared by a binding spell, yet it continued to emit frantic roars, now filled with fear and shock. Gotcha! Yang Dong snapped his fingers and leapt from the air, approaching the immobilized Wind Demon Tiger. He retrieved his Qingyun bag, positioning its opening toward the beast, and commanded, "Capture." In a flash, the Wind Demon Tiger was drawn into the Qingyun bag. This bag could contain living creatures, but they must offer no resistance and be within a yard's distance. The Qingyun bag possessed a space of 10,000 cubic meters, where time did not flow, thus placing the Wind Demon Tiger in a suspended state of life. Securing the Qingyun bag, Yang Dong felt elated. He never anticipated capturing a Wind Demon Tiger this time. This formidable fourth-tier beast could be refined in the cauldron to yield a fifth-tier beast, equivalent to a human at the out-of-body stage. In the future, he would possess a trump card even against formidable out-of-body experts. Upon returning to his dwelling, Yang Dong ensured the doors and windows were securely shut. He summoned the Chaos Cauldron from within him. Gazing at the cauldron, which stood over a meter tall, he realized the Wind Demon Tiger weighed thousands of pounds and would undoubtedly not fit inside. Be large. Yang Dong commanded the cauldron. The diameter of the treasure cauldron exceeds 2 meters, standing over 2 meters tall. Yet, this space still cannot accommodate the Wind Demon Tiger. Should the cauldron be enlarged, the very room itself would prove inadequate. Initially, it would have been most convenient to refine it directly in the Spirit Beast Valley. But Yang Dong hesitated to take that risk, fearing discovery by others. Nevertheless, he resolved to give it a try. With a mere thought, he summoned the Qingyun bag, levitating as he directed its opening towards the cauldron. Out. The Wind Demon Tiger soared from the Qingyun bag and landed within the cauldron, instantly reverting to its original size. The cauldron simply could not contain the Wind Demon Tiger, which was as large as a rhinoceros. Its entire form sprawled atop the cauldron, almost brushing against the ceiling. Yang Dong sliced his fingertip, allowing his blood to drip onto the Wind Demon Tiger. A flash of white light illuminated the scene, transforming the originally pitch-black fur of the Wind Demon Tiger into a creature of lustrous, snow-white fur, radiating a soft glow. The cauldron displayed a line of information. Holy Light Tiger, divine beast, capable of riding the winds, possessing mastery over wind and light, second only to dragons among divine creatures. To his astonishment, he had refined a divine beast. Yang Dong was both astonished and elated, his eyes widening in disbelief. There exist various types of divine beasts. Yet even the weakest among them possess a strength that reaches at least the 8th tier of extraordinary beasts. The Holy Light Tiger, being second only to dragons, must possess power at least at the 9th tier or higher. However, it appeared to be a juvenile, not much larger than a wolf, standing within the cauldron. The Holy Light Tiger, with its adorable tiger face, gazed at Yang Dong with big, innocent eyes, emitting a series of plaintive sounds. Yang Dong scooped it out of the cauldron and, with a thought, retracted the cauldron into his body. The holy light tiger rested its two front paws on Yang Dong's shoulder, resembling a large, affectionate cat. Yet, Yang Dong found himself uncertain about the creature's combat capabilities. An adult holy light tiger would undoubtedly be formidable, comparable to a ninth-tier extraordinary beast, but this little one resembled a 3-year-old child. He wondered if it could even contend with a 5th-tier extraordinary beast. Surely, as a divine beast, it could not be too weak, right? Yang Dong chuckled to himself. Setting the holy light tiger down and retrieving a spiritual fruit from his spatial ring, offering it to the creature. The little one opened its mouth wide, biting down on the spiritual fruit and crunching it down in one go. After finishing, it fixed its large tiger eyes upon Yang Dong, clearly still wanting more. Yang Dong produced several more spiritual fruits for it, but this little one was insatiable, devouring over 10 fruits and still yearning for more. That's enough. There are no more. Yang Dong gestured repeatedly, realizing that feeding it at this rate would be unsustainable. It might be best to store it back in the Qingyun bag for now. After placing the holy light tiger into the Qingyun bag, Yang Dong finally breathed a sigh of relief. With this divine beast by his side, he had gained an additional life-saving card. Oh, the talismans bestowed by my master can also be refined now. Yang Dong summoned the cauldron again, casting all 6 talismans given by Hen Wuhan into it. Among these 6 talismans, 4 were of high rank, while 2 were of the peak rank. The 4 high-rank talismans would certainly refine into peak rank. But could those 2 peak rank talismans enhance in quality? A flash of white light passed, revealing several lines of information on the cauldron. Purple Sky Divine Thunder Talisman. Activating this talisman can summon the Purple Sky Divine Thunder. Though its power cannot compare to the true Purple Sky Divine Thunder, it is sufficient to strike down a Transformation Realm Cultivator. Holy Light Body Shield Talisman. Capable of withstanding a full force strike from a Transformation Realm Cultivator. Additionally, there were 2 peak rank 5 Thunder Talismans and 2 peak rank Body Shield Talismans. To have refined a Purple Sky Divine Thunder Talisman was a delightful surprise. Indeed, those 2 peak rank talismans could enhance in quality. With the Purple Sky Divine Thunder Talisman and the Holy Light Body Shield Talisman, he would not be intimidated even in the presence of formidable Transformation Realm experts. Now it was time to learn some advanced spells. Yang Dong stored the talismans in his spatial ring and took out several high-rank spell manuals. With only 3 days until his journey to the Dark Forest, he aimed to master several advanced spells during that time. Though he now possessed multiple trump cards, his own strength remained paramount. After perusing the high-rank spell manuals, he decided to first practice the Chain Fireball spell. The Chain Fireball was essentially an advanced version of the Fireball spell, easy to cultivate and highly practical in combat. Within less than an hour, Yang Dong unleashed a palm strike, sending forth 7 fireballs hurtling through the air. For the next 3 days, Yang Dong immersed himself in the cultivation of spells. He mastered over a dozen advanced spells. As for the top-tier spells, his current cultivation levels still rendered them beyond his reach. 3 days later, a massive flying vessel departed from the Qingyun Sect's barrier, racing towards the forbidden region of the Dark Forest. Over 30 peak masters and elders accompanied more than 800 inner disciples. The sect leader, Hen Wuhan, remained behind to guard the sect, accompanied by 3 elders in secluded meditation. Junior brother, once we reach the Dark Forest, we shall travel together. I will protect you, Ru Hua stated, standing beside Yang Dong, munching on a spiritual fruit, exuding confidence. Although she was plump, her innate spirit root was exceptional. Having reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment at merely 27 years of age, Yang Dong found the situation amusing. This sister Ru Hua had been persistently clingy, akin to a stubborn adhesive that he could not shake off. Chu Yun, Zhang Zhufeng, and Luo Xingqian exchanged knowing glances and smiles. Before Yang Dong's arrival, Ru Hua had constantly pestered the 3 of them, especially Zhang Zhufeng and Luo Xingqian, who had been quite exasperated. Now, with Yang Dong's youthful charm captivating Ru Hua, the 3 senior brothers finally found some peace. Chapter 53, Journey to the Dark Forest. Qin Macho stood a short distance from the flying vessel, her gaze fixed upon Yang Dong. It had been nearly 2 months since the inner sect disciple assessments, and this was the first time she had seen him again. In that moment, a wave of longing surged within her, stirring her emotions. She wished to greet Yang Dong, but felt at a loss for how to approach him. Now that he was a direct disciple of the sect leader, his status far surpassed hers, and she feared he might have grown distant. Yang Dong, noticing Qin Macho gazing at him from afar, was struck by her delicate demeanor, as though she wished to speak, yet hesitated. He smiled and approached her. Sister Qin, it has been a long time. Qin Macho looked at Yang Dong with tender eyes. You are now the sect leader's direct disciple. I can hardly still call you my junior brother. Yang Dong chuckled lightly. Regardless of whether I am the sect leader's disciple or become an elder in the future, you will always be my sister. Qingyun felt a warm current flow through her heart, causing her eyes to mist slightly, leaving her momentarily speechless. Observing her reaction, Yang Dong quickly changed the subject. The dark forest is exceedingly perilous. Allow me to gift you some talismans for protection. With that, he retrieved a dozen mid-tier talismans and several high-tier talismans from his storage bag, offering them to Qingyun. The mid-tier talismans possessed power equivalent to that of Foundation Establishment cultivators. These were initial-level talismans Yang Dong had crafted during his qi refining stage, which had been refined into mid-tier talismans through the cauldron. For Yang Dong, these mid-tier talismans no longer held any utility. Yet, for Qingyun, they would provide her with the capability to contend against second-tier extraordinary beasts. The additional high-tier 5 Thunder Talismans and Body Shield Talismans would further enable her to face off against Golden Core Cultivators or third-tier extraordinary beasts. Given Yang Dong's current cultivation level, he could now craft mid-tier talismans, which, when refined, would yield high-tier talismans. This indicated that he could now produce high-tier talismans independently. In reality, high-tier talismans were of little use to him, as he had already reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, rendering talismans unnecessary in battles against third-tier extraordinary beasts or Golden Core cultivators. He is a formidable being, unparalleled among other cultivators in both Foundation Establishment and Core Formation stages, rendering him virtually invincible within the same realm, unless he encounters a sacred body. Moreover, it will not be long before his cultivation ascends to the nascent soul stage. Qingyun accepted the talismans handed to her by Yang Dong, and upon witnessing the multitude of mid-tier and even high-tier talismans, her small mouth fell agape in astonishment. High-tier 5 Thunder Talisman, high-tier Golden Light Shield Talisman. Are these truly gifts for me? She was acutely aware of the immense power these talismans possessed, particularly the high-tier ones, which could only be crafted by elders who had reached the nascent soul stage, and the creation of each one demanded an exorbitant amount of spiritual energy. This is precisely why a single high-tier talisman could be exchanged for an astounding 10 top-grade spiritual stones. This was the internal price within the sect. The external selling price would be no less than 20 top-grade spiritual stones. After all, the might of a high-tier 5 Thunder Talisman was equivalent to a fatal strike from a peak Golden Core cultivator. For Qingyun, a qi refining stage practitioner, possessing mid-tier talismans was akin to discovering a treasure, not to mention that Yang Dong had bestowed upon her several high-tier talismans, leaving her both deeply touched and a tad overwhelmed. Take them, senior sister Qin. Seeing her hesitation, Yang Dong promptly placed the talismans into Qingyun's hands. Thank you. Qingyun softly expressed her gratitude, carefully stowing the talismans away. Junior brother, who is she? Upon observing the warm camaraderie between the two, Ruhua approached, her gaze appraising Qingyun with a tinge of envy at her beauty. If only she possessed such allure. Perhaps the 3 senior brothers and the little junior brother would not shy away from her. She is a disciple of the mysterious peak and was once my senior sister. Yang Dong introduced to Ruhua. He then turned to Qingyun, saying, This is Miss Ruhua, the daughter of the sect master. So she is the sect master's daughter. Qingyun hurriedly cupped her hands in respect, saying, Disciple Qingyun pays her respects to the young lady. Ruhua waved her hand dismissively. There's no need for such formalities, Miss Qin. As a friend of Yang Dong, you are also my friend. Come, allow me to treat you to a spiritual fruit. With that, she retrieved a large spiritual fruit from her storage bag and offered it to Qingyun. Initially, Qingyun assumed that the sect master's daughter would be haughty, but she was pleasantly surprised by Ruhua's humility and generosity. Thank you, young lady, Qingyun replied, feeling somewhat shy and hesitant to accept the fruit. Take it. Why the formality? Ruhua insisted, firmly placing the spiritual fruit in Qingyun's hands. From now on, we shall be good sisters, so you need not call me young lady. Just Ruhua will suffice. Yes, Mississippi Qingyun took a gentle bite of the fruit, savoring its sweetness and rich flavor, realizing it was a superior grade spiritual fruit. Miss Qin, what is your cultivation level? Ruhua inquired, munching on her fruit. I am at the 8th level of qi refining, Qingyun replied. 8th level is quite commendable, Ruhua nodded, adding, I am currently in the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment. While her appearance may not rival that of Miss Qin, she at least had regained some ground in terms of cultivation. Miss possesses extraordinary talent. I can only look up to you, Qingyun remarked in admiration. Ruhua gazed enviously at Qingyun's ethereal beauty and figure, exclaiming, Though my spiritual root talent surpasses yours, I cannot compete with your looks. If only I could trade my talent for your beauty. Qingyun smiled and replied, You jest, Mississippi. In truth, you are also quite beautiful. If you were a bit slimmer, your beauty would be even more pronounced. Really? Ruhua touched her round face, reminiscent of a bun, and added, Little Wu says the same. Little Wu? Qin queried in surprise. Who is that? Little Wu is a parrot raised by Yangdong. It has quite a sweet tongue. Ruhua glanced at the spiritual fruit in her hand, continuing, Little Wu advised me to eat, lest to slim down. But I simply cannot resist the urge to eat. As she spoke, she took a hearty bite of the fruit. Qin couldn't help but smile. Miss Ruhua was indeed innocent and endearing, devoid of any ulterior motives. Seeing the two women so engrossed in conversation brought a sense of relief to Yangdong. A colossal flying vessel floated 100 feet in the air, swiftly heading toward the dark forest. Meanwhile, far away at the Bloodfiend Sect, 3 massive flying vessels surged out from the sect's barrier, racing toward the direction of the Qingyun Sect. On the central vessel, the Bloodfiend Sect master, Lung Xiao, clad in a blood-red robe, stood at the bow, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Today, he was determined to bathe the Qingyun Sect in blood to avenge his son. However, Lung Xiao was acutely aware that Qingyun Sect was one of the 10 great sects of the Great Zhou, albeit at the bottom of the hierarchy. Eradicating Qingyun Sect in one fell swoop would not be an easy task. Thus, this time, the Bloodfiend Sect had virtually mobilized all its forces. For Transcendent Elders, 50 nascent soul elders, over 300 golden core deacons, more than 2,000 Foundation Establishment inner disciples, and an additional 500 exotic beasts. With Lung Xiao, a peak Transcendent Master, leading the charge, he was confident he could flatten the Qingyun Sect. Chapter 54. The Bloodfiend Sect attacks Qingyun Sect. At Qingyun Sect, an outer sect deacon was patrolling outside the sect with 4 outer disciples. Deacon Zhang, look! Suddenly, one of the disciples exclaimed, pointing at the distant western sky. Deacon Zhang and the other disciples turned to see 3 massive vessels soaring toward Qingyun Sect. The vessels were emblazoned with a blood-red skull. It's the Bloodfiend Sect. Why are there vessels here in our territory? What could they be after? The disciples' faces turned ashen. Last time in Qingyun City, the Bloodfiend Sect came to our branch looking for trouble, claiming we had killed their young master. Could it be they are here to seek vengeance again? All the disciples were stricken with fear. Quick, return to the sect and report to the sect master. Deacon Zhang's expression grew grave. She was well aware of the Bloodfiend Sect's strength, and the arrival of 3 vessels could only mean ill tidings. At that moment, the 3 vessels had already arrived. And before Deacon Zhang and the disciples could retreat to the barrier, a terrifying spell struck, obliterating them in a shower of blood and flesh. The sound of 9 urgent ringing bells echoed throughout Qingyun Sect, signaling an attack by a formidable enemy. All disciples who heard the 9 urgent bells turned pale, hastily taking to the skies on their swords. Elders and deacons were equally alarmed, some summoning their beasts, while others took to the skies on their swords. What is happening? Who dares invade our Qingyun Sect? We are one of the 10 great sects of the Great Zhou. Who has the audacity? Look, 3 massive vessels are charging towards us. The blood-red skull. This is bad. It's the Bloodfiend Sect. As the disciples recognized the ominous vessels adorned with the blood-red skull outside the barrier, despair washed over them. The Bloodfiend Sect ranked 7th among the 10 great sects of the Great Zhou, far exceeding the Qingyun Sect in strength. Now, with 3 massive vessels carrying thousands of Bloodfiend Sect disciples descending upon Qingyun Sect, it was evident they intended to annihilate it. A cry rang out as Han Wuhan soared through the air on the back of a golden flame divine eagle, hastening towards the barrier. Upon reaching the barrier, Han Wuhan stood with his hands clasped behind him on the eagle's back, his gaze piercing as he addressed the blood-robed elder on the giant vessel, demanding, Sect Master Lung. Our Qingyun Sect has always maintained a policy of non-interference with the Bloodfiend Sect. Why have you brought thousands of disciples here today? Lung Xiao stood tall at the bow of the flying vessel, his blood-red robe billowing like a flag stained with blood. He gazed skyward, laughing maniacally, and pointed an accusing finger at Hen Wuhan, exclaiming, Hen Wuhan, cease your pretense of ignorance before me. 2 months ago, my son was brutally slain in the streets of Qingyun City by disciples of your Qingyun Sect, struck down by a 5 thunder talisman. The enmity of a slain child is an unforgivable sin. Today, I shall annihilate the Qingyun Sect to avenge my son. With that, Lung Xiao waved his hand, unleashing a terrifying crimson spell that struck the barrier of the Qingyun Sect. The barrier trembled violently, radiating brilliance, though it did not shatter. The mere impact of a single spell had caused such a fierce reaction, attesting to Lung Xiao's formidable prowess. Hen Wuhan's heart sank. This barrier had been conjured by 3 esteemed elders working in concert. The most powerful among them had reached the late stage of the out-of-body realm, while the other 2 were at the mid-stage. The barrier set by these 3 elders, even a peak out-of-body cultivator would find it challenging to breach. Yet, Lung Xiao's initial assault had caused the barrier to shudder significantly, indicating that his cultivation had likely attained the pinnacle of the out-of-body realm. Moreover, on the other 2 flying vessels stood 4 enigmatic elders, likely the esteemed ones of the Bloodslaughter Sect. Lord Long, there must be a misunderstanding. Our Qingyun Sect disciples would never slay the young master of the Bloodslaughter Sect. Hen Wuhan suppressed his fury, bowing respectfully to Lung Xiao. Had the Bloodslaughter Sect been weaker than the Qingyun Sect, Hen Wuhan would have taken immediate action, leading his men into battle without a second thought. However, he understood the current predicament. The Qingyun Sect was no match for the Bloodslaughter Sect, and even the 3 esteemed elders emerging from seclusion would not suffice. More critically, today, 32 peak masters had ventured into the dark forest with several hundred inner disciples. These 32 peak masters were the backbone of the Qingyun Sect, all at the nascent soul stage. This significantly weakened the Qingyun Sect's capacity to withstand the onslaught of the Bloodslaughter Sect. Thus, Hen Wuhan felt compelled to temper his demeanor and seek a resolution to avert a catastrophic conflict. Furthermore, he genuinely could not believe that Qingyun Sect disciples would kill the young master of the Bloodslaughter Sect without provocation. Surely, powerful elders were assigned to protect him. Even Qingyun's elders would find it difficult to slay him. Lung Xiao snorted dismissively. This matter has been thoroughly investigated. Cease your attempts at evasion. With that, he unleashed another spell against the barrier. At that moment, the 4 esteemed elders of the Bloodslaughter Sect also struck, unleashing 4 terrifying spells upon the barrier. Boom! The barrier trembled violently, revealing spiderweb-like cracks. Hen Wuhan's complexion changed. The strength of the Bloodslaughter Sect's 4 esteemed elders likely surpassed that of Qingyun Sect's 3. The other elders of the Qingyun Sect also looked alarmed. It appeared that a bloody battle was imminent, and the Qingyun Sect might face utter annihilation. The thousands of Qingyun Sect disciples were equally stricken with fear and anxiety. This is bad. The barrier is on the verge of collapse. If it shatters, our Qingyun Sect will be doomed. The Bloodslaughter Sect ranks 7th among the 10 great sects. While we are at 10th, we cannot possibly rival them. Woe is me. I do not wish to perish. I joined the Qingyun Sect merely to cultivate peacefully for a few decades, yet now it seems my life is at stake. The protective array of the Qingyun Sect had been established through the combined efforts of the 3 esteemed elders, and it was unimaginable that it could not withstand the assault of the Bloodslaughter Sect. Where are the esteemed elders? Why have our 3 ancestors not emerged from seclusion? Boom, boom, boom. Lung Xiao and the 4 esteemed elders struck the barrier simultaneously, a dazzling light erupting. The power unleashed by 5 out-of-body cultivators was immense. The barrier shook violently, emitting cracking sounds, akin to a fragile eggshell on the verge of breaking. In the back mountains, the 3 esteemed elders of the Qingyun Sect were in their respective chambers, diligently cultivating. At that moment, they simultaneously opened their eyes, their gazes sharp and focused. They had sensed the first strike against the barrier when Lung Xiao initiated his attack. However, confident in the strength of the barrier they had erected, they chose to ignore it. For these 3 esteemed elders, they would only emerge if the sect's barrier was breached, for that would signify a grave calamity. Yet now, they felt the barrier nearing its collapse. Almost in unison, the 3 esteemed elders broke their seclusion, transforming into 3 beams of golden light surging forth. Who dares to wreak havoc in our Qingyun Sect? Chapter 55. The Sect Master is slain. Boom. The barrier shattered explosively, dispersing into countless scintillating particles. Lung Xiao dashed in, raising his hand to unleash a heavenly thunder technique aimed at Hen Wuhan. A protective shield erupted around Hen Wuhan, enveloping him. Boom. The shield was obliterated instantly. Yet at that moment, the top-tier protective talisman on Hen Wuhan's body glimmered again, absorbing the residual force of the heavenly thunder. Simultaneously, the 4 esteemed elders of the Bloodslaughter Sect clashed with the 3 esteemed elders of the Qingyun Sect, unleashing terrifying spells, their brilliance soaring skyward. Following closely were dozens of elders and over 300 deacons of the Bloodslaughter Sect, storming into the Qingyun Sect. More than 2,000 disciples of the Bloodslaughter Sect soared from their flying vessels, descending upon the Qingyun Sect like a swarm of locusts. On the flying vessels, hundreds of fierce beasts also plunged into the Qingyun Sect. Most were 2nd and 3rd-tier beasts, with a small number of 4th-tier as well. Defending the Qingyun Sect were merely a few hundred inner disciples and over 3,000 outer disciples. In numbers, they appeared to outmatch the Bloodslaughter Sect. Yet in terms of combat prowess, they were vastly inferior. The 2,000 Bloodslaughter Sect disciples were all inner disciples, the majority having reached the foundation establishment stage. In contrast, the 3,000 outer disciples of the Qingyun Sect mostly hovered around the 5th or 6th level of Qi refinement, with 10 of them barely able to contend with a single Bloodslaughter Sect disciple. As for the few hundred inner disciples of the Qingyun Sect, their cultivation levels were even lower than those of the inner disciples of the Bloodslaughter Sect. Not to mention, the Bloodslaughter Sect had brought along more than 500 ferocious avian beasts. The nearly 4,000 disciples of the Qingyun Sect were utterly overwhelmed by the assault of the Blood Slaughter Sect disciples, suffering devastating losses in a mere instant. At that moment, boom, Lung Xiao launched a spell that sent Hen Wuhan flying hundreds of feet. Lung Xiao had reached the pinnacle of the out-of-body realm, while Hen Wuhan was merely at the mid-stage. The disparity of two small realms was apparent. Had it not been for the dozens of top-tier talismans and 2 low-grade spirit artifacts on Hen Wuhan, he would have perished long ago. However, even the top-tier 5 Thunder Talismans were primarily effective against nascent soul cultivators. Against a peak out-of-body powerhouse like Lung Xiao, they were scarcely effective. After the destruction of several top-tier protective talismans and 2 low-grade spirit artifacts, Hen Wuhan could no longer withstand Lung Xiao's onslaught. Lung Xiao transformed into a beam of golden light, pursuing Hen Wuhan relentlessly, denying him any chance to catch his breath, and unleashed another ferocious spell. Aware of his imminent demise, Hen Wuhan did not retreat. Instead, he activated the disintegration technique. Boom! Hen Wuhan's body erupted violently, unleashing a torrent of terrifying energy toward Lung Xiao. A red light shield materialized before Lung Xiao. Bang! The destructive force of an out-of-body cultivator's disintegration was immense. The red shield shattered under the onslaught, and the residual shockwave surged toward Lung Xiao. The robe of protective light enveloping Lung Xiao flared up, absorbing over 80% of the residual force. The remaining 20% struck Lung Xiao, who withstood it through his protective spiritual energy. A glowing mass shot off into the distance, Hen Wuhan's primordial spirit, having exited his body. Thus, upon reaching the realm of the out-of-body practitioners, even if the physical body is annihilated, the primordial spirit may still escape, borrowing a new vessel to continue its existence. However, this comes at the cost of a significant drop in cultivation level. Can one truly evade my grasp? Lung Xiao let out a cold laugh, and with a strike of palm thunder, he obliterated the essence of hatred without a trace. At that moment, the 3 esteemed elders of the Qingyun Sect were also sequentially vanquished by the 4 esteemed elders of the Blood Slaughter Sect. Among these 4, 2 had attained the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage, while the other 2 were in the later stages. In terms of cultivation, the elders of the Blood Slaughter Sect surpassed those of the Qingyun Sect, not to mention their numerical advantage. Meanwhile, the elders and deacons of the Qingyun Sect had been nearly exterminated by the Blood Slaughter Sect. The remaining elders of Qingyun were all from the outer sect, their cultivation levels being in the mid to late stages of the Golden Core realm. In contrast, the elders of the Blood Slaughter Sect were all at the nascent soul stage, a full realm higher. Within less than a stick of incense's time, the entirety of the Qingyun Sect, from the sect master and esteemed elders to thousands of outer disciples, had been annihilated. Meanwhile, the Blood Slaughter Sect had only suffered the loss of a little over 100 disciples. This was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. With such might, does the Qingyun Sect truly deserve to be counted among the 10 great sects? Lung Xiao stood aloof, hands clasped behind his back, hovering above the Qingyun Sect. Gazing down at the countless lifeless bodies of the Qingyun disciples, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips. He had expected the Qingyun Sect, being one of the 10 great sects, to possess some measure of strength, hoping for a fierce battle. Yet, he was taken aback by how effortlessly this ancient sect, with a lineage spanning 10 millennia, had crumbled like dust. Master, what shall we do with the hundreds of miscellaneous Qingyun Sect servants? At this moment, an elder of the Blood Slaughter Sect flew before Lung Xiao, clasping his hands in supplication. Upon the invasion of the Blood Slaughter Sect, hundreds of Qingyun Sect servants had trembled in fear, hiding away. Now, with the Qingyun Sect's destruction, these servants were all captured by the disciples of the Blood Slaughter Sect. Lung Xiao surveyed the entirety of the Qingyun Sect. Its spiritual vein was quite commendable, and he decided to establish a branch of the Blood Slaughter Sect here. With such abundant spiritual fields, spiritual mines, and medicinal gardens, someone must tend to them. Let these servants remain. Understood, Sect Master. The elder bowed and took his leave. Subsequently, Lung Xiao left behind 1 esteemed elder, a dozen elders, 100 deacons, and 500 disciples to guard the place. He then boarded 2 flying vessels with the remainder, hastening back to the Blood Slaughter Sect. The Blood Slaughter Sect had only 1 esteemed elder and a few thousand outer disciples stationed. It would be troublesome if other major sects seized this opportunity to raid them. The Dark Forest lies in the central region of the Great Zhou, covering an area of over 1 million square kilometers, situated more than 30,000 miles from the Qingyun Sect. After 4 hours of flight, the vessel finally arrived at the edge of the Dark Forest before sunset. Yang Dong stood upon the vessel, gazing down at the vast, boundless primeval forests, with rolling mountains and towering ancient trees. Various fierce birds of prey soared above the ridges, while deep within the jungle, the thunderous roars of colossal beasts reverberated through the woods. This was the Dark Forest, the most perilous place in the Great Zhou, where countless ancient magical beasts lay in wait in its depths. The vessel descended slowly to the ground. Qingyun ordered that they rest temporarily near the vessel tonight, planning to enter the Dark Forest at dawn. Entering the Dark Forest at night not only made locating spiritual fruits and herbs difficult, but also posed greater dangers. As the sect master's personal disciple and the head of the inner sect, Qingyun, at the peak of the nascent soul realm, held a position second only to the sect master and the three esteemed elders. If all went as expected, Qingyun would inevitably succeed Han Wuhan as the next sect master of the Qingyun Sect. However, Qingyun had not anticipated that this unexpected event would arrive so swiftly. Little did they know that 2 hours prior, the Qingyun Sect had already faced annihilation, leaving only the embers of their existence. Chapter 56, Entering the Dark Forest. At dawn the following day, Qingyun gathered all disciples and made brief arrangements. Disciples from each peak were to enter the Dark Forest in groups of 3 to 5, ensuring they did not stray too far apart. The peak masters and deacons were to look after their respective disciples. Every disciple carried a distress talisman. Should they encounter danger, they were to activate it, and the peak masters and deacons would come to their aid. They must exit the Dark Forest before nightfall and return to the vessel for the night. The duration of their expedition was set for 7 days, after which they would return to the Qingyun Sect. Having completed the arrangements, the elders and deacons from each peak led their disciples into small teams, dispersing into the Dark Forest. Senior brother, where has junior brother gone? As Qingyun finished his arrangements, Ruhua rushed over to inquire. Qingyun glanced around, indeed noting the absence of Yangdong. Strange, where could junior brother have gone? Qingyun furrowed his brow in contemplation and summoned Jiang Zhufeng and Luo Xingqian for questioning. Have either of you seen where Yang Shidi went? Jiang Zhufeng and Luo Xingqian looked around, both equally perplexed, and shook their heads. I haven't seen him. He was sitting not far from me last night, but he has gone this morning? This is troublesome. Junior brother would he have ventured into the Dark Forest alone? Would he? The 3 senior brothers frowned deeply, their hearts laden with worry. Junior brother had never been to the Dark Forest and was entirely unaware of its dangers. His youthful recklessness might lead him into perilous depths, where he would undoubtedly face grave consequences. Should anything happen to junior brother, how would they explain it to their master upon returning to the sect? It's all my fault for being careless. I should have told him to follow you two last night. Qingyun's expression was one of regret. He had originally planned for Jiang Zhufeng, Luo Xingqian, Yangdong, and Ruhua to enter the Dark Forest as a group, with Jiang Zhufeng at the peak of the Golden Core realm and Luo Xingqian in the early stages. They were more than capable of looking after Yangdong and Ruhua. However, he hadn't expected Yangdong to disappear so early in the morning, likely having ventured into the Dark Forest alone. I will look for Qin girl and see if she knows where Yang Shidi is, Ruhua said, using her wind manipulation to chase after Qin Machio and her group as they were about to enter the Dark Forest. Qin girl, wait. Upon hearing a woman's voice calling from behind, Qin Machio turned to look, spotting Ruhua soaring towards her. I have met Miss Ruhua. Qin Machio hurriedly clasped her hands in greeting. Accompanying Qin Machio were Meng Changfeng and another male disciple from the Miao Miao Peak. They were unfamiliar with Ruhua and only then realized that this plump young lady was actually the sect master's daughter. Greetings, young lady. The 2 male disciples quickly bowed to Ruhua. There's no need for such formalities. Ruhua waved her hand and asked Qin Machio, Qin girl, did you see Yangdong this morning? No, I didn't. Qin Machio replied, bewildered. Wasn't he with Chu Tangzhu and the others? Did you not see him? Ruhua stamped her foot in frustration. This is bad. He must have entered the Dark Forest alone. Yang Shidi has entered the Dark Forest alone. Upon hearing this, Qin Machio became anxious as well. Having just stepped into the Foundation establishment realm, entering the Dark Forest alone would undoubtedly lead to danger. Young lady, you must quickly inform Chu Tangzhu to find him. Without waiting for Qin Machio to finish, Ruhua took off towards the direction where Qingyun was. Morning light filtered through the layers of ancient trees in the Dark Forest, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Yangdong rode the holy light tiger, weaving through the dense foliage. The golden patterns flowing on the tiger's hide contrasted with the surrounding green miasma, stirring ethereal wisps of spiritual mist in the air. The Xianyu parrot flapped its wings, and the purple halo on its tail brushed against the vines, causing the seemingly ordinary plants to curl into tight balls in an instant. Little parrot, the task of searching for spirit fruits and elixirs is entrusted to you. In a secluded valley within the Dark Forest, Yangdong sat astride the back of the sacred light tiger, addressing the Xianyu parrot that soared ahead. At the break of dawn, he had stealthily ventured into the Dark Forest alone. Stealth was imperative. Sister Hua would undoubtedly cling to him otherwise. If Sister Hua followed, his elder brothers would surely feel compelled to accompany them as well, and perhaps even the second and third brothers would join their company. Dong could not possibly travel with them. He harbored too many secrets that necessitated solitary action. As for danger, he possessed the formidable Sacred Light Tiger, an array of top-tier talismans, the Zi-Ling sword, and the celestial mirror of destruction, rendering his overall strength surpassing that of his master, He Wu Hen. Thus, he delved into the dark forest, venturing hundreds of miles deep at the earliest hour. Though perilous, the depths of the dark forest were home to high-quality spirit medicines and fruits. Moreover, Dong aspired to capture a few fourth or even fifth-tier exotic beasts to store in his Qingyun pouch, hoping to refine them into spirit pets using his treasured cauldron in a suitable location. The spiritual energy here was far more abundant than that of Qingyun Sect, explaining why these mystical creatures thrived in this environment. Rest assured, Master, the quest for spirit fruits is my forte. The Xianyu parrot chirped with excitement, darting through the air with agility and seeking out spirit fruits and elixirs of the Xian tier and above. Its keen eyesight endowed it with an innate ability to discern elixirs and fruits, making it the perfect companion for this search. As for the golden-winged tiger-headed bee, Dong had left it behind, as it would serve little purpose in this endeavor. Suddenly, a chilling wolf howl echoed through the forest, and a massive wolf with fiery red fur leaped forth, charging at Dong. It was a third-tier beast, the bloodthirsty demon wolf. Just as Dong prepared to strike, the Sacred Light Tiger unleashed a beam of white light that pierced through the bloodthirsty demon wolf's head, cleaving its body in two, which then plummeted to the ground. Incredible. Truly the prowess of a divine beast. Dong marveled. The third-tier bloodthirsty demon wolf, equivalent in strength to a late-stage golden core cultivator, was effortlessly bisected by the Sacred Light Tiger's casual breath of white light. It was worth noting that it was merely a young tiger. As the bloodthirsty demon wolf fell, a fist-sized beast core tumbled to the ground. Dong reached out to collect the core, but the Sacred Light Tiger inhaled deeply, swallowing the core whole. Without pause, the Sacred Light Tiger lunged at the carcass of the bloodthirsty demon wolf, devouring its flesh. Wait, I need that beast core to exchange for spirit stones. Dong exclaimed in exasperation. This little creature was insatiable. However, allowing it to consume more spirit beast meat could facilitate its growth. Soon, the Sacred Light Tiger had devoured dozens of pounds of wolf meat, its belly swollen to a round shape before it finally paused, still seemingly yearning for more. Dong admired the little beast. Despite weighing barely over 100 pounds, it could consume such quantities of spirit beast meat in one sitting. How will I procure such abundant spirit meat for it when we return to the sect? He pondered. Oh, I could store the spirit beast meat in the Qingyun pouch for it to savor later. With this thought, he summoned his Qingyun pouch, inhaling the over 1,000-pound bloodthirsty demon wolf into it. The pouch boasted 10,000 cubic meters of space, ample enough to accommodate thousands of exotic beasts. Hold off on eating the beast core for now. I'll let you have it once we're back. Dong patted the Sacred Light Tiger on the head. He was not particularly upset about the core being devoured, but regretted that it had been consumed before he could refine it in the cauldron. The Sacred Light Tiger nuzzled against Dong affectionately, signaling its understanding. As a divine beast, its intelligence was remarkably high, though it had yet to master speech. It displayed unwavering obedience to its master's commands. At that moment, the Xianyu parrot excitedly returned, clutching a branch adorned with a vibrant green spirit fruit. Wood element green fruit, a top-tier Xian grade, splendid, Dong declared, storing the precious fruit in his spatial ring as the parrot resumed its quest for more spirit fruits. As Dong rode the Sacred Light Tiger deeper into the dark forest, the Xianyu parrot took charge of scouting for elixirs and fruits. Its small stature and high-flying abilities made it ideal for this task. Master, there's a large black panther approaching. The parrot squawked, racing back with a warning. A black panther? One ridden by the infamous Xingu Pan? Dong wondered aloud, just as a fearsome roar echoed from the left side of the mountain forest. With a thunderous leap, a beast as large as a rhinoceros, its fur pitch black, lunged from the thicket, unleashing a cloud of toxic black mist aimed directly at Dong. It was a fourth-tier beast, the Black Wind Demon Panther. The black mist it exhaled was lethal. Any cultivator below the nascent soul stage would meet a swift demise upon inhalation, their skin corroding upon contact. Dong conjured a protective barrier around himself, while the Sacred Light Tiger reacted even more swiftly. It expelled a powerful stream of white vapor, its speed and force surpassing that of the black mist. The clash of the two gusts created a resounding boom. The white vapor swept through the black mist with overwhelming force, propelling the Black Wind Demon Panther, weighing several thousand pounds, several dozen yards away, crashing through several towering trees before crashing to the ground. Good heavens! Dong gasped in astonishment. The fourth-tier Black Wind Demon Panther had been effortlessly blown away by the Sacred Light Tiger. At that moment, the Sacred Light Tiger, bearing Yangdong, surged forward like a bolt of lightning, reaching the black-winged demon panther just as it attempted to rise. The tiger pounced, aiming to sink its teeth into the panther's throat. "Don't bite it," Yangdong shouted urgently. "This is a 4th-tier beast. If we refine it in the cauldron, it could become a 5th-tier spirit pet." The sacred light tiger halted its jaws just above the panther's throat, pinning it down with its front paws. The immense body of the black-winged demon panther trembled in fear, its eyes wide with terror, unable to meet the gaze of the sacred light tiger. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the divine beast was palpable. Though still a cub, the sacred light tiger was more than capable of intimidating 4th-tier beasts, even 5th-tier ones. Yangdong retrieved the celestial mirror of destruction, directing its reflection upon the black-winged demon panther. Loss of spiritual power. He employed the mirror's reverse side to negate the effect before shining it upon the panther once more. It took 3 attempts before the black-winged demon panther finally lost its ability to move. To refine the black-winged demon panther in the cauldron, it was crucial to immobilize it first, otherwise, the process would be cumbersome. With the celestial mirror of destruction stowed away, Yangdong summoned his Qingyun pouch and ensconced the black-winged demon panther within. He then continued to ride the sacred light tiger deeper into the dark forest. Upon reaching a mountain peak, the Xianyu parrot suddenly cried out with glee, "Master, there's a top-tier spirit fruit over there." Yangdong urged the sacred light tiger toward the cliff, where he beheld a millennia-old ancient cypress, beneath which stood a resplendent spirit fruit tree radiating a gentle glow. Each leaf of the tree resembled intricately carved jade, adorned with a spirit fruit the size of a fist. The fruit's surface shimmered with 7 hues, signifying it as the exquisite Xian Grade 7 radiant jewel fruit. Yangdong's pupils constricted as he urged the sacred light tiger to descend, only to be met with a sharp, piercing hiss that sliced through the air. A massive snake, as thick as a barrel and cloaked in black scales, emerged from a cave within the cliff, its crimson tongue flicking out and conjuring tiny toxic mist projectiles. Its scales gleamed with a metallic sheen. It was a 4th-tier beast, the black-scaled crimson python. It emerged from the depths of the cave, resembling a black dragon as it lunged towards Yangdong, suspended in midair. The black-scaled red serpent was renowned for its venom and swiftness, with armor-like scales that were nearly impervious. Even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator would dread encountering it. Yet, Yangdong remained undaunted. Indeed, the finest spiritual fruits are guarded by extraordinary beasts. A confident smile crept upon Yangdong's lips as he commanded, "Purple spirit sword, strike." The purple spirit sword soared from his spatial pouch, transforming into a violet beam that descended upon the black-scaled red serpent. True to its reputation, the serpent was exceedingly agile. It twisted in midair, its tail sweeping against the purple spirit sword. The clash resonated with a metallic clang, sparks flying from the impact. The purple spirit sword, exhibiting remarkable sentience, spun with the momentum and once more aimed for the serpent's vital point. The sacred light tiger unleashed a radiant beam from its maw, warping the space in its wake. The black-scaled red serpent sensed impending doom, yet the beam's velocity was beyond its capacity to evade. Contracting its serpentine form, the creature shrouded itself in a dark sheen, enhancing its defenses to the utmost. However, it proved futile. The beam sliced through the black-scaled red serpent's body with the ease of cutting through tofu, cleaving it in two. The serpent emitted a wretched shriek, its tail sweeping wildly. But the sacred light tiger swiftly crushed half of its massive form with a single paw, causing the colossal serpent to plummet to the ground, leaving charred marks in its wake. Yangdong rode the sacred light tiger forward to the spiritual fruit tree at the cliff's edge. Extending his hand, he grasped the 7 luminaries linglong fruit, its surface shimmering with a luminous aura, indicating its ripeness. Truly, it was a treasure of the highest order. A satisfied smile graced Yangdong's face as he stored it within his spatial ring. "Purple spirit sword, retrieve the serpent's gallbladder," he commanded. The purple spirit sword darted down, slicing open the serpent's belly to extract a fist-sized, hardened gallbladder, which it presented before Yangdong. With a mere thought, he stored the 4th-tier exotic gallbladder into his spatial ring. Then, mounted on the sacred light tiger, he continued his journey. As he flew low over a valley, a thunderous tremor echoed from afar. There, a giant ape, towering over 5 meters and covered in crimson fur, glared at the unwelcome visitor, emitting a series of warning roars. A 4th-tier exotic beast, the red-haired iron ape. However, upon realizing that the human rode a sacred light tiger, the red-haired iron ape was instantly gripped by fear and turned tail, fleeing in panic. "Thinking of escaping upon encountering me?" Yangdong chuckled, directing the heavenly damage mirror at the fleeing red-haired iron ape. Loss of spiritual power. The once fleet-footed red-haired iron ape faltered, its massive body rendered immobile. Why have you stopped running? Yang Dong queried, as he soared ahead of the ape on the sacred light tiger, crossing his arms and regarding it with a mocking smile. The sacred light tiger growled menacingly at the red-haired iron ape, which, had it not been for its master's restraint, would have already unleashed a lethal white beam upon the creature. The red-haired iron ape trembled at the sight of the sacred light tiger, resembling a small mountain, and collapsed in fear, remaining utterly still. Yang Dong retrieved his spatial pouch and drew the red-haired iron ape inside. Unbeknownst to him, a day had swiftly elapsed. As the sun set, the disciples of Qingyun Sect emerged from the dark forest, returning to their airship for the night. Qin Machio scanned the vessel anxiously. Yet Yang Dong was nowhere to be found, causing her heart to sink with worry. In her search, she encountered Ru Hua, who was equally distressed, searching for Yang Dong amidst the crowd. "Miss, has Yang Dong returned?" Qin Machio inquired. "Not yet. I have no idea where our junior brother could be," Ru Hua replied. On the verge of tears, her appetite for spiritual fruits and roasted spiritual meat completely vanished. Qin Machio's heart plummeted further. The night had fallen, and Yang Dong had yet to emerge from the dark forest. It seemed increasingly likely that misfortune had befallen him. What of Master Chu? Has he not found Yang Dong either? Qin Machio asked, clinging to a shred of hope. Ru Hua replied with a downcast expression. The three senior brothers searched the dark forest all day, but found no trace of junior brother Yang. They just returned, and, seeing he was still absent, ventured back into the forest to search again. Yang Dong, where could you possibly be? Qin Machio murmured, gazing into the vast darkness of the dark forest. Chu Yun, Jiang Zhufeng, and Luo Xingqian had been searching within the dark forest for over an hour, ultimately returning to the airship empty-handed. In the expansive and shadowy forest, locating a single individual was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. It was plausible that Yang Dong had already met his end within the belly of a beast, leaving no trail to follow. The three senior brothers could only resign themselves to fate, hoping their junior brother would return alive. Little did they know, Yang Dong had ventured deep into the dark forest, several hundred miles in. Yang Dong, riding the sacred light tiger, arrived at a small valley and found a flat area to settle down. He resolved not to return to the airship that night. He intended to refine the exotic beasts. His haul for the day had been remarkable. The Xianyu parrot had gathered hundreds of spiritual fruits and herbs, most of which were of superior quality, with over a dozen being of the highest grade. Additionally, he had felled a low-tier spiritual wood. Throughout the day, he and the sacred light tiger had slain dozens of third-tier exotic beasts and 5 fourth-tier ones. All the corpses of these beasts were stored within his spatial pouch for later consumption by the sacred light tiger. Furthermore, he had captured 2 fourth-tier exotic beasts alive. Now, he aimed to refine both of these fourth-tier creatures into spiritual pets. In the depths of the dark forest, shrouded in night, the area around him was devoid of human presence. Nevertheless, Yang Dong remained cautious. Little parrot, ascend to the skies and keep watch. If anyone enters this valley, sound the alarm. Little light, guard this vicinity for me. Rest assured, master. The little parrot flapped its wings, soaring 100 meters high, circling above Yang Dong, ensuring that no movement within a 100-foot radius escaped its keen observation. The sacred light tiger affectionately nudged Yang Dong from behind, settling a few paces away, using its divine sense to survey the surroundings. Though merely a juvenile tiger, its divine perception encompassed the area within 100 feet. With these two guardians, Yang Dong felt entirely secure. He summoned the chaotic treasure cauldron from within, a towering black cauldron standing before him, enlarging it to a diameter exceeding 10 feet. He soared into the air above the cauldron, retrieving his spatial pouch and directing Black Wind Demon Leopard emerge. With a whoosh, a beam of light shot from the spatial pouch, and the Black Wind Demon Leopard landed within the cauldron. The cauldron was sufficiently spacious to accommodate the several thousand pounds of the creature. The Black Wind Demon Leopard remained incapacitated, gazing at Yang Dong in terror, uncertain of the dreadful intentions of this human who had cast it into a massive cauldron. Would it be cooked and consumed? Did this human possess the capacity to do so? Yang Dong pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the Black Wind Demon Leopard. In the next moment, a glow enveloped the creature, and its form slightly diminished, its ebony skin devoid of fur, while its eyes glimmered with an eerie blue light. Information materialized above the cauldron. Phantom Shadow Leopard, a 5th-tier magical beast. Its speed is as swift as a specter, possessing mastery over the powers of air and gold. The 5th-tier magical beast, Phantom Shadow Leopard, is rather impressive. A faint smile graced Yang Dong's face. A 5th-tier magical beast is equivalent to the combat prowess of a human cultivator at the out-of-body stage, making it extremely beneficial for him at this juncture. Chapter 58, The Primordial Saint Body. Fly around this valley at your utmost speed, Yang Dong commanded the Phantom Shadow Leopard. eager to witness the extent of its velocity. No sooner had Yangdong's words left his lips than the phantom shadow leopard vanished in a flash. A black streak darted through the valley like lightning. In the next moment, the phantom shadow leopard reappeared before Yangdong, awaiting his next command. Wow, that's remarkably fast, Yangdong exclaimed, utterly astonished. The perimeter of this small valley spans several miles, yet the phantom shadow leopard completed the circuit in less than 3 seconds. Such speed is nothing short of instantaneous teleportation. Observing this spectacle, the holy light tiger approached with curiosity. Although possessing considerable intelligence, it also could not fathom the transformation of the once black-wind demon leopard. Upon seeing the holy light tiger, the phantom shadow leopard instinctively tensed and took a step back. Despite its evolution into a 5th-tier magical beast, it still harbored a fear of the little holy light tiger. Yangdong, noticing this, chuckled heartily. Fear not, for you both are my spirit companions. You shall coexist harmoniously. The holy light tiger affectionately nodded its small head at the phantom shadow leopard, extending a friendly paw. The phantom shadow leopard, finally easing up, cautiously approached and touched its paw to that of the holy light tiger. Yangdong could not help but smile at the sight, gesturing. All right, you two. Guard the area while I continue to refine my spirit companions. The holy light tiger and phantom shadow leopard took their positions to protect Yangdong. Continuing with his endeavors, Yangdong retrieved a 4th-tier anomalous beast, the red-haired iron ape, from his Qingyun bag and placed it into the cauldron. After dripping some blood, a flash of white light enveloped the red-haired iron ape, transforming it into a 5th-tier magical beast, the diamond magical ape, towering at nearly 5 to 6 meters. Its dark red fur and immense strength made it resemble a small mountain. The diamond magical ape leaped from the cauldron and prostrated before Yangdong, emitting a series of vocalizations indicative of respect. Truly, it was an ape that understood manners. Yangdong was exceedingly pleased and instructed it to introduce itself to the holy light tiger and phantom shadow leopard, the imposing diamond magical ape. Upon seeing the diminutive holy light tiger, immediately wilted, trembling in fear much like the earlier phantom shadow leopard. Yangdong burst into laughter at the sight. As the days swiftly passed, a week had elapsed. During this time, Yangdong had not returned to the flying vessel. He was aware that his absence would surely concern his senior brothers and Ruhua regarding his safety. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to seize the opportunity to refine the anomalous beasts within the dark forest. He knew that upon his return, Ruhua would undoubtedly pester him. Thus, he resolved to remain until the end of the 7-day trial before returning to the vessel. Throughout the week, he diligently foraged for spiritual herbs and fruits during the day, slaying magical and anomalous beasts, while at night, he refined the captured beasts. The holy light tiger consumed hundreds of pounds of spirit beast meat daily, and it was a mystery how it managed to digest so much. However, over the course of this week, the little creature had evidently grown, nearing 200 pounds. In this span of time, he had harvested over 1,000 spiritual fruits, vanquished more than 200 3rd and 4th-tier anomalous beasts, and refined a dozen 5th-tier spirit birds and beasts. As night fell, after completing the refinement of the last 5th-tier magical beast, Yangdong felt a stirring in his heart. It was time to attempt refining himself once more, to see if he could transform into the sacred body. This thought had lingered in his mind for quite some time. However, he had refrained from attempting it within the sect, fearing that any anomalies might draw attention to him and reveal the secret of his cauldron. Now, nestled deep within the dark forest, miles away from human presence, any significant phenomenon would go unnoticed. Nonetheless, a tinge of trepidation lingered within him. Worried that should the refinement fail, he might revert to his original inferior mixed spirit root, which would be catastrophic. Surely, that wouldn't happen, would it? He stroked his chin, pondering cautiously. The last time he sat within the cauldron, his physique had surged dramatically, an unstoppable progression. This was entirely different from refining other beings. Yangdong was confident that as the master of the cauldron, it would not degrade his physique back to that of an inferior mixed spirit root. So, let us take this gamble. Yangdong finally made up his mind and leapt into the cauldron. Instantly, the Chaos Cauldron radiated a dazzling light, enveloping his form. Boom! A tremendous sound resonated through the sky, followed by a beam of purple golden light descending from the firmament, enveloping Yangdong within its embrace. Yangdong felt his body rapidly absorbing the energy of the purple golden light, his physique undergoing swift transformation. Lines of information began to manifest upon the cauldron. Innate Tao embryo, ancient sacred body, innate sacred body, chaos sacred body, primordial sacred body. With each elevation of his physique, the sky erupted with phenomena. The entire heavens blazed with golden light, and ethereal ancient divine beasts materialized in the sky, unleashing thunderous roars. Outside the dark forest, Qingyun stood at the bow of the flying vessel, his brow furrowed in distress. The week of trial had concluded, and he was to return to the sect with everyone tomorrow. Yet there was still no word from Yangdong. It was needless to say that his junior brother had likely perished within the dark forest. How could he explain this to their master upon returning? At that moment, a beam of golden light shot down from the distant sky, illuminating the depths of the dark forest. Suddenly, the heavens shone brilliantly, revealing a colossal ethereal dragon soaring above, accompanied by a chorus of dragon roars. Phoenixes, Chilants, and Bizet appeared in the sky. Qingyun's eyes widened as he gazed in awe at the celestial phenomena, left utterly speechless. Meanwhile, other elders and disciples of the Qingyun Sect aboard the flying vessel also beheld this spectacle, erupting into exclamations of astonishment. Look, golden light is descending from the heavens. I see divine dragons soaring, phoenixes gliding, and numerous divine beasts and holy creatures. Heavens, what on earth transpired deep within the dark forest? Could it be that divine beasts have emerged? Though divine beasts may appear, it should not cause such celestial phenomena. Could it be that an extraordinary treasure has surfaced in the dark forest? Do you think a powerful being has ascended to immortality within the dark forest? To ascend to immortality, one must endure the tribulation. Where is the thunderous tribulation visible? The crowd gazed at the celestial spectacle, engaged in fervent discussions. Yet none were privy to the true events unfolding deep within the dark forest. Simultaneously, across the vast expanse of the Great Zhou, countless cultivators witnessed this extraordinary celestial phenomenon. The patriarchs and elders of the 9 great sects emerged to gaze at the golden light descending from the heavens, all in a state of profound astonishment. That appears to be in the direction of the dark forest. Your Majesty, celestial auspices, in the Great Zhou Palace. The head of the Astral Monitoring Bureau rushed into the main hall to report to the Zhou King. The king, along with a multitude of civil and military officials, ascended the stargazing platform. Yet at that moment, the celestial phenomenon gradually faded, and the sky returned to a shroud of night. In that instant, all cultivators of the Great Zhou speculated as to where the golden light had descended, pondering the events that had transpired. Yangdong, seated within the cauldron, felt the last piece of information flash upon the cauldron, displaying Primordial Sacred Body. With that, the golden light that had surged from the heavens dissipated, and all phenomena vanished. What an astounding celestial anomaly this has triggered. Yangdong leaped forth from the chaotic treasure cauldron, a single thought summoning the cauldron back into his being. He felt an unparalleled sense of ease, as if every pore in his body were imbibing the essence of the spiritual energy. Can I truly absorb the celestial energies of the universe automatically? Yangdong could scarcely believe this astonishing transformation, a blend of surprise and elation coursing through him. Not only could his body autonomously attract the ethereal energies, but it did so through his pores. This was exponentially swifter than when he had absorbed spiritual energy through acupuncture points during his cultivation of the celestial tyrant body. Chapter 59, Attaining the Nascent Soul Realm. The Primordial Sacred Body. Could this be the most formidable of sacred physiques? As Yangdong sensed the extraordinary changes within his body, joy welled up in his heart. The celestial tyrant body was already immensely powerful, yet within the cauldron, his physique had transcended through 5 sacred bodies, culminating in the Primordial Sacred Body. At which point the cauldron ceased its refinement, and the celestial phenomena subsided. The primordial essence of the universe now coursed through him, signifying that his physique was the strongest among the celestial pathways. Even without cultivation, his pores would automatically draw in the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. Let me attempt to cultivate the primordial qi refinement technique and observe its efficacy. Without hesitation, Yangdong sat cross-legged, initiating the primordial qi refinement technique. Instantly, all the pores of his body accelerated their absorption of the celestial energies. The spiritual energy flowed into his being, coalescing within his dantian to refine a purer form of spiritual essence. This essence surged into his Tao Palace, nurturing the golden core within. At this juncture, the golden core had evolved beyond its initial form, resembling a sphere, with a nascent embryo faintly discernible within. This was the manifestation of a golden core reaching great perfection. On the brink of birthing a nascent soul, Yangdong entered a state of self-forgetful cultivation, exerting all his might to break through to the nascent soul realm. No one could fathom that such a crucial and perilous retreat to attain the nascent soul could be undertaken deep within the dark forest, especially at night. Yet Yangdong felt no concern. Surrounding him, the holy light tiger, accompanied by a dozen 5th-tier beasts, stood guard, ensuring that not even a mosquito could approach him. 2 hours passed. The embryo within Yangdong's Tao Palace golden core began to take on a humanoid shape, its limbs appearing to squirm. Another 2 hours elapsed. The golden core had grown thin and translucent, akin to an eggshell. The features of the nascent soul embryo became distinctly visible, its limbs vigorously striking against the shell of the golden core, as if yearning to break free. An unceasing stream of spiritual essence flooded into the Tao Palace, absorbed by the spiritual embryo, amplifying its power, which continued to batter against the shell of the golden core. An additional hour passed. Fissures began to appear on the surface of the golden core, on the verge of shattering. Boom. At last, the shell of the golden core shattered, and the nascent soul was born. The nascent soul realm, achieved. Yang Dong gradually withdrew from his cultivation, turning his gaze inward to the Tao Palace. There, the nascent soul radiated with a resplendent purple-gold light, the essence of the primordial source energy. Its features bore an uncanny resemblance to Yang Dong himself, a veritable infantile version of him. Upon emerging from its shell, the little one promptly gobbled up the fragmented golden core shell, showing no signs of wastefulness. A smile crept onto Yang Dong's lips. After devouring the remnants of the golden core, the nascent soul sat cross-legged within the Tao Palace, absorbing the spiritual essence. As the sun rose in the east, a purplish aura descended. It was during this hour that the celestial energies were at their most refined, presenting the optimal time for cultivation. The concentration of spiritual energy in this realm was remarkable. A bit more cultivation would solidify the nascent soul's realm. Yang Dong once more activated the primordial qi refinement technique, and the surrounding spiritual energies surged towards him, rapidly absorbed through his pores, refined into spiritual essence, and used to nurture the spiritual embryo. Outside the dark forest, disciples of the Qingyun Sect boarded their flying vessel, preparing to return to the sect. Eldest senior brother. We must search for junior brother one more time. We cannot abandon him. Ruo Hua clung to Chu Yun's arm, her chubby face streaked with tears, utterly refusing to depart. Chu Yun sighed. It has been 7 days and nights. If junior brother had encountered no misfortune, he would have returned by now. Jiang Zhufeng, clad in a green robe, approached, placing his hands on Ruo Hua's shoulders as he urged, Ruo Hua, I understand your desire to find junior brother, but we, too, wish to locate him. We have searched for 7 days. Continuing is futile. It is best we return to the sect. The dark forest is fraught with peril. After 7 days without a trace of him, it is likely that he has been devoured by a beast, and we may not even find his bones. Luo Xingqian's words were blunt, as he was known for his forthrightness, lacking in emotional nuance. Ruo Hua burst into tears, plopping down on the flying vessel, sobbing even louder. We're departing, heading back to the sect. With a wave of his hand, Chu Yun cast a spell, and the vessel ascended slowly, accelerating towards the direction of Qingyun Sect. Half an hour into their flight, a disciple from Piaomiao Peak, Lu Fengming, suddenly exclaimed, Where is junior sister Qin? It appears she is not aboard the vessel. At that moment, Qin Machio was deep within the dark forest, searching for Yang Dong. Yang Dong, where are you? She murmured, realizing he had likely ventured into the depths of the dark forest. Qin Machio was aware of the dangers lurking within, with only 2 high-tier talismans remaining. She was ill-equipped to contend with the 4th-tier beasts. Not to mention, encountering even a few 3rd-tier beasts would spell her doom once her talismans were expended. A faint gray mist enveloped the dark forest, punctuated by the occasional roars of ferocious beasts. Clad in a simple white outfit, her disheveled hair mirrored her tumultuous emotions. Her pale face bore streaks of tears, and her once bright almond eyes were now bloodshot, reflecting despair and sorrow. Yang Dong, she cried, hovering on her sword above the forest. Gazing down at the undergrowth, her voice laden with grief and hoarseness. Her calls echoed across the dark forest, met only with the desolate sound of silence, amplifying her loneliness. Qin Machio felt as though her heart were being cleaved in two, memories of their time together replaying incessantly in her mind. She understood that the sect's vessel had long since departed, yet returning was the furthest thing from her mind. If Yang Dong had truly perished in this dark forest, what was the point of her existence? Better to perish alongside him. Perhaps in another realm, their souls could reunite once more. Qin Machio descended upon her sword, wandering aimlessly through the woods. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the depths of the forest, snapping her back to reality. Gripping her sword, she turned to look. Before her stood a second-tier beast, the purple lightning rat, its body covered in violet fur. The creature, roughly the size of a gray rabbit, burst forth from the underbrush, emitting a piercing squeak as it charged towards Qin Machio. The purple lightning rat was agile, its coat shimmering with an eerie violet glow, its bloodthirsty eyes glinting with malice. Sharp claws leaving deep gouges in the earth, while the air crackled with the sound of electricity. A pang of anxiety gripped Qin Machio. With her 8th-layer qi refinement, she stood no chance against this second-tier beast. Fortunately, Yang Dong had provided her with numerous talismans. She hastily withdrew a mid-tier 5 thunder talisman from her robes. The purple lightning rat let out a low growl, resembling a bolt of purple lightning as it lunged towards her. In that moment, Xianxiao hurled the 5 thunder talisman with all her strength. Boom! The talisman erupted into a blinding flash of lightning, striking the purple lightning rat. The thunderous roar echoed as the 5-colored electric light collided with the beast, enveloping it in a dazzling display. The creature emitted a wail of agony, smoke rising from its charred form as it collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Xianxiao had no desire to collect the beast's core. She continued deeper into the dark forest. Uncertain of how long she had been walking, she encountered several second-tier beasts and a single third-tier beast along her path, all of which she narrowly defeated using the 5 thunder talismans. Yang Dong concluded an hour of cultivation, gradually withdrawing his energy. The 7-day trial had come to an end. He wondered if his senior brothers had returned to the sect. "Little parrot, let us return," he called out, beckoning to the Xianyu parrot, which was frolicking with the holy light tiger. The parrot immediately flitted over with enthusiasm. "Master, I shall scout ahead," it chirped, soaring into the sky towards the direction they had come from. Yang Dong stowed the other 10 spirit pets into his Qingyun bag, mounting the holy light tiger's back, and followed the Xianyu parrot as it soared towards the location where their flying vessel had previously anchored. The parrot flew above, its keen eyes scanning the forest below. Suddenly, it exclaimed excitedly, "Master, I see a beautiful sister." "Oh, which beautiful sister?" Yang Dong urged the holy light tiger to accelerate, directing his gaze towards the mountains below as indicated by the parrot. He beheld a scene in the forest where Xianxiaaudiobooks, clad in white, wandered aimlessly, appearing utterly lost. What brings Sister Qin to the depths of the dark forest alone? Yang Dong furrowed his brow and descended on the holy light tiger towards her. Abruptly, a ferocious roar erupted from the mountains, and a massive lion with fiery red fur leapt from the forest, unleashing a jet of crimson flames directed at Xianxiaaudiobooks. A 4th-tier magical beast, the Crimson Flame Lion. Confronted with the assault from the Crimson Flame Lion, Xianxiaaudiobooks exhibited no capacity for defense. In truth, she had relinquished any futile resistance, murmuring, "Yang Dong, I have come to find you." Yet, at that moment, a luminous shield materialized before her, intercepting the lion's fiery breath. As she stared in astonishment, Yang Dong's voice resonated from above, "Sister, do not fear, I am here." No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous bolt struck down from the heavens, akin to a thick thigh, accurately targeting the Crimson Flame Lion. The lion roared in defiance, its body erupting in a protective fire shield. However, the might of Yang Dong's thunderous magic was formidable, shattering the fire shield and striking the lion, sending it crashing to the ground, grievously wounded. "It is still alive," he marveled. Truly, a 4th-tier beast. In reality, the combat prowess of the Crimson Flame Lion equated to that of a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, while Yang Dong had only just broken through to the nascent soul realm. Typically, a cultivator at the early nascent soul stage would be no match for such a creature. Nevertheless, as the primordial sacred body, Yang Dong's spells wielded power far exceeding that of his peers, even capable of surpassing a full realm. At that moment, he unleashed another bolt of palm lightning, reducing the Crimson Flame Lion to charred remains. Leaping down from the back of the holy light tiger, he gazed at the still astonished Xianxiaaudiobooks and inquired, "Sister, are you unhurt?" "Yang Dong is alive." Xianxiaaudiobooks could scarcely believe her eyes, overwhelmed with joy as she threw herself into his embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks. In that instant, all her sorrow, pain, and despair were eclipsed by elation and relief. Yang Dong tenderly wrapped his arms around her delicate waist, smiling as he asked, "What troubles you, sister? Why do you weep like a rain-soaked pear blossom? Who has wronged you? I shall avenge you." Xianxiaaudiobooks laughed through her tears, playfully striking his chest with her fist. "Isn't it your fault for running off to the dark forest for 7 days and nights? You nearly gave me a heart attack. So you ventured into the depths of the dark forest to find me?" Yang Dong gently wiped the remnants of her tears from her eyes. "If you had perished in the dark forest, I would have no desire to live." Xianxiaaudiobooks replied softly, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Yang Dong felt a surge of emotion. Xianxiaaudiobooks loved him so profoundly that she contemplated following him in death. He cupped her fair, slightly rosy face in his hands and leaned down to kiss her. Xianxiaaudiobooks shivered at the touch, holding him tightly. They kissed. They kissed. "Go, master." The Xianyu parrot flapped its wings and flew in front of them, squawking excitedly, as if it were the one sharing the kiss. While Yang Dong and Xianxiaaudiobooks shared their kiss, the holy light tiger observed curiously from the side, tilting its head in confusion at the peculiar sounds they were making. Yang Dong playfully swatted the parrot away, sending it tumbling hundreds of feet. Eventually, they adjusted their attire. "Have the others from the sect departed?" Yang Dong inquired, running his fingers through her hair. Xianxiaaudiobooks nodded. Master Chu and the others searched for you for several days, but eventually gave up and returned to the sect. I secretly came to find you as the flying vessel took off. Then let us return to the sect, Yang Dong declared, taking her hand. Xianxiaaudiobooks nodded slightly. Yang Dong stored the corpse of the Crimson Flame Lion into his spatial ring, then mounted the Holy Light Tiger once more, beckoning Xianxiaaudiobooks to join him. She sat in front of him, looking at the small creature with concern. Is it strong enough to carry us both? The Holy Light Tiger was only as large as a calf, and they had to cling tightly to each other on its back. Yang Dong reassured her with a smile. This is the divine beast, the Holy Light Tiger. It can carry not just the two of us, but even a small mountain. A divine beast? How did you acquire it? Xianxiaaudiobooks asked, astonished. I will tell you slowly later, Yang Dong replied, guiding the Holy Light Tiger into the air as they flew towards the outskirts of the dark forest. Master, wait for me, came the Xianyu parrot's distant cry. After 4 hours of flight, the vessel finally reached the mountain range where the Qingyun Sect was located. Qingyun stood at the bow of the ship, gazing towards the direction of the sect when his expression suddenly shifted dramatically. What is happening? Why has the sect's protective barrier vanished? The protective barrier was the most crucial shield for any sect, and its absence signified grave danger. Upon hearing Qingyun's exclamation, the elders also noticed that the mountain protection barrier of the sect had indeed disappeared, their faces paling in alarm. How could this be? What has transpired? They murmured, anxious. Could there have been a significant upheaval in the sect these past few days? Is there an external invasion threatening our Qingyun sect? If the sect's barrier was destroyed due to an invasion, it would mean that the sect's leaders might have already. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Our Qingyun sect has a legacy spanning tens of thousands of years, being one of the 10 great sects of the Zhou dynasty. Which nefarious faction would dare to invade us so brazenly? The atmosphere aboard the vessel grew grave as everyone felt a gnawing unease, uncertain of the calamity that had befallen their sect. At that moment, several disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect, patrolling outside the Qingyun sect, spotted a massive ship approaching from the distant sky, adorned with 2 clouds. It's the flying vessel of the Qingyun sect. There are at least several hundred people aboard. Damn it, didn't the people of the Qingyun sect all get slaughtered? Where did these individuals come from? Enough chatter. Light the distress signal and alert the Grand Elder. The patrolling disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect took to the skies on their swords, racing towards the peak of the Qingyun sect. One disciple produced a distress signal, igniting it with his energy. The signal shot into the sky, exploding at a height of 100 feet, emanating a blood-red glow, within which a skull flickered ominously. This is the exclusive distress talisman of the Bloodslaughter sect. Upon sighting it, members of the sect immediately recognize it as a call for help from one of their disciples or a signal of significant events. In truth, each sect possesses its own unique identifying signals for distress talismans, enabling them to ascertain whether the signal originates from their own sect. On the flying vessel of the Qingyun sect, Qingyun gazed at the crimson light erupting in the distance, and his heart plummeted to the depths of despair. A skull. This is the distress signal of the Bloodslaughter sect. Damn it, the Qingyun sect has been overrun by the Bloodslaughter sect. Fury ignited in Qingyun's eyes. His fists clenched tightly as he gritted his teeth in anger. The other elders and hundreds of disciples of the Qingyun sect also turned pale, their hearts a tempest of shock and rage. The protective barrier of the sect had vanished, and their arrival had triggered the alarm of the Bloodslaughter sect. This was enough evidence to confirm that the Qingyun sect had indeed fallen. Chapter 61. The man riding the divine beast has arrived. On the flying vessel, everyone fell into a contemplative silence. The occupation of the Qingyun sect by the Bloodslaughter sect signified that all disciples remaining at the sect, including the sect leader and the 3 supreme elders, had likely perished. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for the Bloodslaughter sect to have seized the Qingyun sect. Given the ranking of the Bloodslaughter sect among the 10 great sects, the Qingyun sect was already at a disadvantage. Moreover, with Qingyun leading 32 peak masters and hundreds of inner disciples away from the sect, the Qingyun sect could hardly withstand an assault from the Bloodslaughter sect. Master Chu, what shall we do now? Elder He, the peak master of the White Mist Peak, approached Qingyun with a face ashen as death. The Bloodslaughter sect has annihilated our Qingyun sect. We must retaliate and reclaim our sect. Qingyun's eyes blazed with vengeful fire, his tone resolute. Elder He hesitated and quietly advised, but with the sect leader and the 3 supreme elders already dead, our advance may only lead to our demise. In my humble opinion, it would be wiser to retreat swiftly, seek out another spiritual vein to rebuild our sect, and, once our strength is restored, return to exact vengeance upon the Bloodslaughter sect. Elder He's words garnered the agreement of several peak masters. Some felt that his reasoning was sound. Charging headlong into battle with the Bloodslaughter sect would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, it was better to escape and preserve the ember of the Qingyun Sect, biding their time for retribution. For mortals, revenge may take a decade. In the realm of cultivation, a millennium is not too late. Yet, some were solely motivated by the desire to flee and preserve their own lives. They had joined the Qingyun Sect to cultivate, aspiring to live for several more centuries. The loss of their sect was undoubtedly painful, but their own lives held greater significance. There was no need to sacrifice themselves for vengeance. Most importantly, faced with the Bloodslaughter sect, they were engulfed by profound fear, utterly devoid of fighting spirit. The other dozen peak masters remained silent. While they acknowledged the merit in Elder He's words, the humiliation of fleeing after their sect's destruction was a bitter pill to swallow. These masters and elders possessed a measure of pride. If they were to cower and survive in the face of oppression, what meaning would their prolonged existence in the realm of cultivation hold? Qingyun surveyed the peak masters who had sided with Elder He, his expression devoid of emotion. If you wish to flee for your lives, I shall not impede you. Today, I, Qingyun, vow to confront the Bloodslaughter sect, and even if I perish, I shall not retreat. The dozen peak masters fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Senior brother is right. Master, we must avenge our esteemed teacher. Jiang Zhufeng and Luo Xingqian stepped forward in unison, their faces etched with determination and indignation. No, my father cannot be in danger. Ruhua shook her head vehemently, murmuring to herself, tears streaming down her cheeks. Deep down, she understood that with the Qingyun Sect under the control of the Bloodslaughter sect, her father had likely perished in battle. First, her beloved Xianxia had gone missing in the dark forest, and now their sect was overtaken, her father's fate uncertain. This unrelenting sequence of calamities left her heartbroken. Zhufeng, Xingqian, you two take the junior sister and leave. Qingyun looked at his two younger brothers, and then at the grieving Ruhua, sighing heavily. In his heart, he knew that this battle against the Bloodslaughter sect would likely lead to certain death. He could not allow his two younger brothers and the junior sister to accompany him to their demise. He must preserve the legacy of the Qingyun Sect. Moreover, their cultivation levels would be of no use in this confrontation. Jiang Zhufeng and Luo Xingqian were well aware of their senior brother's good intentions. Jiang Zhufeng said to Luo Xingqian, Third Shitty, you take the junior sister and look after her. Luo Xingqian shook his head. Second Shitty, your wit and meticulousness, along with your superior cultivation, make it safer for you to escort the junior sister. Enough, you two, cease your argument and take the junior sister together. Qingyun commanded in a deep voice. At this moment, the flying vessel was less than 3 miles from the Qingyun Sect when they spotted a figure in purple robes riding atop a flying lion, accompanied by hundreds of disciples from the Bloodslaughter sect, soaring towards them. The purple-robed elder laughed heartily. I never expected there were still remnants of the Qingyun Sect out here. You have walked right into my trap, saving me the trouble. This purple-robed elder was the supreme elder left behind by the Bloodslaughter sect, his cultivation at the late stage of the Transcendence realm. Qingyun stood on the flying vessel, pointing at the purple-robed elder as he shouted angrily. Our Qingyun Sect has never interfered with your Bloodslaughter sect. Why have you come to invade and seize our sect? The purple-robed elder scoffed coldly. Your Qingyun Sect's disciples dared to slay our young master. This blood debt must be repaid by your sect. Nonsense. How could a disciple of my Qingyun Sect ever kill your young master? This is merely an excuse you have fabricated. Qingyun had long heard of this matter, yet he would never believe that the young master of the Bloodslaughter sect was slain by a disciple of the Qingyun Sect. Not only did Qingyun disbelieve, but all members of the Qingyun Sect, save for Yang Dong and Qin Machio, would find such a notion ludicrous. The young master of the Bloodslaughter sect was no ordinary person. How could he be so easily dispatched by a disciple of the Qingyun Sect? What Qingyun could never have anticipated was that the one who had indeed slain the young master of the Bloodslaughter sect was a disciple of the Qingyun Sect, and moreover, his own junior brother. The purple-robed elder sneered, whether you believe it or not, it matters not. All members of your Qingyun Sect shall accompany your young master in death. With that, he waved his hand, unleashing a terrifying spell. A crimson light hurtling towards the crowd on the flying vessel. The full might of a Transcendence realm expert unleashed in a single strike was indeed formidable. Altogether, Qingyun roared, his palms striking outward with tremendous force. The 20 or so inner elders behind him simultaneously released all their spiritual power in a united front. Boom. The clash of spiritual forces between the Transcendence realm expert and the 20-plus nascent soul cultivators erupted in a thunderous roar, radiating brilliance. The crimson light shattered all of their spiritual forces, and the residual shockwave struck Qingyun, who stood at the forefront. The high-grade golden light protective talisman on Qingyun erupted with dazzling brilliance, yet it still failed to completely dissipate the shockwave from the attack of the purple-robed elder. Although the energy of the shockwave was reduced to less than 1/10 of its original might, it was still beyond what Qingyun, a peak nascent soul cultivator, could withstand. Bang! Qingyun was violently propelled backward, soaring 1,000 feet away. Senior brother, Jiang Zhufeng, Luo Xingqian, and Ru Hua all cried out in alarm. Master Chu. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, filled with horror. Master Chu was a peak nascent soul cultivator, and even with the combined force of 20 inner elders, they could not withstand the full force of the purple-robed elder's attack. The cultivation of the purple-robed elder was indeed terrifying. How could they possibly fight back? At this moment, all members of the Qingyun Sect were engulfed in profound despair. A swarm of ants. The elder clad in purple robes erupted into a cacophony of sinister laughter, once more gesturing to unleash a dreadful spell, a blood-red radiance hurtling toward the elders of the Qingyun Sect aboard their flying vessel. You audacious old thief! A voice resounded from the heavens, as a figure mounted upon a young tiger radiating a holy glow soared through the sky like a meteor. In an instant, the holy light erupted from the tiger's maw, colliding violently with the elder's blood-red beam. Chapter 62, Confrontation with a Nascent Soul Master. The two beams of light collided with a thunderous roar, igniting a dazzling explosion of brilliance. The blood-red glow was shattered, dissipating into nothingness, while the white radiance, though somewhat diminished, surged toward the purple-robed elder. The elder's face turned ashen with terror. With a swift motion, a massive steel shield manifested before him. Bang! The shield shattered like fragile porcelain under the impact of the white light, slamming into the elder himself. Several protective artifacts adorning the elder simultaneously unleashed their defensive auras to counter the oncoming holy light from the tiger. Boom! A multitude of lights intertwined, obliterating the elder's exquisite protective artifacts and shattering his protective spiritual energy. Gasping, the elder spat forth a mouthful of blood, his skin fracturing as if on the verge of exploding into pieces. The onlookers were left in a state of incredulous shock. The sudden turn of events had taken everyone completely off guard. At this moment, they discerned that the newcomer was none other than a handsome youth riding the radiant white tiger. Junior brother Yang, Hua Hua exclaimed in delight, her voice filled with joy. Junior brother Yang is alive. How wonderful! Jiang Zhufeng and Luo Xingqian stared wide-eyed, a mix of astonishment and elation washing over them. They had convinced themselves that Yang Dong had perished in the dark forest, for a mere Foundation establishment disciple could hardly survive 7 days and nights within its treacherous confines. Yet, at this critical juncture for the Qingyun Sect, their junior brother had emerged not only alive, but astride a mystical beast, having severely wounded the elder of the Bloodslaughter sect. What extraordinary adventures had he encountered in the dark forest to achieve such fortune? Jiang Zhufeng and Luo Xingqian were utterly baffled by the unfolding events. Meanwhile, the majority of the Qingyun Sect members aboard the flying vessel had recognized the youth on the white tiger as Yang Dong. His name was known far and wide within the sect. From a mere servant, he had risen to become an outer disciple, defeating Shen Yunqing on the duel stage, and was then taken as a direct disciple by the sect master. A meteoric rise indeed. Even those unfamiliar with him grasped the situation upon hearing Jiang Zhufeng and Luo Xingqian refer to him as junior brother. The elders of the Qingyun sect were astounded. How had Yang Dong managed to cripple the elder of the Bloodslaughter sect with a single spell? They had just witnessed the elder's formidable prowess. Over 20 inner sect elders had failed to match him. What was Yang Dong's cultivation level? Not just the elders, but all the stewards and disciples of the Qingyun sect were equally bewildered. The crippling of the Bloodslaughter sect's elder filled them with excitement. Yet their curiosity about Yang Dong's strength grew even more intense. Little did they know, the white light that had struck was not a spell cast by Yang Dong, but rather a magical attack unleashed by the holy light tiger. Due to Yang Dong's approach from behind, they mistakenly attributed the spell to him. On the other side, the Bloodslaughter sect members were equally astonished. A disciple of the Qingyun sect had managed to defeat Elder Finling. How could this be possible? Elder Finling was at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. How could he be bested by a mere fledgling? Yet the evidence was undeniable. Elder Finling had been struck by a white light, causing his body to crack, threatening his very existence. At that moment, two figures soared through the air. One was Qingyun, who had just been sent flying by Elder Finling. The other, elegantly dressed in flowing white garments, was the stunning Qingyun, arriving on her sword. Though they had departed the dark forest 2 hours later than the flying vessel, the speed of the holy light tiger far surpassed that of the vessel. Seeing his senior brother Qingyun hurtling back, Yang Dong raised his hand, channeling spiritual energy to cushion him, instructing Qingyun to assess Qingyun's injuries while he sped forward on the holy light tiger to rescue everyone. Though Qingyun bore severe wounds, he was fortunate to be alive. For a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, Even a shattered internal organ could be mended. Who are you? Elder Finling seethed, his expression a mix of rage and astonishment as he sensed the aura of the nascent soul emanating from Yangdong. His gaze then fell upon the pristine Holy Light Tiger, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "The Holy Light Tiger. You possess a divine beast, as your familiar." Upon hearing Elder Finling's words, all eyes turned in unison toward the Holy Light Tiger mounted by Yangdong. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. This white tiger was none other than the legendary ancient divine beast, the Holy Light Tiger. Divine beasts were notoriously proud. Even formidable beings who had undergone tribulations found it exceedingly difficult to tame one as a mount. Why, then, did this Holy Light Tiger willingly submit to Yangdong? Chu Yun, Jiang Zhufeng, and Luo Xingqian were equally curious about how their junior brother had not only survived a calamity, but also acquired a divine beast as a companion. Yangdong, seated upon the back of the Holy Light Tiger, fixed his piercing gaze upon Elder Finling, enunciating each word with conviction. "Where's my master?" The unmarked true man. He was unaware of the exact events transpiring within the Qingyun Sect, but it was clear that the Bloodslaughter Sect had seized control, and his master was likely in grave peril. Nonetheless, he sought to extract precise information about his master from Elder Finling. "Unmarked? He has been slain by our sect master. His spirit and form have perished." Elder Finling cackled with malicious glee. The members of the Qingyun Sect were consumed by fury upon hearing this. "Master!" Chu Yun, Jiang Zhufeng, and Luo Xingqian fell to their knees, crying out in anguish. "Father!" Hua Hua lamented deeply, her eyes rolling back as she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The three rushed to support her. Yangdong's aura surged with murderous intent, his eyes ablaze with fury. "To dare slay my master! I shall see your entire Bloodslaughter Sect buried alongside him." With that, he struck a palm toward Elder Finling. A beam of purple gold light thundered forth, akin to a cataclysmic force directed at Elder Finling. This was the primordial spiritual power unleashed by the Hongming sacred body, possessing unfathomable might. Elder Finling's countenance changed dramatically. In that moment, he sensed the looming specter of death. "Roar!" Elder Finling bellowed, channeling all his spiritual energy to counter with a palm strike. Bang! A blood-red beam collided with the purple gold light, erupting with a deafening roar and blinding brilliance. Elder Finling was jolted back, spewing another mouthful of blood, his injuries worsening as the cracks in his body widened, threatening to tear him apart. Yet Yangdong remained unscathed. The Hongming sacred body was protected by the primordial purple aura. Not even a fully healthy Elder Finling could injure Yangdong, let alone one already gravely wounded. The Holy Light Tiger emitted a series of low growls, seemingly unable to contain its desire to assist its master in vanquishing the old man. "Little light, allow me to personally deal with this old fool." Yangdong patted the tiger's head, then unleashed another palm strike at Elder Finling. The resplendent golden light descended upon the Elder of Burning Spirit. Aware that he was at the end of his tether, he understood he could not withstand this lethal strike. He immediately activated the explosive body technique and roared, "Explode." Chapter 63. The Death of the Elder of Burning Spirit. Boom. The Elder of Burning Spirit's corporeal form erupted violently, and the terrifying energy surged outward in a tempest. Yangdong's expression shifted slightly. With his primordial sacred body, he was naturally unafraid of the Elder's explosive demise. However, the members of Qingyun Sect were less than 10 paces away and would be caught in the backlash of the Elder's explosion, while the Elders might endure. The disciples of Qingyun Sect would likely suffer heavy casualties. This thought flashed through his mind in an instant. The sacred light tiger unleashed a radiant barrier from its mouth, akin to a protective shield, blocking the impending disaster before Yangdong. Although he had refrained from allowing it to strike the Elder, the sacred light tiger was nonetheless concerned for its master's safety. Boom! The explosive energy crashed against the barrier, producing a thunderous sound. The barrier quivered yet remained intact. The disciples of Qingyun Sect broke into a cold sweat. They had just sensed the deathly aura of the horrific shockwave and thought they were doomed. Unexpectedly, this little divine beast effortlessly saved them. Bang! 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 Several disciples of Bloodslaughter Sect met their demise in a series of explosive deaths. The explosive body technique unleashed indiscriminate destruction, and while the barrier from the sacred light tiger shielded against the initial shockwave, those at the back of Bloodslaughter Sect could not withstand the subsequent onslaught. At this moment, the elders of Bloodslaughter Sect were far too preoccupied with their own survival to care about the lives of their disciples. As the saying goes, to kill 1,000 enemies, one must inflict 800 wounds upon oneself. Yet, the Elder of Burning Spirit's explosive maneuver not only failed to claim a single enemy, but instead resulted in the loss of dozens of his own disciples. The Elder's primordial spirit, filled with frustration, transformed into a stream of light and attempted to flee. "Do not escape. Yangdong bellowed. Raising his palm as a bolt of lightning erupted from his hand, striking towards the elder's spirit. However, the speed of the elder's spirit was astonishing, and Yangdong's lightning narrowly missed. The sacred light tiger exhaled a beam of white light, swift as lightning, striking the fleeing spirit of the elder of burning spirit with precision. The elder's spirit let out a chilling scream, utterly obliterated. Yangdong could not help but give a thumbs up to the sacred light tiger. Well done. The sacred light tiger playfully stuck out its adorable little tongue at Yangdong. With the elder of burning spirit slain, the remaining elders and several hundred disciples of Bloodslaughter Sect were left in shock, exchanging bewildered glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Attack! Qingyun commanded, casting the first spell towards the elders of Bloodslaughter Sect. The other 30-odd peak masters and elders of Qingyun Sect soared into action, unleashing various spells upon the elders and disciples of Bloodslaughter Sect. Yangdong also waved his hand, conjuring a tempestuous crimson flame that surged towards the disciples of Bloodslaughter Sect. A high-level fire-type spell, Hellfire. Dozens of disciples from Bloodslaughter Sect were engulfed by the Hellfire, issuing agonizing shrieks, only to be swiftly reduced to charred remains, turning to ash. The sacred light tiger continued to spew forth beams of light, and wherever its rays passed, both elders and disciples of Bloodslaughter Sect met their demise. The several hundred inner disciples of Qingyun Sect also took to the skies aboard flying vessels, charging towards the disciples of Bloodslaughter Sect. Bloodslaughter Sect had only 12 elders and 500 inner disciples left to defend. Qingyun Sect boasted 800 inner disciples, but only 1/3 of those were elders. Coupled with the assaults from Yangdong and the sacred light tiger, they were rendered utterly defenseless. The battlefield swiftly tilted in favor of Qingyun Sect. In mere moments, the forces of Bloodslaughter Sect were decimated, with 2 elders attempting to flee being easily dispatched by Yangdong and the sacred light tiger. After the battlefield was cleared, Yangdong collected only the spatial ring of the elder of burning spirit, while the storage bags of the other elders and disciples of Bloodslaughter Sect were uniformly retrieved for the sect. Subsequently, he summoned true flames to incinerate all the corpses completely. As the flying vessel entered Qingyun Sect, the onlookers stood aboard, gazing at the desolate sect, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Just 7 days prior, they had departed for Darking Forest, leaving thousands of disciples behind. Now, upon their return, the place was eerily silent and empty, with thousands of their comrades having perished at the hands of Bloodslaughter Sect. Even the sect master and the 3 supreme elders had all met their demise. The 3 supreme elders were the very foundation of Qingyun Sect. Now that both the supreme elders and the sect master had fallen, Qingyun Sect was likely to plummet to the status of a second-rate celestial sect in the Great Zhou. The several hundred miscellaneous workers looked up at the approaching flying vessel, having witnessed the distant battle. It's our Qingyun Sect's flying vessel. Chu Tangzhu and the others have returned. They have defeated the Bloodslaughter Sect. Wonderful. Everyone come out. Our disciples are back. Recognizing their sect's vessel, the workers were filled with exuberance, rushing to share the news, rejoicing in the return of their sect's disciples. During these 7 days, they had become slaves of Bloodslaughter Sect, living in constant peril of being whipped or even killed. This was the sensation of being a sectless slave. However, they also feared that Bloodslaughter Sect would not relent, and if they returned with vengeance, could Qingyun Sect withstand another assault? If they were to be annihilated once more by Bloodslaughter Sect, then Qingyun Sect would face utter obliteration. Aboard the flying vessel, the disciples of Qingyun Sect felt deeply moved upon seeing the workers below rushing to welcome them. Although these inner disciples had previously looked down upon the workers, they now felt a kinship akin to that of family. The vessel gradually came to a halt in the grand square of the sect. Qingyun, his expression grave, addressed the elders. Esteemed elders, our sect has undergone a tremendous upheaval. We must convene an emergency meeting. Let us proceed to the main hall of the peak to discuss the affairs of the sect. The elders nodded solemnly in agreement. Qingyun then turned to his 3 junior brothers and the tearful Ru Hua, letting out a soft sigh. First, let us take Ru Hua to the side chamber of the hall. We will convene afterward. Yangdong and the others nodded slightly. The 32 peak elders made their way to the hall to deliberate, while other stewards led the disciples back to their respective peaks. In the majestic main hall of the sect, the 32 peak masters and elders sat on either side. Qingyun, Jiang Zhufeng, Luo Xingchen, and Yangdong stood at the forefront of the hall. The seat of the sect master at the head of the hall remained empty. Qingyun approached the center of the hall, gazing at the 32 peak masters on either side, and spoke solemnly. Our Qingyun Sect has suffered a great calamity, and our sect master has passed away. The foremost task before us is to select a new sect master. Do any of the elders have objections? The elders all nodded in agreement. A sect cannot be without a leader for even a single day, especially in times of crisis, necessitating the selection of a new sect master to guide us. Well, since all the elders support this proposal, let us now discuss the election of a new sect master. As Qingyun spoke, he surveyed the elders, continuing, "The position of sect master will be chosen among us. Each person shall recommend one candidate, and the one with the most recommendations shall assume the role of sect master. Elder Hao, you shall begin." Chapter 64, Election of the New Sect Master. Seated in the first position on the left, Elder Hao was the Grand Elder of the inner sect of Qingyun Sect at the peak of the nascent soul stage, making him one of the only two most qualified candidates to succeed the sect master alongside Qingyun. In terms of seniority, Elder Hao is currently the most venerable elder of the Qingyun Sect. Regarding cultivation, Elder Hao has reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, rivaling even the esteemed Master Chu. One is the head of the inner sect, while the other is the Grand Elder of the inner sect. Moreover, Qingyun's most distinguished identity is that of the sect leader's personally chosen disciple, receiving consistent acknowledgement and nurturing from the three esteemed elders. Had it not been for the recent upheaval within the sect, it is highly likely that, a century hence, the position of sect leader would have been bequeathed to Qingyun by the late Master Hen Wuhan, with the latter retreating to seclusion as an esteemed elder. However, with the demise of the sect leader and the three esteemed elders, Qingyun's status as the leader's chosen disciple has significantly diminished, granting Elder Hao the qualifications to vie for the position of sect leader. Elder Hao rose to his feet and offered a respectful salute to Qingyun, proclaiming, "I, an old man, nominate Master Chu to be the new sect leader of Qingyun Sect." Upon hearing this, all present stood in solemn respect. Although Elder Hao could not self-nominate for the position of sect leader, he also had no obligation to recommend Qingyun. He could have easily suggested another elder, who in turn might have reciprocated by nominating Elder Hao for the same position. In doing so, Elder Hao would have effectively secured a vote for himself. Yet now, he selflessly cast his vote in favor of Qingyun, clearly relinquishing his own ambitions for the sect leader position and willingly accepting Qingyun as the leader. Truly, Elder Hao is a commendable individual, worthy of his surname. Yang Dong, seated at the front, silently praised him in his heart. Jiang Zhufeng and Luo Xingchen also regarded Elder Hao with newfound respect. Initially, they had worried that Elder Hao might conspire against Qingyun for the leadership position, which would inevitably create rifts and factions within the sect, especially in these perilous times when internal discord could spell disaster for Qingyun Sect. Qingyun deeply bowed in gratitude towards Elder Hao. "Thank you for your trust, esteemed elder." Subsequently, Hua Xiangrong, the master of the mysterious peak, also put forth her recommendation. With her enchanting beauty and captivating charm, Hua Xiangrong rose from her seat and gracefully bowed to Qingyun. "I, Hua Xiangrong, wish to honor Master Chu as the sect leader." Qingyun returned the gesture. "Thank you, Elder Hua, for your faith." Following this, 30 peak masters took turns to make their recommendations. Aside from 5 who nominated Elder Hao for the sect leader, the rest all endorsed Qingyun. In truth, from the moment Elder Hao initially recommended Qingyun for the position, it became clear to everyone that the leadership was destined for him. Logically, in such circumstances, no one would dare to vote for Elder Hao or anyone else, fearing they might offend Qingyun and face repercussions later. However, among those 5, 3 were motivated by their admiration for Elder Hao's character, believing that Qingyun was not the type to harbor malice, hence their nomination of Elder Hao. The other 2, however, voted for Elder Hao out of self-interest, wishing to ascend to the leadership themselves, but unable to nominate themselves, thus intentionally muddling the waters. Once the round of nominations concluded, Qingyun emerged as the uncontroversial current sect leader of Qingyun Sect. Qingyun bowed to the gathered elders. "Esteemed elders, I am honored by your support in recommending me as the successor to the leadership of Qingyun Sect. I am humbled and feel unworthy." The elders assumed Qingyun's words were merely formalities, but what he said next took everyone in the hall by surprise. "Now, our Qingyun Sect stands at a critical juncture of survival. We require a leader of formidable strength, and I find myself ill-suited for such a monumental responsibility. However, I do have the most fitting candidate to assume the role of sect leader." The elders exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions filled with confusion. Who could Qingyun possibly be recommending for the position? Was it Elder Hao? Yet Elder Hao had already endorsed Master Chu, clearly showing his disinterest in the leadership role. Furthermore, Elder Hao and Master Chu were of comparable cultivation levels, making it difficult to assert that he was the most suitable candidate for sect leader. Yang Dong, Jiang Zhufeng, and Luo Xingchen also wore bewildered expressions. What was going on with their master? Everyone had recommended him for the leadership. He should simply accept it. A few polite words would suffice. He shouldn't genuinely consider relinquishing the position to someone else. If he were to endorse Elder Hao, they could begrudgingly accept it. But if another elder were to become the sect leader, they would be truly discontent. Master Chu, who do you wish to recommend as sect leader? Elder Hao inquired, prepared to politely decline if Qingyun suggested him. Elder Hao was already over 400 years old, with only a few decades left to live unless he achieved a breakthrough to the out-of-body stage. Given his innate limitations, he had been stalled at the peak of the nascent soul stage for decades, and he knew that achieving the out-of-body stage was beyond his reach in this lifetime. Qingyun Sect required a leader with profound cultivation and youthful vigor, and without a doubt, Qingyun was the most fitting candidate. At just over 100 years old, he had already attained the peak of the nascent soul stage, and his future accomplishments might surpass those of the former sect leader Hen Wuan. Qingyun Sect needed someone like him to lead. The other 31 elders also looked toward Qingyun, eager to discover who he would recommend. Qingyun smiled slightly and beckoned to Yang Dong. Yang, come here. Huh. Yang Dong, bewildered, approached Qingyun and inquired, Master brother, what is it? Qingyun addressed the assembly. The person I wish to recommend is my junior brother, Yang Dong. He is truly the most suitable candidate to be our sect leader. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces displayed shock. Master Chu was actually proposing a mere youth for the position of sect leader? Was this not sheer folly? However, Zhang Zhufeng and Luo Xingchen simultaneously heaved a sigh of relief. So, it was their junior brother that Master Chu intended to recommend. That was a relief. Given their junior brother's current strength, he indeed possessed the qualifications to assume the role of sect leader. Whether it was master brother or junior brother who became the sect leader made little difference to them. After all, they were all fellow disciples. Yang Dong was equally taken aback. He never anticipated that Master Chu would recommend him as the sect leader of Qingyun Sect. He chuckled helplessly and said, Master brother, I'm just a newcomer to the sect. I lack the qualifications to be the sect leader of Qingyun Sect. No, you do have the qualifications. Qingyun interjected before Yang Dong could finish, firmly affirming his stance. He turned to the elders seated on either side of the hall. Although my junior brother Yang Dong's experience in the sect is still limited, the role of sect leader relies not on seniority, but on strength. The elders present have witnessed my junior brother's prowess today. Had he not arrived in time to slay the supreme elder of the Blood Fiend sect, I and all present would surely have met our demise at his hands. I ask, who among us in Qingyun Sect possesses strength surpassing that of Yang Dong? His decisive action in eliminating the supreme elder of the Blood Fiend sect has saved our sect. Who can claim a greater contribution? Yang Dong is the direct disciple of my master. In terms of identity, he is well qualified to inherit the position of sect leader. In terms of identity, strength, and accomplishments, Yang Dong is unparalleled in our Qingyun Sect. How could he possibly lack the qualifications to be our sect leader? Chapter 65, Becoming an Elder of Merit. Qingyun's words echoed throughout the hall, leaving the elders speechless and momentarily engulfed in silence. Indeed, had Yang Dong not intervened today, Qingyun Sect would have faced annihilation. Such merit, not only is there no one who can compare today, but even throughout the sect's history, few have matched it. Although Yang Dong had assistance from the Holy Light Tiger in slaying the supreme elder of the Blood Fiend sect, his strength was evident and certainly on par with that of Qingyun and Elder Hao. When considering all factors, it appeared that Yang Dong truly was the most suitable candidate for sect leader. However, he was merely an 18 or 19-year-old youth. Placing such a young individual in command of Qingyun Sect, directing these centuries-old elders, was a challenge for many to accept. At this moment, Hua Xiangrong was the first to rise, addressing the assembly. What Master Chu has stated is indeed correct. Our Qingyun Sect requires a person of formidable strength to assume the role of sect leader, and Yang Dong is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. I, Hua Xiangrong, have no objections. Elder Hao also stood and respectfully gestured to Qingyun. I fully endorse Master Chu's proposal. Observing that both Elder Hao and Hua Xiangrong had expressed their support, the other elders quickly followed suit, agreeing to Yang Dong's ascension to the position of sect leader. With a smile, Qingyun turned to Yang Dong. Junior brother Yang, you are now the consensus choice. The position of sect leader is rightfully yours. So do not continue to defer. Yang Dong clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Senior brother, perhaps you should take the role of sect leader. I shall wholeheartedly assist you. Qingyun replied. Junior brother Yang, please do not decline any further. Ascend to your rightful seat. Senior brother, I am far too laid back and truly do not wish to assume the role of sect leader, as I lack the qualifications for it. I implore you to take the seat. Yang Dong persistently refused. His rejection was not mere pretense. He genuinely had no interest in the position of sect leader. The world was vast, and he yearned to explore it. The Qingyun Sect was merely one of the 10 great sects of the Great Zhou, and it no longer even ranked among the top 10. Moreover, the Great Zhou was just a small nation within the heavenly realm, which itself comprised hundreds of countries. The heavenly realm was merely one of the dozens of domains in the eastern continent. The entire ancient continent is divided into 5 great continents: southeast, southwest, northeast, northwest, and central, with central continent being the most expansive, surpassing the other 4 continents combined, and it is also the region with the densest spiritual energy. Thus, central continent has become the most coveted destination for countless cultivators. However, it is also fraught with peril, as the Dragon Clan, Demon Clan, Angel Clan, Witch Clan, and Beast Clan are predominantly found there. A saying in the cultivation world goes, in the central continent, tribulations abound. A great ascension is no more than a dog. Yet, precisely because of this, Yang Dong's desire to venture into the central continent was further ignited. Of course, Yang Dong had no immediate plans to leave the Qingyun Sect. First, he needed to eradicate the Blood Fiend Sect and ensure that several 5th-tier beasts remained to guard the sect before he could embark on his journey to wander the world. He intended to explore other domains in the eastern continent before visiting the southern continent to witness the Undead Clan, then the western continent to meet the sorcerers and paladins, and finally the northern continent to encounter the Titan giants in the frigid lands. Until his cultivation reached the integration realm, he would not dare to tread lightly into the central continent, a place teeming with formidable beings. After attempting to persuade him for a while, Qingyun found it futile. Yang Dong remained resolute in his refusal of the sect leader position. With no other option, Qingyun ascended to the esteemed seat of sect leader himself. Salute the sect leader. All 32 inner sect elders rose and bowed in deference to Qingyun, who sat in the prominent position. Elders, please. There is no need for such formalities. Qingyun raised his hand slightly, gesturing for everyone to be seated once more. Glancing at Yang Dong, who stood beside him, Qingyun addressed the elders, though Yang Dong is unwilling to accept the role of sect leader. His profound cultivation and the merit of having slain the elder of the Blood Fiend Sect to save our sect warrant my proposal to appoint him as the elder of meritorious deeds, with authority equal to that of the sect leader. Do any of the elders have objections? The title of elder of meritorious deeds, with authority equal to that of the sect leader, represented the highest honor Qingyun could bestow upon Yang Dong. While it appeared he was seeking the elders' opinions, none would dare to openly contradict the newly appointed sect leader at this moment. To publicly reject the first proposal of the newly instated sect leader would be to directly oppose him, especially with Yang Dong present. Moreover, Yang Dong had indeed saved them, making Qingyun's proposal entirely reasonable. Elder Hao was the first to rise and bow. The sect leader's proposal is excellent. I wholeheartedly agree. Hua Xiangrong followed suit. What the sect leader proposes is sensible. Elder Yang should indeed be appointed as elder of meritorious deeds. She then deeply bowed to Yang Dong. With Elder Hao and Hua Xiangrong leading the way, the other elders also stood to express their agreement, bowing respectfully to Yang Dong. Although a few dissenters remained, they dared not voice their objections publicly and followed suit in paying their respects to Yang Dong. As the elder of meritorious deeds held authority equal to that of the sect leader, the other elders naturally had to show their respect. Yang Dong had not anticipated that his senior brother would insist on appointing him as the elder of meritorious deeds. To refuse further would seem overly self-effacing. Jiang Zhufeng and Luo Xingqian, though merely bystanders, felt quite pleased. With the senior brother now the sect leader and the junior brother designated as elder of meritorious deeds, the power within the Qingyun Sect was firmly held by their brotherhood, alleviating concerns about factional disputes arising over power struggles. Once the elders had paid their respects to Yang Dong, Qingyun remarked, with my assumption of the sect leader position, the role of inner sect hall master has become vacant. I propose that Elder Hao take on this responsibility. I hope Elder Hao will not decline. Elder Hao rose and bowed. I am honored by the sect leader's trust, and I shall diligently manage all affairs of the inner sect. Qingyun nodded in acknowledgement. I entrust everything to you, Elder Hao. The stewardship of the inner sect was of utmost importance, and Elder Hao was the best candidate in terms of both cultivation and experience. His mature and judicious demeanor gave Qingyun great confidence in delegating the inner sect's affairs to him. Now, let us discuss how to confront the Blood Fiend Sect, Qingyun said, his expression grave as he regarded the assembly of elders. Each elder bore a serious countenance, fully aware that this matter pertained to the very survival of the Qingyun Sect. Although today had seen a resounding victory for the Qingyun Sect, having slain an elder of the Blood Fiend Sect, along with several inner sect elders and hundreds of disciples, this did not imply that the Qingyun Sect could confront the entirety of the Blood Fiend Sect. The Blood Fiend Sect boasted at least 5 elders, plus the sect master, Lung Xiao, making them adversaries far beyond the Qingyun Sect's current capacity to contend with. Should the Blood Fiend Sect once again mobilize to assault the Qingyun Sect, it could very well lead to its annihilation. Despite Yang Dong's formidable strength and his companion, the small holy light tiger, He could not possibly contend with 3 elders of the Blood Fiend sect simultaneously, not to mention the Blood Fiend sect's numerous inner and outer sect elders and thousands of disciples. The Grand Hall fell into an oppressive silence. At that moment, Yang Dong spoke. Elders, there is no need for concern. I shall single-handedly annihilate the Blood Fiend sect. Upon hearing this declaration, all 32 elders turned their gazes toward Yang Dong, their expressions a mix of incredulity. To annihilate the Blood Fiend sect alone? This elder of meritorious deeds speaks with an audacity that is rather excessive. Although Yang Dong was indeed powerful and possessed a holy light tiger, it was still a cub. The Blood Fiend sect had at least 4 elders, in addition to the sect master, making for 5 pinnacle experts, an inference easily drawn. Otherwise, the 3 elders of the Qingyun Sect and the sect leader would not have been wiped out. Moreover, the Blood Fiend sect had dozens of nascent soul inner sect elders. Over 100 outer sect elders, hundreds of deacons, and thousands of inner and outer sect disciples. Did he truly believe that riding a small holy light tiger could lead to the destruction of the Blood Fiend sect? This elder of meritorious deeds was ultimately too young and naive. Not only did the elders find Yang Dong's words somewhat arrogant, but even Chu Yun deemed his junior brother overly confident. Looking at Yang Dong, Chu Yun sighed. Junior brother, I understand you have had fortuitous encounters in the dark forest, and your strength has indeed grown formidable. However, annihilating the Blood Fiend sect is no simple task. Do not act impulsively. We should first secure our sect and observe the Blood Fiend sect's movements. Chu Yun genuinely feared that this young junior brother might rush into the Blood Fiend sect and meet his end at the hands of their collective forces, which would be the greatest loss for the Qingyun Sect. Elder Yang, the sect leader's words hold great wisdom. Given our current strength, it is prudent to first secure our sect, Elder Hao also advised. Hua Xiangrong cast a glance with her beautiful eyes at Elder Yang, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she remarked, Elder Yang, you are now the pillar of our Qingyun Sect. Please, do not act recklessly. If anything were to happen, it would render our sect even more vulnerable to the Bloodslaughter sect. The other elders echoed her sentiments, their words laced with concern, not solely for Yang Dong's safety, but predominantly for the security of Qingyun Sect and their own well-being. As Hua Xiangrong aptly stated, Yang Dong is indeed the cornerstone of Qingyun Sect, the only one capable of confronting the grand elders of the Bloodslaughter sect. Should he rashly venture into the lair of the Bloodslaughter sect, he would undoubtedly face a brutal onslaught from several grand elders, leading to his demise. If Yang Dong were to perish, the Bloodslaughter sect would surely annihilate Qingyun Sect. Thus, there was a palpable fear among them that Yang Dong might act impulsively and venture into a death trap. Yang Dong was acutely aware of the elders' concerns, and with a faint smile, he reassured them, there is no need for worry, esteemed elders. I shall remain at Qingyun Sect for the time being, awaiting the arrival of those from the Bloodslaughter sect. The obliteration of the Bloodslaughter sect was inevitable, yet there was no need to rush. He also harbored fears that if he ventured to their stronghold, the Bloodslaughter sect might seize the opportunity to attack Qingyun Sect, resulting in its ruin. Therefore, it was prudent to stay put for a while longer. Chu Yun's expression turned grave as he spoke. Today, we have eliminated all those stationed here from the Bloodslaughter sect. They are undoubtedly aware of the situation and will not rest. A counterattack against Qingyun Sect is imminent. We must ensure that each peak is manned day and night, enhancing our vigilance. The elders nodded in agreement. Chu Yun concluded, very well, this meeting is adjourned. Each elder may return to their respective peaks to manage affairs. The elders rose in unison, bowing respectfully to Chu Yun before exiting the Grand Hall, leaving only the 4 brothers behind. With a soft sigh, Chu Yun suggested, let us visit Ruhua. Yang Dong and the others nodded in tacit agreement. After visiting Ruhua, Yang Dong returned to his quarters, the night having fully descended. His small courtyard stood solitary behind the bamboo grove, the barrier still emanating a faint glow. Fortunately, it had not suffered any damage from the Bloodslaughter sect. Everything remained intact. The secluded location and the fact that the Bloodslaughter sect regarded Qingyun Sect as merely a branch of their own dissuaded them from wanton destruction. The Xianyu parrot had already returned, playfully frolicking with the golden-winged hornet. Upon noticing their master's arrival, they all approached eagerly. You stay on guard outside. Yang Dong waved them away, entering the barrier and stepping into the courtyard. Once inside, Yang Dong activated the spirit-gathering array. Even without actively cultivating, his body's pores would instinctively absorb the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, and activating the array would expedite this process. He settled in the hall and poured himself a generous bowl of spiritual water to drink. First, he would refine the spiritual herbs and fruits collected from the dark forest. Summoning the Chaos Cauldron from within, Yang Dong removed his storage ring and placed all the spiritual herbs, fruits, and several pieces of spiritual wood he had gathered from the dark forest into it. It was somewhat cumbersome to extract the items from the ring. So he simply tossed the storage ring into the cauldron, as it needed refining anyway. A flash of white light illuminated the cauldron, revealing lines of information that appeared continuously. 10,000 cubic meters spatial ring. A piece of low-grade spiritual wood. 17 low-grade spiritual fruits. 13 varieties of low-grade spiritual herbs. After perusing the data displayed by the cauldron, Yang Dong couldn't help but exclaim in frustration. He had forgotten that most of his belongings were contained within this storage ring. And those items had already been refined in the cauldron before, some even refined twice. Consequently, by tossing the storage ring into the cauldron, all items were refined yet again, reverting most of the previously refined items back to their original quality. However, a small number of items had indeed seen their quality enhanced once more. Among them, 2 exceptional magical artifacts were produced, along with more than a dozen low-grade spiritual crystals. These crystals, shaped like multifaceted pebbles, were imbued with exceedingly pure spiritual energy, thick and viscous like liquid. 1 low-grade spiritual crystal could be exchanged for 100 top-grade spirit stones. Thus, the dozen or so low-grade spiritual crystals were equivalent to over 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, a rather favorable outcome. The storage ring had transformed from its original 100 cubic meters to a spacious 10,000 cubic meters. He would need to be cautious not to place this spatial ring into the cauldron for refining again. Yang Dong donned the spatial ring back onto his finger. Although the second refining had yielded a 10% increase in quality, it was unnecessary for him at this time. 10,000 cubic meters of space was ample for his needs. Next, Yang Dong retrieved the storage ring belonging to the elder of the Bloodslaughter sect. He initiated the blood oath of ownership. If the original owner of the storage ring was still alive, it would be impossible for anyone else to claim it, unless the new owner's cultivation far surpassed that of the original, allowing them to forcibly unlock it through their powers. Since the elder of the Bloodslaughter sect was deceased, the storage ring had become an object without a master. After absorbing Yang Dong's blood, a mental connection was established between him and the ring. Within this storage ring were 3 low-grade spiritual crystals, over 100 top-grade spirit stones, and 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. Additionally, there were a dozen magical artifacts, hundreds of spiritual herbs and fruits of at least mid-tier Xian grade, and numerous small vials of various elixirs. Beyond that, there were also some rare materials, such as Xian iron, copper essence, pure jade, cold stone, spiritual wood, and talismans. Truly, as a grand elder of the Bloodslaughter sect, he possessed quite an impressive collection. A hint of satisfaction graced Yang Dong's lips as he tossed the storage ring back into the cauldron. Chapter 67. The 10 Great Sects of the Zhou Dynasty. A flash of white light ensued, and the storage ring's spatial capacity surged to 1,000 cubic meters. The 3 low-grade spiritual crystals were refined into mid-grade spiritual crystals. The over 100 top-grade spirit stones transformed into more than 30 low-grade spiritual crystals. Other items had their quality improved by over 10-fold. Well then, let us consolidate all these items into one spatial ring, reserving another for new acquisitions. Yang Dong lightly touched the 2 spatial rings, and with a single thought, transferred all the items into the one with 1,000 cubic meters of space, subsequently securing it away. Having completed this task, Yang Dong recalled that he had yet to refine the corpses of the exotic beasts. Over the past 7 days in the dark forest, he had slain more than 200 exotic beasts, most of which were 3rd tier and several 4th tier. He held no interest in the 2nd tier beasts. The primary reason for bringing these corpses back was to feed the Holy Light Tiger. Otherwise, he would have only taken the beast cores. This little creature had an insatiable appetite, and the meat of these exotic beasts was highly nutritious, greatly benefiting its growth. The corpses of over 200 exotic beasts, along with the Holy Light Tiger and a dozen other 5th-tier spirit pets, were contained within the Qingyun bag. The Qingyun bag could not simply be tossed into the cauldron for refining, as the spirit pets and the bag itself had already been refined. A second refining could very well lead to failure. With a thought, Yang Dong extracted a 3rd-tier exotic beast corpse from the Qingyun bag and placed it into the cauldron. After a flash of white light, it was refined into a 4th-tier exotic beast corpse. With another thought, he recalled the cauldron back into his body, leaving the over 1,000-pound exotic beast corpse piled in the hall. Then, he released the Holy Light Tiger from the Qingyun bag. The little creature emerged, its eyes gleaming with excitement upon spotting the 4th-tier exotic beast corpse, and it pounced upon it, devouring voraciously. After consuming 40 to 50 pounds of meat, the Holy Light Tiger, its belly round and full, finally ceased its feasting. Yang Dong stowed away the uneaten carcass of the exotic beast into his spatial ring, intending for the Holy Light Tiger to feast upon it later, as leaving it outside for too long would lead to spoilage. Within the confines of the spatial ring, time held no sway, ensuring its preservation regardless of duration. After the holy light tiger had its fill of the beast's flesh, it approached the water tank, eagerly drinking nearly half of the spiritual water in one go. Yang Dong could only manage a wry smile. This tank was originally meant for his own consumption, but now it would serve solely the holy light tiger. After satisfying its hunger and thirst, the holy light tiger affectionately rubbed against Yang Dong's legs before lying down. Yang Dong chose not to summon it into his pouch, for everyone within the sect was already aware of his companion. There was no need to conceal the little creature, allowing it to remain by his side. He then rose and made his way to the meditation chamber, sitting cross-legged as he commenced his cultivation of the Hongming Qi refining technique. Although his body could absorb spiritual energy automatically without practice, actively cultivating would accelerate the absorption process several-fold. Observing its master in meditation, the holy light tiger exited the room, settling on a large green stone, tilting its head slightly towards the bright moon, and exhaled a snow-white inner core the size of a goose egg. The inner core floated gracefully in the air, shimmering as it absorbed the moonlight. The holy light tiger's pure white fur also glimmered as it absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Yang Dong continued his cultivation in the meditation chamber until the midnight hour, at which point he returned to his bedroom for rest. Though he could remain awake for a year without feeling fatigue, sleep was undeniably more comfortable. Barely 3 minutes after lying down, Yang Dong fell into a deep slumber, every pore of his body still absorbing the influx of spiritual energy from the universe. In the Bloodslaughter sect, within the austere and ancient Great Hall, Cold Xiu sat cross-legged at the head of the hall, his expression exceedingly grim. Dozens of elders from the Bloodslaughter sect were seated on either side. Just moments ago, the soul lamp of the Elder of Spirit Burning had extinguished. Cold Xiu's voice was hoarse, his countenance dark with foreboding. The elders were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. The extinguishing of the Elder of Spirit Burning's soul lamp signified his demise. How could this be? A cultivator in the out-of-body realm could live for over 1,000 years. And yet the Elder of Spirit Burning was only in his 800s. How could he have perished so suddenly? One elder voiced his confusion. Others echoed similar sentiments. None dared to consider that the Elder of Spirit Burning had been slain by another, for he was a formidable figure in the late stages of the out-of-body realm, a pinnacle existence within the entire great Zhou cultivation world. Furthermore, with the Qingyun Sect already annihilated, how could the elder, stationed there, have been killed? Cold Xiu continued. Not only has the soul lamp of the Elder of Spirit Burning extinguished, but all the soul lamps of the elders stationed at the Qingyun Sect have gone out. Upon hearing this, the elders' expressions shifted dramatically. If only the Elder of Spirit Burning's soul lamp had extinguished, it might have been a mere accident. However, the simultaneous extinguishing of all soul lamps of the elders at Qingyun Sect left only one possibility. The Elder of Spirit Burning and the numerous intersect elders had been murdered. Moreover, it was highly likely that all disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect stationed at Qingyun Sect had been slaughtered. There would be no reason for the elder and the elders to be killed while the deacons and disciples survived. What was unfolding? Who dared to strike against our Bloodslaughter sect? Could it be that remnants of the Qingyun Sect had escaped and returned for revenge? Even if remnants still existed, they could not possibly have slain the Elder of Spirit Burning. If they possessed such strength, they would not have fled that day. But if it were not the Qingyun Sect, then who could have committed such an act? Only the 10 great sects held the power to defeat the Elder of Spirit Burning and the intersect elders. Could it be that one of the 10 great sects sought vengeance for the Qingyun Sect? The elders began to speculate amongst themselves. Cold Xiu slowly spoke. I too suspect that one of the 10 great sects is behind this. In the Great Zhou, aside from the 6 great sects that precede our Bloodslaughter sect, no other sect would dare to provoke us. The Grand Elder of the Inner Sect pondered. The sects ranking above us are the Heavenly Demon Sect, Void Gate, Xihuan Sect, Spirit Beast Sect, Su Nu Palace, and Danding Sect. The Heavenly Demon Sect maintains connections with the Xihuan Sect and our Bloodslaughter Sect. They would never act on behalf of the Qingyun Sect. The Spirit Beast Sect, Su Nu Palace, and Danding Sect are generally uninterested in meddling in such matters, leaving the greatest likelihood to be the Void Gate. The other elders nodded in agreement with the Grand Elder's hypothesis. In truth, the Heavenly Demon Sect was the dark overlord of the entire Tianluo domain, with the Bloodslaughter Sect being one of its subordinates. The Void Gate ranks second among the 10 great sects, known for its mission to eradicate evil and uphold righteousness. It was plausible that the Bloodslaughter Sect's destruction of the Qingyun Sect could have compelled the Void Gate to intervene. If it were indeed the Void Gate, we might find ourselves in dire straits, one elder remarked with a worried expression. The rest of the elders fell into a contemplative silence. The Void Gate was a super sect within the Tianluo domain, its strength far surpassing that of the Bloodslaughter Sect, which was a force they could scarcely contend with. The Heavenly Demon Sect, Void Gate, and Qingyun Sect each possessed hundreds of branches throughout the Tianluo domain, with the Great Zhou being just one of their smaller branches. Thus, these three sects constituted the true superpowers of the Tianluo domain, each with disciples numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Meanwhile, the Bloodslaughter Sect and Qingyun Sect were merely prominent sects within the Great Zhou. Cold Xiu's eyes flickered with a crimson light as he declared, "Until we ascertain the truth, do not jump to conclusions. Elder Zhu, disguise yourself as a wandering cultivator and head to the Qingyun Sect to uncover the truth before reporting back to me. If it truly is the Void Gate, I shall seek an audience with the esteemed elder of the Heavenly Demon Sect." An elder clad in gray rose and inclined his body towards Cold Xiu. "I accept my orders." Chapter 68, Elder of the Void Gate. At the Qingyun Sect's rear mountain, the mausoleum of the sect masters stood amidst towering pines and cypresses, with a series of imposing tombs arranged in an orderly fashion. This site housed the tombs of the sect masters of the Qingyun Sect across generations, numbering in the hundreds. At this moment, a new tomb had been added for the sect master, marked by a massive stone tablet inscribed with the words, "Tomb of the 436th sect master of Qingyun Sect, He Wu Hen." There were no remains. It was a symbolic grave. Before the tombstone were offerings of spiritual fruits and spiritual wine, where 4 men and 1 woman knelt, burning incense in reverence. "Master, the elders of the sect have recommended me as the new sect master. I vow not to disappoint your teachings, and I will revitalize the sect and avenge you," Chu Yun proclaimed, pinching the incense and placing it before the tombstone. "Master, rest assured, we will take good care of the little junior sister," Jiang Zhufeng added, bowing. "Master, with the eldest brother and junior brother Yang in charge, the Qingyun Sect will surely thrive again," Luo Xingchen asserted, bowing deeply. Yang Dong, with both hands holding incense, bowed and said, "Master, may you rest in peace. I will ensure the annihilation of the Bloodslaughter Sect and avenge you, the 3 esteemed elders, and the thousands of Qingyun Sect disciples." Having spoken, he inserted the incense and knocked his head 3 times against the ground. "Father," Ruhua wept, her face awash with tears, overwhelmed with sorrow. The past 2 days, her tears had not dried, and she had lost her appetite, becoming gaunt and frail. "Sister, death is irreversible. If Master were aware, he would not wish to see you in such a state," Chu Yun gently advised. "Sister, please take care of yourself." Jiang Zhufeng and Luo Xingchen chimed in soothingly. "Eldest sister, look at me." Yang Dong placed his hands on Ruhua's shoulders, gazing into her eyes as he spoke deliberately. "The cultivation world does not believe in tears, it only values strength. If you truly wish for our master to find peace in the depths of the underworld, then you must gather your spirits, strive diligently in your cultivation, and aspire to become a supreme being of your generation." As the tears flowed, Ruhua, like a delicate flower, flung herself upon Yang Dong, weeping uncontrollably. In that moment, her cries transcended sorrow. They became an emotional release. Yang Dong embraced her, gently patting her back, akin to a bear comforting its cub. There, do not cry. Everything will be all right." Gradually, Ruhua's sobs softened, transforming into quiet sniffles. To the east of Qingyun Sect, Elder He, accompanied by 4 disciples, was soaring through the skies on their swords, patrolling the eastern perimeter of the sect. At that moment, a white crane appeared in the distance, gliding gracefully through the air, upon which sat an elderly Taoist clad in a cloud-patterned robe. His hair and beard as white as snow. Who could that be? Elder He's gaze sharpened as he led his 4 disciples on their swords to approach. As they neared the old Taoist, less than 5 zhang away, Elder He halted in midair, blocking the elder's path, and spoke in a stern voice. "This is the domain of Qingyun Sect. Who are you, and what brings you to our sacred grounds?" The old Taoist, seated upon the white crane, stroked his white beard and smiled faintly. "I am Xianxia, an elder of the Taisu Sect. I share a long-standing friendship with your sect's master, the Wuhan Taoist. I happened to be passing through and thought to pay a visit to an old friend." Upon hearing that the old Taoist was an elder from the Taisu Sect, Elder He quickly bowed respectfully. "Ah, it is indeed an honor to have the elder from Taisu here. Please forgive my lack of courtesy." Xianxia glanced toward the direction of Qingyun Sect, his white brows furrowing slightly. "Why has the protective formation of Qingyun Sect been dismantled?" Elder He sighed heavily. "Elder, you may not be aware. Several days ago, the Xianxia Sect launched an assault on our Qingyun Sect, breaching the protective formation. Our master and 3 esteemed elders perished, and thousands of disciples fell to the hands of the Xianxia Sect." Xianxia's expression darkened with shock. "What? The Xianxia Sect has launched a full-scale attack on Qingyun Sect? Both the Wuhan Taoist and the 3 esteemed elders have fallen? How did you manage to repel the Xianxia Sect?" Elder He gritted his teeth when the Xianxia Sect invaded. Lord Chu and dozens of inner sect elders took several hundred disciples into the dark forest for training. By the time they returned, Qingyun Sect had already been overrun by the Xianxia Sect, who left only one esteemed elder and a handful of disciples to guard the place. It was with the help of Elder Yang that we managed to reclaim our sect. I see. Xianxia nodded slightly, then inquired. It seems that Elder Yang's cultivation surpasses even that of your master? With the Wuhan Taoist's demise, has Elder Yang taken on the role of sect master? Elder He shook his head. Our new sect master is the former Lord Chu. Elder Yang was previously the disciple of the old sect master. It is said that he encountered fortuitous events in the dark forest, leading to a remarkable leap in his cultivation, yet he still cannot compare to the former sect master. Curiosity piqued. Xianxia asked, if Elder Yang's cultivation is not as profound as your old sect master's, how did he manage to slay the esteemed elder of the Xianxia sect? From what I know, the esteemed elders of the Xianxia sect are even more formidable than the Wuhan Taoist. Elder He explained, Elder Yang possesses a powerful spirit companion, and it was with its assistance that he was able to defeat the esteemed elder of the Xianxia sect. I understand now. A glimmer of concealed intent flashed in Xianxia's eyes before he donned a pained expression. As I was a friend of the Wuhan Taoist, I must pay my respects to him. I would appreciate it if you could guide me to meet your new sect master. The visit from an elder of the Taisu sect was indeed a momentous occasion for Qingyun Sect. Elder He, not daring to delay, gestured for Xianxia to follow. Please, Elder, allow me to escort you. He then instructed the 4 disciples to continue their patrol while he led Xianxia on their swords toward the summit of Qingyun Sect. Elder He harbored reservations about Xianxia's authenticity, but could not fathom what ulterior motives the old Taoist might possess. If he were indeed impersonating an elder of the Taisu sect, what could he gain by visiting to pay respects to the sect master? Conversely, should he genuinely be an elder of the Taisu sect, any slight would incur their wrath, a precarious situation. As the Taisu sect was a superlative sect in the Tianluo domain, with the branch in the Great Zhou merely a minor division. As they descended upon the main peak, Elder He bowed to Xianxia. Please, Elder, wait here while I inform our sect master. Xianxia nodded slightly. No trouble at all. Elder He entered the grand hall, where Chu Yun, Yang Dong, Jiang Zhufeng, and Luo Xingchen had just returned from paying their respects to their master and were engaged in conversation. Elder He approached and bowed to the 4. Greetings, sect master. Elder Yang, and esteemed seniors. Chu Yun turned to Elder He and inquired, what is the matter? Elder He replied, I report to the sect master that I encountered a Taoist claiming to be an elder of the Taisu sect. He recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing Elder He's report, Chu Yun appeared momentarily taken aback, glancing at Yang Dong, junior brother. What is your perspective on this matter? Yang Dong responded, since he claims to be an elder of the Taisu sect, we should invite him in. Chu Yun concurred, deciding to assess the situation further, recognizing that if he were indeed an elder, it would be improper to neglect him. Let us go and welcome this elder from the Taisu sect. With that, they rose and exited the grand hall. Chapter 69. Let us pay our respects to our master with sincere reverence. As they emerged from the grand hall, they beheld an elderly Taoist with white hair and beard. Seated atop the crane, his eyes gently closed, exuding an ethereal air of Taoist charm. Chu Yun approached the elder upon the crane and clasped his hands in greeting. Elder of the Taisu sect, we of Qingyun Sect have failed to extend a proper welcome, and I hope you will not take offense. Yang Dong and the other 3 also bowed in respect to the old Taoist. Xianxia opened his eyes, leapt gracefully from the crane, surveyed the group, and returned the gesture. No need for such formality, sect master. I am an old friend of the Wuhan Taoist, passing through your esteemed sect. I wish to reconnect with an old friend, yet I never anticipated his passing. How tragic. Chu Yun, maintaining a composed demeanor, inquired, may I ask your esteemed title, elder? Xianxia brushed his whisk and replied nonchalantly, my Dharma name is Xianxia. Chu Yun, deep in thought, remarked, I have not heard my master mention your esteemed title. As the eldest disciple of the Wuhan Taoist, having accompanied him for over a century, Chu Yun had heard many names of his master's acquaintances, yet none bore the name Xianxia. Although suspicion flickered within him, he refrained from voicing it openly. Xianxia chuckled softly. It has been 2 centuries since I last saw the Wuhan Taoist. After his ascension to sect master, he has likely forgotten me by now. Yang Dong, harboring doubts in his heart, mused, if Xianxia were truly an elder of the Taisu sect, my master would not neglect to speak of him. He would likely have visited the Taisu sect frequently. Despite the disparity in status between the sect master of Qingyun Sect and an elder of the Taisu sect, it is implausible that a sect master would forget to mention an elder from such a prominent sect. As Yang Dong silently scoffed, he began to suspect that Xianxia was likely an impostor. What motives could he have for posing as my master's friend? Yang Dong resolved to further probe his reactions. Thus, he deliberately stated, I have indeed heard my master mention the name Xianxia. He once spoke of an old friend who became an elder of the Qingyun Sect, expressing a desire to visit but felt too embarrassed to do so. A flicker of astonishment crossed Xianxia's face. As he had come under the guise of impersonating an elder of the Qingyun Sect, the name Xianxia was merely a fabrication. He had not anticipated that Yang Dong would mention that the Wuhan Taoist had indeed spoken of an old friend named Xianxia, who was also an elder of the Qingyun Sect. Was it merely a coincidence? Or was this young man spouting nonsense, deliberately attempting to ingratiate himself? Perhaps he was merely testing him? A series of questions flickered through Xianxia's mind, subtly altering his expression. Such a slight change could hardly escape Yang Dong's keen observation. It was evident, this old fellow was an impostor. Qingyun was equally taken aback. He had never heard his master mention Xianxia. And how long had his junior brother been here? It was improbable that his master would bring up Xianxia at all. Could it be that his junior brother concocted this tale to curry favor with Xianxia? Xianxia turned his gaze towards Yang Dong, a forced smile on his face as he inquired, "Ah, so this young friend is also a disciple of the Wuhan Taoist? May I ask your name?" "Elder," he hurriedly interjected. "This is the Elder Yang I mentioned earlier, the esteemed merit elder of our Qingyun Sect. The very one who vanquished the Grand Elder of the Blood Slaughter Sect." Yang Dong waved his hand dismissively. "Enough, this is no longer your concern. Go patrol the mountains." Elder he had intended to flatter the merit elder, but it seemed his compliments had landed squarely on the horse's hoof instead. Yes, I shall take my leave to patrol the mountains." Aware that he had spoken out of turn, Elder he swiftly took to the skies on his sword. Xianxia's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he gazed at Yang Dong, his expression revealing surprise. He had presumed this Elder Yang to be at least 100 years old, only to discover he was but a young lad. Although he could not ascertain Yang Dong's precise cultivation level, the aura suggested he was at most in the nascent soul realm. A mere lad in his 20s, no matter how gifted or fortunate, could not possibly reach the out-of-body realm. Xianxia clasped his hands in greeting. "So you are Elder Yang. I did not expect such profound cultivation from a young friend capable of slaying the Grand Elder of the Blood Slaughter Sect. It truly fills me with admiration." Yang Dong waved his hand. "Elder, you flatter me. In truth, I was fortunate to have the assistance of a 5th-tier spirit beast. Without it, I could hardly contend with the Grand Elder of the Blood Slaughter Sect." "Ah, so the young man possesses a 5th-tier spirit beast. That explains much," Xianxia mused. With 2 Grand Elders present, it would be sufficient to deal with this lad. A cold smirk formed in Xianxia's heart. He had already discerned the inner workings of the Qingyun Sect and could report back to the Blood Slaughter Sect's master. Indeed, this old Taoist was none other than Elder Zhu of the Blood Slaughter Sect, disguised and sent by Lung Xiu to investigate the circumstances surrounding the death of the Grand Elder of the Burning Spirit Sect, while also gauging the current strength of the Qingyun Sect. Elder Zhu feigned a sigh and clasped his hands. "With an old friend having passed, it would be inappropriate for me to linger any longer. I bid you farewell." Qingyun returned the gesture. "Since the elder has come, why not take a seat in the main hall and enjoy a cup of spirit tea before departing?" Elder Zhu waved his hand dismissively. "No need for that. With my old friend gone, remaining here would only deepen my sorrow. It is best I return to the Qingyun Sect." Qingyun had only intended this as a polite gesture and was about to see him off when Yang Dong interjected. "Since the elder is here, why not pay your respects at my master's tomb? After all, you were old acquaintances. It would be inappropriate to leave without doing so, wouldn't it?" This statement bore a weighty implication. Qingyun, Jiang Zhufeng, and Luo Xingchen exchanged glances, bewildered by the sudden boldness of their junior brother. Such words carried a clear tone of threat. If Xianxia truly was an elder of the Qingyun Sect, this would certainly provoke the Qingyun Sect itself. Nonetheless, Elder Zhu's arrival had been suspicious, and his hasty departure was indeed questionable. Normally, if he were a true friend of their master, why would he not pay his respects before leaving? Elder Zhu's expression shifted. A sense of alarm surged within him. Could this young man have discerned something? Otherwise, how could he dare speak thus to an elder of the Qingyun Sect? If he were to uncover that Elder Zhu was masquerading as a member of the Blood Slaughter Sect, his chances of survival today would be slim. Steady now. One must not reveal any cracks. Elder Zhu hastily slapped his forehead. "I must be getting old and forgetful. Thankfully, young friend, you reminded me. I indeed intended to pay my respects to Brother Wuhan, but was so overcome with grief that I forgot. Please, lead the way, Sect Master and Elder Yang." Together, Qingyun, Yang Dong, and the others escorted Elder Zhu to the back mountain cemetery. "This is my master's grave. Elder, please show your respect and bow a few times." Yang Dong observed Elder Zhu, a hint of a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 70. Gluttons. All gluttons. Elder Zhu intended to stand and pay his respects, but to his astonishment, Yang Dong insisted he kneel and bow. Qingyun, Jiang Zhufeng, and Luo Xingqian exchanged strange glances. It appeared their junior brother was deliberately toying with Xianxia. It seemed evident that he had discerned Xianxia was not truly an elder of the Qingyun Sect. Elder Zhu's mouth twitched. How dare this young man demand he bow to the deceased? Though seething with rage, he dared not express it. This was the territory of the Qingyun Sect. Should he reveal any weakness and let them uncover his true identity as an elder of the Bloodslaughter Sect, he would be doomed. After all, even the Grand Elder of the Burning Spirit Sect had fallen to this young man, let alone himself. Taking a deep breath, Elder Zhu suppressed his fury and calmly replied, I was a friend of the immortal Wuhan. I am not his junior, thus there is no need for such formalities. A simple offering of incense will suffice. Yang Dong countered, Elder, you are mistaken. It is said that the deceased must be honored. Since you have come to pay your respects to my master, it is only fitting that you bow and offer incense, or else it lacks sincerity. Elder Zhu gritted his teeth in anger, retorting coldly, I am, after all, an elder of the Qingyun Sect. You compel me to kneel and bow to your master. This is an affront to the Qingyun Sect. Yang Dong let out a scoff, a mocking smile on his face. Is that so? Then let us see if the Qingyun Sect has someone of your caliber. Chu Yun, Jiang Zhufeng, and Luo Xingqian glared at Elder Zhu, their eyes icy as if they were gazing at a corpse. Elder Zhu's heart sank. This was bad. The young man had already begun to suspect him. I must stabilize the situation quickly. He forced a laugh. Young friend, I was merely jesting. Since I have come to pay my respects to the immortal Wuhan, I shall bow. Without hesitation, he fell to his knees before the grave, knocking his head 3 times. Just as he was about to rise, Yang Dong pressed a hand onto Elder Zhu's head, forcibly keeping him down. Elder, your bows lack sincerity. They haven't even drawn blood. Elder Zhu was both alarmed and furious. He was now certain this young man was mocking him. Yet what could he do? If he dared resist, he would surely meet his end. For now, he could only endure and see if they would let him go. As long as they remained unaware of his true identity as an elder of the Bloodslaughter Sect, he might still have a chance. With this thought in mind, Elder Zhu forcefully knocked his head against the stone a few more times, drawing blood, and then looked at Yang Dong, forcing a smile that resembled a grimace. Young friend, I have shown my sincerity with these bows, have I not? Chu Yun and the others watched in astonishment. Their junior brother had commanded him to bow, and he had complied, even drawing blood. Clearly, this old fellow was up to no good. As Chu Yun pondered how to apprehend this old trickster for interrogation, Yang Dong nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, Elder has shown great sincerity. My master would likely be pleased. Elder Zhu, with a darkened expression, asked, Then may I take my leave now? Yang Dong laughed heartily. Elder, you jest. Your feet belong to you. You may leave whenever you wish. Do you think our Qingyun Sect would forcibly detain you? Elder Zhu felt as if he had been granted a reprieve from death. Leaping onto his celestial crane and fleeing swiftly. Junior brother, are we just letting him go like this? Chu Yun queried, perplexed, as he watched Elder Zhu depart on his crane. Indeed, my junior brother, you clearly discerned that this old fellow harbored ulterior motives. Why then did you allow him to depart? Jiang Zhufeng was equally perplexed, for Yang Shidi's actions must surely hold some deeper significance. Luo Xingqian remarked, This old Taoist is undoubtedly not an elder of the Qingyun Sect. Who then is he, and what purpose does he serve in our Qingyun Sect? Yang Dong gazed in the direction where Elder Zhu had vanished, a cold smile gracing his lips. If I am not mistaken, this old rascal is likely an elder from the blood-killing sect. Elder of the blood-killing sect? Exclaimed Chu Yun and the other two, their faces etched with disbelief. Yang Dong nodded. We have slain the supreme elder of the blood-killing sect. They must already be aware of it. They will surely be astonished, pondering who could have dispatched their supreme elder, and thus they have sent an elder to ascertain the truth. Upon hearing Yang Dong's analysis, Chu Yun and his elder brothers could not help but nod in agreement. That makes sense. But why did our junior brother allow this elder from the blood-killing sect to leave? Luo Xingqian questioned, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Yang Dong's eyes glinted with a hint of murderous intent. I deliberately mentioned a 5th-tier spirit beast to mislead the blood-killing sect, enticing this old fellow to return and report back. Once the blood-killing sect's master learns of this, he will undoubtedly lead a force to attack us again. At that time, we shall settle both new and old scores and annihilate the blood-killing sect entirely. Initially, he had intended to confront the blood-killing sect alone, yet he feared they might launch an assault on Qingyun Sect. Remaining on guard here indefinitely was not a viable strategy. It would be far more prudent to lure the blood-killing sect's forces here, eliminate them, and then march upon their stronghold. Chu Yun, Jiang Zhufeng, and Luo Xingqian exchanged glances, a bittersweet smile gracing their lips. The plan devised by our junior brother is indeed astute. However, should the blood-killing sect truly come, can Qingyun Sect withstand their might? Let alone eradicate the blood-killing sect entirely. Our junior brother seems to be somewhat overconfident. Yang Dong, observing their worried expressions, smiled gently. There is no need for concern, my 3 senior brothers. Should the blood-killing sect come, you need only defend our sect. I shall confront them alone. The Holy Light Tiger alone would suffice to contend with several experts at the out-of-body stage. Not to mention the fact that his Qingyun bag contained over a dozen 5th-tier extraordinary beasts, equating to possessing numerous experts at the out-of-body stage. Furthermore, he himself was the primordial sacred body, and although he was merely at the initial stage of the nascent soul, he was capable of battling those at the out-of-body stage. Chu Yun sighed slightly. Very well, the blood-killing sect will inevitably assault Qingyun Sect again. Rather than worrying incessantly, it would be better to confront them in a decisive battle sooner rather than later. Yang Dong returned to his bamboo grove residence. The Holy Light Tiger was frolicking outside with the Xianyu parrot. Upon seeing Yang Dong return, the Holy Light Tiger affectionately rubbed against him, emitting a series of playful growls. You glutton, are you hoping for more spirit meat? Yang Dong chuckled, patting the Holy Light Tiger's head. He retrieved the unfinished extraordinary beast from his spatial ring, slicing off 50 or 60 pounds to toss to the Holy Light Tiger, while the remainder was returned to his ring. This little creature required 4 or 5 meals a day, each meal consisting of at least 40 or 50 pounds. It was a mystery how it managed to digest so much. Upon seeing the pile of 4th-tier spirit beast meat, the Holy Light Tiger's eyes gleamed with delight as it pounced upon it with relish. Master, I want to eat spirit fruits, cried the Xianyu parrot, its beak watering, for it preferred spirit fruits over meat. You all are such gluttons. I shall surely be devoured by your appetites. Yang Dong jested, tossing a spirit fruit to the Xianyu parrot, which caught it in its beak and soared to the rooftop to enjoy. Yang Dong entered the house, drank a large bowl of spirit water, and then retrieved a high-tier spellbook from his spatial ring, preparing to learn several new advanced spells. Chapter 71. The 4 Supreme Elders. Elder Zhu returned to the blood-killing sect, finally letting out a sigh of relief. That brat named Yang has humiliated me so. Tomorrow shall be his demise. Hatred surged within Elder Zhu as he approached the Great Hall to report to Cold Xiao. In the hall, Cold Xiao sat cross-legged on the high platform, gradually concluding his meditative practice, and looked towards Elder Zhu, inquiring, Elder Zhu, what have you discovered? Elder Zhu bowed deeply. Reporting to the sect master, I have thoroughly investigated the matter. The one who killed Supreme Elder Fanling is a young man from Qingyun Sect with the surname Yang. What? A mere child from Qingyun Sect? Cold Xiao's eyes glinted with a cold light. Puzzled, Supreme Elder Fanling was at the out-of-body late stage. How could a child from Qingyun Sect possibly kill him? Where did you hear such ridiculous rumors? Elder Zhu responded respectfully, this matter is absolutely true. I disguised myself as an elder of the Tai Su Sect to visit Qingyun Sect and observe Hen Wuhan. He recounted the events to Cold Xiao, omitting the part where he was forced to kneel before Hen Wuhan's grave by Yang Dong. For it would not only sully his own reputation, but that of the blood-killing sect as well. It turned out that Qingyun Sect possessed a 5th-tier extraordinary beast as a spirit pet, which explained how Supreme Elder Fanling met his demise at the hands of a mere youth. A cold smile crept upon Cold Xiao's lips. He had previously worried that the Tai Su Sect might interfere, exacting retribution on all disciples left behind in Qingyun Sect after the death of Supreme Elder Fanling. If it truly were the Tai Su Sect's doing, the blood-killing sect would have no hope of avenging this grudge. After all, the Tai Su Sect ranked among the top 3 super sects in the entire Luo domain, far beyond the reach of the blood-killing sect. Even if Cold Xiao sought assistance from the Heavenly Demon Sect, they would not risk a clash with the Tai Su Sect over such a minor sect as the blood-killing sect. Although the Heavenly Demon Sect and the Tai Su Sect are traditionally at odds, they have maintained a level of restraint, avoiding large-scale conflicts. Now that it has been confirmed that the one who killed Supreme Elder Fanling was not from the Tai Su Sect, but rather a member of Qingyun Sect, there was nothing left to fear. No wonder the last time they annihilated Qingyun Sect was so effortless. It turned out that remnants had fled to the dark forest. This time, they would eradicate them all. A chilling glint flashed in Cold Xiao's eyes as he instructed Elder Zhu, summon the 4 Supreme Elders. I must trouble them to make another trip to Qingyun Sect. Qingyun Sect merely relied on a 5th-tier extraordinary beast. Sending 4 Supreme Elders with their men would surely obliterate the remnants of Qingyun Sect. Elder Zhu's spirit lifted as he bowed and took his leave. The following noon, several disciples of Qingyun Sect were patrolling outside. In the distant sky, 2 giant vessels soared toward Qingyun Sect. At the bow of the flying vessels, a blood-red skull was carved. Look, 2 flying vessels are approaching. One disciple shouted, pointing into the distance. Not good. The blood-red skull. It's the blood-killing sect's vessels. The blood-killing sect has returned. Quickly, return and report this. Activate the communication talisman. The disciples hastily flew back towards the sect on their swords. one of them igniting a communication talisman. Whoosh! Bang! The communication talisman shot into the sky, exploding at a height of 100 feet, and amidst the brilliant light, a cloud appeared. Instantly, the bell of Qingyun Sect rang out, and the elders from each peak emerged with their disciples on swords. Upon seeing the two blood-red skull vessels approaching Qingyun Sect, their expressions turned grave. The blood-killing sect has finally come. For days, everyone from the sect master and elders to the disciples, and even the servants had been on edge, fearing an assault from the blood-killing sect. The blood-killing sect's power was formidable, with 3 supreme elders and the old sect master slain. Qingyun Sect was no match for them now. Today might very well mark the day of Qingyun Sect's annihilation. In the bamboo grove, Yang Dong was immersed in his cultivation when he heard the explosion of the communication talisman, a cold smile creeping upon his lips. The blood-killing sect had finally come to meet their doom. He gathered his energy, rose from his seat, and exited his residence, where the holy light tiger and Xianyu parrot flew over. Master, it seems something big is happening. The Xianyu parrot flapped its wings, squawking excitedly. It remained oblivious to the precise circumstances plaguing the Qingyun Sect, yet the incessant tolling of alarm bells heralded an impending calamity. The disciples of the Qingyun Sect, swiftly mounting their swords, sensed the gravity of the situation. The holy light tiger emitted low growls, its pristine white claws scratching restlessly, betraying an eagerness that was difficult to contain. Over the past few days, it had consumed hundreds of pounds of spirit beast flesh, growing significantly in size and strength. Yang Dong understood its intentions and affectionately patted its majestic head, assuring, "Do not fret, a grand battle is imminent, one that will surely satisfy your thirst for combat." He then lifted his gaze to the 2 swiftly approaching flying vessels of the Blood Slaughter Sect, realizing that this time, they had mobilized their entire force. While he and the Holy Light Tiger harbored no fear, the Qingyun Sect would undoubtedly suffer heavy casualties. It was time to unleash all his spirit companions. Yang Dong retrieved his Qingyun bag, calling out emphatically to the sky, "Arise." A myriad of radiant lights burst forth from the Qingyun bag, transforming into a dozen 5th-tier spirit birds and magical beasts. The illusory shadow leopard, the diamond magic ape, the iron-winged divine eagle, the black-feathered giant eagle, the crimson-scaled flying python, the howling moon demon wolf, and the rampaging demon bear, 17 5th-tier spirit beasts roared in unison, awaiting their master's command. "You shall protect the Qingyun Sect under my lead and annihilate the Blood Slaughter Sect." With that, Yang Dong mounted the Holy Light Tiger and sped towards the direction of the incoming vessels, followed closely by the 17 spirit beasts as they soared out of the Qingyun Sect. The disciples of Qingyun Sect were left in awe as they beheld a shocking spectacle. In the sky, the iron-winged divine eagle, with a wingspan exceeding 30 feet, let out a piercing cry that could shatter stone, appearing as a streak of azure lightning. The black-feathered giant eagle, even more imposing with a wingspan surpassing 100 feet, drifted overhead like a massive black cloud. A colossal crimson python soared through the air like a dragon, its scales reflecting a brilliant red under the sunlight. A sleek black leopard darted through the sky like a wisp of darkness. On the ground, several magical beasts raced wildly. A 2-meter-tall, muscular diamond magic ape roared as it leapt, each bound reaching heights of 100 feet and distances of several hundred feet, soaring over peaks towards the vessels. A thunderous roar reverberated through the valley as a massive bear, standing 3 to 4 meters tall, charged forth, its breath misting in the air, causing the earth to tremble. 17 or 18 5th-tier extraordinary beasts followed Yang Dong, riding the Holy Light Tiger towards the vessels, their momentum shaking the heavens and the earth. At that moment, Chu Yun, accompanied by numerous intersect elders and over 100 stewards, soared out of the Qingyun Sect on their swords, encountering the Blood Slaughter Sect's flying vessels at a distance of over 10 feet. On the prows of the 2 vessels stood the 4 supreme elders of the Blood Slaughter Sect, burning heaven, burning earth, burning cloud, and burning river. The expressions of Chu Yun and his companions turned grave. The mobilization of 4 supreme elders by the Blood Slaughter Sect signified that the Qingyun Sect was likely on the brink of annihilation. Some elders of the Qingyun Sect scanned their surroundings, yet they found no trace of Yang Dong. Wasn't he the one boasting that he could single-handedly eradicate the Blood Slaughter Sect? Why was he now too frightened to show himself? Could it be that the lad had fled? These elders silently cursed in their hearts. Clad in a blue robe, Burning Heaven stood arrogantly on the vessel, disdainfully surveying Chu Yun and the others. Merely a bunch of infantile ants in the nascent soul realm. Today, I shall ensure that the Qingyun Sect is erased from the annals of the cultivation world. An icy laugh echoed from a distance as a handsome young man, dressed in moon-white garments and with his hair neatly tied back, rode in swiftly on a snow-white juvenile tiger. Behind him, A dozen fifth-tier extraordinary beasts roared in a chorus of ferocity as they raced towards the scene. Chapter 72. The Power of Primordial Source. Burning heaven stood in stunned silence. Burning earth, burning cloud, and burning river all trembled, their faces contorting in disbelief. Wasn't Elder Zhu claiming that the Qingyun Sect had only one fifth-tier extraordinary beast? How could 17 fifth-tier extraordinary beasts have emerged? 17 fifth-tier extraordinary beasts were equivalent to 17 formidable beings of the out-of-body realm. Even more outrageous was that this lad was riding a holy light tiger. Though it was a juvenile, it was still a divine beast. How could they possibly contend with that? The elders and stewards of the Bloodslaughter sect were equally taken aback. Such fifth-tier extraordinary beasts were beyond the reach of those in the nascent soul and golden core realms. The several thousand disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect turned pale, their bodies trembling as the terrifying pressure from the fifth-tier magical beasts rendered them weak at the knees. Merely hearing their roars sent shivers down their spines. No, this is impossible. How could this lad possess so many fifth-tier extraordinary beasts? Elder Zhu's pupils constricted violently, unable to believe his eyes as he watched Yangdong approach, accompanied by the extraordinary beasts. In an instant, Yangdong, mounted on the holy light tiger, closed the distance to the vessels, positioning himself protectively behind Chu Yun and the Qingyun Sect disciples. The holy light tiger emitted low growls, its immaculate fur shimmering with radiant patterns. Roar, howl, hiss. The 17 fifth-tier ferocious birds and beasts surged forward, aligning behind Yangdong, unleashing a cacophony of deafening roars directed at the two vessels of the Bloodslaughter sect. Their ferocity palpable, they awaited Yangdong's command, ready to pounce. Chu Yun's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the dozen fifth-tier extraordinary beasts brought by Yangdong. Scarcely able to comprehend the scene before him, his junior brother had indeed arrived with 17 fifth-tier beasts. This was beyond explosive. The elders of the Qingyun sect were equally flabbergasted. Where had Elder Yang procured so many fifth-tier extraordinary beasts? No wonder he had claimed he could annihilate the Bloodslaughter sect single-handedly. He was not merely boasting. One holy light tiger and 17 fifth-tier magical beasts. One Bloodslaughter sect would be no match, let alone three. The disciples of the Qingyun sect, following behind, were filled with excitement and elation, overwhelmed with joy. At this moment, they gazed upon Yangdong, their esteemed elder of virtue, with the reverence reserved for a savior. Yangdong, seated atop the holy light tiger, cast a sweeping glance at the four supreme elders of the Bloodslaughter sect, standing on the vessels, smirking. For supreme elders have indeed arrived. No wonder your earlier bravado was so grand. The faces of burning heaven, burning earth, burning cloud, and burning river darkened ominously. The assembly of four supreme elders should have easily subdued the Qingyun Sect Sans, yet none anticipated that this young man would emerge riding a divine beast, commanding 17 fifth-tier extraordinary beasts into battle. Burning heaven swallowed hard, perplexed. Young man, where did you acquire such a multitude of fifth-tier extraordinary beasts? Yangdong chuckled. Old man, is that really the matter you should be concerning yourself with? Perhaps you ought to contemplate how you will meet your demise. With that, Yangdong gestured to the dozen spirit companions, commanding, attack. The 17 ferocious birds and beasts roared in unison, simultaneously launching their assault on the Bloodslaughter sect as elders and disciples aboard the vessels. The illusory shadow leopard, the swiftest among them, transformed into a flickering phantom, leaping onto the vessel and striking out with a claw, instantly reducing a Bloodslaughter sect elder's head to a mist of crimson. Roar. The diamond magic ape leaped high, emitting a resounding roar, its fist, the size of a water barrel, glowing with light as it struck towards Elder Burning River. Elder Burning River retaliated with a palm strike, conjuring a blood-red giant hand of condensed spiritual energy, clashing against the diamond magic ape's iron fist. Boom. Elder Burning River was violently thrown back several hundred feet, instantly vanishing from sight. The diamond magic ape let out a triumphant roar and leaped hundreds of feet forward, preparing to pounce on Elder Burning River once more. Screech. A piercing cry of an eagle, sharp enough to cleave gold and shatter stone, heralded the swift flight of the iron-winged divine eagle. Its iron wings swept through the ranks of the disciples from the Bloodslaughter sect, decapitating more than a dozen of their enforcers, whose severed heads soared skyward, staring in horror at their own falling bodies. The massive black-feathered eagle glided like a dark cloud overhead, its enormous wings descending forcefully upon the Bloodslaughter sect disciples aboard a flying vessel. Boom, boom. The terrifying energy obliterated over 100 disciples, reducing them to mere crimson mist. The crimson-scaled flying python glided like a great red dragon, opening its gaping maw to inhale, snatching a Bloodslaughter sect elder into its jaws, whereupon it crushed him into a bloody pulp, eliciting a horrific scream. The howling moon demon wolf released a long howl, unleashing a purplish-red energy sphere that struck towards the Elder of Burning Clouds. In a swift leap, the Elder of Burning Clouds ascended several dozen yards. Boom! The purplish-red energy sphere detonated among the Bloodslaughter Sect disciples, enveloping a radius of 3 yards in a blinding light, instantly claiming the lives of hundreds. Roar! The frenzied demon bear leaped to an astounding height, raising its luminescent paw and bringing it crashing down towards the flying vessel. Simultaneously, several Bloodslaughter Sect elders unleashed their spells, vibrant beams of energy surging upward to counter the bear's assault. Boom! The mighty paw of the frenzied bear shattered the multicolored beams, causing the elders to spew blood as they fell heavily to the ground, gravely wounded. A dozen or more fifth-tier beasts joined the fray. Sensing the dire circumstances, the Elder of Burning Heavens intended to flee like a shooting star, but was struck down by a beam of white light shot from the Holy Light Tiger, forcing him to plummet from the sky. Yang Dong leaped from the back of the Holy Light Tiger, soaring to a height of several dozen yards, channeling the primordial power of chaos. His fists, enveloped in a resplendent purple-gold light, struck towards the Elder of Burning Earth. Seeking death, are you? The Elder of Burning Earth scoffed, unleashing a spell towards Yang Dong. Being at the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage, how could he possibly regard a mere youth with any seriousness? The Elder feared not Yang Dong himself, but rather his mount, the Holy Light Tiger, and the host of fifth-tier beasts. Now, Yang Dong's audacity to confront him alone was sheer folly. Boom! Yang Dong's purple-gold fist shattered the terrifying spell hurled by the Elder of Burning Earth, delivering a powerful blow straight towards him. Impossible! The Elder's eyes widened in disbelief. This boy, whose cultivation was at most at the early nascent soul stage, had withstood a full-force attack from a peak out-of-body master. Truly preposterous. The Elder of Burning Earth, astonished, unleashed a series of dreadfully powerful spells towards Yang Dong. Nothing is impossible. Yang Dong retorted with a cold smile, his body enveloped in a resplendent purple-gold aura. His fists moved with the swiftness of the wind, each punch imbued with the power of chaos, demonstrating formidable might. Faced with the Elder of Burning Earth, a being at the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage, Yang Dong could not rely on spells to surpass him. He could only unleash the primal force of his holy body in a direct confrontation. Though this narrative unfolds over time, in truth, it transpired in but an instant. Within moments, the Bloodslaughter Sect disciples had suffered devastating losses, with the elders of the nascent soul stage proving utterly ineffective against the fifth-tier beasts. The fifth-tier beasts varied in strength, yet the dozen present were refined from the chaotic treasure cauldron, each reaching the pinnacle of their tier. Even the few peak out-of-body elders from the Bloodslaughter Sect would find it challenging to best these fifth-tier beasts in one-on-one combat. Chapter 73, The Holy Light Tiger vs. Elder of Burning Heavens. On the summit of Qingyun Sect, Ruhua brandished her sword as she dashed from the Grand Hall, only to be intercepted by Jiang Zhufeng and Luo Xingqian. Brother Jiang, Brother Luo, the enemies of the Bloodslaughter Sect have come to our Qingyun Sect. Why do you hinder me from seeking vengeance? Ruhua exclaimed, her face a mask of indignation. Since the ritual to honor her father the day prior, she had shed no tears, dedicating herself to cultivation until now. She yearned for revenge. You are right, junior sister, the cultivation world does not believe in tears, only in strength. Upon hearing the urgent tolling of the bell from Qingyun Sect, Ruhua knew that the Bloodslaughter Sect had launched an assault, compelling her to rush forth with her sword. Jiang Zhufeng sighed. Junior sister, we too wish to fight the enemy, to avenge our master. But our senior brother forbids us from doing so. He instructed us that if Qingyun Sect falters, we must escort you to flee. Indeed, Chu Yun had given them such instructions. Faced with the overwhelming advance of the Bloodslaughter Sect, Chu Yun saw no glimmer of hope. If only 1 or 2 elders had attacked, Qingyun Sect might have endured. Thus, he tasked the 2 brothers with safeguarding Ruhua, ready to whisk her away through the back mountain at the first sign of defeat. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not fear a lack of firewood. Ruhua was the last remaining kin of their master, and they must protect her at all costs. Look, junior brother has led a dozen beasts to confront the enemy. Luo Xingqian pointed at the soaring magical beasts, his eyes wide with astonishment. The diamond demon ape, iron-winged divine eagle, black-feathered giant eagle, these are all fifth-tier beasts. My heavens! Where did junior brother procure so many fifth-tier beasts? Jiang Zhufeng, recognizing several of the fierce magical beasts that flashed by, was both astonished and delighted, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. Wonderful! Our Qingyun Sect is saved. Ruhua watched as Yang Dong, accompanied by the dozen fifth-tier beasts, advanced towards the Bloodslaughter Sect's flying vessel, her fists clenched in excitement. At this moment, Chu Yun, along with a multitude of elders and several hundred disciples from Qingyun Sect, charged forth. However, they did not plunge into the fray, but rather encircled the periphery, targeting those blood slaughter sect disciples attempting to flee. With Yang Dong leading the charge alongside the formidable fifth-tier beasts, their assistance was scarcely needed. The might of these fifth-tier beasts was overwhelmingly powerful. Any cultivator below the Golden Core stage who ventured too close would be swept away by the residual energy, facing certain death. Thus, if the disciples from Qingyun Sect entered the fray, rather than aiding, they would only risk being inadvertently harmed by the fifth-tier beasts. Boom, boom. Yang Dong's fists whirled like the wind, raining down upon the Elder of Burning Earth. Each punch unleashed a beam of purple-gold light, exerting a force of several 100,000 tons, potent enough to obliterate mountains. Yet, he faced a being at the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage. The Elder of Burning Earth was shrouded in a blood-red glow, swiftly maneuvering in the air, his hands a flurry of activity as he cast powerful spells towards Yang Dong. It was nearly impossible for Yang Dong to land a hit on the Elder. Instead, he found himself suppressed by the Elder's formidable spells. There was no other option. The gap in their realms was simply too vast. Yang Dong was merely at the early nascent soul stage, while the Elder of Burning Earth stood at the peak of the out-of-body stage, a disparity of one major realm and three minor realms. In the cultivation world, to slay an opponent, even one minor realm above oneself, was considered a remarkable feat. The chasm of a major realm was akin to a yawning chasm, often resulting in instant annihilation. Yang Dong, as the holy body of primordial chaos, surrounded by the protective aura of primordial purple energy, barely managed to withstand the onslaught without injury. Indeed, the terror of an out-of-body master was palpable. Yang Dong marveled inwardly at his own overconfidence. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Elder of Burning Earth was equally astounded. What manner of physique is this? How can he contend with me, a peak out-of-body master, and sustain no injuries? He is truly a monster. On the other side, the holy light tiger transformed into a streak of luminescence, launching itself towards the Elder of Burning Heaven. The Elder was taken aback. He waved his hand, sending forth a crimson ray to counter the assault of the holy light tiger, only for the tiger to unleash a blade of light that shattered the crimson ray effortlessly. The blade of light struck swiftly, piercing through the Elder's body. He was bisected mid-air, blood mist cascading downwards. A sphere of light shot away into the distance. The holy light tiger, faster than lightning, closed the gap in an instant, biting down and obliterating the Elder's primordial spirit, consuming it whole. The elders of the Blood Fiend Sect were horrified. The Elder of Burning Heaven was the chief elder of the Blood Fiend Sect, a formidable figure of perfected out-of-body cultivation, renowned for being half a step into godhood. Yet, in mere moments, this diminutive holy light tiger had slain his corporeal form and devoured his primordial spirit. Such a monstrous creature was truly terrifying. At that moment, the morale of the Blood Fiend Sect members plummeted, fear gripping their hearts as they yearned only to escape. However, breaking free was no simple task. Aside from the Diamond Demon Ape and the Crimson Scale Flying Python engaged in combat with the two elders, Burning Cloud and Burning River, the remaining 15 fifth-tier beasts were mercilessly slaughtering the elders and disciples of the Blood Fiend Sect. In the presence of these fifth-tier beasts, even the elders of the Blood Fiend Sect were no match, let alone the attendants and disciples. Meanwhile, on the periphery, Qingyun, accompanied by 32 inter-sect elders and hundreds of disciples of the Qingyun Sect, was systematically eliminating those Blood Fiend disciples attempting to flee. For every one that escaped, they met their end, leaving no path of survival for the Blood Fiend Sect. After dispatching the Elder of Burning Heaven, the Holy Light Tiger's gaze shifted towards Yang Dong. Upon witnessing its master in a perilous situation, the Holy Light Tiger emitted a roar and darted forward like a flash of light. Before it even arrived, the tiger expelled a small sphere of light, hurling it towards the Elder of Burning Earth. The Elder of Burning Earth was struck with alarm. If the Elder of Burning Heaven had been slain by this divine beast, he had no chance of survival. The sphere of light traveled at an astonishing speed, leaving the Elder no time to evade. He could only summon a fire shield in a desperate attempt to defend against it. Boom. The sphere shattered the fire shield with ease, crashing into the Elder of Burning Earth. His body erupted with numerous radiances, emanating from his finest protective artifacts and his own protective spiritual power. Boom. The sphere exploded, radiating brilliant light, obliterating the Elder of Burning Earth into a mere pulp. His primordial spirit having no chance to escape, meeting the same fate. Yang Dong reached out, drawing in a severed finger from the Elder, adorned with a spatial ring. With a flick of spiritual power, he sent the severed finger flying from the spatial ring and claimed the ring for himself. At this moment, only two elders of the Blood Fiend Sect remained, Burning Cloud and Burning River, both at the late stage of out-of-body cultivation. Burning Cloud faced off against the Diamond Demon Ape, while Burning River contended with the Crimson Scale, Flying Python. The Diamond Demon Ape bared its teeth, letting out fierce roars as its colossal paws relentlessly struck towards Burning Cloud, the terrifying energy causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Despite standing over 2 meters tall and weighing a staggering 100,000 pounds, it moved with astonishing speed and agility. The Elder of Burning Cloud wielded a sword in his left hand while casting spells with his right, launching attacks at the Diamond Demon Ape. Waves of sword light slashed towards the ape, but it adeptly evaded each strike. A barrage of spells rained down upon the Diamond Demon Ape, throwing steel darts, ice blades, boulders, fireballs, and fiery blasts. Yet the ape's thick, foot-long carapace rendered these assaults ineffective under the protection of its spiritual power. When the Elder of Burning Cloud unleashed the powerful fiery blasts and the thunderous strikes, the Diamond Demon Ape skillfully dodged or erected energy shields. Each of its paw strikes carried a weight of millions of tons, overwhelming the Elder of Burning Cloud, who could scarcely withstand the onslaught. At this moment, the Elder of Burning Cloud was battered and bloodied, his protective artifacts utterly destroyed. Roar! The Diamond Demon Ape suddenly leapt into the air, swinging its massive fist down with ferocious force. This strike harnessed all its spiritual power, akin to a mountain crashing down from the sky, compressing the air with a deafening boom. The Elder of Burning Cloud, now at the end of his strength, desperately lifted both palms to counter the blow. Bang! The collision of their formidable energies sent the Elder plummeting into the earth, embedding him several meters deep into the ground. The Elder used an earth escape technique to flee, but his injuries were severe, and earth-based magic was not his forte. Thus, he could not escape swiftly, leaving behind a faint crack in the ground stretching outwards. Roar! The Diamond Demon Ape, not able to burrow underground, descended from the air and pounded its fists into the earth in frustration, emitting a series of furious roars. Yang Dong observed this entire exchange, shooting down towards the fleeing Elder of Burning Cloud, aiming directly for the top of his head. Boom! Yang Dong's fist struck the Elder's head, obliterating it in an instant. The Elder's primordial spirit attempted to escape from the earth, but Yang Dong seized it, crushing the spirit with a single grip. Bang! Yang Dong leaped from the ground, claiming the Elder of Burning Cloud's spatial ring for himself. Meanwhile, the Crimson Scale Flying Python had already dispatched the Elder of Burning River, and Yang Dong swiftly flew over to seize the Elder's spatial ring as well. The storage bags of the other elders of the Blood Fiend sect could be disregarded, but the spatial rings of these 4 elders were essential to obtain. At this moment, the Blood Fiend sect had suffered significant losses, with only a handful of elders and thousands of disciples remaining, all but decimated under the onslaught of a dozen 5th-tier beasts. Under the siege led by Qingyun and the hundreds of disciples, the Blood Fiend sect was soon eradicated. In this battle, the Qingyun sect suffered only a dozen casualties, reveling in their overwhelming victory. The members of the Qingyun sect were electrified, all their pent-up frustrations from recent days dissipating. They recalled the dread of the previous days, constantly fearing an assault from the Blood Fiend sect, living under the shadow of death. Now, with all 4 elders of the Blood Fiend sect slain by Yang Dong and his spirit companions, the sect was gravely weakened and posed no threat. Be it disciples or elders of the Qingyun sect, they now regarded Yang Dong with profound respect. This Elder Yang could actually contend with the elders of the Blood Fiend sect, showcasing remarkable strength. Remarkably, he was not yet 20 years old. A prodigy. Truly a prodigy. Qingyun approached Yang Dong, excitement illuminating his face as he addressed his extraordinary junior brother. Junior brother, we have finally safeguarded the Qingyun sect. Yang Dong, with an air of nonchalance, replied, Is it enough for you, senior brother, to merely protect the Qingyun sect? Qingyun paused. What do you mean, junior brother? A glint of murderous intent flashed in Yang Dong's eyes. Now, it is time for our Qingyun sect to retaliate against the Blood Fiend sect and avenge Master Lung Xiaowei. Qingyun nodded vigorously. You are absolutely right. We share an irreconcilable enmity with the Blood Fiend sect. Now is the perfect moment to strike while they are weak. Yang Dong proclaimed. I alone am sufficient to obliterate the Blood Fiend sect. Senior brother should remain here to guard the sect. Qingyun resolutely countered. No, I must personally slay my way to the Blood Fiend sect. Otherwise, I would not be honoring Master. Furthermore, after obliterating the Blood Fiend sect, we shall thoroughly search their grounds and retrieve all the cultivation resources to bring back to the Qingyun sect. Yang Dong contemplated this as well. As one of the 10 great sects of the Great Zhou, the Blood Fiend sect must possess a considerable amount of cultivation materials. He alone could not carry so much. And indeed, more hands were required for the task. Very well, I shall leave half of the exotic beasts to guard the sect, Yang Dong declared. Subsequently, Qingyun ordered a dozen elders and 300 to 400 disciples to clean up the battlefield, remaining at the sect while the rest accompanied him aboard a flying vessel belonging to the Bloodfiend sect. Yang Dong casually selected 8 smaller 5th-tier exotic beasts, while the remaining 9 would guard the Qingyun Sect. Qingyun activated the flying vessel, steering it towards the Bloodfiend sect. Yang Dong, seated upon the back of the Holy Light Tiger, was followed in flight by 2 spirit birds as they ascended into the skies. At the Bloodfiend sect, Lung Xiao was seated in meditation within the main hall when a disciple tasked with watching the soul lamps rushed in, panic-stricken, and prostrated himself, exclaiming, "Sect Master, grave news. The soul lamps of the 4 Grand Elders and the inner sect elders who went to the Qingyun Sect have all extinguished." What? Lung Xiao's eyes snapped open, his face a mask of disbelief. The soul lamps of the 4 Grand Elders and all the inner sect elders have gone out. Could they have all perished at the Qingyun Sect? How could this be? It is utterly impossible. Lung Xiao abruptly rose, unable to fathom this reality, his hands flailing as he emitted a low growl. It is indeed true. The soul lamps of the 4 Grand Elders and all the inner sect elders have gone dark. The trembling disciple reiterated. Lung Xiao fell back in despair, cold sweat beating on his forehead, his heart racing with dread. The 4 Grand Elders, all possessing late-stage out-of-body cultivation, especially the formidable Fentian and Fundi, one at the pinnacle and the other at consummation of the out-of-body realm, were the very pillars of the Bloodfiend sect. Yet now, they had all perished during the assault on the Qingyun Sect, along with dozens of inner sect elders. As for the 2,000 inner sect disciples who had accompanied them, they too were undoubtedly annihilated. How could the Qingyun Sect possibly have slain our 4 Grand Elders? According to Elder Zhu's investigation, there was not a single out-of-body powerhouse among them, only a 5th-tier exotic beast. One 5th-tier exotic beast should be no match for Grand Elder Fentian. The other 3 Grand Elders, accompanied by dozens of inner sect elders, could have effortlessly swept through the Qingyun Sect. A fierce light flickered in Lung Xiao's eyes. He could not conceive of anyone within the Qingyun Sect capable of slaying the 4 Grand Elders. Could it be that the elders of the Tai Su Sect had come to assist the Qingyun Sect? This seemed to be the only possibility. What worried Lung Xiao most was whether the Qingyun Sect would soon march upon the Bloodfiend Sect. No, I must seek out the venerable of the Heavenly Demon Sect for assistance. The extinguishing of the soul lamps must not be leaked. With that, Lung Xiao transformed into a streak of red light, vanishing from the hall. Chapter 75. The Assault on the Bloodfiend Sect. The Qingyun Sect lay over 10,000 miles from the Bloodfiend Sect. 2 hours later, under the setting sun, the flying vessel raced through the air, its protective shield glowing with a golden hue from the evening light. Qingyun stood at the bow of the vessel, gazing towards the distance, where a faint red barrier enveloped over 100 peaks, within which the outlines of palatial structures could be discerned. That was the very site of the Bloodfiend Sect. Yang Dong rode upon the Holy Light Tiger, flanked by 2 spirit birds, flying in formation behind the vessel to reduce wind resistance. Even so, a conical light shield was positioned in front of the Holy Light Tiger and the spirit birds to part the air. All spirit birds and those exotic beasts capable of riding the wind possessed this ability. Behold, our flying vessel approaches. Outside the barrier, several patrolling disciples of the Bloodfiend Sect observed the distant vessel marked with a blood-red skull, pointing and shouting. The vessel had set out in the morning and returned before sunset, suggesting that the remnants of the Qingyun Sect had been eradicated. That is certainly the case. Last time, we eliminated the sect master and 3 Grand Elders of the Qingyun Sect. They have no out-of-body powerhouses left to contend with our 4 Grand Elders. Wait, why is there only 1 vessel returning? Did we not dispatch 2? Perhaps 1 was left behind to guard the Qingyun Sect, while the other returned to report. That must be it. Last time, Grand Elder Fanling stayed behind at the Qingyun Sect, though he was later slain by the remnants of the Qingyun Sect. Did we not hear that the Qingyun Sect has no out-of-body powerhouses left? How could they kill Grand Elder Fanling? It is said that the Qingyun Sect possesses a 5th-tier exotic beast, and under siege, they managed to slay Grand Elder Fanling. Infuriating. The Qingyun Sect has been utterly remiss in martial ethics, resulting in the loss of one of our Grand Elders. This time, with all 4 Grand Elders participating, we have truly given the Qingyun Sect face. As the disciples of the Bloodfiend Sect discussed among themselves, preparing to welcome the triumphant return of the Grand Elders, they suddenly sensed something was amiss. The attire of those aboard the flying vessel bore no resemblance to that of the Bloodfiend Sect. What is happening? Why do those aboard the vessel look like disciples of the Qingyun Sect? Impossible. This cannot be true. Could it be that our Bloodfiend Sect has been completely annihilated by the Qingyun Sect? Unthinkable. This is absolutely impossible. Our Bloodfiend Sect dispatched 4 Grand Elders along with several thousand inner disciples. Even if the Sect Master and a few Grand Elders of the Qingyun Sect were present, they could not have defeated us. Could it be that these are prisoners captured by our Blood Fiend sect from the Qingyun Sect? As the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect continued to speculate, the flying vessel approached within 10 zhang of them. Qingyun waved his hand, dispelling the protective shield of the vessel, and struck out with a palm. Boom. The patrolling disciples of the Blood Fiend sect perished before they could comprehend the situation, their bodies exploding into a mist of blood. Alarm! The Qingyun Sect is invading. From a distance, the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect were struck with horror, immediately casting a communication talisman. A crimson light shot into the sky, exploding into a blood-red skull above. Instantly, alarm bells rang throughout the Blood Fiend sect, and figures soared into the air on swords. Most of the leaders were outer sect elders, with only a scant few being inner sect elders. Who dares to invade our Blood Fiend sect? To wreak havoc here is tantamount to courting death. Isn't that our Blood Fiend sect's flying vessel? How could it be that the Qingyun Sect occupies it? This morning, the 4 Grand Elders led over 2,000 inner disciples to eradicate the Qingyun Sect. How could the Qingyun Sect's people come to our Blood Fiend sect? Could it be that the 4 Grand Elders have all perished? Impossible. They are all peak out-of-body powerhouses. Annihilating the Qingyun Sect would be akin to slaughtering dogs. How could they fall? The elders and disciples of the Blood Fiend sect were all astonished, their voices rising in disbelief. They could not accept that the dozens of inner sect elders led by the 4 Grand Elders, along with over 2,000 disciples, had been annihilated by the Qingyun Sect. The extinguishing of the soul lamps had been strictly ordered by Long Xiao to remain confidential. Hence, none of the elders or disciples of the Blood Fiend sect were aware that the 4 Grand Elders and their multitude of disciples had been obliterated by the Qingyun Sect. Over 100 elders from both the inner and outer sects of the Blood Fiend sect, with thousands of outer disciples, emerged from the barrier, advancing towards the vessel that rightfully belonged to the Blood Fiend sect. Yangdong, atop the Holy Light Tiger, followed closely behind by the iron-winged Divine Eagle and the black-feathered Eagle, soared above, charging towards the thousands of disciples of the Blood Fiend sect. The disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect had never encountered such an enormous and ferocious avian creature. They were all rendered pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably. A 5th-tier beast exudes an overwhelming pressure even against cultivators at the Golden Core stage, let alone these mere outer disciples at the Qi refinement stage. The 5 magical beasts aboard the flying vessel soared into the air, unleashing terrifying spells that bombarded the elder disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect. The iron-winged Divine Eagle, the black-feathered Giant Eagle, the diamond Demon Ape. Good heavens, they were all 5th-tier beasts. A despairing cry erupted from one of the elders of the Bloodslaughter sect. It's over. Our Bloodslaughter sect is utterly doomed. At this moment, the elders finally comprehended why the disciples of the Qingyun Sect had been able to counterattack so fiercely. The 4 supreme elders must have perished at the hands of the Qingyun Sect. They could not withstand such a multitude of 5th-tier beasts. The golden-winged Divine Eagle unleashed a torrent of blue flames, causing dozens of Bloodslaughter Sect disciples to wail in agony before they were reduced to charcoal and plummeted to the ground. The golden-winged Divine Eagle charged forward, its iron wings slicing through the air, cleaving several Bloodslaughter Sect deacon disciples in two, sending their bodies tumbling from their flying swords. The black-feathered Giant Eagle dove from the heavens, its massive black wings striking down like 2 billowing clouds. Boom! A dark blue radiance flashed, and the terrifying energy obliterated over 100 Bloodslaughter Sect disciples, turning them into a gruesome pulp that rained down. Roar! The diamond Demon Ape let out a series of low growls, its colossal frame vaulting forward to deliver a punch. Its enormous iron fist, enveloped in a radiant glow, struck the foremost inner sect elder of the Bloodslaughter sect. Though this elder bore 2 protective artifacts, he was as fragile as an eggshell under such assault. Boom! The inner sect elder's body shattered, along with the 10 or so outer elders behind him, all obliterated by the ape's formidable blow, their dismembered limbs flying hundreds of feet away. Yang Dong rode atop the Holy Light Tiger, refraining from charging into the fray, instead casting spell after spell. Dazzling beams of light erupted among the Bloodslaughter Sect disciples, flesh and blood flying, screams and wails echoing through the air. Master, save us! Where's the master? The elders and disciples of the Bloodslaughter Sect cried out in despair, yearning for their elusive leader, Cold Xiao, who did not appear. In truth, they understood that even if Master Cold had come, he could not save them. He would merely join them in their doom. Chapter 76. You are the master of the Bloodslaughter Sect. Currently, the most powerful figures within the Bloodslaughter Sect were only a handful of inner sect elders, all of whom had been swiftly exterminated. The remaining 100 or so outer elders, most at the Golden Core stage, were like ants before these 5th-tier beasts. Additionally, hundreds of outer deacon disciples and thousands of outer disciples were being slaughtered in droves. In less than a moment, the Bloodslaughter Sect had suffered catastrophic losses. This was nothing short of a relentless massacre. Qingyun led a dozen inner sect elders and several hundred disciples of the Qingyun Sect, soaring from the flying vessel on their swords, encircling the fleeing disciples of the Bloodslaughter Sect. Faced with the onslaught of these Yuanying realm elders from the Qingyun Sect, the Bloodslaughter disciples stood no chance of escape, especially under the assault of the 8 fifth-tier beasts, of which few remained. In less than half an hour, all members of the Bloodslaughter Sect were annihilated. The ground was littered with dismembered bodies, rivers of blood flowing freely. Qingyun commanded all disciples to clear the battlefield, collecting the storage bags from the slain Bloodslaughter disciples. It seems we have yet to spot the master of the Bloodslaughter Sect. Qingyun approached Yangdong, frowning. A glint of cold light flashed in Yangdong's eyes. It appears this old wretch knew we were coming and fled in advance. Damn it! That cold Xiao managed to escape. Qingyun struck his palm in frustration, his face etched with annoyance. The true instigator behind the death of their master was Cold Xiao. Yet now, he was the only one who had escaped. Without eliminating Cold Xiao, even if they wiped out the entire Bloodslaughter Sect, their resentment would not be quelled. They could not claim vengeance for their master. Let us not dwell on that. We must search the Bloodslaughter Sect, Yangdong declared, mounting the Holy Light Tiger and heading toward the Sect's barrier. The 8 magical beasts followed Yangdong, while Qingyun led the elders, soaring toward the barrier. Boom. Qingyun unleashed a spell against the Bloodslaughter Sect's protective barrier. The barrier emitted a blood-red glow, barely shaking in response. The other dozen elders also cast various spells against the barrier, yet it remained utterly unresponsive. This protective formation had been established through the combined efforts of several supreme elders of the Bloodslaughter Sect, far more robust than that of the Qingyun Sect. Qingyun and the elders, being merely at the Yuanying stage, were incapable of breaching a barrier set by 5 peak out-of-body experts. Qingyun and the elders ceased their efforts, turning their gazes towards Yangdong. Although Yangdong was also at the Yuanying realm, the primordial force within him rivaled that of experts at the out-of-body stage. Yangdong struck the barrier with a punch. A giant illusory fist of purple gold slammed against the barrier, causing it to tremble violently and emit a brilliant light. However, the barrier still bore no cracks. The Holy Light Tiger unleashed a sphere of light, crashing into the barrier. Boom. The barrier shook violently, cracks appearing on its surface. The light dimming as if it were a shell about to shatter. Roar. The diamond demon ape leapt up, raising its massive iron fist and smashing it down on the cracked barrier. Bang. The barrier exploded into fragments. Yangdong, riding the Holy Light Tiger, led the group into the Bloodslaughter Sect. The territory of the Bloodslaughter Sect was even larger than that of the Qingyun Sect, with undulating spiritual veins and dozens of extraordinary peaks, spanning nearly 100 miles. As they scoured the skies above the Bloodslaughter Sect, they found only 1,000 trembling servants hiding in the buildings, with scarcely anyone else in sight. Yangdong and Qingyun ascended to the main peak. Searching throughout the Grand Hall, aside from discovering some cultivation resources, they found not a single figure. That old wretch Cold Xiao must have fled long ago. Qingyun gritted his teeth in frustration. Yangdong snorted coldly. This old rogue will not rest easily. He will surely reappear, and next time, he won't be so fortunate. The elders of the Qingyun Sect directed several hundred disciples to search every hall of the Bloodslaughter Sect for resources, taking everything useful that they could carry. To completely transport all the cultivation resources of the Bloodslaughter Sect, it would require at least several hours. As night fell, Qingyun ordered all disciples to gather in the Grand Hall to rest for the night, intending to continue their search for resources the following day. Gathering all disciples together was a precaution against Cold Xiao potentially launching a surprise attack during the night. As for the safety of the Qingyun Sect, neither Yangdong nor Qingyun had any concerns. The Qingyun Sect had left behind over a dozen inner sect elders, several hundred inner disciples, and 9 fifth-tier beasts. Should Cold Xiao dare to attack the Qingyun Sect tonight, those 9 fifth-tier beasts would tear him to shreds. The Great Zhou Heavenly Demon Sect was located less than 3,000 miles from the western side of the Dark Forest. This place, with its countless extraordinary peaks and superior spiritual veins, served as the most abundant site for cultivation within the Great Zhou. Cold Xiao rode a purple-eyed demon lion to the entrance of the Heavenly Demon Sect's barrier. A patrol team of disciples from the Heavenly Demon Sect approached on their swords, blocking Cold Xiao's path. The leading deacon coldly inquired, "Who are you, and what business do you have at our Heavenly Demon Sect?" Although he could not sense the out-of-body pressure emanating from Cold Xiao, the fact that he rode a 4th-tier beast, the purple-eyed demon lion, indicated to the deacon that this individual was formidable, at least a high-ranking figure above the Yuanying stage. However, the disciples of the Celestial Demon Sect exhibited no trace of fear during these days. This was the domain of the Celestial Demon Sect. Who would dare to act recklessly here? Whether one is a dragon or a tiger, they must abide by the rules. The Celestial Demon Sect is not only the foremost sect in the Great Zhou, but also the preeminent sect in the entire Tianluo domain. Boasting 108 branch sects and over 1 million disciples, Ling Xiao clasped his hands in salute and declared, "I am Ling Xiao, the master of the Blood Slaughter Sect, here to pay my respects to the exalted Soul Destroyer." He endeavored to suppress the overwhelming aura of a transcendent being that he emanated. Although he could easily crush this minor steward of the Celestial Demon Sect with a mere flick of his finger, he still spoke with utmost courtesy. After all, he had come seeking assistance from the Celestial Demon Sect and had to adopt a humble demeanor. As the saying goes, the king of hell is easy to meet, but the little ghosts are troublesome. Are you truly the master of the Blood Slaughter Sect? The steward of the Celestial Demon Sect regarded Ling Xiao with newfound respect. Ling Xiao stroked his beard and smiled slightly. Indeed, there is no falsehood here. Who would dare impersonate me to meet the exalted Soul Destroyer? The steward pondered and realized that anyone bold enough to impersonate the master of the Blood Slaughter Sect to meet the exalted would certainly be courting death. He promptly bowed respectfully. "It is indeed an honor to have the master of the Blood Slaughter Sect grace us with your presence. Please forgive my earlier ignorance and any offense caused." After all, Ling Xiao was the master of one of the 10 great sects of the Great Zhou, far beyond the reach of this minor steward. Furthermore, given that Ling Xiao maintained a good relationship with the exalted Soul Destroyer, should he offend Ling Xiao, even a casual mention of it might lead to repercussions from the exalted Soul Destroyer. Ling Xiao chuckled lightly. "No harm done, no harm done. I beseech you to guide me to meet the exalted." The steward gestured for him to follow. "Master Ling, please come with me." With that, he took the lead on his flying sword, arriving at the barrier, where he used a token to open it, ushering Ling Xiao inside. The steward guided Ling Xiao on his flying sword to the main peak of the Celestial Demon Sect. "Please wait here, Master Ling. I shall report to the exalted." The steward bowed to Ling Xiao before entering the Grand Hall. Chapter 77, The Exalted Soul Destroyer. In a grand hall of imposing gray and black, a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe sat cross-legged at the head of the hall, cultivating. His long hair cascaded down his shoulders, his slanted brows met his hairline, and his crimson eyes glowed like a lurking beast. He was none other than the exalted Soul Destroyer, the master of the Celestial Demon Sect, a formidable being at the mid-stage of the transformation god realm. The Celestial Demon Sect had 108 branch sects, each overseen by one of the 108 exalted. The steward entered the hall and bowed. "I report to the exalted. The master of the Blood Slaughter Sect seeks an audience." The exalted Soul Destroyer raised his gaze slightly. "Bring him in." "Yes, exalted." The steward bowed and exited the hall, returning shortly with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stepped into the center of the hall and, with a respectful bow, greeted the exalted Soul Destroyer. "I pay my respects to the exalted." The exalted Soul Destroyer raised a hand slightly. "Master Ling need not be overly formal. Please take a seat and enjoy some tea." "Thank you, exalted." Ling Xiao proceeded to sit in the first chair on the right at the head of the hall. A stunning and seductive maid, adorned in a cropped yellow outfit with flowing purple hair, presented a cup of spiritual tea and a platter of spiritual fruits on the tea table beside Ling Xiao. After serving the tea, the enchanting maid knelt at the feet of the exalted Soul Destroyer, attending to him. Ling Xiao kept his gaze steady, taking a delicate sip of the spiritual tea. The exalted Soul Destroyer, with his piercing crimson eyes fixed on Ling Xiao, spoke in a measured tone. "Master Ling's visit today cannot merely be for a casual meeting, can it?" Ling Xiao placed down the teacup and clasped his hands. "Exalted, you see clearly. I indeed have pressing matters for which I seek your assistance." At this juncture, Ling Xiao's gaze flicked briefly to the alluring maid attending the exalted. The exalted Soul Destroyer gestured towards her, and she gradually slumped down, falling into a deep slumber. "Speak. What troubles you?" Ling Xiao sighed deeply. "The Blood Slaughter Sect has been annihilated." The exalted Soul Destroyer's eyes flashed with astonishment. "What? The Blood Slaughter Sect has been extinguished? Who dares to do such a thing?" After all, the Blood Slaughter Sect was one of the 10 great sects of the Great Zhou and a subordinate of the Celestial Demon Sect. Which sect would dare to provoke them so recklessly, let alone obliterate the Blood Slaughter Sect? If I recall correctly, just 10 days ago, your Blood Slaughter Sect had dealt with the Qingyun Sect. How could the Qingyun Sect have the audacity to destroy the Blood Slaughter Sect now? Ling Xiao clenched his teeth, his eyes flashing with fierce determination. It was the Qingyun Sect. The exalted Soul Destroyer was further baffled. The Qingyun Sect ranked at the bottom among the 10 great sects and was even weaker than the Blood Slaughter Sect. If my memory serves me right, just 10 days ago, your Blood Slaughter Sect eradicated the Qingyun Sect. How could they now have the power to destroy you? Ling Xiao nodded slowly. Indeed, I did lead 4 esteemed elders to annihilate the Qingyun Sect 10 days ago, but who knew there were remnants left behind? Ling Xiao recounted the subsequent events in detail. Finally, he concluded, It is inconceivable that the remaining remnants of the Qingyun Sect could have slain my four esteemed elders. There must be someone aiding them from the shadows. The exalted soul destroyer furrowed his brows slightly. To kill four esteemed elders of the Bloodslaughter Sect. Not only the remnants of the Qingyun Sect, but very few sects in the entire great Zhou's cultivation world possess such power. Which sect could it be? Ling Xiu replied. If I am not mistaken, it must be the Taisu sect. The exalted soul destroyer pondered for a moment and remarked. Among the 10 great sects of the Great Zhou, the only ones bold enough to strike against the Bloodslaughter sect are the Taisu sect and the Xianxiahuan sect. The Xianxiahuan sect has always maintained a harmonious relationship with our celestial demon sect. They would never do such a thing. Therefore, the Taisu sect is indeed the prime suspect. The exalted soul destroyer's words left Ling Xiu feeling somewhat embarrassed. Although the Bloodslaughter sect acknowledged the celestial demon sect as their leader, to describe the Bloodslaughter sect as a mere dog of the celestial demon sect, especially in front of its master, was undeniably degrading. However, Ling Xiu dared not show any sign of displeasure. Not to mention that the Bloodslaughter sect had just been annihilated and was now seeking aid from the celestial demon sect, even during the Bloodslaughter sect's peak. They were not worth mentioning in the presence of the celestial demon sect. Respect must be earned through strength. The weak are merely scorned and bullied. Ling Xiu fully understood this principle. In the presence of the mid-stage transformation god, the exalted soul destroyer, even a peak transcendent being like Ling Xiu was merely a slightly larger ant. Behind the exalted soul destroyer loomed the vast celestial demon sect. With 108 exalted, the weakest of whom had reached the early stage of the transformation god realm. Not to mention, above the exalted are the 8 great demon envoys, the 4 great demon kings, and the supreme ruler, the demon sovereign. Ling Xiu rose and deeply bowed to the exalted soul destroyer. You speak wisely, exalted. One must consider the master when dealing with a dog. The Bloodslaughter sect has always been loyal to the celestial demon sect, now that it has been destroyed by the Taisu sect. It shows that the Taisu sect holds the celestial demon sect in contempt. Or else they would not be so audacious as to obliterate the most loyal dog of the celestial demon sect. Since he had already become a stray dog, he might as well boldly admit that the Bloodslaughter sect was the most loyal dog of the celestial demon sect. As long as the celestial demon sect was willing to assist the Bloodslaughter sect in seeking vengeance, there would still be a chance for the Bloodslaughter sect to rise again. The exalted soul destroyer nodded slightly. Whoever dares to harm the dog of the celestial demon sect shall not go unpunished. However, whether this matter indeed involves the Taisu sect requires further investigation. Master Ling, you may reside within the celestial demon sect for the time being. I shall dispatch someone to investigate this matter discreetly. If it truly is the Taisu sect's doing, I will report it to the demon sovereign. The day of the grand competition among the 10 great sects is in 3 months. By then, I shall have arrangements. Ling Xiu bowed to the exalted soul destroyer. Thank you, exalted. The Bloodslaughter sect hall. After a night of rest, as dawn broke, the elders, accompanied by the disciples, resumed their search for items, commanding the miscellaneous workers of the Bloodslaughter sect to move everything from the spiritual fruit orchard, spiritual herb garden, spiritual rice granary, spiritual stone mine, and all other belongings onto the flying vessel. Spiritual stones, spiritual fruits and herbs, spiritual rice and vegetables, various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, alchemy furnaces, weapon refining cauldrons, weapons, artifacts, and books of cultivation techniques, and much more. Boxes upon boxes, baskets upon baskets were being transported onto the flying ships, completely filling 2 grand vessels. The elders and disciples of the Qingyun Sect were grinning from ear to ear. To be frank, the Blood Fiend Sect is indeed outrageously affluent. Junior brother, how should we handle these menial workers from the Blood Fiend Sect? Chu Yun inquired of Yang Dong while observing the assisting workers from the Blood Fiend Sect from the deck of the flying ship. Yang Dong replied, these laborers have committed no heinous acts. If they wish to join the Qingyun Sect, let them come along. If they prefer not to, they are free to go. Chu Yun nodded slightly. The Qingyun Sect was indeed in dire need of personnel at this moment. He immediately instructed an attendant to handle the matter. Most of the laborers expressed their willingness to join the Qingyun Sect. After all, the Qingyun Sect is a righteous cultivation faction, its reputation far surpassing that of the Blood Fiend Sect. As for those who were reluctant to join, it was not that they were attached to the Blood Fiend Sect, but rather that they feared becoming embroiled in sect wars again, uncertain of how their demise might come. They had witnessed the brutality of the cultivation world and preferred to return home and live as ordinary folk. Having thoroughly plundered the Blood Fiend Sect, Chu Yun, accompanied by the disciples of the Qingyun Sect and several hundred laborers who had joined from the Blood Fiend Sect, boarded the 2 flying ships laden with cultivation resources and set off towards the Qingyun Sect. Chapter 78. The plan for expanding sect discipleship. Upon returning to the sect, All the gathered cultivation resources were transferred to the inner sanctum's warehouse for future distribution. The elders of each peak could come monthly to claim various cultivation resources, which would undoubtedly enhance the treatment of the disciples. Originally, there were over 4,000 disciples in both the inner and outer sects of the Qingyun Sect, but now only more than 800 inner sect disciples remained, while the resources had nearly doubled. Moreover, with the addition of several hundred laborers from the Bloodfiend sect, the Qingyun Sect would naturally need to increase the cultivation of spirit fields and the planting of spirit fruits and herbs. In the main hall of the sect's chief, Qingyun convened a sect assembly. Seated in the prominent position of the sect leader, he was accompanied by a newly added chair for the esteemed Elder Yangdong. The hall also housed 32 inner sect elders. Qingyun began, "I have summoned you all today to discuss the future development plans of our Qingyun Sect. I invite all elders to express their thoughts freely." With the annihilation of the Bloodfiend sect, the Qingyun Sect momentarily found itself devoid of external threats. It was time to develop vigorously and restore the vitality of the sect. Elder Hao was the first to speak. "Currently, our Qingyun Sect has only over 800 inner sect disciples. Our foremost task is to recruit outer sect disciples." Qingyun nodded in agreement. "Elder Hao speaks wisely. I intend to dispatch each elder to various regions across the Great Zhou to broadly recruit disciples. As long as they possess at least a medium-grade spiritual root and are under 30 years of age, regardless of their cultivation level, they shall be accepted as outer sect disciples." The elders all nodded in unison. The sect typically employed two methods for recruiting disciples. The first involved elders or attendants traveling to various locations to recruit and test for spiritual root aptitude. The second was a fixed annual recruitment period held in various cultivation cities for loose cultivators or ordinary individuals with spiritual roots, such as in Xiaoyuan City. As one of the 10 great sects of the Great Zhou, the Qingyun Sect had an ancient lineage and was immensely popular. However, due to the annual recruitment from all major sects, it was challenging to gather a substantial number of disciples with excellent spiritual roots at once. If the previous criteria for recruiting outer sect disciples were followed, it could take over a decade to assemble thousands of outer sect disciples. Currently, the Qingyun Sect lacked personnel, but not resources. Thus, it was inevitable to relax the criteria for selecting outer sect disciples. Just as everyone was in agreement, Yangdong interjected. "Recruiting disciples is fine, but we must not spread ourselves too thin. I believe a maximum of 8 elders should venture forth." The elders were momentarily taken aback, puzzled as to why Yangdong proposed such a suggestion. To recruit disciples swiftly, it would be advantageous to disperse as widely as possible. The Qingyun Sect had 32 inner sect elders, not to mention sending out the entire lot. At least 20 could be dispatched. If each elder took 4 attendants to various locales, they could simultaneously recruit in 70 to 80 counties, thus quickly amassing over 1,000 outer sect disciples. Yet, Elder Yang was suggesting a limit of 8 elders. Why? Though the elders were confused, they refrained from voicing their doubts, as Yangdong's current standing surpassed that of Qingyun. The sect leader, Qingyun, remained silent, understanding that Yangdong must have his reasons. Elder Hao, after a moment of hesitation, remarked, "If we only send 8 elders to recruit disciples, it may be difficult to gather even 100 outer sect disciples this year. Our Qingyun Sect is in dire need of personnel and cannot afford to wait." Yangdong replied, "There is no rush in massively recruiting disciples. Do not forget, the leader of the Bloodfiend sect, Lung Xiao, is still alive. If our Qingyun Sect's elders disperse to recruit disciples and Lung Xiao suddenly strikes, we would face devastating losses." At these words, everyone broke into a cold sweat. They had not considered this possibility. With the Bloodfiend sect's destruction, the notorious Lung Xiao would undoubtedly seek vengeance. He might refrain from attacking the Qingyun Sect directly, but if he learned that the elders were out recruiting, he would certainly come seeking retribution. With Lung Xiao at the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage, who among the elders could withstand a single blow from him? Perhaps only Elder Yang could contend with Lung Xiao. Qingyun slowly nodded. "Indeed, what my junior brother says is correct. As long as that old fiend Lung Xiao remains at large, our people in the Qingyun Sect cannot venture out freely." Elder Hao furrowed his brow. "In that case, why did Elder Yang say we could send 8 elders out? Wouldn't they still be at risk of being killed if they encountered Lung Xiao?" The others shared the same confusion. If they were concerned about an attack from Lung Xiao, what difference did it make whether they sent out more or fewer elders? Yangdong smiled slightly. "Do not forget, I still have 17 fifth-tier spirit beasts." The assembly was momentarily stunned before quickly comprehending his implication. Qingyun remarked, "So? You mean for each elder to take a 5th-tier extraordinary beast with them while recruiting disciples? In that case, even if we encounter Lung Xiao, we would at least have a fighting chance." The strength of Yangdong's 5th-tier beasts was well known to all. Each beast possessed power that rivaled the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage. If every elder had a 5th-tier beast by their side, They would be sufficiently equipped to face Lung Xiu's assault. Yang Dong affirmed, precisely. I possess a total of 17 fifth-tier spirit beasts. But we must retain a few within the sect and leave some in Xiaoyuan City. Thus, when the elders go out to recruit, we can send only 7 or 8 at most. Upon mentioning Xiaoyuan City, the expressions of the assembly darkened. 10 days prior, the Qingyun Sect's branch in Xiaoyuan City had been annihilated by the Blood Fiend Sect. At that time, the sect itself was in peril, leaving them little capacity to attend to matters in Xiaoyuan City. A cold glint flashed in Chu Yun's eyes. It is time to reclaim our branch in Xiaoyuan City. Elder Chun, take 2 attendants and 100 inner sect disciples to Xiaoyuan City and annihilate the Blood Fiend Sect's branch there. Elder Chun rose and bowed. I accept the command. Chu Yun turned to Yang Dong, junior brother. Please assign Elder Chun a 5th-tier extraordinary beast for protection against Lung Xiu's potential assault. Yang Dong nodded. Xiaoyuan City is a crucial branch of our Qingyun Sect. 1 5th-tier beast may not suffice. They should take at least 2. Elder Chun was overjoyed and bowed to Yang Dong. Thank you, Elder Yang. Moments ago, he had been somewhat apprehensive. The strength of the Blood Fiend Sect's branch in Xiaoyuan City was not to be feared. But if the fiend Lung Xiu was hiding there, it would mean certain death for him. Now, with 2 5th-tier extraordinary beasts provided by Elder Yang, he felt entirely secure. Yang Dong and Elder Chun exited the Grand Hall to summon 2 5th-tier extraordinary beasts. The 2 of you will accompany Elder Chun, ensuring the safety of both him and the other disciples of the sect. Do you understand? The 2 5th-tier exotic beasts emitted low growls, nodding their heads in acknowledgement. 5th-tier exotic beasts possess a certain level of intelligence, and these particular creatures, having been refined through the precious cauldron and having absorbed Yang Dong's blood, exhibit even higher cognitive abilities. Thank you, Elder Yang. Upon witnessing the 2 5th-tier exotic beasts obeying his commands, Elder Chun felt a surge of excitement and bowed deeply to Yang Dong. Yang Dong replied, Elder Chun, you shall temporarily remain at the Xiaoyuan City branch to oversee the affairs of the Qingyun Sect there. Should you wish to return to the main sect in the future, I will make further arrangements. I accept the order. Elder Chun bowed once more and then departed with the 2 5th-tier beasts. Chapter 79, Reinitiating the Mountain Protection Barrier Formation. After the meeting concluded, Chu Yun summoned Yang Dong and Elder Hao, and the 3 of them entered a secret chamber within the Grand Hall. At the center of the chamber lay a massive top-tier spirit stone weighing over 1,000 pounds, surrounded by the 5 elements flags and various heavenly materials used for setting the barrier formation. This was the focal point of the sect's mountain protection barrier, with the colossal spirit stone serving as the energy source for its activation. Since the barrier was first breached during the Blood Fiend Sect's assault, the Qingyun Sect had not re-established the formation. Firstly, the Blood Fiend Sect could launch an attack at any moment, rendering any barrier established by their current cultivation levels virtually ineffective, resulting in a waste of spiritual energy. Secondly, setting up the mountain protection barrier required a tremendous amount of spiritual energy, taking 2 or 3 days to fully recover. If the Blood Fiend Sect were to attack during that period, they would be unable to muster the strength to defend themselves. Thus, the reactivation of the mountain protection barrier had been postponed until now. With the destruction of the Blood Fiend Sect, it was time to restart the barrier. The 3 of them sat cross-legged in a triangular formation around the massive spirit stone, beginning to channel their respective methods to activate the barrier. Suddenly, Chu Yun shouted, "Activate!" The 2 fingers of the 3 individuals released beams of spiritual energy directed toward the center of the grand spirit stone. The top-tier spirit stone erupted with a dazzling radiance, its light intertwining with the surrounding 5 elements flags and heavenly materials. The brilliance then converged in the center, shooting upwards through the roof of the grand hall and into the sky. In the secret chamber, Yang Dong and the others exerted their full strength, continuously channeling their spiritual energy into the great spirit stone, supplying the luminous energy needed to activate the barrier. Initiating such a massive formation required an immense reservoir of spiritual energy. Previously, it had taken the combined efforts of several transcendent elders to activate it, and they had still faced considerable difficulty. Now, however, the 3 of them were merely at the nascent soul stage. Chu Yun and Elder Hao were at the peak of the nascent soul stage, while Yang Dong was only at the initial stage. Despite Yang Dong's lower cultivation level, his status as a primordial sacred body allowed him to naturally refine the absorbed spiritual energy into a unique essence. Consequently, the spiritual energy he projected exceeded that of Chu Yun and Elder Hao. A beam as thick as a barrel ascended gradually towards the heavens under the infusion of their energies. After a full half-hour, the light column reached several hundred zhang in height. Subsequently, the beam expanded like a blossoming fountain, radiating outward. An hour later, the protective light shield had spread over dozens of miles, enveloping the entire Qingyun Sect within its vast embrace. The mountain protection barrier formation had successfully been reactivated. Only at this moment did the three in the chamber slowly withdraw their energies. Chu Yun and Elder Hao exhibited visible signs of fatigue. The continuous exertion over 2 hours had nearly drained their physical reserves. Yang Dong, on the other hand, appeared relatively unscathed. Although he had expended about 80% of his spiritual energy, his robust physique as a primordial sacred body afforded him considerable resilience. The mountain barrier has finally been reactivated. Let us return and consume some recovery pills to restore our internal energies as swiftly as possible, Chu Yun remarked with a smile as he rose. Yang Dong and Elder Hao exited the grand hall, now shrouded in twilight. Upon returning to his tranquil bamboo grove, Yang Dong recalled that Chu Yun had suggested he move into the grand hall, yet he found the serenity of the grove far more appealing. The holy light tiger and the Xian feather parrot frolicked nearby, and upon seeing their master return, they rushed over, displaying their usual playful affection. Yang Dong retrieved 100 pounds of exotic beast meat from his spatial ring and tossed it onto the ground, also offering the Xian feather parrot a mystical fruit of the Xian grade. As for the other 5th-tier exotic beasts, apart from those on duty, Yang Dong returned the rest to his Qingyun bag, primarily to conserve resources. It is well known that these 5th-tier beasts have substantial appetites, and only in places like the dark forest can they find sufficient sustenance. By placing them in the Qingyun bag, it was akin to pausing their life. However, the holy light tiger was different. Being still a cub, it required copious amounts of exotic beast meat and cores to grow rapidly. The two creatures happily settled nearby to indulge in their feast, paying no further heed to Yang Dong. He found himself bemused, realizing that in the presence of these two, even his offerings of spiritual meat and fruits paled in comparison. Entering the barrier, he walked into his residence's hall. After quenching his thirst with 2 bowls of spiritual water, he summoned the Chaos Cauldron with a mere thought. In recent days, he had amassed a considerable bounty. The storage rings of the 4 elders from the Blood Fiend sect contained numerous valuable items, including spirit stones, pills, spiritual fruits, magical artifacts, and various heavenly materials, even spiritual crystals. Additionally, he had collected over a dozen storage pouches from the elders of the Blood Fiend sect. Yang Dong took all 4 storage rings, performed a blood oath to re-establish ownership, and then cast them into the cauldron for refinement. A flash of white light signaled that 3 of the storage rings had transformed into space rings with a capacity of 10,000 cubic meters, while one became 1,000 cubic meters. The items within these rings had also risen in quality by at least 1 tier. Now, Yang Dong was too lazy to sort through them, simply collecting everything into a single space ring. After all, retrieving any item was merely a matter of thought, eliminating concerns about excessive or disorganized items. Currently, he possessed 6 space rings, and he himself was unsure of the exact quantity of items within them. Suffice it to say, he had amassed at least 10,000 top-tier spirit stones, along with several hundred low-grade spiritual crystals and a dozen mid-grade ones. The total of high-grade spirit stones was even greater. The number of pills, spiritual fruits, and various heavenly materials was simply countless. It must be said, his current resources were exceedingly ample. He had refined dozens of magical artifacts, among which there were over 10 top-tier ones and several mid- to low-tier ones. Yang Dong planned to conduct a second round of refinement on these artifacts in the future. For him, quantity held no significance, quality was paramount. Refining several dozen artifacts a second time would likely yield at least 5 successful outcomes, potentially resulting in the emergence of top-tier magical artifacts. Although his current purple spirit sword was already a top-tier item, one can never have too many, can they? This period should remain relatively peaceful, so I must take this opportunity to enhance my cultivation. Yang Dong mused internally. Currently, he was merely at the initial stage of the nascent soul. Were it not for his status as a primordial sacred body, he would scarcely merit mention even within the Qingyun Sect. He resolved to reach the out-of-body stage within 3 months. Yang Dong set this modest goal for himself. For other cultivators, advancing from the initial stage of the nascent soul to the out-of-body stage within 300 years would be considered extraordinary talent. Yet, Yang Dong deemed a 3-month time frame to be a conservative estimate, given his primordial sacred body and abundant resources for cultivation. Immediately, Yang Dong activated the spirit gathering array, and the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge incessantly. He retrieved 100 top-tier spirit stones from his spatial ring and commenced the absorption process. After becoming the primordial sacred body, his rate of energy absorption from the spirit stones had accelerated significantly. In a brief moment, he consumed all 100 spirit stones. Yet it merely replenished a fraction of the spiritual power expended during the activation of the barrier. Subsequently, Yang Dong sat cross-legged, focusing on cultivating the primordial qi refinement technique. Chapter 80, The Cauldron Refinement Sister. The following morning, the 8 elders of the Qingyun Sect each led a dozen disciples, preparing to travel to various states and counties of the Great Zhou to select those with suitable spiritual roots for cultivation and recruit external disciples. Yang Dong provided each elder with a 5th-tier exotic beast, and, aboard 8 small flying boats, they departed from the sect's barrier, dispersing to different locales. Elder Chun relayed news from Qingyun City, stating that he had completely eradicated the Bloodslaughter Sect's branch there. Due to the recent annihilation of the Bloodslaughter Sect, the Qingyun City branch, situated thousands of miles away, had received no prior warning. When Elder Chun and his party launched their nocturnal assault, the members of the Bloodslaughter Sect were caught completely off guard, unable to comprehend the unfolding events until their demise. Elder Chun and his disciples seized all resources from the Bloodslaughter Sect's branch and re-established the Qingyun Sect's foothold in Qingyun City, managing various cultivation-related goods and simultaneously enrolling new disciples. Qingyun City, a melting pot of prominent cultivation sects and scattered practitioners from across the Great Zhou, was momentarily shaken by the news of the Qingyun Sect's obliteration of the Bloodslaughter Sect, akin to the detonation of a nuclear bomb reverberating throughout the entire cultivation community of the Great Zhou. For over 10 days, the entire cultivation world buzzed with discussions surrounding the animosity and conflict between the Qingyun Sect and the Bloodslaughter Sect. Initially, the Bloodslaughter Sect had launched a sudden and large-scale offensive against the Qingyun Sect, resulting in the deaths of the sect master, 3 esteemed elders, and thousands of disciples. This shocking news reverberated across the Great Zhou cultivation realm. The Qingyun Sect, an ancient righteous sect with a legacy spanning tens of thousands of years, had been unexpectedly vanquished by the Bloodslaughter Sect, marking an unprecedented occurrence in the cultivation world for centuries. The righteous sects were thrown into turmoil, anxiously pondering which sect might be next to fall. After all, the Bloodslaughter Sect operated with sinister intent and was backed by the Heavenly Demon Sect. Who could predict the extent of their ambitions? However, what none of the sects anticipated was that, merely 10 days later, the Qingyun Sect would rise from the ashes and obliterate the Bloodslaughter Sect. This revelation undoubtedly brought immense joy to the righteous sects, igniting speculation throughout the entire cultivation community regarding who had assisted the Qingyun Sect in dismantling the Bloodslaughter Sect. No one believed that the Qingyun Sect could achieve such a feat solely on its own merits. Had they truly possessed that strength, they would not have been nearly annihilated by the Bloodslaughter Sect just 10 days prior, with their sect master and 3 esteemed elders slain. The general consensus pointed towards the Taishu Sect. After all, in the entirety of the Great Zhou cultivation realm and even the Tianluo domain, only the Taishu Sect possessed the capability and audacity to intervene in such a manner. Yet, the Taishu Sect found itself bewildered. They had not dispatched anyone to assist the Qingyun Sect in vanquishing the Bloodslaughter Sect, leaving them perplexed as to why everyone was speculating about their involvement. Truly, it was a case of misattribution. After arranging the spirit beasts for the 8 elders, Yang Dong ascended to the back mountain to pay respects to his master. Upon arriving at the sect master's mausoleum, he noticed a figure clad in pure white, kneeling before the grave of Hen Wuan. Recognizing the graceful silhouette, he realized it was none other than Qin Machio. "Sister Qin, what brings you here?" Yang Dong inquired. Qin Machio rose, casting a sorrowful glance at him. "I have come to pay my respects to the sect master. Had it not been for my presence, the sect master, along with the 3 esteemed elders and thousands of disciples, would not have perished. I am a sinner of the Qingyun Sect." Her voice quivered, laden with guilt and anguish. Yang Dong shook his head. "You cannot bear the blame for this. You did not provoke the young master of the Bloodslaughter Sect. He seized your soul unprovoked, seeking to transform you into his puppet. Should we have simply allowed him to proceed with his malevolent intentions? Machio, the sect master's death is not your fault. You must not torment yourself over it. This calamity was incited by the young master of the Bloodslaughter Sect. Had we not eliminated him, he would have exterminated us. We have done nothing wrong." If Yang Dong did not adequately console Qin Machio, this incident could become an eternal mental burden for her, potentially cultivating malevolent thoughts that would adversely affect her cultivation, leading to dire consequences. Although he mourned for his master's demise, Yang Dong had never harbored feelings of guilt. Even if he were to relive that day, he would act the same. He could not allow the young master of the Bloodslaughter Sect to abscond with Qin Machio without intervention. Upon hearing Yang Dong's words of reassurance, Qin Machio gradually began to untangle her emotional turmoil, her self-reproach dissipating. "Sister Qin, you have yet to visit my new residence. Allow me to show you today," Yang Dong exclaimed, taking her hand with a smile. Qin Machio nodded slightly. He led her to a quaint bamboo grove, where the keen-eyed Xianyu parrot, spotting them from afar, flew over with a cry. "The beautiful sister has arrived," hoping to kiss and spar with the master. Qin Machio couldn't help but chuckle. her cheeks flushing. Go away. Yang Dong swatted the parrot away, ushering Qin Machio into the courtyard. Upon entering, Yang Dong embraced Qin Machio tenderly. Outside the barrier, the Xianyu parrot, hearing the commotion from within, squawked excitedly. They're fighting. The master and the beautiful sister are sparring again. An hour later, Qin Machio lay nestled in Yang Dong's embrace, deep in slumber, a rosy hue still adorning her fair face. Yang Dong gently caressed her smooth skin, pondering. Machio remains at the 8th layer of qi refinement. With her superior 5 spiritual roots, it may take her at least another decade to break through to foundation establishment. I must lend her a hand. Resolute, Yang Dong directed a strand of spiritual energy to Qin Machio's forehead, inducing a deep slumber. He then summoned a cauldron from within himself, cradling Qin Machio and placing her within. The cauldron emitted a radiant glow, enveloping her entirely. A line of information appeared on the cauldron. Top-tier 5 spiritual roots. The light intensified, filling the entire room. Pure Yin body. The brilliance surged even more. Reaching towards the ceiling, Yang Dong was astounded. Sister Qin was able to successively enhance her spiritual root constitution. Could it be due to the essence of my blood within her? At that moment, another line of information materialized on the cauldron. Innate spiritual body. She had actually refined into an innate spiritual body. As Yang Dong hesitated about whether to extract Qin Machio from the cauldron, fearing her constitution might transcend to the sacred body and invoke a celestial phenomenon, the radiant light suddenly faded. He breathed a sigh of relief, glad that Sister Qin had not transformed into a sacred body. It wasn't that he wished to prevent Qin Machio from becoming a sacred body, but such a transformation would undoubtedly trigger a celestial occurrence. Although, given his current status, no one would dare investigate. The magnitude of a celestial phenomenon was too intimidating and would inevitably spread. As for the previous burst of radiant light, it was not particularly alarming. Others would likely assume that Elder Yang was merely practicing his techniques. Observing the still slumbering Qin Machio within the cauldron, Yang Dong fell into contemplation. Sister Qin had now become an innate spiritual body, and her future cultivation would surely advance by leaps and bounds, even presenting the possibility of transcending to immortality. Would the future Qin Machio undergo significant changes? This was something Yang Dong dared not speculate on. Though it is true that Qin Machio is so enamored with him that she would willingly lay down her life, the lengthy path of cultivation raises uncertainties about their future. Once separated, who can guarantee that the woman will remain eternally loyal? Perhaps, he mused, if he were to draw blood and mark Qin Shiji, she would then be bound to him forever. Yet, he quickly shook his head, muttering to himself, no, such an action would ultimately be selfish. Qin Machio is a person, not a mere spirit beast. I cannot bring myself to cross the moral line within my heart. If she were to truly change her heart in the future, what could I do? The endless journey of cultivation spans countless years. It is unlikely he could commit to a single woman for a lifetime. So why impose such expectations on another? Little did Yang Dong know that whether he drew blood or not was of little consequence. Qin Machio already bore his essence within her, and the process of refining it within the precious cauldron had achieved a similar effect, ensuring her unwavering loyalty to him. No matter what transpired, she would never betray him. Chapter 81. The Master of Piamiao Peak, Hua Xiangrong. Yang Dong carried Qin Machio back to the bed and withdrew the precious cauldron into his body. Gazing at the sleeping Qin Machio, he noticed her skin had become even more fair and delicate, resembling an ethereal beauty untouched by dust. The cauldron had indeed enhanced her beauty. Perhaps it was also related to her innate spiritual body. Yang Dong performed a spell to awaken Qin Machio from her slumber. As she opened her eyes and looked at him, she inquired, "How long have I been asleep?" Upon waking, the first sight of Yang Dong filled her with an overwhelming sense of admiration and affection. Although she had always held a fondness for him, this feeling was entirely different. In her eyes, he appeared as a deity, and she would unhesitatingly comply with any request he made. Yang Dong chuckled, "You've been sleeping for a mere moment." What an exaggerated description. Who's ever slept for that long? Qin Machio smiled slightly, tilting her head in contemplation. Why do I feel as though I must have slept for quite a while? It's as if I had a strange dream, one where my body emitted light, and I felt incredibly comfortable. Sister, that was not a dream. A story began to form in Yang Dong's mind. He continued, I believe I actually saw a faint glow emanating from your body earlier. Perhaps what you experienced was indeed real. No way. Did my body really emit light just now? What does this mean? Qin Machio's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Yang Dong stroked his chin, feigning contemplation. Perhaps it is a sign of a transformation in your constitution. Try cultivating for a moment and see if you notice any changes. He too was curious about the unique qualities of her innate spiritual body compared to the sacred body. Without hesitation, Qin Machio crossed her legs on the bed and began practicing the Qingyun Qi refining technique. After a brief moment, excitement overwhelmed her, and she ceased her practice, exclaiming, "Yang Dong, my constitution has truly changed. Every acupuncture point in my body absorbs spiritual energy as if it were breathing in air at an astonishing speed." The absorption of spiritual energy by her acupuncture points was reminiscent of the Xianxian domineering body. However, the physical prowess of the Xianxian domineering body far surpassed that of the innate spiritual body. Yang Dong feigned surprise, "Sister, it appears your constitution is now superior to that of even the finest spiritual roots. You may possess a unique innate spiritual body." This was simply unbelievable. How could I have suddenly transformed into an innate spiritual body? Qin Machio was filled with joy and disbelief. The innate spiritual body was said to be close to the sacred body. Given her experience of absorbing spiritual energy from all her acupuncture points during cultivation, it was indeed possible she had attained an innate spiritual body or something very similar. The ability to absorb celestial spiritual energy through every acupuncture point meant her cultivation speed would increase exponentially from this point onward. Yang Dong smiled knowingly. "Perhaps it is because you have become my partner that your constitution has changed." Qin Machio pondered this possibility deeply. Yang Dong had previously been of inferior mixed spiritual roots. Yet after a sudden transformation, his cultivation advanced rapidly, potentially even to the sacred body. By cultivating together with a sacred body, she might have derived fortunate karma, transforming her into an innate spiritual body. Encountering Yang Dong, could it be the result of her many lifetimes of merit? "Machio, try absorbing this piece of top-grade spiritual stone and see how long it takes." Yang Dong conjured a radiant top-grade spiritual stone and handed it to Qin Machio. She accepted it, held it in her palm, and began to absorb its energy. In less than the time it takes for a cup of tea to brew, the top-grade spiritual stone was entirely consumed, reduced to powder. "I absorbed a top-grade spiritual stone so quickly." Qin Machio gazed at her hand, awe and joy mingling in her expression. Previously, even absorbing a low-grade spiritual stone had taken her considerable time. Now, she had consumed a top-grade one in mere moments. As an innate spiritual body, her absorption of celestial spiritual energy had increased several hundredfold, and her speed in absorbing spiritual stones had surged over 1,000 times. Yang Dong produced a spatial ring, and with a touch of his finger, he transferred 1,000 top-grade spiritual stones and 100 into it. This ring has a storage capacity of 300 zhang. Inside are 1,000 top-grade spiritual stones and 100. Consider it a gift for you. He had an abundance of spiritual stones, making 1,000 top-grade ones trivial in his eyes. "All this for me?" Qin Machio's mouth fell open, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise and delight. "You are now my woman. It is only fitting that I bestow such gifts upon you." After saying this, Yang Dong placed the spatial ring into her hands. "How do I use this spatial ring?" Qin Machio asked, examining the ring. She had only heard of storage rings, but was unaware of their usage. "I nearly forgot to mention," Yang Dong replied, brushing the spatial ring with his hand, severing the connection between them, and explained, "You need to drop your blood onto this storage ring to claim it as your own. To store items, simply touch the ring to the item and mentally command it to be absorbed. To retrieve something, merely focus your thoughts." After Qin Machio acknowledged the spatial ring with her blood, she attempted to extract a spiritual stone and a spiritual fruit, then tried to store them back in the ring. The two practiced for another hour before getting dressed. "Machio, I plan to visit your residence and help you set up a gathering spirit array. This will significantly enhance your cultivation speed." Although he and Qin Machio were now considered partners, he did not wish for them to live together. He enjoyed solitude and preferred convenience when using the chaotic treasure cauldron. Qin Machio nodded but hesitated. "But I lack gathering spirit flags and the other materials needed for the formation." Yang Dong gently pinched her delicate cheek, reassuring her, "Do not worry. I have all those items. There is no need for you to contribute." He possessed countless precious materials in his spatial ring and storage pouch, including several sets of gathering spirit flags, all refined to the highest quality. The two exited the room and flew towards Piaomiao Peak on their swords. Upon arriving at Piaomiao Peak, the disciples greeted Yang Dong with bows and respect. "Elder Yang has graced us with his presence at Piaomiao Peak. We apologize for not welcoming you sooner." When the master of Piaomiao Peak, Hua Xiangrong, learned of Yang Dong's arrival, she hurried out of the main hall, greeting him with a radiant smile. Adorned in a low-cut red garment, despite being over 2 centuries old, her skin remained smooth and fair, her voluptuous beauty akin to that of a young matron, gazing at Yang Dong with eyes filled with warmth. Yang Dong smiled slightly. "Elder Hua, there is no need for such formalities. I have brought Machio here." Hua Xiangrong gazed at Qin Machio with envy, saying, "Machio, you are truly fortunate to have caught Elder Yang's attention." Qin Machio smiled softly, lowering her gaze. Hua Xiangrong then bowed to Yang Dong. Elder Yang, please. Allow me to invite you to the main hall for a cup of spiritual tea. I wish to host you properly. Yang Dong smiled in response. There is no need for such formalities, Elder Hua. I shall visit you for tea another time. With that, he departed with Qin Machio. Chapter 82. The Appearance of Lung Xiao. Upon arriving at Qin Machio's abode, a stone house nestled halfway up the mountain, Yang Dong observed its cleanliness and spaciousness. Machio, allow me to set up a barrier for you, so that your cultivation will not be disturbed by others, he remarked after surveying the room. MHM. Qin Machio nodded with a smile, feeling entirely under Yang Dong's influence. Expressing gratitude seemed superfluous at this moment. Yang Dong retrieved the necessary items to establish the barrier and swiftly performed the requisite incantation. Moments later, a barrier was in place, and he taught Qin Machio the method to activate it for her convenience. Subsequently, he arranged a top-tier spirit-gathering array within the room, causing the abundant spiritual energy to flow ceaselessly into the stone house. Elated by the rich spiritual energy enveloping the room, Qin Machio immediately sat cross-legged to commence her qi refining practices, absorbing the celestial energies. You may now cultivate here in peace. Should you need anything, feel free to find me at the bamboo cottage, Yang Dong stated before taking his leave. Elder Jiang, accompanied by 5 disciples, set sail on a flying vessel, heading south towards Yunzhou. There was no need to bring a large contingent for recruiting disciples. 5 disciples were sufficient to maintain order. A 5th-tier exotic beast, the azure-scaled rhino, lay dormant aboard the vessel. Unbeknownst to them, a cloaked elder on a purple-eyed demonic lion stealthily followed from a distance, concealed within the mountains. This cloaked figure was none other than Lung Xiao, the master of the Bloodslaughter sect. For the past few days, Lung Xiao had hidden atop a mountain several dozen miles from Qingyun Sect, observing its activities and probing its vulnerabilities. Who could have aided Qingyun Sect in annihilating the Bloodslaughter sect? If it were indeed the Taishu sect that had intervened, their members would eventually depart. Once the formidable presence of the Taishu sect vacated Qingyun Sect, it would be time for Lung Xiao to exact his revenge. Confident in his peak out-of-body cultivation, he believed he could easily sweep through the current Qingyun Sect. With the sect leader and 3 senior elders exterminated, he surmised that Qingyun Sect likely lacked even a single out-of-body cultivator capable of opposing him. However, Lung Xiao was wary of recklessly infiltrating Qingyun Sect. Should a powerful figure from the Taishu sect still be present, it would spell his doom. Thus, he awaited an opportune moment. Today, he finally discerned such an opportunity. 8 small flying vessels departed from Qingyun Sect, heading in various directions, presenting an ideal chance for Lung Xiao. If he intercepted one of those vessels, he could slaughter them and extract the truth about Qingyun Sect's current state. Was it the Taishu sect that aided Qingyun Sect? Were their powerful members still within? Without hesitation, Lung Xiao chose to follow one of the vessels, riding upon the back of the purple-eyed demonic lion, swiftly trailing the vessel through the terrain. The lion, a 4th-tier beast, soared with remarkable speed, its every bound spanning several dozen yards, akin to a fleeting specter. The spirit birds and exotic beasts within the mountains fled in terror, acutely attuned to the presence of such formidable creatures, essential for survival in the wild. Though the purple-eyed demonic lion raced like the wind, Lung Xiao remained perfectly still upon its back, as steady as a rock. What could be the purpose behind Qingyun Sect dispatching 8 flying vessels? Lung Xiao pondered, speculating that it was not for training, as such a small number of disciples dispersed seemed unlikely. Perhaps they were recruiting disciples across the provinces? This thought struck Lung Xiao as plausible, having suffered the loss of several thousand disciples at the hands of the Bloodslaughter sect. Qingyun Sect was in dire need of replenishing its ranks. If you seek to recruit disciples, I shall eliminate all of you. A bloodthirsty glint flickered in Lung Xiao's eyes. After trailing the vessel for several hundred miles, Lung Xiao signaled to the purple-eyed demonic lion to quicken its pace, closing in on the flying vessel. Elder, it seems we are being pursued from below, a disciple on the vessel remarked, pointing to a small dark figure beneath. Elder Zhang concentrated his spiritual power and peered down, spotting a cloaked elder astride a purple-eyed demonic lion, his eyes glowing ominously. Zhang's expression shifted dramatically. Although they were 100 yards above, he could still sense the murderous intent radiating from the elder's gaze. Is that Lung Xiao, the master of the Bloodslaughter sect? Elder Zhang gasped in shock, recognizing him from the 10-year Celestial Sect competition. Even if he had not seen him before, he could surmise the identity with considerable certainty. The ability to ride a 4th-tier beast indicated that this cloaked elder was at least an out-of-body cultivator, with such power and a relentless pursuit. The clues pointed irresistibly to Lung Xiao. Could our luck be this unfortunate, encountering the master of the Bloodslaughter sect right after leaving? One disciple whimpered. It's over. The master of the Bloodslaughter sect is after us. We are surely doomed. Another disciple's face turned pale. The remaining disciples exhibited expressions of despair. They were all too aware of the infamous reputation of the Bloodslaughter Sect's master, having heard tales of even the former sect leader's demise at his hands. Faced with Lung Xiao, survival seemed utterly out of reach. Calm yourselves. Do not forget that this vessel carries the azure-scaled rhino gifted by Elder Yang. Elder Jiang admonished the disciples. Though he spoke bravely, inwardly, he too was gripped by a wave of anxiety. While the azure-scaled rhino was formidable, whether it could contend with a monster like Lung Xiao remained uncertain. The 5 disciples glanced at the azure-scaled rhino lying on the vessel, their hearts slightly reassured. Just then, a raucous cackle resounded as Lung Xiao leaped from the back of the purple-eyed demonic lion and unleashed a spell directed at the vessel. Elder Jiang and the 5 disciples paled, realizing they were utterly defenseless against the onslaught of an out-of-body peak expert like Lung Xiao. With a loud moo, the azure-scaled rhino, previously sprawled on the vessel, sprang into action, unleashing a torrent of azure light that collided with Lung Xiao's spell. The two forces clashed with a deafening roar. Brilliant light illuminating the surroundings, and Lung Xiao was sent tumbling back several hundred yards, nearly spewing blood from the impact. Lung Xiao was taken aback. He had never anticipated that the vessel housed a 5th-tier beast. Having followed from a distance, he had overlooked the azure-scaled rhino's presence. What shocked him further was the creature's formidable strength. As a peak out-of-body cultivator, he had been blasted away by its might. Little did Lung Xiao know that these 5th-tier beasts, refined through the Chaos Treasure Cauldron, had all attained the pinnacle of out-of-body cultivation. The azure-scaled rhino, renowned for its immense spiritual power, though lacking in agility compared to Lung Xiao, remained a formidable adversary. Even so, Lung Xiao was far from being the azure-scaled rhino's match. Cold was struck back by the, retreating hundreds of feet, and dared not advance further, transforming into a streak of light as he fled. His steed, was equally terrified, hastily following its master in flight. Chapter 83, Cultivating the 5 Elements Escape Technique. With a disdainful snort, the stood atop the flying vessel. Observing the direction in which Cold had fled, Elder Jiang and 5 disciples stood agape, astonished by the fact that the had repelled the leader of the Bloodslaughter Sect. Cold, with a single strike. Cold was a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage. Thus, the strength of the must be tantamount to that of a half-step into the transformation stage. Elder Jiang and the 5 disciples gazed at the as if it were a divine beast. At that moment, their reverence for Elder Yang, the Virtue Elder, reached unprecedented heights. No wonder Elder Yang had asserted that bringing along a 5th-tier beast would suffice to deal with Cold. He was indeed not exaggerating. Even more astonishing was the fact that Elder Yang possessed a staggering 17 5th-tier spirit beasts, enough to make even those of the transformation stage shake their heads in disbelief. Moreover, Elder Yang also had a small holy light tiger. The most crucial aspect was that Elder Yang was still not yet 20 years old. With Elder Yang at the helm, our Qingyun Sect is destined to rise once more and become the foremost sect in the Great Zhou. Elder Jiang, filled with excitement, clasped his hands towards the sect's direction, his spirit soaring. The 5 disciples were equally invigorated, their faces alight with enthusiasm. If Qingyun Sect were to rise as the greatest sect in the Great Zhou, then they too would be untouchable when they ventured forth. Elder, should we return to report the appearance of Cold to Elder Yang? One disciple inquired. Elder Jiang shook his head slightly. There is no need. Everything has long been anticipated by Elder Yang. Why waste time returning to the sect? We can report to Elder Yang when we return to the sect after recruiting disciples in Yunzhou. The flying vessel sped towards Yunzhou, having fled over 100 miles. Cold paused only when he noticed that they had not pursued him. Damn it, an elder from Qingyun Sect actually brought along a 5th-tier beast. Was it to guard against me? Cold pondered. Qingyun Sect dispatched 8 flying vessels today. Surely not every vessel carries a 5th-tier beast? Skeptical, Cold rode his towards the direction of another flying vessel. Half an hour later, blood lingered at the corner of Cold's mouth as he fled desperately on his sword. Terror etched across his face. Below, though was equally frightened, regretting not having 4 more legs to escape alongside its master. Good grief. How could Qingyun Sect possess so many 5th-tier monsters? This is inconceivable. He recalled the earlier battle. Had he not fled swiftly, he would have surely perished at the hands of that Thunderbird. In truth, it was not his speed that saved him. The Thunderbird simply did not pursue him. Otherwise, given the Thunderbird's speed, Cold would have had no chance of escape. With 2 flying vessels already attacked, both harboring 5th-tier beasts, and having barely escaped with his life, Cold dared not assault the remaining 6 vessels. It was evident that all 8 vessels were accompanied by 5th-tier beasts. Otherwise, they would not have dared to separate. If each of the 8 vessels had a 5th-tier beast, then Qingyun Sect must have several others stationed as guardians. Thus, the question arose, how many 5th-tier beasts did Qingyun Sect truly possess? Cold was engulfed in confusion regarding how Qingyun Sect could harbor such a multitude of fifth-tier beasts. However, one thing was certain. The four supreme elders of the Bloodslaughter sect had undoubtedly fallen victim to these fifth-tier beasts. Cold refused to believe that all these fifth-tier beasts belonged solely to Qingyun Sect. If Qingyun Sect possessed such a number of fifth-tier beasts, their strength would undoubtedly rank among the top 5 of the 10 great sects. How could they have nearly been annihilated by the Bloodslaughter sect? Could it be that the assistance to Qingyun Sect did not come from the Taisu sect, but rather from the Spirit Beast sect? Cold speculated inwardly. Only the Spirit Beast sect could mobilize a dozen fifth-tier beasts to aid Qingyun Sect. How audacious of the Spirit Beast sect to assist Qingyun Sect in exterminating my Bloodslaughter sect. A fierce glint flashed in Cold's eyes, his heart brimming with resentment. Yet upon reflection, he found it hard to believe. The Spirit Beast sect, despite its formidable power, had never interfered in the affairs of other sects, let alone lend their full strength to annihilate the Bloodslaughter sect. What benefit would such an action yield for the Spirit Beast sect? Furthermore, the Bloodslaughter sect was backed by the Heavenly Demon sect, a force that the Spirit Beast sect could not provoke. Surely they understood this principle? It seemed he would have to capture a disciple from Qingyun Sect to search their soul. Ideally, he would seize one of a deacon rank or higher. Cold's expression turned grim. He resolved to continue lurking atop that mountain daily, refusing to believe that Qingyun Sect's members always ventured out with fifth-tier beasts. At Qingyun Sect, in a clearing before the bamboo forest, Yang Dong was engaged in the practice of the fire escape technique. Encased in a sphere of flame, he vanished from sight. The next moment, a conflagration erupted 100 feet away, and Yang Dong emerged from the flames. He enveloped himself in flames once more, disappearing in an instant, only to reappear from another fire 100 feet away. The fire escape technique facilitates instantaneous relocation by harnessing the energy of fire elements, requiring the practitioner to possess at least a supreme fire spirit root. As a Hongmeng sacred body, Yang Dong's mastery over fire elements far surpassed that of an ordinary supreme fire spirit root. Having trained for merely a day, he had completely mastered the fire escape technique. For a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, teleporting 100 feet is nothing short of miraculous. The advantage of the fire escape technique lies in its unpredictability. Opponents cannot foresee the direction of one's escape. However, the downside is that the emergence of flames alerts others to one's presence. Compared to true teleportation or invisibility techniques, the 5 elements escape technique is naturally not on par. The teleportation and invisibility techniques belong to the earthly fiend S72 techniques, which even tribulation veterans might not master, and they consume vast amounts of spiritual energy, making them difficult to sustain over long periods. Even in the celestial realm, these techniques are regarded as great supernatural powers. Thus, the 5 elements escape technique is considered a remarkable feat within the mortal realm. In recent days, Yang Dong practiced the 5 elements escape technique by day and the Hongmeng Qi refinement technique by night. Additionally, he absorbed no less than 100 top-tier spirit stones daily. The Hongmeng sacred body continuously absorbs the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, refining it into Hongmeng purple Qi within his body, nourishing his spiritual infant. At this moment, the spiritual infant resembled a child of 2 or 3 years, yet remained at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm. The amount of spiritual energy required for advancement in the nascent soul realm is easily tenfold that needed for the golden core realm. What cultivator could reach the nascent soul realm without exceptional spirit roots and extraordinary talent? Yet even so, after reaching the nascent soul realm, it could take decades, if not centuries, to break through each minor realm. Even with the Hongmeng sacred body, Yang Dong could not possibly ascend from the initial to the mid-nascent soul stage in just half a month. Qin Machio would visit every 2 to 3 days, engaging in dual cultivation with Yang Dong for 1 or 2 hours. This lifestyle made Yang Dong feel quite content, preventing monotony from setting in. After Qin Machio became a congenital spirit body, their experiences during dual cultivation became even more exquisite. After a fortnight, the elders sent to various states and counties to recruit disciples gradually returned to the sect, some bringing back only a few outer disciples, while others returned with dozens. Upon Elder Jiang's return, he sought out Yang Dong in the bamboo grove. Chapter 84. The Great Battle Against the Bloodslaughter Sect Master. While Yang Dong was inside with Qin Machio engaged in dual cultivation, they heard the outside squawking loudly. "Who are you? And what business do you have with my master?" Elder Jiang replied, "I have urgent matters to discuss with Elder Yang. Please have the celestial bird relay my message." The parrot, Xianyu, squawked loudly. "My master is currently engaged in a battle with Miss Qin. We shall converse later." Fighting? Elder Jiang appeared utterly bewildered, momentarily at a loss for words. Yang Dong quickly emerged, clothed. "Elder Jiang, what brings you here?" Bowing respectfully, Elder Jiang replied, I must inform you, Elder Yang, that as soon as we departed from the sect, we were pursued by Cold Xiao. He recounted the events of that day in broad strokes, concluding with a face full of admiration. Thanks to your foresight, Elder Yang, equipping each of our flying vessels with a 5th-tier spirit beast. Otherwise we might have perished at the hands of Cold Xiao. A faint, cold smile crept across Yang Dong's lips. So, the old rogue Cold Xiao truly lurks outside our Qingyun Sect. Excellent. Please continue your efforts to recruit disciples. Elder Jiang bowed again. Understood. I shall take a moment to recuperate before setting off. With that, he took his leave. After Elder Jiang's departure, a plan began to form in Yang Dong's mind. Since Cold Xiao was concealed outside the sect, why not draw him out and eliminate him in one fell swoop? The following morning, Yang Dong soared out of the sect on his sword, first patrolling the periphery, issuing brief instructions to several teams of disciples guarding the sect's boundary. Before heading in the direction of the dark forest, he refrained from riding the Holy Light Tiger. A formidable foe like Cold Xiao would undoubtedly hesitate to pursue him if he spotted the tiger. The Holy Light Tiger was stowed away in his Qingyun bag. Should he find himself unable to contend with Cold Xiao, he would unleash the tiger. However, Yang Dong was confident in his ability to handle Cold Xiao. He possessed numerous trump cards. Just a single celestial damage mirror would be sufficient to deal with Cold Xiao. Not to mention, he also carried 2 Purple Cloud's Thunder Talismans, capable of slaying even those at the Divine Transformation Realm. Cold Xiao was hardly worthy of invoking such power. From a distant peak, Cold Feng observed everything, a smirk creeping onto his lips. At last, he had spotted a lone disciple from Qingyun Sect. Moreover, judging by the respect shown to him by the patrolling disciples, this individual must hold a significant position within the sect. This perfectly aligned with Cold Xiao's intent to search for souls. A mere ordinary disciple of Qingyun Sect would be oblivious to its secrets, whereas this person could potentially be an elder. Should he manage to subdue or eliminate him, he would undoubtedly extract all the intelligence he desired about Qingyun Sect. Watching Yang Dong soar westward, Cold Xiao followed stealthily on his purple-eyed demon lion. After Yang Dong had traversed several hundred miles, a cacophony of cackling laughter suddenly echoed from behind. Boy, don't rush off so quickly. I have questions for you. Yang Dong's lips curled into a cold smile as he turned to face the source of the voice. He saw an elder draped in black robes swiftly approaching, accompanied by a purple-eyed demon lion below, which emitted a series of low growls directed at Yang Dong. With a faint smile, Yang Dong remarked, Cold Xiao, you have finally shown yourself. Cold Xiao was taken aback, his blood-red eyes fixing on Yang Dong. You actually know I am pursuing you? As Yang Dong turned around, Cold Xiao's disappointment grew upon realizing he was merely facing a young lad. This was likely just a favored disciple of an elder. He had anticipated that Yang Dong would be terrified at his appearance, but instead, the boy wore a smile, exuding an air of confidence as if everything was under his control. Had he fallen into a trap? Cold Xiao was startled at first, but after scanning the surroundings and finding no ambush, nor any 5th-tier beasts, he dismissed the boy as insignificant. In his eyes, a mere lad was nothing more than an insect. He cackled ominously. I must commend your audacity. Since you are aware of my identity, prepare to meet your end. I shall leave you with a complete corpse. With that, Cold Xiao raised a hand and unleashed a blood-red beam towards Yang Dong. He restrained his power, aware that he needed to extract Yang Dong's soul, thus opting for a soul-shattering finger instead. Cold Xiao was confident that this strike would be sufficient to eliminate Yang Dong. Yang Dong raised a hand, conjuring a luminous shield. The blood-red beam collided with the shield, erupting in a dazzling display. The shield trembled violently before ultimately shattering, yet Cold Xiao's soul-shattering light dissipated into the void. You can withstand my soul-shattering finger? Cold Xiao's pupils constricted in shock. Though the boy's aura was formidable, he was, at most, in the early stages of the nascent soul realm. Logically, he should have been annihilated before him, a pinnacle expert of the out-of-body realm. Yet this boy had effortlessly neutralized his soul-seeking strike. I had thought the Blood Fiend Sect's master was formidable. It appears he is not as impressive as I had assumed, Yang Dong said, a mocking expression upon his face. Cold Xiao's eyes narrowed, fixated on Yang Dong. In a low voice, he demanded, You are certainly not a disciple of Qingyun Sect. Speak. Which sect's elder are you? Taisu Sect or Spirit Beast Sect? Cold Xiao couldn't shake the feeling that this youth, who appeared to be under 20, might actually be several centuries old. A young man under 20, even with outstanding talent, could hardly reach the out-of-body realm without years of cultivation. Perhaps he was an ancient monster employing a disguise, or had ingested a rejuvenating elixir, thus appearing as a mere adolescent. Old man, your prattle is excessive, Yang Dong retorted sharply, channeling the primordial purple energy within him and launching a punch. A giant purple-gold fist cleaved through the air, imbued with terrifying power, striking towards Cold Xiao. Cold Xiao unleashed his full spiritual power, slapping forth a massive blood-red skull that screeched ominously as it hurtled toward Yangdong. With a thunderous crash, the purple-gold fist collided with the blood-red skull, resulting in a spectacular explosion, scattering red and purple light in all directions. Both Yangdong and Cold Xiao were forced back 100 yards. Cold Xiao was overwhelmed with astonishment. While it was not surprising that Yangdong could withstand his soul-shattering finger, after all, it had limited power and was not delivered with full force. His Blood Fiend Great Technique was a top-tier technique of the Bloodfiend sect, possessing immense power. Yet it was astonishing that they had achieved a stalemate. How could this boy, who seemingly lacked the cultivation of the out-of-body realm, unleash such terrifying energy? Cold Xiao's mind raced as he swiftly lunged forward, unleashing another spell. A phantom blood-red giant tiger roared thunderously, charging toward Yangdong. Yangdong retaliated with a punch, his purple-gold fist obliterating the blood-red giant tiger. The two engaged in a fierce battle mid-air, casting spells and abilities with fervor. In that moment, radiant lights erupted. The space trembled, and the air was filled with a cacophony of explosive sounds. The terrifying spiritual energy swept across the surroundings, flattening mountains and trees within hundreds of yards. Countless spirit birds and beasts fled in terror, and within a 10-mile radius, no creature dared approach. Cold Xiao's mount, the purple-eyed demon lion, attempted to assist its master in attacking Yangdong. Yet, as it leaped forward, it was repelled several hundred yards away by the overwhelming energy unleashed by the two combatants. Chapter 85. Capturing Cold Xiao Alive. This purple-eyed demon lion possessed merely the strength of a mid-stage nascent soul, rendering it incapable of approaching amidst such a clash between pinnacle out-of-body experts. This also explained why confrontations among powerful cultivators rarely involved their mounts. Typically, mounts were significantly weaker than their masters, or they would not willingly serve as spirit beasts. Except for sects like the Spirit Beast Sect, which specialized in beast mastery. They could forge contracts with beasts of equal strength using their blood or bond with high-tier juvenile beasts as spirit companions. However, this method of contracting beasts through a blood pact is fraught with peril. Should the spiritual companion be slain, the master would also suffer backlash, resulting in severe injury or regression in cultivation, and in dire cases, even the threat of death looms. Thus, despite the ability to contract high-tier extraordinary beasts through this lifeblood method, the overwhelming risk dissuades many cultivators from pursuing it. This explains why the Spirit Beast Sect wishes to remain uninvolved in the conflicts of the immortal sections. The two combatants unleashed their spells and abilities in a fierce confrontation that stretched nearly half an hour, with neither able to gain the upper hand. Suddenly, Yangdong drew forth the purple spirit sword, aiming it at Lung Xiao. While the purple spirit sword is more than capable of dealing with cultivators at the nascent soul stage, it proved somewhat ineffective against Lung Xiao. Yet, Yangdong's intention in wielding the sword was not to slay Lung Xiao, but rather to disrupt him. The purple spirit sword, possessing an exceptionally high degree of spiritual intelligence, was not a living entity and thus remained unfazed by the energy waves of their battle. Its agility and speed forced Lung Xiao to divide his focus to counter it. Consequently, Lung Xiao found himself at a disadvantage in responding to Yangdong's assault. Without relying on spells, Yangdong unleashed a flurry of colossal punches enveloped in purple-golden radiance, relentlessly striking at Lung Xiao. The terrifying primordial power sent Lung Xiao reeling backward repeatedly. Meanwhile, the magical artifacts deployed by Lung Xiao had little effect against Yangdong's onslaught. With the protection of the primordial purple aura, even magical tools, let alone spiritual artifacts, struggled to inflict any harm upon him. As his cultivation continued to rise, the primordial purple aura within him grew ever more formidable. As the battle progressed, Lung Xiao's anxiety and astonishment deepened. He had initially believed he could easily dominate this young man, but he was taken aback by the sheer resilience of his physical form, which seemed impervious to blades and bullets, immune to all forms of attack. Should this continue, his defeat would be inevitable. I must flee. The thought flashed through Lung Xiao's mind as he unleashed a spell, transforming his body into a streak of light that shot away into the distance. But Yangdong would not allow him to escape. Like a beam of purple light, he pursued Lung Xiao, a heavenly lost treasure mirror appearing in his hand. Aimed at the fleeing foe, a beam of light struck Lung Xiao's back, and the back of the heavenly lost treasure mirror displayed a message: loss of mobility. Lung Xiao suddenly felt his body stiffen as if ensnared by a binding spell, rendering him utterly immobile, and he plummeted from the air. Bang! Lung Xiao crashed to the ground, creating a human-shaped imprint in the hard terrain. Yangdong soared down from the air, landing before Lung Xiao. Standing with his arms crossed, he looked down at the fallen Lung Xiao, a mocking smirk playing on his lips. Why have you stopped fleeing? The esteemed leader of the Blood Fiend sect lies on the ground like a dead dog, pretending to be lifeless? You actually know binding spells? Impossible. How can this be? Panic gripped Lung Xiao. This was an occurrence he had never encountered before. He had no inkling that Yang Dong had used the treasure mirror to ensnare him. At this moment, the heavenly lost treasure mirror had already been returned to Yang Dong's spatial ring. Thus, Lung Xiao assumed it was Yang Dong who had cast the binding spell upon him. If it were any other binding technique, he might have still been able to struggle. Yet now, he felt no external force constraining him. Yet he was utterly unable to move. This perfectly aligned with the characteristics of a binding spell. The binding spell belonged to the Earth Fiend's 72 great techniques. Even a transcendent realm cultivator might not master it. Moreover, the binding spell could only immobilize beings of lower cultivation than the caster, incapable of restraining those of equal or greater power. This young man, despite his formidable physique, was merely at the nascent soul stage and could not possibly bind him. A transcendent realm expert, even if he had learned the binding spell. Roar! At that moment, the purple-eyed demon lion roared from afar, leaping toward Yang Dong. Although it knew it was no match for Yang Dong, it was determined to protect its master at all costs in the face of danger. Yang Dong waved his hand toward the charging purple-eyed demon lion, casting an invisible grasp upon it. A radiant aura enveloped the beast, causing it to freeze momentarily, as if caught in an invisible snare. The advanced air-based spell, Wind Binding. Yang Dong produced a spatial bag and directed it toward the struggling purple-eyed demon lion, commanding, "Capture!" Whoosh! The purple-eyed demon lion transformed into a beam of light, drawn into the spatial bag. This was a fourth-tier extraordinary beast. Yang Dong had no intention of killing it outright, as it could be refined into a fifth-tier spiritual companion. You actually possess a spatial bag. Lung Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. A spatial bag can contain all things. Even a mundane world spatial bag would be a top-tier spiritual treasure. Such treasures are exceedingly rare throughout the entire Tianluo domain. How could this young man possess one? That is not your current concern. With a decisive strike, Yang Dong struck Lung Xiao's dantian, shattering his Dao Palace. Ah! Lung Xiao let out a wretched scream. Centuries of cultivation were obliterated in an instant, leaving him aged and haggard, with white hair and dull, lifeless eyes, his face resembling that of a desiccated chicken. Yang Dong thoroughly plundered Lung Xiao's spatial ring and storage bag before seizing him by the collar and soaring toward the Qingyun Sect. Upon returning to the Qingyun Sect, the disciples were electrified to see Yang Dong return with the Blood Fiend sect leader in tow, bursting forth with excitement as they spread the news. Did you hear? Elder Yang captured Lung Xiao alive. Really? That's fantastic. We need no longer fear, nor hesitate to leave the sect. Elder Yang is truly formidable, able to capture even the leader of the Blood Fiend sect alive. Capturing him alive is far more challenging than simply killing him, which demonstrates Elder Yang's overwhelming power over this notorious villain. Why not just kill him? I heard he intends to present him before the tomb of the former sect leader for a ritual. With Elder Yang in the Qingyun Sect, we shall undoubtedly rise again as the foremost immortal sect of the Great Zhou. At the rear mountain, at the sect leader's mausoleum, Yang Dong, Chu Yun, Jiang Zhufeng, and Luo Xingchen knelt before the grave of Hen Wuhan. Lung Xiao, unable to move, knelt behind the five, his face ashen. Chu Yun lit a stick of incense for Hen Wuhan and bowed 3 times. Master, your junior disciple has captured Lung Xiao alive today. We will use his blood to honor you shortly. After the bowing, as the 5 rose, Yang Dong turned to Ruhua and said, Sister Ruhua, I leave Lung Xiao's fate in your hands. Ruhua nodded expressionlessly, having shed no tears today. In truth, since the day she buried her father, she had not wept again. She vividly recalled Yang Dong's words. The world of cultivation does not believe in tears, only in strength. From that day on, she devoted herself to frenzied training, hardly resting. She ceased her incessant eating, subsisting only on a few profound spiritual fruits and some spiritual water daily, consuming nothing else. In just over 10 days, she had lost a significant amount of weight. Although she still appeared plump, her facial features had become clearer and more defined, enhancing her overall beauty. Chapter 86, The Golden Lion Griffin. Ruhua gripped her sword and approached Lung Xiao, delivering a single strike that cleaved open his abdomen, extracting his heart and liver. Following this, she severed Lung Xiao's head from his body, placing the heart and head before her father's grave. Father, your daughter has avenged your death by slaying your murderer. I offer his heart and head as tribute to you. May you rest peacefully in the underworld. With that, Ruhua knelt thrice before her father's grave. Chu Yun, Yang Dong, Jiang Zhufeng, and Luo Xingchen also bowed once more. After the ritual, the 5 returned to the main hall of the sect. Ruhua headed directly to her quiet meditation chamber to continue her training. For disciples sat in the grand hall, Engaged in conversation, Qingyun turned to Yang Dong and inquired, "Junior brother, now that Lung Xiu has been eliminated, can we not send more elders to recruit disciples?" Although Qingyun currently held the position of the sect leader of Qingyun Sect, he always sought counsel from Yang Dong on significant matters. This junior brother not only possessed profound cultivation, but also considered issues with foresight and thoroughness, making discussions with him exceedingly necessary. Yang Dong took a bite of a spiritual fruit and replied, "It should pose no significant problem, unless there are other sects backing the Blood Fiend sect that wish to target Qingyun Sect." Qingyun's expression grew serious, and he exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that the Heavenly Demon Sect would intervene on behalf of the Blood Fiend Sect against us?" While munching, Yang Dong continued, "Both the Heavenly Demon Sect and Blood Fiend Sect are malevolent sections. The Blood Fiend Sect is merely a subordinate of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Now that we have annihilated the Blood Fiend Sect, the Heavenly Demon Sect is likely feeling quite displeased." A frown creased Qingyun's brow as he sighed. "Your analysis, junior brother, is not without merit. If the Heavenly Demon Sect truly intends to retaliate on behalf of the Blood Fiend Sect, then Qingyun Sect may indeed face catastrophic peril." Jiang Zhufeng and Luo Xingchen also wore grave expressions, burdened as if a great weight rested upon their hearts. The Heavenly Demon Sect was the foremost sect in the Great Zhou, far surpassing Qingyun Sect in strength. Notably, the Heavenly Demon Sect was merely a branch of the Celestial Demon Cult, which boasted 108 branches across the entire Tianluo region, with millions of disciples. Within the Tianluo region, the Heavenly Demon Sect was a colossal entity, with the Taisu Sect and Hehuan Sect trailing behind. Although junior brother Yang possessed over a dozen fifth-tier exotic beasts, they were insignificant in comparison to the Heavenly Demon Sect. Yang Dong finished the fruit, discarding the pit onto the plate. "There is no need for excessive concern, dear brothers. The Blood Fiend Sect is, in the eyes of the Heavenly Demon Sect, merely a trivial minion. The Heavenly Demon Sect may not mobilize their forces against us for the sake of a single Blood Fiend Sect, at least until they ascertain whether we have support from other sects. The Heavenly Demon Sect should refrain from rash actions." Upon hearing Yang Dong's assessment, the three brothers nodded in agreement. Indeed, considering the magnitude of the Heavenly Demon Sect, the Blood Fiend Sect was but a minor player. The demise of such a minor player was inconsequential to the Heavenly Demon Sect. While it would be easy for the Heavenly Demon Sect to deal with Qingyun Sect, they must consider whether Qingyun Sect had assistance from the Taisu Sect. The unexpected eradication of the Blood Fiend Sect had led various major sects in the Great Zhou to suspect the Taisu Sect's involvement in aiding Qingyun Sect. The Taisu Sect was also a super sect, second only to the Heavenly Demon Sect. It was highly improbable that the Heavenly Demon Sect would risk confrontation with the Taisu Sect over the Blood Fiend Sect. "Does that mean we can indeed send more elders to recruit disciples?" Qingyun inquired once more. Yang Dong affirmed, "Yes. We harbor no direct enmity with the Heavenly Demon Sect, and they would not resort to indiscriminate hunting of Qingyun Sect members." Nodding, Qingyun declared, "Very well. I shall dispatch 10 additional elders to recruit disciples." Upon exiting the Grand Hall and returning to the Bamboo Grove residence, Yang Dong summoned the Chaos Cauldron from within him. He then retrieved a Qianxiaaudiobooks bag, directing a thought towards the cauldron. A beam of light emanated from the Qianxiaaudiobooks bag, descending into the cauldron, transforming into a purple-eyed demon lion. Yang Dong pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the purple-eyed demon lion. The cauldron emitted a white light, enveloping the creature. When the light faded, the purple-eyed demon lion had morphed into a beast with the body of a lion and the head of an eagle. This creature was slightly larger than the purple-eyed demon lion, its entire body a striking golden hue, reminiscent of gold, evoking a sense of awe. The cauldron displayed a line of information. Golden Griffin, 6th-tier magical beast, with golden feathers that are extraordinarily hard and sharp. It possesses the ability to control thunder, fire, and air. To have refined a 6th-tier magical beast, the Golden Griffin, was a delightful surprise for Yang Dong. Based on his understanding of this world, griffins typically thrived in the Western continent, rarely seen in the Eastern continent. Within the category of griffins, there were various types, including the Griffin Beast, White-headed Griffin, Iron-feather Griffin, Bloodthirsty Griffin, Royal Griffin, Ironback Griffin, and the Golden Griffin, which was the most powerful among them. It possessed the capability to cast high-tier thunder, fire, and air spells. With feathers that were not only hard and sharp, but also boasted an extraordinarily formidable defense. A 6th-tier magical beast equated to the strength of a transformation realm adept. Moreover, as it was refined from the Chaos Cauldron, this Golden Griffin undoubtedly ranked among the mightiest 6th-tier exotic beasts, capable of contending with peak transformation realm beings. At this moment, the Golden Griffin lay prostrate within the cauldron, emitting a cry reminiscent of both an eagle and a lion, seemingly greeting its master. "Excellent. You may go out and familiarize yourself with the Holy Light Tiger and the others, Yang Dong said with satisfaction, waving his hand at the Golden Griffin. Following Yang Dong's directive, the Golden Griffin soared from the cauldron and exited through the main door. Outside the barrier, the Xianyu parrot was playfully chasing the Holy Light Tiger, and upon spotting the Golden Griffin within the barrier, it sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from the beast, causing it to dart onto the Holy Light Tiger's back, squawking, "Oh no, Master has been devoured by this griffin monster." The Holy Light Tiger stepped forward, issuing a low, authoritative growl toward the Golden Griffin. Had it not been for the barrier, it would have rushed over to ascertain its master's condition. The Golden Griffin, upon encountering the Holy Light Tiger, was also taken aback, retreating in fear. Even this 6th-tier magical beast felt intimidated by the presence of a divine beast. This Holy Light Tiger was merely a cub. Had it been an adult, its power would rival that of a 9th-tier exotic beast, not to mention a 6th-tier beast. Even an 8th-tier beast would flee in its presence. Yang Dong emerged from the house, patting the Golden Griffin's head, chuckling, as a 6th-tier magical beast. "Do you not find it shameful to be frightened by a little cub?" The Golden Griffin nudged its head against its master, emitting a low, indignant cry, as if to say, "Do you wish to hear what you are saying? That creature is a divine beast. How can I not be afraid?" Upon seeing Yang Dong emerge, the Xianyu parrot let out a long breath, flapping a wing against its chest, proclaiming, "You nearly scared this bird to death." Thinking Master had been eaten by that griffin monster, understanding that the Golden Griffin was Yang Dong's spirit pet, the Holy Light Tiger ceased its growling, its curious eyes studying the Golden Griffin. Chapter 87. Sister Hua has grown thinner again. Yang Dong opened the barrier and ushered the Golden Griffin outside. The Holy Light Tiger amiably extended its front paw toward the Golden Griffin, and the latter responded by gently touching its golden wing to the Holy Light Tiger's paw. The three creatures quickly became friends, frolicking in the vicinity of the bamboo grove. Yang Dong returned to his quarters, activating the spirit-gathering array to commence his cultivation. Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Demon Sect, an elder clad in gray robes approached the seated Master of Soul Destruction in the Grand Hall, bowing respectfully. "Respected one, Lung Xiao has been missing for 3 days. Could he have perished?" Master of Soul Destruction furrowed his brow slightly. Lung Xiao has been investigating Qingyun Sect daily. His sudden absence for 3 days is indeed unusual. Could he have been killed? Given that Lung Xiao had allied with the Heavenly Demon Sect, all his actions were reported to the Master of Soul Destruction. His disappearance over the past 3 days suggested dire consequences. The gray-robed elder remarked, "Lung Xiao has reached the peak of the out-of-body realm. Who could possibly kill him?" The peak of the out-of-body realm is nearly the pinnacle of the cultivation world in the Great Zhou. It is not so easily extinguished. Coldly, the Master of Soul Destruction replied, "Who else could it be? It must be connected to Qingyun Sect." The elderly figure in gray revealed a look of confusion. With the demise of the sect master and 3 esteemed elders of the Qingyun Sect, it stands to reason that no one remains to rival Lung Xiao, unless aided by someone from the Taishu sect. The revered Master of Soul Annihilation pondered for a moment and said, "Elder Wu, journey to Qingyun City and capture a disciple of the Qingyun Sect for interrogation. We must uncover who is secretly aiding them." Elder Wu bowed. "I shall obey your command." In the ensuing days, Yang Dong immersed himself in rigorous cultivation, striving to swiftly break through to the out-of-body realm. However, relying solely on his body to automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would necessitate at least a year for such a breakthrough. Actively cultivating would expedite the absorption rate of spiritual energy through his pores by 2 to 3 times. With the activation of the spirit-gathering array, a continuous influx of spiritual energy surged into his chamber, which he rapidly absorbed and refined into primordial purple qi. Moreover, Yang Dong needed to consume at least 100 top-grade spirit stones or several hundred upper-grade spirit stones daily, occasionally supplementing with a lower-grade spirit crystal, whose energy equated to that of 100 top-grade spirit stones. His spatial ring contained over 100 lower-grade spirit crystals and a dozen mid-grade ones. Additionally, he consumed several upper-grade spiritual fruits daily, occasionally indulging in a top-grade spiritual fruit, while refraining from consuming the dozens of lower-grade earthly fruits he possessed. As for the mid-grade and lower-grade spiritual fruits, he reserved those for the Xianyu parrot and the Golden Griffin. Yang Dong also drank several bowls of top-grade spirit water, meticulously refined from abundant spring water using a precious cauldron. Qin Machio remained steadfast, visiting every 2 to 3 days to engage in dual cultivation with Yang Dong for a couple of hours. Occasionally, Yang Dong would visit Qin Machio's residence on the mysterious peak for a change of scenery. Their dual cultivation left traces in the waterfall, the pond, the bamboo groves, and the caves. At times, Yang Dong and his fellow disciples would gather in the Grand Hall for a feast, enjoying spirit wine and the meat of spiritual beasts while engaging in light-hearted conversation, living a carefree existence. In the blink of an eye, over a month had elapsed. Yangdong's cultivation had reached the mid to late stage of the Yuanying realm, with his Yuanying taking on the form of a boy around 13 or 14 years of age, radiating a divine purple-golden light. The little Saint Light Tiger had also grown considerably. Though still a cub, its strength had increased significantly. This little creature now required 500 to 600 pounds of spirit beast meat daily, but fortunately, Yangdong's spatial ring contained over 200 exotic beasts, sufficient to sustain it for a year. After refining her heavenly primordial spiritual body, and with the assistance of the spirit gathering array, Qin Machiu's cultivation had made remarkable strides, progressing from the initial stage of the 8th layer of Qi refinement to the perfect completion of the 9th layer. Yangdong gifted her 2 top-grade foundation establishment pills, allowing her to enter seclusion for foundational cultivation. The protective barrier he set up around her residence ensured that no one would intrude upon her concentration. Furthermore, he assigned the Xianyu parrot to guard the barrier's perimeter, providing her with additional protection. During this period, the Qingyun Sect experienced a tranquil phase, devoid of any crises. Numerous elders summoned back 300 to 400 disciples from various states and counties, the majority possessing mid-grade spirit roots, with only a few boasting upper-grade roots. The operations of the Qingyun Sect's branch in Qingyun City had returned to normal, with Elder Chen recruiting dozens of wandering cultivators, some of whom had reached the foundation establishment stage, directly becoming outer sect stewards. One day, while Yangdong was engrossed in his training, a melodious voice called from outside. "Yangshidi, are you at home?" Emerging from his courtyard, Yangdong's eyes brightened upon seeing Ru Hua, after more than a month of her solitary cultivation. This was the first time he had laid eyes on her since her father's death. At this moment, Ru Hua appeared significantly slimmer than before, weighing less than 150 pounds, a stark contrast to her previous weight of over 200 pounds. Her earlier plumpness was due to her incessant eating. Since her father's passing, she had consumed only spirit water and spiritual fruits, eschewing all else. Coupled with her relentless training day and night, it was no wonder she had shed the excess weight. Ru Hua, standing approximately 5 feet 7 inches tall and weighing around 140 pounds, no longer appeared overweight. Plump would be a more fitting description. She now radiated an enhanced beauty. If she were to lose another 20 pounds, she would undoubtedly be a stunning beauty. "Senior sister, it's rare for you to venture out. Is there something on your mind?" Yangdong inquired with a smile. This senior sister, who usually devoted herself to cultivation, must have had a pressing matter to seek him out today, rather than merely desiring idle conversation. Ru Hua's delicate brows furrowed slightly. "I have been diligently cultivating for the past 2 months, yet my progress has been excruciatingly slow. Yangshidi, could you possibly guide me and discern if there is an issue?" Now that her father was gone, while her 3 senior brothers were reliable, Ru Hua still sought Yangdong's insights into her cultivation. Firstly, his rapid advancement outstripped that of her senior brothers, indicating exceptional innate talent. Secondly, despite the grief over her father's death, as time passed, and with the demise of her enemies, her sorrow gradually eased. So, she sought guidance on her cultivation. Yangdong asked, "What type of spirit root do you possess, Ru Hua?" "I possess a top-grade 5-element spirit root," she replied. Such a constitution was indeed remarkable. No wonder. Despite her previous lack of diligent training, she had still managed to reach the foundation establishment stage. However, Yangdong pondered, if you possess a top-grade spirit root, your cultivation should progress swiftly, should it not? Moreover, considering you have dedicated 2 months to closed-door training, one would expect significant advancements. Yangdong felt a sense of perplexity. Could it be that Ru Hua had encountered a bottleneck in her cultivation? "Senior sister, have you experienced any unusual phenomena during your cultivation? For instance, difficulties in the flow of spiritual energy within your body, challenges in absorbing spiritual energy, or issues with refining it in your dantian?" Ru Hua shook her head. "None of those. It's merely that my progress feels agonizingly slow. 2 months ago, I was at the initial stage of foundation establishment, and despite my relentless efforts, I have yet to reach the mid-stage." Upon hearing this, Yangdong couldn't help but chuckle, explaining, "The path of cultivation becomes increasingly arduous as one progresses. The majority of cultivators spend decades in the foundation establishment stage merely to advance a single minor realm. How could you expect to break through in just 2 months?" Ru Hua considered this and realized the truth in his words. If one could achieve a breakthrough in 2 months, wouldn't it mean reaching the golden core stage in a year and the Yuanying stage in 3 years? Such notions were clearly unrealistic. The elders of the Qingyun Sect, who had achieved the Yuanying stage, were all centuries-old practitioners. Only senior brother Chu Yun and elder Hua Xiangrong were relatively younger. "It seems I may not reach the golden core stage even in 100 years," Ru Hua sighed softly, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. Yang Dong felt a stirring in his heart. Perhaps he should place Ru Hua within the precious cauldron for refinement? Chapter 88. The Heavenly Shadow Divine Body. Yang Dong harbored a sense of indebtedness toward Ru Hua. Had he not slain the Blood Fiend Sect's young master, her father would not have met such a tragic fate. Although he hadn't instigated the incident, the death of her father was undeniably linked to his actions. Enhancing Ru Hua's constitution would serve as a form of atonement for the loss of her father. However, this endeavor needed to be executed discreetly. Upon reaching this point, Yang Dong smiled faintly. "Senior sister, since you are here, please come into my room and have a seat." Ru Hua nodded and followed Yang Dong into the barrier. Stepping inside the room, "Please, take a seat, senior sister," Yang Dong urged as he poured a cup of spiritual water for her. As the esteemed elder of merit in the sect, it was quite ordinary for him to offer such a gift. So there was nothing peculiar about providing Ru Hua with a drink. "If only I possessed such remarkable talent as you, junior brother Yang," Ru Hua said, taking a sip of the spiritual water while gazing at Yang Dong with admiration in her eyes. Yang Dong retrieved a spiritual fruit from his space ring. "Senior sister, this is a dragon scale fruit I harvested from the dark forest. It may enhance your constitution." The dragon scale fruit, a low-grade, earth-tier fruit, would not significantly improve her physique, but it served as a prelude to Yang Dong's subsequent actions. Dragon scale fruit. Ru Hua looked astonished at the fist-sized fruit in Yang Dong's hand, its skin resembling golden scales. "This is an earth-tier spiritual fruit, extremely precious. How could I possibly accept such a generous gift from you?" She waved her hands repeatedly, unable to accept such a valuable fruit from Yang Dong. Despite his status as her father's disciple, "Take it, senior sister. There's no need for formality in front of me," Yang Dong insisted, pressing the dragon scale fruit into Ru Hua's hands. "I have several of these earth-tier fruits. This one is of no concern. You are truly kind to me, junior brother," Ru Hua exclaimed, deeply touched, and she threw herself into Yang Dong's embrace, finally feeling the warmth and strength of his chest. "Wait, senior sister. You really don't need to be this moved," Yang Dong stammered, somewhat flustered as he felt the softness of Ru Hua's body. He eventually wrapped his arms around her waist and gently patted her back. Though her waist was a tad thick, it was proportionate to her curves. After a long moment, Yang Dong released Ru Hua and smiled. "All right, senior sister, please eat the dragon scale fruit." Ru Hua nodded, bringing the fruit to her lips and taking a bite. As she consumed the fruit, a surge of warmth coursed through her body, and she realized the dragon scale fruit was taking effect. "Senior sister, quickly channel your cultivation technique to absorb the energy from the dragon scale fruit," Yang Dong urged as he noticed Ru Hua's skin flushing with vitality. Ru Hua sat cross-legged in the center of the hall, beginning to circulate her refining technique to catalyze the energy emanating from the fruit. It took over an hour for her to completely absorb the energy, and she sensed her cultivation was approaching the mid-foundation stage. As she slowly concluded her practice and was about to rise, she suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed, losing consciousness. "I'm sorry, senior sister. I had no choice but to put you to sleep," Yang Dong said with a smirk, standing behind her. It was he who had used a technique to render her unconscious. Summoning a treasure cauldron from within, Yang Dong lifted Ru Hua and placed her inside. Her body radiated a brilliant light, illuminating the entire room. At that moment, a divine beam descended from the heavens, piercing through the roof and enveloping Ru Hua, who absorbed it completely. "Goodness, what a grand spectacle. This is no different from a sacred body," Yang Dong gasped in astonishment. The cauldron displayed 2 lines of information, Qingyun Body and Heavenly Divine Body. As the light faded, everything returned to normal. Ru Hua had actually refined into a Heavenly Divine Body. Yang Dong marveled silently. He was uncertain about the specifics of the Heavenly Divine Body, but the presence of the word divine clearly indicated its formidable nature. It was likely even more powerful than Xianxiaaudiobooks' innate spiritual body. Not to mention, the phenomena that occurred during their respective refinements were distinctly different. Xianxiaaudiobooks' innate spiritual body absorbed the light from the cauldron and shot it skyward, while Ru Hua attracted a beam from the heavens. This phenomenon closely resembled Yang Dong's own refinement, albeit with differences. His experience had seen a purple-gold beam descend, full of potent energy and lasting considerably longer. In contrast, Ru Hua's beam was white and brief, lasting only a few breaths. Moreover, Yang Dong's refinement had summoned a celestial spectacle, with various divine beasts soaring through the skies, a truly breathtaking sight. Thus, Ru Hua's Heavenly Divine Body could not be compared to Yang Dong's Hongmeng sacred body. They were worlds apart. Nevertheless, it was likely comparable to other sacred bodies. Gently lifting Ru Hua from the cauldron, Yang Dong laid her down on the ground. At that moment, her skin was as fair as snow, her features more delicate. exuding an ethereal grace. Although she was slightly plumper, her proportions were exquisite, her thighs rounded. Yang Dong couldn't help but marvel at how stunning Ru Hua would be if she lost a few more pounds. In fact, if she were to be placed in the Tang dynasty, where plumpness was considered beautiful, she might surpass even Yang Guifei in allure. With a thought, he recalled the cauldron back into his body and infused Ru Hua with a surge of spiritual energy. Slowly she awoke. "Senior sister, you're finally awake. I was truly frightened just now." Yang Dong feigned a sigh of relief. "Why did I suddenly faint?" Ru Hua sat up, rubbing her head in confusion. "Could it be that the energy from the dragon scale fruit was too overwhelming for you?" Yang Dong suggested, pretending to offer insight. "Perhaps." Ru Hua, oblivious to the fact that Yang Dong had rendered her unconscious, could think of no other reason apart from the energy from the dragon scale fruit after just consuming it. "Senior sister, how do you feel? Is there anything uncomfortable?" Yang Dong inquired with concern. Ru Hua shook her head. "Not at all. In fact, I feel better than before. It must be due to the absorption of the dragon scale fruit." "Senior sister, you should practice your techniques to check your body," Yang Dong reminded her. Eager to know how Ru Hua's newly acquired heavenly divine body would perform in cultivation. Without hesitation, Ru Hua sat cross-legged and channeled her spiritual energy. Instantly, she exclaimed with delight, "The spiritual energy within me is even more refined than before. This is truly incredible. Senior sister, try cultivating further and see what happens," Yang Dong encouraged. As Ru Hua practiced the Qingyun refining qi technique, all her acupoints opened, rapidly absorbing the spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth like an infant suckling. "Junior brother Yang, I can absorb spiritual energy from all my acupoints now. This is truly miraculous." Ru Hua was ecstatic. This indicated that her future cultivation speed would increase exponentially. Indeed, just like Qin Mo Chio's innate spiritual body, all her acupoints could autonomously absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, Ru Hua's constitution was likely superior to that of Mo Chio. After all, she possessed a divine body, probably on par with the celestial tyrant body. While Mo Chio's innate spiritual body was not inferior in absorbing spiritual energy compared to the heavenly divine body and the celestial tyrant body, her physical form was far less robust. "Wonderful, senior sister. Your constitution must have undergone a transformation and become a divine body," Yang Dong exclaimed with feigned astonishment. "Junior brother, would eating that dragon scale fruit cause my body to undergo a transformation as well?" Ru Hua suggested, rising and throwing herself into Yang Dong's embrace, tightly holding him as she expressed her gratitude. "I truly don't know how to thank you." Yang Dong embraced her, gently patting her supple back, and laughed. "You are my senior sister. There's no need for thanks." Ru Hua shivered, then stood on tiptoe to plant a fervent kiss on Yang Dong. To his surprise, Ru Hua was unexpectedly direct. Chapter 89, Inquiring of the Spirit. An hour later, Ru Hua lay nestled in Yang Dong's arms, her face flushed with shyness, resembling a ripe persimmon. At 27, she finally experienced the wonders of cultivation, and with her beloved junior brother, it felt like a dream come true. "Junior brother, you and Sister Mo Chio are already partners in the Tao, right?" Ru Hua inquired, caressing Yang Dong's well-defined chest muscles with a playful smile. Yang Dong pinched her cheek lightly and replied, "What's this? Are you feeling jealous?" Ru Hua shook her head with a smile. "Sister Mo Chio got to you before I did. I have no right to feel jealous of her. I'm just afraid she might be jealous of me." Yang Dong kissed her softly and assured, "You are the esteemed lady of the sect. Sister Mo Chio wouldn't dare feel jealous of you." Rising to dress, Ru Hua drank a bowl of spirit water to replenish her strength. "Junior brother, I must return to my cultivation." Ru Hua gazed at Yang Dong with lingering affection, feeling somewhat reluctant to part. However, since they were close by, she could visit often. "Ru Hua, does your meditation chamber have a spirit gathering array?" Yang Dong asked. Ru Hua replied, "My father set up a spirit gathering array for me when he was alive, but the materials have nearly depleted, and it can barely maintain itself now." Yang Dong declared, "Let us go. I will help you set up a superior spirit gathering array." With that, he took Ru Hua's hand and led her from the room to her quarters in the side hall. As the sect's esteemed lady, Ru Hua naturally had access to various resources for cultivation. Yang Dong selected the materials for the spirit gathering array from Ru Hua's collection and retrieved 5 superior spirit gathering flags from his spatial ring. Moments later, he had arranged an excellent spirit gathering array for her. "Sister, here are 1,000 superior spirit stones for you to absorb." Yang Dong presented a storage bag filled with stones, having taken them from his spatial ring. As Ru Hua had now become his woman, he felt it only right that she should not be treated with any less generosity. 1,000 superior spirit stones? Ru Hua's eyes widened in astonishment. Even as the daughter of the sect leader, she was taken aback. Previously, Her father granted her only 100 superior spirit stones a month, which was already quite generous. It was important to note that inner disciples received only a few dozen mid-grade spirit stones monthly, equivalent to just a handful of superior stones. It wasn't that he was stingy with his daughter. Rather, she could not absorb such a large quantity. Yang Dong's lavish gift of 1,000 superior spirit stones was indeed shocking. However, Ru Hua shook her head and said, "Junior brother, I have plenty of mid-grade and upper-grade spirit stones. You should keep these superior stones for yourself. Besides, I wouldn't be able to absorb so many." With a smile, Yang Dong replied, "Sister, you are now a divine body. Your absorption rate for spirit stones is at least several hundred times faster than before. How about this? You give me your spirit stones in exchange for my 1,000 superior spirit stones." If he refined Ru Hua's stones in the treasure cauldron, wouldn't he just regain his investment? Ru Hua hesitated, "But my spirit stones are mid-grade and upper-grade. Together they barely amount to over 1,000 stones. Wouldn't it be a loss to trade them for 1,000 superior stones?" Yang Dong playfully pinched her cheek and laughed, "My dear silly sister. I've already gifted you several billion worth of items. Do you really think I would concern myself with this 1,000 spirit stones? What? When did you gift me several billion worth of things?" Ru Hua's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression one of utter confusion. What could possibly amount to such a sum? Yang Dong struggled to contain his laughter. "Sister, let us not delve into those details. Suffice it to say, we need not be so formal with each other." With that, he tucked the bag of superior spirit stones into her embrace. A sweet warmth enveloped Ru Hua's heart. This declaration affirmed her significance in Yang Dong's life. She handed her storage bag to Yang Dong and released its restrictions. In truth, it was unnecessary to do so, as Yang Dong possessed the power to break through her restrictions with ease. After exiting Ru Hua's quarters, Yang Dong returned to his bamboo grove residence. Once inside, he promptly refined the spirit stones from Ru Hua using the treasure cauldron. Subsequently, he activated the spirit gathering array and began his cultivation. With less than 2 months before the grand competition of the 10 major sects, he needed to strive for a breakthrough to the out-of-body realm before the event. In Qingyun City, Elder Lu led 2 disciples from the Qingyun Sect's branch as they leisurely strolled through the streets. An elderly man in a gray robe suddenly emerged from the shadows. The gray-robed elder stealthily followed Elder Lu until they reached the end of the street, where he swiftly unleashed a spell that caused Elder Lu and his 2 disciples to collapse lifelessly. The gray-robed elder seized Elder Lu's corpse and swiftly departed. He transported the body to a mountain ridge several dozen miles away and discarded it onto the ground. Then, the gray-robed elder produced a spirit-binding talisman and directed it at Elder Lu's body. A crimson light shot forth, and moments later, an ethereal figure emerged from the corpse, Elder Lu's soul. Controlled by the spirit-binding talisman, Elder Lu's soul stood there in a daze. The gray-robed elder rattled a soul inquiry bell, producing a chilling sound. He gazed at Elder Lu's soul and asked in a deep voice, "What is your name?" "Lu Cheng." "What position do you hold in the Qingyun Sect?" "Outer Affairs Elder." "Who killed the 4 supreme elders of the Blood Slaughter Sect?" "Elder Yang and his spirit pet." "Elder Yang and his spirit pet?" The gray-robed elder was taken aback, contemplating who Elder Yang could be to have killed the 4 supreme elders of the Blood Slaughter Sect. Moreover, his spirit pet must be at least a 5th-tier beast. Could it be that this Elder Yang is affiliated with the Spirit Beast sect? The thought flickered through the gray-robed elder's mind. He continued to inquire, "Which sect does this Elder Yang belong to?" Lu Cheng replied blankly, "Qingyun Sect." "So it is a member of the Qingyun Sect." The gray-robed elder was stunned. How could this be? The supreme elder and sect leader Hen Wuhan had been killed. How could any elder still be capable of slaying the 4 supreme elders of the Blood Slaughter Sect? Yet now, during this inquiry, Lu Cheng's soul could not lie. This meant there truly was a formidable figure in the Qingyun Sect. After pondering for a moment, the gray-robed elder asked, "What is Elder Yang's cultivation level?" Lu Cheng shook his head. "I do not know." It seemed he genuinely did not know. This Elder Yang was rather mysterious. What is Elder Yang's status within the Qingyun Sect? Elder Yang is the direct disciple of the former sect leader and currently serves as the Elder of Merit. Chapter 90. Ru Hua and Qin Mo Chiu become sisters. So, he is a disciple of Hen Wuhan. Since he is Hen Wuhan's disciple, it is unlikely that his cultivation surpasses that of Hen Wuhan. However, if this is the case, how did Elder Yang manage to kill the supreme elders of the Blood Slaughter Sect? The gray-robed elder grew increasingly perplexed and asked, "What tier is Elder Yang's spirit pet?" "A 5th-tier beast." "A 5th-tier beast." The gray-robed elder was greatly astonished. It was known that even the spirit pet of the Soul Destroyer was merely a 5th-tier beast. Yet a mere elder of the Qingyun Sect possessed one. However, even if Elder Yang had a 5th-tier spirit pet, he would still be unable to overpower the 4 supreme elders of the Blood Slaughter Sect. The elder in the gray robe inquired, Did Elder Yang truly slay 4 Grand Elders of the Blood Slaughter Sect while accompanied by a 5th-tier spirit beast? Lu Cheng responded. Elder Yang possesses over 10 5th-tier exotic beasts, several of which assisted him in eliminating those 4 Grand Elders of the Blood Slaughter Sect. What? Over 10 5th-tier exotic beasts? Are you certain? The Elder's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning his own hearing. Absolutely, Lu Cheng confirmed with a stoic nod. The Elder gasped in astonishment. By heavens! Having more than a dozen 5th-tier exotic beasts is tantamount to possessing a multitude of out-of-body realm cultivators. The Heavenly Demon Sect itself only boasts around 20 out-of-body elders. Of course, this pertains solely to the Great Zhou Heavenly Demon Sect. The entire Heavenly Demon cult has over 100 branches in the Tianluo domain, with more than 100 transformation realm powerhouses, not to mention the out-of-body realm elders. Yet, how could the Qingyun Sect possibly have more than a dozen 5th-tier exotic beasts? If the Qingyun Sect truly possessed such formidable beasts, it would rank among the top 5 of the Great Zhou's 10 great sections. How could it then suffer the deaths of its sect master and 3 Grand Elders at the hands of the Blood Slaughter Sect? Something is amiss. After pondering for a moment, the Elder queried Lu Cheng, when did your Qingyun Sect acquire these dozen or so exotic beasts? Lu Cheng shook his head in confusion. I do not know. Not knowing indicates their absence in the past. If the Qingyun Sect had always possessed these dozen 5th-tier exotic beasts, as a sect steward, Lu Cheng would not be entirely ignorant of it. Moreover, if the Qingyun Sect truly had so many 5th-tier exotic beasts, their sect master and 3 Grand Elders would not have fallen to the Blood Slaughter Sect. Therefore, these 5th-tier exotic beasts must have been acquired after the death of the Qingyun Sect's sect master. But how could the Qingyun Sect suddenly possess over a dozen 5th-tier exotic beasts? The Elder was utterly perplexed. Deciding to abandon the conundrum, he shifted the topic and asked Lu Cheng, was the leader of the Blood Slaughter Sect, Lung Xiao, killed by your Qingyun Sect? I do not know, Lu Cheng replied. Shaking his head, the Elder posed several more questions, all yielding little value. With a swift incantation, he extinguished Lu Cheng's soul and soared towards the Heavenly Demon Sect. 2 hours later, the Elder returned to the main hall of the Heavenly Demon Sect to seek an audience with the soul-extinguishing sovereign. Elder Wu, what have you uncovered? The soul-extinguishing sovereign sat cross-legged on the high dais of the hall, his eyes flickering with brilliance as they opened and closed. Elder Wu bowed and reported, Respected Sovereign, I have just apprehended a steward from the Qingyun Sect for questioning. He recounted the dialogue he had with the steward to the sovereign. Upon hearing it, the soul-extinguishing sovereign could not help but exhibit a change in expression. The Qingyun Sect actually possesses over a dozen 5th-tier exotic beasts. No wonder they were able to annihilate the Blood Slaughter Sect. Elder Wu remarked, Sovereign, I find it perplexing how the Qingyun Sect came to possess these exotic beasts. I believe they certainly did not have them before. Otherwise, their sect master would not have been slain by the Blood Slaughter Sect. The sovereign contemplated for a moment and replied, These dozen 5th-tier exotic beasts of the Qingyun Sect must have been bestowed by another sect. The only faction capable of such a feat is likely the Spirit Beast Sect. Elder Wu smacked his forehead in sudden realization. Indeed, only the Spirit Beast Sect could possess so many 5th-tier spirit beasts. Could it be that they are secretly aiding the Qingyun Sect against the Blood Slaughter Sect? However, Elder Wu soon furrowed his brow in confusion. Yet, the Spirit Beast Sect has never meddled in the affairs of other sections. Why would they exert themselves to assist the Qingyun Sect against the Blood Slaughter Sect this time? The sovereign replied, This matter is indeed perplexing. I suspect that all of this may be orchestrated by the Taishu Sect from the shadows, with the Spirit Beast Sect merely serving as a pawn to test our Heavenly Demon Sect. Elder Wu bowed and asked, Sovereign, how should we respond? A cold glint flashed in the sovereign's eyes. In just over a month, the day of the great competition among the 10 great sects will arrive. At that time, we shall give the Qingyun Sect and the Spirit Beast Sect a stern warning and see if the Taishu Sect dares to reveal itself. Meanwhile, at the Qingyun Sect's Bamboo Grove courtyard, Yang Dong was engrossed in cultivation with Ru Hua when the shrill cry of the Xianxiaaudiobooks parrot pierced the air. Master, Senior Sister Qin has arrived. Quickly, open the barrier. The parrot's eyes widened in alarm, exclaiming, Master seems to be fighting with Sister Ru Hua. Qin Meiqiu stood at the entrance of the courtyard, having also heard the unusual commotion from within. Familiar with such sounds, she instantly understood the situation. Hearing the parrot's outcry, Yang Dong hastily donned his attire and stepped out of the courtyard. Upon seeing Qin Meiqiu, he felt a bit embarrassed and inquired with concern, Meiqiu, you have emerged from seclusion? With a smile, Qin Meiqiu nodded. I have successfully established my foundation. Yang Dong replied, Congratulations. Had it not been for your assistance, I might have taken a decade to achieve this. As they spoke, Ru Hua emerged from the room, her hair slightly disheveled. Greetings, young miss. Qin Meiqiu bowed to Ru Hua. Ru Hua stepped forward, grasping Qin Meiqiu's hand, and smiled. Sister Qin, there is no need for such formalities. Let us refer to each other as sisters from now on. Such distinctions of rank are unnecessary. How could Meiqiu address the young miss as a sister? Qin Meiqiu responded, somewhat shyly. What distinctions? You are my young Shidi's partner, Ruhua blurted out, quickly silencing herself, her cheeks flushed. The implication was clear. Yang Shidi had indeed been engaging in dual cultivation with young Miss Ruhua. She felt no trace of jealousy. After all, having undergone the tempering of the treasure cauldron, Yang Dong appeared to her as a divine being, deserving of utmost admiration and obedience, akin to a master-servant relationship. Qin Meiqiu smiled and said, I was unaware that young Shidi and young Miss were engaged in dual cultivation. I have interrupted. I shall take my leave now. Ruhua tugged at her hand. Sister Qin, do not leave. Let us go inside. Qin Meiqiu shyly nodded in agreement. With that, the two sisters entered the room hand in hand, followed by Yang Dong, who smiled as he joined them. After 2 hours of cultivation, Ruhua and Qin Meiqiu finally departed to return to their respective quarters. In the following days, Yang Dong immersed himself in rigorous training, while Ruhua and Qin Meiqiu visited every 3 days to cultivate together for 2 hours. Occasionally, Yang Dong imparted some advanced techniques to them. Before long, over a month had passed. During this time, Yang Dong absorbed more than 5,000 top-quality spirit stones and several lower-grade spirit crystals. Coupled with his relentless day and night cultivation, he reached the pinnacle of the Yuan infant stage. At this moment, the Yuan infant within his Dao palace had matured into a youthful form, identical to Yang Dong's current appearance. This Yuan infant represented Yang Dong's true spirit. Once the true spirit could exit the body, he would attain the out-of-body realm. Chapter 91. The two sisters have come to challenge the master again. One morning, after an hour of cultivation, Yang Dong gradually concluded his session. Only 7 days remained until the day of the great competition among the 10 great sections. In reality, it was already 9 sections. Within these 7 days, he must reach the out-of-body realm. Yang Dong contemplated, reflecting on his current pinnacle of the Yuan infant stage. Achieving the out-of-body realm in just 7 days would likely require an increase in spirit stone absorption. Over the past 3 months, he had consumed over 6,000 top-quality spirit stones, having gifted 1,000 to Ruhua, leaving him with more than 4,000 stones. While the supply of spirit stones was temporarily sufficient, he needed to acquire even better ones. He could exchange some for mid to high-grade spirit stones within the sect. A thought struck Yang Dong. As a merit elder within the sect, his status was equivalent to that of a sect leader, and no one would dare question him in any matter. Moreover, he had no intention of taking even a fraction of a spirit stone from the sect. With determination, he exited his courtyard and summoned his sword, making his way to the inner sanctum to find Elder Hao. Elder Yang has arrived. Upon the arrival of Yang Dong, Elder Hao hastily rose to greet him. Elder Hao, I have come here to exchange for some spirit stones, Yang Dong stated directly. Elder Hao replied, Elder Yang, as a venerable elder of merit, you may freely take any cultivation resources from the sect. There is no need for exchange. Yang Dong shook his head, saying, that shall not be necessary. I have acquired a substantial amount of top-grade spirit stones from several high elders of the Bloodslaughter sect, and wish to exchange them for some mid to upper-grade spirit stones. Please, follow me, Elder Hao responded, ceasing further discussion as he led Yang Dong to the spirit stone storage vault. With a wave of his hand, a spell lifted the restrictions and opened the vault door, allowing them to enter. Inside the storage vault, boxes of spirit stones were stacked and categorized by grade. Due to the substantial haul from the Bloodslaughter sect, the vault was nearly overflowing with spirit stones. Elder Hao, how many spirit stones are there in total? Yang Dong inquired. Elder Hao checked the ledger and replied, there are over 5,000 top-grade spirit stones, more than 60,000 upper-grade spirit stones, over 400,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and more than 3 million lower-grade spirit stones. If we were to utilize all the sect's spirit stones for refining in the treasure cauldron, it would suffice for an entire year. However, that course of action is evidently impractical. We shall address any future shortages as they arise. After contemplating, Yang Dong declared, I possess 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Please exchange them for 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Upon finishing his sentence, Yang Dong summoned 1,000 top-grade spirit stones from his spatial ring, placing them upon the ground. The pile, although modest, measured a cubic foot, easily contained within a small box. Elder Hao promptly retrieved 2 large boxes, each containing precisely 5,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Yang Dong stored the 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones into his storage bag. Elder Yang, do you require any additional spirit stones? Elder Hao inquired. Very well. Let us exchange for 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones as well. Yang Dong responded, extracting 5,000 upper-grade spirit stones from his spatial ring. which were originally refined stones. After completing the exchange for 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones, Yang Dong exited the storage room and returned to his abode in the bamboo grove. Once inside, he summoned the treasure cauldron and unceremoniously tossed the storage bag containing 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones into it. A flash of light illuminated the cauldron, revealing several lines of information. 100 cubic meters storage bag, 9,970 top-grade spirit stones, 30 lower-grade spirit crystals. Remarkable. I have even refined 30 lower-grade spirit crystals, Yang Dong mused with a satisfied smile, for those 30 lower-grade spirit crystals equated to 3,000 top-grade spirit stones. Subsequently, he refined the 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones, yielding over 40,000 upper-grade spirit stones and more than 2,000 top-grade spirit stones. Activating the spirit gathering array, Yang Dong settled down cross-legged to practice the Hongming Qi refinement technique. After an hour of cultivation, he extracted 100 top-grade spirit stones to absorb. Moments later, he had completely absorbed them and continued his training in the Hongming Qi refinement technique. Thus, he maintained this regimen, absorbing 100 top-grade spirit stones for each hour of cultivation. 3 days later, the nascent soul within Yang Dong's Dao Palace floated restlessly, on the verge of emergence. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, and he was about to achieve soul separation. Little parrot, I shall enter seclusion now. Should Hua and Imochio arrive, inform them to return in a few days, Yang Dong instructed, addressing the Xianyu parrot outside. Understood. The parrot squawked, subsequently frolicking with the holy light tiger near the bamboo grove. Before long, a figure clad in white, Qin Imochio, descended gracefully on her sword like an ethereal being. The keen-eyed Xianyu parrot flapped its wings and soared towards Qin Imochio, opening its beak to shower her with flattery. Wow. After 2 days apart, Sister Qin has grown even more beautiful. Qin Imochio chuckled softly. Your little beak certainly knows how to flatter. The parrot cawed. Indeed, indeed. Every time Sister Qin fights with Master, her face becomes even more radiant than flowers. No wonder Sister Qin enjoys sparring with Master. The harder he strikes, the more lovely she becomes. Qin Imochio's cheeks flushed crimson, and she flicked the parrot's head playfully, laughing. You cheeky bird, cease your nonsense. Just then, Hua arrived on her sword, overhearing the exchange between the girl and the bird, and giggled. Sister Qin, what mischief is this little parrot up to now? The Xianyu parrot, spotting Hua, immediately resumed its flattery. Wow. Sister Hua has become even slimmer. Truly, a fairy descended to earth. Hua leapt off her sword, twirling around as she examined herself and exclaimed, I don't feel any slimmer. My backside is still quite ample, adorned in a fitted, water-green dress. She looked even more beautiful and innocent. Standing at 5 feet 7 inches and weighing around 130 pounds, her slender waist was perfectly proportioned, while her curvaceous figure exuded sensuality. Qin Imochio smiled. Sister Hua, your figure is just perfect. Do not lose any more weight. The Xianyu parrot chimed in. So, are you both here to spar with Master again? Hua playfully tapped the parrot's head, retorting, spar? We have come to cultivate together with junior brother Yang. The parrot protested. Do not deceive me. You always end up crying out after being bested by Master, yet you call it cultivation. The holy light tiger even heard you. The two women, blushing with embarrassment, exchanged knowing smiles. You cheeky bird, do not spread rumors about our training with junior brother Yang, or I shall pluck all your feathers. Hua threatened, hands on her hips, gripping the parrot's feathers with mock ferocity. The parrot squawked repeatedly. No, you two are here to spar with Master, right? It's for cultivation. Hua corrected it. The parrot insisted, cultivation is not possible. Master has instructed that he will be in seclusion for the next few days and cannot accompany you. Please be patient for a few days. Is Yang about to break through to the next realm? Qin Imochio asked, simultaneously astonished and elated. It seems so. Junior brother Yang reached the peak of the nascent soul stage a few days ago. We should take our leave so as not to disturb his seclusion. Sister Hua, why not come to my place for a while? Yes, I haven't been to the mysterious mist peak in ages. Let us go. The two women soared away on their swords toward the mysterious mist peak, clad in white and green, resembling celestial beings transcending the mundane. Chapter 92. Reaching the soul separation stage. After 2 days of seclusion and cultivation, Yang Dong finally harmonized his consciousness with the nascent soul within him. At this moment, the nascent soul had transcended its previous form, becoming the true soul. The soul, a fusion of spirit and nascent soul, now possessed the consciousness of the body and formidable spiritual power. With a mere thought, his soul floated out from his body. The realm of soul separation had been achieved. In that instant, as his soul emerged, Yang Dong felt his physical body detach, looking down at himself seated motionless on the ground, akin to a monk in deep meditation, seemingly in a state of suspended animation. He then gazed upon his soul, an ethereal essence capable of passing through any material object. Is this the soul? Yangdong pondered, effortlessly passing through walls to emerge outside. Unsure if the soul possessed offensive capabilities, he struck a distant boulder with his palm. Boom! The boulder shattered into dust. Although he wielded spiritual power, it was still only half of his physical strength. Curious about how far his soul could venture from his body, Yangdong mused, directing his soul to soar into the distance. As Yangdong's primordial spirit drifted farther from his corporeal body, he sensed a gradual diminishment of its mystical power. When his spirit ventured 100 zhang away, it became exceedingly frail, nearly incapable of flight. It appeared that he had reached the limits of his spirit's separation from his body. With determination, Yangdong beckoned his spirit to return. And after a brief sojourn near the bamboo grove, it began to feel the strain of weakness. After all, he had only recently transcended to the out-of-body realm, and his spirit remained comparatively fragile. Subsequently, his spirit floated back into the house and reattached itself to his body. Yangdong, seated in meditation, slowly opened his eyes, gathered his energy, and rose to his feet. Having attained the out-of-body realm, he had 2 days to prepare for the grand competition of the 10 great sects. Oh, these 2 days would serve as a perfect opportunity for rest. Stretching languidly, he cast a cleansing spell upon himself and made his way to his bedroom for a well-deserved slumber. Upon waking the next morning, Yangdong contemplated visiting Qingyun and Ruhua, but quickly reconsidered. With the 10 Great Sects conference approaching in 2 days, if the Heavenly Demon Sect were to launch a surprise attack on the Qingyun Sect, the consequences would be dire. Over a month ago, Elder Chen had relayed troubling news. An attendant and 2 disciples had been slain in Xiaoyuan City, and the identity of the perpetrator remained unknown. Yangdong suspected that it might have been the handiwork of the Heavenly Demon Sect. After all, those who dared to openly target disciples of the Qingyun Sect in Xiaoyuan City were certainly no ordinary sections. The righteous cultivation sects would never stoop to such treachery against the Qingyun Sect, and common evil cultivators would not dare provoke them lightly. Thus, by the process of elimination, the Heavenly Demon Sect appeared most likely. The reasons behind their attack on a mere attendant from the Qingyun Sect remained a mystery to Yangdong for the time being. The Qingyun Sect had annihilated the Blood Fiend Sect, and it was improbable that the Heavenly Demon Sect would remain passive in the face of such an affront. Although he currently possessed 17 5th-tier exotic beasts and 1 6th-tier golden griffin, fewer than 10 were genuinely stationed at the Qingyun Sect. The strength of the Heavenly Demon Sect far surpassed that of the Blood Fiend Sect, making it unlikely that 10 5th-tier magical beasts could adequately defend the Qingyun Sect. Oh, he mused, he should venture into the dark forest in the next couple of days to capture a dozen exotic beasts for the purpose of refining them into spirit pets. This was undoubtedly the swiftest method to bolster the strength of the Qingyun Sect. If he could capture a few 5th-tier beasts and refine them into 6th-tier ones, he would be essentially assured of their safety. Stepping outside, he beheld the holy light tiger sitting cross-legged on the cliff's edge, expelling its inner core and absorbing the ethereal energy of the morning sun. This little creature was quite diligent, practicing for several hours almost every morning and evening. Little light, come here, Yangdong called out to the holy light tiger. Upon hearing its master's summons, the holy light tiger swallowed its inner core back into its body and leapt gracefully to Yangdong's side, nuzzling affectionately against him. Yangdong affectionately stroked its head and said, "Little light, today we shall venture into the dark forest." With that, he mounted the back of the holy light tiger. Over the past 3 months, the holy light tiger had consumed dozens of 3rd and 4th-tier exotic beasts, including their cores. The little creature had grown from an initial weight of over 100 jin to 300 or 400 jin, now comparable in size to an adult Bengal tiger from his previous life. "Master, where are you going? Why didn't you call for me?" The Xianyu parrot squawked as it flitted in from an unknown direction. "All right, come along." Yangdong initially hesitated to invite the parrot, but decided that having the bird to converse with would alleviate boredom. Moreover, the Xianyu parrot had a keen eye for spirit fruits. Riding the holy light tiger and accompanied by the Xianyu parrot, they exited the protective barrier and swiftly headed west toward the dark forest. The holy light tiger, bearing Yangdong, shot through the air like a streak of white light, vanishing from sight in an instant. After about an hour, Yangdong arrived at the dark forest, located 20,000 li away. He directed the holy light tiger straight toward the deepest part of the forest. On his last visit, he had not dared to enter the heart of the dark forest, as his strength had been far too inadequate at that time. Furthermore, the holy light tiger had merely been a small cub then, lacking significant power. Now, having broken through to the out-of-body realm and possessing the primordial holy body, he was more than capable of confronting 5th-tier exotic beasts. Coupled with the holy light tiger's enhanced strength, he felt confident even against 6th-tier beasts. As they journeyed several hundred li deeper, Yang Dong vanquished a dozen third-tier beasts and captured 3 fourth-tier ones. Upon reaching the innermost depths of the dark forest, a blood-red-winged Leopon emitted a fierce roar and leapt from a nearby peak, soaring toward him. A fifth-tier beast, the Nether Shadow Leopon. In the blink of an eye, the Nether Shadow Leopon closed the distance, unleashing a torrent of crimson flames toward Yang Dong. Before he could cast a spell, the Holy Light Tiger conjured a barrier of light, shielding Yang Dong 10 zhang ahead. The crimson flames collided with the barrier, producing a thunderous sound as they rebounded. At that moment, the Nether Shadow Leopon realized that the human it faced was riding a Holy Light Tiger and promptly turned to flee. The Holy Light Tiger, faster than a shooting star, chased after it. It understood that its master likely wished to capture the beast alive, which is why it refrained from attacking. Otherwise, with its current strength, a single burst of light would suffice to slay the Nether Shadow Leopon. Running away, are we? Not so fast. Yang Dong waved his hand and unleashed a spell, sending a violet golden beam hurtling toward the Nether Shadow Leopon. The creature's body erupted with a protective red aura. Boom. The protective aura shattered, and the Nether Shadow Leopon was struck by the violet golden light, letting out a pained howl and nearly plummeting from the air. Truly, it was a formidable fifth-tier beast, resilient against blows. Yang Dong knew well that he could not slay the Nether Shadow Leopon with a single strike. After all, it was a fifth-tier beast. He summoned the heavenly damage mirror, directing its gaze at the Nether Shadow Leopon. A line of information appeared on the back of the mirror. Defensibility lost. Yang Dong cast a binding spell of wind, compressing the surrounding air and constricting it around the Nether Shadow Leopon. The creature found itself immobilized, plummeting from the sky. Were it not for the heavenly damage mirror negating the Leopon's defensive capabilities, Yang Dong's wind binding would not have been sufficient to render it motionless. Yang Dong swiftly descended on the Holy Light Tiger, retrieving his Qingyun bag to capture the fallen Nether Shadow Leopon. Chapter 93. The sixth-tier exotic bird, the Qingyun Sparrow. Yang Dong pressed deeper into the heart of the dark forest. The Xianyu parrot was tasked with locating spirit fruits and herbs, while Yang Dong and the Holy Light Tiger sought out exotic beasts of fourth tier and higher. However, with the Holy Light Tiger's presence, the awe-inspiring aura of the divine beast caused other exotic creatures to flee from afar, resulting in a lack of captures over the course of 2 hours. On his previous visit to the dark forest, the Holy Light Tiger had been too small to instill terror in the other beasts. Now, however, the Holy Light Tiger had grown significantly, its divine aura overwhelming enough to intimidate any beasts below 5th tier from within 100 zhang. Even 5th tier beasts would take flight at the sight of it. It was only the brazen Nether Shadow Leopon that had dared to confront Yang Dong. This won't do. At this rate, we won't catch even 10 beasts in 2 days. Yang Dong urged the Holy Light Tiger to land at the foot of a mountain, then leaped down from its back. Little Light, you should return to the Qingyun bag for now. Though the Holy Light Tiger was somewhat reluctant, it unconditionally obeyed its master's command. Yang Dong retrieved the Qingyun bag and stored the Holy Light Tiger within. He also kept the 6th-tier Golden Griffin in the Qingyun bag, but had no intention of releasing it just yet. He had no need for it. With Yang Dong's current strength, he could single-handedly contend with 6th-tier beasts, especially with the Celestial Damage Mirror in his possession. Moreover, the Golden Griffin, once unleashed, would undoubtedly scare away other beasts. The aura of 6th-tier magical beasts was no trifling matter. It was unlikely that any 6th-tier beasts could be found even in the depths of this dark forest. After securing the Holy Light Tiger in his Qingyun bag, Yang Dong ascended slowly on his sword, searching for other beasts. Without the Holy Light Tiger's presence, beasts of Tier 3 and above no longer fled at the sight of Yang Dong. He dispatched those below Tier 4 directly, yet collected their remains within his spatial ring. For those of Tier 4 and above, he sought to subdue them and confine them in the Qingyun bag. Unbeknownst to him, a day had slipped away. Yang Dong had slain dozens of Tier 3 beasts and captured 8 Tier 4 beasts, along with 2 Tier 5 beasts. Meanwhile, the Xianyu parrot had gathered over 100 spiritual fruits, all of which were of at least mid-grade Xian rank, including 2 low-grade Earth rank fruits. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Yang Dong ventured deeper into the dark forest. Before him lay a dense, black fog that obscured any view of what lay within. No wonder it was called the dark forest. The depths were shrouded entirely in this black mist. Curiosity piqued, Yang Dong refrained from recklessly plunging into the fog. This was the innermost part of the dark forest, enveloped in black mist. Who knew what perils lay hidden within? Nevertheless, this only heightened Yang Dong's intrigue, compelling him to explore further. He soared to a height of 100 feet, surveying the vast expanse of fog-covered mountains that stretched endlessly for hundreds of miles. What kind of place could this center of the dark forest be? How had this black mist formed? Why did it not disperse, but remained concentrated in the depths of the dark forest? Was this a natural phenomenon, or the work of some malevolent entity? A flurry of questions coursed through Yangdong's mind. It was already late. He needed to find a place to rest for the night and venture into the fog tomorrow. Casting a glance at the sun that had already set, he noticed the sky dimming as the darkness gradually enveloped the entire dark forest. He flew back 100 miles or so, alighting at the base of a mountain in a clear area. Releasing the holy light tiger and the golden griffin from his Qingyun bag, he felt secure knowing these two would keep watch through the night. As soon as they were freed, the holy light tiger and the golden griffin began to frolic. The Xianyu parrot joined them, chirping excitedly, "Let us have a fight. Let us have a fight." The golden griffin responded with a fiery breath aimed at the parrot, who narrowly evaded, squawking in alarm, "We're all birds. Must you be so ruthless?" The golden griffin, undeterred, pursued the Xianyu parrot, delivering a series of playful swipes. No matter how swift the parrot was, it could not outpace the strongest 6th-tier magical beast. However, the golden griffin was careful not to genuinely harm its companions. After all, they were all beloved pets of their master and, in essence, a family. "Help, master, tell this nasty lion bird to stop. I'm sorry, oh great griffin. Please don't strike me." The parrot pleaded amidst its evasive maneuvers. The holy light tiger tilted its head, amused by the antics of the Xianyu parrot being chased by the golden griffin. Yangdong couldn't help but chuckle at the scene, waving his hand. "Enough of this mischief. I have matters to attend to. You three keep watch. No creature is to approach within 100 feet. Finally, the golden griffin relented, and the trio spread out to maintain their vigil. Summoning the Chaos Cauldron from within, Yangdong enlarged it to over 10 feet in diameter. He then took flight, first placing the nether phantom leopard into the cauldron. A brilliant light flashed, transforming the leopard into a magnificent snow-white beast adorned with cloud patterns. Towering over 10 feet in height and weighing several tons. A notification appeared above the cauldron. 6th-tier spirit beast, cloud-soaring thunder leopard. The cloud-soaring thunder leopard leaped from the cauldron, kneeling before Yangdong and letting out a howl, seemingly expressing gratitude for its rebirth. The cloud-soaring thunder leopard appears promising, Yangdong mused, a hint of satisfaction crossing his face as he gestured for it to stand aside. "You shall meet the holy light tiger and the others shortly." The leopard complied with a howl and settled obediently to the side. Next, Yangdong refined another 6th-tier avian beast, the azure cloud sparrow. It was a colossal bird with a wingspan exceeding 30 feet, mastering formidable lightning, wind, and metal powers. Subsequently, he transformed all 8 captured Tier 4 beasts into Tier 5 spiritual avian magical beasts, each possessing formidable strength, capable of contending with peak out-of-body cultivators. As for the spiritual herbs and fruits he had collected, Yangdong planned to refine them all at a later time. At this moment, it was still before the second watch of the night. Yangdong sat cross-legged and began to cultivate, employing the Hongmeng Qi refinement technique. Every pore in his body opened wide, rapidly absorbing the influx of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Although he lacked a spirit-gathering formation, the energy here was far denser than outside, making it equivalent to having such a formation. Unbeknownst to him, the night gradually receded like a tide, and the first light of dawn appeared on the eastern horizon. The sun rose gently from the east, casting radiant rays. Yangdong slowly concluded his cultivation, preparing to delve into the depths of the dark forest's black mist today to uncover its mysteries. Chapter 94, Entering the Black Mist Forest. Yangdong gathered all his spirit pets into the Qingyun bag, including the holy light tiger, azure cloud sparrow, and Xianyu parrot. Bringing these spirit pets into the mist-laden jungle could lead to confusion in battle, making it difficult to discern friend from foe. By going alone, he ensured greater convenience for both combat and escape. With his current out-of-body cultivation and the Hongmeng sacred body, he was more than capable of dealing with 6th-tier beasts. Furthermore, he was unsure whether the black mist contained any toxins. He was not afraid. The celestial titan body rendered him immune to all poisons, and now, as a Hongmeng sacred body, he was even more resilient. However, he had no certainty whether his spirit pets could withstand the effects of the black mist. They were precious companions he had labored to capture and refine. Losing them in this forest would be a grave misfortune. After securing all his spirit pets within the Qingyun bag, Yangdong ascended on his sword toward the heart of the dark forest. At this moment, on the edge of the black mist forest, Elder Mo of the Celestial Demon Sect, accompanied by 4 of his most trusted disciples, stood intently observing the mist. "Master, perhaps we should reconsider this risk," one male disciple urged, concern etched on his face. "Indeed, master, this is the deepest part of the dark forest. No one dares to enter the black mist. If we recklessly proceed, the outcome may be dire." A female disciple echoed, her expression filled with anxiety. "If this mist is toxic, we might not withstand it." The four disciples, sensing Elder Mo's intent to enter the black mist, felt trepidation and began to hesitate. They were all favored disciples of Elder Mo, with cultivation levels ranging from early to peak golden core. In the secular world, such prowess would be akin to that of immortals. Even in the grand realm of the Great Zhou, those at the golden core stage are regarded as formidable beings. Yet, deep within the dark fog forest, a practitioner at this stage is merely a weakling. Confronting a third-tier beast poses immense peril, let alone the fact that this place is teeming with fourth-tier beasts and the occasional fifth-tier creature. Accompanying Elder Mo into this perilous domain, they were already trembling with fear, not to mention the daunting task of venturing into the heart of the Black Mist Forest. Elder Mo cast a scrutinizing glance over his four disciples and declared in a grave tone, "It is precisely because no one has ever dared to enter this black fog forest that we must venture forth and uncover its mysteries. There may be various rare treasures and spiritual fruits hidden within. Should we succeed in our exploration, it would be a monumental achievement for the Heavenly Demon Sect, and you might even attain the status of an outer elder in the sect." Elder Mo held the esteemed rank of the second elder within the inner sect of the Heavenly Demon Sect, boasting peak proficiency in the out-of-body stage. He had been ensnared at this pinnacle for decades, unable to break through to the great completion and ascend to the transformation stage. Now in his 600s, his lifespan was dwindling. Only by transcending to the transformation stage could he extend his life to 1,000 years. If he could further ascend to the void return stage before reaching the end of that millennium, his life could extend to 2,000 years. Achieving the void return stage would also grant him the potential to cultivate to the integration stage, the great ascension stage, and even the transcendent stage, possibly leading to immortality. Thus, breaking through the bottleneck of the out-of-body great completion to reach the transformation stage was his most urgent aspiration. For cultivators, there is nothing more paramount than the elevation of one's realm. Elder Mo had exhausted every conceivable method and consumed countless elixirs and spiritual fruits, all to no avail. Consequently, he resolved to take the risk of entering the dark fog forest in search of opportunities that might aid him in breaking through to the transformation stage. Should fortune favor him, not only would his lifespan significantly increase, but he might also have the chance to become a revered figure of the Heavenly Demon Sect, overseeing a branch of the sect. As for why he brought these four disciples along, it was naturally to have them serve as cannon fodder or experimental subjects at critical moments. Unbeknownst to the disciples, who believed their master ventured forth solely for the sake of the sect, Elder Mo's true motives remained concealed. Seeing their master's unwavering resolve to enter the dark fog forest, the four disciples dared not dissuade him further. However, Elder Mo was not without preparations. He summoned a second-tier spirit beast, the red-haired fire wolf, instructing it to venture to the edge of the fog and return after a brief period. If the red-haired fire wolf emerged unscathed, it would indicate that the black mist posed no lethal toxicity, capable of withstanding even a second-tier beast, let alone his golden core disciples. The red-haired fire wolf cautiously entered the black mist, halting as its tail remained outside. Elder Mo cautioned against advancing further, fearing that should the wolf fully enter the mist, it might become lost or perish within. The wolf stood amidst the fog for a considerable time and, upon being called back, showed no signs of distress. This was sufficient evidence that the black mist was not as fearsome as anticipated. Moreover, I have provided you with several high-grade detoxification pills. Elder Mo reassured the four disciples, insisting they consume a dispelling pill daily. After taking the dispelling pills, Elder Mo carefully led his disciples into the black mist. Yang Dong approached the periphery of the black mist, inhaling deeply before stepping cautiously into the dark fog forest. The mist loomed thickly. Even with all his spiritual energy focused in his eyes, he could only discern vague outlines within a Tinjong radius. For cultivators below the nascent soul stage, visibility would likely be limited to mere feet. Yang Dong treaded carefully through the fog, and after walking a few li, he was suddenly met with clarity as the black mist dissipated entirely. Looking skyward, he noted a thin veil of black mist above, yet sunlight managed to penetrate through, illuminating the surroundings. How peculiar. It was as though this mist had been conjured by a powerful entity, forming a barrier around the periphery. Intrigued, Yang Dong continued onward, observing the scenery around him. Towering primordial trees and various unknown flora flourished, appearing even more untamed than those outside. After traversing a distance, he encountered several second and third-tier beasts and gathered a few spiritual fruits. It seemed to bear little difference from the outside world, leaving Yang Dong somewhat disappointed. He had expected the heart of the mist-enshrouded forest to be brimming with high-tier magical beasts and rare spiritual fruits. Yet, despite his journey, he had yet to encounter even a fourth-tier beast. The spiritual fruits and herbs he found were scarce, though of commendable quality, all at least of the Xian rank. As he pressed onward, a series of howls emanated from the right side of the forest. Turning to investigate, he was startled to see 7 or 8 tall and muscular figures wielding various weapons charging towards him with fierce howls. They were not mere wild men. They were werewolves. At the forefront stood a towering red-haired werewolf, brandishing a colossal axe. It possessed the head of a wolf and the physique of a wild man. Its deep crimson fur glistening, limbs robust, and body exuding immense strength akin to a titan. Following this red-haired werewolf were several gray-furred counterparts, slightly smaller, yet still formidable. Each roughly a zhang in height. The red-haired werewolf let out a ferocious howl, leaping into the air with the axe raised, aiming to cleave Yangdong from 10 zhang away. The axe's arc sliced through the air, infused with potent spiritual energy, aimed directly at him. This werewolf possessed considerable strength. A hint of interest flickered across Yangdong's lips, though it was fleeting. He struck out with his palm, summoning a colossal purple-gold hand that surged towards the attacking werewolf. As the werewolf's attack met the purple-gold hand, it vanished without a trace. The impact of the purple-gold hand upon the red-haired werewolf's formidable body resulted in a catastrophic explosion, scattering flesh and blood in all directions. The gray-furred werewolves behind stood in shock, momentarily paralyzed. Yet, rather than flee, they let out a series of howls and brandished their spears toward Yangdong. The thick spears, as robust as a human arm, were imbued with spiritual energy, posing a significant threat. Even a golden core practitioner would need to tread carefully in their presence. However, they were about to confront Yangdong, a master of the out-of-body stage. With a swift incantation, he unleashed a brilliant wave of energy, cleaving through the gray-furred werewolves, severing them in half along with their spears. Yangdong brushed off his sleeves, surveying the fallen werewolf corpses. Each was clad in animal hides and armed with weapons, indicating that they had developed a tribal society. Any civilized being tends to cover their modesty. It was astonishing to discover a werewolf tribe within this black fog forest. This was akin to discovering a hidden paradise. Yangdong felt a twinge of astonishment. Could it be that the black mist surrounding the periphery was a ruse crafted by the werewolf tribe to confuse human cultivators, deterring them from entering this forest? After all, wherever humans tread, destruction often follows, and other beings face the threat of annihilation. Were the werewolves truly capable of conjuring such dense black mist? Yangdong remained skeptical. The dense black mist does not drift aimlessly. Instead, it forms a thick barrier of obscurity several miles deep. Evidently a manifestation of a black fog formation that requires formidable magical prowess to establish. Werewolves, it seems, lack such potent magical abilities. Mastering advanced spells necessitates exceptional insight, unless one possesses an innate talent for a particular magical affinity from birth. Given the inherently low intelligence of werewolves paired with their robust physicality, it is improbable that they could cultivate powerful formations. However, their combat strength is undeniably formidable. The recently encountered red-furred werewolf is undoubtedly on par with a golden core cultivator. The gray-furred werewolves, too, equate to the strength of foundational cultivators among humans. If there exists a werewolf tribe within this black mist forest, it is clear that these werewolves are merely the minions of their kind. Only the lesser beings venture forth to patrol the mountains. A pack of patrolling werewolves, exhibiting both golden core and foundational prowess, suggests that this tribe is indeed quite powerful. How intriguing. Yangdong stroked his chin, a flicker of excitement crossing his face. He truly wished to discover the whereabouts of this werewolf tribe and witness the scale of their community. The corpses of these werewolves yielded no valuables, Yangdong sighed. Acknowledging the poverty of primitive tribes, he continued deeper into the heart of the forest. Elder Mo, accompanied by 4 disciples, entered the black mist forest. Within the dense fog, the 4 golden core disciples could barely discern objects within a yard's reach. Elder Mo, despite being significantly more powerful than Yangdong, could see no further than 5 yards. However, Yangdong, as an honored body of primordial chaos, possessed an extraordinarily robust physique, enabling him to see farther than Elder Mo. Stay close to me. Do not stray beyond 3 yards, Elder Mo commanded, gripping the Baihan sword, cautiously surveying their surroundings. The 4 disciples dared not breathe audibly, closely trailing Elder Mo, each guarding a different direction. After traversing several miles of thick black mist, their surroundings suddenly cleared, revealing a breathtaking vista, much to the astonishment and delight of Elder Mo and his disciples. Indeed, this black mist forest concealed wonders within. Elder Mo's heart raced with excitement. Had the fog persisted, they would have faced grave dangers and likely missed out on discovering rare treasures. The presence of hidden realms within the black mist indicated a secret location. Such realms not only teem with rare materials, but also conceal fortuitous opportunities. Elder Mo led his disciples onward, slaying various exotic beasts and gathering some spiritual fruits and herbs along the way. Suddenly, a pack of howling werewolves charged toward them. Werewolves, be cautious, Elder Mo barked, unleashing a spell before the werewolves could close the distance. The lead werewolf was obliterated by Elder Mo's spell before it could even approach. Is this all? Elder Mo scoffed, disdainfully eyeing the other approaching gray-furred werewolves. Even the red-furred werewolves were merely third-tier beasts. These gray-furred ones seemed to be second-tier. You can handle these gray-furred werewolves. Consider it a form of training. Elder Mo gestured to his 4 disciples. They surged forward with their swords, swiftly dispatching all 7 werewolves with ease. What a thrill. I never imagined there would be werewolves here. This is my first encounter with them. Perhaps there exists a werewolf tribe nearby, one female disciple exclaimed, gazing at the severed body of a werewolf in awe. Her cheeks flushed. Junior sister, remember, these are werewolves. Do not let your thoughts drift astray, lest you lose your focus. A middle-aged male disciple admonished. Elder brother, you misunderstand. I merely meant how large the werewolf's legs are. Not anything else. The female disciple retorted, her face reddening further as she inadvertently compounded her embarrassment. The other 3 male disciples recognized her attempt to mask her shyness. After all, such a sizable form before them was hard to ignore. They hesitated to confront her thoughts directly, as it would be rather awkward. Elder Mo was equally taken aback by the young woman's imagination. In such dire circumstances, her thoughts wandered elsewhere. Scanning his 4 disciples, he declared, enough. Focus your minds and continue onward. The group pressed forward, journeying for over 10 miles until they arrived at the foot of a mountain, where they observed numerous werewolves mining in the distance, occasionally glimpsing some werewolves emerging from the mine, shouldering massive stones that faintly glimmered with a greenish hue. It seems they are excavating spiritual stone mines. One disciple exclaimed in astonishment. This is a high-grade spiritual stone mine, Elder Mo remarked, growing increasingly excited as he observed the werewolves hauling the stones. The stones, emanating a verdant glow, were undoubtedly high-grade spiritual stones. In the realm of cultivation, spiritual stones serve as the most valuable currency, coveted by both cultivators and sects who desperately require them. However, spiritual stone mines are exceedingly rare, and high-grade ones are even more so. To discover such a high-grade spiritual stone mine here is astonishing. Moreover, judging by its scale, this mine could yield tens of thousands of high-grade spiritual stones. Master, should we seize these spiritual stones? One disciple inquired. Just as Elder Mo contemplated whether to advance and claim the stones, they were already discovered. Dozens of tall figures erupted from the forest near the spiritual stone mine, emitting shrill, human-like cries. Human cultivators have entered. Quickly, informed the great priest. Chapter 96. Dark Elves. The figures emerging from the woods bore no resemblance to humans or werewolves. They were tall and slender, with dark brown skin, silver hair, crimson eyes, and pointed ears, both male and female. Witnessing this scene, Elder Mo's 4 disciples stared in disbelief, having never encountered such beings before. They are elves. Dark elves. Elder Mo gasped. Having lived for over 6 centuries, this was his first encounter with the elusive elves. Elves, a formidable race adept in archery and elemental magic, primarily inhabit the primal jungles of the West and North continents or reside within enchanted secret realms. Although elves can also be found in the jungles of the East, they are generally located closer to the central continent. Places like the Tianluo domain have never seen their kind. To unexpectedly encounter elves deep within the dark forest is remarkable. But why are the elves allied with werewolves? Some of the elves donned mage robes, wielding staffs and chanting peculiar incantations. Waves of magic surged toward Elder Mo and his disciples. Poison-tipped steel darts rained down. Massive stones were hurled, fireballs shot forth, and icy blades cleaved through the air. The trees surrounding Elder Mo seemed to come alive, their branches whipping toward them like steel bars. Thick roots burst forth from the ground, swiftly entangling them. Additionally, a dozen elves clad in leather armor wielded magical bows, launching a barrage of enchanted arrows toward Elder Mo and his companions. The roots and branches that sought to ensnare Elder Mo were all repelled by his protective spiritual energy. The prowess of a peak-out-of-body cultivator is not to be trifled with. Elder Mo swung his sword, unleashing a radiant arc that severed 3 elven mages in twain. However, his 4 disciples found themselves in a rather precarious situation. Some wielded swords, diligently cleaving through the entangled roots and branches that ensnared them, while others unleashed fire-based spells upon the trees. Yet, these trees possessed formidable fire resistance and exhibited remarkable agility, making them exceedingly difficult to incinerate. Furthermore, the magical onslaughts cast by the elven mages, coupled with the relentless arrows of the elven archers, rendered their defenses nearly futile. In a fleeting moment, The four disciples found themselves battered and bruised by the barrage of spells and arrows. Fortunately, Elder Immo managed to deflect the majority of the attacks. And given that these disciples were of the Golden Core realm, equipped with some inferior protective artifacts, they were not gravely harmed. Die all of you! Elder Immo bellowed furiously, unleashing a torrent of terrifying spells that swiftly annihilated the dozen or so elves. The mining werewolves fled in sheer panic. It could not be said that the elves were weak. Rather, they had encountered the formidable Elder Immo, whose peak out-of-body cultivation made him nearly invincible throughout the vast realm of Dezhou. Are you all right? Elder Immo inquired, casting a concerned glance at his disciples. They, enduring their pain, shook their heads and produced healing elixirs to consume. At that moment, a group of dozens of elves appeared in the distance, riding the winds. Leading them was a high priest clad in a ceremonial robe with a hood, followed closely by elven archmages. Before they were even within 100 yards, the elven high priest waved his staff, sending forth a luminous orb the size of a water tank, hurtling towards Elder Immo and his disciples. Not good. Run! Elder Immo exclaimed, sensing the terrifying energy of the orb. Even he, at the peak of out-of-body cultivation, could not withstand such a blow. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a streak of light and fled into the distance. The four disciples, caught off guard, had no time to mount their swords for escape before the orb detonated among them. Boom! The orb exploded, radiating a blinding brilliance, obliterating everything within a Qingyun radius into mere powder. The four disciples barely had time to comprehend their impending demise before their bodies disintegrated into nothingness. Damn it! He escaped. The elven high priest's eyes gleamed with a crimson light. As Yangdong pressed onward, a group of several dozen figures clad in robes and leather armor suddenly sprang from the forest, encircling him in a fan-like formation. They were tall, standing about 2 meters, with dark brown skin, silver-white hair, elongated limbs, and sharply pointed ears. Elves? The term flashed through Yangdong's mind, though they appeared to belong to the Dark Elves. Ancient texts described elves as divided into 2 major categories: light elves and dark elves. Light elves, with skin tones of white or pink and hair colors of gold, green, or black, were renowned for their striking beauty and benevolent demeanor. Conversely, dark elves embodied the very opposite of these traits, resembling the figures before him. The leading elven mage, with blood-red eyes, fixed his gaze upon Yangdong, his voice raspy and low. Vile human, how dare you trespass in our territory? Kill him! With a wave of his hand, dozens of dark elves unleashed their assault upon Yangdong. Boom! Whoosh! A barrage of spells and arrows rained down upon him. The branches of nearby trees lashed out like iron chains, while roots, as thick as a man's thigh, erupted from the ground, coiling toward him like great serpents. Damn, they don't waste time, Yangdong muttered, recognizing the dark elf's typical aggressive demeanor. A shimmering purple-golden shield enveloped him, repelling the roots and breaking the branches that struck against it. Spells and arrows collided with the shield, exploding into nothingness. How is this possible? The leading elven mage's expression shifted dramatically. The other mages and archers ceased their futile attacks, gradually retreating. They realized this human cultivator was far too powerful. They stood no chance against him and would surely meet their demise if they did not flee. Now it's my turn, Yangdong sneered, launching a colossal purple-golden fist, forged from primordial energy, toward the leading elven mage. The mage hastily formed hand seals, conjuring a massive copper shield to protect himself. Boom! The copper shield shattered instantly, the purple-golden fist radiating a dazzling brilliance as it struck the group of elves, obliterating several of them and scattering flesh and blood everywhere. A dozen more elves, sensing the impending doom, scattered in all directions. Though their speed was remarkable, they could not escape Yangdong's relentless pursuit. In mere moments, the dark elves were reduced to mere fragments, along with vast swathes of trees. Chapter 97. Light elves with werewolves and elves present. What other monsters lurked within this shadowy forest? Yangdong pondered as he surveyed the ground littered with elven corpses, his curiosity piqued. Upon searching through the remains, he discovered only a ring, the rest of the items having been destroyed. The purpose of the ring remained a mystery, and he promptly stored it within his spatial ring before continuing on his journey. Along the way, he eliminated several third-tier aberrations and captured one fourth-tier beast. He also encountered 3 packs of werewolves and a contingent of dark elves, all of whom fell to his prowess. Arriving at the mouth of a valley, he beheld 2 factions engaged in fierce combat. One group comprised hundreds of dark elves and over 1,000 werewolves, while the other consisted of light elves. These light elves exhibited white or pink skin, dark green and golden hair, and striking sapphire eyes. Even the elderly among them carried an air of grace and dignity. By the heavens, are these not the light elves? Yangdong gasped in astonishment. He had traversed the dark forest for nearly 2 hours, encountering only dark elves and werewolves. Presuming that light elves were absent from this realm, the dark elves had actually allied with the werewolves against the light elves. What a treacherous collusion. Yang Dong smirked inwardly as he observed the battlefield. The light elves were outnumbered by the dark elves. To make matters worse, the dark elves had the support of over 1,000 werewolves, placing the light elves in a perilous position, likely facing encirclement and extermination. Among the werewolves, there were not only gray and red-furred ones, but also a few with purple fur. These purple-furred werewolves were even larger and more robust than their red-furred counterparts, towering at 4 to 5 meters in height. Leading a throng of over 1,000 werewolves, a dozen purple-furred werewolves flanked the light elves, while the dark elves launched a ranged assault, casting spells and firing arrows. Elves were not adept in close combat, but excelled in long-range attacks, functioning as a combination of mages and archers, whereas werewolves thrived in close-quarters combat. This was akin to a strategy where mages complemented the brute strength of barbarians, each enhancing the other's strengths. The light elves formed a conical formation, valiantly resisting the combined onslaught of dark elves and werewolves. However, the sheer number of werewolves and the dark elves' comparable strength to the light elves rendered their efforts increasingly futile. Yang Dong initially considered watching from the sidelines, but upon reflection, he resolved to intervene and assist the light elves. Given his existing enmity with the dark elves and werewolves, he decided to unleash a massacre. With a resolute heart, Yang Dong soared toward the valley, simultaneously casting a spell toward the dark elves. A high-level fire spell, the Fireball of Fury. Behold, dozens of massive fireballs, each the size of a water tank, cascaded from above, crashing into the ranks of the dark elves. Boom, boom, boom. The enormous fireballs erupted, flames surging forth, instantly incinerating several dark elves, while dozens more were engulfed in the inferno, emitting piercing screams. A dark elf mage immediately unleashed a bolt of lightning aimed at the swiftly approaching Yang Dong. Unfazed by the lightning, Yang Dong struck at the dark elf mage with a powerful palm. Crack! The lightning struck Yang Dong, yet his body radiated a brilliant purple-golden light as his protective garments and high-tier golden talisman glimmered with defensive brilliance. The lightning failed to inflict any harm upon him. A colossal purple-golden hand descended from the sky. Boom! The dark elf mage, along with a dozen of his companions, was obliterated into a gruesome pulp. Purple spirit sword, unsheath. Yang Dong commanded, and the sword flew from his back, launching itself into the midst of the dark elves, activating its automatic slaughter mode. Yang Dong plunged into the pack of werewolves, unleashing a flurry of devastating punches. Each strike emanated with unparalleled primordial energy, capable of slaying dozens of werewolves with a single blow. Bang, bang, bang. The purple golden fists swept through, leaving a path of shredded werewolf remains in their wake, causing a significant portion of them to fall. In mere moments, he had decimated more than half of the werewolves. The purple spirit sword had also claimed the lives of over 100 dark elves, along with the fireballs he initially cast and his powerful punches. He had eliminated the leading dark elf mage and numerous elven sorcerers. By now, the ranks of the dark elves were thrown into disarray, and the werewolves were thoroughly routed. The light elves, who had been on the brink of despair, were astonished to witness a human cultivator emerge from nowhere, assisting them against the dark elves and werewolves. The most striking aspect was the overwhelming prowess of this human cultivator. Instantly, the morale of the light elves soared, igniting a counterattack. The dark elves and werewolves, now bereft of the will to fight, began to flee. However, under the relentless pursuit of Yang Dong and the light elves, the hundreds of dark elves and over 1,000 werewolves were entirely annihilated. An elderly figure clad in a white robe, with a long beard, approached Yang Dong, accompanied by several light elves. The elder bowed respectfully and spoke, "Esteemed human cultivator, we are immensely grateful for your assistance. Without it, we would surely have perished at the hands of these malevolent dark elves and werewolves." Fortunately, the ancient continent allowed for mutual understanding of languages among various races. Otherwise, Yang Dong would have found it challenging to communicate with these elves. Yang Dong smiled gently and raised his hand, saying, "There is no need for such formalities, elder. It was but a trifling effort." At that moment, a female elf stepped forward from behind the elder, with her left hand resting on her ample bosom. She bowed gracefully before Yang Dong. Lifting her gaze, she smiled and said, "I am Angelina, the granddaughter of the chief of the Midwa elf clan. We are profoundly thankful for your life-saving intervention. May I inquire your esteemed name?" This female elf stood approximately 2 meters tall, with flowing emerald green hair, delicate pink skin, and a pair of sapphire blue eyes. Her nose was slender and slightly upturned, while her lips were lush and glistening. She possessed long legs that constituted nearly 2/3 of her height, a slender waist, and an ample bosom, exuding an air of noble elegance. I am Yang Dong. Yang Dong assessed the clan chief's granddaughter. Standing before her, he felt dwarfed. Yang Dong, Angelina echoed with a smile, you are our benefactor, and we would like to invite you to our elven tribe, to honor you with the highest of courtesies. What say you, noble benefactor? Eager to learn more about the elven tribe, Yang Dong feigned hesitation for a moment before nodding. It would be my honor to accept your invitation. Please, follow us. Angelina beckoned, leading Yang Dong as they soared toward the depths of the dark forest. After flying several dozen miles, they arrived at the foot of a mountain, where a stone fortress stood. Surrounding the fortress were rows of mushroom-topped wooden houses, numbering in the thousands. This is the home of our Midwa elf clan. Angelina gestured toward the distant structures, introducing them to Yang Dong. As she glided through the air, her long emerald hair danced behind her, her smooth pink skin radiant, and her form-fitting white robe billowed in the wind, giving her an ethereal appearance. Not only was Angelina exceptionally beautiful, but the other male and female elves were equally striking. With fair skin for the males and rosy skin for the females, all possessing tall, elegant figures without a single corpulent individual among them. Fortunately, Yang Dong himself was handsome, and after refining the sacred body of primordial chaos, he appeared even more like a celestial being. Otherwise, he might have felt somewhat self-conscious in the presence of such alluring elves. Yang Dong flew alongside Angelina and inquired, how many members does your Midwa elf clan have? We have over 5,000, Angelina replied. Over 5,000 elves, quite a significant tribe, Yang Dong remarked. And how many dark elves are there? Angelina shook her head. I'm not entirely sure, but they should be no fewer than us. Initially, our powers were evenly matched with the dark elves, but in the past 2 years, they have allied with the werewolf clan to combat us, seizing our territory until we are left with barely a few dozen miles around our tribe. It was no wonder that upon entering this misty forest, he encountered only werewolves and dark elves. Vast swathes of land had already fallen under the control of the dark elves and werewolves. Just as Yang Dong was about to inquire about the nature of the dark mist, they arrived at the tribe, where the elves gracefully descended to return to their respective homes. Angelina and the elder led Yang Dong to the courtyard in front of the stone fortress. A few elf guards stood before the fortress. Upon seeing Angelina and the elder in white robes, they greeted them with bows. Miss Angelina, Elder Gru, you have returned. After the formalities, the guards curiously eyed Yang Dong, the human among them. This place had never seen a human before. And now Angelina and Elder Gru were bringing a human cultivator. It was indeed peculiar. Come, I will take you to meet my grandfather, Angelina said, grasping Yang Dong's hand as they began to enter the fortress. One of the elf guards hurriedly interjected, the clan chief is currently engaged in divination. We kindly request that you do not disturb him for now. Very well, we shall wait a moment, Angelina replied, releasing Yang Dong's hand with a smile. At that moment, within the great hall of the fortress, an elderly figure in a gray robe with a beard that reached his chest was performing divination with several bamboo slips and turtle shells. He was the clan chief of the Midwa elf clan, Angelina's grandfather, Reed. As the divination progressed, the expressions on the elder's face shifted from sorrow to joy, then to shock, and finally, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. The Midwa elf clan has divine assistance. After collecting the bamboo slips and turtle shells, the elder bowed reverently 3 times toward the spirit of the elves depicted at the head of the hall. Soon after, he exited the hall. Grandfather, upon seeing her grandfather emerge, Angelina joyfully called out and rushed to embrace him. My dear Angelina, you have indeed returned safely. The elderly clan leader gently embraced his granddaughter, a look of profound relief illuminating his countenance. Grandfather, did you foresee that I would be in peril? Angelina released her hold and, with curiosity, gazed at the clan leader. The elder nodded slightly. I just performed a divination, and the omens revealed a dire portent. Just as I was engulfed in sorrow, the signs abruptly shifted, and a fortunate star emerged, transforming calamity into blessing. Angelina smiled and remarked, Grandfather, your divination is remarkably accurate. We were besieged by dark elves and werewolves in the Stone Valley, and had it not been for the intervention of a savior, we would have perished there. Elder Gru, standing nearby, concurred. Indeed, Angelina speaks the truth. The situation in the Stone Valley was exceedingly perilous. With the Grand Elder of the Dark Elves leading hundreds of elven mages and archers, alongside over 1,000 werewolves, we were utterly overwhelmed. In that critical moment, this human cultivator appeared and aided us in vanquishing all those dark elves and the 1,000-strong werewolf horde. Angelina stepped forward, grasping Yang Dong's hand, and said to the clan leader, Grandfather, this is Yang Dong, the benefactor who saved us. The elder's face registered astonishment as he turned his gaze toward Yang Dong. extending his hand to his chest in a gesture of respect. I am profoundly grateful to Master Yang for rescuing Angelina and my kin. The Midwa clan shall undoubtedly repay your kindness. Yang Dong smiled gently. There is no need for such formalities, Elder. Fate brought me here, and I felt compelled to assist you against those malevolent dark elves and werewolves. The clan leader addressed Elder Gru. Gru, please make arrangements for a banquet. We shall host this esteemed guest with the utmost ceremony. Elder Gru bowed slightly and departed. Master Yang, please accompany this old man to the grand hall. The clan leader gestured invitingly to Yang Dong. Yang Dong nodded and followed the elder into the ancient castle's grand hall, with the enchanting Angelina trailing behind him. Master Yang, please take a seat, the clan leader invited, gesturing toward a chair on the left side of the hall, while he settled into the one on the right. Angelina chose a chair beside Yang Dong's tea table. Two tall, fair-skinned elven maidens approached, bringing spiritual fruits and tea, placing them on the table beside Yang Dong. After exchanging pleasantries, both the clan leader and Yang Dong harbored questions they wished to pose. The clan leader cautiously began. Did Master Yang enter this fog-laden forest alone? Yang Dong sipped the spiritual tea and nodded. Indeed. The clan leader smiled faintly. No human has ever ventured into this fog-laden forest before. Master Yang must be the first to dare such a feat. His inquiry subtly hinted at why Yang Dong had risked entering this treacherous domain, as the elves, who had long resided deep within this dark forest, preferred to remain undisturbed by humanity. However, given Yang Dong's role as the Midwa clan's savior, the elder refrained from directly questioning him about his motives, instead framing his thoughts as a statement. Yang Dong understood the elder's implication and responded. It is not that no one has ever entered this fog-laden forest. Rather, those who did either perished at the hands of the dark elves or retreated in fear. The clan leader stroked his white beard and nodded. Master Yang's analysis is quite astute. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Dong inquired, Elder, may I pose a question that may or may not be appropriate? The clan leader smiled warmly. As the benefactor of the Midwa elves, feel free to ask anything. If I possess the knowledge, I shall answer truthfully. Yang Dong asked, what is the origin of this dark fog? The clan leader replied, this fog is a deceptive barrier conjured by the Dark Elf King, intended to confound your kind and prevent human cultivators from invading and disrupting our peace. At this point, the elder sighed wryly. In truth, even without human cultivators intruding, would there be peace here? So, it is indeed the Dark Elf King's creation. Yang Dong had anticipated this answer. The fog was not a natural phenomenon, but rather a magical trap set by a formidable power. It became evident that the Dark Elf King possessed substantial prowess. Yang Dong plucked a dragon scale fruit from the platter and took a bite, asking, what is the cultivation level of this Dark Elf King? The elder, stroking his snowy beard, replied thoughtfully, I have battled the Dark Elf King several times. His cultivation likely reaches the peak of the transformation stage. The peak of the transformation stage? Astonishingly powerful. Yang Dong marveled inwardly. Nevertheless, he felt no fear. While he was still in the early stages of the out-of-body realm, his formidable Hongmeng sacred body could hold its own against a master at the transformation stage. Moreover, he had 3 6th-tier magical beasts, each on par with a fully realized transformation stage cultivator, and he possessed several trump cards, including a holy light tiger and the heavenly destruction treasure mirror. Surely your cultivation is not beneath that of the Dark Elf King? Yang Dong queried, having taken another bite of the dragon scale fruit. If the elder had indeed engaged the Dark Elf King in battle, it was evident that his cultivation must at least match that of the Dark Elf King. Otherwise, the Dark Elf King would have long led his army to annihilate the Midwa clan. The clan leader nodded slightly. I have fought the Dark Elf King on several occasions, with victories and defeats on both sides, making it difficult to ascertain who is stronger. He regarded Yang Dong with an expression of admiration, saying, Master Yang, at such a young age, you have attained the out-of-body realm. You are truly a prodigy among humans. The elder had previously used his spiritual sense to assess Yang Dong's cultivation. Upon reaching the transformation stage, one gains spiritual awareness, allowing them to perceive their surroundings. The higher the cultivation, the further the range of perception. The elder found himself astonished by this young man. A youth appearing to be under 20 years of age had achieved the out-of-body realm. What an extraordinary prodigy. Reflecting on his recent divination, the elder mused that perhaps Yang Dong was indeed the benefactor destined to save the Midwa clan. In his divination, he first foreseen dire omens for his granddaughter Angelina, followed by a shift in the signs indicating a fortunate star to come to their aid. He then divined that the Midwa clan would face several grave tribulations, yet would find benefactors to assist them, ultimately turning misfortune into good fortune. From the current circumstances, Yang Dong's arrival had indeed saved Angelina and hundreds of elven kin, marking him as the auspicious star in the divination. However, Could Yang Dong's cultivation truly alter the fate of the Midwa clan when faced with impending doom? As an early-stage out-of-body cultivator, he would struggle against the Dark Elf King at the peak of the transformation stage. Not to mention the 3 high priests under the Dark Elf King, each at the initial transformation level, far beyond Yang Dong's capabilities. Yet, if Yang Dong were not the benefactor, who else could it be? Unaware of the elder's contemplations, Yang Dong simply smiled. "Elder, you flatter me. My humble cultivation pales in comparison to your esteemed presence." Angelina interjected, "Grandfather, Master Yang's prowess surpasses merely the out-of-body realm. He single-handedly dispatched a powerful dark elf mage in a single strike, and he decimated over half of the 1,000 werewolves in mere moments. His abilities are hardly inferior to yours." The elder was taken aback. "Angelina, are you speaking the truth? The Grand Elder of the Dark Elves possesses at least a late-stage out-of-body cultivation, if not the pinnacle, yet he was slain by Yang Dong in a single blow? Such strength must surely indicate that he has reached the initial transformation stage. Moreover, to single-handedly fell hundreds of werewolves in a brief span is an extraordinary feat. However, probing Yang Dong's cultivation with divine sense clearly revealed that he was merely at the early stage of the out-of-body realm. What could possibly explain this? Could it be that Yang Dong had concealed his true level of cultivation? The old patriarch was secretly astonished. For Yang Dong to hide his cultivation level before someone at the pinnacle of the transformation god stage, he would need to possess a level of cultivation that surpassed even that. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to evade the scrutiny of the old patriarch's divine sense. One must at least reach a level above the opponent's to successfully conceal their true capabilities from divine perception. If this were indeed the case, then the benefactor destined to rescue the Mi Duo fairy clan could very well be Yang Dong. It was imperative to treat this man with the utmost hospitality. It would be even better if he took a liking to Angelina. The old patriarch mused inwardly. Just then, a male elf entered to announce that the banquet was ready. The old patriarch led Yang Dong and Angelina out of the grand hall. Before them lay a vast expanse of lawn, adorned with hundreds of bonfires, each supporting a large pot. Within these pots, various wild delicacies simmered, bubbling and releasing a fragrant steam. Young female elves carried stacks of ceramic bowls filled with spiritual fruits and vegetables, placing them around each pot. Strong male elves cradled jars of spiritual wine, setting them down nearby. As the old patriarch emerged with Yang Dong, a chorus of cheers erupted from the throngs of elves outside. Young, beautiful female elves began to perform an enchanting elven dance, circling around Yang Dong in a lively display of song and movement. Angelina, too, swayed her alluring form close to Yang Dong, her arms gracefully entwining around him, her long legs occasionally draping over his shoulders. The sultry and delicate dance caused Yang Dong's handsome face to flush, leaving him momentarily stiff and bewildered. Eventually, he relaxed and joined Angelina in the dance. Due to Angelina's height, there were moments when, as she wrapped her arms around his neck, Yang Dong's face would end up nestled between her ample bosom. After a while of dancing, they settled down to feast. Yang Dong and the old patriarch sat at the center, closest to the largest pot, surrounded by a dozen esteemed elders of the Mi Duo clan. The pot bubbled with the meat of spiritual birds and exotic beasts, enriched with various seasonings. "Come, let us raise a bowl in honor of Master Yang," declared the old patriarch, standing up with a large ceramic bowl filled with spiritual wine. All the elves rose, lifting their bowls in salute to Yang Dong, downing their drinks in one go. Yang Dong quickly stood as well, raising his own bowl filled with spiritual wine in a toast to the old patriarch and all the elves, gulping it down in a single breath. Once seated again, he grasped a piece of spiritual bird meat with long bamboo chopsticks and took a hearty bite. The flavor was delightful, enhanced by the addition of wild spiritual peppers, truly whetting his appetite. He tossed a handful of spiritual vegetable leaves into the bubbling pot, swished them around, and then lifted them to his mouth with great satisfaction. Wasn't this akin to a grand hot pot? Yet, it surpassed the hot pots of his past life in taste. After all, both the main ingredients and seasonings were incomparable to the technological marvels of his former world. Having indulged heartily, Yang Dong patted his belly in contentment. Finding the flavor 10 times superior to the cuisine at Qingyun Sect, he had consumed at least 10 pounds of spiritual meat, several pounds of spiritual vegetables, and a large jar of spiritual wine. Don't ask how he managed to fit so much. If a cultivator lacked even this level of absorption, what right did they have to pursue immortality? Glancing at the sky, he noticed the sun was nearly setting. "I must take my leave," Yang Dong announced, rising to address the old patriarch. "It's getting late. I should return." The old patriarch urged him to stay longer. "Master Yang, why not remain a few more days? It would give us a chance to properly host you." "Thank you for your kind offer, but I have matters to attend to at my sect tomorrow and must return tonight," Yang Dong replied. The sect was organizing a trip to Xiaoyuan City for the grand competition among the 10 great sects, and as a venerable elder of Qingyun Sect, he could not afford to linger here. Seeing that Yang Dong was determined to leave, the old patriarch ceased his insistence and said, "Master Yang, please accompany me. I have 2 items to bestow upon you." With that, he led Yang Dong back into the grand hall, with Angelina following closely behind. The old patriarch retrieved a white crystal sphere from his spatial ring and handed it to Yang Dong. "Master Yang, you saved Angelina, and I have little to offer in return. This is a thunder magic crystal sphere. Carrying it will double the power of your lightning spells. Please accept it." Chapter 100, The Teleportation Scroll. A thunder magic crystal sphere that doubles lightning power. What a remarkable gift, Yang Dong thought to himself, considering that if he refined it further in a treasure cauldron, the effects might even be multiplied again. "Old patriarch, you are too generous. I cannot possibly accept this." Yang Dong feigned modesty, but the old patriarch insisted, forcing it into his hands, leaving him little choice but to accept it reluctantly. "Old patriarch, Angelina, I must take my leave," Yang Dong said, gesturing to both of them. Angelina looked at him with a hint of reluctance. "Master Yang, when will you visit the Mi Duo tribe again?" Yang Dong smiled gently. "That is uncertain, perhaps in a few days, or perhaps in several years. If all goes well, I may not return to this misty forest." Angelina's beautiful face displayed a hint of disappointment as she inquired, "Which sect do you cultivate in, Master Yang?" "I am with Qingyun Sect," he replied. "Where is Qingyun Sect?" Angelina asked, her face puzzled as she turned to her grandfather. The old patriarch responded, "Qingyun Sect is one of the 10 great sects of the Great Zhou. It lies approximately 20,000 miles to the east." Yang Dong nodded slightly. I did not expect the old patriarch, residing deep within this misty forest, to be so well informed about our Qingyun Sect. The old patriarch stroked his beard and chuckled. "I have lived for over 1,000 years. If I had not heard of Qingyun Sect, what a waste that would have been." The revelation that the old patriarch was over 1,000 years old astonished Yang Dong, confirming that elves indeed possessed lifespans far exceeding that of humans. He silently marveled. It is known that even human cultivators who reach the transformation god stage struggle to live for a millennium. Surely, Angelina must also be 200 or 300 years old, he thought, casting a curious glance towards her but refraining from asking. After all, it is considered impolite to inquire about a woman's age. Angelina gazed at Yang Dong with her sapphire eyes. "Master Yang, may I visit you at Qingyun Sect in the future?" Yang Dong hesitated for a moment. "The outside world is fraught with danger. It would be unwise for a young lady like you to wander out alone, especially with the potential for encountering malevolent cultivators. I doubt your grandfather would approve." The old patriarch pondered. "Indeed, there are many wicked human cultivators out there, but if you were to use a teleportation portal, then it would be entirely safe." "A teleportation portal?" Yang Dong's eyes lit up. He had certainly heard of such formations. They were advanced spatial arrays, and it was rare for even the 10 great sects to possess knowledge of them. Could it be that the old patriarch had mastered teleportation arrays? If he could learn this technique from the old patriarch, it would greatly facilitate future travel to and from the sect. The old patriarch nodded slightly, explaining, "Our Mi Duo fairy clan's first chieftain mastered the teleportation portal technique and left behind 100 pairs of teleportation scrolls. Only 1 pair remains now." With that, the old patriarch produced 2 scrolls from his storage ring, elaborating, "When you open the scrolls and recite the incantation, they will transform into a teleportation portal. Once both scrolls have been activated, you can traverse freely between the 2 portals." Upon hearing the old patriarch's explanation, Yang Dong understood. A teleportation array consists of 2 portals, hence the need for 2 scrolls. The venerable elder spoke to me, but what could his words possibly mean? Could it be that he intends to bestow upon me these teleportation scrolls? Yang Dong guessed half correctly. The elder presented 1 scroll to Angelina and handed the other to Yang Dong. "This particular scroll is a gift from Master Yang. In the future, should Master Yang wish to visit this place, he can unroll the scroll to activate the portal and traverse through it. The incantation is..." The elder imparted the spell required to open the portal to Yang Dong. Such a precious teleportation scroll, how could I possibly accept it? Yang Dong hesitated, contemplating whether to accept the gift. Although possessing this scroll would certainly facilitate travel to the Middle-Elf tribe, he had no intention of frequent visits. Moreover, the 2 portals are bidirectional, meaning that Angelina could also cross through the portal to visit him at any time. What if he happened to be in the midst of training with his 2 senior sisters when a beautiful elven maiden suddenly appeared through the portal? Wouldn't that be quite awkward? However, the elder insisted, thrusting the scroll firmly into Yang Dong's hands. "Master Yang, please accept this teleportation scroll. The Middle-Elf tribe may soon face dire peril, and should Angelina need to escape to Qingyun Sect, I hope you will take good care of her." With that, the elder bowed deeply to Yang Dong. Yang Dong understood the underlying meaning of the elder's words. Given the current circumstances, the Middle-Elf tribe was indeed in grave danger. The Dark Elves had allied with the Werewolf clan and were pressing closer, nearly reaching the elven homeland. If one day the Dark Elf King and the Werewolf King, accompanied by their legions, were to descend upon this place, the Middle-Elf tribe could very well face annihilation. Thus, the elder was essentially entrusting the safety of his granddaughter Angelina to him. If Yang Dong did not activate the portal, Angelina would be unable to escape the Black Mist Forest, as a unidirectional portal could not facilitate such a passage. The elder felt reassured. Should the Midder tribe indeed face calamity, Angelina would come to inform him, and he would certainly assist them in combating the Dark Elves and Werewolves. Yang Dong nodded solemnly. The Midder Elf tribe had treated him with warmth akin to that of family, and he would not stand idly by while the Dark Elves and Werewolves sought to obliterate them. If he were to aid the Midder tribe in vanquishing the Dark Elves and Werewolves, he would become their great benefactor. The elder would likely bestow upon him even more treasures. Yet, what Yang Dong truly desired was the elven teleportation array. Thank you, Master Yang. Upon hearing Yang Dong's agreement, the elder was overwhelmed with emotion and bowed once more. Farewell, elder and Angelina. Yang Dong clasped his fists in salute to the elder and Angelina. The elder and Angelina escorted Yang Dong out of the grand hall, and as all the Midder Elves watched, Yang Dong soared away on his sword. At the Heavenly Demon Sect, the Soul Annihilation Master sat cross-legged upon the high dais of the main hall, flanked on either side by dozens of inter-sect elders. The Soul Annihilation Master declared, "Tomorrow marks the day of the grand competition among the 10 great sects, held every decade. I hope that this time, our Heavenly Demon Sect can fully suppress the Void Sect, demonstrating the advancements we have made over the past 10 years, ensuring they dare not act recklessly or engage in subterfuge." The Grand Elder rose and bowed, saying, "Respected Master, I believe that while the Qingyun Sect participates in the grand competition, our Heavenly Demon Sect should seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on them, which would also serve to intimidate the forces behind the Qingyun Sect." The Grand Elder's proposition received unanimous agreement from the other elders, who nodded in approval. Chapter 101, The Thunder Crystal Sphere. The Heavenly Demon Sect was notorious for its sinister and brutal methods, seizing any opportunity to act without scruple. Although the Qingyun Sect had not engaged in direct conflict with the Heavenly Demon Sect, the destruction of the Blood Fiend Sect had left a lingering resentment. Now, with the grand competition among the 10 great sects approaching, it was indeed within their character to exploit this chance to attack the Qingyun Sect. The Soul Annihilation Master nodded slightly in response. It has been over 3 months since the Blood Fiend Sect was eradicated. Our Heavenly Demon Sect has refrained from striking against the Qingyun Sect, and they must have lowered their guard by now. With the Spirit Beast Sect likely having taken their 5th-tier beasts away from the Qingyun Sect for the competition, they are at their most vulnerable. Elders Ji, Zhu Lu, and he, you 4 shall lead 1,000 inner disciples to the Qingyun Sect tomorrow night, and annihilate them completely. The 4 elders rose and bowed in unison. We shall obey your command. These 4 elders were all at the pinnacle of the out-of-body realm, more than capable of obliterating the Qingyun Sect. The Soul Annihilation Master continued, during the grand competition, any disciples of the Qingyun Sect encountered must be killed. The assembly of elders responded in unison, affirming their understanding. Where is Elder Lu? The Soul Annihilation Master scanned the hall, only then realizing that Elder Lu was absent from the meeting. An elder bowed, saying, "Respected Master, Elder Lu has gone to the Dark Forest with a few disciples and should be returning shortly." Just as he spoke, Elder Lu entered the grand hall. Approaching the center, he clasped his hands in salute to the Soul Annihilation Master seated above. "Greetings, respected Master. Elder Lu, what did you harvest from the Dark Forest?" The Soul Annihilation Master inquired slowly. He was aware that Elder Lu had been stuck at the pinnacle of the out-of-body realm for nearly a century without a breakthrough, and had made multiple attempts to enter the Dark Forest in search of spiritual herbs and fruits to aid his advancement to the divine transformation realm. Elder Lu replied, "Respected Master, I ventured into that area shrouded in black mist today." At this declaration, the elders in the hall were taken aback. They had all observed the black mist at the deepest part of the Dark Forest, but none had dared to venture inside. The mist was too eerie, and no one was willing to risk their lives by entering. The 5th-tier beasts within the depths of the Dark Forest were already formidable adversaries, and it was certain that even more terrifying creatures lurked within the black mist. No one dared to take that risk. Even the Soul Annihilation Master himself would not easily enter that area. To their astonishment, Elder Lu had dared to breach the black mist. Even more surprisingly, he had emerged alive. "Oh, you entered that black mist forest? How far did you go? What did you find within?" The Soul Annihilation Master was visibly intrigued. Bombarding him with questions, Elder Lu responded, "The black mist is only 4 or 5 li thick. Once one passes through a few li of black mist, The interior is clear and indistinguishable from the periphery. The elders listened in secret amazement. Yet, at that moment, none dared to interrupt. They were eager to hear Elder Lu continue. In the Black Mist Forest, there reside both werewolves and elves. These werewolves and elves possess formidable strength, and they seem to have control over this Black Mist Forest. Werewolves and elves? The Soul Annihilation Master raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile creeping onto his lips. This is quite interesting. Proceed. Elder Lu continued. We eliminated several squads of werewolves and elves and arrived at the foot of a mountain, where we discovered the werewolves mining a high-grade spirit stone vein. We dispatched those werewolves and elves, but this attracted the attention of the Dark Elf High Priest. Had I not escaped swiftly, I would have surely fallen to the hands of that Dark Elf High Priest. Upon hearing Elder Lu's account, all the elders collectively gasped in astonishment. Elder Lu, a master at the pinnacle of the out-of-body realm, had nearly been killed by this Elven High Priest. It seemed that this Elven High Priest's strength was at least at the peak of the out-of-body realm, if not at the divine transformation realm. Who would have thought that such powerful dark elves resided within this Black Mist Forest? The Soul Annihilation Master's eyes gleamed with intensity, and his smile grew broader as he looked at Elder Lu, asking, "Did you make any other discoveries?" Elder Lu replied, "Aside from encountering werewolves and dark elves, I did not come across any other formidable beasts or races. Esteemed one, the Dark Forest is abundant with rich spirit stone mines and various celestial treasures. My subordinates believe that our heavenly demon sect should venture into this shrouded woodland, annihilate the dark elves and werewolves within, and claim all the spirit stones and treasures for ourselves." Among the elders in the Grand Hall, some nodded in agreement, others shook their heads slightly, while some remained silent with furrowed brows. Elder Lu's proposal, of course, was not without personal motives. Firstly, he sought vengeance for his 4 direct disciples, and secondly, he hoped to find spirit fruits and elixirs in the Dark Forest that could aid him in breaking through his current bottleneck. The Grand Elder was the first to voice opposition. Elder Lu's suggestion is far too perilous. We are not adequately informed about the true dangers lurking in the Dark Forest. A single Elven High Priest has already reached the early stages of spirit transformation. Who knows if there are even more formidable beings than this High Priest? Elder Lu retorted, "In tribes, the High Priest is typically the most powerful, even if he has reached the early stages of spirit transformation. Our esteemed one could easily contend with him. Furthermore, our heavenly demon sect possesses dozens of out-of-body practitioners and over 100 nascent soul experts, sufficient to level the Dark Forest. What if we suffer defeat? What is there to fear?" After all, Elder Lu has little time left, and it would not be a loss to have so many elders from the heavenly demon sect accompany him in death. Just as the Grand Elder was about to counter, the soul-extinguishing elder spoke slowly. "This matter requires careful deliberation. After the grand competition of the 9 great sects, I shall personally venture into the Dark Forest to discern its true nature." The assembly of elders bowed in unison. "Your wisdom is unparalleled, esteemed one." Yang Dong soared out of the dark mist on his sword, summoning the Holy Light Tiger from his spatial pouch, and rode toward the direction of the Azure Cloud sect. If he were to fly on his sword, the distance of over 20,000 miles would take at least 4 to 5 hours, consuming considerable spiritual energy. However, the Holy Light Tiger's speed was vastly superior. After a little over an hour, Yang Dong returned to the Azure Cloud sect atop the Holy Light Tiger, now fully enveloped in darkness. Upon entering his abode, he conjured a flame of light to illuminate the room. With a mere thought, he summoned the treasure cauldron and refined all the spirit fruits and elixirs harvested from the Dark Forest. "Oh, the thunder magic crystal ball bestowed upon me by the old patriarch. Perhaps it could be refined within the cauldron to observe any changes." With this thought, Yang Dong retrieved the magic crystal ball from his spatial ring and placed it within the cauldron. A flash of white light enveloped the scene, transforming the crystal ball into a more lustrous orb, its interior shimmering with brilliance. The cauldron displayed a line of information. Thunder magic crystal ball, superior grade. Carrying this item increases the power of thunder spells by up to 5-fold. Excellent. Yang Dong beamed with joy, retrieving the magic crystal ball from the cauldron and storing it back into the spatial ring on his finger. Tomorrow, he would head to Xiaoyuan City to participate in the grand competition of the 9 great sects, where Ru Hua and Mo Chio would undoubtedly take the stage. Yes, it would be prudent to prepare a few exquisite magical artifacts for their protection. He now possessed over 100 magical artifacts, most acquired from the 4 supreme elders of the Blood Fiend sect and the father-son duo of Lung Xiao, with some obtained from other elders of the Blood Fiend sect. The artifacts from the 4 supreme elders and the Lung family were all at least superior grade, with some being exquisite, alongside 4 inferior grade spirit tools. He had yet to refine these 4 inferior grade spirit tools, and it was time to do so, gifting them to his 2 senior sisters for their defense. Chapter 102, Refining 4 Spirit Tools. He placed the 4 inferior-grade spirit tools into the treasure cauldron. After a flash of white light, a cerulean sword, a pair of black boots, a protective talisman, and a binding rope emerged from the cauldron. The cauldron displayed 4 lines of information. Qingyun Sword, superior-grade spirit tool. Injuries inflicted by this sword will instill psychological fear. The greater the damage, the greater the fear. Ineffective against those at the combined body stage and above. Phantom Boots. Superior-grade spirit tool. Wearing them increases speed 3-fold. Diamond Protective Talisman. Medium-grade spirit tool. Wearing it can withstand any attacks from out-of-body practitioners. Beast Binding Rope. Medium-grade spirit tool. Can automatically track and bind creatures of the 5th rank or below, or out-of-body practitioners. Not bad. These 4 spirit tools will ensure my 2 senior sisters' safety. Yang Dong stored the 4 spirit tools in his spatial ring and then withdrew the cauldron back into his body. Stepping outside, he approached the small courtyard where the Holy Light Tiger sat cross-legged on a stone, absorbing the moonlight for cultivation. The Xianyu parrot was perched on the Holy Light Tiger, fast asleep. Little parrot, go fetch Sister Ru Hua and Sister Qin, Yang Dong called out. The Xianyu parrot jolted awake. Master, do you wish to spar with the 2 sisters? I shall summon them immediately. With that, it took off towards the direction of the mysterious peak. Watching the mischievous bird, Yang Dong shook his head and chuckled. The Xianyu parrot effortlessly flew to the barrier outside Qin Imochio's residence and called out, Sister Qin, Master wishes to spar with you. Hurry over. Qin Imochio was cultivating indoors when she heard the parrot's voice. Her heart leaped with joy, and she quickly concluded her practice, soaring on her sword toward Yang Dong's dwelling. After summoning Qin Imochio, the parrot swiftly flew to Ru Hua's residence. Moments later, Qin Imochio and Ru Hua arrived at Yang Dong's abode one after another. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Having not practiced together for several days, they were both eager to reunite. The trio practiced together for over 2 hours before concluding their session. Yang Dong, have you broken through to the out-of-body stage? Ru Hua nestled against Yang Dong's left side, inquiring. Yes, I reached the out-of-body stage a few days ago. Yang Dong embraced both of them, planting a kiss on each cheek. What stages have you both attained? Ru Hua replied. I have reached the late foundation establishment stage, having absorbed over 300 superior spirit stones. Qin Imochio added, I am at the mid-foundation establishment stage, which is 1 rank lower than Ru Hua. Over the past 3 months, I have absorbed more than 2,000 superior spirit stones. In just 3 months. Going from the 8th layer of Qi refinement to the mid-foundation establishment stage is an exceptional cultivation speed across the entire ancient continent. This remarkable progress is attributed not only to Qin Imochio's innate spiritual body, but also to the exquisite spirit-gathering array Yang Dong set up for her. Along with the substantial absorption of spirit stones, Ru Hua, having been refined into the heavenly divine body just over a month ago, has also surged from the early foundation establishment stage to the late foundation establishment stage. Do not worry about the spirit stones. Feel free to absorb them. If you run low, I shall provide more. By the way, I have a few spirit tools to gift you. Yang Dong rose, donned his attire, and retrieved the 4 spirit tools from his spatial ring. This is the Qingming Sword, a superior grade spirit tool. Injuries inflicted by this sword will instill psychological fear. The greater the damage, the greater the fear. This is the Phantom Boots, a superior grade spirit tool. Wearing them increases speed 3-fold. This is the Diamond Protective Talisman, a medium-grade spirit tool. Wearing it can withstand any attacks from out-of-body practitioners. And this is the Beast Binding Rope, a medium-grade spirit tool. It can automatically track and bind creatures of the 5th rank or below, or out-of-body practitioners. Yang Dong introduced each spirit tool in turn. Wow, all spirit tools. You're giving us so many? Ru Hua and Qin Imochio exclaimed in astonishment, their mouths agape wider than during their cultivation. Yang Dong chuckled, of course. They are for you. These spirit tools hold little value for me. Each of you may choose 2. Feel free to select. Although not all of these spirit tools are without merit to him, such as the Phantom Boots, which would greatly assist Yang Dong by tripling his speed. He had an abundance of hidden trump cards and, as the Primordial Sacred Body, did not lack for such boots, preferring to leave them for his 2 sisters. The Qingming Sword instills fear upon inflicting wounds, causing foes, be they beasts or humans, to lose their will to fight, either fleeing or surrendering. It can be said that this sword is rather formidable, provided one can indeed strike their opponent. Only the more grievously one is injured, the greater the fear instilled in the opponent. However, this proves ineffective against cultivators above the combined realm. As Yang Dong's strength continues to ascend, this sword indeed becomes somewhat superfluous for him. The Beast Binding Rope and the Diamond Body Protection Talisman are only effective against those in the out-of-body realm. rendering them even less useful to Yangdong. Sister Ruhua, please choose first, Qin Machio said with a smile. In her heart, Ruhua was the daughter of the elder patriarch, deserving of her utmost respect. Ruhua replied with a smile, Sister Qin, why must we be so formal among sisters? Very well, I shall select 2 items first. With that, Ruhua picked 2 items from the 4 spiritual artifacts. One was the diamond body protection talisman, and the other was the beast binding rope. Both were of medium-grade spiritual artifacts. Additionally, there was the Qingming sword, a superior-grade spiritual artifact, and a pair of phantom boots, also a superior-grade artifact. Clearly, Ruhua deliberately left the 2 superior-grade artifacts for Qin Machio. Sister Ruhua, why do you not select a superior-grade artifact? Leaving both superior-grade items to me is rather unfair to you, Qin Machio insisted, attempting to press the Qingming sword into Ruhua's hands. Ruhua shook her head, saying, Sister Qin, it is more suitable for you to keep these 2 superior-grade artifacts. My cultivation is a bit higher than yours. Moreover, the Qingming sword paired with the phantom boots is most effective in combat. Yangdong nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Ruhua's words. Although the Qingming sword could instill fear in the opponent, it required the ability to inflict harm. Yet, how could one easily wound a more formidable adversary? Wearing the phantom boots triples one's speed. Thus, even when facing opponents 2 minor realms above, there remains a chance to inflict damage. Sister Machio, you should take these 2 spiritual artifacts. As for Sister Ruhua, I shall gift her a supreme-grade magical artifact. After saying this, Yangdong retrieved a small knife inscribed with magical runes from his spatial ring. This was the soul-chasing flying dagger, capable of pursuing and slaying those in the nascent soul realm. Furthermore, he produced a spatial ring and placed it into Ruhua's hands. Ruhua, please bloodbind this spatial ring to acknowledge you as its master. It will facilitate the retrieval of items. Although Qin Machio had previously given her a spatial ring, Ruhua had not received one before. The interior of a spatial ring not only possesses ample space, but, more importantly, allows for a far more convenient extraction of items compared to a storage pouch. Retrieving items from a storage pouch requires one to reach into its opening, whereas a spatial ring permits retrieval with merely a thought. This is crucial in combat when one must suddenly summon a magical artifact. You are truly wonderful, junior brother, Ruhua said, beaming, and kissed Yangdong on the cheek. Thereafter, she bloodbound the spatial ring to acknowledge her as its master, placing both spiritual artifacts and the magical artifact within it. Chapter 103, The 10 Great Sects Tournament. Ruhua and Qin Machio bloodbound their respective spiritual artifacts and magical artifacts. Subsequently, Yangdong presented each of them with a dozen talismans, several high-level 5 elements body protection talismans, 2 top-tier golden light body protection talismans, and several high-level thunder talismans. With these talismans, they could adequately confront golden core cultivators and even withstand a fatal strike from nascent soul cultivators. By now, it was past midnight, and both Qin Machio and Ruhua decided against returning home. The 3 of them could comfortably share the space. The following morning, after a half-hour of morning practice, they finally dressed and rose from bed. Ruhua and Qin Machio returned to prepare for their journey. Yangdong stepped out of the small courtyard and released the cloud-soaring thunder leopard, a 6th-tier exotic beast, along with a dozen 5th-tier exotic beasts from his Qingyun pouch. Instantly, the exotic beasts knelt before Yangdong, emitting low growls as if awaiting their master's command. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Yangdong surveyed the group of exotic beasts and declared, I shall be departing for a while. In my absence, ensure the safety of the sect and protect every disciple. Any creature that dares to invade Qingyun Sect shall be exterminated. The cloud-soaring thunder leopard let out a low roar, and the other dozen 5th-tier exotic beasts followed suit. Echoing their master's command, Yangdong felt immense satisfaction. With a 6th-tier exotic beast and a dozen 5th-tier ones guarding the sect, he could rest easy. This was akin to having a peak transformation god expert accompanied by several peak out-of-body cultivators safeguarding the sect. Such strength is unrivaled in the entire Zhou cultivation world, rendering them impervious to any sneaky assaults. Yangdong still had 2 6th-tier exotic beasts, the Azure Cloud Sparrow and the Golden Lion Griffin, kept within his Qingyun pouch, reserving some trump cards without the need to reveal everything. As for the Holy Light Tiger, after a moment's contemplation, he also stored it back in the Qingyun pouch. After all, the Holy Light Tiger is sacred. Riding it to participate in the 10 Great Sects tournament would draw too much attention, and Yangdong preferred to keep its existence discreet. Subsequently, Yangdong arrived at the Grand Hall, where Qingyun greeted him with a smile. Junior brother, I sought you out yesterday in the bamboo grove to discuss matters, but I was unaware of your whereabouts. Yangdong replied, I ventured into the dark forest these past 2 days, capturing some exotic beasts to serve as spirit pets. Were you discussing the sex tournament? Qingyun nodded slightly, The sect competition held once every decade is the most significant event for the Zhou sects. A battle for the rankings of the 10 great sects. With a sigh, he continued, for over a century, our Qingyun Sect has always placed last in every sect competition, consistently looked down upon by the other 9 sections. Even the Zhou cultivation world regards us as mere fillers among the 10 great sects. In the past, we had our master to support us, but now that he is gone, and as the sect leader who has yet to reach the out-of-body realm, I fear I shall bring shame to Qingyun Sect. Yang Dong patted Chu Yun's shoulder. Brother, there is no need to overthink it. Let things unfold naturally. Our Qingyun Sect need not prove anything to others. If necessary, I will step in for you. Chu Yun shook his head with a smile. Since you have entrusted the position of sect leader to me, how could I shrink back at a crucial moment? Besides, the elders' battle will rely on you to uphold our sect's honor. Yang Dong nodded slightly. Rest assured, brother, in the elders' battle, Qingyun Sect shall undoubtedly seize the first prize. An hour later, Chu Yun gathered the elders and disciples heading to Qingyun City, including over a dozen inner sect elders led by Hua Xiangrong and more than 300 elite inner sect disciples. Jiang Zhufeng, Luo Xingqian, Ru Hua, and Qin Machio were naturally among them. Elder Hao, accompanied by over a dozen other elders, remained to guard the sect, along with more than 1,000 inner and outer sect disciples. However, Chu Yun still felt a twinge of unease, fearing a repeat of the previous invasion incident. Unbeknownst to them, Yang Dong had already dispatched a 6th-tier exotic beast and a dozen 5th-tier ones to protect Qingyun Sect. The flying vessel of Qingyun Sect ascended slowly, exiting the protective barrier, and sped toward Qingyun City. 2 hours later, the vessel soared over countless miles, arriving above Qingyun City. Yang Dong stood on the vessel, observing the scene below. The current Qingyun City was 10 times more bustling than the last visit. Various flying vessels of all sizes flitted through the sky, with cultivators from various sects riding spirit birds and exotic beasts, or soaring on swords, including wandering cultivators and others. The decennial 10 Great Sects tournament is undoubtedly the grandest event in the Zhou cultivation world. Not only major and minor cultivation sects, but also various righteous and nefarious wandering cultivators gather here to witness the grandeur of the 10 Great Sects, with even the Zhou royal family attending to preside over the festivities. The flying vessel gradually descended above the subvenue, where Elder Chun, stationed at the Qingyun City subvenue, led several stewards and disciples to welcome them. Upon seeing Yang Dong and Chu Yun disembark from the vessel, Elder Chun approached and bowed respectfully. I humbly welcome the sect leader and Elder Yang's esteemed presence. The other stewards and disciples followed suit, greeting them with respect. By this time, the sun had already passed its zenith, and the grand competition was not to commence until the following day. Elder Chun had long since prepared a sumptuous luncheon to entertain the sect leader and the esteemed elders, including Yang Dong and others. Although Jiang Zhufeng and Luo Xingqian were not elders, they were the sect leader's junior brothers and Yang Dong's senior brothers, thus deserving of no less than a seat at the sect leader's table. As for Ru Hua, being the sole cherished daughter of the former sect leader, she naturally shared a table with Yang Dong and Chu Yun. Elder Chun, unaware of the relationship between Qin Machio and Yang Dong, did not summon her to the dining hall. However, she was brought in by Ru Hua. The other inner disciples had to content themselves with dining outside the courtyard. After the luncheon, Yang Dong took Ru Hua and Qin Machio for a leisurely stroll around Qingyun City, reflecting on the previous encounter with the Bloodkill sect's young master, which had precipitated a series of subsequent events. Yang Dong felt a sense of profound contemplation regarding the inextricable links of cause and effect. Qin Machio, too, felt a pang of guilt toward Ru Hua. However, times had changed. Had it not been for a few high-grade talismans, he would have likely met his demise in Qingyun City. In just a few short months, returning to Qingyun City, he had now ascended to the realm of extraordinary prowess. In the vast expanse of the great Zhou's cultivation world, he had become an invincible being. After a tour of the city with the 2 young women, Yang Dong procured several exquisite magical artifacts. Additionally, he exchanged some lesser spirit stones for a handful of greater spirit stones and then traded back some of his previously refined greater spirit stones for lesser ones. This series of transactions would yield him considerable profits once he returned to refine them in his precious cauldron. At this moment, Qingyun City was abuzz with the presence of elders and disciples from various esteemed sections. Most had come merely to observe the spectacle, with only a handful of representatives from the 9 great sects to participate in the contests. Others sought to broaden their horizons by witnessing the grand clash. After all, such a grand event among the 10 great sects was a rare opportunity, occurring only once every decade. Even in the disciple competition, only the most elite disciples selected from the 10 great sects participated, each a prodigy in their own right. Moreover, there were also competitions for the elders and duels for the sect leaders. That evening, The entire Qingyun city was enveloped in a vibrant atmosphere of animated discussions, and many gambling houses had already begun to openly accept bets on the rankings of the grand tournament. Various betting options were available, including overall sect rankings, sect leader rankings, elder rankings, and disciple rankings. In no time, countless cultivators were eagerly pulling out spirit stones to place their bets. Naturally, the Qingyun Sect and the Taishu Sect garnered the highest betting rates, resulting in the greatest odds. The sect viewed with the least favor was the Qingyun Sect. Historically, the Qingyun Sect had consistently occupied the lowest tier among the 10 great sects, and now, with the former sect leader Hen Wuhan and 3 esteemed elders having perished, their current strength had plummeted even further. Although the Qingyun Sect had vanquished the Bloodkill Sect, no one believed that this was achieved solely by their own merit. They were widely thought to have received covert assistance from the Taishu Sect. Had the Qingyun Sect truly possessed such strength, they would not have seen their sect leader and 3 esteemed elders killed by the Bloodkill Sect in the first place. While Qingyun City bustled with excitement at that moment, for inter-sect elders from the Qingyun Sect, accompanied by 1,000 disciples, boarded a flying vessel, making their way towards the Qingyun Sect under the cover of moonlight. This was in accordance with the directive issued by the revered Annihilator the previous night to launch a surprise attack on the Qingyun Sect. The annihilation of the Qingyun Sect was not the primary goal of the Qingyun Sect. Rather, the true intent was to send a warning to the Taishu Sect and the Spirit Beast Sect, who were believed to be backing the Qingyun Sect. It was said that when dealing with a dog, one must regard the master. Daring to annihilate the Bloodkill Sect was not something to be taken lightly. As the clock struck midnight, the flying vessel reached within several dozen miles of the Qingyun Sect's outer perimeter. Elders Ji, Lu, Zhu, and he stood proudly upon the vessel, gazing toward the distant Qingyun Sect, their eyes gleaming with cold determination. With 4 beings of extraordinary prowess accompanied by 1,000 inner disciples, they were confident in their ability to raise the Qingyun Sect to the ground. Although the Qingyun Sect had previously boasted over a dozen 5th-tier magical beasts, it was evident to the Qingyun Sect that these creatures had been left behind by the Spirit Beast Sect. Now, several months later, it was certain that the Spirit Beast Sect had reclaimed all those 5th-tier beasts. After all, 5th-tier magical beasts were not something the Spirit Beast Sect would simply relinquish to the Qingyun Sect, regardless of their amicable relations. Moreover, today marked the gathering of the 10 great sects for the grand competition in Qingyun City, leaving the Qingyun Sect's stronghold vulnerable, likely devoid of even a single extraordinary practitioner. As the flying vessel approached within 10 miles of the Qingyun Sect's protective array, a patrol of Qingyun Sect disciples stationed outside the barrier suddenly spotted the dark silhouette of the approaching vessel against the night sky. An alarm was raised. The head of the patrol, startled, realized that the sudden arrival of a flying vessel in the dead of night could only signify an impending attack on the Qingyun Sect. Quickly, return and send word. The officer ignited a communication talisman with his vital energy. With a whoosh and a bang, the communication talisman erupted into a beam of light that shot skyward, exploding with a resounding blast that illuminated the night sky. The cacophony startled the elders and disciples of the Qingyun Sect, some of whom were in deep meditation, while others were peacefully asleep. Then came the urgent call. We are under attack. The disciples guarding the sect's great bell sprang into action, striking the massive bronze bell, its resonant clangs echoing throughout the Qingyun Sect. Countless figures burst forth from their dwellings, faces etched with tension and astonishment. The memory of the previous attack on the Qingyun Sect was still fresh in everyone's minds. What was happening? Hadn't the Bloodkill Sect been annihilated? Who could be assailing our Qingyun Sect? Regardless of who it was, anyone daring to launch a nocturnal invasion upon the Qingyun Sect would surely not return. Could it be the Qingyun Sect? The mere mention of the Qingyun Sect sent a wave of dread across the faces of all disciples. Not just the disciples. Even the officers and elders felt a chill run down their spines. If the Qingyun Sect truly was the assailant, then the Qingyun Sect might well face obliteration this night. The might of the Qingyun Sect was well understood by all. Fear not. Suddenly, a calm and steady voice rang out. Elder Hao arrived, riding upon a 3rd-tier magical beast. Whoever dares to invade our Qingyun Sect shall find that we will defend it with our lives. Elder Hao's righteous voice resonated through the air, igniting a fire of determination within the hearts of most disciples. Let us all go forth to meet the enemy. With that, Elder Hao mounted his beast and led several hundred disciples of the Qingyun Sect out of the barrier on their swords. Meanwhile, they were oblivious to the fact that a dozen magical beasts had surged forth from the now open barrier behind them. Leading the charge was a 6th-tier magical beast, the cloud-leaping thunder leopard, followed by a host of 5th-tier beasts. As Elder Hao and his contingent of elders and disciples soared out of the barrier, they beheld a colossal flying vessel hovering 100 feet away in the night, resembling a fearsome beast poised to strike. A Upon the vessel, the 4 elders of the Qingyun Sect cast disdainful glances at the disciples of the Qingyun Sect, led by Elder Hao. Indeed, it is the Qingyun Sect. Gazing at the vessel marked with a fearsome demon king totem, despair washed over the elders and disciples of the Qingyun Sect. What is your purpose in coming to our Qingyun Sect in the dead of night? Elder Hao glowered at the 4 Qingyun Sect elders, his voice resonating with authority and ire. This is undoubtedly a superfluous remark, yet when one's strength pales in comparison to that of the adversary. Even if the foe were to slay at one's doorstep, one would still endeavor to engage in discourse, clinging to the faintest hope of averting catastrophe. What is the intent? Elder Ji cackled maliciously. To venture to your Qingyun Sect at this late hour is undoubtedly to obliterate you. Do you think I have come for tea? Elder Zhu cast a sweeping glance over the Qingyun Sect members, grinning savagely. Are we all gathered? That certainly simplifies matters. At this moment, Elder Lu's gaze suddenly contracted sharply, as from the shadows emerged a dozen exotic beasts soaring through the night sky. The other 3 elders of the Qingyun Sect also witnessed this, their expressions transforming dramatically. The treading cloud thunder leopard, a 6th-tier beast. Elder Ji was astounded, nearly having his eyes pop out in disbelief. Impossible. How could this be? Following behind were a host of 5th-tier beasts. Elder He, overwhelmed with trepidation, could only think to utter a final curse in his life. Elder Hao and the disciples of Qingyun Sect were still trying to comprehend the unfolding events when a snow-white phantom flashed by, unleashing a barrage of cascading lightning upon the 4 Qingyun Sect elders aboard the flying vessel. Boom! The colossal lightning, as thick as a barrel, resembled a silver python, consuming not only the 4 Qingyun Sect elders, but also the dozen or so attendants behind them. Such terrifying power instantly reduced the 4 out-of-body realm cultivators to mere charred remains, obliterating their very souls. As for the dozen or so Yuaning realm attendants, not even a trace remained. It was no jest. This was a 6th-tier beast, one refined from the Chaos Treasure Cauldron, its strength comparable to that of a consummate transformation god realm cultivator. Against such out-of-body realm practitioners, annihilation was but a single breath. This scene left everyone utterly stunned. The 4 Qingyun Sect elders and their attendants were thus eradicated in an instant. It was sheer horror. The over 1,000 Qingyun Sect disciples aboard the vessel had yet to grasp the situation when a multitude of 5th-tier beasts descended, unleashing a torrent of formidable spells. Brilliant hues of light surged towards the 1,000 Qingyun Sect disciples, leading to a gruesome spectacle. These dozen 5th-tier beasts were akin to peak out-of-body realm powerhouses, and their simultaneous assault was immensely potent and terrifying. In the face of these 5th-tier beasts, the 1,000 Qingyun Sect disciples were no more than ants. In an instant, hundreds of Qingyun Sect disciples were turned to ash. The remaining few hundred attempted to flee, but escape was futile. The treading cloud thunder leopard unleashed a continuous barrage of lightning, incinerating over 100 Qingyun Sect disciples into nothingness. Within moments, the entirety of the 1,000 Qingyun Sect disciples was exterminated by the dozen beasts. Chapter 105. The Grand Master of the Great Zhou. Elder Hao and the disciples of Qingyun Sect were filled with exhilaration. Only at this moment did they comprehend that Yang Dong had indeed left behind such a multitude of high-tier beasts to guard the sect. It was truly magnificent that Elder Yang had stationed so many 5th-tier beasts to protect the sect. Moreover, there was a 6th-tier monster, the Treading Cloud Thunder Leopard. A 6th-tier beast, possessing the might of a transformation god realm expert. It was simply unbelievable. Had they known that Yang Dong had left behind such formidable beasts, they would not have feared anything. Killing all these evil cultivators of the Qingyun Sect might provoke the Qingyun Church, which could send forth even stronger demonic cultivators. When the Qingyun Sect came knocking, would they simply offer their necks to be struck? The crowd felt a mix of joy and apprehension, both thrilled and worried about the potential retaliation from the Qingyun Church. The Great Zhou Qingyun Sect was merely a small branch of the vast Qingyun Church, which was far beyond the means of the Qingyun Sect to contend with. The next day, the grand tournament of the 9 great sects officially commenced. The arena was set in a grand valley on the outskirts of Qingyun City. As the morning sun began to rise, the 9 great sects arrived successively, each taking their respective positions in the valley. Chu Yun and Yang Dong led the elders and disciples of Qingyun Sect to the northwest corner of the valley, totaling over 500 individuals. Compared to the other 8 sects, Qingyun Sect had the least number of participants this time. There was no alternative. Qingyun Sect was significantly weakened, with the entire sect comprising barely over 1,000 members. And over 500 of those were newly recruited outer disciples over the past few months. These individuals were naturally unqualified to participate in the tournament. The Tianma sect and the Taishu sect brought the largest contingents, each with over 3,000 disciples. As these 2 sects had always vied for the title of the foremost sect in the Great Zhou, thus bolstering their numbers for show. Next was the Qingyun Sect. The Qingyun Sect was renowned throughout the Tianluo domain, boasting over 100 branches and a total disciple count exceeding 100,000. Why could the Qingyun Sect recruit so many disciples? The answer lies in the allure of its name. The Qingyun Sect practiced the Qingyun Great Method, a joyful cultivation technique that naturally appealed to a multitude of cultivators, drawing countless loose immortals to join. However, the majority of recruits were male cultivators. While there were some female cultivators who voluntarily joined the Qingyun Sect, they constituted a mere fraction. Overall, male disciples made up over 80% of the Qingyun Sect's ranks, with female disciples accounting for less than 20%. This led to many male disciples lacking partners, or for one female cultivator to have multiple male partners. Consequently, many male cultivators sought out female counterparts, attempting to woo the female disciples of various sections. If they could overpower them, they would use force. If not, they would flee. Countless female disciples from various sects or loose cultivators fell victim to the advances of Qingyun Sect disciples, and even elders. Naturally, some handsome male disciples were also sought after by the female cultivators of the Qingyun Sect. This very reason led the 9 great sects to label the Qingyun Sect as a malevolent sect. The Spirit Beast Sect, the Su Nu Palace, and the Danding Sect were known for their low profile, rarely stirring up any commotion in the cultivation world. Additionally, there were the Qingyun Sect and the Qingfeng Sect, both of which were only slightly stronger than Qingyun Sect. The assembly of the 9 great sects exceeded 10,000, and with the addition of elders and disciples from other cultivation sects across the Great Zhou, as well as countless loose cultivators, the valley was now home to at least 50,000 cultivators. These tens of thousands formed a circle in the valley, with other sect members and spectators sitting on the slopes on either side. Fortunately, the valley was spacious enough to accommodate over 100,000 people. At this moment, from afar, a magnificent grand carriage approached, drawn by 9 fifth-tier beasts, soaring towards the tournament valley. Yang Dong gazed at the grand carriage pulled by the 9 beasts, pondering which eminent figure had arrived, exuding such grandeur. Meanwhile, all the cultivators in the valley rose to their feet, gazing at the approaching carriage, igniting a flurry of murmurs. Who is that, arriving in a carriage pulled by 9 formidable beasts? It was clear, it must be someone from the royal family of the Great Zhou. Each grand tournament of the 9 great sects was presided over by the royal family. It was uncertain which prince was in attendance this time. Oh, it is the prince of the Great Zhou who has arrived. No wonder it is so ostentatious. In truth, when comparing the powers of the Great Zhou court and the 10 great sects, which is mightier, solely within the borders of the Great Zhou, the court's strength surpasses that of the Tianma Sect and the Taishu Sect. However, the combined influence of the Tianma Sect, Taishu Sect, and Qingyun Sect across the entire Tianluo domain far exceeds that of the Great Zhou court. The grand carriage gradually soared above the valley, revealing 8 generals clad in silver armor standing beside it, while in the center, a young man donned in a yellow dragon robe and crowned with a jade tiara sat upon a spirit wooden chair. This young man was none other than Yinzhan, the 8th prince of the Great Zhou royal family. Standing in front of the grand carriage, a long-bearded elder clad in a purple Taoist robe exuded an air of pride. Yang Dong harbored a secret curiosity and inquired of Chu Yun, senior brother Chu, who is this elderly man clad in purple robes? He seems to exude an air of arrogance surpassing that of a prince. Chu Yun, however, wore a solemn expression as he replied, Junior brother, you are unaware as you did not participate in the immortal sect competition. This purple-robed elder is none other than the national master of the Great Zhou, the esteemed Song Yuanjinren. It is said that he has attained the mid-stage of the divine transformation realm, with strength that may even surpass that of the soul-extinguishing sovereign. Ah, so he is the national master of Great Zhou, a formidable figure of the divine transformation realm. No wonder, Yang Dong exclaimed, realization dawning upon him, yet he could not help but dismiss Song Yuanjinren in his heart. With his current prowess, the might of a divine transformation expert was of little consequence. He could easily overpower them with a mere 6th-tier exotic beast. The 9-headed exotic beast drew the flying chariot to hover above the valley, emitting a series of low, resonant roars that echoed throughout, instilling fear among many cultivators. The oppressive aura of the 5th-tier beast was such that even golden core cultivators felt their strength wane. Nonetheless, everyone understood that these beasts posed no threat. Thus their fear was mitigated. The grand chariot gradually descended in a designated area on the eastern edge of the valley, which had long been reserved for the royal family's arrival. Flanking either side were the territories of the Heavenly Demon Sect and the Taishu Sect. 8 imposing generals clad in silver armor strode down from the chariot, forming a line on either side. These 8 silver-armored generals were all tall and powerful, embodying the aura of Yuanying realm experts. Qingyun descended alongside National Master Zhongyuan. The soul-extinguishing sovereign approached with dozens of elders in tow to extend a greeting. It has been a decade since I last beheld the National Master. Your presence remains as magnificent as ever. The soul-extinguishing sovereign clasped his hands in salute to Zhongyuan Jinren. The latter returned the gesture with a hearty laugh, in comparison to the sovereign. This old man has indeed aged. He then gestured towards the prince. Allow me to introduce our 8th prince, Qingyun. Chapter 106. The pressure of the divine transformation realm. The Zhou king has over a dozen princes, and every decade, during the grand competition of the 10 major immortal sects, he rotates these princes to preside over the event, essentially a strategy by the great Zhou court to win favor from the 10 immortal sections. Should the court face difficulties in the future, it is hoped that these sects will offer their assistance. The reason for this rotation is twofold: to assess each prince's administrative capabilities and to prevent any one prince from amassing too much power. Consider the implications. If a single prince were to preside over the competitions repeatedly, it would inevitably lead to that prince garnering the support of the 10 major sects, ultimately facilitating a coup for the throne. Qingyun exhibited no airs of royalty as he respectfully acknowledged the soul-extinguishing sovereign. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, and it is indeed a privilege to meet you today. Though he held the title of Great Zhou Prince, the influence of the heavenly demon sect was immense, and the soul-extinguishing sovereign might not regard him highly. Rather than allow himself to be underestimated, he chose to lower his status and extend a hand of goodwill. More importantly, in the future contest for the crown prince position, gaining the support of the heavenly demon sect could solidify his claim to the throne of Great Zhou. Seeing Qingyun show him respect, the soul-extinguishing sovereign chuckled heartily and returned the gesture. The 8th prince is being too modest. I see in you the spirit of a dragon and phoenix, the aura of a ruler. Qingyun humbly replied, your praise is unwarranted, sovereign. I shall rely on your guidance in the future. At this moment, Taoist Wuchen, the leader of the Qingyun Sect, also approached with several elders to greet Zhongyuan Jinren and Qingyun. In contrast to the aloofness of the soul-extinguishing sovereign, Taoist Wuchen was far more affable. Meanwhile, the leaders of the other major sects also made their way forward to pay their respects to the national master and the prince. Chu Yun, accompanied by a dozen elders, prepared to approach in reverence, but Yang Dong remained behind, disinterested in introducing himself to the national master or the prince. Aside from the heavenly demon sect, the Qingyun Sect, and the Huan Sect, the influence of the other major sects was evidently dwarfed by that of the court. Thus, these 6 major sects treated the national master and the 8th prince with the utmost respect. Not to mention, the national master's mid-stage divine transformation cultivation was regarded as the pinnacle within the great Zhou cultivation world. The national master merely nodded slightly, while the 8th prince was exceedingly courteous, returning bows and engaging in friendly conversation with the leaders of the 6 major sections. Once the 9 major sects had exchanged greetings with the national master and the 8th prince, numerous other sect leaders and elders present for the competition followed suit, approaching to pay their respects. In response to these smaller sect leaders and elders, the national master and the 8th prince offered only slight nods before gesturing for them to return to their positions, so as not to disrupt the competition. Just as Chu Yun was about to lead the elders back to their designated area, a commanding voice rang out from the soul-extinguishing sovereign. Hold on. The tone was laden with the authority of one who issues commands to subordinates. Taoist Wuchen of the Qingyun Sect frowned internally, pondering what the soul-extinguishing sovereign could possibly want with the Qingyun Sect. The other sects watched with bated breath, eager to see how the newly appointed leader of the Qingyun Sect would respond to the soul-extinguishing sovereign. Yang Dong observed from a distance, his expression turning cold as he strode purposefully towards the soul-extinguishing sovereign. The elders of the Qingyun Sect were taken aback, uncertain of the sovereign's intentions. Chu Yun, suppressing his anger, turned to face the soul-extinguishing sovereign, yet still clasped his hands in a respectful salute. I am unaware of what instructions the sovereign may have. Despite the soul-extinguishing sovereign's blatant disdain for him, Chu Yun dared not provoke him lightly. It was not a matter of lacking courage. It was a reality dictated by strength. Anger without the backing of power held no meaning, and could even bring calamity upon the Qingyun Sect. In the face of the heavenly demon sect, the Qingyun Sect was simply too feeble, especially with the immense power wielded by the heavenly demon cult behind it. Thus, no matter how stifled he felt, he had to endure. There was no room for anger that could escalate the situation. The soul-extinguishing sovereign stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze piercing as it bore down on Chu Yun. Chu Yun, why did your Qingyun Sect annihilate the Bloodslaughter Sect? Indeed, it seemed the heavenly demon sect intended to take a stand for the Bloodslaughter Sect. Confronted with the oppressive aura radiating from the soul-extinguishing sovereign, Chu Yun felt a twinge of fear, acknowledging the terrifying weight of the divine transformation realm. The dozen or so elders trailing behind him found the sovereign's pressure nearly unbearable, with several trembling slightly. The sovereign's cultivation surpassed these elders by 2 vast realms, and the intentional release of his pressure was beyond their capacity to withstand. Qingyun, having reached the peak of the Yuanying realm, gathered every ounce of spiritual energy within him to barely maintain his composure against the encroaching fear. The Bloodslaughter sect intruded upon our Qingyun Sect without cause, slaying my master and 3 esteemed elders. Such a grievous vendetta. How could our Qingyun Sect possibly remain unavenged? Were the tables turned, and it was your son who had been slain? Would you simply endure the affront? Chu Yun's words were neither subservient nor arrogant. They were grounded in reason and logic, earning him quiet admiration from the leaders and elders of the other sections. Even the National Master and the 8th Prince regarded Chu Yun with newfound respect. It was remarkable for a Yuanying realm cultivator to withstand the pressure of a divine transformation expert and to articulate a reasoned rebuttal to the soul-extinguishing sovereign. One could not help but acknowledge this new leader of the Qingyun Sect as a formidable individual. At that moment, Yang Dong had approached, initially worried that his senior brother might falter under the sovereign's pressure, but was pleasantly surprised to find Chu Yun far more resilient than he had anticipated. If his senior brother could manage, Yang Dong felt no need to intervene. The soul-extinguishing sovereign let out a cold laugh. I have heard that it was one of your Qingyun Sect disciples who killed the young master of the Bloodslaughter sect, which instigated their retaliation against you. As the saying goes, a vendetta for a slain child is one that cannot be tolerated. If it were your own son who had been murdered, would you be able to endure it? The incident involving the death of the Bloodslaughter sect's young master had spread like wildfire through Xianyuan City, and nearly the entire cultivation community of Great Zhou was aware of it. The words of the soul-extinguishing sovereign turned the tables on Chu Yun, rendering him momentarily speechless. As is often the case for the uninitiated, Chu Yun retorted, "May I inquire, sovereign, how do the strengths of our Qingyun Sect compare to that of the Bloodslaughter sect?" The sovereign scoffed dismissively. "What does your Qingyun Sect possess that could possibly rival the Bloodslaughter sect?" Chu Yun smiled slightly. "If we, the Qingyun Sect, are indeed inferior to the Bloodslaughter sect, then how is it that the young master of the Bloodslaughter sect was slain by one of our disciples? As I understand, there was an elder of the Bloodslaughter sect by his side at the time, who was also killed. Does this imply that the elder's strength is less than that of a disciple from our Qingyun Sect?" This biting sarcasm momentarily left the soul-extinguishing sovereign at a loss for words. The surrounding elders of various sects nodded in silent agreement, recognizing the logical inconsistency in the sovereign's stance. After all, how could a disciple of the Qingyun Sect, regardless of their cultivation level, possibly slay an elder of the Bloodslaughter sect? Unable to counter Chu Yun's argument, the soul-extinguishing sovereign coldly huffed and shifted the topic. "I have no desire to delve into the grievances between the Qingyun Sect and the Bloodslaughter sect. If you are able to extinguish the Bloodslaughter sect by your own means, I would have nothing to say. However, if you seek assistance to confront the Bloodslaughter sect, my Tianma sect will have no choice but to intervene." Upon finishing his statement, the sovereign cast a fierce glare toward the leader of the Spirit Beast sect. In that moment, the leader of the Spirit Beast sect felt a jolt of anxiety and confusion. He could not fathom why the soul-extinguishing sovereign had directed such a fierce look at him. Did the sovereign suspect that the Spirit Beast sect was covertly aiding the Qingyun Sect? This was absurd, for the Spirit Beast sect had always refrained from meddling in others' affairs. Why would they assist the Qingyun Sect against the Bloodslaughter sect? Such an action would be inviting trouble. The leader of the Spirit Beast sect felt wronged. Thinking it utterly unfair, it seemed trouble had come knocking at his door without any provocation. Others present also noted the sovereign's gaze directed at the Spirit Beast sect, leading to various speculations. The National Master and the 8th Prince, intrigued, watched the unfolding drama with great interest. The deeper the conflicts between the 10 great sects became, the more advantageous it was for the imperial court. If all 10 sects united, the court would dare not provoke them. Chu Yun maintained his composure, responding, "What is the meaning of your words, sovereign? Our Qingyun Sect seeks vengeance solely through our own capabilities. Why would we seek external assistance? Furthermore, who would dare to wade into these troubled waters?" The soul-extinguishing sovereign cast a derisive glance over the Qingyun Sect members, sneering, "A bunch of mere infant ants in the nascent soul realm. Do you truly believe you can annihilate the Bloodslaughter sect? What a farce." He had previously used his divine sense to probe Chu Yun, discovering him to be merely at the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm. As for the elders behind him, their prowess was even less formidable. The other sects listened with growing skepticism. The sovereign's doubts were not unfounded. The Qingyun Sect had always lagged behind the Bloodslaughter sect in strength, especially after the deaths of the Wuchen Sect Master and several esteemed elders, rendering them even less capable of standing against the Bloodslaughter sect. except for the Taishu sect. Other sects privately speculated that it was the Taishu sect assisting the Qingyun sect from the shadows, for only they possessed the strength to challenge the Tianma sect. Yet, just moments ago, the sovereign had clearly looked toward the Spirit Beast sect. Could it be that the Spirit Beast sect was the true hidden ally of the Qingyun sect against the Bloodslaughter sect? While the Spirit Beast sect indeed had the capability to eliminate the Bloodslaughter sect, the question remained, would they dare to do so? After all, the Bloodslaughter sect was a subordinate of the Tianma sect. What benefit would the Spirit Beast sect gain from assisting the Qingyun sect in vanquishing the Bloodslaughter sect? Feeling insulted by the sovereign's dismissal of them as mere insects, Qingyun was both furious and at a loss for words. In the presence of the soul-extinguishing sovereign, a formidable figure in the transformation realm, they were indeed insignificant. At that moment, Yang Dong stepped forward, coldly stating, "Our Qingyun sect has no need to explain ourselves to you. As for whether we are but insects, the outcome of the competition will reveal all." The soul-extinguishing sovereign's gaze shot two piercing glances at Yang Dong, his pressure from the transformation realm bearing down solely on him. Yet, Yang Dong remained unfazed, standing tall with his hands clasped behind his back, treating the sovereign with utter disregard. After all, he was the Hongmeng sacred body. Even a transformation realm expert's pressure would have no effect on him. The soul-extinguishing sovereign was taken aback, probing Yang Dong's cultivation level with his divine sense. To his astonishment, he discovered Yang Dong was at the initial stage of the out-of-body realm. How could this be? Was it possible that this young man had encountered some extraordinary fortune or inherited a rare legacy? Or perhaps he was hundreds of years old, merely having consumed a high-grade longevity elixir? The sovereign could not fathom that Yang Dong was, in fact, the Hongmeng sacred body, a rare existence unheard of in the countless eons of the ancient continent. Intrigued, the soul-extinguishing sovereign smiled slightly, fixing his gaze on Yang Dong and inquiring, "Who are you?" Yang Dong replied nonchalantly, "You lack the standing to ask me that." His words elicited a myriad of reactions from the crowd. This young man was remarkably audacious. Even the national master and the 8th prince showed respect toward the soul-extinguishing sovereign. Who was this brash youth to speak so defiantly? Some were secretly sweating for Yang Dong, while others were excitedly anticipating the unfolding drama. Some quietly scoffed at Yang Dong's apparent naivety, while others shook their heads in pity, recognizing his reckless bravado. Yet, everyone was curious about the identity of this young firebrand. What status did he hold in the Qingyun sect to possess such boldness in addressing the soul-extinguishing sovereign? It was evident that his position within the sect was far from ordinary, as even Qingyun, the sect leader, showed no inclination to restrain him. The national master and the 8th prince exchanged glances, shaking their heads. This young man would likely not survive long, given the temper of the soul-extinguishing sovereign. Even if he did not strike Yang Dong down today, he would undoubtedly take action in the future. The entire Qingyun sect could potentially face dire consequences. Never had the soul-extinguishing sovereign been so openly challenged, especially not by an unknown youth, in front of thousands of cultivators. He was incensed, his face turning an ashen hue, nearly striking Yang Dong down on the spot. Yet, he managed to restrain himself. With thousands of onlookers present, including the national master and the prince, if he were to kill this young man outright, it would not enhance his reputation. Rather, it would diminish the dignity of the soul-extinguishing sovereign. It would be a disgrace for the esteemed leader of the Tianma sect, a transformation realm powerhouse, to be provoked into violence by a mere youth, thus undermining his own standing. The soul-extinguishing sovereign let out a harsh laugh. "You have quite the audacity, young man. But tell me, will you dare to ascend the stage and duel with a disciple of my Tianma sect?" The implication behind his words was clear. "You are not worthy of my wrath. Should you choose to compete, my disciples will easily handle you." Yang Dong, well aware of the underlying message in the sovereign's words, chuckled, "I shall indeed participate in the competition, but it is merely a trial for elders. The disciples of your Tianma sect are not qualified to challenge me. However, if you wish to face me, I can represent my sect in a match against you." Yang Dong understood that Qingyun, as the eldest brother, was among the weaker sect leaders, and while he might sustain minor injuries in a match against other righteous sects, he would be utterly defeated by the soul-extinguishing sovereign. Therefore, he intentionally provoked the sovereign, offering to take his place. The crowd was left astonished by Yang Dong's audacity. This young man is utterly audacious. How dare he boldly challenge the Soul Annihilator? What level of cultivation does the Soul Annihilator possess? It is said that he entered the transformation realm a century ago, and now he has likely reached the mid-stage of that realm. Across the vast expanse of the Great Zhou, only the National Master and the Taoist Wuchan of the Taishu sect could possibly rival the Soul Annihilator. Where does this young man derive his courage to speak thus to the Soul Annihilator? The Soul Annihilator let out a chilling laugh. "You, young one, are not even worthy to carry my shoes. Await the reckoning from the elders of my heavenly demon sect. Yang Dong remained unperturbed, replying nonchalantly, I shall wait. With that, he strode away alongside Chu Yun and a dozen elders. All sect members returned to their positions, and the competition commenced in earnest. Chapter 108. The Qingyun Sect actually boasts such a stunning female disciple. The first day featured a disciple competition. Each of the 9 major sects selected 4 disciples to participate. To prevent any elders or deacons from masquerading as disciples, there was an age restriction for the disciple competition. Candidates had to undergo a bone age test, with only those under 50 qualifying for participation. Although this age restriction cannot be deemed absolutely fair, it is relatively equitable. After all, in the realm of cultivation, the longer one practices, the more profound their cultivation becomes. Who among those elevated to the position of deacon or elder is not at least over 50? Should any sect truly have an elder or deacon under 50 attempting to compete, they would have little justification. At the very least, in terms of age, fairness is maintained. The 4 disciples representing the Qingyun Sect were Meng Yang, Su Qingfeng, Ruhua, and Qin Machio. Meng Yang is the direct disciple of Elder Hao. At the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, Su Qingfeng, the direct disciple of Chu Yun, is at the late stage of foundation establishment. Both are in their 40s. Achieving the late stage of foundation establishment by one's 40s is indeed a rarity in the cultivation world, and they truly stand as the most distinguished representatives within the inner sect of Qingyun. Initially, Ruhua and Qin Machio were not supposed to be selected. Chu Yun had always assumed Ruhua was still at the initial stage of foundation establishment, unfit for such a high-level competition. Furthermore, Ruhua is the sole bloodline left by the master. What would happen if something were to go awry? As for Qin Machio, she had only recently become an inner sect disciple a few months prior, likely not even reaching the 9th layer of Qi refinement. What qualifications did she have to represent the Qingyun Sect in the disciple competition? However, Yang Dong insisted on their inclusion. He was acutely aware of Ruhua and Qin Machio's capabilities. Ruhua had reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, while Qin Machio was also at the late stage. Moreover, Yang Dong had provided each of them with several exquisite magical artifacts, as well as 2 mid-grade spiritual tools, with some high-level talismans. They could not only excel in the disciple competition, but even triumph in the deacon competition. Yang Dong's decision to have Ruhua and Qin Machio participate left Chu Yun with little room to object, though he did caution them to concede if they found themselves overmatched, urging them not to push themselves to the brink of danger. Both Ruhua and Qin Machio nodded obediently. One is a natural spiritual body, and the other a celestial yin body, making them inherently stronger than their peers, although they had become quite formidable, especially with the plethora of spiritual artifacts bestowed upon them by Yang Dong. They still felt a twinge of apprehension at participating in the esteemed competition of the 9 major sections. The disciples from various sects lined up for their bone age tests. Jiang Tao from the Heavenly Demon Sect had a bone age of 47. He Dakuai from the Taishu Sect had a bone age of 49. Zhen Ming from the Hehuan Sect had a bone age of 45. Lu Luo from the Su Nu Palace had a bone age of 42. The vast majority of participating disciples were over 40. The tens of thousands of onlooking cultivators observed the bone age tests, engaging in spirited discussions, particularly when the female disciples from Su Nu Palace took the stage, attracting the attention of male cultivators who eagerly commented on their appearances. Soon, it was Ruhua and Qin Machio's turn for the bone age test. Dressed in a flowing water-green garment, Ruhua's beauty was undeniable, her cherubic face adorned with delicate features. Her skin as smooth as jade. Qin Machio, clad in a pink-fitted outfit, was equally striking, her exquisite features and graceful figure captivating all who beheld her. The male cultivators watching could hardly contain their awe at the sight of these 2 beauties, their eyes gleaming with admiration. These 2 disciples surpass even those from Su Nu Palace in beauty. Not only are they stunning, but they appear to be barely in their 20s. Such exquisite form, exclaimed one. In my 300 years of life, aside from the matriarch of Su Nu Palace, I have never encountered such breathtaking maidens. To think the Qingyun Sect possesses such enchanting female disciples. The bone age test revealed Ruhua's age to be 23, and Qin Machio's to be 24. An announcement was made by a silver-armored general under the 8th prince. Ruhua's true age is 27, and Qin Machio's is 29. But having consumed high-grade spiritual water refined from a precious cauldron, their bone ages appeared younger than their actual ages. Instantly, the gathered cultivators erupted in astonishment. Just in their 20s, indeed they are youthful. While other competing disciples were predominantly in their 40s, the Qingyun Sect had sent forth 2 young maidens in their 20s. How high could their cultivation truly be? They likely hadn't even reached foundation establishment yet. Were they merely here to be beaten? If they encountered a ruthless disciple, they might not even know how to meet their demise. Alas, It seems the Qingyun Sect has truly fallen from grace, reduced to sending 2 young girls to compete in the disciple tournament. Upon hearing the comments from other sects, the Qingyun Sect members wore expressions of distress. They too were perplexed as to why Elder Yang insisted on sending Miss Ruhua and Qin Machio to the competition. Miss Ruhua was somewhat acceptable, being the daughter of the former sect leader, and her cultivation should not be too weak. However, Qin Machio had only recently passed her assessment to become an inner sect disciple, and her cultivation was barely at the 8th layer of qi refinement. Sending them to compete was akin to inviting humiliation from other sects. Yet, who would dare oppose Elder Yang's decision? Junior brother, do you think Ruhua and Miss Qin can truly hold their own? Chu Yun turned to Yang Dong, still harboring concerns. Yang Dong smiled gently. Elder brother, rest assured that not only will Ruhua and Qin Machio be unharmed, but they shall surely secure the top prize in the disciple competition for the Qingyun Sect. Chu Yun shook his head with a wry smile. Winning the top prize is beyond my expectations. I would be grateful if they simply avoid being defeated. Chu Yun was uncertain why Yang Dong held such confidence in them, but seeing Yang Dong's unwavering belief, he resigned himself to fate. Soon, all participating disciples from the 9 major sects completed their Bone Age tests, and the competition commenced in earnest. The arena was situated in the Central Valley, divided into 4 zones for simultaneous contests. To prevent interference, the National Master had erected 4 barriers within the valley, separating the 4 competition areas. Thus, the 4 groups of combat will not interfere with one another, nor will there be any concern about the magical attacks inadvertently affecting the onlookers. The National Master, being a powerhouse of the transformation realm, has established a barrier that even those of the out-of-body realm cannot breach, let alone the Foundation Establishment disciples. The matches are not determined by drawing lots, but rather paired according to age. Older competitors face older ones, while younger ones contend against their peers. This arrangement is relatively equitable. Naturally, disciples from our sect are not pitted against each other. Rather, they will face disciples from other sections. Among the participants, the youngest are Ru Hua and Qin Machio, who will battle against younger disciples from other sections. The matches commence with the youngest 4 groups. Ru Hua is paired with Hong Lu, a female disciple from the Su Nu Palace, while Qin Machio faces Situ Lang, a male disciple from the Qingyun Sect. Additionally, 2 other matchups feature Li Bai from the Tai Su Sect against Wu Bo from the Danding Sect, and Fan Jian from the Tian Mo Sect against Ma Ru Feng from the Ling Beast Sect. Chapter 109 Hiss. This woman is exceptionally fierce. The 4 groups of disciples enter their respective combat barriers. Each barrier measures 10 zhang in length, width, and height, providing ample space for the 2 disciples to engage without feeling cramped. The onlookers seated around the valley can clearly observe the duels within the barriers. While disciple competitions are typically unremarkable, the appearance of Ru Hua and Qin Machio ignites fervor among all the male cultivators present. Alas, the charming Qin Machio from Qingyun Sect is pitted against a male disciple from the Qingyun Sect. It appears she may be in for a rough time. What is happening? This is the venue for the 9 great sects competition. Could it be that the Qingyun Sect disciple dares to publicly impose himself on Qin Machio? While outright force may be avoided, it is likely he will still take the opportunity to relish the moment. At merely 24 years of age, Qin Machio is certainly no match for this male disciple from the Qingyun Sect, who is expected to dominate the fight. Hong Lu from the Su Nu Palace is also a great beauty, yet when compared to Ru Hua, she pales in comparison. I would wager that in the first round, both of these lovely disciples from Qingyun Sect will be eliminated. Being eliminated is one thing, but the fear of being severely harmed by their opponents is truly disheartening. The surrounding cultivators are abuzz with discussion, their focus riveted on the 2 stunning women, Ru Hua and Qin Machio. Hardly anyone holds out hope for them, with many predicting their defeat in the first round. After all, the current strength of Qingyun Sect is far inferior to that of the other 9 great sects. And considering that both Qin Machio and Ru Hua are merely in their early 20s, how could they possibly prevail against disciples in their 40s from other sects? At this moment, several sects that run betting operations begin to hawk their odds to the crowd. Yang Dong also takes on the role of bookie, calling out to the surrounding cultivators. Bets are open. Qingyun Sect S female disciple Qin Machio versus Qingyun Sect S male disciple Situ Lang. With a win-lose ratio of 1-5, starting with a stake of 10 medium-grade spirit stones. Numerous cultivators flock to Yang Dong to place their bets. Despite the enticing 5-1 odds, the overwhelming majority still wager on Situ Lang's victory. Yang Dong eagerly accepts their bets, a smile creeping across his face. Inside the combat barrier, Qingyun Sect disciple Ru Hua greets her opponent. I look forward to your guidance. She bows respectfully to the female disciple from Su Nu Palace. Hong Lu, I too look forward to your guidance. Hong Lu replies with a courteous bow. Though she is already 39 years old, cultivators tend to appear younger, and she looks no different than a 25 or 26-year-old woman. With her well-defined features and proportional figure, Hong Lu qualifies as a standard beauty. However, standing beside the enchanting Ru Hua, she seems rather ordinary in comparison. In another barrier, Qingyun Sect faces off against C2 Lang, a 48-year-old disciple from the Qingyun Sect. Tall and slender, he bears a lascivious expression. Little beauty, would you care to join the Qingyun Sect? With your looks, you could have as many men as you desire for dual cultivation. Shameless lecher. Qingyun retorts angrily, unleashing a palm lightning strike towards C2 Lang. A bolt of lightning, as thick as an adult's arm, shoots toward him. Damn it! C2 Lang exclaims, narrowly evading the strike with a swift movement. The thunderous impact of the palm lightning strikes the barrier, producing a deafening sound and illuminating the area with electric sparks. Yet, the barrier stands firm, undisturbed. The surrounding cultivators are astonished. The palm lightning that Qingyun just unleashed is far beyond what a Qi refining realm cultivator could muster. It likely reaches the power of a late foundation establishment. Had C2 Lang reacted even a moment slower, he might have been reduced to a charred wolf. Aware he is up against a formidable female opponent, C2 Lang dares not let his guard down. He swiftly closes in, aiming a palm strike at Qingyun's ample bosom. Yet, Qingyun is not one to be easily hit. C2 Lang is merely at the mid-foundation establishment stage, while Qingyun is at the late foundation establishment stage. Furthermore, she possesses a natural spirit body, with a reservoir of spiritual energy far purer than that of ordinary cultivators. Even when facing a peak foundation establishment opponent, she has an excellent chance of victory. Additionally, she wears the phantom boots gifted to her by Yang Dong, which triple her speed. In truth, she could easily dispatch C2 Lang with a single strike. However, Qingyun does not wish to reveal her strength too early, especially as she may need to face experts from Taisu Sect and Tianmo Sect later. Thus, her initial palm lightning was intentionally cast with reduced speed, allowing C2 Lang to narrowly evade it. Now, it is time to deal with this lecher. In a flash, Qingyun appears behind C2 Lang and delivers a fierce kick to his groin. Bang! The impact is devastating. C2 Lang lets out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground on his knees, clutching his injured manhood in agony, his body convulsing, nearly losing consciousness. The male cultivators in the audience instinctively recoil, a chill surging from their groins. Meanwhile, the female cultivators watch with vindication. Hiss! Is this woman really that fierce? Excellent kick. To deal with the likes of a lecher from the Qingyun Sect, one must strike at the roots. What is happening? C2 Lang has been incapacitated in just 2 moves? That kick has caused pain even from dozens of zhang away. Who would have thought? Truly, who would have thought that Qingyun possesses such formidable prowess, completely overpowering C2 Lang? Just moments ago, many had looked down upon female cultivators. Now, they are left with egg on their faces. Damn, I just placed a bet of 100 top-grade spirit stones. At this moment, many cultivators recall their bets on C2 Lang's victory, lamenting their substantial losses in spirit stones, leading to a chorus of regretful exclamations throughout the crowd. Qingyun wins. A silver-armored general under the 8th prince proclaims loudly. The disciples of Qingyun Sect erupt in cheers. Chu Yun and several elders were expressions of joy. In the first match, Qingyun Sect has achieved a resounding victory, indeed a promising omen. They had previously worried that Qingyun would be badly beaten by C2 Lang, even facing humiliation. To their astonishment, Qingyun incapacitated C2 Lang in just 2 moves, an outcome that took everyone by surprise. Except for Yang Dong. Chu Yun glances at Yang Dong, smiling as she says, as expected, junior brother has keen insight. He anticipated that Miss Qin would prevail. Yang Dong maintained an air of calmness as he remarked. The disciples of the Joyous Union Sect are merely libertines, lacking any real strength. The true adversaries for Mo and Ru Hua are the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect and the Void Gate. Chu Yun slightly nodded, his expression growing solemn. Indeed, while the Joyous Union Sect appeared vast, its strength was rather feeble. This was to be expected. A sect preoccupied with the dual cultivation of men and women could hardly attain remarkable speeds in their training. It was the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect who posed a significant challenge to Ru Hua and Qingyun. In contrast to the elation felt by the Qingyun Sect following their victories, the Joyous Union Sect, despite suffering a severe defeat, exhibited no signs of distress, their countenances remaining unchanged. Some disciples even chuckled and exchanged jokes, as if they were mere spectators witnessing the spectacle. This was hardly surprising. There was little camaraderie among the disciples of the Joyous Union Sect. Most had joined solely for the opportunity to engage in dual cultivation with female disciples. With many wolves and scant prey, The majority of male disciples had not enjoyed any flesh in 3 years. Now that Qin Mo Chio had incapacitated C2 Lang, this development was, in fact, fortuitous for the other disciples of the Joyous Union sect. With C2 Lang's several female companions rendered unavailable, other disciples now had a chance. In another arena, Ruhua executed a spell that shattered Hong Lu's protective barrier but refrained from following up with an attack. Hong Lu, aware that Ruhua had shown her mercy, immediately clasped her hands in respect and said, "Miss Ruhua, your magic is profound, and I humbly concede." Ru Feng smiled and returned the gesture. "Sister Hong Lu, I appreciate your understanding. Disciples of the Qingyun Sect, Ruhua prevails," announced the silver-armored general in a booming voice. The onlookers were taken aback, murmuring in disbelief. Who would have thought? Both female disciples of the Qingyun Sect emerged victorious, and with such ease. This disciple from the Su Nu Palace is not weak, yet still falls to Ruhua's prowess. It is truly astonishing. One must not judge by appearances. Initially, I believed they were mere ornaments, but it seems they possess genuine strength. No wonder the Qingyun Sect selected them for the disciples competition. They indeed have some skill. Who claims the Qingyun Sect has declined? I find their disciples quite formidable. The disciples of the Qingyun Sect erupted in cheers, their voices resounding in harmony. With both bouts concluded in favor of the Qingyun Sect, it was a delightful surprise for all. Observing Ruhua's effortless victory, Chu Yun, Jiang Zhufeng, and Luo Xingqian collectively exhaled in relief. At that moment, their admiration for their junior brother Yang Dong intensified. The other two matches concluded swiftly as well. Li Bai, a disciple from the Void Gate, dispatched Dan Ding Sect's Wu Bo with a single strike, choosing not to deliver a fatal blow, prompting Wu Bo to concede. Meanwhile, Fan Jian of the Heavenly Demon Sect sent Ling Beast Sect's Ma Ruffing flying with a spell, and before he could react, Fan Jian propelled his flying sword, piercing Ma Ruffing's throat. Li Bai emerged victorious, as did Fan Jian. The spectators reacted with a mix of cheers and gasps. The applause was for the restraint shown by the Void Gate disciple, who refrained from pursuing a kill after delivering a decisive blow. The gasps were in response to the brutal fate of Ling Beast Sect's Ma Ruffing, who, despite suffering severe injuries, could not escape the wrath of Fan Jian from the Heavenly Demon Sect. The Soul Destroyer, seated atop a 5th-tier magical beast, smirked coldly. The Ling Beast Sect dared to covertly assist the Qingyun Sect, and they should not blame the Heavenly Demon Sect for their ruthlessness. Before the duel, the Soul Destroyer had issued orders to eliminate anyone from the Qingyun Sect or the Ling Beast Sect. As for the Void Gate, that would depend on the circumstances. Several disciples from the Ling Beast Sect carried Ma Ruffing's lifeless body back, their hearts heavy with grief and anger. The tournament among the 10 great sects was meant to be a display of skill, especially when one party was grievously injured. Pursuing a kill was strictly forbidden. Yet, the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect disregarded these conventions, clearly intent on slaughtering the disciples of the Ling Beast Sect. The Ling Beast Sect's master, Qing Cheng, bore a grim expression, acutely aware that the Heavenly Demon Sect was issuing a challenge to them. Recalling the Soul Destroyer's fierce gaze when he mentioned the annihilation of the Blood Fiend Sect, Qing Cheng's heart raced. Did the Heavenly Demon Sect truly believe that the Ling Beast Sect had aided in the destruction of the Blood Fiend Sect? What kind of absurdity was this? How could the Ling Beast Sect possibly assist the Qingyun Sect in eliminating the Blood Fiend Sect? Such an endeavor would be utterly thankless. What nonsensical notion had the Soul Destroyer conjured? Qing Cheng felt an overwhelming frustration. Next, groups of disciples entered the arena for competition. This time, Qingyun Sect's Su Qingfeng faced off against the Void Gate's female disciple, Yao Li. The other 3 matchups involved disciples from the Joyous Union Sect, Danding Sect, Qingfeng Sect, and Ling Sword Sect. Yao Li, a worthy disciple of the Void Gate, effortlessly defeated Su Qingfeng in just a few moves, having shown him mercy. Otherwise, she could have dispatched him with a single strike, given the significant disparity in their levels of cultivation. The other 3 groups battled for over an incense stick's worth of time before results were determined. With a total of 36 disciples representing 9 sects, the first round of 18 matchups quickly concluded, leaving only 2 remaining. The last matchups featured Meng Yang from the Qingyun Sect against Chui Wuming from the Heavenly Demon Sect, and Lu Dalong from the Joyous Union Sect against the Su Nu Palace's Qing Mei. Upon realizing he was set to face a disciple from the Heavenly Demon Sect, Meng Yang's heart sank. Chu Yun and the elders shared similar concerns. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were notoriously ruthless, especially now that they harbored a grudge against the Qingyun Sect. Unless Meng Yang could best Chui Wuming, his demise was all but certain. Yet, Meng Yang was far from a match for Chui Wuming. From the previous matches, it was evident that the 3 Heavenly Demon Sect disciples had all reached the Golden Core stage, and Chui Wuming, being the last to enter, was assuredly above that level. With a resolute heart, Meng Yang prepared to advance, but Yang Dong called out to him. Meng Yang, just concede when you reach the arena. There's no need to fight Chui Wuming. What? Wouldn't that be a disgrace to the Qingyun Sect? Meng Yang understood that Elder Yang was concerned for his life, but he felt that such an action would be cowardly. Yang Dong dismissed his concerns. There's no need for you to seek your own demise. As for the reputation of the Qingyun Sect, Ru Hua and Qin Mo Chiu will reclaim it for you. Deeply touched, Meng Yang wished to protest further, but Chu Yun stepped forward and said, we will respect Elder Yang's judgment. You will not be blamed. Meng Yang, being one of the most promising disciples of the Qingyun Sect, would be a tremendous loss if he were killed by a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Having nothing more to say, Meng Yang entered the arena. Chui Wuming regarded him with a chilling gaze, akin to that of a predator observing its prey. Meng Yang clasped his hands and declared, I acknowledge my inferiority and willingly concede. With that, he exited the arena. Chui Wuming was left bewildered, standing alone within the arena. His mind racing. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Outside the arena, the silver-armored general announced, Chui Wuming of the Heavenly Demon Sect wins. The surrounding spectators were equally perplexed, some laughing at the sight of Chui Wuming still dazed within the arena. What on earth is happening with the disciples of the Qingyun Sect? They concede before even fighting? I believe this was a wise choice. Facing a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect is a perilous endeavor. It's better to concede voluntarily. Isn't this a bit too humiliating? Thousands are watching. What is the value of face compared to life? At least he preserved his life, right? Haha, this is absolutely hilarious. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect must be gnashing their teeth in frustration. Chui Wuming felt a sense of victory. Yet it seemed as though he had merely triumphed in solitude. The members of the Qingyun Sect watched with amused expressions as Meng Yang returned. Even if Elder Yang had not recognized his voluntary concession, no one would blame him. Everyone understood the situation today. To fight against the Heavenly Demon Sect meant that refusing to concede was tantamount to courting death. The corner of the soul extinction elder's mouth twitched slightly. He had not anticipated that the disciples of the Qingyun Sect would be so cunning as to concede before the battle even commenced. Next time, you will not be so fortunate. Meanwhile, within the barrier, the Hecatomb Sect disciple, Lu Dalong, had already engaged in combat with the disciple from the Su New Palace, Qingmei. Yet, in less than 3 exchanges, Qingmei unleashed a spell that sent Lu Dalong flying, crashing violently against the barrier, causing him to spit blood and lose consciousness. The first round of the disciple competition concluded. After a half-hour intermission, the second round of combat proceeded. Chapter 111, the semifinals. A total of 36 disciples from the 9 major sects participated, and 18 were eliminated in the first round. After the second round of combat among the remaining 18 disciples, 9 more were eliminated. The final 9 participants entered the third round. These 9 disciples included 3 from the Heavenly Demon Sect, Chui Wuming, Jiang Tao, and Fan Jian; 2 from the Taishu Sect, Li Bai and Yao Li; and Ru Hua and Qin Mo Chiu from the Qingyun Sect, Qingmei from the Su New Palace, and Zhen Meng from the Hecatomb Sect. With 9 individuals divided into 4 groups, one disciple drew the short straw and had to sit out a round, resulting in Chui Wuming from the Heavenly Demon Sect resting this round. The remaining 8 disciples paired off for combat as follows: Qin Mo Chiu versus Fan Jian from the Heavenly Demon Sect, Ru Hua against Zhen Meng from the Hecatomb Sect, Li Bai from the Taishu Sect facing Jiang Tao from the Heavenly Demon Sect, and Yao Li from the Taishu Sect battling Qingmei from the Su New Palace. The atmosphere in the valley grew increasingly lively, as few anticipated that Qin Mo Chiu and Ru Hua would reach the third round. The entire valley buzzed with fervent discussions reminiscent of a bustling marketplace regarding the upcoming matches. Who would have thought that these 2 young ladies from the Qingyun Sect would penetrate into the top 9? These 2 beauties indeed possess considerable strength. Many had expected them to be eliminated in the first round, yet they had achieved 2 consecutive victories. The Heavenly Demon Sect seemed assured of victory in this disciple competition. Having 3 representatives among the 9, and with Chui Wuming taking a round off, they held a further advantage. Qin Mo Chiu's match against Fan Jian from the Heavenly Demon Sect appeared grim. Fan Jian had reached at least the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, having eliminated 2 opponents and severely injured another in 3 matches. The Qingyun Sect had already offended the Heavenly Demon Sect, and this time, it truly seemed that Qin Mo Chiu was in peril. It would indeed be a tragic loss to see such an extraordinary beauty fall. Ru Hua, too, was likely to face dire consequences against Zhen Meng, the strongest disciple of the Hecatomb Sect, known as Zhen Meng the Ferocious. It appeared that Ru Hua would likely be overwhelmed. Bets were being placed. Qin Mo Chiu against Fan Jian from the Heavenly Demon Sect had odds of 110. Hurry and place your bets. A chance for recovery is at hand. Ru Hua against Zhen Meng from the Hecatomb Sect had odds of 1.6. Quickly, place your bets. Time is of the essence. Yang Dong began to shout loudly, and the crowd eagerly placed their wagers. Although the odds for Qin Mo against Fan Jian soared to 110, the majority of cultivators still opted to bet on Fan Jian's victory. Despite Qin Mo's impressive performance in the first 3 matches, she still paled in comparison to the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Fan Jian's cultivation level had reached the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, while Ru Hua stood no chance against Zhen Ming, who was at least at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, while Ru Hua had only demonstrated the prowess of a perfected foundation establishment stage. Amidst the excitement of bets, the atmosphere among the Qingyun Sect members turned tense. Junior brother, could Qin Mo be in danger? Xu Yun asked Yang Dong, her face filled with concern. The young disciple showed no signs of worry and began to act as the house. Ru Hua might fare better, while the disciples of the Hecatomb sect were indeed lecherous. They were unlikely to resort to lethal force. But Qin Mo's opponent was Fan Jian from the Heavenly Demon Sect, a man with both profound cultivation and a ruthless disposition. More critically, the Heavenly Demon Sect now sought to eliminate the Qingyun Sect. Yet, Yang Dong remained unfazed, assuring, "Elder brother need not worry. Both Ru Hua and Qin Mo will be just fine." Seeing Yang Dong's calm demeanor, Xu Yun thought better than to press further. The 4 groups of disciples entered the barrier, ready for combat. Within the barrier, Fan Jian regarded Qin Mo coldly and remarked, "Such a beautiful woman. I truly hesitate to end your life so easily. Alas, as a disciple of the Qingyun Sect, today, you must perish." Qin Mo let out a cold laugh. "Is that so? Then I must witness just how formidable the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect truly are." With that, she struck out towards Fan Jian. Fan Jian scoffed. "You overestimate yourself." Without the slightest intention to evade, he retaliated with a powerful punch, confident in his mid-stage Golden Core prowess to easily overpower this woman. However, Qin Mo feigned an attack, her figure flickering as she unleashed a palm strike imbued with lightning towards Fan Jian. With a resounding crash, Fan Jian's powerful punch hit nothing but air, striking the barrier. Simultaneously, Qin Mo's palm lightning struck towards him, leaving him no time to dodge. Boom. A radiant glow erupted from Fan Jian's body as a golden light protection talisman absorbed the impact of Qin Mo's palm lightning. In another section of the barrier, Ru Hua faced off against Zhen Ming from the Hecatomb sect. "Indeed, with such ample bosom and shapely curves, I find you quite appealing. Engaging in dual cultivation with you would be thrilling." Zhen Ming leered, his eyes nearly popping out of his head as he gazed at Ru Hua's figure. "Perverted fiend." Ru Hua shouted in anger, unleashing a spell towards Zhen Ming. Zhen Ming countered with a palm strike, forming an ice hand from gathered spiritual energy to strike back. Boom. The ice hand collided with Ru Hua's spell, producing a thunderous sound. Ru Hua darted forward, sending a sword light slashing towards Zhen Ming. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of spells within the barrier. In terms of cultivation, Ru Hua was at the perfected foundation establishment stage, while Zhen Ming was at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. Although they differed by only 1 realm, the gap between the perfected foundation establishment and the initial Golden Core was immense. However, Ru Hua's physique, being a heavenly body, was extraordinarily robust, far beyond Zhen Ming's capability to compare. Thus, despite Zhen Ming's higher cultivation level, he found himself at a disadvantage. Zhen Ming grew increasingly alarmed as he fought. This woman was surprisingly formidable, her strength not beneath his own. On the other side, after a brief skirmish, Qin Mo found herself thoroughly outmatched by Fan Jian. The disparity in their cultivation levels was stark. Qin Mo was at the late foundation establishment stage, while Fan Jian had reached the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. A significant gap of nearly a complete realm. Had it not been for Qin Mo being a natural spirit body and the enhanced speed granted by the illusion boots gifted by Yang Dong, she might not have been able to withstand even a single strike from Fan Jian. Even so, she struggled against Fan Jian, nearly falling prey to his attacks on several occasions. Meanwhile, Fan Jian was increasingly astonished. He had anticipated dispatching Qin Mo with a single strike. Yet he had unleashed over 10 significant techniques, and this woman remained unscathed. Her cultivation was evidently only at the foundation establishment stage. How could she possess such formidable combat prowess? This was truly perplexing. At this moment, the gazes of the numerous cultivators surrounding the valley were predominantly fixed upon the duel between Ru Hua and Qin Mo. Undoubtedly, these 2 enchanting beauties were the most captivating highlights of the disciple competition. Youthful, stunning, and remarkably powerful, their performances, especially in light of the prevailing skepticism towards the Qingyun Sect, astonished everyone from various sections. Currently, as Ru Hua faced off against Zhen Ming and Qin Mo battled Fan Jian, both were managing to remain undefeated, which sparked fervent discussions among the onlookers. I had initially believed that Xianxiaaudiobooks would falter within 3 moves against Fan Jian, yet to my surprise, Fan Jian unleashed over a dozen spells. And Xianxiaaudiobooks withstood them all. I doubt Zhenmeng can even best Ruhua. Alas, I wagered 10 high-grade spirit stones on Zhenmeng's victory. I hope that scoundrel does not get knocked down by Ruhua. Although Xianxiaaudiobooks is holding her ground for now, defeat is inevitable. Just wait and see. Within the confines of the barrier, Xianxiaaudiobooks exclaimed, drawl as the Qingming sword transformed into a streak of light from her spatial ring, striking at Fan Jian. Chapter 112. Fan Jian kneels. The Qingming sword, a high-grade spiritual weapon, possesses an inherent ability to autonomously pursue its target and instills a sense of dread. Reluctant to reveal its full potential unless absolutely necessary, Xianxiaaudiobooks knew that using the Qingming sword was now imperative to maintain her stance. As the sword surged towards Fan Jian, a look of horror crossed his face. He recognized the formidable nature of this sword, at the very least an exceptional magical artifact. In a rush, Fan Jian swung his own sword, a mid-grade magical weapon, exceptionally sharp. However, the Qingming sword sliced through Fan Jian's weapon as effortlessly as one would cut through vegetables. Damn it! Fan Jian cursed, hastily evading the relentless pursuit of the Qingming sword. Yet, how could he possibly outpace such a relentless weapon? Although he possessed several magical artifacts lent to him by his master for this grand competition. Under the relentless assault of the Qingming sword, he had no opportunity to employ his offensive artifacts. The protective attire he wore was effortlessly breached by the Qingming sword's strike. With a swift motion, a flash of azure light severed one of Fan Jian's arms at the shoulder. "Ah!" he cried out in agony. An overwhelming sense of terror swelling from the depths of his being. Xianxiaaudiobooks loomed in his mind as a divine entity. Thud! Fan Jian collapsed onto the ground, bowing his head towards Xianxiaaudiobooks and knocking it repeatedly against the earth, trembling as he pleaded, "Goddess, please spare me. I acknowledge my wrongs." Xianxiaaudiobooks had intended to deliver a fatal blow, yet seeing Fan Jian kneeling in supplication, she refrained, fearing such an act might further provoke the Qingyun Sect. She reluctantly sheathed her sword. Outside the barrier, a silver-armored general proclaimed loudly, "Qingyun Sect disciple Xianxiaaudiobooks triumphs." Witnessing this scene, the multitude of cultivators surrounding the arena were left utterly bewildered. No way. Xianxiaaudiobooks has actually defeated Fan Jian. This woman is truly formidable. The fact that Xianxiaaudiobooks bested a disciple of the Qingyun Sect was not the crux of the matter. Rather, it was the absurdity of Fan Jian kneeling and begging for mercy that left everyone in disbelief. Laughter erupted. Fan Jian actually knelt and begged for mercy. Could it be that disciples of the Qingyun Sect are so cowardly? Just moments ago, Fan Jian had ruthlessly dispatched others in 2 matches. I had thought him a formidable character, but it turns out he is merely a bully of the weak. This duel has utterly tarnished the Qingyun Sect's reputation. My 300 mid-grade spirit stones are all gone. Fan Jian, damn you. At this moment, the elders of the Qingyun Sect wore expressions of utter dismay. They had never anticipated that Fan Jian would lose to a female disciple of the Qingyun Sect. Losing to the lowest-ranked Qingyun Sect was one thing. But to a female disciple? The humiliation was compounded by the fact that he had knelt to plead for mercy. This was the grand tournament of the 9 great sects. With thousands of cultivators, including those from the Dazhou dynasty, observing, Fan Jian had laid the Qingyun Sect's dignity at the feet of others, allowing them to trample upon it. The master of the Soul Destroyer Sect's lips twitched in disbelief, his countenance darkening to the point of nearly dripping with anger. He had been confident that Fan Jian could eliminate Xianxiaaudiobooks, yet the outcome had been entirely unexpected. "Fan Jian, you are truly damned." Watching Fan Jian emerge from the barrier, disheartened, the master of the Soul Destroyer extended a finger. A surge of terrifying spiritual energy shot forth. Bang! Fan Jian's body exploded into a mist of blood. The surrounding cultivators were rendered speechless, no longer daring to utter a word of jest. All eyes shifted to the battle between Ruhua and Zhenmeng. At this moment, Zhenmeng found himself at a disadvantage. However, for Ruhua to defeat him was no simple task. To conserve her spiritual energy, she did not wish to prolong the battle. With a thought, a ray of light shot forth from her spatial ring, targeting Zhenmeng's throat. This was the exceptional artifact, the soul-seeking flying blade, gifted to her by Yang Dong. Whoosh! The soul-seeking flying blade darted forth with the speed of lightning, and Zhenmeng barely had time to register its presence before it pierced through his throat. With bulging eyes, he clutched the gaping wound at his neck and slowly collapsed backward, his face a mask of terror and confusion. Qingyun Sect disciple Ruhua prevails, announced the silver-armored general outside the barrier. A wave of astonishment rippled through the gathered cultivators. Wow! A precise and fatal strike. Incredible! Zhenmeng was actually killed by Ruhua. My spirit stones. The two enchanting disciples of the Qingyun Sect were undoubtedly extraordinary. Achieving 3 consecutive victories and advancing to the semifinals was utterly unexpected. 2 stunning beauties from the Qingyun Sect had managed to reach this stage. Dark horses. Ru Hua and Qin Machio truly emerged as the most surprising contenders in this grand tournament of the 9 great sects. How surprising? Well, certainly not as surprising as your wife. Looking upon Ru Hua and Qin Machio, both unscathed and triumphant, the disciples of the Qingyun Sect erupted into cheers. Chu Yun and the elders exchanged smiles, having harbored concerns for their safety, hoping only that they would return unscathed. To their astonishment, the 2 women had achieved a resounding victory, compelling all to once again admire Yang Dong. How had Elder Yang discerned that Ru Hua and Qin Machio possessed the strength to reach the finals? Unbeknownst to them, Yang Dong was already fully aware of the depths of Ru Hua and Qin Machio's capabilities. Soon, the outcomes of the other 2 duels were determined. Li Bai of the Taishu Sect triumphed over Jiang Tao of the Tianma Sect, while Qing Mei of the Sunni Palace bested Yao Li of the Taishu Sect. Now, 5 individuals remained to contest the final showdown. Cui Wuming from the Tianma Sect, Li Bai from the Taishu Sect, Qing Mei from the Sunni Palace, and Ru Hua and Qin Machio from the Qingyun Sect. After a round of drawing lots, Qin Machio would take a respite. The matchups were set. Cui Wuming of the Tianma Sect against Li Bai of the Taishu Sect, and Qing Mei of the Sunni Palace against Ru Hua of the Qingyun Sect. The 4 entered the barrier. Qing Mei greeted Ru Hua with a respectful bow. I, Qing Mei of the Sunni Palace, have come to learn from you. Ru Hua responded with a smile. Sister Qing Mei, please offer your guidance. The 2 women, displaying mutual courtesy, commenced their battle, each casting their spells with fervor. At the age of 48, Qing Mei appeared to be merely in her late 20s. Her beauty, though not breathtaking, was quite charming. She was a direct disciple of the master of the Su Nu Palace, having reached the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. In contrast, Ru Hua had achieved the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, placing her 2 realms below Qing Mei. However, due to Ru Hua's innate Tianyin divine body, which housed pure spiritual energy and a robust constitution, she could barely hold her ground against Qing Mei. The battle was arduous for Ru Hua. She was reluctant to employ the soul-chasing flying daggers, for their deployment meant certain death even for a nascent soul cultivator. Ru Hua had no desire to slay Qing Mei. She possessed several high-grade 5 thunder talismans and 1 top-tier talisman. A mere toss of any one of them would likely overwhelm Qing Mei unless she also had high-grade protective charms or superior defensive artifacts. Yet even then, she would falter against the top-tier talisman. After a stick of incense had burned, Ru Hua was forced back by one of Qing Mei's spells. With a mere thought, she retrieved the beast-binding rope from her spatial ring and hurled it at Qing Mei. Chapter 113. Defeating Cui Wuming, Ru Hua claims victory. The beast-binding rope, capable of extending and retracting, shimmered faintly as it shot towards Qing Mei. Qing Mei swung her sword to sever the rope, but it was a mid-grade spiritual artifact, capable of binding even powerful beings of the out-of-body stage, let alone a golden core cultivator like Qing Mei. In a flash, the rope ensnared Qing Mei, binding her tightly as though she were a dumpling. No matter how she struggled with her internal spiritual energy, she could not free herself. Ru Hua watched Qing Mei's futile struggles, refraining from delivering a finishing blow. I concede. Qing Mei abandoned her fruitless attempts and voluntarily admitted defeat. The silver-armored general announced loudly, disciple of Qingyun Sect, Ru Hua, emerges victorious and shall proceed to the next round of the finals. Meanwhile, on the other side, disciple Cui Wuming of the Tianma Sect had bested Li Bai of the Taishu Sect, advancing to the finals. Thus, 3 contenders had reached the final stage, Qingyun Sect's Ru Hua and Qin Machio, alongside Tianma Sect's Cui Wuming. This meant that if either Ru Hua or Qin Machio triumphed over Cui Wuming, the Qingyun Sect would claim the top honor in this 9 great sects disciple competition. As the disciple contest approached its climax, tens of thousands of onlookers in the valley buzzed with excitement, discussing the unexpected developments of this tournament. It was astonishing that a disciple from Qingyun Sect had reached the finals. Historically ranked last among the 10 great sects, they had never advanced beyond the 3rd round in previous competitions. The emergence of 2 young and beautiful female disciples in the finals was unprecedented. When Qin Machio and Ru Hua first appeared, many had mocked them, predicting their swift elimination in the 1st round. Now, their faces must surely bear the bruises of their misjudgment. The anticipation for their potential victory over Cui Wuming was palpable. That is impossible, some muttered. Cui Wuming is at the peak of the Golden Core realm. No matter how skilled, Ru Hua and Qin Machio cannot possibly defeat him. A foreboding sense loomed over others, with predictions that both captivating beauties might meet their demise at Cui Wuming's hands. Betting is open. In the final showdown, Tianma Sect's Cui Wuming faces off against the 2 stunning beauties of Qingyun Sect, with odds set at 5-1. This is your last chance to recoup your losses. Seize the moment and place your bets. Yang Dong bellowed, rallying the crowd to wager, with over 90% betting on Cui Wuming's victory. Despite Ruhua and Qin Machio's impressive performances, Cui Wuming was simply too formidable. Even Li Bai of the Taishu sect had fallen to him, making it hard to believe that Ruhua and Qin Machio could stand a chance. Observing the crowd's overwhelming support for Cui Wuming, Yang Dong could hardly suppress a grin as he welcomed a bounty of spiritual stones. Meanwhile, Ruhua and Qin Machio deliberated over who would enter the arena first. Ruhua, allow me to take the lead, Qin Machio urged her. Aware of the grave danger ahead, she wished to spare Ruhua from the initial peril. Ruhua smiled gently. Sister Qin, let me go first. If I fall to Cui Wuming, you may seek vengeance for me. Chu Yun and the others were momentarily unsure whom to let take the stage first, their hearts heavy with concern, facing the strongest disciple of the Qingyun Sect. It seemed that both Ruhua and Qin Machio were unlikely to emerge victorious. Should they fall to Cui Wuming, their fates would surely be sealed. The revered master of soul annihilation would not allow any disciple of Qingyun Sect to survive. After contemplating the situation, Chu Yun advised, Ruhua, Qin, perhaps it would be wisest to concede. Jiang Zhufeng echoed, my senior brother speaks the truth. You have already secured second place. There is no need to risk your lives in pursuit of the first. Yet Ruhua replied resolutely, eldest senior brother, second senior brother, fret not. We will not be bested by Cui Wuming. She possessed two mid-grade spiritual items, the Diamond Protective Talisman and the Beast Binding Rope. The Diamond Protective Talisman could withstand any attack from an out-of-body cultivator, while the Beast Binding Rope could ensnare fifth-tier exotic beasts or formidable beings of the out-of-body stage. Moreover, she also held a soul-chasing flying dagger, capable of slaying even a nascent soul cultivator. Cui Wuming was merely at the golden core stage, even with his artifacts. He could not compare to the treasures Ruhua wielded. Seeing Ruhua's determination to face Cui Wuming, Chu Yun and his fellow disciples reluctantly allowed her to proceed. As Ruhua stepped into the combat barrier, she stood 5 zhang away from Cui Wuming. He regarded her with an impassive expression, coldly declaring, this time, you shall have no chance of survival. Before he could finish his sentence, a beam of light pierced through his throat. Impossible. Cui Wuming's eyes widened in disbelief as he clutched his throat, collapsing to the ground, unable to fathom that he had perished at the hands of a woman. Ruhua returned the soul-chasing flying dagger to her spatial ring and remarked coolly, that was the first line I meant to deliver to you. This scene left everyone astounded. After a brief silence, the onlookers in the valley erupted into exclamations of shock. The speed of the soul-chasing flying dagger was simply too swift, positioned far from the valley. Those below the out-of-body stage could not comprehend how Ruhua had dispatched Cui Wuming. What just happened? They hadn't even begun, and Cui Wuming has already fallen? Could it be true that he was slain by a single strike from Ruhua? I barely saw how she made her move. How could Cui Wuming be dead? Heavens! Cui Wuming is at the peak of the golden core. How could he be instantaneously vanquished by a female disciple of Qingyun Sect? This Ruhua truly becomes stronger against formidable foes. Terrifying. In this disciple competition, the 2 female disciples of Qingyun Sect had emerged as the most surprising dark horses. Outside the barrier, the silver-armored general proclaimed loudly, the 9 great sects disciple competition has concluded. Qingyun Sect claims first place, Tianma Sect second, and Taishu Sect third. Today's matches conclude here, with the elder competition commencing tomorrow. The multitude of onlookers erupted into applause, marveling at the thrilling proceedings of this tournament, the outcome of which had far exceeded expectations. The hundreds of disciples from Qingyun Sect rejoiced in celebration. Chu Yun, Jiang Zhufeng, and Luo Xingqian sighed in relief, their faces alight with smiles. The master of soul annihilation wore a dark expression, utterly shocked that Cui Wuming had been so effortlessly slain by Ruhua. Although Tianma Sect secured second place in this disciple competition, they had suffered the loss of 2 elite disciples, both at the hands of Qingyun Sect's female disciples, a profound humiliation for Tianma Sect. Yet, in the upcoming elder competition, they were determined to avenge the disgrace of the disciple contest. With a cold snort, he mounted the 5th-tier beast. Soaring into the sky alongside the elders and disciples of the Tiangong Sect, Ruhua emerged from the barrier, clasping her hands in greeting to the surrounding cultivators. Before making her way towards the location of the Qingyun Sect, Qin Machio, beaming with joy, approached her and enveloped her in a warm embrace. The 8th prince, Yinzhan, cast an appreciative glance at the 2 beautiful figures locked in their embrace. Subsequently, he ascended the flying chariot, accompanied by the national master and 8 silver-armored generals. The 9-headed 5th-tier beast let out a low growl, taking to the skies and pulling the grand chariot towards the Xianyuan city palace. Chapter 114, The Elder Competition. Upon returning to the Xianyuan city branch, it was already the afternoon of the Hour of the Monkey. Half an hour later, a banquet was laid out in the hall, celebrating the first-place victory in today's disciple competition. This marked the first such achievement for the Qingyun Sect in nearly a century during the grand competition of the 10 great sects. Although it was merely a disciple contest, it had nonetheless propelled the Qingyun Sect to great prominence in the Daizhou cultivation world. Ru Hua and Qin Machio naturally became the centerpieces of this celebratory feast, with the elders raising their cups and toasts to them. Ru Hua, being the daughter of the former sect master, held a prestigious position within the Qingyun Sect. Although Qin Machio was just an ordinary inner sect disciple, her connection with Yang Dong was well known, earning her considerable respect. Just as the revelry reached its peak, a disciple approached with urgent news, reporting to the sect master, Elder Hao has sent Steward Niu with urgent matters to discuss. Chu Yun and the elders were taken aback. The arrival of someone from the sect at this juncture hinted at troubling news. Quickly, bring Steward Niu in, Yang Dong instructed the disciple. The disciple complied. Returning shortly with Steward Niu, disciples pay their respects to the sect master, Elder Yang, and all esteemed elders. Steward Niu bowed deeply to Chu Yun and Yang Dong. No need for such formalities, Chu Yun replied, turning to Steward Niu. What urgent matters has Elder Hao sent you to convey? Steward Niu responded gravely. Sect master, last night, for elders from the Tiangong sect led over 1,000 disciples to attack our Qingyun sect. The moment he spoke, the expressions of Chu Yun and the elders shifted drastically. An assault from the Tiangong sect was no trivial matter. They were well aware of the formidable strength of the Tiangong sect, with their elders being experts in the out-of-body realm. At this moment, the Qingyun sect was particularly vulnerable, and the consequences could be dire. Only Yang Dong remained calm, sipping his wine with a faint smile. Indeed, the Tiangong sect is as ruthless as ever, but fortunately, I was prepared. Sect master and esteemed elders need not worry. Elder Yang had already stationed a 6th-tier beast and several 5th-tier beasts to guard against the attack. All the assailants from the Tiangong sect have been eliminated. Steward Niu recounted the events of the previous night. A collective sigh of relief swept through Chu Yun and the elders as they turned their gaze toward Yang Dong. Their eyes filled with admiration. Elder Yang possesses a 6th-tier spirit beast? That equates to the combat prowess of a transformation stage cultivator. With the failure of this attack, the Soul Destroyer must have received the news. I fear he may return with reinforcements to seek revenge against our Qingyun sect. One elder expressed, concern etched on his face. The others nodded in solemn agreement, their expressions growing serious. The Tiangong sect's might was formidable, and the Soul Destroyer, a being of transformation stage power, loomed in their minds like a god of destruction. Junior brother, should we return to the Qingyun sect now to safeguard our sect? Chu Yun inquired, seeking the counsel of her younger disciple, Yang Dong. Yang Dong calmly took a sip of spirit wine. The competition is not yet concluded. The Soul Destroyer is unlikely to return with his forces. Furthermore, even if he does lead the entirety of the Tiangong sect to our Qingyun sect, he shall find himself with no way back. His confidence was not unfounded. The remaining cloud-leaping Thunder Leopard was more than capable of confronting a peak transformation stage expert, while the Soul Destroyer was merely at the mid-transformation stage, easily dealt with by the cloud-leaping Thunder Leopard. If they could eliminate the Soul Destroyer, the remaining members of the Tiangong sect would surely not dare continue the fight. Moreover, with over a dozen 5th-tier beasts at their disposal, they were more than equipped to handle several peak out-of-body experts. Listening to Yang Dong, Chu Yun and the elders felt a measure of reassurance. They had witnessed the strength of his spirit beasts. Even 5th-tier beasts could vanquish the elders of the Blood Slaughter sect, let alone with the addition of a 6th-tier beast. Everyone resumed their drinking, and if the Tiangong sect did not show up for the competition the following day, they would publicly announce the assault on the Qingyun sect. If the Tiangong sect remained, they would feign ignorance, settling the score after the competition concluded. The next day, the 9 great sects arrived successively at the valley. While other smaller sects and wandering immortals had come early to secure prime viewing spots, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Today marked the elder and sect master competitions of the 9 great sects, promising to be even more riveting than the previous day's disciple contests. As the hour approached, the grand chariot pulled by 9 beasts soared into view. Once the 8th prince and the national master arrived, the competition officially commenced. Each of the 9 great sects selected 2 elders to participate, with no age restrictions. The representatives for the Qingyun sect were Yang Dong and Hua Xiangrong. Yang Dong was an irreplaceable asset for the Qingyun sect, while Hua Xiangrong, though only in her early 180s, had already attained the late infant transformation stage. The competition proceeded in the same manner as the previous day, divided into 4 concurrent groups. The national master established 4 barriers, albeit significantly larger this time, each reaching a height of 20 zhang. accommodating the higher cultivation levels of the elders from the 9 great sects. The 18 selected elders drew lots for their pairings in the first round. The matchups were as follows: Hua Xiangrong versus Xian Yangzi from the Qingyun Sect, Elder Shuanghua from the Su Nu Palace versus Xinjuan Miedong from the Qingyun Sect, Jiu Xiaodijun from the Tiangong Sect versus Qing Lingzi from the Xianji Pavilion, and Tai Su Zhenren from the Danding Sect versus Yun Zhongzi from the Spirit Beast Sect. Upon learning that Hua Xiangrong was to face Xian Yangzi, Chu Yun and the others let out a sigh of relief. Their greatest fear had been a confrontation with an elder from the Tiangong Sect, which would undoubtedly spell disaster. The Tai Su Sect, being a righteous sect, would never resort to lethal measures against Hua Xiangrong. As Hua Xiangrong stepped into the dual barrier, she bowed to Xian Yangzi. "I am Hua Xiangrong of the Qingyun Sect. I humbly request your guidance, senior." Despite being an elder herself, she showed respect and humility in addressing the over 500-year-old Xian Yangzi. Dressed in a flowing gray robe, with white whiskers cascading down, Xian Yangzi regarded Hua Xiangrong with a slight smile as he stroked his beard. "Elder Hua, you are too kind. Please, make your move." Confident in his victory against the enchanting elder of the Qingyun Sect, he had no intention of holding back. "My apologies," Hua Xiangrong declared as she unleashed a spell toward Xian Yangzi. With a mere flick of his hand, Xian Yangzi sent forth a torrent of formidable spiritual energy toward her. Bang! The two forces collided, sending Hua Xiangrong hurtling backward, crashing against the barrier before falling to the ground. Cough, cough. Hua Xiangrong lay on the ground, her complexion pale, feeling as though her internal organs and bones were shattering under the impact, and she coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. "Elder Hua, are you all right?" Xian Yangzi inquired, raising his hand to summon a gentle stream of spiritual energy to lift her from the ground. To his surprise, he had only exerted a fraction of his power. Yet Hua Xiangrong appeared to be quite fragile. It is hardly surprising that Su Nl Engzi has achieved the pinnacle of the out-of-body realm, effortlessly overpowering Hu 11 Ngring, who is merely at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, akin to an adult besting a mere 3-year-old child. Naturally, Hu 11 Ngring is aware that Su Nl Engzi has shown her mercy. Otherwise, she would likely have been reduced to mere fragments by now. "I am immensely grateful for your leniency, esteemed elder. I willingly concede." Outside the barrier, the silver-armored general announced loudly. Elder Su Nl Engzi of the Taishu Sect is victorious. The other 3 matches concluded shortly thereafter. Elder Shu Ngu of the S.N. Palace triumphed over the Exploration Master of the H.N. Sect. The G11O Earth Lord of the T.N.M. Sect defeated Qingyun Engzi of the Su New Jersey Pavilion. YNZHNGZ from the Spirit Beast Sect overcame the T.N. of the D.N. Sect. Following that, 4 more groups took the stage, with outcomes decided after the burning of a stick of incense. Finally, 1 match remained, pitting Ying Ding against Elder Y Oxu of the S.N. Palace. Chapter 115. The Battle Against the Shadow Poison Lord. All eyes in the arena were fixed upon the final match within the barrier, buzzing with discussion. Is this elder of the Qingyun Sect truly a young man? It is quite remarkable that such youth has attained the status of elder. Yet, how impressive can youth be? How high can a mere youth's cultivation truly rise? The Qingyun Sect may have had a fleeting moment of glory in the disciple competition, but their elders are likely to be eliminated in the first round. I remember now. He is the brash young man who confronted the soul-extinguishing sovereign on the first day. So it is this fellow. Fortunately, he is matched against an elder of the S.N. Palace. Had it been an elder from the T.N.M. Sect, he would undoubtedly have met his end. The soul-extinguishing sovereign observed Ying Ding within the barrier, quietly snorting. This fellow is fortunate. He did not draw the lot to face one of my T.N.M. Sect elders. He had already instructed his 2 participating elders that if they were to battle Ying Ding, even if he voluntarily conceded, they must eliminate him. Within the barrier, Ying Ding stood 10 paces apart from Elder Y Oxu, clad in a flowing white robe with silver hair cascading down. Elder Y Oxu appeared to be a Taoist priestess in her 40s or 50s, though in truth, she was over 400 years old. "Elder Y Oxu, please," Ying Ding said, one hand behind his back and the other slightly raised. Without further ado, Elder Y Oxu flicked her hand, and thousands of silver threads shot toward Ying Ding, coiling around his body. Ying Ding reached out and grasped the silver threads in midair. A look of astonishment crossed Y Oxu's face. Her feather duster was a top-tier magical artifact, and even an out-of-body cultivator would find it difficult to escape its binding under her immense spiritual power. Yet, Ying Ding had effortlessly seized the threads. Elder Y Oxu summoned her full spiritual energy to yank the threads back, but they remained firmly in Ying Ding's grip, unyielding no matter how she exerted her strength. This left Elder Y Oxu utterly astounded. After all, she was a formidable cultivator at the mid-stage of the out-of-body realm. Yet her prized artifact could be so easily captured by a mere youth, who remained immovable. Could it be that this young man's cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the out-of-body realm? How is that even possible? He appears to be no older than 20. Even if he consumed beauty-enhancing elixirs, he could not be older than 100. At this moment, the thousands of onlookers in the valley gaped in disbelief. They had never witnessed such a spectacle in a match before. What is going on? Are they engaged in a tug-of-war? Elder Yox's opening move had her duster seized by Xianxiaaudiobooks. This young man possesses some skill. Could it be that Elder Yox's cultivation is inferior to that of a mere fledgling from the Qingyun Sect? The elders of the Xian Palace are no weaklings. The previous Elder Shungu easily defeated the exploration elder of the Xianxian Sect. At that moment, within the barrier, Elder Yox suddenly struck at Xianxiaaudiobooks with her left palm, unleashing a terrifying surge of spiritual energy. Xianxiaaudiobooks waved his left palm, sending forth an even more resplendent purple-gold radiance. Boom! The two forces collided. The purple-gold light shattering Elder Yox's attack and sending shockwaves crashing into her. A protective aura erupted around Elder Yox, yet it was still shattered by the purple-gold radiance. Bang! Elder Yox was hurled back, colliding with the barrier and spitting out a mouthful of blood as she fell to the ground. Struggling to rise, she clasped her hands towards Xianxiaaudiobooks and said, "Elder Yang's cultivation is profound. I acknowledge my defeat. Thank you for your graciousness." Xianxiaaudiobooks replied, slightly bowing. The silver-armored general announced loudly, "Elder Xianxiaaudiobooks of the Qingyun Sect is victorious." Cheers erupted from the Qingyun Sect disciples. Xian revealed a faint smile. He was not surprised that his junior brother Yang could defeat Elder Yox. However, if he were to face an elder from the TNM Sect, the outcome would be uncertain. With Xianxiaaudiobooks' victory, the soul-extinguishing sovereign's lips curled into a cold smile. Excellent. He actually hopes for Xianxiaaudiobooks to prevail, as this increases the likelihood of facing a TNM Sect elder in the next round. After 9 elders were eliminated in the first round, the remaining 9 proceeded to the second round. Through a drawing of lots, Xianxiaaudiobooks drew an empty lot, advancing directly to the next round without contest. The other 8 elders engaged in the second round of battles. A stick of incense later, the second round concluded, with 4 victors emerging: Elder Su New York Engzi of the Taishu Sect, Elder Shungu of the Xian Palace, and 2 elders from the TNM Sect, G11O Earth Lord and the Shadow Poison Lord. Alongside Xianxiaaudiobooks, they all drew lots for the next round of semifinals. G11O Earth Lord drew an empty lot, advancing directly into the next semifinal round. Xianxiaaudiobooks was set to face the Shadow Poison Lord of the TNM Sect, while Su New York Engzi would compete against Elder Shungu of the Xian Palace. The 4 elders entered their respective battle barriers, capturing the attention of tens of thousands of onlookers in the valley, with many speculating on the impending clash between Xianxiaaudiobooks and the Shadow Poison Lord. Do you think the Shadow Poison Lord will kill Xianxiaaudiobooks? That goes without saying. The Shadow Poison Lord is one of the 4 great elders of the TNM Sect, with a mastery of poison unparalleled. Countless out-of-body experts have fallen victim to his toxins. Xianxiaaudiobooks dared to provoke the soul-extinguishing sovereign and still participates in the elder competition. He is courting death. Just wait and see. This round will surely end with Xianxiaaudiobooks meeting a tragic fate. The murmurs of the thousands of spectators echoed, and hardly anyone placed their hopes on this young elder from the Qingyun Sect. Meanwhile, the members of the Qingyun Sect were silently sweating for Xianxiaaudiobooks. Despite being their strongest member, he was now facing the Shadow Poison Lord of the TNM Sect. Chyn, Zhfeng, and Lu Xngch in all wore solemn expressions, secretly worrying for their junior brother. Should Xianxiaaudiobooks fall, it would be as if the sky had collapsed for the Qingyun Sect. However, Hu and Qnmchi were not overly concerned. They held great confidence in Xianxiaaudiobooks' abilities, well aware of his strengths. Within the battle barrier, Xianxiaaudiobooks stood 10 paces away from the Shadow Poison Lord. The Shadow Poison Lord regarded Xianxiaaudiobooks with a sinister chuckle. "Little fellow, I must admit that I admire your courage. You dare to accept the challenge." Battling within this barrier greatly favors the Shadow Poison Lord's use of poison, as his opponent has no means of escape. Dressed in a moon-white robe, Xianxiaaudiobooks smiled slightly. "I have heard that your poison is formidable. I am quite eager to experience it." The Shadow Poison Lord laughed heartily. "Very well. I shall fulfill your request, ensuring that you will find it impossible to escape death." With that, he waved his hand, releasing a cloud of red mist that erupted from his sleeve, enveloping Xianxiaaudiobooks within a radius of 10 feet. This red mist was concocted from a combination of over a dozen 4th-tier poisons. Any being above the god transformation realm that inhaled even a whiff would find their organs withered and death imminent, even if one were to hold their breath. The toxic mist would still seep through the capillaries, drastically diminishing their cultivation, leading to certain death within the hour. As for the poison Lord of Shadows, he had, of course, already consumed the antidote. The surrounding cultivators, witnessing this scene, offered a silent tribute to Yangdong for 3 seconds. Chapter 116. The Slaying of the Lord of Nine Heavens. The hearts of the Qingyun Sect members sank. As the crimson mist engulfed Yangdong, it seemed he was doomed. Even Qin Macho and Ru Hua felt a pang of concern for him. The soul-extinguishing master wore a cold smirk. It seemed this boy's demise would serve him right. Soon, the red mist dissipated, revealing a scene that contradicted everyone's expectations. Yangdong stood unscathed within the barrier. Not a trace of corruption on his face, or even a speck of dust upon his moon-white robe. The onlooking cultivators gaped in astonishment, some rubbing their eyes in disbelief. How could it be? Yangdong appeared completely unharmed? Could it be that he had consumed an antidote pill beforehand? Surely. The poison of the poison Lord of Shadows is not so easily countered. Even preemptive use of an antidote would be futile. Remarkable. It seems Yangdong possesses some genuine skill. As Chu Yun and the others realized Yangdong was unharmed, the tension in their hearts finally eased. The elders and disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were flabbergasted. They all understood the potency of the poison Lord of Shadows' crimson mist and had assumed Yangdong was doomed, yet he emerged without a scratch. The soul-extinguishing master's expression twitched slightly. This boy indeed has some merit. No wonder he dared to challenge me. Within the barrier, the poison Lord of Shadows widened his eyes in disbelief. You're still alive? How is this possible? Yangdong chuckled coldly. Is this the extent of your poison? You dare call yourself a poison lord? Foolish child, I shall end you. The poison Lord of Shadows flickered like a wraith, appearing just a yard away from Yangdong, striking with a palm infused with his full spiritual power, a terrifying force. This palm also harbored an odorless, colorless toxin. Yangdong retaliated with a punch, unleashing a massive purple-golden fist that thunderously collided with the poison Lord's attack. Boom. The purple-golden fist, imbued with primordial force, effortlessly shattered the spiritual energy, crashing into the poison Lord of Shadows. Although protective light flared around the poison Lord, how could it withstand the might of that purple-golden fist? Bang! The poison Lord's body exploded into a mist of blood, his primordial spirit obliterated alongside him. The spectators were left in stunned silence. After a few seconds of shock, the crowd erupted into exclamations of awe. Incredible! Yangdong obliterated the poison Lord of Shadows with a single punch. This was a being of transcendent capability, to be reduced to nothingness by a mere strike. How brutal! Yet it ignited a fervor among the spectators. What divine ability is this purple-golden fist? The Qingyun Sect's strength is indeed formidable. No wonder the Bloodslaughter Sect was annihilated. As the disciples of Qingyun Sect cheered for Yangdong's victory, Elder Yang felt a surge of pride. This punch had allowed the Qingyun Sect to hold its head high. Chu Yun and the other elders were equally ecstatic, as Yangdong's prowess continued to surpass their expectations. Qin Macho and Ru Hua exchanged smiles, recognizing the true strength of their man. The elders and disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were left in a daze. The poison elder was obliterated by Yangdong's fist. The shock they experienced was monumental. They had never suffered such a crushing defeat, even against the Taishu sect. The soul-extinguishing master's face darkened, his aura radiating murderous intent. He had anticipated the poison lord would easily dispatch Yangdong, but unexpectedly, it was Yangdong who annihilated the poison lord. Elder Yang of Qingyun Sect declared with icy detachment, Yangdong is victorious. At this moment, in another duel, Elder Xianyang of the Taishu sect defeated Elder Shuanghua of the Su Nu Palace. Now 3 competitors remained for the final showdown. The Lord of Nine Heavens from the Heavenly Demon Sect, Elder Xianyang from the Taishu sect, and Yangdong from the Qingyun Sect. The 3 drew lots once more, and Yangdong drew the empty lot, advancing directly to the final duel. The Lord of Nine Heavens faced off against Elder Xianyang. Half a stick of incense later, the Lord of Nine Heavens triumphed over Xianyang, setting the stage for the ultimate confrontation with Yangdong. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch as tens of thousands of cultivators speculated who would claim the championship of the Elder Tournament. Yangdong versus the Lord of Nine Heavens promised to be an evenly matched battle. While Yangdong was formidable, he might not be a match for the Lord of Nine Heavens. The Lord had reached the pinnacle of half-step transformation. Even Elder Xianyang was no match for him, let alone Yangdong. It appeared that in this final duel, Yangdong would meet his end at the hands of the Lord of Nine Heavens. If Yangdong were wise, he would concede now. After all, he had already secured second place. Why risk his life for a mere title? The cultivators murmured amongst themselves. Although Yangdong had dazzled in his previous 2 matches, most believed he would fall to the Lord of Nine Heavens. Within the dueling barrier, Yangdong and the Lord of Nine Heavens faced each other from several paces apart. You are indeed strong. But alas, you've crossed paths with me. The Lord of Nine Heavens' gaze pierced through Yang Dong, his voice frigid as ice. Yang Dong smiled faintly. Your strength is commendable, yet insufficient. You are overestimating yourself. The Lord of Nine Heavens barked, suddenly unleashing a technique. A purple lightning sphere shot forth, striking towards Yang Dong. This was the purple sky palm thunder, its power exceeding that of ordinary palm thunder by over 100-fold. Yang Dong raised his hand, conjuring a light shield that appeared half a yard before him. Boom! The purple lightning sphere shattered the light shield, transforming into a bolt the size of a thigh, crashing toward Yang Dong. His body erupted with resplendent purple-golden radiance, a protective divine light emanating from his primordial sacred body. Boom! The purple lightning dissipated into nothingness, and Yang Dong remained unperturbed, completely unharmed. Preposterous. With his current cultivation, the primordial sacred body could withstand a full-force strike from a peak transformation master. The Lord of Nine Heavens was merely half a step into transformation. He dared to challenge me? This scene left the thousands of spectators in the valley dumbfounded. They had felt the terrifying power of the purple sky palm thunder from 100 paces away. Although Yang Dong's light shield had absorbed the initial impact, it would have been lethal to a late-stage transcendent master. Yet Yang Dong's protective divine light had withstood it without a scratch. What kind of physique are you possessing? The Lord of Nine Heavens' pupils dilated in shock. This boy was nothing short of a monster. Prepare to accompany the poison lord to the underworld. Yang Dong sneered and unleashed a technique, a purple-golden beam hurtling toward the Lord of Nine Heavens. The Lord of Nine Heavens' face paled. At that moment, he felt the cold breath of death, but he had no time to evade. Channeling all his spiritual energy, he struck out with a palm. Boom! The purple-golden beam shattered his palm strike and slammed into the Lord of Nine Heavens. Bang! His body erupted, disintegrating into a mist of blood. His primordial spirit annihilated alongside him. The valley fell into an eerie silence, leaving everyone astounded into speechlessness. Chapter 117. The Tournament of Sect Leaders interrupted. After several seconds of quietude, the valley erupted in astonished exclamations. Wow! Yang Dong has once again obliterated the Lord of Nine Heavens. The esteemed Lord of the Nine Heavens, a figure of half-step transformation, has proven to be surprisingly vulnerable. It is not that he is weak, but rather that Yang Dong is exceptionally formidable. This young man is truly remarkable. Initially, it was believed that the two beautiful female disciples from yesterday would emerge as the dark horses of this year's Immortal Sect competition, only to realize now that Yang Dong is the true dark horse of the event. In this year's competition among the 9 great sects, both the disciple and elder contests have been triumphantly claimed by the Qingyun Sect, stealing the limelight. It was said that the Qingyun Sect had previously ranked last among the 10 major sects. How has it suddenly grown so powerful? Nonsense. How could the Qingyun Sect have annihilated the Blood Fiend Sect if it were not strong? With their current might, the Qingyun Sect could very well rank among the top 5. Nay, I dare say they are worthy of a place in the top 3. And with the final sect competition still to come, that will truly determine the Qingyun Sect's strength. With Yang Dong's prowess reaching the realm of transformation, the sect leader of Qingyun must surely be at least on par with the Soul Annihilator. No wonder Yang Dong dares to confront the Soul Annihilator head-on. He possesses the strength to do so. The 2 top elders of the Heavenly Demon Sect have been vanquished by Yang Dong, which must surely drive the Soul Annihilator to the brink of madness. Yet what can he do? If his strength falls short, he can only swallow his grievances in silence. Thousands of cultivators buzz with speculation, while the other major sects are equally astonished. Where did this Yang Dong emerge from? His strength must have reached the realm of transformation. At this moment, the 8th Prince Yinzhan casts an admiring glance towards Yang Dong, recognizing the potential of recruiting him as a trusted confidant to secure the throne of the Great Zhou in the future. The National Master, Song Yuanzhenren, wears a facade of composure, yet tumultuous waves of emotion surge within him. If this young man cannot be utilized, future troubles are bound to arise. The Qingyun Sect is awash with joyous celebrations. Chu Yun and the elders are particularly ecstatic. For centuries, the Qingyun Sect has never achieved such remarkable results in competition, claiming first place in both the disciple and elder contests. Qin Machio and Ruhu rush over to greet Yang Dong. However, the 2 women manage to restrain themselves, refraining from embracing him on the spot. In stark contrast, the Heavenly Demon Sect stands in utter silence, their elders and disciples alike wearing expressions of profound dismay. As if mourning a loss, their sorrow is not for the fallen elders, but rather for the unprecedented defeat they have suffered. In the minds of the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, only the Taishu Sect could barely contend with them. Yet this time, both the disciple and elder contests have seen the Qingyun Sect decisively prevail, leaving the Heavenly Demon Sect utterly humiliated in front of thousands of cultivators from the Great Zhou. The Soul Annihilator's countenance is ashen, his crimson eyes fixed on Yang Dong, filled with a seething desire to eliminate this wretched individual on the spot. Just then, a figure approaches on a sword from afar, landing before the Soul Annihilator. Subordinate greets the esteemed one. The newcomer is an elder clad in the robes of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Elder Xia, what brings you here? The Soul Annihilator's eyes narrow, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Elder Xia's sudden arrival from miles away must indicate a grave crisis within the sect. Could it be? Before the Soul Annihilator can finish his thought, Elder Xia whispers, reporting to the esteemed one, the soul lanterns of Elders Ji, Lu, Zhu, and he have all extinguished. None of the disciples who accompanied them have returned. Upon hearing Elder Xia's report, the Soul Annihilator's expression shifts drastically. These 4 elders were precisely those he had dispatched before, commanding them to lead 1,000 disciples in a night raid on the Qingyun Sect. Now, with the soul lanterns of these 4 elders extinguished and not a single disciple returning, the implications are dire. Damn it, how could this be? The Soul Annihilator's countenance fluctuates wildly, his murderous aura surging. He suddenly shouts, "Return to the sect." With that, he mounts a 5th-tier exotic beast and takes to the skies towards the Heavenly Demon Sect. The other elders and disciples follow suit, taking to the air on their swords in pursuit of the Soul Annihilator. This scene leaves all the major sects and cultivators in a state of shock. The valley erupts in a cacophony of confusion. What is happening? Why are the Heavenly Demon Sect members suddenly leaving? What is going on? Is the Soul Annihilator fleeing before the battle has even begun? Could it be that they suffered such a defeat that he dares not compete? Do not leave. The sect leader contest is the grand finale of the Immortal Sect competition. If the Soul Annihilator departs, what is left to behold? Just moments ago, an elder from the Heavenly Demon Sect came to report, indicating that something significant must have transpired. What could be so significant? Who would dare provoke the Heavenly Demon Sect in the Great Zhou? The 8th Prince Yinzhan and National Master Cangyun Jinren exchange glances. They too witnessed the elder's report to the Soul Annihilator, yet the contents were obscured by the use of spiritual energy, leaving them uncertain of what was conveyed. However, it is evident that the Heavenly Demon Sect is facing a calamity. Otherwise, the Soul Annihilator would not withdraw from the final sect leader contest so abruptly. Only Chu Yun and Yang Dong grasped the situation clearly. The elder from the Heavenly Demon Sect must have reported that the ambush on the Qingyun Sect resulted in total annihilation. Junior brother, the Soul Annihilator has taken the Heavenly Demon Sect away. Could he be heading directly for our Qingyun Sect? Chu Yun looks at Yang Dong, concern etched across her face. What should we do now? Should we return to the Qingyun Sect? Yang Dong smiles gently. Since the members of the Heavenly Demon Sect have departed, we shall return as well. After all, we are unlikely to achieve any notable rank in the final sect leader contest, so it is better to leave. The other elders nod in agreement. Indeed, given Chu Yun's strength, she is no match for the leaders of the other major sections. Now that the Heavenly Demon Sect has departed, the Qingyun Sect can gracefully retreat without further conflict, especially as they genuinely fear the Soul Annihilator might attack their sect. Chu Yun bows respectfully to the 8th Prince and the other 6 major sects, proclaiming loudly, the Qingyun Sect also has urgent matters to attend to. And thus we take our leave. With that, she and Yang Dong lead the elders and disciples of the Qingyun Sect away on their swords. The remaining 7 major sects and thousands of cultivators are left bewildered by the turn of events. What is happening? Even the Qingyun Sect is leaving? Is this sect leader contest still going to proceed? The Immortal Sect competition, particularly the leader contest, is supposed to be the grand finale. Yet with both the Heavenly Demon Sect and Qingyun Sect departing, what is left to witness? Just moments ago, many wished to see the strength of the Qingyun Sect's leader, hoping for a stunning revelation, yet now they are left only with a hasty exit. The leader of the Taishu Sect, Wuchen Daoren, gazes at the other 6 sect leaders and states, esteemed leaders, with both the Heavenly Demon Sect and Qingyun Sect having departed. Do we still wish to continue this leader contest? The other 6 sect leaders unanimously agree that it is unnecessary to proceed any further. Subsequently, each sect leader bids farewell to the 8th Prince Yinzhan and National Master, leading their disciples back to their respective sections. Other smaller sects and scattered cultivators return home amidst murmurs of disbelief and reproach. Chapter 118, 20,000 Superior Spirit Stones. Upon returning to Qingyun Sect via flying vessel, Chu Yun promptly convenes an emergency meeting at the elder level. In the grand hall of the Qingyun Sect's main peak, Chu Yun sits at the head of the table, while Yang Dong, the esteemed elder of merit, occupies the seat beside her. Flanking both sides of the hall are over 30 inner sect elders. Chu Yun first inquires about the details of the Heavenly Demon Sect's ambush from Elder Hao that night. Elder Hao recounted the events of that fateful night in vivid detail. When he spoke of the 6th-tier beast, the cloud-leaping leopard, unleashing a chain of lightning that obliterated 4 elders and over a dozen stewards of the heavenly demon sect. The crowd could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Everyone present had witnessed the formidable prowess of the heavenly demon sect's elders, all of whom were experts at the out-of-body realm. Yet, they were all decisively vanquished by a single bolt from the cloud-leaping leopard. Indeed, the terror of a 6th-tier magical beast is beyond imagination. The elders instinctively turned their gaze towards Yangdong, seated at the head of the assembly, their eyes brimming with surprise and reverence. This elder Yang was truly enigmatic. From where had he procured such numerous high-tier magical beasts? The previous spectacle of over a dozen 5th-tier beasts was already extraordinary, and now he had unleashed a 6th-tier beast, an unfathomable feat. Fortunately, Elder Yang belonged to the Qingyun Sect. Had he been an ally of the heavenly demon sect, the consequences would be dire. After Elder Hao concluded his account, his expression darkened as he remarked, "With the total annihilation of the heavenly demon sect's assault, we have irrevocably forged a vendetta with them. I fear that the Soul Annihilator will not let this matter rest, and will undoubtedly lead his disciples to the Qingyun Sect for retribution. I dread whether we can withstand such an onslaught." Though Elder Hao did not articulate the weight of his concerns further, his implication was starkly evident. A pall of oppressive silence enveloped the grand hall, as the elders bore heavy hearts. The heavenly demon sect loomed over the Qingyun Sect like an insurmountable mountain. The Soul Annihilator was a mid-stage transformation realm powerhouse, and he commanded 2 formidable guardians, hundreds of elders, and nearly 10,000 disciples, an overwhelming force capable of crushing the Qingyun Sect. Noticing the elders' despondency akin to wilted eggplants, Yangdong chuckled lightly. "What of the Soul Annihilator's arrival? The disciples of the heavenly demon sect have struck at our Qingyun Sect, and I was just contemplating going to the heavenly demon sect to settle accounts with him." The elders exchanged glances, bemused. This Elder Yang seemed to relish in escalating matters further. While Elder Yang was indeed powerful, how could one so cavalierly consider confronting the heavenly demon sect? If Yangdong were to perish at their hands, the very foundation of the Qingyun Sect would crumble. Chu Yun interjected urgently, "Junior brother, you must not act recklessly. Let us first guard the Qingyun Sect. As long as the heavenly demon sect refrains from further attacks, we can treat this incident as if it never occurred, thus affording the Soul Annihilator a way to save face." The other elders nodded in agreement, their minds echoing this typical mindset of the weak. Even when faced with aggression, they preferred to pacify matters rather than escalate them, in fear of inciting greater calamities. Yangdong comprehended the sentiments of his senior brother and the elders, recognizing their mindset. Indeed, the heavenly demon sect was powerful, an indomitable force in the eyes of Chu Yun and the elders. Furthermore, the Qingyun Sect had not suffered significant losses this time, making further provocation unnecessary. Yangdong chose to remain silent, yet he surmised that the Soul Annihilator would inevitably come to the Qingyun Sect. He could not possibly swallow this insult. After the meeting concluded, Yangdong returned to his secluded bamboo grove. Upon his arrival, the Xianyu parrot fluttered joyfully to greet him, showering him with extravagant praise that uplifted his spirits. He tossed it a spiritual fruit, and the parrot happily flew aside to indulge in its treat. Entering the barrier and returning to his chamber, Yangdong summoned the treasured cauldron from within. The most significant harvest from the recent Celestial Gate competition was the acquisition of tens of thousands of mid-grade spiritual stones. Additionally, he had procured several superior-grade large spiritual stones in Xiaoyuan City, exchanging them for thousands of smaller superior-grade spiritual stones. He cast them all into the cauldron for refinement. In a flash of white light, he garnered over 50,000 superior-grade spiritual stones, over 8,000 top-tier spiritual stones, and several dozen inferior-grade spirit crystals, alongside a few massive top-tier spiritual stones. Subsequently, he refined a dozen superior-grade magical artifacts purchased in Xiaoyuan City, transforming them all into top-tier artifacts. Yangdong intended to bestow these top-tier artifacts upon his 3 senior brothers, reserving some for the sect's use. After all, he had plenty of artifacts at his disposal, and with his current strength, he had little regard for them unless they were spiritual artifacts. After depositing all these treasures into his spatial ring and retracting the cauldron into his body, he activated the spirit-gathering array and sat cross-legged, first absorbing the energy of 200 top-tier spiritual stones. He then commenced his cultivation of the Hongming Qi refinement technique. Elevating one's own strength was paramount. Although he was nearly invincible within the Great Zhou, what lay beyond? A direct confrontation with the heavenly demon sect was inevitable, and should he eradicate them, the demon cult would surely dispatch even more formidable foes. The entirety of the demon cult possessed powerful entities at the void returning realm, and even at the combined body realm, which posed significant pressure for Yangdong. Thus, he must expedite his cultivation. As he practiced, The voice of the Xianyu parrot pierced through the tranquility. Sister Qin, Sister Ruhua, have you come to challenge the master again? Ruhua chuckled in playful reproach. You wretched bird, we told you it's cultivation, not a fight. Yang Dong emerged from his meditative state, opened the barrier, and welcomed Ruhua and Qin Mo Chio into his abode. Once inside, they both enjoyed 2 bowls of premium spiritual water. Yang Dong retrieved 20,000 superior-grade spiritual stones from his spatial ring, bestowing 10,000 upon each of them. Another bounty of superior-grade spiritual stones? I still have a surplus from the last time you gifted me. Qin Mo Chio exclaimed with delight. Indeed, you should save some for yourself. We have plenty here. Ruhua echoed, reluctant to take so many stones from Yang Dong. With a smile, Yang Dong replied, I have an abundance of spiritual stones. Take them all. From now on, absorb double the spiritual stones daily to expedite your cultivation. The Qingyun Sect relied heavily on him for stability. As there were no other out-of-body realm experts among them, the disparity in strength compared to the other 8 great sects was stark. Even his senior brother, at the peak of the nascent soul realm, would require over a decade to break into the out-of-body realm, and the other elders were even further behind. In summary, the Qingyun Sect urgently needed cultivators of the out-of-body realm to uphold its prestige. Ruhua and Qin Mo Chio were the most promising candidates for growth. One possessed a congenital spiritual body, while the other had a heavenly divine body, allowing them to cultivate at speeds hundreds of times greater than ordinary cultivators. Coupled with the superior spiritual gathering array and their ability to absorb vast amounts of superior or top-tier spiritual stones, their cultivation speed would surpass that of common cultivators by over 1,000-fold. Yang Dong addressed them earnestly. In this period, you must seize the opportunity to cultivate diligently. The future of the Qingyun Sect will rest upon your shoulders. You both must strive to break into the Golden Core realm within a month, reach the nascent soul realm within 5 months, attain the out-of-body realm within 2 years, and finally, achieve the transformation realm within 5 years. Yang Dong set forth ambitious cultivation goals for them. Is this target not a tad excessive? The 2 ladies gaped in astonishment, taken aback by the enormity of the expectations. It was no wonder they were shocked. For most, one would require decades, if not centuries, to reach the Golden Core realm, let alone the nascent soul and out-of-body realms. Attaining the transformation realm could take hundreds or even thousands of years, even for those with exceptional talents. Yang Dong's expectation for them to reach the transformation realm within 5 years was simply jaw-dropping. But you both possess spiritual bodies. With my ample provision of spiritual stones, if you cannot meet this target, that would be truly disappointing. Upon finishing his words, he unceremoniously struck the 2 senior sisters fiercely with 2 slaps. The 3 began their cultivation. In the Qingyun Sect, the revered master of soul destruction sat solemnly at the head of the grand hall, his expression dark and brooding. Behind him stood 2 formidable protectors, while dozens of inner sect elders lined both sides of the hall, not daring to utter a sound. The Qingyun Sect had not suffered such defeat in centuries. During the grand competition of the immortal sects in Xiaoyuan City, 2 elite disciples and 2 elders were slain by the Qingyun Sect, bringing humiliation before tens of thousands of cultivators from the Great Zhou. Now, for elders leading 1,000 disciples had also faced annihilation in their assault on the Qingyun Sect. How could this not incite the wrath of the master of soul destruction? When had the Qingyun Sect become so powerful? At that moment, the left protector bowed to the master of soul destruction and said, Master, I suspect that the Taishu sect is secretly aiding the Qingyun Sect. Otherwise, with the Qingyun Sect's strength, they could not have possibly defeated the 4 elders. The elders in the hall nodded in agreement. These 4 elders were all at the late stage of the out-of-body realm. Even with the likes of Hen Wuhan and the 3 supreme elders present, they could not have defeated the Qingyun Sect's 4 elders. The master of soul destruction's eyes glinted with cold light as he snorted. If the Taishu sect truly dares to kill my Qingyun Sect's people, then my Qingyun Sect shall annihilate them. The right protector bowed and asked, Master, should this matter be reported to the demon emperor? Perhaps the emperor will dispatch a demon envoy to assist us. The demon emperor commands 4 great demon kings and 8 demon envoys specifically tasked with handling significant matters in the Tianluo domain. The master of soul destruction waved his hand slightly. There is no need for that at this moment. I shall first eradicate the Qingyun Sect. If the Taishu sect dares to intervene openly, I will report to the demon emperor, then to deal with them. Reporting to the emperor now would undoubtedly portray him as incapable, unable to handle even the minor Qingyun Sect. Thus, the master of soul destruction resolved to eliminate the Qingyun Sect first, and then report back, providing a suitable explanation. The mere thought of Yang Dong made the master of soul destruction's eyes turn crimson with murderous intent. This arrogant young man, I shall personally slay him. The news that the master would personally lead the charge against the Qingyun Sect instantly revived the spirits of the elders in the hall, invigorating them as if they had been injected with vitality. The next day, the master of soul destruction, accompanied by his 2 great protectors, 50 inner sect elders, and 3,000 inner sect disciples, boarded 3 enormous flying vessels and swiftly made their way towards the Qingyun Sect. 2 hours later, the 3 colossal ships of the Tianma Sect appeared in the skies above the Qingyun Sect. The Tianma Sect was making its assault. Whoosh, boom, instantly. Several communication talismans shot into the sky, producing a thunderous sound and erupting in a bloom of azure light. Ding ding ding. The alarm bells rang out 9 times in the Qingyun Sect, and countless figures soared out from various mountain peaks. Master of soul destruction, you have indeed come. Yang Dong stepped out from his small courtyard, hands clasped behind his back as he stood atop a peak, gazing at the 3 approaching vessels with a cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Releasing over 30 exotic beasts from his Qingyun pouch, he beckoned to the Holy Light Tiger, who was practicing nearby. Little light, let us set forth. The Holy Light Tiger let out a low growl and leapt to Yang Dong's side. Yang Dong mounted the back of the Holy Light Tiger, accompanied by the cloud-treading Thunder Leopard and a dozen 5th-tier exotic beasts, soaring towards the sect's barrier. At this moment, nearly all of the Qingyun Sect's members had emerged, leaving only a few hundred newly recruited outer disciples trembling within the sect. Most of these newly admitted outer disciples were merely in their teens or early 20s, having just embarked on the path of cultivation, with their levels primarily at the 1st or 2nd layer of qi refinement. Facing the disciples of the Tianma Sect would be tantamount to walking to their deaths. Chu Yun led dozens of elders, over 100 stewards, and more than 1,000 inner disciples out of the sect's barrier, soaring on their swords. The 3 massive vessels of the Tianma Sect hovered in the air, resembling 3 gigantic, menacing monsters. The central ship was particularly magnificent, measuring 50 zhang in length, over 20 zhang in width, and 4 to 5 zhang in height. The Master of Soul Destruction stood with his hands clasped behind his back at the bow of the flagship, his long hair cascading down his shoulders. Draped in a tattered green robe, with brows slanting towards his temples and eyes emitting 2 crimson beams that pierced through the approaching Qingyun disciples. The other 2 vessels, slightly smaller, were the Master of Soul Destruction's left and right protectors at their fore. The Qingyun Sect disciples led by Chu Yun halted 30 zhang away from the massive ship, confronted by these 3 titanic vessels. The disciples of Qingyun Sect experienced an overwhelming sense of pressure. This was an adversary unlike any they had ever encountered. Even the elders of the Qingyun Sect now bore grim expressions, the immense pressure emanating from the Master of Soul Destruction and his 2 protectors, both of whom were in the transformation realm, leaving them feeling weak and feeble. Were it not for the thought of Yang Dong, their steadfast anchor, half of these elders might have knelt down to beg for mercy right then and there. After all, these Yuanying elders seemed as insignificant as ants before the formidable presence of the Master of Soul Destruction and his 2 associates. Chu Yun took a deep breath, forcibly resisting the overwhelming pressure brought by the Master of Soul Destruction, and looked at him, cupping his hands in a respectful gesture. Master, you have brought thousands of disciples from the Tianma Sect to our Qingyun Sect. What is your purpose? At this juncture, Chu Yun still sought to resolve the matter peacefully, hoping to avert the looming conflict. The Master of Soul Destruction snorted coldly. A few days ago, your Qingyun Sect killed 4 of my Tianma Sect elders and 1,000 disciples. This debt must be duly accounted for. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun and the elders were filled with anger and indignation. It was the Tianma Sect that had launched a surprise attack on the Qingyun Sect, only to be countered and annihilated. Yet now the Master of Soul Destruction had the audacity to come to Qingyun Sect to demand an explanation. Such was the logic of a bandit. At that moment, a voice came from behind. Master of Soul Destruction, I was just looking for you to settle the score. Yet it seems you have come to my door uninvited. Before his words had fully left his mouth, Yang Dong, riding the Holy Light Tiger, burst forth from the rear of the Qingyun Sect formation. Accompanying Yang Dong were the cloud-treading Thunder Leopard and a dozen 5th-tier exotic beasts. Upon seeing the white tiger ridden by Yang Dong, the Master of Soul Destruction's pupils constricted violently. The divine beast, the Holy Light Tiger? The expressions of the 2 protectors on the other vessels also changed drastically as they exclaimed, a 6th-tier exotic beast, the cloud-treading Thunder Leopard, dozens of 5th-tier exotic beasts. Hiss. Chapter 120. Why stir trouble with the Qingyun Sect? Everyone from the Tianma Sect gasped in astonishment. A single Holy Light Tiger, a 6th-tier beast, and over 30 5th-tier beasts. Even the demon envoys would likely kneel before this display. However, what they did not realize was that within Yang Dong's Qingyun pouch, there were still 2 6th-tier magical beasts, the Qingyun Sparrow and the Golden Griffin, yet to be unleashed. If these 2 6th-tier beasts were released, The elders and disciples of the Qingyun Sect would tremble in fear, likely fainting on the flying vessels. The corners of the Master of Soul Destruction's mouth twitched violently. At that moment, he wished he could slap himself twice. Why had he ever thought it wise to provoke the Qingyun Sect? Was this a foe he could afford to challenge? Now, the Master of Soul Destruction finally understood why the Blood Slaughter Sect had been annihilated by the Qingyun Sect. Why the 4 elders and over 1,000 disciples of the Qingyun Sect had been obliterated during their night raid on Qingyun Sect. Why that young man, Yang Dong, regarded him with such disdain. Yet, the Master of Soul Destruction could not fathom where Yang Dong had acquired so many powerful magical beasts. Even the divine beast, the Holy Light Tiger, had become his steed. Although it was merely a young Holy Light Tiger, it was still a divine beast. The mounts of the Demon Emperor were only 7th-tier magical beasts at best. Master of Soul Destruction, why are you silent? Yang Dong, seated upon the back of the Holy Light Tiger, fixed his starry gaze upon the Master of Soul Destruction, a cold smile playing upon his lips. Glug. The soul-extinguishing sovereign swallowed hard, forcibly conjuring a semblance of a smile as he bowed his hands in greeting to Elder Yang. Elder Yang, a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I have merely come to pay my respects to you, Elder Yang. Your esteemed presence is truly worthy of my utmost admiration. The 2 formidable guardians flanking him, along with the elders of the Heavenly Demon Sect, wore expressions of palpable awkwardness. They had arrived brimming with murderous intent, only to witness the sovereign's sudden capitulation. This left the elders and disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect in a state of utter embarrassment, almost causing the very bottom of their flying vessel to buckle. Chu Yun and the members of the Qingyun Sect stood agape, utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? The once imperious soul-extinguishing sovereign was now lavishing praise upon Elder Yang? If word of this were to spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the realm of cultivation. Yet, few would believe it. Hua Hua and Qin Mo Chio gazed at Yang Dong with eyes brimming with adoration. He was indeed their man. A figure capable of instilling fear even in the soul-extinguishing sovereign. Yang Dong silently chuckled to himself. This old wretch certainly changes his tune swiftly. It appears his desire for survival is quite strong. He cleared his throat and said, soul-extinguishing. Did you not just claim you were here to settle accounts with my Qingyun Sect? How do you intend to resolve this matter? With a grave expression, the soul-extinguishing sovereign replied, the audacity of my 4 elders to secretly provoke the Qingyun Sect without my knowledge is an egregious crime. I have come today to assure Elder Yang that I am completely unaware of this incident, and I humbly ask for your forgiveness. After which, he bowed once more to Yang Dong. Embarrassment? When faced with the specter of death, what value does one's dignity hold? The soul-extinguishing sovereign had painstakingly cultivated to the divine transformation realm. He still aspired to reach the void returning stage and even transcend to immortality. Should he refuse to relent today, he might very well lose his life here. As long as he flatteringly appeased Yang Dong, he could hope for a chance at survival. Upon returning to the Heavenly Demon Sect, he would immediately seek an audience with the Demon Emperor to request the dispatch of a demon envoy to eliminate Yang Dong, thereby averting future troubles. The elders and thousands of disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were witnessing this cowardly side of their sovereign for the first time. Yet, at this moment, they could not blame him for tarnishing the sect's reputation. After all, they too feared for their lives. The members of the Qingyun Sect were once again left speechless and incredulous. Who would have imagined that the soul-extinguishing sovereign would ever come to apologize to the Qingyun Sect? It was as if the sun had risen in the west. Yang Dong was certainly not oblivious to the sovereign's current mindset. If he were to let the soul-extinguishing sovereign off the hook today, it might spell endless calamity for the Qingyun Sect in the future. Soul-extinguishing, if you genuinely wish to atone, then take your own life. I shall erase this matter from existence. The soul-extinguishing sovereign's expression shifted dramatically. It seemed that Yang Dong had no intention of letting him off today. In that case, he had no choice but to fight back. Yang Dong, do not presume that I would be intimidated merely because you command a few exotic beasts. You, an ant at the out-of-body stage, dare to speak so brazenly before me? Truly seeking your own demise. With that, the soul-extinguishing sovereign unleashed a palm strike, sending forth a crimson-purple beam of light toward Yang Dong. The holy light tiger beneath Yang Dong responded by releasing a protective barrier 2 zhang away. Boom. The crimson-purple beam collided with the barrier, producing a thunderous sound as the terrifying spiritual energy caused the very space around them to tremble. However, the barrier stood unwavering, and the crimson-purple energy was deflected backward. Witnessing their master under attack, dozens of exotic beasts let out furious roars, unleashing various spells toward the members of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Leave the soul extinguishing to me. You all take care of the remaining disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Yang Dong commanded loudly, waving his hand to cast the 5 Thunder technique. Boom. A bolt of 5-colored lightning, as thick as a barrel, descended upon the soul-extinguishing sovereign. With Yangdong's current magical prowess, he could not normally summon such a powerful 5-thunder technique. But thanks to the lightning magic crystal ball gifted by the elven chief and refined through the treasure cauldron, his lightning spells were amplified 5-fold. A crimson-purple barrier materialized above the soul-extinguishing sovereign, enveloping him. Bang! The 5-colored lightning shattered the barrier, and the remaining energy struck the sovereign directly. His body erupted in multiple flashes of light, absorbing most of the lightning's ferocity. Yet, less than 10% of the lightning struck him, causing his hair to stand on end and smoke to rise from his form. At that moment, a massive purple-golden fist came crashing toward the soul-extinguishing sovereign. He retaliated with a palm strike, summoning a gigantic blood-red demon that let out a monstrous roar, colliding with Yangdong's purple-golden fist. Boom! The purple-golden fist obliterated the blood-red demon, and the terrifying surge of spiritual energy rolled back toward the soul-extinguishing sovereign. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a streak of light, fleeing into the distance. Do not let him escape. Yangdong pursued the soul-extinguishing sovereign like a bolt of lightning, conjuring the celestial destruction mirror in his hand, directing it toward the fleeing sovereign. Meanwhile, the holy light tiger unleashed a beam of divine light toward the right guardian on the nearby flying vessel. The right guardian of the heavenly demon sect was taken aback, hastily summoning a spell to counter the divine light emitted by the holy light tiger. Although this right guardian had reached the initial stage of the divine transformation realm, how could he possibly contend with the holy light tiger? The young holy light tiger was no longer the same as before. It now weighed around 700 to 800 gene, its power having reached the initial stage of a 7th-tier exotic beast, equivalent to a formidable human cultivator at the initial stage of the void returning realm, far surpassing the right guardian by a significant margin. Boom! The divine light shattered the powerful spell cast by the right guardian as if it were mere kindling, continuing its relentless trajectory and piercing through his waist. The right guardian's body exploded, a glimmer of light escaping from the wreckage, attempting to flee. His primordial spirit, the holy light tiger, shot forth like lightning, opening its mouth to devour the fleeing primordial spirit. For the soul transformation realm's primordial spirit, this would significantly bolster the holy light tiger's cultivation. Chapter 121. Subduing the soul-extinguishing sovereign. On another front, the thundercloud leopard unleashed a bolt of lightning, resembling a massive silver serpent descending from the heavens, striking the left guardian on the left flying vessel. Boom! This initial stage divine transformation powerhouse was instantly reduced to a charred corpse, both body and spirit obliterated. The nearby elders of the heavenly demon sect were similarly turned to dust. The thundercloud leopard possessed strength equivalent to the peak of the divine transformation realm. An initial stage practitioner stood no chance against it, not to mention those at the out-of-body stage. Meanwhile, over 30 5th-tier magical beasts soared forth, unleashing torrents of spells upon the thousands of disciples aboard the 3 flying vessels. Instantly, the skies were illuminated with dazzling brilliance as terrifying energy swept across the vessels, resulting in a gruesome scene of carnage among the heavenly demon sect's disciples. The combined assault of dozens of 5th-tier magical beasts was unimaginably powerful. The servant disciples of the heavenly demon sect were crushed like ants beneath the might of these beasts. The remaining elders of the heavenly demon sect fell victim to the thundercloud leopard and holy light tiger's ferocious lightning strikes, all perishing within mere moments. At this point, the terrified disciples of the heavenly demon sect were desperately fleeing on their swords. Yet, under the relentless assault of these dozens of 5th-tier magical beasts, escaping proved as daunting as scaling a mountain. Do not let any of the heavenly demon sect escape, Qingyun bellowed, leading dozens of elders and over 1,000 disciples in a pincer movement to hunt down the fleeing members of the heavenly demon sect. As for Yangdong, he summoned the celestial lost treasure mirror and directed its light towards the fleeing soul destroyer, revealing a line of information on its back: loss of intelligence. In an instant, the soul destroyer's escape came to an abrupt halt in midair. His eyes glazed over, and a look of utter bewilderment settled upon his face as he hovered aimlessly. Upon noticing Yangdong approaching, the soul destroyer placed his finger in his mouth, sucking on it while emitting silly giggles, drool escaping from the corners of his mouth. What on earth? Has the soul destroyer truly turned into a fool? Yangdong couldn't help but chuckle at the soul destroyer's adorable demeanor. Initially intent on slaying the soul destroyer, he suddenly found himself reconsidering. Who could bring themselves to strike down such a charming simpleton? A sly smile crept onto Yangdong's lips as he retrieved his Qingyun bag and cheerfully addressed the soul destroyer. Come here, dear baby, into the pocket. With a whoosh, the soul destroyer was drawn into the Qingyun bag. The decision not to kill the Soul Destroyer was not due to his newfound cuteness, but rather a sudden revelation that there existed a more advantageous course of action than slaying him. This plan involved bringing the Soul Destroyer back to refine him within the treasure cauldron. With just a drop of blood, the Soul Destroyer could be transformed into his most loyal servant, surely a better outcome than simply ending his life. Moreover, there was a significant reason behind this decision. If the Soul Destroyer were to be killed, the Heavenly Demon Sect would inevitably find out. The sect's influence was far too formidable, and considering the prowess of the Demon Emperor, let alone the 4 great demon kings and 8 demon envoys beneath him, it was likely they all had reached the realm of returning to void. Yang Dong felt absolutely no confidence in confronting these formidable foes, much less the Demon Emperor himself. Thus, refining the Soul Destroyer into his own servant was indeed a masterstroke. As long as the Soul Destroyer remained alive, the Heavenly Demon Sect would not take notice. Moreover, even if the sect dispatched demon envoys, the Soul Destroyer would surely protect the Qingyun Sect. What Yang Dong needed now was time to cultivate. In a year or two, once his cultivation reached the combined body realm, or higher, with the strength of his primordial sacred body, he would be more than capable of contending with beings of the Great Ascension realm, rendering the Demon Emperor inconsequential. Hence, this was undoubtedly a brilliant idea. Having secured the Soul Destroyer, Yang Dong returned directly to the sect, disregarding the ongoing massacre of the Heavenly Demon Sect disciples. With over 30 magical beasts at his disposal, exterminating those several thousand disciples was merely a matter of moments. Upon reaching his dwelling, Yang Dong eagerly summoned the treasure cauldron from within himself and unceremoniously tossed the Soul Destroyer into the chaotic treasure cauldron. Standing within the cauldron, the Soul Destroyer, still sucking on his fingers and giggling foolishly, was oblivious to the transformation he was undergoing. Yang Dong pricked his finger, allowing his blood to drip onto the Soul Destroyer's head. The cauldron emitted a radiant glow, enveloping the Soul Destroyer. Moments later, the light faded, revealing a line of information. Soul Destroyer, cultivation at mid returning to void. To his surprise, he had elevated the Soul Destroyer by an entire realm. Yang Dong felt a flicker of astonishment. He had anticipated enhancing the Soul Destroyer's innate qualities. However, boosting his cultivation was even better. This meant he now possessed a servant at the mid returning to void level. In the context of the great Zhou cultivation world, and even across the entire Tianluo domain, such a being was considered a top-tier powerhouse. At this point, the Soul Destroyer regained his intelligence. Why am I here? He questioned, staring blankly at his surroundings within the cauldron, only to feel the surge of his newly augmented power. His cultivation had remarkably reached the mid returning to void. Joy surged within the Soul Destroyer as he turned his gaze toward Yang Dong, perceiving him as a divine entity, instilling in him an overwhelming sense of reverence and an unwavering resolve to serve Yang Dong at all costs. Without hesitation, the Soul Destroyer leapt from the cauldron and prostrated himself before Yang Dong, bowing his head in submission. The Soul Destroyer pays homage to my master. Thank you, master, for granting me rebirth and greatly enhancing my cultivation. Indeed, Yang Dong replied, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He raised his hand slightly and said nonchalantly, rise. Thank you, master. The Soul Destroyer responded, bowing deeply once more before standing upright to address Yang Dong with utmost respect. I was previously disrespectful to my master. Having come to my senses, I humbly request your punishment. At this moment, the Soul Destroyer felt profound regret for ever daring to lead an assault against the Qingyun Sect or to openly confront his master. Such actions were nothing short of treachery. In the Soul Destroyer's mind, Yang Dong had become his irreplaceable master. Yang Dong smiled gently. To recognize one's mistakes and amend them is a virtue of the highest order. I shall not punish you this time. Thank you, master. The Soul Destroyer bowed deeply to Yang Dong, pledging his loyalty to follow him from this day forth. Yang Dong pondered for a moment. You need not stay by my side for now. Return to the Heavenly Demon Sect as its leader. Remember, do not disclose to anyone that I am your master. Initially taken aback, the Soul Destroyer soon comprehended Yang Dong's intention and nodded earnestly. The Soul Destroyer will obey the master's command. Yang Dong smiled slightly. Very well. Let us go outside and assess the situation. As they exited the dwelling, the two soared into the air towards the barrier. Chapter 122. The Soul Destroyer's unexpected respect for Elder Yang. At that moment, all members of the Heavenly Demon Sect had been annihilated. Chu Yun instructed his disciples to begin searching for corpses, followed by gathering and burning the remains. Master, where is Elder Yang? Hua Xiangrong approached, her expression laced with concern as she inquired of Chu Yun. Chu Yun frowned slightly. Just a moment ago, my junior brother Yang pursued the Soul Destroyer. I am uncertain of the situation. Given the Soul Destroyer's formidable cultivation, will Elder Yang be all right on his own? Hua Xiangrong's beautiful face reflected her worry. Although Yang Dong was powerful, he relied heavily on the Holy Light Tiger at his side. However, with both the Holy Light Tiger and the numerous strange beasts present, Yang Dong's solo pursuit of the Soul Destroyer raised fears that he might fall into a trap and be killed in return. Hua Xiangrong's words made Chu Yun and the other elders feel a twinge of anxiety. Yang Dong was the backbone of the Qingyun Sect. Should anything happen to him, the foundation of the sect would crumble. Even the two women, Hua and Qin Machio, felt an inner urgency. Why had Yang Dong not returned yet? At that moment, two figures emerged from the sect's barrier. Upon closer inspection, they recognized that the person in the lead was indeed Yang Dong, followed closely by none other than the Soul Destroyer. Instantly, everyone was taken aback. Hadn't Elder Yang gone to hunt the Soul Destroyer? Why were both of them emerging from the sect together? What was happening? How had the Soul Destroyer arrived at Qingyun Sect? Oh no. There were still hundreds of newly recruited outer disciples in Qingyun Sect. Surely they hadn't all been slaughtered by the Soul Destroyer? Could it be? With Elder Yang present, the Soul Destroyer should not have succeeded. Had Elder Yang and the Soul Destroyer formed an alliance? As the crowd buzzed with speculation and astonishment, Yang Dong approached them with the Soul Destroyer in tow. Upon seeing the Soul Destroyer, the elders of Qingyun Sect turned pale and retreated in alarm. Yang Dong, witnessing their reaction, stifled a laugh and reassured them, "Fear not, the Soul Destroyer will not harm you." "Junior brother, what is going on here?" Chu Yun cautiously inquired. Glancing at the Soul Destroyer behind Yang Dong turned to glance at the Soul Extinguisher. "Soul Extinguisher, please, you take the floor." The Soul Extinguisher had intended to address him as master, but then recalled Yang Dong's instructions, nodding slightly. He stepped forward and, with a respectful gesture towards the assembly, proclaimed, "I have reconciled with Elder Yang, and we are now friends. Henceforth, the Heavenly Demon Sect and the Azure Cloud Sect shall maintain a bond of friendship for generations, never to infringe upon each other. Should the Azure Cloud Sect find itself in peril, I shall certainly lead the Heavenly Demon Sect to offer assistance." Upon hearing these words from the Soul Extinguisher, Chu Yun and the other elders exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to comprehend the implications. Elder Yang and the Soul Extinguisher had become friends? The Heavenly Demon Sect vowed eternal friendship with the Azure Cloud Sect? They would offer aid in times of trouble? Who would believe the words of this Soul Extinguisher? It was evident that he was merely attempting to save his own life, using this deception to confuse Elder Yang and secure an opportunity for escape. If they were to let the Soul Extinguisher go, he would surely seek refuge with the Heavenly Demon Sect, and then the Azure Cloud Sect would face annihilation. The elders were perplexed, pondering the same questions. How could someone as astute as Elder Yang fail to grasp this truth? Elder Yang, do not allow yourself to be deceived by this fiend. If you permit him to return to the Heavenly Demon Sect today, it would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains, leading to endless troubles for the Azure Cloud Sect. Chu Yun implored, casting a wary glance at the Soul Extinguisher. Indeed, Elder Yang, this villain clearly aimed to obliterate our Azure Cloud Sect today. Now that he finds himself at a disadvantage, he utters such words. You must not be fooled. Elder Yang, it is best to eliminate this fiend once and for all. Precisely. We have already established enmity with the Heavenly Demon Sect. Even if we spare the Soul Extinguisher, he will surely seek revenge against us. Elder Yang is being foolish. This villain is clearly speaking to preserve his life. Do not show him leniency, the elders fervently urged. Hoping that Yang Dong would take action against the Soul Extinguisher, Yang Dong smiled gently. Master brother, esteemed elders, rest assured. The Soul Extinguisher shall henceforth be our Azure Cloud Sect's most loyal friend. He will not harm even a single disciple of our sect. With that, he turned to the Soul Extinguisher and said, Soul Extinguisher, you may take a flying vessel back. As for how to report to the Heavenly Demon Sect, I trust you can manage that without my guidance? The Soul Extinguisher bowed respectfully. I understand. Please rest assured, Elder Yang, this matter will not implicate the Azure Cloud Sect. With that, he boarded the main ship, activated the vessel, and sped away towards the Heavenly Demon Sect. Chu Yun and the other elders watched as the Soul Extinguisher piloted the vessel away. Although they could not fathom Yang Dong's unwavering trust in the Soul Extinguisher, they were powerless to oppose his decision to let him go. However, the reverence displayed by the Soul Extinguisher towards Yang Dong did not seem feigned. Given Yang Dong's decisive and ruthless nature, he would never release the Soul Extinguisher without absolute certainty. What methods had Elder Yang employed to earn such obedience from the Soul Extinguisher? The elders were filled with questions, yet they refrained from inquiring further, respecting Yang Dong's silence. Upon returning to the Bamboo Grove residence, leaving several exotic beasts to guard the sect, Yang Dong stored the remaining beasts in his spatial pouch. He retrieved half of an exotic beast's carcass from his spatial ring, a reward for the Holy Light Tiger's recent achievements. The holy light tiger eagerly took the offering to a corner of the bamboo grove to savor. Dong entered the barrier and returned to his chamber. Sitting at the table, he poured himself a large bowl of spirit tea and began to sip leisurely. A great deal had transpired recently. The annihilation of the Blood Fiend sect, the journey to the Black Mist Forest, participation in the 9 Great Sects competition, and the subjugation of the Soul Extinguisher. As of now, the Azure Cloud sect seemed to be free of immediate threats. With the Blood Fiend sect destroyed and the Soul Extinguisher as his servant, no one in the Zhou cultivation realm would dare to provoke the Azure Cloud sect lightly. As for whether the Heavenly Demon sect would discover that the Soul Extinguisher had become his servant, the likelihood seemed slim. For at least the next 1 or 2 years. The Heavenly Demon sect would likely not pursue the Azure Cloud sect. During this time, he needed to focus on his cultivation and rapidly enhance his strength. Moreover, he wondered about the current state of the Meadow Elf clan. Were Angelina and the old patriarch faring well? Remembering the teleportation scroll gifted to him by the patriarch upon his departure from the Meadow clan, Dong felt an impulse to toss it into the treasure cauldron for refinement. However, he ultimately dismissed this thought. This teleportation scroll connected to the Meadow Elf clan. Should the Dark Elves launch an attack, Angelina would have no means of escape. Based on the circumstances encountered in the Black Mist Forest, the Meadow Elf clan was likely in dire straits, facing imminent attacks from the Dark Elves and the Wolf clan. This teleportation gate was their final hope. It was time to activate this portal. Dong resolved inwardly, fearing that if he delayed, the Meadow Elf clan might be completely annihilated by the Dark Elves. Chapter 123, The Elven Beauty. However, the question remained, where should this teleportation gate be opened? It would be inappropriate to establish it outside the house. Better to set it up indoors. After some contemplation, Dong decided to open the teleportation gate in the meditation room. Since Hua and Qin Mo would not enter there, adding another barrier would provide additional security. Dong entered the meditation room, retrieved the teleportation scroll from his spatial ring, and recited the incantation. The scroll transformed into a beam of white light, forming an oval-shaped portal within the meditation room. The portal stood approximately 10 feet high and 5 feet wide, its interior a void emanating a faint luminescence. Was this the teleportation gate? It bore some resemblance to the portals from games. Dong curiously reached out to touch the light curtain, and it felt as though he were passing through a wave of water. Yet, his hand did not emerge from the other side of the curtain. Truly fascinating. Could it be that my hand has traversed this portal, emerging through another portal on Angelina's side? Dong's speculation was correct. At that moment, within a room in the stone fortress of the Meadow Elf clan, Angelina sat cross-legged on her bed, diligently practicing her elven techniques. However, she found it difficult to concentrate. In recent days, the Dark Elves and the Wolf clan had been pressuring the Meadow Elf clan, and the situation had become exceedingly precarious. She had longed to seek out Dong at the Azure Cloud sect, but every attempt to pass through the teleportation gate had been in vain. This indicated that Dong had not yet opened the other portal. Both the old patriarch and Angelina felt anxious. If Dong continued to delay opening the teleportation gate, should the Dark Elves and the Wolf clan attack the Meadow Elf clan, Angelina would be unable to escape. Angelina was not merely concerned for her own safety. She hoped to summon Dong's aid in the event of dire straits for the Meadow Elf clan. Just as her mind wandered from her training, a hand suddenly emerged from the teleportation light curtain in her room. It was a human hand, a man's hand. Master Yang, you have finally opened the teleportation gate. Angelina's heart surged with joy. The teleportation scroll was a pair. Having activated one here meant that she could only pass through the portal that Dong had opened on his end. Angelina rose from her bed and approached the portal. Stepping through, Dong, in the meditation room, was about to withdraw his hand when a stunning woman with long, dark green hair suddenly emerged from the portal, colliding into him. Without needing to look, Dong could guess who this woman was. Master Yang, I am so delighted to see you again, Angelina exclaimed joyfully, opening her arms for a warm embrace with Dong. Due to Angelina's remarkable height, Dong found his face aligned with her exquisitely white and elongated neck, his lips inadvertently brushing against that pristine skin, feeling the warmth of his kiss upon her neck. Angelina's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she released her hold on him. Dong, equally flustered, managed a sheepish smile, for she had embraced him rather tightly moments before. Is this your abode? Angelina inquired, surveying the tranquil chamber. Dong nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, Indeed, this is my meditation room. I had just activated the teleportation portal when you happened to arrive. Angelina chuckled softly. I was meditating in my room when I saw your hand emerge from the portal, which led me to understand that you had opened it, so I came over. Her sapphire-like eyes gazed intently at Dong. Master Yang, might you show me around the Qingyun Sect? I have spent decades in the Black Mist Forest and have never ventured out to see the world. Her words evoked a sense of pity. Yang Dong smiled gently. Of course. Leading Angelina out from the room, they exited the small courtyard's barrier, where the playful holy light tiger and the Xianyu parrot gazed at Angelina with wide eyes filled with curiosity. The Xianyu parrot squawked, "Wow! What a tall and beautiful woman. Master, where did you find her?" Having spent much time with Yang Dong, the cheeky bird had picked up some of his mannerisms. The holy light tiger cocked its head, staring at Angelina with a cute, dazed expression. Angelina smiled. "What adorable little creatures. Are they both your spirit pets?" Yang Dong nodded slightly, playfully chastising the parrot. "Can you refrain from babbling nonsense all day? This lady is a distinguished guest from the elven tribe, not someone I just found." The Xianyu parrot flapped its wings, curiously circling around Angelina, its beak chattering incessantly. "So she is an elf. No wonder she is so beautiful. Her hair is stunning, and her long legs are even taller than the master's waist. Her tiny waist is slimmer than Sister Qin's, and those." Yang Dong swiftly pinched the parrot's beak, silencing its inappropriate remarks. Angelina's fair face turned crimson from the parrot's compliments. "You silly bird, go away." Yang Dong tossed the parrot 1,000 feet away without hesitation. "So this is the Qingyun Sect. What a breathtaking view." Standing atop a peak, Angelina's enchanting eyes scanned the majestic landscape, where peculiar peaks, swirling mists, and soaring cranes created a scene far more uplifting than the eerie atmosphere of the Black Mist Forest. "Shall I take you for a tour?" Yang Dong suggested, leaping onto the back of the holy light tiger. Angelina joined him, wrapping her arms around his waist. Despite her towering height of over 2 meters, with Yang Dong being 20 centimeters shorter, her upper body still did not surpass his. "You might find it easier to see the scenery from the front," Yang Dong remarked. Angelina gracefully shifted to sit in front of him, nestling against him like a delicate bird. Yang Dong urged the holy light tiger to take flight, weaving through the peaks of the Qingyun Sect. As they rode the holy light tiger, they occasionally darted through the clouds, soared above flowing streams, and chased after mystical creatures, even swimming upstream against a 1,000-foot waterfall. Angelina's laughter, as melodious as silver bells, echoed through the valley. It was the most joyous day she had experienced in decades. Meanwhile, Ru Hua and Qin Mo Chio arrived at the bamboo grove, having agreed to find Yang Dong for cultivation. The Xianyu parrot, spotting the 2 beautiful women, fluttered over and exclaimed, "2 lovely ladies, the master is not home. You might as well come back another day to spar with him." "Not home? Where did he go?" Ru Hua asked curiously. The parrot, relishing its role, chirped, "The master took a beautiful lady out for a scenic ride on the holy light tiger." "A beautiful lady?" Ru Hua and Qin Mo Chio asked in unison. The parrot nodded vigorously. "Indeed, a beautiful lady. Her legs are so long, her waist so slim, and her..." As it spoke, it gestured animatedly with its wings. Ru Hua and Qin Mo Chio exchanged bewildered glances, a mix of curiosity and skepticism. "You silly bird. Stop your foolishness. There can't possibly be such a beautiful woman in the Qingyun Sect." Ru Hua laughed, pointing at the parrot's beak. Qin Mo Chio also smiled, amused by the bird's antics. "Is there truly a woman with such long legs and such a slim waist?" Chapter 124. Ru Hua and Qin Mo Chio arrive at the elven tribe. "She is not from the Qingyun Sect. She is an elf," the Xianyu parrot suddenly exclaimed, as if recalling something. "An elf?" Ru Hua and Qin Mo Chio both looked astonished. "How could there be an elf here?" Ru Hua questioned the parrot. Confusion etched on her face. "Aren't elves supposed to be from the western continent? How could they appear in the Qingyun Sect?" Qin Mo Chio echoed, still skeptical. "It is true. The master brought her out from the house, and then they went off to enjoy the scenery on the holy light tiger," the parrot insisted. Just then, Yang Dong returned, embracing Angelina as they rode the holy light tiger. Yang Dong, Ru Hua, and Qin Mo Chio rushed forward, their gazes fixated on the stunning woman with long, dark green hair nestled in his arms. Upon noticing Angelina's pointed ears, rosy skin, and sapphire eyes, Ru Hua and Qin Mo Chio were finally convinced that Yang Dong was indeed holding a female elf. "Ru Hua, Mo Chio, you've arrived," Yang Dong said, a hint of embarrassment coloring his expression as he dismounted the holy light tiger, smiling. Angelina also descended, her sapphire eyes sparkling as she looked at Qin Mo Chio and Ru Hua, smiling as she asked, "And who might these beautiful cultivators be?" "I am Ru Hua, Yang Dong's senior sister," Ru Hua replied, surveying the elf, who stood only slightly taller than her shoulder. "I am Qin Mo Chio," Qin Mo Chio added, smiling at Angelina as she inquired, "May I ask how you are called?" "I am Angelina. It's a pleasure to meet you," Angelina exclaimed, opening her arms to warmly embrace both Ru Hua and Qin Mo Chio. Due to Angelina's considerable height, as they embraced, Ru Hua and Qin Mo Chio found their faces buried against her ample bosom, leaving them feeling rather awkward. "Angelina, How did you come to know Yangdong? Ruhua asked, tilting her head to gaze up at Angelina with curiosity. Yangdong chuckled. Well, let's discuss this inside. With that, he opened the barrier and led the three women into the house. Once inside, Ruhua poured each of them a cup of spiritual tea, and they chatted while sipping. Thank you, Angelina said, raising her cup in gratitude to Ruhua before taking a sip. I am an elf from the Midwa tribe, residing in the Black Mist Forest. Where's the Black Mist Forest? Qingyun asked with intrigue, having only heard of the Dark Black Forest, but never of the Black Mist Forest. Yangdong explained. The Black Mist Forest lies deep within the Dark Black Forest, shrouded in a veil of black mist. Before the grand competition, I ventured there and happened to rescue Angelina. He recounted the events of that day to Ruhua and Qingyun, who listened in astonishment. They had not anticipated that deep within the Dark Black Forest, there existed a werewolf tribe in the presence of elves. Angelina, would you be able to take us to see your Midwa elf tribe? We have yet to witness what an elven settlement looks like. Ruhua grasped Angelina's hand, her eyes sparkling with longing and anticipation. Qin wore a gentle smile. Although she did not voice her thoughts, she longed to visit the elven clan within the Black Mist Forest. With an enthusiastic demeanor, Angelina declared, Of course. You are friends of Master Yang, and thus, friends of our Midwa elven clan. We wholeheartedly welcome you to our abode. Yangdong, sensing the anticipation, was queried by the two women, Ruhua and Qin, who glanced at him for his approval. In their eyes, Yangdong was the cornerstone of their decisions. Should he oppose their venture, they would not insist. With a playful gesture, he pinched their delicate cheeks and chuckled, since Angelina has given her consent. How could I possibly object? Splendid, Ruhua exclaimed, planting a kiss on Yangdong's cheek. Then let us be on our way. Just as she was about to stride towards the door, Yangdong called out, No need to exit. Follow me. With that, he led them to the meditation chamber. Curiosity piqued, Ruhua and Qin trailed closely behind Yangdong and Angelina as they entered the meditation room. Upon seeing the softly glowing portal, their faces lit up with astonishment. This is a teleportation portal, Yangdong explained. It will take us directly to the Midwa elven clan. Is this truly a teleportation portal? Both Ruhua and Qin gazed at the luminous circle with wide-eyed wonder. Though they had heard tales of such formations, they had never beheld one with their own eyes. I shall go first to welcome you, Angelina said, stepping towards the portal and vanishing within its glow. Ruhua and Qin exchanged astonished glances. Come on. Why are you still dawdling? Yangdong playfully clapped his hands on their shoulders. With that, the two women approached the portal, entering one after another. They felt as though they were traversing through a mystical ripple, and soon found themselves in a modest stone chamber. The room, not particularly large, was adorned with a grand luminous pearl embedded in the wall, illuminating the entire space. Within, there was a large bed, a cabinet, and a table with chairs, evidence of its singular purpose. At that moment, Angelina stood in the room, arms wide open and beaming. Welcome to the Midwa elven clan. Ruhua and Qin embraced Angelina warmly, just as Yangdong emerged through the portal. Master Yang, welcome once again to the Midwa elven clan, Angelina exclaimed, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Ruhua and Qin watched with cheerful smiles, feeling no jealousy towards the intimacy displayed by the elven maiden with Yangdong. After a brief embrace, Angelina released him and, with a smile, said, Come, I shall introduce you to my grandfather. He will be overjoyed by your presence. The trio followed Angelina out of the room, navigating through a stone corridor to the great hall of the fortress. At the head of the hall, the elder clan leader, clad in a flowing white robe, paced back and forth, a look of concern etched upon his face. The dark elves and the werewolf clan had been relentlessly pressing, nearly sealing off all avenues for the Midwa elven clan. The clan now stood on the brink of annihilation. Initially, they had pinned their hopes on Master Yang's assistance. Even if he could not save the Midwa elven clan, it would suffice for him to shelter Angelina. Yet, with the teleportation portal still inactive, should peril befall the clan, Angelina would have no means to escape. Grandfather, look whom I have brought. At that moment, Angelina's cheerful voice echoed. The elder turned to see his granddaughter accompanied by two women and a man entering from a side door. Upon spotting Yangdong, the elder's eyes sparkled as if he had seen a celestial being, and his white beard trembled with excitement. Honorable Master Yang, you have finally arrived, he exclaimed as he opened his arms to welcome him. Yangdong stepped forward to embrace the elder and then introduced, These are my two companions, Ruhua and Qin. He then gestured towards the women, adding, This is Angelina's grandfather and the leader of the Midwa elven clan. Eagerly, Ruhua and Qin stepped forward to bow respectfully, in unison proclaiming, We greet you, esteemed elder. The elder, initially inclined to embrace the two beautiful cultivators, quickly reconsidered and opted for a more traditional greeting. Clasping his hands together, Welcome, fair maidens, to the Midwa elven clan. Please, be seated, he urged, gesturing for Yang Dong and his companions to take their places. 2 elven maidens presented them with ethereal tea and fruits. After a pleasant exchange of pleasantries, Angelina turned to the elder, saying, "Grandfather, I wish to take Master Yang and his companions for a stroll." The elder nodded with a smile, rising to escort them out of the hall. Once outside, Angelina guided Yang Dong and the others around the Midwa elven clan, visiting various elven homes and receiving warm hospitality. For Ruhua and Qinmachio, it was their first experience within an elven settlement, and they found the entire affair both fascinating and delightful. It must be said, the Midwa elven clan boasted remarkable beauty among its inhabitants, while Ruhua and Qinmachio were considered exquisite among humans. The young elven maidens matched their allure. After spending an afternoon exploring the clan, a grand banquet was held in their honor, akin to the previous occasion, with a lively outdoor feast around a bonfire, where everyone partook in hearty meals and joyous songs. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Yang Dong, accompanied by Ruhua and Qinmachio, took their leave of the elder and Angelina. "Master Yang, we welcome you to visit the Midwa elven clan often." The elder bid farewell with a bow. "Should the Midwa elven clan find itself in peril, have Angelina seek me out," Yang Dong replied, casting a glance at Angelina before addressing the elder. He could have easily marched into the werewolf clan and the dark elves territory today, armed with the power of the 2 6th-tier magical beasts and several 5th-tier extraordinary creatures in his possession, enough to obliterate both clans. However, such a confrontation was unnecessary. He planned to intervene only when the Midwa elven clan faced a dire crisis, vanquishing the werewolf clan and the dark elves, ensuring that the Midwa elven clan would revere him as a deity. At that time, it would be only natural for him to learn some elven magic from the Midwa clan, such as teleportation formations. With Yangdong's assurance, the elder was profoundly grateful and bowed deeply once more. Now that Yangdong's teleportation portal had been activated, there was no longer any need to worry about Angelina's safety. Following this, Angelina guided Yangdong and his companions back to her room, watching as they stepped into the portal, disappearing from sight. In the next moment, Yangdong, Ruhua, and Qinmachio emerged from another portal. They then commenced their training together. At the Heavenly Demon Sect, a group of patrolling disciples discussed among themselves. This time, the revered one personally leads dozens of elders and 3,000 disciples to attack the Qingyun Sect. They should return shortly. Indeed, the Qingyun Sect is no match for our Heavenly Demon Sect. There is no need for the revered one to take the field personally. The Qingyun Sect's members will count themselves fortunate to perish at the hands of the revered one. That young man, Yang Dong, who was so arrogant during the Immortal Sect competition, will likely find himself begging for mercy now. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect laughed heartily, brimming with confidence. After all, the Heavenly Demon Sect reigns supreme in the great Zhou cultivation realm, and its disciples typically stride with an air of dominance. At that moment, they spotted a flying vessel hastening towards them from the distance. That is our Heavenly Demon Sect's vessel. It must be the return of our revered leader. But why is there only one vessel? Did we not depart with 3? They speculated that perhaps 2 vessels remained behind to assist in the cleanup of the Qingyun Sect. With the annihilation of the Qingyun Sect, that territory would now belong to the Heavenly Demon Sect. Come, let us welcome our esteemed leader's triumphant return. The chief steward, accompanied by several disciples, took to the skies on their swords to meet the incoming vessel. However, they quickly sensed something amiss, for the vessel bore only the figure of the soul-extinguishing master. "Welcome back, esteemed leader." The steward and several disciples stood upon their flying swords, bowing respectfully to the soul-extinguishing master aboard the vessel. It was not until the vessel crossed into the protective barrier that they dared to lift their heads, exchanging bewildered glances filled with questions. News of the soul-extinguishing master's solitary return spread throughout the Heavenly Demon Sect, leaving everyone, elders and disciples alike, stunned and speculating on the events that transpired. What could have happened? How is it that our leader, who set forth this morning with dozens of elders and 3,000 disciples to assault the Qingyun Sect, returns alone? Could it be that they suffered a grave defeat, leaving only our leader to escape? Nonsense. How could our Heavenly Demon Sect, so powerful, be unable to handle a feeble sect like Qingyun? Yet the question remained, why had only the leader returned? Clearly, the others must be busy transporting the spoils from the Qingyun Sect and would soon follow. However, they heard whispers that the soul lamps of over 40 elders who had set out that day had extinguished. What? That cannot be. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were bewildered. But the elders remaining at headquarters were already aware that the soul lamps of the numerous elders accompanying the soul-extinguishing master had all been snuffed out. This revelation filled their hearts with dread. The soul-extinguishing master had personally led 3,000 disciples into battle against the Qingyun Sect. which should have been as effortless as crushing ants. Yet now, the extinguished soul lamps indicated that those he had taken with him had perished entirely. As for the fate of the leader himself, the elders could not ascertain. This was because the soul-extinguishing master's soul lamp remained at the headquarters of the heavenly demon sect. The soul lamps of the various esteemed leaders of the sect stayed at headquarters as well. Should any of these leaders fall, the demon emperor would be promptly informed and would dispatch emissaries to investigate the situation. Just as the elders were consumed with concern over whether the soul-extinguishing master had also met his end, they were relieved to see him return aboard the vessel. As long as their leader was safe, there was no cause for alarm. Yet, the elders were left in utter confusion. What had transpired during the assault on the Qingyun Sect that resulted in the leader's solitary return? Thus, upon returning to the Grand Hall, the remaining elders sought an audience with the soul-extinguishing master. "We pay our respects, esteemed leader." The elders collectively bowed towards the soul-extinguishing master, who sat in a position of authority. Understanding their intent, he raised a hand slightly, signaling no need for such formalities. The elders stepped aside, and one elder, summoning his courage, approached and inquired, "Esteemed leader, the soul lamps of the elders have all been extinguished. Did we encounter formidable foes during the assault on the Qingyun Sect?" The soul-extinguishing master shook his head gently. It was not the Qingyun Sect that posed a threat, but rather an ambush by the Taisu sect along the way. Previously, 4 of our elders and 1,000 disciples had also been intercepted and slaughtered by members of the Taisu sect. Chapter 126, The Werewolf King and the Elven King. The soul-extinguishing master, now a servant of Yang Dong, would naturally divert blame from the Qingyun sect, instead casting it upon the Taisu sect. The elders, unaware of their leader's servitude, believed him wholeheartedly. Instantly, the elders erupted in fury, exclaiming, "How dare the Taisu sect brazenly ambush our heavenly demon sect? They are truly audacious." With such an affront, it was only right for the heavenly demon sect to retaliate against the Taisu sect. Indeed, those who dare to assault our heavenly demon sect must pay dearly for their transgressions. The Taisu sect has grown too bold, even daring to ruffle our feathers. Observing the elders seething with rage and ready to confront the Taisu sect, the soul-extinguishing master secretly reveled in their fervor. He raised his hand, and the great hall fell silent. With a piercing gaze, he declared coldly, "This time, the Taisu sect's Wu Chun led over 100 elders and 5,000 disciples to ambush me. Although all the elders and disciples I brought with me perished, I ensured that the Taisu sect was annihilated as well, leaving only Wu Chun to kneel and beg for mercy. It was only then that I spared his life." The soul-extinguishing master spun a tale that left the elders momentarily stunned. Though the narrative was exceedingly bizarre, none dared to doubt the veracity of the soul-extinguishing master's words, much like no minister would ever believe that the emperor could betray the nation. Upon hearing that the soul-extinguishing master had vanquished over 100 elders and 5,000 disciples of the Taisu sect, the elders felt a wave of relief wash over them, applauding in unison. "The Taisu sect may have slain 40 of our elders and 3,000 disciples, but we have triumphed over them, killing over 100 of their elders and 5,000 of their disciples. We, the heavenly demon sect, have achieved a resounding victory. The esteemed leader's powers are celestial. The Taisu sect truly did not know the peril they courted by confronting us. Fortunately, it was our esteemed leader who led the charge today. Otherwise, we would have mistakenly believed that the Qingyun sect was responsible for the deaths of our thousands of disciples. It seems we have long misunderstood the Qingyun sect. Should we report this matter to the demon emperor?" One elder inquired politely. After all, such a significant conflict between the heavenly demon sect and the Taisu sect, resulting in thousands of casualties, could potentially escalate into a larger war. Such momentous matters warranted the attention of the demon emperor. The soul-extinguishing master, however, smirked inwardly. There was no way he would report this to the demon emperor. He waved dismissively. "There is no need to disturb his majesty. Elder Wu Chun has assured me that they will not lay a finger on a single disciple of the heavenly demon sect. Let us grant them an opportunity to reform. Should they persist in their folly, I shall be compelled to eradicate them." The elder did not dare to press further. The soul-extinguishing master surveyed the gathered elders. His voice grave, "Enough. This matter ends here. Let us act as though it never occurred. There is no need to engage with anyone from the Taisu sect, and you must treat those from the Qingyun sect with utmost respect. Do you understand?" Though the elders were filled with doubt, none dared to voice their concerns. In the black mist forest, within a vast cavern, the werewolf king sat upon a large beast skin chair at the head of the cave, gnawing on the leg of a 4th-tier monster, blood dripping from the corners of his mouth, towering at a height of 5 meters. He sported a coat of golden fur and possessed immensely powerful limbs. 2 red-haired she-werewolves squatted at his feet, vigorously massaging his thighs. After a moment, the werewolf king finished the beast leg, leaving only the bone, and cast it aside. Take that out. We'll brew soup tonight. Yes, my king. A gray-furred werewolf picked up the bone and exited the cave, secretly licking the remaining blood and flesh from it before tossing it into a boiling pot outside. Sated. The werewolf king turned his gaze towards the two werewolves massaging his thighs, suddenly feeling a surge of interest. He forcefully pinned down two female werewolves to the ground. Suddenly, a dark mist materialized behind him. As the mist dissipated, a dark elf adorned with a crown and clad in a red robe emerged. Towering at a height of 2.5 meters, with a gaunt frame and dark green skin, his crimson pupils glinted ominously. The werewolf king halted his actions and turned abruptly, beholding the dark elf, his voice booming like thunder. Elf king, might you refrain from appearing so mysteriously each time you visit? My werewolf clan has suffered tremendous losses lately, and I must expedite the production of werewolves. The elf king smirked, his voice laced with mockery. Werewolf king, my sincerest apologies for interrupting your leisure. I have come today to discuss a matter of great importance. With a swift kick, the werewolf king sent the two female werewolves sprawling, and they hurriedly scrambled to their feet and exited the cave. Resuming his seat upon a hide-covered throne, the werewolf king grumbled deeply. Elf king, speak plainly. If you have something to say, then say it. The elf king shook his head in disbelief. You brutish werewolves always possess such a repugnant way of speaking. Werewolf king, is your existence merely a cycle of defecating and consuming flesh, interspersed with mating with female werewolves? The werewolf king snorted disdainfully. Isn't that the essence of life? Such a statement left the elf king momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, he declared, I have come to discuss the eradication of the Midwa elf tribe. Leaning back in his chair, the werewolf king replied lazily, Elf king, there is no need to rush. Once the elderly patriarch of the Midwa elves has perished, we can effortlessly annihilate their tribe without lifting a finger. Why the urgency? The elf king's expression darkened. That old fool could easily live for several hundred more years. Even if he were to die, he might still draw breath. The werewolf king's countenance fell. Are your elves truly so long-lived? The elf king chuckled. So you wish to wait for that old coot to die before taking action? Still languid, the werewolf king mused. In truth, our three races have coexisted peacefully in the misty forest for tens of thousands of years. Why must you insist on exterminating the light elves? You foolish wolf. Once I eliminate the light elves, I shall then turn my sights upon your kind. This misty forest will belong solely to my dark elf clan. Internally, the dark elf king smirked at his own cunning. The destruction of the Midwa elf tribe served an ulterior motive. He coveted their teleportation magic. However, the dark elves could not achieve this goal alone. Even if they succeeded in obliterating the Midwa tribe, they would suffer significant losses. Thus, the elf king offered a bounty of spirit stones and fruits, seeking the werewolf king's assistance in battling the Midwa elves. Yet, the werewolf king exhibited little enthusiasm, accepting the offerings but only nominally assisting in the assaults on the Midwa tribe. The elf king discerned the werewolf king's intention to drain him of resources. This foolish wolf dared to play tricks before me. Chapter 127. The Temptation of Female Elves for Werewolves. With a glint in his eye, the dark elf king devised a scheme. Werewolf king, I possess a method that could rapidly increase the population of your werewolf clan. Would you care to hear it? The werewolf king's interest piqued. He straightened in his seat and inquired eagerly, what method? Do tell. The dark elf king smiled slightly. What do you think of the appearance of the women from the Midwa elf tribe? The werewolf king's eyes sparkled with excitement. They are 100 times more beautiful than your dark elf women. The dark elf king's lips twitched. This foolish wolf truly lacked conversational finesse. Do you not wish to experience the pleasures these elven women can offer? He inquired with a lecherous grin. The werewolf king stroked his chin, chuckling. But we werewolves and elves are different races. Can such a union even be possible? The dark elf king scoffed. Do you think your kind simply appeared out of nowhere? Werewolves are the offspring of barbarous men mating with wild wolves. This truth was undeniable. Millions of years ago, barbarians rode great wolves into battle. Yet, endowed with robust physiques and insatiable lust, they could not contain their desires. Thus, they found companionship with their steeds, leading to the birth of the werewolf race. The werewolf king felt a tinge of embarrassment at this revelation. They had always prided themselves as a mutated lineage of barbarians, unwilling to acknowledge their hybrid origin. However, the elf king's logic was compelling. If the union of barbarian and wolf could produce werewolves, then surely a union between werewolves and elves could yield a new species. Imagining the exquisite beauty and intelligence of the light elves combined with the formidable strength of werewolves stirred something primal within him. The werewolf king exclaimed, Elf king, your suggestion is splendid. I yearn to seize dozens of female elves and indulge in the creation of werewolves for days on end. The Dark Elf King concealed a triumphant grin. Then prepare yourself. In 3 days, we shall launch a full-scale assault on the Midwa Elf tribe. 3 days later, the Dark Elves and Werewolves surged forth in a coordinated assault from the east and west, unleashing a fierce onslaught upon the Midwa Elf tribe. The Werewolf King, wielding a massive iron axe and perched atop a colossal iron elephant, bellowed to his thousands of wolfish subordinates, "Slay all the men of the Midwa tribe and seize the female elves to breed werewolves." At the sound of their king's roar, the werewolves were engulfed in a frenzy, their eyes gleaming with lust as they charged toward the beautiful, snow-white elven women, brandishing their axes and spears. A red-haired werewolf pounced upon a female elf, eager to engage, only to be met with a swift strike that pierced his heart, causing him to howl in agony as he fell from her. At that moment, yet another werewolf lunged at a female elf. The werewolves, intent on capturing the elven women alive for breeding, unwittingly granted the elves opportunities to retaliate. Witnessing this, the Werewolf King roared in fury, "Kill them all! Annihilate them!" Meanwhile, within the great hall of the Midwa tribe, Angelina burst in, urgency etched upon her features. "Grandfather, the Dark Elves and Werewolves have emerged in full force and are advancing upon the valley." The elder's expression shifted dramatically. The inevitable has finally arrived. Angelina hastened through the portal to seek assistance from Master Yang of the Qingyun Sect. If Yang Dong is willing to help, it would be ideal. If not, do not hold it against him. Just ensure that the portal is destroyed. By destroying the other portal, the elders sealed their retreat. But it also prevented the werewolves or dark elves from pursuing them to the Qingyun Sect. Angelina understood her grandfather's intentions and pleaded sorrowfully, "Grandfather, please, let us escape together through the portal." The elder shook his head. "As the patriarch of the Midwa Elf tribe, I cannot abandon my kin in this dire hour. Angelina, you must go. I shall stand with the Midwa tribe to the end." Angelina hesitated, but the elder commanded, "Do not delay in seeking Master Yang's aid. If you tarry, the Midwa tribe may perish." Reluctantly, she raced towards the passage, entering her chamber and stepping through the portal. Inside the bamboo forest dwelling, Yang Dong, Ru Hua, and Qin Mo were engrossed in their training when, quite unexpectedly, Angelina burst forth from the portal of the tranquil chamber, rushing towards them. "Master Yang, the Dark Elves and Werewolves," she began, but upon noticing Yang Dong engaged in training with the two women, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she stammered, "I'm so sorry. I didn't know you were here. Angelina, what on earth is happening?" Yang Dong quickly rose to his feet, already surmising the dire situation. Angelina's face was etched with urgency as she spoke. "The Dark Elf King and the Werewolf King, accompanied by over 10,000 elves and werewolves, are assaulting the Midwa tribe. We fear for the safety of our people." "Enough. Let us go," Yang Dong interrupted, not waiting for her to finish. As he took her hand and made for the tranquil chamber, Ru Hua and Qin Mo, having donned their attire, followed closely behind. "Angelina, we shall assist the Midwa elves in their battle against the werewolves and dark elves," Yang Dong declared, gesturing dismissively. "You two remain here. Your presence would only serve as a distraction." With that, he and Angelina stepped into the portal and vanished from sight. Ru Hua and Qin Mo understood their limitations and, reassured by Yang Dong's prowess, settled down to meditate and train within the tranquility of his chamber. Emerging from another portal, Yang Dong and Angelina dashed out of the grand hall. Yang Dong soared into the sky, gazing across the horizon. To the east, legions of werewolves surged forth from the valley, with thousands of gray-furred beasts, hundreds of red-furred ones, and dozens of purple-furred creatures among them. A golden-furred werewolf stood atop a massive black-skinned elephant, brandishing a colossal axe. It swung the weapon with a flourish, unleashing a radiant arc of energy that cleaved through dozens of light elves, severing them in twain. Turning westward, he beheld a multitude of dark elves charging towards the Midwa elf tribe. The vanguard consisted of thousands of dark elf knights wielding blades and spears, while countless archers unleashed a barrage of magical arrows. Behind them, dark elf mages summoned a torrent of spells directed at the Midwa elves. In midair, the elder chieftain was locked in a fierce magical duel with the dark elf king, neither side gaining the upper hand. The Midwa elves, caught between the onslaught of the werewolves and the dark elves, were forced to retreat, suffering heavy casualties. "The werewolves and dark elves appear formidable indeed," Yang Dong mused, retrieving his Qingyun bag and summoning forth several magical beasts. Among them were 2 6th-tier beasts, the Azure Skylark and the Golden Griffin, along with a dozen 5th-tier creatures. Chapter 128. Confrontation with the Dark Elf King surrounded by the magical beasts, which emitted low growls as if awaiting their master's command. Angelina was both astonished and delighted. Her sapphire eyes widened in disbelief. She had initially thought Yang Dong had come alone to assist the Midwa elves, and honestly, A sense of apprehension lingered in her heart. Although Yang Dong was undoubtedly powerful, it seemed improbable that he alone could turn the tide of battle. To her surprise, he had summoned forth a cadre of beasts, including 2 6th-tier ones, enough to shift the momentum in favor of the Midwa tribe against the werewolves and dark elves. Filled with excitement, Angelina charged towards the werewolves in the east. Yang Dong issued commands to his magical companions, instructing the Golden Griffin to lead 7 5th-tier beasts against the dark elves to the west, while the Azure Skylark would take 8 5th-tier beasts to confront the werewolves. The remaining 2 5th-tier beasts were assigned to safeguard Angelina. With a cry reminiscent of both eagle and lion, the Golden Griffin surged towards the dark elves, while the Azure Skylark emitted a piercing call as it led its contingent towards the werewolves. Meanwhile, the 2 5th-tier beasts took flight to protect Angelina's safety. Yang Dong ascended into the air towards the west, raising his hand to unleash a bolt of thunderous energy aimed at the Dark Elf King, who was locked in combat with the Elder Chieftain. Yang Dong sought to personally assist the Elder, both to prevent any misfortune from befalling him and to demonstrate his support in this perilous moment. Moreover, by targeting the Dark Elf King, he aimed to demoralize the enemy forces. Empowered by the Thunder Magic Crystal Ball, his thunderous spell surged in potency, striking the Dark Elf King with a force akin to a tree trunk. The Dark Elf King, enmeshed in a magical duel with the Elder, was caught off guard by the sudden assault. He quickly murmured, "Death Shield," and a massive black skeletal shield materialized before him. The thunderous strike collided with the shield, resulting in a deafening explosion as electric energy and dark forces erupted in all directions. The black skeletal shield shattered under the impact. Yet the energy of the strike dissipated shortly thereafter. Yang Dong marveled at the Dark Elf King's formidable prowess. Despite the thunderous attack being potent enough to fell a nascent deity, it was effortlessly countered by the Dark Elf King's shield. It was evident that he was indeed a master of the highest order. At that moment, the Dark Elf King was taken aback. How had a human cultivator emerged at such a critical juncture? Moreover, this human had brought forth a host of high-tier magical beasts to assist the Midwa tribe. Scanning Yang Dong's cultivation level, he discovered it to be merely in the early stages of the out-of-body realm, which left him astonished. How could someone of such a level unleash such tremendous power? The Dark Elf King retreated several paces, his blood-red eyes fixated on Yang Dong as he growled, "Cursed human. The Black Mist Forest is no place for your kind. Leave now with your little beasts, and perhaps you may yet escape unscathed." His words were laced with intimidation. But inwardly, the Dark Elf King was profoundly shaken. The power of Yang Dong's thunderous strike indicated that his strength was not to be underestimated. Moreover, the sight of the Golden Griffin leading 7 5th-tier beasts into the fray instilled a deep sense of dread within him. The Golden Griffin was a top-tier 6th-tier magical beast, and even he might struggle against it, let alone contend with the additional 5 beasts accompanying it. Yang Dong hovered 3 paces from the Elder Chieftain, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Elder, my apologies for my tardiness." The Elder, upon seeing Yang Dong's arrival, felt as though a savior had descended. Overcome with emotion, he laughed heartily. "Not at all. Master Yang has arrived just in time." Initially, the Elder had harbored little hope for Yang Dong's timely arrival. After all, who would risk their life to save a newly acquainted elven tribe? The old chief only wished for Yang Dong to take in Angelina and care for her for the rest of her days before he closed his eyes in peace. To his astonishment, Yang Dong actually came to their rescue. Moreover, he brought along an impressive number of high-tier mythical beasts. A poisonous cloud enveloped the area. Seizing the moment while Yang Dong conversed with the old chief, the Dark Elven King suddenly launched an attack, casting a powerful dark magic that summoned a toxic cloud. Instantly, a massive black toxic fog materialized above Yang Dong and the chief, descending upon them. The dark magic was immensely powerful. This enormous cloud not only exerted pressure akin to that of a mountain, but was also lethally poisonous. Anyone who came into contact with it would meet immediate demise. "Yang Xianxia, be cautious," the old chief urged anxiously. He was well aware of the terrifying might of the toxic cloud, swiftly forming hand seals to conjure a protective barrier around himself. Yet, Yang Dong's form darted through the poisonous mist like a flash of lightning, delivering a fierce punch toward the Dark Elven King. His colossal fist, radiating a brilliant purple-gold light, struck like a meteor. The Dark Elven King scoffed, "You overestimate your own abilities," and retaliated with a sweeping palm that conjured a grotesque beast from the black mist, lunging at Yang Dong. Boom! The clash between the black mist creature and the purple-gold fist produced a thunderous sound, sending shockwaves that reverberated through 100 zhang radius. Both the giant fist and the black mist creature were obliterated, causing Yang Dong to stumble back 10 paces, while the Dark Elven King staggered momentarily. In this full-force confrontation, the Dark Elven King did not gain a significant advantage. You actually managed to withstand my beast strike? The Dark Elven King's eyes widened in disbelief, revealing his astonishment on his ashen face. This human cultivator was merely at the initial stage of the out-of-body realm, while the Elven King's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm. The disparity in their levels was monumental. The Dark Elven King had assumed that his full-powered attack would easily crush this detestable human cultivator. To his utter shock, this human remained unscathed, merely retreating a mere 10 paces. Little did the Dark Elven King know that Xianxiaodong possessed the Primordial Sacred Body, which was enveloped in the protective aura of the primordial purple Qi, rendering him extraordinarily robust. Though the Dark Elven King was formidable, the physical prowess of elves had always been comparatively weak. Hence, the clash resulted in neither party gaining a decisive upper hand. However, you are ensnared by my toxic cloud. You cannot endure for long. A sinister grin spread across the Dark Elven King's face. Chapter 129, Battle Against the Werewolf King. The Dark Elven King believed his toxic cloud could easily incapacitate a powerful being at the transformation realm, let alone a mere out-of-body human cultivator before him. Yet, he could not fathom why this out-of-body individual possessed such formidable strength. At that moment, the old chief emerged from the black mist, his protective barrier in place. Before dissipating it, Xianxiansure, you have been poisoned. Quickly practice your healing techniques. The old chief retrieved an antidote pill from his storage ring and tossed it to Xianxiaodong. Xianxiaodong stored the antidote pill in his spatial ring, smiling slightly. There is no need for concern, old chief. This minor poison is ineffective against me. The primordial sacred body is immune to all toxins. With that, he unleashed another powerful punch toward the Dark Elven King. Xianxiaodong recognized the vast chasm in their cultivation levels, realizing that his only recourse was to engage the Dark Elven King with sheer physical strength. At this moment, the old chief also unleashed a spell towards the Dark Elven King. With the collaborative efforts of Xianxiaodong and the old chief, two top-tier powerhouses, the Dark Elven King found himself retreating under relentless assault. Meanwhile, below, the thousands of dark elves faced the onslaught of the Golden Griffin accompanied by 7 fifth-tier mythical beasts, suffering heavy casualties. The Golden Griffin unleashed torrents of golden flames, engulfing swathes of dark elf warriors, who screamed in agony as they were reduced to ashes. Behind the elven warriors, elven archers rained down a barrage of arrows upon the Golden Griffin. Swish, swish, swish. Countless magical arrows flew toward the Golden Griffin, ice arrows, fire arrows, poison arrows, and golden arrows. Yet, these arrows merely bounced off the Griffin's golden, resilient feathers, falling harmlessly to the ground without inflicting any damage. Enraged, the Golden Griffin surged forth like a streak of golden light into the ranks of the elven archers, its claws slicing through them in brilliant arcs, causing many dark elven archers to fall en masse. Meanwhile, the 7 fifth-tier mythical beasts crashed into the dark elf forces, their massive forms wreaking havoc as spells rained down, leaving countless dark elves wailing in despair, their bodies strewn across the battlefield. The Meadow Elf clan, initially steeped in despair, suddenly found hope as Xianxiansure descended from the heavens with his mythical beasts. The Light Elves were filled with excitement and joy, their morale soaring as they launched a counterattack against the Dark Elves, invigorated as if they had been pumped with adrenaline. In the rear, the High Priest of the Dark Elves unleashed a spell, sending forth a colossal light sphere aimed at the Golden Griffin. The Griffin flapped its golden wings, generating a terrifying surge of spiritual power that sent the light sphere hurtling back at an accelerated speed. The light sphere sped back tenfold faster than its original approach. The High Priest, terrified, let out a shriek and attempted to flee. However, he was too late. The light sphere struck with the swiftness of lightning, exploding just as the High Priest had barely flown 3 zhang away, obliterating everything within a 10 zhang radius, leaving dozens of dark elf mages reduced to mere blood and bones. Yet, the High Priest was a formidable figure at the initial stage of the transformation realm, and since the light sphere did not strike him directly, he sustained only minor injuries. At this moment, the High Priest dared not remain to fight, transforming into a streak of light as he fled. But the Golden Griffin was faster still, a flash of gold that swiftly closed the distance to the High Priest. With its massive claws, the Griffin grasped the High Priest's head, crushing it into oblivion. A light sphere burst forth from the fallen corpse, attempting to escape, only to be devoured whole by the Golden Griffin. The Dark Elven King, already struggling against Xianxiaodong and the old chief, now witnessed the Dark Elves suffering catastrophic losses and began to flee in panic. The Dark Elven King, gripped by fear, recognized the tide had turned against him and sought to escape. Xianxiaodong suddenly brandished the celestial mirror, directing its gaze toward the Dark Elven King. The mirror's reverse side displayed a message: defensive capability lost. The Dark Elven King felt an abrupt sensation as if he had lost something vital. At that moment, the old chief unleashed a spell that struck the Dark Elven King. Boom! The defenseless Dark Elven King's body exploded into a mist of blood, his very essence obliterated. The old chief stood in disbelief. How had the Dark Elven King suddenly become so vulnerable? Yet, recalling the light beam Yangdong had cast upon the Dark Elven King earlier, the old chief surmised it must have been Yangdong's influence. Yangdong, too, felt a pang of regret. He had initially intended to capture the Dark Elven King alive, to confine him within a cosmic bag and refine him within a cauldron, thus acquiring another top-tier servant. The Soul Destroyer, refined from the mid-transformation realm to the mid-return to void realm, could potentially elevate the Dark Elven King into a peak return to void servant. However, the old chief had inadvertently killed him. Yangdong bore no ill will toward the old chief, who was unaware of his plans. Nevertheless, there was still the Werewolf King left to refine. He hoped the Qingyun Sparrow would not eliminate him first. The Venerable Patriarch, you shall be tasked with hunting down the Dark Elves, while I shall confront the werewolves over yonder. With that, Yangdong soared swiftly towards the east. At that moment, the battlefield in the east was in disarray. With the werewolves utterly routed, the Azure Lark, accompanied by 8 fifth-tier extraordinary beasts, descended upon them with ferocity, leaving the werewolves utterly defenseless. With wings spanning over 10 zhang, the Azure Lark resembled a colossal gray cloud, its wings striking downwards, causing countless werewolf bodies to explode into fragments, instilling immeasurable terror among their ranks. The Werewolf King let out a thunderous roar, leaping from atop an iron-skinned elephant, brandishing a giant axe aimed at the Azure Lark. However, the Azure Lark retaliated with a powerful flap of its wings, sending the Werewolf King's obsidian axe flying 1,000 zhang away, embedding it within the mountainside. The Werewolf King was struck with dread. Possessing the strength of a late-stage spirit transformation, he was astounded that he could be so easily vanquished by a mere Azure Lark. Turning tail, he fled. Just as the Azure Lark was about to pursue him, Yangdong approached swiftly from behind, commanding, "The Werewolf King is mine." Instantly, the Azure Lark halted its chase, diving down and unleashing a fireball the size of a water vat. Boom! The fireball erupted, obliterating over 100 werewolves within a radius of several zhang, leaving none alive. Other 5th-tier extraordinary beasts plunged into the fray, slaughtering the werewolves with abandon. "Master Yang has come to our rescue. Let us slay them," cried Angelina, mounted on a 5th-tier beast. Her sword raised high as she led thousands of light elves into the fray against the fleeing werewolves. The werewolves lamented their lack of wings, crying out in despair as they fled in all directions. In that moment, they had no thought for the beautiful light elves. Yangdong pursued the Werewolf King. The celestial mirror of loss directed at the king's back. Loss of spiritual power. Instantly, the Werewolf King felt his spiritual energy being drained away, the weight of his massive form rendering him unable to flee swiftly. "Do not escape. Surrender yourself," came Yangdong's calm voice from behind. Terrified, the Werewolf King glanced back to see a human cultivator hovering in midair, exuding an air of tranquility. With a furious roar, the Werewolf King struck out at Yangdong. Yet this strike bore no trace of spiritual energy, relying solely on brute physical strength, merely cutting through the air with a hollow sound. Yangdong unleashed a binding wind spell, ensnaring the Werewolf King's colossal form, rendering him immobile. Subsequently, Yangdong retrieved a spatial pouch, enclosing the Werewolf King within it. Chapter 130. You may continue. After capturing the Werewolf King, Yangdong surveyed the battlefield. At this moment, the werewolf tribe had been nearly annihilated, with only a handful fleeing towards their lair. The Azure Lark, accompanied by several 5th-tier beasts, was poised to pursue, but Yangdong halted them. With the Werewolf King now in his grasp, all that remained was to refine him into a servant. The remaining werewolves would have no choice but to obey. Thus, there was no need for a complete extermination of the werewolf clan. The members of the Midwa Elven clan ceased their pursuit of the werewolves. With the Werewolf King subdued by Master Yang, the remaining werewolves posed no threat to them. Since Yangdong forbade further pursuit, they naturally complied with his orders. To the west, eradicate all the Dark Elves. Yangdong commanded the Azure Lark and the extraordinary beasts. With the Dark Elf King already slain, there was no reason to spare the remaining Dark Elves. Angelina led the Midwa Elves, charging towards the west alongside the extraordinary beasts. In truth, the conflict in the west was also nearing its conclusion. With the Dark Elf King and the High Priest deceased, the remaining Dark Elves lacked the will to fight. Under the relentless pursuit of the Golden Griffin and 7 5th-tier beasts, countless fell. Coupled with the Elder Patriarch leading thousands of light elves in relentless pursuit, the Dark Elves were utterly decimated. Subsequently, The Elder Patriarch commanded several elders to accompany 1,000 elves to the Dark Elf stronghold, annihilating the remaining Dark Elves to prevent future threats. In this battle, the Midwa elves turned the tide, nearly eradicating both the werewolf and Dark Elf tribes. From this day forth, the Misty Forest would belong to the Midwa elves, free from the fear of Dark Elves and werewolves' ambushes, unless faced with human cultivators from outside. The entire Midwa elven clan rejoiced, filled with exhilaration. Thank you, Master Yang, for your salvation. Without you, our clan would have faced annihilation today. Your kindness will forever be etched in our hearts. The Elder Patriarch, filled with gratitude, deeply bowed to Yang Dong. Thousands of Midwa elves, young and old, pressed their hands to their chests and bowed deeply, offering their highest respects. Angelina gazed at Yang Dong with her cerulean eyes, her beautiful face radiating admiration. Yang Dong smiled gently. There is no need for such formalities, Venerable Patriarch. Angelina and I are friends. How could I stand idly by as the Midwa elves faced peril? Observing his granddaughter's adoration for Yang Dong, the Elder Patriarch stroked his beard, smiling. It seemed Angelina held profound affection for Yang Dong. Perhaps it would be best to have him stay in her chambers tonight as a token of gratitude for his significant aid to the Midwa clan. Moreover, if Yang Dong were to accept Angelina, the Midwa clan would acquire a formidable ally, ensuring his return in times of crisis. The Elder Patriarch schemed inwardly. He clasped his hands together, saying, Master Yang, should you ever require anything in the future, the Midwa elven clan will be at your service. Yang Dong smiled lightly, acknowledging the Elder Patriarch's goodwill. Under normal circumstances, he would not require assistance from the Midwa elves. Even the Elder Patriarch's strength could not match that of his 6th-tier magical beast, let alone the other elves. However, he appreciated the Elder Patriarch's sentiment and could not simply decline. What he truly desired was the Midwa elves' ancient teleportation technique. According to the Elder Patriarch, this technique had not been mastered for over 10,000 years, with only one pair of scrolls remaining. Yang Dong was uncertain if he could learn the teleportation technique, but he could not directly ask the Elder Patriarch for it. Elder Patriarch, with the werewolves and dark elves now vanquished, it is time for me to take my leave. Yang Dong respectfully addressed the Elder Patriarch. He was not in a hurry to depart. Rather, he was curious whether the Elder Patriarch would present him with a token of gratitude for saving the entire Midwa elven clan. Surely, he would offer something, right? The Elder Patriarch hurriedly replied, Master Yang has saved our Midwa elven clan. We have yet to express our gratitude properly. You cannot leave just yet. Let us feast before you go. Yang Dong had no pressing engagements at the Qingyun Sect, so he readily agreed. After a raucous feast, dusk descended. Elder Patriarch, I must take my leave now. Yang Dong stood and addressed the Elder Patriarch. I cannot stay the night here. The Elder Patriarch chuckled. Master Yang, do not leave tonight. Allow Angelina to attend to you. Angelina, please escort Master Yang to his room. Yang Dong stood in stunned silence. Goodness, are elves this forthright? Yes, grandfather, Angelina responded, a blush gracing her cheeks as she approached Yang Dong, taking his hand and leading him down the hall of the Great Hall. Yang Dong felt that this was all rather sudden, yet his body was undeniably honest, being pulled by Angelina into her chamber. Upon entering the room, Yang Dong embraced Angelina, longing to kiss her, but her height made it impossible for him to reach. Angelina gently cupped Yang Dong's face, shyly lowering her head to kiss him. Yang Dong rose onto his toes in response, experiencing a delightful sensation of role reversal. However, it was truly exquisite. At Qingyun Sect, Ru Hua and Qin Imo waited in Yang Dong's room until nightfall, yet there was still no sign of him returning, causing concern to etch their faces. Yang Dong had not returned yet. Could something have happened? Qin Imo furrowed her brow, glancing at Ru Hua. Ru Hua shook her head, expressing her uncertainty about the strength of the werewolves and dark elves, and whether Yang Dong could handle them. Night had fallen, and if nothing unusual had occurred, he should have returned by now. Imo, shall we go check? Suggested Qin Imo. Ru Hua nodded. The two women were unable to shake off their worry for Yang Dong, and they promptly stepped into the teleportation portal. The next moment, Qin Imo and Ru Hua emerged from Angelina's room, just in time to witness Yang Dong and Angelina locked in an embrace, sharing a kiss. The two exchanged glances, unable to help but chuckle at the irony. While they had been fretting over Yang Dong's safety, he was here indulging in romance with Angelina. Upon noticing Qin Imo and Ru Hua's sudden appearance, Yang Dong and Angelina quickly separated. Ru Hua, Imo, what brings you here? Yang Dong asked, licking his moist lips that still bore the lingering scent of their intimate moment, smiling awkwardly. Ru Hua pouted playfully, exclaiming, we were worried you might be in danger from the dark elves, yet here you are, enjoying yourself. Qin Imo quickly tugged at Ru Hua's sleeve, her wide eyes signaling her to temper her annoyance. Angelina shyly addressed Ru Hua. I truly apologize. I only wish to express my gratitude towards Master Yang. Ru Hua smiled warmly. Angelina, there is no need for explanations. I was merely jesting. We seem to have interrupted you, and Yang Dong. Qin Xiu chimed in. Since Yang Dong is safe, let us return. Ru Hua waved goodbye to Angelina. Angelina, you are always welcome to visit us at Qingyun Sect. With that, the two women stepped back through the portal. Let us continue, Yang Dong said, smiling as he embraced Angelina. The next morning, Yang Dong and Angelina had yet to rise. Unlike Qin Xiu and Ru Hua, the blood that flowed from Angelina was a delicate pink. Angelina, how old are you? Yang Dong inquired as he caressed her beautiful pink cheek while she lay in his arms. I will soon be 100, Angelina replied with a smile. 100? Does that mean I must call you grandmother? Yang Dong teased with a chuckle. Who would have imagined that this enchanting elven maiden was nearing a century of life? Angelina giggled. If you wish to call me grandmother, I would not mind at all. Yang Dong kissed her gently. How long do elves typically live? Angelina explained. We elves enter our youth at the age of 60 and are considered adults only after reaching 100. Ordinary elves can live for 400 to 500 years. But the more powerful one becomes, the longer their lifespan. Ah, I see. In that case, Angelina is roughly equivalent to a 20-year-old human, Yang Dong mused. By the way, where are your parents? He asked. Having visited the Meadow Elf tribe several times, he knew only of her grandfather and had never met her parents. Angelina's expression darkened. My father and mother were killed by the Dark Elf King. Yang Dong gently patted her back, comforting her. Do not be disheartened. Your grandfather has avenged your parents by slaying the Dark Elf King. Yang Dong, thank you for saving our Meadow tribe and avenging my parents. Angelina exclaimed, tightening her embrace around him, once more expressing her gratitude through her actions. After a tender hour of intimacy, they finally rose from the bed. In the grand hall, Yang Dong bid farewell to the old clan leader. Old clan leader, I must be on my way. Is Master Yang in such a hurry to return? Could it be that Angelina has not attended to your needs? The old clan leader inquired, casting a puzzled glance at his granddaughter. Yang Dong felt a flush of embarrassment and coughed lightly. Angelina has been wonderful. However, there are matters at the sect that require my attention. The old clan leader sighed in relief, saying, since Master Yang wishes to depart, I shall not insist. I have a few treasures to bestow upon you. I hope you will not find them lacking. With that, he retrieved several items from his storage ring, a fire element magic crystal ball, a magical sword, and various low-grade earth materials. Yang Dong feigned reluctance before accepting them all into his spatial ring. Angelina suggested, Grandfather, why not give the teleportation array jade slip to Yang Dong for him to comprehend? If he can master the teleportation array technique, he could help us create some teleportation scrolls. Upon hearing this, Yang Dong felt a surge of joy. What a divine assist from Angelina. Indeed, when a woman offers herself to a man, she tends to think of everything in his favor. Were it not for the old clan leader's presence, he might have embraced Angelina and fervently kissed her. Although the Meadow Elf tribe possessed the teleportation array jade slip, no clan leader had been able to master it for nearly 10,000 years. Consequently, they had run out of teleportation scrolls, and the Meadow Elf tribe was unable to create any teleportation arrays. However, the teleportation array jade slip was traditionally kept secret, with only the clan leader having the right to study it. Yet, due to Yang Dong's immense kindness to the Meadow Elf tribe and his relationship with Angelina, the matter was different. The old clan leader nodded. Angelina, you are absolutely correct, but this matter must remain confidential. He then produced a jade slip approximately 3 inches long and 2 inches wide from his storage ring, brushing his hand over it. A soft glow flickered as the restrictions on the jade slip were lifted. Without removing the restrictions, even if someone obtained the slip, they would be unable to comprehend the techniques within. This is our Meadow Elf tribe's long-cherished teleportation array jade slip, Master Yang. Please give it a try. Yang Dong accepted the jade slip handed to him by the old clan leader and held it in his hand. Instantly, his mind connected with the slip, and he rapidly absorbed the teleportation array techniques contained within. The distinction between a jade slip and a book of techniques is that the jade slip allows practitioners to instantly receive the techniques within, making comprehension significantly easier. In contrast, books require page-by-page reading, making learning and comprehension much more challenging. Moreover, jade slips can be embedded with restrictions. If one cannot break them, even if someone obtains the slip, they cannot grasp the techniques it contains. This is the advantage of jade slip techniques. However, storing techniques in jade slips is exceedingly difficult. Therefore, most sects prefer to use books for their techniques, reserving jade slips for only the most profound teachings. Once Yang Dong fully absorbed the contents of the array from the jade slip, he returned it to the old clan leader. Thank you, old clan leader. The old clan leader chuckled. Master Yang, you are too polite. You have rendered great service to the Meadow Elf tribe. This small matter is nothing in comparison. Should you succeed in mastering the teleportation array technique, I would kindly ask you to provide us with a few pairs of teleportation scrolls. Though he said this, the old clan leader harbored doubts about Yangdong's ability to master the teleportation array technique. After all, countless exceptionally talented clan leaders had failed to learn it over the millennia. How could it be so easily mastered by Yangdong? It required understanding the mysteries of space to create a teleportation portal. After bidding farewell to the old patriarch and Angelina, Yangdong returned to his abode through the portal. Ruhua and Qingyun had already departed. He had imparted to them the method to open the outer barrier, granting them the freedom to come and go as they pleased. As for the concern regarding their discovery of the Chaos Treasure Cauldron, there was no cause for alarm. With Yangdong's cultivation, he was acutely aware of any living being approaching him within 100 feet. Should anyone draw near, he would promptly retract the cauldron into his body. Moreover, the Xianyu parrot stood guard outside, and Ruhua and Qingyun would announce their presence before entering. Summoning the cauldron from within, Yangdong began refining several treasures bestowed upon him by the old patriarch. The fire element crystal ball, once refined, would enhance his fire spell's potency fivefold, akin to the thunder element crystal ball. A satisfied smile graced Yangdong's face. With such an augmentation to his fire abilities, he could experiment with several advanced fire spells in combat to assess their lethality. Now possessing both fire and thunder elemental crystal balls undoubtedly elevated his combat prowess. However, the foremost priority remained the swift advancement of his cultivation. Enhancing one's own power was the true path to supremacy. Yangdong mused within, recognizing that he was still in the early stages of the out-of-body realm, having only transcended a mere fortnight prior. Yet, another matter loomed even more crucial, mastering the teleportation array technique. He had just absorbed the complete information regarding the teleportation array from the Jade Slip, and if he did not practice diligently, the knowledge might fade with time. The teleportation array consisted of a pair of scrolls, crafted from several materials: the spirit wood for the scroll shafts, spirit stones to sustain the portal's energy, higher-grade spirit stones allowed the portal to remain open longer, beast skins as the primary material for crafting the scrolls, and beast blood for inscribing the teleportation patterns. The higher the quality of these materials, the more effective the resulting teleportation scrolls would be. However, the pivotal factor determining the teleportation distance lay in the cultivator's prowess. The more profound the cultivator's abilities, the farther apart the two portals could be. Yangdong sat cross-legged and commenced his practice of the teleportation array technique. Following the cultivation method described in the Jade Slip, he dedicated an hour to his training, finally grasping a glimmer of understanding. This technique resembled the fire escape technique, but was vastly more profound. The fire escape technique achieved instantaneous movement through flames, rather than the cultivator wielding spatial magic. In contrast, the teleportation array technique was fundamentally a spatial art. No wonder no one from the Mi-Duo Elven clan had mastered this technique in millennia. It required a comprehension of spatial magic. A faint smile crept across Yangdong's lips. Only a unique constitution could comprehend and cultivate spatial arts. Neither 5-element nor 7-element roots would suffice. He, as a Hongming Saint Body, possessed the strongest constitution in existence, capable of mastering even time and space techniques, complemented by his exceptionally high comprehension. After absorbing 200 premium spirit stones, Yangdong resumed his focus on cultivating the teleportation array technique. Unbeknownst to him, a day slipped by. He had garnered a preliminary understanding of the mysteries of spatial arts. He estimated that after a few more days of practice, he would fully master the teleportation array technique, at which point he could attempt to create a pair of teleportation scrolls and test their efficacy. The following morning, while Yangdong was engrossed in his cultivation, Ruhua and Qingyun arrived. "Junior brother, I thought you were reluctant to leave the Mi-Duo Elven tribe." Ruhua teased with a smile as she entered the room. Yangdong embraced her, playfully squeezing her soft curves. "What's this? Only 2 days, and you're already eager to cultivate?" Ruhua responded with a playful pout. "It must be far more delightful to cultivate with the elves, right?" Yangdong kissed her lightly and replied with a chuckle. "Each has its own merits." Qingyun stood to the side, watching their playful banter with a bright smile. After an hour of cultivation together, Ruhua and Qingyun took their leave. 5 days later, Yangdong had finally perfected the teleportation array technique. It was time to create a pair of teleportation scrolls to test their efficacy. He promptly retrieved a section of high-grade spirit wood and 8 premium spirit stones from his spatial ring. Additionally, he procured a 4th-grade beast carcass, using his flying sword to deftly remove the beast's skin. After discarding a portion of the beast's body outside for the holy light tiger to enjoy, he ensured it had enough meat to last it 2 or 3 days. Given the winter season, the flesh would not spoil quickly. In fact, The meat of extraordinary beasts was less prone to decay than that of ordinary wild animals. Even in summer, it could remain unspoiled for over a week. Now, he only required one final ingredient: fresh beast blood. Dead beast blood would be ineffective. Yang Dong summoned a 5th-grade beast from his Qingyun bag, collecting a large bowl of blood from it before returning it to the bag. Everything was ready. All that remained was the crafting. Yang Dong returned to his room and carefully shaped the spirit wood into 4 shafts, each the thickness of a thumb and a foot in length. He then cut the beast's skin into several pieces, each a foot wide and 2 feet long, designated for the scrolls. The remaining spirit wood and beast skin were stored back in the spatial ring. Using the beast blood, Yang Dong meticulously drew the teleportation patterns on the beast skin. The patterns on the 2 scrolls were identical but oriented in opposite directions, and precision was paramount. During his inaugural attempt, Yang Dong exercised utmost caution, taking over an hour to complete the intricate designs with the beast blood. Subsequently, he adhered the 4 spirit wood shafts to the ends of the 2 beast skin scrolls using his magic. Finally, he embedded the 8 premium spirit stones into either end of the 4 shafts. At this point, the pair of teleportation scrolls was nearly complete. However, they would be utterly useless without the final crucial incantation. This was the key to transforming the scrolls into a functional portal. Yang Dong immediately began to execute the teleportation array technique. Moments later, he pointed at the scrolls and bellowed, "Activate." A beam of light shot from his fingertip, continuously pouring energy into the scroll's patterns. The beast blood form design seemed to come alive, shifting and transforming. After a full incense stick burned away, Yang Dong completed the incantation for both teleportation scrolls. At that moment, he felt as though a significant portion of his spiritual energy had been drained. This sensation was more exhausting than casting dozens of high-level spells consecutively. Crafting teleportation scrolls truly consumed an immense amount of energy, but thankfully, this was not an endeavor he would undertake frequently. Yang Dong sighed, temporarily placing the pair of teleportation scrolls into his spatial ring. "Sisters, you have finally arrived. The master has been waiting eagerly," came the squawking voice of the Xianyu parrot from outside. Ruhua laughed. "Oh, what does your master want us for?" The parrot raised its head and declared, "Of course, to spar with you. If the master goes a day without battling you, he feels utterly unwell." Yang Dong felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "This damned parrot, spewing nonsense and misrepresenting me." Ruhua giggled, "You foul-mouthed creature. Be careful lest your master plucks all your feathers." Qin Imochio could not help but chuckle as well. "How do you know your master wants to spar with us? You insolent bird. Just wait until tonight. I shall roast you." Yang Dong emerged from the house, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The Xianyu parrot, startled, flapped its wings and vanished in an instant. With a resigned smile, Yang Dong welcomed Ruhua and Qin Imochio into the dwelling. After an hour of cultivation, Ruhua and Qin Imochio each consumed a large bowl of spirit water to replenish the moisture lost during their practice. "Adong, shall we visit the Mido fairy tribe to play with Angelina today?" suggested Qin Imochio. Ruhua added, "Last time we ventured into the Black Mist Forest, we did not have the opportunity to truly enjoy ourselves. Now that the werewolves and dark elves have been eradicated, we should explore the Black Mist Forest thoroughly this time." Yang Dong promptly agreed. "Very well. Let us depart at once." The 3 proceeded to the meditation room, traversing through the portal and emerging from the one in Angelina's chamber. Outside the Qingyun Sect's barrier, a group of disciples was patrolling the mountains. Suddenly, a flying chariot, drawn by 9-headed beasts, appeared in the distant sky, soaring toward the Qingyun Sect. The chariot, adorned with fluttering banners embroidered with the character Zhou, caught the attention of one of the patrolling disciples, who exclaimed, "What is that?" "That chariot, pulled by 9 exotic beasts and bearing the character Zhou on its banner, seems to belong to the royal family of the great Zhou." The leading steward, possessing some knowledge, immediately recognized the royal chariot, his heart filled with astonishment. Why would the royal chariot come to the Qingyun Sect? Activate the communication talisman and promptly inform the sect master. With a swift motion, the communication talisman erupted in the air with a resounding blast, radiating brilliant light. Several patrolling disciples flew into the protective barrier to report to the main peak. Chapter 133. The 8th Prince visits Qingyun Sect. As the patrolling disciples entered the barrier, Chu Yun and a group of elders emerged from their respective peaks, soaring on their swords. Disciples from both the inner and outer sects rushed out, each wearing an expression of grave concern. The Qingyun Sect had recently endured an overwhelming number of attacks, leaving everyone on edge, apprehensive of what might be unfolding. What is happening? Why was the communication talisman activated? Could it be that another formidable enemy is attacking the Qingyun Sect? Look, there. A 9-headed beast is drawing a flying chariot. Oh no, it must be the Tianma sect coming for us. Sigh. Elder Yang should never have allowed the soul-extinguishing venerable to escape. It was like letting a tiger return to the mountains. Elder Yang found himself in a predicament. Even if he had slain the soul-extinguishing venerable, the Qingyun Sect would have learned of it and would still come to annihilate the Qingyun Sect. Wait, that does not appear to be the Qingyun Sect's chariot. It bears the character Zhou. As the nine-headed beasts drew closer, the elders and Qingyun initially feared it was an attack from the Qingyun Sect, their expressions changing dramatically. However, upon realizing that the chariot was drawn by the nine-headed beasts, their hearts finally eased. Though they were uncertain why the royal family of the Great Zhou would suddenly visit the Qingyun Sect, it was certainly preferable to an assault from the Qingyun Sect. If the Qingyun Sect were to attack again, they would surely dispatch even more powerful demons, or perhaps even the Demon King. No matter how strong Yangdong was, he would find it difficult to withstand such an onslaught. Reporting to the sect master, it seems that individuals from the Great Zhou royal family have arrived. At this moment, the patrolling steward approached Chu Yun and bowed in report. This report, though somewhat redundant, was part of the steward's duty. I am aware. Chu Yun nodded slightly and said to the gathered elders, "Let us go out to welcome the royal chariot and discern the purpose of their visit." Chu Yun led the elders and hundreds of disciples in soaring out of the barrier to greet the approaching royal chariot. The chariot hovered 100 feet away from the sect's entrance, and Chu Yun, accompanied by dozens of elders, flew to within 10 feet of the chariot. They beheld 8 silver-armored generals standing guard, with the 8th Prince Yinzhan seated regally in the open chariot, clad in a python robe, flanked by 4 stunning maidens in palace attire. The scene mirrored the grand entrance of Yinzhan during the recent competition among the 9 great sects, with the only difference being that the national master was absent. Of course, the national master would not attend, given his esteemed status. Not even a prince could summon him at will. Chu Yun clasped his hands and bowed deeply toward Yinzhan in the chariot. The Qingyun Sect humbly welcomes the arrival of the 8th prince. I apologize for the lack of appropriate reception. The gathered elders also bowed to Yinzhan. We respectfully welcome the 8th prince. Although the Great Zhou dynasty held no authority over the major sects, its strength commanded respect, and aside from the Qingyun Sect and the Taishu Sect, the other sects treated the royal family with utmost reverence, preferring not to provoke the dynasty lightly. Yinzhan rose and returned the gesture. Sect Master Chu, esteemed elders, it is a pleasure to meet you. Yinzhan's courteous demeanor left the elders of the Qingyun Sect somewhat taken aback. As the 8th prince, he was of a status far beyond that of the elders. Chu Yun hastily replied, "Your Highness, you are too kind. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to the Qingyun Sect? In the past few hundred years, not even a prince had set foot in the Qingyun Sect, let alone a member of the royal court." The sudden visit of the 8th prince suggested something significant was afoot. Otherwise, why would Yinzhan come to the Qingyun Sect? This thought made Chu Yun uneasy, wondering if the 8th prince's politeness signified a benign purpose. Yinzhan smiled slightly. "There is no particular matter at hand. I merely wish to pass by and take a look at the Qingyun Sect." His gaze swept over the crowd, but he did not find the person he was seeking. He then inquired, "Where is Elder Yang?" Chu Yun was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the 8th prince to inquire about Yangdong. He turned to look, only to find that Yangdong was indeed absent. However, he noticed that the numerous exotic beasts left by Yangdong were out, staring curiously at the 9 fifth-tier exotic beasts that pulled the chariot. These exotic beasts were left to safeguard the sect, with the leader being a 6th-tier beast, the Thundercloud Leopard. The sight of the Thundercloud Leopard made the 9 fifth-tier beasts tugging the chariot uneasy, as they dared not stir. The other elders of the Qingyun Sect exchanged glances, perplexed as to why the 8th prince wished to meet Yangdong. Upon seeing the Thundercloud Leopard, Yinzhan's eyelids twitched with surprise. The Qingyun Sect possesses a 6th-tier beast. How astonishing! The realization of the Qingyun Sect's newfound strength left him quite amazed. Chu Yun clasped his hands and addressed Yinzhan. "My junior brother is likely in cultivation. Does the 8th prince wish to meet him?" Yinzhan nodded with a slight smile. During the last competition among the sects, Elder Yang truly shone. I hold him in high regard and would very much like to meet him. Chu Yun contemplated sending someone to fetch Yangdong, but thought better of it. Given Yangdong's temperament, he might not come out. Furthermore, it would be inappropriate to remain outside conversing with the 8th prince. They must invite him inside to extend their hospitality, lest they appear neglectful of a royal member. Thus, he bowed and said, "Your Highness, please follow me into the sect to enjoy our humble hospitality." With that, he gestured for the 8th prince to enter. Yinzhan nodded slightly and, accompanied by Chu Yun and the others, entered the Qingyun Sect in the royal chariot. The chariot descended upon the peak of the Qingyun Sect, and Chu Yun welcomed the 8th prince into the main hall. "Your Highness, please take a seat." Chu Yun gestured toward the seat of honor in the hall. Yinzhan waved his hand. "I am but a guest. How can I take the seat of the sect master?" Despite Chu Yun's repeated insistence, Seeing Yinzhan's determination not to take the seat, he had no choice but to relent. However, he did not occupy the seat of honor himself, but chose to sit opposite Yinzhan. He then sent Luo Xingqian to fetch Yangdong. Luo Xingqian arrived at Yangdong's residence in the bamboo grove and called for a long while, yet received no response. With no other option, he returned to the Grand Hall to report to Qingyun that Yangdong was not at the bamboo grove. Qingyun then instructed the other elders and disciples to search the sect for Yangdong, but to no avail. Yinzhan, unfazed, leisurely sipped spiritual tea in the Grand Hall, engaging in conversation with Qingyun. Meanwhile, Yangdong emerged from the teleportation portal in Angelina's room, accompanied by Ruhua and Qin Emochio. Finding the room empty, the three traversed through the ancient castle's corridors until they reached the Grand Hall. The old patriarch, having sensed their arrival through his spiritual awareness, greeted them with a warm smile. Master Yang, welcome to the three of you. Yangdong replied with a smile and a respectful gesture. Old patriarch, I apologize for the intrusion. Both Qin Emochio and Ruhua also offered their greetings. The old patriarch chuckled heartily. Your presence is a great honor. How could it be an intrusion? Angelina has been eagerly mentioning you these past few days, contemplating visiting you. But she feared it might disturb your cultivation, being well-versed in the ways of the world. The patriarch knew that should Angelina rush to find him after only a few days apart, it might inadvertently irritate Yangdong, and thus he advised her against it. Yangdong smiled gently. It matters not. She may come through the portal whenever she wishes. It would not be a bother. At that moment, Angelina entered the hall. Yangdong, Emochio, Ruhua, you have come. She joyfully rushed towards them, enveloping all four in an embrace. The old patriarch observed the scene with a smile, stroking his beard. Ah, youth is indeed delightful. Emochio, Ruhua, what brings you here? Angelina inquired with a smile, grasping their hands. Ruhua teased, what? Were you only thinking of Yangdong coming to keep you company? Did you not wish for our presence? Angelina's cheeks flushed as she waved her hands repeatedly. No. While I do miss Yangdong, I also wish for you to come and play together. It must be said, the elves speak so directly, devoid of the pretense often found in humans. I was merely jesting, Ruhua replied with a radiant smile, pulling Angelina's hand. Angelina, let us explore the misty forest today. Indeed, that is a splendid idea. With the dark elves and werewolves gone, the misty forest is much safer now. Angelina took the hands of Qin Emochio and Ruhua as they exited the Grand Hall, leaving Yangdong to follow behind the three women. The four soared through the air, departing the Mi-Duo elf tribe's valley to wander the misty forest. This forest was vast, spanning 100 miles. Along the way, they hunted several exotic beasts and gathered some spiritual fruits. Before they knew it, they arrived at a valley where peculiar and crude wooden huts were constructed. From a distance, they could observe some werewolves moving about within the valley. That is the territory of the werewolf tribe. Angelina pointed towards a cliff in the valley. It is said that the werewolf king resides in a cave. Since the day the werewolf king was captured by Yangdong and placed into a Qingyun bag, the remaining hundreds of werewolves fled back to their valley and have not dared to venture out since. The Mi-Duo elf tribe also refrained from exterminating the werewolves, as they no longer posed a threat, and Yangdong had spared them, which the elves respected. Yangdong felt a spark of interest and suggested, let us venture to the werewolf king's cave. A tribe of this magnitude must possess a considerable amount of spiritual stones. The three women had no objections to Yangdong's words, and they promptly flew towards the werewolf cave in the valley. Upon seeing an elf and three human cultivators approach, the werewolves fled in terror. Yangdong and the others did not pursue them, but instead found a large cave in the valley. This cave should be where the werewolf king resides, Angelina indicated. You three stay outside. I will take a look inside, Yangdong instructed them. The werewolf cave might harbor dangers, and it was best to enter alone to avoid putting the three women at risk. The three women obediently complied, refraining from insisting on accompanying him. However, to ensure their safety, Yangdong summoned two fifth-tier exotic beasts from his Qingyun bag to guard them outside. He then stepped into the cave, which was spacious and approximately 7 to 8 meters high, its interior composed entirely of rock structures, clearly shaped by the werewolves. After traversing a passage, he entered a wide cavern. The walls of the cave were adorned with 4 glowing orbs. Yangdong reached out, grasping one of the orbs, which felt substantial in his hand. This seems to be a fire spirit pearl, he mused to himself, recalling illustrations of various spirit pearls from the sect's Heavenly Materials and Earthly Treasures tome. Fire spirit pearls could be naturally formed or artificially crafted. The naturally formed ones were treasures of the earth level, enhancing the holder's proficiency in fire-based spells and providing resistance against fire magic attacks. Additionally, activating a fire spirit pearl for an explosive attack would yield immense power. Conversely, artificially crafted fire spirit pearls were only useful for offense, and lacked the potency of their natural counterparts. It was evident that these fire pearls were artificially created. Given the werewolves' intellect, it was improbable they could manufacture such pearls. They must have been acquired from elsewhere. Yang Dong speculated only partially correctly. The 4 fire spirit pearls were not created by the werewolf tribe, but rather gifted by the Dark Elf King to the Werewolf King, intended to enlist the Werewolf King's aid in attacking the Mi-Duo Elf tribe. Although these pearls were not naturally formed, they were certainly better than nothing. Yang Dong stored all 4 fire spirit pearls in his spatial ring, intending to refine them later. After searching the cavern and finding no other valuable items, Yang Dong moved through another passage into a slightly smaller chamber. Inside, he discovered several large chests, and upon opening them, he found they were filled with spiritual stones, estimating at least tens of thousands within. Most were of medium to high quality, with a few being exceptional. Indeed, a fruitful venture. Yang Dong smiled with satisfaction, promptly storing all the chests of spiritual stones in his spatial ring. After another thorough search yielded nothing further, he returned to the main cavern. Just as he was about to exit, a thought struck him. This secluded location would be perfect for refining the Werewolf King. He quickly set up a barrier at the cave entrance to prevent Ru Hua and the others from unexpectedly entering. Back in the cavern, Yang Dong summoned the Chaos Treasure Cauldron from within himself. He then placed the Werewolf King into the cauldron from his Qingyun bag. The Werewolf King remained bound and immobile. Yang Dong pricked his finger, allowing his blood to drip onto the Werewolf King. The cauldron emitted a radiant glow, enveloping the robust figure of the Werewolf King. And moments later, the light faded. A line of information appeared on the cauldron. Werewolf King, 7th tier magical beast. A 7th tier magical beast. Quite impressive. A satisfied expression crossed Yang Dong's face. This marked his first 7th tier magical beast companion. In the future, even when facing formidable opponents at the pinnacle of the Void Return realm, the Werewolf King would be a valuable ally in battle. In truth, the Werewolf King was a hybrid of man and beast. At this moment, the restraints binding the Wolf King had been lifted. He leaped from the treasure cauldron and knelt before Yang Dong, bowing his head in reverence. I pay my respects to my master. I am grateful for your benevolent rebirth. Yang Dong raised his hand slightly rise. The Wolf King stood up and respectfully positioned himself behind Yang Dong. As Yang Dong approached the cave entrance, he waved his hand to dispel the barrier and stepped out with the Wolf King by his side. Outside the cave, the 3 women, Ruehua, Qinmeiqiu, and Angelina, were engaged in a lively discussion about their cultivation experiences when they spotted Yang Dong emerging. They joyfully rushed forward, but their expressions changed when they saw the imposing figure of the Wolf King, towering at over 5 meters. Ah, Dong, be careful. Ruehua and Qinmeiqiu exclaimed in unison, stepping back in fright, their faces pale, having never encountered the Wolf King before. The aura of this 7th tier magical beast was enough to instill fear in them. Angelina, however, appeared less startled. Having witnessed Yang Dong place the Wolf King into the Qingyun bag, she was merely taken aback by his sudden release of the beast. The Wolf King, obediently following Yang Dong, did not seem threatening. Noticing the fear in Ruehua and Qinmeiqiu's expressions, Yang Dong smiled reassuringly. Fear not. This Wolf King has been tamed by me and now serves as my spirit pet. He then addressed the Wolf King. These ladies are my women, akin to your master. Do you understand? The Wolf King stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the 3 women. Greetings, esteemed ladies. Witnessing the Wolf King address them with such deference, Ruehua, Qinmeiqiu, and Angelina exchanged bemused glances, yet their hearts swelled with delight. They did not inquire further about how Yang Dong had managed to subdue the Wolf King. After all, it was not surprising for someone of Yang Dong's caliber to possess an array of high-tier magical beasts. Subsequently, Yang Dong instructed the Wolf King to summon all the werewolves, commanding them to heed the directives of the Mi-Duo Elf tribe. Under the Wolf King's authority, the werewolves dared not disobey. Once everything was arranged, Yang Dong placed the Wolf King back into the Qingyun bag and returned to the Mi-Duo Elf tribe with the 3 women. The elder chieftain had prepared a lavish banquet to warmly welcome Yang Dong and his companions. Before the feast commenced, the elder chieftain raised a toast on behalf of the Mi-Duo Elf tribe to express gratitude for Yang Dong's immense kindness. He then publicly announced that in the future, half of the spirit stones extracted from several spirit stone mines in the Black Mist Forest would belong to Yang Dong. The elves all cheered in agreement. These mines had originally been occupied by the Dark Elf tribe and the Werewolf tribe. Without Yang Dong's assistance in vanquishing the Dark Elves and Werewolves, the Mi-Duo Elf tribe would have faced annihilation. Thus, the elder chieftain's declaration to grant Yang Dong half of the spirit stones from these mines met with unanimous approval. Yang Dong's heart brimmed with joy. He would require a substantial amount of spirit stones to aid his cultivation, and with these mines at his disposal, He would not have to worry about a lack of spirit stones in the coming years. However, he feigned modesty and eventually accepted the offer with some reluctance. After a delightful evening of songs and dances, night fell. Yang Dong bid farewell to Ruihua and Qin Meiqiu. The elder chieftain earnestly insisted, Master Yang, it is rare for you to visit. Why not stay the night? He hoped that Yang Dong would spend time with his granddaughter, Angelina, to alleviate her yearning for him. Yang Dong hesitated and glanced at Qin Meiqiu and Ruihua. You should stay with Angelina tonight. I will return to the sect with Meiqiu, Ruihua suggested with a smile. Angelina grasped their hands, pleading, Sisters, please don't leave me. Sleep with me tonight. Ruihua and Qin Meiqiu smiled and agreed. Yang Dong, too, smiled, having no objections. In the great hall of the Qingyun Sect, the 8th prince had waited all day without seeing Yang Dong. He had consumed dozens of cups of spirit tea. My junior brother is likely in seclusion for cultivation. He may not emerge for a while, Qingyun explained to the 8th prince with a hint of helplessness. In truth, he was aware that Yang Dong had likely gone out, as he had sent someone to inquire about Ruihua and Qin Meiqiu, who were both absent from the sect. The 8th prince expressed some disappointment. It seems my visit was ill-timed. I shall come again another day. With that, he rose and departed the hall. Accompanied by several silver-armored generals, Qingyun led the elders to see the 8th prince off, escorting him out of the Qingyun sect's barrier before returning to the sect. Meanwhile, in Angelina's chamber, after 2 hours of cultivation, Angelina, Ruihua, and Qin Meiqiu fell into a deep slumber. Yang Dong observed the 3 sleeping beauties and thought it was time to refine Angelina in the cauldron. With that in mind, he cast a spell to put them into a deeper sleep and set up a barrier outside the stone chamber. He then summoned the treasure cauldron from within himself, gently lifting the slumbering Angelina and placing her inside. Instantly, the cauldron radiated a brilliant light, enveloping Angelina. To Yang Dong's astonishment, a continuous stream of spiritual light surged from the ground, all being absorbed by Angelina's body. He watched in silent amazement. This peculiar phenomenon had never occurred before. He had not anticipated such an occurrence during Angelina's refinement. After a considerable time, the extraordinary events subsided. A message appeared on the cauldron, Earth's spiritual body. An Earth's spiritual body. Yang Dong had never heard of such a constitution. It must be a unique trait of elves. Nevertheless, since it was a divine body, it was undoubtedly formidable. He carefully lifted Angelina from the cauldron and placed her back on the bed. After her refinement, her skin appeared more delicate and rosy, and her beauty was even more enchanting. Yang Dong returned the cauldron to his body and lifted the spell on the 3 women. The following morning, as dawn broke, Angelina opened her eyes to see Yang Dong, a surge of profound admiration blossoming within her, an unwavering willingness to give everything for him, free of any grievances. This was the result of last night's refinement, as she now bore Yang Dong's essence within her, akin to Qin Meiqiu, having developed an absolute loyalty to him after the cauldron's transformation. After the 4 engaged in morning cultivation for another 2 hours, Yang Dong took Ruihua and Qin Meiqiu back to the Qingyun Sect through the teleportation portal. After enjoying a few bowls of spirit water with Yang Dong, Ruihua and Qin Meiqiu bid him farewell and left the courtyard, preparing to return to their own residences. Upon spotting them, the Xianyu parrot squawked excitedly, Wow! 2 beautiful sisters, so you were with the master in the house. Ruihua chuckled and asked, What is the matter? Is there something you need? The parrot exclaimed, Why didn't anyone come out when senior brother Luo called for you yesterday? The parrot, of course, was unaware that they had traversed through the teleportation portal to the Midwa elf tribe the previous day. At that moment, Yang Dong emerged from the house and inquired of the parrot, What did senior brother Luo want? The parrot shook its head, I don't know, but he called several times. The sect members are looking for the master. It seems urgent. Oh, by the way, a distinguished guest arrived at the sect yesterday. A 9-headed beast pulling a flying ship. Yang Dong, Qin Meiqiu, and Ruihua exchanged surprised glances. A 9-headed beast pulling a flying ship. Could it be the 8th prince's flying carriage? Could it be that the 8th prince Yinzhan has come? Yang Dong mused aloud, stroking his chin. Qin Meiqiu turned to Yang Dong, Donggu. Do you think this 8th prince has come looking for you? As Ruihua tilted her head and furrowed her delicate brows, she pondered. But why does this 8th prince seek out junior brother Yang? Yang Dong also felt perplexed. Let's not speculate any further. We should head to the Great Hall and inquire with senior brother, he suggested to Ruihua. Qin Meiqiu interjected, I shall return to Piaomiao Peak first. Yang Dong nodded slightly, and then accompanied Ruihua to the sect's Great Hall. Junior brother, Ruihua, where were you both yesterday? Upon seeing Yang Dong and Ruihua, Qingyun stepped forward, smiling as he inquired. He had dispatched people to find both Yang Dong and Ruihua, as well as Qin Meiqiu, hoping to glean Yang Dong's whereabouts from them. However, discovering that both Ruihua and Qin Meiqiu were absent from the sect, he deduced that Yang Dong must have been with them. The nature of their trio's relationship was well known among the sect's members. After all, the two women often visited Yang Dong's residence, lingering for 2 hours at a time. Moreover, with the loquacious Xianyu parrot spreading tales, their conflicts had already circulated throughout the sect. It could not be blamed on the parrot for its exuberance. It was merely too innocent. Believing that its master was merely having skirmishes with the two women, Yang Dong shifted the topic. I heard that the 8th prince visited yesterday. What was his purpose? Qingyun replied, that is precisely why I sought you out. The 8th prince came to Qingyun Sect specifically to meet you. Yang Dong's brows knitted slightly. I have only encountered this 8th prince during the Immortal Gate competition. Why would he seek me? Qingyun shook his head. I find it quite strange as well. Perhaps he wishes to befriend you due to your outstanding performance in the competition. Yang Dong chuckled softly. It seems this 8th prince aspires to contend for the throne and seeks to ally with the 9 great immortal sects. He indeed possesses some acumen. Qingyun nodded in agreement. Junior brother is quite insightful. The 8th prince mentioned he would return in the future. Yang Dong smirked. I shall not meet him. Chapter 136. The Establishment of the Saintess. Yang Dong was indifferent to the prospect of becoming embroiled in royal conflicts. With his current strength, it would be a trivial matter to annihilate the Dezhou royal family and crown himself king. However, he had no interest in ruling. Yet, he entertained the notion of visiting the capital for leisure. Senior brother, I have a proposal. Yang Dong transitioned, addressing Qingyun. Qingyun replied, please, junior brother, share your suggestion. He wholeheartedly supported any proposal from this junior brother, for in truth, Yang Dong was the rightful leader of Qingyun Sect. Yang Dong took Ruohua's hand and stated, I intend to establish Ruohua as the saintess of the sect. What do you think, senior brother? Ruohua was taken aback, never expecting Yang Dong to propose such a role for her. Qingyun, without hesitation, responded with a hearty laugh. What a splendid idea, junior brother. I wholeheartedly support it. Ruohua was the only surviving descendant of their master. Naming her as saintess would serve as a tribute to their master's spirit. Of course, Yang Dong had another significant reason for this decision, to prepare Ruohua for her future succession as the leader of Qingyun Sect. Given her innate talent as a heavenly physique, she would undoubtedly surpass Chu Yun's cultivation in 3 years. At that time, after she achieved notable accomplishments for the sect, and reached the transformation realm in her cultivation, it would be only natural for her to assume the position of sect leader. Yang Dong believed that senior brother Qingyun was a sensible individual who would willingly cede the leadership to Ruohua. As for Qinmachio, she could be appointed as a grand elder to assist Ruohua in managing the sect. Ruohua shook her head and smiled. Senior brother, perhaps it is best to reconsider. I hardly possess the qualifications to be a saintess. Qingyun retorted, you are the daughter of our master, with first-rate talent and cultivation. If you are not qualified to be the saintess, then who is? Ruohua's eyes glimmered as she suggested, what about Sister Qin? Her talent is no less than mine, and she is even more beautiful. She would be the most fitting saintess. Qingyun glanced at Yang Dong, aware that as the sect leader, he could not express his opinion outright, especially since Qinmachio was Yang Dong's partner. Yang Dong asserted to Ruohua, the title of saintess belongs entirely to you. As for Machio, once her cultivation reaches the nascent soul realm, we may appoint her as an elder. Qingyun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had indeed worried that Yang Dong would propose Qinmachio as the saintess. For Qingyun, he naturally preferred to establish his own junior sister as the saintess, as her identity was more fitting than Qinmachio's. He promptly declared, I shall convene a council of elders immediately to appoint Ruohua as the saintess. However, Yang Dong shook his head. There is no rush. Ruohua is currently at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. We shall convene the elder meeting once she has broken through to the golden core stage to appoint her as saintess. It will carry more weight then. Of course, even if Ruohua were only at the qi refining stage, should Yang Dong wish to establish her as the saintess, no elder would dare to oppose him. Qingyun nodded. What you say is entirely reasonable. Let us wait until Ruohua reaches the golden core stage. Yang Dong retrieved a pill from his spatial ring and handed it to Ruohua. This is a superior golden yuan pill. Consume it and enter seclusion to break through to the golden core stage. Wow, a superior golden yuan pill. Ruohua joyfully accepted the gleaming pill, examining it with delight. Not only was Ruohua amazed, but even Qingyun was astonished. Superior pills were not only rare in Qingyun Sect, but also exceedingly difficult to refine even in the Pill Cauldron Sect. After 3 days of seclusion, Ruohua finally broke through to the golden core stage. Meanwhile, Qinmachio also reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, and Yang Dong provided her with a superior golden yuan pill to help her advance to the golden core stage as well. On this day, Qingyun convened a council of elders, with over 50 elders from both the inner and outer sects in attendance. Ruohua stood prominently at the front of the hall. Greetings to the sect leader and Elder Yang. The elders bowed in unison to Chu Yun and Yang Dong seated at the top. The elders were all secretly curious about Ruahua's unexpected presence at the elder meeting. Although she was the daughter of the former sect leader, she had never attended such meetings before, as it was deemed inappropriate. Why had she suddenly appeared at the hall today? It was evident that something significant was afoot. Chu Yun surveyed the elders and began. The purpose of today's meeting is to announce an important matter. After thorough deliberation, both I and Elder Yang have decided to appoint Ruahua as the saintess. What are the thoughts of the esteemed elders? It became clear that they were to appoint Miss Ruahua as the saintess, thus explaining her presence in the hall. The elders' hearts were filled with understanding. Elder Hao was the first to rise in support, stating, Miss Ruahua possesses unparalleled talent and is the daughter of the former sect leader. It is entirely reasonable for her to be appointed as the saintess. Hua Xiangrong immediately echoed, Ruahua shone brilliantly in the Immortal Gate competition, claiming the title of champion among the disciples. She is truly deserving of the title of saintess of Qingyun Sect. Miss Ruahua is as beautiful as a celestial being. She is undoubtedly worthy of the name saintess. Miss Ruahua is exceptionally talented and beautiful. The title of saintess belongs solely to her. I wholeheartedly support the appointment of Miss Ruahua as the saintess. Our Qingyun Sect has not had a saintess for hundreds of years, primarily due to the lack of suitable candidates. Now, with Ruahua's exceptional talent and cultivation, she should indeed be established as the saintess. The elders spoke in chorus, raising both hands and feet in favor of Ruahua's appointment as the saintess. In terms of lineage, Ruahua was the daughter of the former sect leader. In terms of talent and cultivation, she had triumphed in the 9 great immortal sects competition. In terms of appearance, she was now undeniably stunning, captivating all who laid eyes upon her. Moreover, this was proposed by both the sect leader and Elder Yang, who would dare to voice any dissent. Any hesitation to express their support would be seen as a sign of disrespect towards Elder Yang and the sect leader. The elders' responses were precisely what Yang Dong and Chu Yun had anticipated. Chu Yun slightly nodded and said, since all the elders are in agreement, the saintess ceremony will be held in 3 days. In 3 days, Hua will officially be bestowed as the saintess of the sect, and Qinmachio will also break through the Golden Core realm. In the bamboo grove, after 2 hours of cultivation, Yang Dong rose to dress and addressed the 2 women. Starting tomorrow, I shall enter seclusion for my cultivation for a duration no less than 3 months, and potentially extending to 6 months. During this period, I urge you both to diligently focus on your practice, striving to break through to the nascent soul realm as soon as possible. He intended to devote these months to a concentrated retreat, vowing not to emerge until he had advanced to the transformation stage. Hua and Qinmachio nodded gravely, acknowledging that the only way to swiftly enhance their cultivation was through seclusion. How many spirit stones do you possess? Yang Dong inquired. I still have over 10,000 superior spirit stones and a few hundred top-grade spirit stones, Qinmachio replied. I possess around 7,000 to 8,000 superior spirit stones and over 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, Hua added. Yang Dong instructed. I expect you to absorb all these spirit stones within 5 months, aiming to break through to the nascent soul realm by then, relying solely on practice. It would be impossible for Hua and Qinmachio to achieve a breakthrough to the nascent soul realm within 5 months, even with their spiritual bodies. However, if they fully absorb these spirit stones, a surge towards the nascent soul realm should be achievable. Moreover, absorbing spirit stones to bolster cultivation is far more stable than consuming medicinal pills, which often lead to unstable foundations. After all, spirit stones have no side effects, unlike pills, which can be quite unpredictable. Currently, Yang Dong possessed a surplus of spirit stones, following the defeat of the Dark Elves. The Midwa fairy tribe had taken control of the entire Black Mist Forest, which harbored several spirit stone mines. The old patriarch had promised that half of the spirit stones extracted from these mines would be given to Yang Dong. After refining these spirit stones in a treasure cauldron, their quality would increase, equivalent to at least a 10-fold enhancement. Hua and Qinmachio nodded in agreement, and soon after, the 2 women departed to prepare for their respective retreats. Chapter 137. Breaking through to the transformation stage before entering seclusion. Yang Dong visited the Midwa fairy tribe to inform Angelina that he would be in seclusion for a while and asked her not to seek him out during this period. Before leaving, he also entrusted her with 2 fifth-tier exotic beasts to ensure her safety. After spending 2 hours cultivating with Angelina, Yang Dong returned to his abode, ready to enter seclusion and strive for the transformation stage. The time spent in retreat flew by like a fleeting shadow. 5 months passed in the blink of an eye. During these 5 months, Yang Dong remained indoors, apart from consuming several bowls of spirit water and a few spiritual fruits each day, dedicating himself entirely to his cultivation. Throughout these months, in addition to his regular training, He absorbed hundreds of spirit stones daily, causing his cultivation to ascend rapidly. At this moment, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage, and he was on the verge of breaking through to the transformation stage. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed as a profound barrier shattered. Yangdong's body erupted with a radiant purple-gold light, illuminating the entire chamber. At long last, he had broken through to the transformation stage. Yangdong gradually withdrew his energy, a look of considerable effort etched upon his face. 5 months had passed, over 150 days. Achieving the transformation stage granted him a lifespan exceeding 1,000 years. He had consumed hundreds of bowls of top-grade spirit water, as well as several hundred superior spiritual fruits, including over a dozen inferior earth-grade fruits, alongside absorbing 70,000 superior spirit stones and over 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. This arduous journey had finally led him to break through to the transformation stage. Was this not a daunting feat? Indeed, it was. Not to mention that he was a primordial sacred body. Even these resources for cultivation would be unattainable for many esteemed sects, let alone being allocated entirely to a single individual. Yet, accomplishing such a breakthrough from the initial out-of-body stage to the transformation stage within 5 months made him the foremost individual in the countless millennia of the primal continent. Even among the saintly children of the grand sects, reaching the transformation stage in 150 years would astonish the realms of cultivation. Upon reaching the transformation stage, Yangdong's cultivation surged, and the primordial purple aura within him became even more refined and formidable. Furthermore, he had now acquired spiritual awareness. At this moment, his sensitivity to his surroundings was extraordinarily acute. The so-called spiritual awareness is essentially the mental power of the primordial spirit. Without the need for the primordial spirit to leave the body, he could utilize his spiritual awareness to perceive everything around him with clarity. He could even easily discern the cultivation levels of others. Let me test my spiritual awareness now. Yangdong concentrated, sending his mental power outward to explore the surroundings. The sensation was remarkably intriguing. Although he did not use his eyes to observe, it felt more immersive than combining all 6 senses. His spiritual awareness surged like a tide, enveloping the area. He could distinctly sense the internal structures of nearby objects and the vitality of plants. This was akin to experiencing a wondrous journey into a 4-dimensional space. However, as his awareness expanded, the farther the distance, the more indistinct the sensations became, and his primordial spirit began to feel slightly strained. It seemed that his current range of spiritual awareness could only extend to a radius of about 100 feet. Yangdong retracted his spiritual awareness, feeling somewhat reassured. In truth, to achieve a precise understanding of living beings' cultivation levels, the range of spiritual awareness must not exceed 10 feet. This was entirely reasonable, as he had only just broken through to the transformation stage and acquired spiritual awareness. It was akin to a newborn learning to walk. One cannot expect them to traverse great distances immediately. Yangdong rose and stepped outside, basking in the splendid sunlight, stretching his limbs in delight. 5 months had elapsed without stepping foot outside. It felt akin to emerging from a 5-month imprisonment. Master, you have emerged. The Xinyu parrot, upon spotting Yangdong, flew over excitedly, squawking with delight. The holy light tiger, having swallowed its inner core, wagged its tail and flew over as well. Even the long-absent golden-winged tiger bee buzzed over. Yangdong retrieved a carcass of an exotic beast from his spatial ring and tossed it to the holy light tiger, wondering where it had sourced its meat during his retreat. Of course, the holy light tiger could endure several months without food, though it would grow a tad slower. Its eyes gleamed with anticipation, having gone 5 months without a meal since Yangdong had not tended to it during his seclusion. To stave off hunger, the holy light tiger had spent these months cultivating, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. Although its physical growth was minimal, its cultivation had significantly improved. Upon receiving the carcass of the several thousand-pound exotic beast, the holy light tiger swiftly snatched it up and flew to a corner of the bamboo grove to enjoy its feast. The Xinyu parrot fared better, as it could easily find spirit fruits nearby to satiate its hunger. Nevertheless, Yangdong still tossed it a few spirit fruits, which delighted the parrot, prompting it to sing praises. "Thank you, master. You are both handsome and powerful. You make the 2 beautiful sisters scream in delight. Be quiet. Scram." Yangdong waved his hand, shooing the cheeky bird away. The golden-winged tiger bee lingered, gazing at Yangdong with a hint of longing, seemingly hoping for a morsel of food. Truth be told, the golden-winged tiger bee had become of little use to Yangdong. Then let us refine it once more. Yangdong mused, contemplating the possibility of elevating its grade. If the refinement failed, reverting to a mere bee would be of little consequence. With that, he beckoned for the golden-winged tiger bee to follow him back inside. He retrieved the treasure cauldron from within and instructed the bee to enter. A glimmer of light flashed, and the golden-winged tiger be transformed back into its original bee form, buzzing out of the cauldron. Yang Dong shook his head in resignation. This had been an anticipated outcome. After all, the golden-winged hornet had already undergone 2 refinements, and the prospect of achieving success in a third was exceedingly dim. Without the golden-winged hornet, Yang Dong felt a tinge of regret. Although it was true that the hornet was rather feeble for him now, the potential to refine a third or even 4th-tier venomous bee remained immensely appealing. Such a creature, small and nimble, would undoubtedly attract little attention, making it quite suitable for executing various tasks. Perhaps he should venture into the Black Mist Forest to capture a few high-tier venomous bees and refine them? Yang Dong stroked his chin, deep in thought. The Black Mist Forest lay deep within the dark forest, and it was conceivable that 3rd or even 4th-tier venomous bees resided there. Should he succeed in capturing them and then refine them using the treasure cauldron, it would be quite advantageous. With this thought in mind, Yang Dong retracted the cauldron and made his way to the meditation chamber, only to discover that the teleportation portal had vanished. Like all formations, the portal required energy to sustain itself. Having been established for nearly 6 months, it was only natural that its energy had long since been depleted. It seemed he would have to ride the Holy Light Tiger directly to the Black Mist Forest. Yang Dong frowned slightly, then recalled that he had crafted a pair of teleportation scrolls, and it was time to test their efficacy. He promptly retrieved one of the scrolls from his spatial ring, recited the incantation, and tossed the scroll onto the ground. The scroll transformed into a beam of white light, materializing into an oval-shaped portal within the room. Yang Dong attempted to reach through the portal, but upon contact, he found he could not pass through. This was quite normal, as he had only activated one teleportation portal, preventing him from traversing through it. For now, he needed to reach the Midwa elf tribe and activate the other portal to facilitate travel between the two. Exiting the dwelling, Yang Dong summoned the Holy Light Tiger and rode it beyond the sect's barrier, soaring toward the dark forest. An hour later, Yang Dong rode the Holy Light Tiger into the depths of the dark forest. He scoured the area for venomous insects, but they proved elusive. After more than an hour of searching, he managed to capture only 4 third-tier venomous bees, as he had no interest in those of lower tiers. Additionally, he captured a 5th-tier beast and dispatched over a dozen 3rd and 4th-tier creatures. Well, perhaps it was time to explore the Black Mist Forest. Yang Dong guided the Holy Light Tiger through the Black Mist Forest before stowing it in his spatial pouch and taking to the skies on his sword toward the Midwa elf tribe. Along the way, he encountered several elves from the Midwa tribe, who greeted him with surprise and respect. Upon reaching the stone fortress of the Midwa elf tribe, the elderly chieftain emerged with a broad smile, exclaiming, "Master Yang, it has been months since your last visit, and today you finally grace us with your presence." Yang Dong smiled gently. "I trust all is well with you, esteemed chieftain?" The chieftain nodded. "Thanks to your blessings, I and the Midwa tribe are thriving. Please come inside." The chieftain ushered Yang Dong into the hall of the stone fortress, where a young and beautiful elven maiden presented him with spiritual fruits and tea. Yang Dong savored a sip of the tea as he engaged in light conversation with the chieftain. The chieftain continued, "In the past few months, the 3 spiritual stone mines have yielded over 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones, more than 500,000 mid-grade stones, and over 1 million low-grade stones. Half of these belong to you, Master Yang, and I shall have Angelina escort you to the storeroom for your share." Yang Dong felt an internal swell of joy. Such an abundance of spiritual stones would suffice for over a year when refined with the treasure cauldron. However, he maintained an air of calm, inquiring, "Where has Angelina gone?" At the mention of Angelina, the chieftain's face beamed with pride. "She has been diligently practicing in her chamber these past months. After her training session with you, her constitution underwent a remarkable transformation, significantly accelerating her cultivation speed. All of this is thanks to your influence." With that, the chieftain bowed deeply to Yang Dong, his gratitude evident. Though Angelina had previously possessed only upper-tier innate roots, her progress had been astonishing after their union, reaching the peak of the nascent soul stage in mere months, which greatly delighted the chieftain. It was clear that Yang Dong had brought about this change. Yang Dong smiled in silence. "Master Yang, you should seek out Angelina in her room. She will be overjoyed to see you." The chieftain chuckled, clearly not wishing to intrude. "Very well, I shall go," Yang Dong replied, rising to clasp his hands in gratitude before walking down the corridor toward Angelina's chamber. The door to Angelina's room was surrounded by protective wards, yet these posed no challenge for Yang Dong. Nevertheless, he chose not to force his way in, merely brushing against the wards with a gentle touch. Inside, Angelina was seated in meditation. Sensing a disturbance outside, she ceased her practice and rose. "Who is there?" With a wave of her hand, she dispelled the wards, and the door swung open. Standing outside was Yang Dong, clad in a moon-white robe, arms casually crossed behind him. his handsome face adorned with a subtle smile. Yangdong, Angelina exclaimed with delight, rushing forward to leap into his embrace. Yangdong opened his arms, catching her and playfully swatting her bottom, laughing. At 100 years old, how can you still act like a 3-year-old wanting to be held? Angelina wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him lightly. For us elves, turning 100 is akin to a human girl of 17 or 18. Of course, I'm allowed to be a little spoiled. Carrying her into the bedroom, they began to cultivate together. It had been 5 months since they last trained side by side, and the sensation was truly wonderful. After over an hour of cultivation, they concluded their session. Angelina, do you know if there are high-tier venomous bees in the Black Mist Forest? Yangdong inquired, still holding her close. Angelina blinked her gem-like eyes, pondering for a moment before responding. I've heard my grandfather mention that to the north of the Black Mist Forest, there exists a type of bone-eating hell bee, classified as a 4th-tier venomous bee, and it's incredibly formidable, especially the hell bee queen. Even a god transformation realm expert risks their life if bitten. Excellent. That is precisely what I'm looking for, Yangdong exclaimed, giving Angelina a hearty slap on her rear. Yangdong, what are you doing? She squealed. What am I doing? Yangdong's lips curled into a smile. Naturally, I'm going to capture the Hellbee Queen. With that, he stood up and donned his attire. The Hellbee Queen could contend with god transformation cultivators, and if refined with the treasure cauldron, it might even be too much for a void return expert to handle. Moreover, its diminutive size made it easy to carry. Capture the Hellbee Queen? Angelina gasped, her mouth agape wider than before. It's so powerful. How can it be captured so easily? If it bites you, that would be troublesome. Fear not, it cannot kill me, Yangdong replied confidently with a smile. After all, I am the primordial sacred body. How could I be easily felled by a mere venomous bee? Very well, I shall accompany you, Angelina declared, getting dressed and joining Yangdong as they left the room. Upon entering the hall, they greeted the chieftain before exiting the stone fortress and heading north toward the Black Mist Forest. After flying approximately 100 miles, they landed atop a mountain peak. Angelina pointed towards a dense thicket ahead and said to Yangdong, my grandfather warned that the bone-eroding dark bee resides within that grove, cautioning us to steer clear of it, lest we encounter the ominous creature. Yangdong smiled faintly. Stay here and wait for me. Do not venture any closer. Be careful, Angelina urged. A look of concern etched across her face. Yangdong nodded and soared towards the thicket. Upon entering the grove, Yangdong unleashed his spiritual awareness to probe the surroundings. Instantly, all the flora and fauna within a 100-foot radius came under his scrutiny. He glided slowly through the thicket, continuously scanning with his consciousness. After a short while, he detected an unusual bee amidst the trees, diligently collecting the nectar of spiritual herbs. This bee was smaller than the golden-winged hornet and was entirely black, exhibiting an odd appearance. It was indeed the bone-eroding dark bee. At last, I have found it. A smile crept upon Yangdong's lips as he approached the creature. As he drew within 10 paces of the bone-eroding dark bee, it noticed the intruder in its sacred domain. With a menacing buzz, it surged towards Yangdong. Simultaneously, the bee's call echoed, summoning dozens of its kin from afar, who hastened towards him. Yangdong raised his hand and unleashed a fire-based spell. A torrent of crimson flames erupted from his palm, scorching the swarm of approaching bees. Chapter 139, Capturing the Bone-Eroding Dark Bee Queen. The venomous peaks fear fire. However, these bone-eroding dark bees were 4th-tier aberrations, rendering ordinary flames nearly ineffective against them. Even the flames conjured by a Yuanying stage cultivator would struggle to inflict harm. Yet Yangdong was a transformation stage cultivator. The flames he summoned were far beyond what these bees could withstand. Moreover, with the fire attribute crystal ball he possessed, the potency of his fire spells was amplified 5-fold. As the flames swept through, many of the bone-eroding dark bees plummeted, incinerated to ashes. A few dozen, realizing the peril posed by this human cultivator, turned tail and fled. Yangdong shot forth several streams of spiritual energy, striking down those that attempted to escape. Some were killed instantly, while others were rendered unconscious and fell to the ground. Sweeping his consciousness over the fallen, he collected the unconscious bees into his spatial pouch. Following the direction of their flight, he continued onward. Before long, he beheld a towering tree with a trunk exceeding 30 feet in diameter, upon which hung a massive hive larger than 10 feet across. As he approached, swarms of bone-eroding dark bees erupted from the hive, pouring forth like a plague of locusts, darting towards Yangdong. Holy moly, he gasped, overwhelmed by the sheer number of bees. This was truly terrifying. Though he possessed the primordial sacred body, impervious to toxins, being stung by hundreds or thousands of these bees would still be unbearable. The pain would be excruciating, hence the name bone-eroding dark bee. Without a moment's hesitation, Yangdong conjured a protective barrier around himself. Thousands of bees collided against the shield like bullets, ricocheting away. The scene was utterly spectacular. Imagine a dense swarm of poisonous bees hurtling towards oneself. Merely envisioning it sent chills down one's spine. Those that had struck the barrier multiple times, realizing they could not breach it, ceased their futile assaults and hovered nearby, waiting for the shield to shatter to strike again. Meanwhile, more and more bone-eroding dark bees emerged from the hive, incessantly crashing against Yangdong's barrier. Wave after wave, thousands of these fourth-tier aberrations assaulted him, akin to a relentless barrage of bullets. Yangdong stood within the protective dome, his mind racing, utterly astonished by the sheer number of bone-eroding dark bees present. Realizing that these creatures were equivalent to thousands of Yuanying stage cultivators attacking him, it was enough to unnerve anyone. Fortunately, the barrier he had summoned was remarkably resilient. Despite the relentless onslaught, it remained unyielding. Just then, a dark red bone-eroding dark bee emerged from the hive. Upon seeing the larger, crimson-hued bee, the thousands of others ceased their unproductive assaults. This queen bee was several times larger than her black counterparts, radiating an eerie red glow. The bone-eroding dark bee queen. Yangdong's face lit up with excitement at her appearance within the barrier. However, that thrill was short-lived. The queen circled the barrier a few times before suddenly darting towards it like a streak of red light, crashing against the shield with blinding speed. The impact sent violent tremors through the barrier, causing a small crack to appear. Good heavens! Yangdong exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. The bone-eroding dark bee queen was astonishingly powerful, capable of threatening even his protective barrier. If she struck again, the shield would surely shatter. At that point, with the queen and thousands of bees attacking, who could withstand such a force? Without a moment's hesitation, Yangdong propelled himself away, shield in tow, fleeing into the distance. The queen pursued relentlessly, her speed nearly matching his. Bang! The queen struck the barrier for the second time, and the fissures deepened, a new crack forming. Panic surged within Yangdong, and an idea struck him, the celestial damage mirror. With a thought, he retrieved the mirror from his spatial ring, all the while escaping and directing its light towards the oncoming queen. Bang! With a third collision, Yangdong's protective barrier finally shattered. At that moment, the mirror's radiance illuminated the bone-eroding dark bee queen. Loss of mobility. The queen, as if ensnared by an invisible force, plummeted to the ground. Finally, I have succeeded. Yangdong exhaled, retrieving the queen into his spatial pouch. Yet at that moment, the swarm of thousands of bone-eroding dark bees surged towards him like a tide. Run! He cried out, dashing towards the west. He consciously avoided fleeing to the mountaintop where Angelina awaited, fearing to draw the bees to her. The swarm was slower than the queen, and he swiftly outpaced them. After navigating a wide arc through the mountains, Yangdong confirmed that no bone-eroding dark bees were in pursuit before heading back towards the peak where Angelina awaited. Yangdong, upon seeing him return safely, Angelina breathed a sigh of relief and rushed to embrace him. Did you find the bone-eroding dark bees? She inquired. Yangdong smiled gently. Not only did I find them, but I also captured the bone-eroding dark bee queen. Really? You actually caught the bone-eroding dark bee queen? Angelina gasped in astonishment, hardly able to believe it. Even her grandfather would never dare to provoke such a creature, let alone capture one alive. Undoubtedly, Yangdong's prowess far surpasses that of her grandfather. Yet, capturing the queen of the bone-eating bees alive amidst the multitude of these creatures seems an utterly impossible task. Let us proceed. At the appointed time, I shall release the queen of the bone-eating bees for you to behold. Yangdong gently patted Angelina on the back, and together they soared through the skies towards the Meadow Fairy tribe. Upon their arrival at the tribe, the elder chief instructed Angelina to escort Yangdong to the Spirit Stone repository. Yangdong, feeling no hesitation, followed Angelina through the stone fortress corridors until they reached a chamber secured by a barrier. Angelina dispelled the barrier and led Yangdong into the room. The chamber, approximately 100 square meters in size, was filled with neatly stacked boxes of spirit stones. My grandfather has said, you may take as many spirit stones as you wish from here, Angelina said with a bright smile directed at Yangdong. Yangdong returned her smile, saying, I shall take a few for now and return for more if needed. He promptly collected 10 boxes of high-grade spirit stones and 20 boxes of mid-grade spirit stones, storing them within his spatial ring. In total, he acquired 50,000 high-grade spirit stones and 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. As for the low-grade spirit stones, he decided to retrieve them later. After extracting the spirit stones, the elder chief had prepared a banquet in the stone fortress's hall. Following the meal, Angelina took Yangdong back to the bedroom. After an hour of dual cultivation, Angelina peacefully fell asleep in Yangdong's embrace. Yangdong cast a spell to induce a deeper slumber in Angelina. Subsequently, with a thought, he summoned the cauldron from within his body, preparing to refine the bone-eating bee queen. Chapter 140. Subduing thousands of bone-eating bees. He placed the bone-eating bee queen into the cauldron, then pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon her. The cauldron radiated a glow, enveloping the queen in light. Moments later, the radiance faded. The bone-eating bee queen appeared largely unchanged, though her body glimmered with a deeper red hue. The cauldron displayed the following information. Bone-eating bee queen, 7th grade variant bee. She had not transformed into another type of bee, but her rank had indeed risen by 1 level. Yangdong felt quite satisfied. According to the elder chief, the bone-eating bee queen could contend with cultivators at the god transformation stage, and now, having attained the 7th grade, she was more than capable of facing formidable opponents at the void return stage. With the restrictions on the bone-eating bee queen lifted, she flew out of the cauldron and hovered before Yangdong, emitting a soft, buzzing sound, clearly recognizing him as her master and awaiting his commands. After she circled the room, Yangdong issued several simple commands to her, confirming everything was in order before returning her to the spatial bag. He then refined all the spirit stones he had collected that day from the Meadow Fairy tribe, placing them back into his spatial ring. Recalling that he had also captured several ordinary bone-eating bees, Yangdong placed these unconscious bees into the cauldron and dripped his blood upon them for refinement. A faint glow flashed, and the ordinary bone-eating bees transformed into 5th grade variant bees. These 5th grade variant bees possessed combat prowess comparable to peak-level cultivators. Yet they were small and agile, making them ideal for stealthy attacks and guarding. After storing these 5th grade bone-eating bees in his spatial bag, Yangdong stroked his chin, contemplating the delightful prospect of subduing all those thousands of bone-eating bees. However, he pondered, how could he possibly provide enough blood for such a multitude? Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. The bone-eating bees would undoubtedly obey the queen's commands, and now that the queen acknowledged him as her master, could he not command the thousands of bone-eating bees through her? Yangdong resolved to test this theory the following day. At dawn the next day, the two engaged in half an hour of morning cultivation. After dressing, Yangdong embraced Angelina and kissed her gently. Angelina, I have matters to attend to outside. You should remain in the tribe. All right. Angelina replied obediently, nodding without further inquiry. Yangdong exited the stone fortress and flew towards the northern forest. Upon reaching the forest, Yangdong released the bone-eating bee queen from the spatial bag. She hovered 3 feet before him, awaiting her master's command. Yangdong instructed her, go to the hive and summon all the bone-eating bees to this location, ensuring they all recognize me as their master and unconditionally obey my every command. The bone-eating bee queen nodded and flew towards the towering tree. After a brief wait, Yangdong observed the queen returning, accompanied by a dense swarm of bone-eating bees. The sight sent a shiver down his spine. Here were thousands of bone-eating bees. Should they launch a simultaneous assault, even a god transformation cultivator would struggle to withstand it. The bone-eating bee queen, along with the thousands of bone-eating bees, hovered a short distance away from Yangdong, awaiting his further commands. The swarm of bees gazed at him with wide eyes, filled with curiosity and bewilderment. It was this very individual who had taken their queen the previous day. Now, with the queen's return, they were commanded to recognize this human as their master and to obey him without question. These bone-eating bees were bound to follow the queen's orders absolutely. Unlike humans, bees do not possess deceitful inclinations or tendencies towards betrayal. Worker bees are entirely devoted to the queen's directives. Yangdong tested various commands on the bone-eating bees, verifying their obedience. After a series of commands, he found that the bees uniformly complied with his instructions. If commanded to head east, they would not veer west. If instructed to gnaw on tree bark, they would not nibble on grass. After conducting these experiments, Yangdong felt quite pleased. He then led the swarm of bone-eating bees to the towering tree, instructing the bone-eating bee queen to guide them all into the hive. Once all the bone-eating bees had entered, Yangdong retrieved his spatial bag and collected the entire hive within it. Task accomplished. Yangdong secured the spatial bag, clapped his hands, and revealed a satisfied smile. He then returned to the Meadow Fairy tribe. Yangdong bid farewell to the elder chief and Angelina. Master Yang, I hope you will visit the Meadow Fairy tribe again whenever you have the time. The elder chief smiled while clasping his hands, though his expression soon turned regretful. Alas, the energy of the teleportation portal has been nearly exhausted, making it quite inconvenient for Angelina to seek you out, requiring her to traverse over 20,000 miles to reach the Qingyun Sect. Yangdong smiled subtly. There is no need for concern, elder chief. I have now mastered the art of the teleportation array. I can reopen the portal to the Qingyun Sect at any time. Upon hearing this, both the elder chief and Angelina were taken aback. Master Yang, have you truly comprehended the technique of the teleportation array? The elder chief exclaimed, filled with excitement and disbelief. The art of the teleportation array necessitates understanding the laws of space, a feat no one from the Mido fairy tribe had accomplished in millennia. How could Yangdong, having only studied for a short time, have grasped such profound knowledge? The elder chief found it hard to believe, yet given Yangdong's character and abilities, he seemed unlikely to fabricate such claims. Yangdong, you can truly set up a teleportation portal? Angelina's face lit up with eager anticipation, her trust in Yangdong unwavering. Yangdong smiled faintly and remarked, when I arrived, I had already activated a teleportation portal. Now, all that remains is to open another one. Then let us proceed to Angelina's room to activate the next portal. I too wish to witness the teleportation array set by Master Yang, chuckled the old patriarch. The three immediately made their way to Angelina's chamber. Yangdong retrieved a teleportation scroll from his spatial ring, recited the incantation, and hurled the scroll to the ground. The scroll transformed into a radiant beam of light, coalescing into an oval-shaped portal. Indeed, the teleportation array had been successfully activated. The old patriarch gazed at the portal, his wrinkled face blossoming with astonishment and excitement. It had been tens of thousands of years since the first leader of the Mido elf clan, and never had any elf mastered the teleportation array. To his surprise, today, Yangdong had effortlessly grasped the intricacies of this profound technique. Master Yang is truly an unparalleled genius in the art of cultivation, a rare prodigy in a millennium. The old patriarch exclaimed in admiration. Yangdong, you are truly remarkable. Angelina exclaimed as she embraced him, showering his forehead with fervent kisses. All right, Angelina, I must return to the sect now. Yangdong gently pushed her away and stepped into the portal, vanishing from sight. Chapter 141, Mastering the Instantaneous Movement Technique. In the next moment, Yangdong emerged from the teleportation portal in the bamboo grove. He pondered how Ru Hua and Mo Chio were faring in their cultivation. Stepping outside, he summoned the Xianyu parrot to check on Ru Hua and Qin Mo Chio. Shortly after, Ru Hua appeared, playfully bantering with the Xianyu parrot. Master, Sister Ru Hua has arrived. I shall go and visit Sister Qin at the floating peak, the parrot chirped as it took flight towards the floating peak. Yangdong, when did you emerge from seclusion? Ru Hua asked with a beaming smile as she approached him, her arms wrapping around him in delight. I emerged 2 days ago, Yangdong replied, pulling her close and playfully tapping her ample backside. Have you been diligently cultivating over these 5 months? Ru Hua swayed her hips with a hint of pride. Naturally, I broke through to the nascent soul stage half a month ago, but I didn't want to disturb you, so I refrained from seeking you out. Well done. You deserve a reward, Yangdong said, pinching her adorable cheeks with a grin. Oh, what kind of reward? Ru Hua asked, tilting her head to look at Yangdong, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Let us discuss it inside, Yangdong replied, taking her hand and leading her into the house. Once inside, the two began their cultivation practice. An hour later, Ru Hua lay nestled in Yangdong's arms, playfully stroking his well-defined chest as she giggled. Is this the reward you spoke of? What? Are you not satisfied with this reward? Yangdong teased, gently kneading her. Ru Hua smiled silently, clearly pleased. I was merely teasing you. There is indeed a reward, Yangdong said as he rose and retrieved 10,000 high-grade spirit stones from his spatial ring, placing them in a storage bag and handing it to her. Your spirit stones must be running low. Take these to continue your cultivation. You are so kind, master, Ru Hua exclaimed, kissing Yangdong on the cheek as she accepted the storage bag. Before long, the Xianyu parrot returned with news that Qin Mo Chio was still in seclusion. Sister Qin must still be breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Once she succeeds, she will surely come to find us, Ru Hua informed Yangdong. He nodded slightly. Let us head to the sect hall and inquire about the recent happenings at the sect. They left the house and arrived at the sect hall. Yang Shidi, you have emerged from seclusion. Upon seeing Yangdong enter, Chu Yin descended from the upper seat, greeting him with a smile. Yangdong nodded slightly. How have you been? De Shixiao? Chu Yin chuckled. I am as I always am. However, you appear to have made significant progress in your cultivation. The three of them sat in the hall, and Yangdong inquired about the recent matters concerning the sect. Overall, the sect had experienced smooth sailing during this period, with no one daring to provoke Qingyun Sect. Furthermore, the reputation of Qingyun Sect had greatly risen within the entire great Zhou cultivation world. Originally ranked last among the 10 great sects, Qingyun Sect had now ascended to the 5th position. The preceding 4 were Tianma Sect, Taishu Sect, Hehuan Sect, and Sunni Palace. In addition, the revered Maizhen from Tianma Sect publicly declared in Xianyuan City that the previous misunderstandings between Tianma Sect and Qingyun Sect had been resolved, and they had formed an alliance. From now on, anyone who disrespects Qingyun Sect would be considered an enemy of Tianma Sect. This news sent shockwaves throughout the great Zhou cultivation world. Who could have anticipated that the notoriously arrogant Mize would suddenly extend goodwill towards Qingyun Sect? With Qingyun Sect backing Qingyun Sect, who would dare to provoke them? Consequently, Qingyun Sect's reputation soared, leading numerous wandering cultivators to join their ranks. Over the past few months, Qingyun Sect had recruited hundreds of wandering cultivators, many of whom were Golden Core practitioners. After hearing Chu Yun recount these events, a subtle smile graced Yang Dong's face. This outcome was entirely within his expectations. After finishing, Chu Yun sighed. When you allowed Mize to leave that day, we were all concerned that he might retaliate against Qingyun Sect, yet he turned out to be genuinely reformed. Truly, your methods are extraordinary. Yang Dong took a sip of spirit tea and smiled faintly. Eliminating an enemy is never a wise strategy. It is far more prudent to turn them into allies. Chu Yun replied. Though that may be true, putting it into practice is exceedingly difficult. Only a prodigy like you, Yang Shidi, could achieve such a feat with such ease. Ru Hua chimed in with a laugh. To Shi Xiang, if you keep praising him, Yang Shidi will surely float up to the heavens. Chu Yun laughed heartily. Your Yang Shidi is not the type to be easily swayed by flattery. Moreover, I speak nothing but the truth, devoid of any exaggeration. At this point, Chu Yun recalled something and remarked. That 8th Prince Yinzhan has visited Qingyun Sect several times recently. Each time he learns that you are still in seclusion, he leaves with a look of regret. Yang Dong smiled lightly. He wishes for me to assist him in ascending to the throne, but he is not yet qualified. However, I would like to visit the capital. Ru Hua immediately perked up. I want to go too. Yang Dong replied. Once Imo emerges from seclusion, the three of us shall visit the capital for a few days of leisure. Upon returning to their residence, Yang Dong decided to create a few more teleportation scrolls for future contingencies. After 3 days of diligent work, he completed 3 pairs of teleportation scrolls. In the following days, Yang Dong focused on mastering the instantaneous movement technique. This technique was derived from the principles of the teleportation array, combined with the earth element's shrinking earth technique and the wind element's rainbow escape technique, allowing Yang Dong to comprehend the instantaneous movement technique. After 10 days of arduous practice, he had gained a preliminary grasp of the technique. One day, he was practicing the instantaneous movement technique several dozen feet away on the eastern side of the bamboo grove, when Qin Imo arrived on her flying sword. Sister Qin. Wow, you have finally come. Master has been anxiously awaiting your return. Upon spotting Qin Imo, the Xianyu parrot rushed forward, entering its usual flattery mode. What does your master want with me that he is so eager? Qin Imo inquired curiously. The parrot blinked its little eyes and exclaimed, of course. He wants to spar with you. Master loves to duel with Sister Qin. Qin Imo chuckled. You silly bird, stop spreading nonsense. Does Master not enjoy sparring with Ru Hua and Angelina as well? The parrot replied, you haven't come to spar with Master in a long time, so naturally, he wishes to fight with you. Qin Imo asked, have Master and Sister Ru Hua both emerged from seclusion? The Xianyu parrot eagerly tapped its beak, exclaiming, Sister Hua has been coming over frequently these past few days to spar with the Master, and that elf named Angelina also often visits to play with him. Qin Macho inquired, is your master at home today? The parrot replied, he just went out to cultivate his techniques. Just as they spoke, Yang Dong suddenly appeared before Qin Macho, startling her. Yang Dong, have you mastered teleportation? Qin Macho asked, her face a picture of astonishment. Yang Dong nodded slightly. It's merely a rudimentary skill. By the way, have you broken through to the nascent soul stage? With a smile illuminating her face, Qin Macho replied, I just achieved the nascent soul stage and came to see if you had finished your seclusion. Well done. A reward is in order. Yang Dong embraced her and stole a kiss. Upon entering the house, Qin Macho could hardly contain her eagerness and kissed him fervently. Chapter 142, Journey to the Capital. An hour later, the two finished their intense bout. Are we out of spirit stones? Yang Dong inquired, holding her close. There are still over 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Qin Macho answered honestly. Yang Dong retrieved a storage bag from his spatial ring and handed it to Qin Macho, saying, here are 10,000 high-grade spirit stones for your future cultivation. Thank you, master. Qin Macho kissed Yang Dong again, her voice soft and melodious. Why did you suddenly call me master? Yang Dong teased as he playfully squeezed her. Qin Macho smiled and replied, I don't know why, but I just feel like calling you master. Yang Dong pondered. I didn't even use my blood during the refining process. How could she have such a peculiar notion? Perhaps it was due to the bond formed by my essence within her. Regardless, it seemed to only bring benefits for him. While Qin Macho regarded him as her master, Yang Dong would never treat her as a mere servant. I plan to travel to the capital with Sister Hua for a few days. Would you care to join us? Yang Dong asked, gently cupping her delicate chin. Qin Macho smiled. If my master wishes to take me, I would love to go. Yang Dong replied, very well, we shall set off tomorrow. Qin Macho suggested. Why not invite Angelina to join us? Dong nodded in agreement. A splendid idea. The following morning, the three ladies arrived at Dong's residence. After a brief period of cultivation, they prepared to depart. Before we head to the capital, I need to activate a teleportation portal, Dong informed the three. He then entered the meditation room, took out a teleportation scroll, recited the incantation, and cast it onto the ground. Instantly, an oval-shaped portal of light emerged. Dong, you have mastered the teleportation array? Sister Hua exclaimed in astonishment. She had heard Dong mention that the previous teleportation portal was a scroll gifted by the elder of the Mi Duo elves. Master is truly remarkable. Qin gazed at Dong with admiration, her face beaming with joy. Indeed, my master is extraordinary, Angelina echoed, her expression filled with pride. Sister Hua observed the two and remarked, you two were just praising him during cultivation. Has it become an addiction? Since Sister Hua had been refined by Dong without any of his essence within her, in her subconscious mind, he remained merely her beloved junior, not a master. Sister Hua was puzzled as to how her two infatuated companions had suddenly begun to address Dong as their master. Sister Hua, why not call him master too? Qin playfully tugged at Sister Hua's hand. Sister Hua blushed. I can't bring myself to say that. It feels too mushy. What is mushy among us sisters? The more you say it, the more accustomed you'll become, Angelina encouraged with a bright smile. Sister Hua glanced shyly at Dong, feeling too embarrassed to address her cherished junior as master. All right, it's time for us to set off. Dong waved his hand at the three of them. Leading the three ladies outside, he contemplated the means of transport to the capital. The capital lay 30 to 40,000 miles away. With his cultivation, flying would not take long. However, since Sister Hua and the others had just entered the nascent soul stage, traversing such vast distances with sword flight would consume a significant amount of spiritual energy and take considerable time. Riding the Holy Light Tiger would be insufficient for 4 people. It seemed best to take the Azure Cloud Sparrow. He then summoned the Azure Cloud Sparrow from his Qingyun bag, allowing the three ladies to mount its back. The Azure Cloud Sparrow was massive, with a wingspan exceeding 10 zhang. It could easily accommodate 30 individuals. The Xianyu parrot, who had been frolicking with the Holy Light Tiger, flew onto the Azure Cloud Sparrow's back, calling out, Master, where are you going? I want to come too. The little Holy Light Tiger tilted its head, observing its master and the 3 lovely ladies on the Azure Cloud Sparrow, but did not intrude. You stay at home and keep little light company, Dong said, playfully swatting the Xianyu parrot away. The Azure Cloud Sparrow flapped its enormous wings, stirring up a fierce wind that caused the trees and bamboo groves on the mountain to sway. With the 4 aboard, the Azure Cloud Sparrow soared into the sky, breaking free from the sect's barrier. A group of patrolling disciples looked on with envy. Elder Yang is taking 3 stunning beauties somewhere again. That must be Miss Qin, Saintess Hua, and that elf. They mused, admiring the elder's fortunate life, surrounded by 3 celestial companions, living a truly blissful cultivation existence. Elder Yang, being a once-in-a-millennium prodigy and strikingly handsome, it would be quite normal for him to have not just 3, but even 30 enchanting companions. The Azure Cloud Sparrow flew beyond the barrier, speeding towards the capital like a shooting star, vanishing in an instant. Dong and the 3 ladies enjoyed the scenic beauty from the Azure Cloud Sparrow's back, occasionally passing the time with games. After 2 hours of travel, they had covered 30 to 40,000 miles and were now only 20 to 30 miles from the capital. Dong stood with his hands clasped behind his back on the Azure Cloud Sparrow's back, gazing down at the capital below from a height of 1,000 zhang. He beheld the majestic city walls towering high, crafted entirely from black stone, exuding an awe-inspiring and ancient grandeur. The formidable walls stretched for 1,000 miles, encircling the entire capital. Every 100 zhang, a lookout tower soared hundreds of zhang into the sky, manned by armored soldiers wielding blades and spears, as well as various exotic beasts. Within the walls, the streets crisscrossed, extending for hundreds of miles, bustling with countless markets and a population exceeding 100 million. Countless tall buildings stood in various designs, yet all retained the capital's imposing aura. At the heart of the capital, a prominent hill rose abruptly, as if cleaved by a colossal sword. The royal palace of the Great Zhou was constructed on this elevated terrain. Majestic palatial structures adorned the landscape, with azure tiles and vermilion beams, tiered pavilions, and sweeping eaves reflecting dazzling light. A faint luminous net enveloped the entire palace, within which countless guards patrolled on flying steeds, surveying the surroundings. In the skies, some guards rode on fierce birds, watching for any disturbances. Numerous flying vessels traversed the air, entering and exiting the capital. Additionally, various spirit creatures and bizarre flying contraptions were also seen, as well as individuals flying on swords, coming and going throughout the capital. Truly, the capital was extraordinary. Dong gazed at the capital, silently marveling at its grandeur. No wonder it was the capital of the cultivation world, compared to the ancient Chang'an. It was a city fit for immortals. The three ladies stood beside Yang Dong, gazing at the capital's splendor, each unable to suppress their awe and excitement. Wow. So this is the capital. It's so magnificent and bustling. The capital is immense. Compared to the vastness of Xianyuan City, this place is immeasurably larger. You humans are truly remarkable, capable of constructing such a magnificent and grand capital. Angelina couldn't help but express her admiration. Let us descend here and fly into the capital on our swords. Yang Dong instructed the three women. The Qingyun Sparrow was far too immense. Soaring directly into the capital on it would be overwhelmingly ostentatious. Yang Dong preferred to maintain a low profile. Wishing only to explore the capital for a few days in the guise of an ordinary cultivator alongside these three companions, he directed the Qingyun Sparrow to land in a secluded valley. Subsequently, he stowed the Qingyun Sparrow into his Qingyun pouch, and the four of them took to the skies on their swords, heading towards the city of the capital. Chapter 143. The Trouble Brought by the Elven Maiden. Yang Dong and the three women soared above the outer city of the capital when they were intercepted by a general riding a flying steed, accompanied by a squadron of soldiers mounted on black eagles patrolling the skies. The general at the forefront pointed his spear at Yang Dong, demanding, "Who are you? Do you possess a passage permit?" Yang Dong frowned, replying, "No. Must one require a passage permit to enter the capital?" The general responded, "Without a passage permit, you must enter through the city gate below. Only those with a permit may fly directly into the capital from above." Yang Dong and the three women then understood that the so-called passage permit was akin to a special aerial pass, a privilege of sorts. Those without a permit were obliged to enter through the gates below. This was merely a management system for entering the capital. Otherwise, if everyone flew over the city walls to land, it would inevitably cause chaos. Yang Dong said nothing further and led the three women down on their swords, landing on the ground. Although with his prowess he could have stormed into the royal palace without hindrance, he saw no need to do so. His intention for bringing the three women to the capital was solely for leisure and enjoyment, not to stir up trouble or flaunt his power. Before the imposing gates that towered over Tianzhong stood a squad of city guards, led by a centurion clad in armor, wielding a silver lance while mounted on a unicorn. This unicorn stood a full zhang tall, resembling a horse but far more robust. Additionally, it bore a horn, 2 feet long, protruding from its forehead, hence its name. There are many varieties of unicorns, and this one was merely a common breed, but still a second-tier extraordinary beast. Its speed was remarkable, and its stamina far exceeded that of ordinary horses. Flanking the gate were dozens of soldiers armed with sabers, each at least of the 3rd level of qi refinement. The gate passage, spanning 7 to 8 zhang, was bustling with people entering and exiting the city. There were ordinary pedestrians, luxurious carriages drawn by extraordinary beasts, and riders on various mounts. The centurion and his soldiers casually scanned the entrance without conducting thorough inspections. Unless there was a specific issue, it was unnecessary to scrutinize every individual entering the capital. Despite having 8 grand gates, with hundreds of thousands passing daily, inspecting each person would be an exceedingly cumbersome task. As Yang Dong and the 3 women approached the city gate, they immediately captured the attention of the centurion and the soldiers. Such breathtaking beauty was exceedingly rare even in the capital, and now 3 were traveling together. Particularly, Angelina, the elven maiden, drew the gaze of the centurion and his men. Light elves were naturally beautiful, and Angelina was the most stunning of the Midwa elf tribe. A vision of ethereal allure. The unusual attention from the city guards made Angelina and her companions quite displeased. All 3 women exuded their formidable aura, instantly instilling alarm in the centurion and his squadron of soldiers. They were all at the nascent soul stage, with Angelina at the pinnacle of that realm. While the centurion was merely at the early stage of golden elixir, he was no match for the power of 3 nascent soul cultivators. The centurion hastily averted his gaze, not daring to look at the 3 women again, clearly understanding their silent warning. The soldiers turned pale, their bodies trembling slightly. They had never anticipated that these 3 young and stunning women possessed such profound cultivation. They were not individuals they could afford to provoke. Yang Dong smiled indifferently as he led the 3 women through the lengthy city passage, entering the capital. The capital was vibrant and bustling, with streets wide enough to accommodate 10 carts side by side, paved with perfectly square stones, enduring the passage of countless years without a trace of wear. The thoroughfare was alive with the constant flow of carriages and pedestrians, the air filled with the clamor of voices. The vast majority were ordinary people without cultivation. Though this was the capital, it was not a realm of cultivation. Yet, all walks of life could be found here. From renowned sect cultivators to those clad in odd attire with cold gazes, and even some barbarians and dwarfs. On either side of the street, shops stood in abundance. And the architecture was grand, embodying the majestic style of a capital. The four of them, walking through the street, were the center of attention. Even in the capital, elves were exceedingly rare, let alone a beauty like Angelina. The three stunning women accompanying Yang Dong attracted the envious gazes of many men, their eyes glimmering with admiration. Most onlookers focused on the three women, particularly Angelina, who drew frequent glances and whispers of admiration. Where did these three beautiful women come from? I've lived in the capital for over 50 years and have never seen such exquisite ladies. Today, I am fortunate enough to see three at once. That green-haired beauty is so tall. Her skin is pink, and her ears are long and pointed. She hardly resembles a human. She is an elf, a legendary light elf. I can't believe there are light elves in the Great Zhou. I envy that fellow immensely. He is accompanied by three stunning beauties. Not even a prince enjoys such good fortune. If only I could spend a night with that enchanting beauty, I would gladly meet my end tomorrow. Hush! Keep your voice down. They are certainly not ordinary people. They might be disciples of some grand sect. Be careful not to provoke them, lest they bring ruin upon you. This is the capital, a place governed by law. Even disciples of the 10 great sects dare not recklessly kill here. Yang Dong and the three women could hear every word of the murmurs, but chose to ignore the ordinary folks. However, a few sinister gazes from malevolent cultivators occasionally swept over the three women. One dark-robed sinister cultivator even trailed behind them from a distance. How could such actions escape Yang Dong's keen perception? A nascent soul cultivator. No wonder he was so audacious. Yang Dong internally scoffed. He contemplated striking down this audacious villain with a bolt of palm thunder, but ultimately decided against taking matters into his own hands. Instead, he released the bone-corroding bee queen from his Qingyun Pouch, issuing a silent command. Eliminate the black-robed sinister cultivator following us. Let him die in agony. The bone-corroding bee queen flew silently from Yang Dong's sleeve, weaving through the crowd unnoticed by even the three women. It concealed its dark red glow and swiftly appeared before the black-robed sinister cultivator several dozen zhang away, piercing directly through his body. The black-robed sinister cultivator let out a heart-wrenching scream. He collapsed onto the ground, writhing in agony as if a legion of insatiable insects were gnawing at his bones. The torment he endured was beyond human endurance, yet death eluded him in that moment. The bone-eating infernal bee, once it bites, inflicts this excruciating sensation of countless insects devouring one's very bones. It is not merely a feeling. It is as if his bones were truly disintegrating, leading to a slow, tormenting demise. Chapter 144. Innkeeper, reserve a private room. The black-robed malevolent cultivator fell to the ground, screaming in despair, which caused the onlookers to hastily retreat, gasping in shock. What had transpired? Why did this man suddenly collapse and scream in anguish? Look, blood is oozing from his chest, as if he had been struck by a flying dagger. Hiss! Can anyone dare to commit murder in broad daylight in the capital? There is nothing peculiar about it. Murders occur daily in the capital, you just remain oblivious. Quickly, move along. Do not linger, lest you invite trouble upon yourselves. The crowd, wary of the danger, dispersed. Meanwhile, the bone-eating infernal bee had stealthily returned to Yang Dong's sleeve. And even Angelina and the other two women were unaware of who had caused the demise of the black-robed cultivator. He deserved to die. He had been tailing us all along, Angelina remarked coldly. Among the three women, her cultivation was the highest, and she had long since detected the black-robed cultivator's covert following. However, Angelina paid it little mind. With Yang Dong by her side, she felt no need for concern. It seems the capital is not as tranquil as it appears. Yang Dong feigned a sigh. Soon, a patrol of soldiers arrived to inspect the black-robed cultivator's body and inquired about the nearby shops, though they gleaned no useful information. They promptly removed the corpse for further handling. The four of them meandered through the capital for 2 or 3 hours, and as the sun began to set, they sought refuge in a tavern. Reserve a private room, Yang Dong instructed as he approached the counter with the three women. The innkeeper looked up at this man accompanied by three women, baffled, and asked, "How many rooms would you like, esteemed guests?" Before Yang Dong could respond, Ruhua interjected. "1 room, are your ears deaf?" The innkeeper was left speechless. It was indeed a first for him to see a man accompanied by 3 breathtaking beauties share a single room, one of whom appeared to be an elven maiden. "Quickly now, why are you dawdling?" Ruhua urged. The innkeeper snapped back to reality, nodding repeatedly. "Very well, that will be a deposit of 10 taels of silver." 10 taels for a single room? The capital truly is a place of high expenditure, Yang Dong thought, preparing to retrieve silver, only to realize he had none. How about spirit stones? With a mere thought, he produced a medium-grade spirit stone and placed it on the counter. Though this was not a cultivation city, the capital housed many cultivators, and officials and soldiers of the court often required spirit stones for their training, making them a form of hard currency. Ah, this is acceptable. The innkeeper examined the stone and said, "This medium-grade spirit stone is worth 100 taels of silver. I'll hold on to it for you, and we can settle the balance when you depart." Given that a medium-grade spirit stone equated to 100 taels, it seemed the pricing of spirit stones was rather low. However, that was their actual worth, since most cultivators possessed several low to medium-grade spirit stones, akin to several hundred taels of silver. Yang Dong possessed tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones, each worth a staggering 10,000 taels, amounting to an astronomical fortune. Thus, the spirit stones could only be valued at that rate. Any higher would lead to inflation. After securing the room, the four of them found a table and ordered some spirit wine and delicacies to feast upon. The other patrons in the tavern frequently glanced at Yang Dong and his companions. A man accompanied by 3 stunning beauties was already a sight to behold, especially after hearing they only reserved a single room. The male patrons were envious, their drinks losing all flavor as they fantasized about sharing a bed with these 3 exquisite maidens. Yang Dong and Ru Hua had long grown accustomed to the glances. They could not simply retaliate against the curious stares. After enjoying their meal, the 4 ascended to their reserved room. Yang Dong cast a cleaning spell that rendered the entire room spotless, devoid of any blemishes. Subsequently, he set up a barrier around the room. Ru Hua, Qingyun, and Angelina were already sprawled on the bed, playfully bantering. Yang Dong looked at the bed with a wry smile. Would it truly accommodate for people? They would have to squeeze together. The following day, after an hour of morning cultivation, the 4 dressed and exited the room. After partaking in breakfast downstairs, Yang Dong led the 3 women toward the Cultivator Street. The Cultivator Street specialized in goods for cultivators, akin to the one in Qingyun City. However, the capital's Cultivator Street was far more prosperous, given that the capital's imperial guards alone numbered in the hundreds of thousands, all cultivators. The street sprawled with numerous shops selling spirit herbs, fruits, stones, elixirs, and various rare materials, spirit artifacts, talismans, jade slips, as well as items for alchemy and crafting. Dozens of sects, including the Heaven Demon Sect, the Taishu Sect, the Harmonious Union Sect, and the Pill Cauldron Sect, had established shops here. Why doesn't our Qingyun Sect have a shop in the capital? Qin Macho inquired curiously. Yang Dong was unsure about this. Having only joined the sect for 3 or 4 years, and spent 3 of those years as a servant, leaving him ignorant of the sect's affairs. Ru Hua replied, "I once heard my father mention that the rental prices for shops in the capital are exorbitant, and our Qingyun Sect's talismans do not sell well here, leading to long-term losses, which is why we closed our shop in the capital." "Ah, I see." Qin Macho nodded, in understanding. The shops here were owned by the court. Thus the rental fees were steep. Moreover, the government's alchemy and crafting departments operated many state-owned shops, selling various cultivation items at lower prices. While the Qingyun Sect excelled in talismans, the government's offerings were cheaper and did not incur shop rental fees, making it impossible for the Qingyun Sect to compete. Therefore, they simply ceased operations in the capital. As Yang Dong observed the bustling shops lining the street, an idea sparked within him. Why not open his own shop? While other sects might struggle to turn a profit, he was assured of success. With the Chaos Treasure Cauldron, he could procure items from other shops using refined spirit stones, then enhance their value tenfold through the cauldron. Once sold, he could use the spirit stones to purchase more items for refinement. This cyclical process would allow him an endless supply of spirit stones and various cultivation resources. Of course, in the long run, some of the spirit stones or items he refined might eventually find their way back to him, but overall, the likelihood was minimal. After all, the market in the capital was vast, and he did not intend to monopolize it. In fact, achieving even 1% of the market would be remarkable. Furthermore, spirit stones and other cultivation items were consumables and could not circulate indefinitely in the market. With this in mind, Yang Dong said to them, "Let us go and see if there are any shops available for rent." The 3 women looked at him, somewhat astonished. Qin Macho inquired with curiosity, "Dong, are we from Qingyun Sect going to reopen a shop here?" Yang Dong shook his head and replied, "It is not Qingyun Sect. It is I, or rather, several of us who will open a shop here." Hua Hua gasped in astonishment. "We are opening a shop here? What will we sell?" Yang Dong smiled slightly. "Anything can be sold, as long as it can earn spirit stones." Angelina remarked, "Our Midwa fairy tribe has numerous spiritual herbs and fruits that we can sell." Yang Dong replied, "No need for that. We shall procure and sell on site." The 3 women looked bewildered. Would such a business strategy ensure they wouldn't end up losing their trousers? Chapter 145, The Qingyun Sect Shop. Yang Dong took the 3 of them on a brief tour around the Cultivator Street until they finally spotted a shop named Qingyun Sect, adorned with a large red notice that read, "Prosperous Shop for Transfer." It was surprising to discover that even in this otherworldly realm, there were shops up for transfer. However, to be fair, As the bustling cultivator street in the capital, it certainly qualified as a lively area, with people frequently coming and going, though shoppers were relatively scarce. Most merely there for the spectacle. Qingyun Sect, one of the 10 great sects. Come, let us take a look, Yang Dong said with a smile as he led the 3 women into the Qingyun Sect shop. Welcome, esteemed guests, please come in. Upon seeing Yang Dong and his companions enter, a disciple of Qingyun Sect hurriedly approached with a smile. Yang Dong, with his hands clasped behind his back, surveyed the shop, which was approximately 100 square meters in size, featuring 3 sides of shelves selling various cultivation items. There were spiritual herbs and fruits, medicinal pills, talismans, weapons, and some low-quality natural treasures. It could be said that this was a general store, lacking any distinctive merchandise. What would the esteemed friends like to purchase? The shopkeeper, noticing that Yang Dong and his companions were merely browsing, stepped forward from behind the counter to inquire. Yang Dong retracted his gaze and asked the shopkeeper, "Are you from Qingyun Sect?" The shopkeeper appraised Yang Dong for a moment and nodded slightly. Indeed, this shop is operated by our Qingyun Sect, as a major sect. Our goods are trustworthy. Yang Dong, intrigued, questioned, "I noticed the notice for the prosperous shop transfer outside. If it is indeed prosperous, why is it being transferred?" The shopkeeper, caught off guard by this pointed question, hesitated briefly before explaining. While the shop's prosperity is undeniable, our management has been lacking, and the merchandise lacks uniqueness, yielding little profit. Thus, the sect has decided to transfer the shop. Why do you ask? Yang Dong smiled gently. As it happens, I intend to open a shop on Cultivator Street. If your price is reasonable, I might consider taking over this shop. Upon hearing Yang Dong's interest in acquiring the shop, the shopkeeper immediately became enthusiastic in his pitch. Our shop is ideally located in the bustling center of Cultivator Street. Just look at the flow of customers passing by. The shop's size is substantial. If you take it over, you are bound to earn a fortune. Yang Dong interrupted the shopkeeper's self-promotion. Just tell me, what is the transfer fee? Ah, you are indeed a straightforward person. The shopkeeper extended a hand. 5,000 top-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing the figure of 5,000 top-grade spirit stones, Hua, Qinmachio, and Angelina's eyes widened in disbelief. Yang Dong turned to leave immediately. Hey. The shopkeeper hurriedly grasped Yang Dong's arm. Do not be hasty. This is not an empty shop transfer. The goods are worth around 2,000 to 3,000 top-grade spirit stones, plus 3 months of paid rent. 5,000 top-grade spirit stones for the transfer fee is truly not exorbitant. If you do not believe me, inquire around Cultivator Street, which shop has a transfer fee of less than a few thousand top-grade spirit stones. Yang Dong glanced at the shop's merchandise and scoffed. With this little stock, it is worth at most 200 to 300 top-grade spirit stones. The shopkeeper protested. The items on the shelves may not be worth that much, but we have a plethora of goods in the back storage. All of these would be included in the transfer. There is more in the back storage. Yang Dong mused. Well, I suppose I should take a look. He then addressed the shopkeeper. All right, show me what you have in your storage, and I will assess their value. Please follow me. The shopkeeper gestured for Yang Dong to follow. The 4 of them proceeded to the back of the shop, where they entered a yard of over an acre in size. The shopkeeper explained, the 2 rooms on the left are for miscellaneous items and dining, while the 3 rooms on the right are the quiet meditation spaces for myself and several disciples. The large room in the back is the storage. As they reached the storage door, the shopkeeper waved his hand to dispel the storage's restrictions and pushed the door open. Upon entering, Yang Dong observed that the storage was roughly 100 square meters, indeed filled with a considerable amount of goods, spiritual flowers, rare fruits, medicinal pills, talismans, and various low-tier natural treasures. All sorts of items were there. After a cursory evaluation, Yang Dong estimated the value to be around 1,000 to 2,000 top-grade spirit stones. Seeing this, Yang Dong felt reasonably satisfied. Not to mention, this shop, with its backyard, was quite sizable. It could serve as a base in the capital, allowing for the establishment of a teleportation portal for convenient travel. While he felt pleased internally, he maintained an outward demeanor of discontent, shaking his head. The storage is too small, and the stock is insufficient. The price is too steep. I think I shall pass. With that, he turned to exit the storage. The shopkeeper followed him out, calling out, the storage is indeed quite spacious. It will not accumulate too much stock. If you are truly interested in taking over, the price can be lowered. Yang Dong held up 2 fingers. How about 2,000 top-grade spirit stones? The shopkeeper shook his head repeatedly. All the goods here are valued at 2,000 top-grade spirit stones, and the 3 months of rent is several hundred top-grade spirit stones, if we sold for less. Wouldn't our Qingyun Sect incur a loss? It must be at least 4,000 top-grade spirit stones. Yang Dong countered, a flat rate of 3,000 top-grade spirit stones. The shopkeeper insisted, at least 3,800 top-grade spirit stones. Any less, and I cannot justify it to the sect leader. Yang Dong declared, fine. I will add 500 top-grade spirit stones. If you agree, I will pay immediately. The shopkeeper hesitated, and Yangdong signaled for Angelina and the others to leave. All right, 3,500 it is. The shopkeeper called out, hastily acquiescing. In truth, the sect had set his minimum price at 3,000 top-grade spirit stones. As this shop was simply not profitable enough to cover the rent, 3,000 top-grade spirit stones would just break even. Yangdong was aware that he could negotiate for a few hundred more, but he preferred not to engage in protracted haggling. Thus, the shopkeeper and Yangdong signed a shop transfer contract, and Yangdong paid the shopkeeper 3,500 top-grade spirit stones. Subsequently, the shopkeeper took Yangdong to the Cultivator Street's administrative office to complete the handover procedures. According to the rental agreement, the shop's monthly rent was 300 top-grade spirit stones, payable annually. Upon seeing the annual rent amounting to 3,600 top-grade spirit stones, Yangdong realized it was indeed exorbitant. Could it be that even Qingyun Sect could not sustain itself? Unless they could compete with the government-run shops, they would essentially be helping the government earn rent. However, with the treasure cauldron in his possession, Yangdong knew he would be guaranteed profits. He settled the remaining 9 months' rent of 2,700 top-grade spirit stones, finalizing all procedures. After returning to the shop with the shopkeeper, the latter and a few Qingyun Sect disciples tidied up briefly before bidding farewell. Wishing you prosperous business, Taoist Yang. We shall return to Qingyun Sect. With that, they departed on a small flying vessel. Chapter 146, The Female Fairy Assistant. Master, you are now the shopkeeper. Qin Macho gazed at Yangdong with a playful smile and half-jokingly inquired, Master, who will manage this shop? Angina, filled with curiosity, asked, Will it be the three of us acting as attendants? Of course not. Yangdong replied with a smile, shaking his head. You still need to focus on your cultivation. How could you serve here as attendants? He then addressed Angina. Angina, please find 4 clever young men or women from the Meadow Elf tribe to work here as attendants, offering them a monthly salary of 10 high-grade spirit stones. A monthly salary of 10 high-grade spirit stones for an attendant would undoubtedly be the highest in the entire capital. Angina shook her head, saying, Master, you are a great benefactor to our Meadow Elf tribe. Helping you manage the shop is but a trivial matter. How could we accept your spirit stones? Yangdong insisted. A deal is a deal. How could one work without compensation? He believed the Meadow Elves would willingly work without pay, but providing them with spirit stones would surely inspire greater loyalty and diligence. What shall we do now? Should we manage it temporarily? Ruhua asked. Yangdong responded. The shop will be temporarily closed. You 3 should draft a notice to post outside, stating that the shop is undergoing inventory and will reopen in 3 days. The 3 women then went to the counter to gather ink and paper, with some grinding ink, some cutting paper, and others writing. Meanwhile, Yangdong prepared to set up a barrier in the backyard to safeguard the several guest rooms and storerooms from intruders. Given his current cultivation level, the barrier he established would be nearly impossible for even a peak transformation stage master to breach. In the Great Zhou, the transformation stage marks the pinnacle of power, making this barrier utterly secure. Once the barrier was established, Ruhua and the others finished posting the notice and closed the shop's doors. Yangdong imparted to them the incantation to activate the barrier. Although the barrier was set up in the backyard, the shop itself remained unprotected. As customers frequently entered and exited, it was impractical to erect a barrier there. However, with many goods still in the shop, he felt uneasy without some form of protection. Instead of moving everything to the storeroom, which he found cumbersome, he decided to leave a few bone-eating soul bees to guard the premises. He promptly released 4 bone-eating soul bees from his spatial pouch. These creatures had been refined using a precious cauldron and were 5th-tier aberrant bees, capable of dealing with peak out-of-body stage masters, and they were utterly loyal to Yangdong. The 4 bone-eating soul bees hovered 3 feet above him, awaiting his command. Your task from now on is to protect this shop. Should any creature attempt to steal or cause destruction, you are to eliminate them, Yangdong instructed the bees. Ruhua and Qin Macho shivered at the sight of the peculiar bees. Yangdong, what are those? They look terrifying. Ruhua instinctively took a step back, her Yuan Ing cultivation not shielding her from a profound sense of dread towards these bone-eating soul bees. Master, are these your new spirit pets? Qin Macho asked, peeking around Yangdong with a mix of anxiety and curiosity. Angina explained, these are bone-eating soul bees, tamed by the master in the Black Fog Forest. They are even more formidable than Yuan Ing cultivators. With a slight smile, Yangdong added, these 4 bone-eating soul bees are 5th-tier aberrant bees. Even a peak out-of-body stage cultivator would find themselves at their mercy. Ruhua and Qin Macho were left astounded, their mouths agape in shock. With these 4 bone-eating soul bees guarding the shop, it was practically impenetrable. Let us return to Qingyun Sect, Yangdong said, beckoning the 3 women as they entered the backyard. making their way to a large guest room. He decided to open a teleportation portal in this room. Yang Dong retrieved another teleportation scroll from his spatial ring, reciting the activation incantation before tossing it onto the ground. The scroll transformed into a beam of light, creating an oval-shaped teleportation gateway. Yang Dong led the three women through the portal, and in the next moment, they emerged from the teleportation gate in the Bamboo Grove's meditation room. After an hour of cultivation, Xianxiaaudiobooks said, "Master, I'll return now to select 4 elves." She stood to dress, addressing Yang Dong. Yang Dong nodded slightly. "Please bring them over the day after tomorrow." Xianxiaaudiobooks acknowledged and stepped through another teleportation gate. Ru Hua and Qin Macho also left the room, each returning to their respective abodes. 2 days later, Xianxiaaudiobooks arrived with 4 young elven maidens through the teleportation gate. "We pay our respects to Master Yang." The 4 maidens greeted Yang Dong with utmost respect, bowing deeply. "Why are they all female elves?" Yang Dong observed. Noting the young maidens were all strikingly beautiful, with long legs, rosy skin, and slender figures, their features exquisite. They were nearly as lovely as Xianxiaaudiobooks. With a smile, Xianxiaaudiobooks explained, "I believe having women as attendants is more appealing to customers, so I selected 4 young and beautiful elven maidens." Yang Dong considered this reasoning and found it sound. "Then let us proceed to the capital." He and Xianxiaaudiobooks led the 4 maidens through the portal to the capital's shop's guest room. After emerging from the backyard barrier, they arrived at the front of the shop. Yang Dong then conducted a training session for the 4 elven maidens. First, they needed to familiarize themselves with the names of the goods for sale and their prices. Though these maidens were young, they were already 70 or 80 years old, thus possessing a fair knowledge of the materials used in cultivation. Even if there were some unfamiliar items, the shop provided illustrated introductions and price lists for easy reference. After 2 hours of training, the 4 maidens were fully prepared to serve as competent sales clerks. "Tomorrow, we will post a notice announcing a grand opening sale, with all items at a 10% discount." Yang Dong instructed them. "A 10% discount? Will we still make a profit?" Xianxiaaudiobooks asked, somewhat concerned. "In business, one must be flexible and adaptable," Yang Dong replied leisurely, sipping spirit tea from behind the counter. Previously, the Spirit Sword sect struggled with poor management and had little to no business. By offering a 10% discount, we are sure to attract a significant number of customers. And through low prices and high sales volume, we will earn substantial profits. Originally, he had contemplated a 20% discount, but reconsidered that it might be too aggressive and could raise suspicions. Thus, a 10% discount struck a perfect balance, promoting sales without appearing unreasonable. Subsequently, Yang Dong arranged for the 4 elven maidens to have accommodations in 2 guest rooms. The room with the teleportation portal would serve as Yang Dong's exclusive bedroom. Although he rarely visited, it was essential to have a place to stay. He also decided to reinforce the barrier around his bedroom and storeroom. Without his authorization, no one would be able to enter. By now, night had fallen, and Xianxiaaudiobooks took the 4 maidens to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Yang Dong proceeded to the storeroom, first setting up a barrier to prevent any creature from approaching. Then, he summoned his precious cauldron, enlarging it to over a yard in diameter. With a wave of his hand, items from the storeroom flew into the cauldron by category for refinement and quality enhancement. After completing the refinement, another wave returned the items to their original places but elevated their quality by a significant level, increasing their prices by at least tenfold. It took him a full half hour to finish refining all the items in the storeroom. Chapter 147, The Elven Shop. Upon exiting the storeroom, Xianxiaaudiobooks and the others had already prepared dinner. On the table lay an array of 7 or 8 delectable dishes, each exuding an enticing aroma, including exquisite delicacies of meat, eggs, and leafy greens, alongside a large jar of spirit fruit wine. A human and 5 elven maidens were more than enough to indulge in this feast. Yang Dong and Angelina settled at the table, while the 4 elven maidens stood nearby, pouring wine for the 2 of them. "Come and dine with us." Yang Dong beckoned them. The maidens hesitated, feeling somewhat shy. "If the master invites you to sit, then do so," Angelina smiled encouragingly. Finally, the 4 elven maidens, still somewhat astonished, took their seats to partake in the meal together. After dinner, Angelina turned to Yang Dong and said, "Master, I must take my leave." Yang Dong grasped her hand and smiled. "The shop opens tomorrow. You must come with Ryue and the others." Angelina replied with a smile, "Of course, but tonight, Master should stay here." She then addressed the 4 maidens. "You must attend to Master Yang well tonight. From now on, you are to address him as Master. Understood?" The 4 maidens blushed and responded, "Yes." Mississippi Yang Dong gazed at the 4 beautiful elven maidens, finally comprehending Angelina's choice in selecting them as companions. Indeed, her thoughtfulness was commendable. After she departed, one of the maidens shyly approached Yang Dong and said, "Master, let us assist you with a bath and change of attire." Although Yang Dong could have easily utilized a cleansing spell, He thought it might be enjoyable to indulge in the pleasure of a bath occasionally. An hour later, after relishing the soothing experience, Yang Dong returned to his room with the 4 elven maidens. He then imparted to them the techniques of cultivation. After 2 hours of practice, the 4 maidens fell into a deep slumber. With a wave of his hand, Yang Dong cast a spell to put them into a deeper sleep. He subsequently summoned the cauldron and, with a flick of his wrist, used spiritual energy to lift all 4 maidens and gently place them into the cauldron. Since they had all cultivated with him, he decided to refine them within the cauldron to enhance their abilities. Furthermore, this would ensure they became his devoted servants, allowing him to trust them with future tasks. A flash of white light enveloped them. Some of the maidens elevated their cultivation significantly, while others experienced a substantial enhancement in their physical constitution. However, perhaps due to their originally average physique, their improvement to a superior spiritual root constitution did not radiate an extraordinary glow. After gently returning the 4 maidens to their beds and retracting the cauldron into his being, Yang Dong lay down to rest. In the early dawn, after an hour of morning cultivation with the 4 maidens, Yang Dong declared, "I shall bestow upon you new names, Chunling, Xiaoling, Xiaoling, and Dongling." He preferred not to inquire about their previous names, opting instead for new ones to facilitate easier identification. The 4 maidens knelt in reverence, bowing their heads. "Thank you for the names, Master." If yesterday they viewed Yang Dong with admiration, they had now become his loyal and unwavering servants, fully obedient to his commands. Yang Dong raised his hand slightly. "Rise. Prepare the shop for its grand opening." "As you command, Master," the 4 maidens replied, rising to dress and exiting the room to prepare for the opening festivities. Shortly thereafter, Angelina, Ryue, and Qin Machio arrived through the portal. Remarkably, Ryue had brought along the Xianyu parrot. Upon seeing Yang Dong, the parrot eagerly began to flatter him. "Greetings, Master. After a day without seeing you, you have become even more handsome." However, upon spotting the 4 elven maidens, its eyes widened in astonishment, and it squawked, "What on earth? Where did 4 stunning beauties come from? No wonder Master didn't return last night. He must have been busy with them. You loquacious bird. If you keep flapping your beak like that, I'll have no choice but to pluck it out." Yang Dong scolded the parrot. "Master, I'm off to help them." The parrot quickly darted away, assisting the 4 maidens. The 7 women busily prepared for the shop's opening, while Yang Dong leisurely sipped on spiritual tea from behind the counter, directing their efforts. An hour later, everything was in place. Ryue and Qin Machio opened the shop doors, while Angelina lit a large string of firecrackers in front of the entrance. The firecrackers crackled loudly, drawing the attention of passers-by. The 4 elven maidens positioned several large signs in front of the shop, announcing grand opening discounts of 10% off, along with various price lists for their merchandise. The Xianyu parrot flew to the front of the shop, opened its beak, and called out, "Don't miss out. The elven shop is celebrating its grand opening with a 10% discount on everything. Hurry while supplies last. Our goods are of superior quality and reasonably priced. Your satisfaction is guaranteed." Naturally, these phrases were taught by Yang Dong. Yet the parrot delivered them with such flair that it elicited laughter from the crowd. What a remarkable bird. Its eloquence is astonishing. It would surely excel in the imperial examinations, exclaimed one onlooker. "This little creature speaks better than my own husband." Another chimed in. "An elven shop? Surely. There are so many beautiful elven maidens. Could it possibly be owned by elves?" Someone wondered aloud. "I recall this place used to be a shop of the Spirit Sword Sect. How did it transform into an elven shop?" Another commented, "These maidens are truly stunning. How delightful it would be if one could be my partner." Yang Dong, seated comfortably behind the counter, observed as the women busily collected spirit stones from customers, their faces alight with joy. Outside, many male cultivators surrounded Chunling and Xiaoling, gazing intently as they swallowed hard. A rather unsavory middle-aged cultivator approached Chunling, leering, "My dear beauty, are you truly an elf?" As he reached out to pinch her delicate, rosy cheek, Chunling was about to swat his hand away when the Xianyu parrot swooped in, fiercely pecking at the middle-aged man's lecherous hand, puncturing it with a painful hole. "Ah, how dare you!" he yelped, clutching his bleeding hand and howling like a wounded animal. "You vile lecher! If you do not leave at once, I shall peck your head until it bursts." The parrot screeched, flapping its wings defiantly at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged cultivator, pale with fright, dared not utter another word, not even a sound, as he clutched his injured palm and scurried away in disgrace. A collective gasp resonated among the onlookers. Just moments ago, they had assumed that the parrot was merely a loquacious creature. To their astonishment, it proved to be a formidable foe. The earlier assailant, a seasoned foundation establishment cultivator, had his palm pierced by the beak of the parrot, demonstrating its extraordinary prowess. If such a bird possessed such might, it was evident that this establishment was no ordinary shop. In truth, Any entity capable of operating a business on the bustling cultivator street of the capital must possess a modicum of strength and influence. Moreover, a shop situated in such a prosperous area would undoubtedly be backed by significant resources. This understanding deterred the crowd from causing any commotion. After all, how many among them were virtuous? Were it not for the enchanting elven maidens present, how could some lecherous male cultivators resist the temptation to approach and flirt? In reality, even if the Xianyu parrot had refrained from attacking the middle-aged cultivator, the lurking bone-eating dark bees would have undoubtedly intervened. These 4 bees, under Yangdong's command, were tasked with guarding the shop, ready to strike should anyone threaten the elven maidens. The middle-aged cultivator had merely intended to tease Chunling, and it was not deemed necessary for the bees to act just yet. However, should a conflict arise between Chunling and the cultivator, the bone-eating dark bees would not hesitate to eliminate him. Despite the earlier incident, it had no bearing on the shop's business. Passers-by would invariably pause to observe, and many could not resist stepping inside, with over 30% of those entering making a purchase. The 5 maidens were quite overwhelmed with the day's bustling activity. As the day swiftly passed, Yangdong ordered the shop to close after the hour of yu. The elven shop operated for only 4 hours a day, shunning any culture of overtime to ensure that Chunling and her companions had their evenings free to rest. Upon tallying the day's earnings, they amounted to over 700 superior spirit stones. Of course, the majority of these stones were of lower quality, with only a scant few being of the superior grade. The total value, after conversion, reached over 700 superior spirit stones. Given the market price, Yangdong did not harbor any grievances. His goods had been refined using the treasure cauldron, resulting in an actual cost of merely 1/10. Furthermore, these earnings could be reprocessed through the treasure cauldron, multiplying the profits tenfold. Through this 2-pronged operation, his profits soared to 100-fold. However, as time progressed, certain items and spirit stones would inevitably return to their original quality upon re-refinement. Regardless, the overall profit margin would still exceed 60 to 70 times. After dinner, the 4 elven maidens prepared a meal, and Yangdong and the 7 women gathered around the table. Following their meal, the 8 of them practiced cultivation for 2 hours. Yangdong advised Chunling and her companions to manage the shop diligently the next day, but they need not serve as hostesses to attract customers outside. The shop's reputation had already been established, rendering such efforts unnecessary. Furthermore, Yangdong and the others would not return to assist the following day, necessitating that Chunling and her fellow maidens remain in the shop to manage the operations. Little parrot, you shall stay here and help draw in customers at the entrance, Yangdong said, affectionately patting the head of the Xianyu parrot. All right, exclaimed the parrot, excitedly. Compared to the monotony of Qingyun Sect, it preferred the lively atmosphere of the shop. With the Xianyu parrot enticing customers at the front, Chunling and her companions could manage the shop effectively, fortified by the presence of the 4 bone-eating dark bees, leaving Yangdong feeling at ease. Henceforth, he would only need to return each evening to assess the earnings and collect the spirit stones. Accompanied by 3 women, Yangdong returned to his residence via the teleportation portal. I now possess an abundance of spirit stones, he informed them. Feel free to absorb as many as you wish to expedite your cultivation. Should anyone's progress lag, I shall not hesitate to discipline them. Yes, master, the 3 women replied with smiles. Presently, like Ingina and Qin Mo, Ruhua had also grown accustomed to addressing Yangdong as master. Very well, return to your cultivation. No slacking off. Yangdong waved his hand. Qin Mo and Ruhua departed, while Ingina, though miles away, found it easier to return home through the teleportation portal. Yangdong then retrieved 300 superior spirit stones and began absorbing them. With a substantial quantity of spirit stones at his disposal, he aimed to break through to the great ascension stage within a year, thereafter traveling to the 4 corners of the world before advancing to the middle continent. The 300 superior spirit stones were quickly absorbed, providing only a slight increase to his cultivation at the transformation stage. Subsequently, Yangdong sat cross-legged and commenced the operation of the primordial qi refinement technique, with his pores rapidly drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. The following day, after rising, Chunling and her 3 companions busied themselves with the shop's opening. After consuming a spiritual fruit, the Xianyu parrot flew out of the shop and perched on the sign, energetically announcing, "We are open. Esteemed patrons, don't miss out. Our products are of exceptional quality at discounted prices, with a 10% discount store-wide. Welcome." With the parrot's enthusiastic call, passers-by chuckled and flocked to the shop, some selecting items while others admired the beautiful elven maidens. A few women even engaged the parrot in playful banter, eliciting peals of laughter from the avian creature. Several streets away, the Qingyun Sect had opened a grand shop, primarily selling elixirs, with spiritual herbs and other cultivation items as supplementary offerings. The Qingyun Sect's business thrived, bolstered by the efficacy of their elixirs in aiding dual cultivation for both men and women. Male cultivators benefited from the dragon essence and tiger ferocity elixirs, while female cultivators found the effects of the marvelous elixir unparalleled. Due to their remarkable results, not only cultivators, but also ordinary individuals flocked to purchase these elixirs. Crucially, the elixirs developed by the Qingyun Sect posed no adverse effects on the human body and were rather beneficial to health. Consequently, the Qingyun Sect profited immensely from their specially crafted Qingyun elixirs. At this moment, Steward Qiu of the Qingyun Sect, accompanied by 2 disciples, exited the shop. They had been dispatched by Elder Qin to investigate the newly opened elven shop on the Cultivator Street. Although the 2 shops were separated by several miles, news of the elven shop's opening had swiftly spread throughout the Cultivator Street. The elven shop's business would not significantly impact that of the Qingyun Sect. Elder Qin was primarily interested in the alluring elven maidens. Therefore, he instructed Steward Qiu to assess the situation and ascertain the background of the elven shop's owner. As long as they were not affiliated with one of the other major sects or noble families, the Qingyun Sect would not regard them as a threat. Upon arriving at the elven shop, Steward Qiu spotted a parrot perched on the sign, enticing customers. "Interesting. Let us go inside and take a look," he declared, gesturing for his 2 disciples to follow him boldly into the shop. Upon entering, Steward Qiu's gaze was immediately captivated by the 4 stunningly beautiful elven maidens, rendering him momentarily stiff. Chapter 149, Worthless. Though Steward Qiu had encountered numerous beauties in his lifetime, he had never before beheld elven maidens of such breathtaking beauty. He swallowed hard, his mind already indulging in fantasies of dual cultivation with these enchanting maidens. As a steward of the Qingyun Sect, he had reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, possessing a certain degree of strength. The 2 disciples trailing behind Steward Qiu were unable to contain their growing impatience. As ordinary disciples of the Qingyun Sect, they were fortunate to share even a fraction of a female companion. How could they not be stirred by the sight of such a stunning female elf? Yet, these disciples were also acutely aware of their own limitations. Even if the elders managed to acquire several of these enchanting elves, they would remain far from their reach. They would be fortunate to merely observe, let alone partake in any indulgence. Steward Qiu approached the counter, feigning interest in the assorted goods displayed, yet his gaze lingered upon the voluptuous form of Chunling. Chunling, suppressing her displeasure, inquired, "Esteemed friend, what is it that you wish to purchase?" Qiu rapped his fingers against the counter, countering her question with another. "Who is the proprietor of this establishment?" Chunling replied icily, "What concern is that of yours? We welcome purchases. But should you seek to pry into matters beyond that, I have nothing to disclose." "Ah, such a fiery temperament." Qiu inwardly scoffed, yet he refrained from showing any ire. With a sly glance, he pointed to the spiritual fruit section of the display. "I would like that spiritual fruit, please." It was a top-tier spiritual fruit of the Xian rank, priced at 10 superior spirit stones. Chunling retrieved the fruit, presenting it to Steward Qiu. As he reached for it, he deliberately grasped her hand, holding it captive. "What are you doing? Let go." Chunling's face flushed with anger, attempting to withdraw her hand, only to find it firmly ensnared by Qiu. At that moment, a bone-eating dark bee descended from the beams of the shop, piercing through Qiu's grasp on Chunling's arm. "Ah!" Qiu cried out in agony, releasing his hold on Chunling and staggering back, nearly losing his balance. "Steward Qiu, what has happened?" The 2 disciples rushed to support him, their faces a mask of shock. They had not witnessed the incident clearly and were taken aback by Qiu's sudden retreat and scream. In truth, not only the 2 disciples, but even Steward Qiu himself was at a loss regarding the cause of his distress. The 5th-tier aberrant bee was comparable to a peak-level exit refinement cultivator, rendering Qiu, a mere golden core realm practitioner, as insignificant as an ant before such a creature. A sudden numbness coursed through his arm, followed by excruciating pain that felt as though his very bones were being gnawed upon by countless insects, causing his body to tremble and convulse. Qiu's agonized cries drew the astonished gazes of those in the shop, igniting a flurry of speculation. "What has transpired? What is wrong with him? Just now, I saw him touching that female elf without letting go. Surely he has met his comeuppance. It seems he is a lecher, and deserves his fate. Does he not realize that to engage a female elf as a shop assistant implies a formidable backing for this establishment? I did not observe that female elf retaliating. Why then does he scream so terribly?" One disciple of the Qingyun Sect pointed accusingly at Chunling. "You wicked enchantress! What have you done to Steward Qiu?" Chunling, fighting to restrain her fury, retorted, "I did nothing to him. He was the one who indecently grasped my hand. Did you not witness that?" The disciple was about to respond when another disciple intervened, whispering urgently, "Sango, cease your words. Save your own life." At this, the disciple known as Sango was suddenly struck by realization. If even their steward Qiu had inexplicably fallen victim to an ambush, what chance did they, mere qi refinement disciples, have? Thus, they dared not utter another word, hurriedly assisting the howling Qiu out of the shop, making their way back to the Qingyun Sect. By the time they returned, Steward Qiu had succumbed to his agony, lifeless. Who had brought about the demise of Steward Qiu? In the rear courtyard of the Qingyun Sect shop, Elder Qin gazed upon Qiu's corpse, his expression darkened to an extreme. He employed his vision to inspect the remains, noting with intrigue that all the bones within Qiu's body had rotted, an exceedingly strange occurrence. The only external injury was a small puncture in his arm, the nature of which remained a mystery. The two disciples recounted the events with trembling voices, yet they were utterly oblivious to the source of Qiu's injury. Incompetent fools. Elder Qin scolded furiously, aghast that a steward had been slain in public without any knowledge of the assailant. It was evident that a formidable figure lurked within the elf shop, likely possessing at least the cultivation level of the nascent soul realm. But what of it? To dare to slay a steward of the Qingyun Sect, one of the 9 great sects, demanded retribution. Come, we shall pay a visit to the elf shop. Elder Qin commanded with a grave tone. Thus, he led a cadre of over a dozen disciples towards the elf shop. Meanwhile, the shop remained bustling with customers, its thriving business undeterred by the earlier incident. For cultivators, skirmishes and bloodshed were commonplace. Yet, Chunling and her companions felt a gnawing anxiety. Though the earlier patrons had departed, they were certain that this matter would not be laid to rest. Should a powerful being arrive to wreak havoc upon their establishment, capturing them to serve nefarious cultivators, they would prefer death instead. As the 4 elven maidens wrestled with their trepidation, Elder Qin and his entourage arrived outside the shop. Welcome. The Xianyu parrot perched upon the sign called out to Elder Qin and his group. The foolish bird, oblivious to the ill intent of the newcomers, mistook their arrival for a sign of impending business. Elder Qin squinted at the parrot on the sign, discerning that it was no ordinary creature. Even with his nascent soul realm cultivation, he could not fathom its true nature. Could it be a 4th-tier aberrant bird? Hiss. Elder Qin inhaled sharply, astonished that a 4th-tier aberrant bird was employed to attract customers. Who exactly was the proprietor of this establishment? Elder Qin was filled with astonishment, immediately tempering his earlier demeanor. Despite being a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, he did not dare act recklessly. Regardless, the murder of a steward from the Qingyun Sect could not go unpunished. If he failed to uncover the truth today, he would be unable to report back to the sect. You all remain outside, Elder Qin instructed his disciples, before entering the shop with one of the stewards and the 2 disciples who had previously aided Qiu. Upon entering, Elder Qin and his companions were instantly captivated by the 4 stunning elven maidens. Such breathtaking beauty. No wonder Steward Qiu could not restrain himself from seizing the hand of one of the elves, ultimately costing him his life. Reflecting upon Qiu's tragic end, Elder Qin felt as though he had been doused with a bucket of cold water. The lustful flames within him were extinguished. He must maintain composure. There was undoubtedly a powerful presence within this shop. Chapter 150. Those who dare to harm my women shall die. Elder Qin silently admonished himself, taking a deep breath as he surveyed the shop. Yet, he failed to detect the presence of that formidable entity, which only heightened his unease. The inability to sense such a powerful being implied that this entity was beyond his own cultivation level. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to remain unaware. Nevertheless, having arrived, he was determined to uncover the truth. The 4 elven maidens, upon seeing Elder Qin and his entourage enter, recognized 2 of them as the disciples who had previously assisted Steward Qiu. A chill ran down their spines. Indeed, they had come seeking trouble. Who is the owner of this establishment? Elder Qin scanned the 4 maidens before asking in a low, grave voice. Chunling replied, Our master is not present. May I inquire about your business? Elder Qin let out a cold snort, declaring, I am an elder of the Qingyun Sect. Just moments ago, one of our deacons was unjustly slain by you. You owe us an explanation for this matter. By proclaiming his identity, Elder Qin intended for the powerful entity lurking in the shadows to hear, dissuading them from acting recklessly against him. After all, the Qingyun Sect ranks 3rd among the 9 great sects of the Great Zhou. Who would dare provoke such a formidable force? The 4 elven maidens exchanged glances. Having long resided in the Black Fog Forest, they were utterly ignorant of the Qingyun Sect's vast influence. Yet, upon hearing the sect's name, they understood it was not a conventional cultivation sect. At that moment, the dozen or so patrons in the shop displayed astonishment upon hearing Elder Qin's declaration. Most of these individuals were cultivators and were well aware of the Qingyun Sect's might. Consequently, they hastily exited the establishment, wishing to avoid any collateral damage. Calmly, Chunling explained. Elder, that man approached and inappropriately touched my hand. Elder Qin scoffed. He merely touched your hand. It's not as if you lost a piece of flesh. Yet you killed him. This is truly merciless. Chunling, incensed, bit her lip, retorting, "My hand is not something any man can touch so casually. Furthermore, I did not kill him." Xiaoling, Xiaoling, and Dongling chimed in, vehemently denying any involvement in the death of Deacon Xiao. Elder Qin discreetly probed the auras of the elven maidens, realizing that the most powerful among them was merely at the golden core stage. It was impossible for them to have slain Deacon Xiao without anyone noticing. Thus, the true assailant must have been the powerful being concealed within the shop. However, this entity remained hidden. If a disturbance were to arise, that being would undoubtedly intervene. Acknowledging the formidable strength of this hidden figure, Elder Qin felt he had no chance of victory and thus refrained from taking action against the 4 elven maidens. Faced with a dilemma, he was reluctant to leave in defeat, but also hesitant to capture the maidens. After some contemplation, he inquired, "Who is the owner of your elven shop?" Chunling replied coldly, "You are not worthy to know my master's name." Elder Qin felt a surge of anger but dared not express it, knowing that a formidable being, possibly at the out-of-body stage, lurked in the shadows. Clearly, he would have to endure this indignity for now and return to report to the sect master later. "Tell your master that we of the Qingyun Sect will seek justice for this matter." With that, Elder Qin left with his disciples, their retreating figures a testament to their defeat. Once Elder Qin and his entourage departed, the 4 elven maidens breathed a sigh of relief. "Chunling, should we report this to our master now?" Xiaoling asked. Chunling shook her head. "Our master will arrive later to take stock. We can inform him then. Even if we wish to report this now, we cannot." Xiaoling and the others agreed, for the teleportation portal was in their master's room, which was shielded by a barrier they could not breach. Fortunately, the Qingyun Sect did not return to cause further trouble that afternoon. After the hour of Yu, the 4 maidens prepared to send off the shop, and Yang Dong emerged from the teleportation portal. "Greetings, master." The 4 elven maidens greeted him with graceful bows. "How was business today?" Yang Dong inquired with a smile. In response to master, "It was about the same as yesterday." Chunling recounted the incident with the Qingyun Sect's deacon, his unwarranted advances and subsequent death, along with Elder Qin's inquiry. Yang Dong's expression darkened, his voice cold as ice. "The audacity of the Qingyun Sect to harass my women. Fortunately, I had the foresight to leave behind 4 bone-eating dark bees. Otherwise, Chunling and the others might have been forcibly taken by the Qingyun Sect." Though the deacon had perished at the hands of the bees, Yang Dong was not one to let this matter rest. Since Elder Qin demanded an explanation, he would ensure they provided one, an eye for an eye. A murderous glint flashed in Yang Dong's eyes as he vanished from sight. In the backyard hall of the Qingyun Sect's shop, Elder Qin and 3 deacons were engaged in discussion. Earlier that afternoon, Elder Qin had dispatched 1 deacon back to the sect to report the incident. Typically, cultivators could relay information through sound transmission talismans, but their range was limited to about 10,000 miles. Given that the Qingyun Sect was located 30 to 40,000 miles away, only a powerful being at the transformation stage could transmit messages over such distances. Who could possibly own this elven shop? Elves were a rarity in the Great Zhou, and their origins were a mystery. Which of the great sects could claim them as spirit pets? Among the 9 great sects, Elder Qin had never heard of any that possessed elves. Just as Elder Qin and the deacons were mulling over these questions, a handsome young man clad in a moon-white robe suddenly materialized in the center of the hall, standing with an air of celestial grace. The sight left Elder Qin and the deacons in shock. This unexpected appearance alone suggested that his cultivation level far surpassed that of Elder Qin. "Who are you? What business do you have with the Qingyun Sect?" Elder Qin demanded, taking a deep breath to steady himself, as they had not participated in the last 9 great sects competition and thus did not recognize Yang Dong. The other 3 deacons braced themselves for battle, prepared to strike as soon as Elder Qin made a move. Yang Dong's voice was frosty. "You dare to harass my women? Truly a death wish." Elder Qin was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly realized, his eyes widening. "You are the master of those 4 elven maidens?" Understanding dawned upon him. Without another word, Yang Dong waved his hand. Boom, 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 boom. The bodies of Elder Qin and the 3 deacons exploded into a mist of blood, raining down upon the hall. Hearing the commotion, the remaining disciples of the Qingyun Sect rushed to the shop, only to be met with a terrifying surge of spiritual power emanating from Yang Dong, which consumed them all, turning them into blood mist. After a thorough search, Yang Dong gathered all the items and spirit stones from the Qingyun Sect's shop into several large storage bags, taking everything with him. Upon returning to the shop, he found that Chunling and the other maidens had prepared dinner. After sharing a meal with the 4 elven maidens, the 5 engaged in 2 hours of cultivation together. Subsequently, Yang Dong returned to his residence in the Qingyun Sect's bamboo forest through the teleportation portal. Summoning his treasure cauldron, he refined all the items he had just seized from the Qingyun Sect. Following the refinement, the total value of the spirit stones and items exceeded 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Not bad, a tidy profit, Yang Dong remarked with an uncontainable smile. He now possessed over a dozen spatial rings, most with a capacity of 10,000 cubic meters, while a few were only 1,000 cubic meters, ample for his current needs. As for storage bags, he had dozens, alongside several hundred available for sale in the shop. I should refine the storage bags again to see if I can produce a few more universe bags. Currently, I only have one. And as my army of spirit pets grows, one universe bag will surely not suffice. Besides, having extras would allow me to gift one to each of my lovely companions. With this thought, Yang Dong tossed the dozens of storage bags into the cauldron for refinement, all of which had undergone secondary refinement. 5 storage bags were refined into a vast Qingyun bag measuring 10,000 cubic meters, while the remaining dozens of storage bags reverted to their original sizes. These dozens of bags would be taken to the shop for sale the following day, after which more bags could be acquired from the shop to be refined again for convenient use. With the treasure tripod returned to his body, Yang Dong began to focus intently on his cultivation. The next morning, a group of mountain patrolling disciples was surveying the area outside the barrier. Suddenly, a strange bird soared from the distance, its speed astonishing. Several disciples looked up in astonishment, only to see a golden-winged flame eagle with a wingspan exceeding 30 feet. The mountain patrol overseer and several disciples turned pale with fear. This was a 5th-tier exotic bird, with power comparable to that of an out-of-body realm expert, capable of incinerating them all with a mere breath of flame. However, what truly instilled dread in the patrolling disciples was not the golden-winged flame eagle itself, but rather the man in black robes seated upon its back. He was none other than the master of the heavenly demon sect, the soul-extinguishing sovereign. This is bad. The soul-extinguishing sovereign is here to kill again. Quickly return to the sect and report to Elder Yang and the sect master. The overseer activated a communication talisman. As he ignited the talisman, it soared into the sky, bursting with a brilliant explosion of light. Not good. The soul-extinguishing sovereign is on his way. Hurry. Inform the sect master and Elder Yang to prepare to confront him. The overseer and several disciples rushed into the barrier, their voices raised in terror. Perched upon the golden-winged flame eagle, the soul-extinguishing sovereign regarded the frightened disciples with a bemused expression. Am I truly that fearsome? He mused, touching his own face in bewilderment. The alarm bells of the Qingyun Sect rang loudly, and countless cultivators rushed out, their faces etched with shock and anxiety. What's happening? The soul-extinguishing sovereign is coming again. Surely not. Didn't the heavenly demon sect and our Qingyun Sect agree to coexist peacefully? Indeed. The sovereign publicly declared that any disrespect towards the Qingyun Sect would be seen as disrespect to the heavenly demon sect. How can he suddenly change his stance? Do you truly believe the words of such a villain? It's merely a ruse to lull us into complacency. This is dire. The soul-extinguishing sovereign is a formidable entity at the transformation realm. Our Qingyun Sect is likely to face grave peril. Fear not, with Elder Yang around. We shall surely defeat the sovereign. The disciples of Qingyun Sect murmured amongst themselves, a mixture of tension, expectation, and self-reassurance evident in their voices. At that moment, Chu Yun and several elders also soared into the air. Why has this demon returned? Chu Yun thought, glancing at the soul-extinguishing sovereign seated upon the golden-winged flame eagle. A sense of foreboding gripping his heart. Everyone stay calm. Follow me to investigate. With Elder Yang's spirit pets here, the sovereign should think twice before causing trouble. Upon hearing their leader, the disciples felt a slight sense of relief as they noticed several exotic beasts approaching, all at least 5th tier or above, capable of dealing with the sovereign. Thus, Chu Yun led a dozen elders, followed by the exotic beasts, out of the barrier to confront the soul-extinguishing sovereign. Chu Yun halted 10 paces from the sovereign and cupped his hands in greeting. May I inquire what brings you to the Qingyun Sect, esteemed sovereign? The sovereign returned the gesture respectfully. Sect Master Chu, I have come to seek Elder Yang. I kindly ask you to escort me inside. Seeking Elder Yang? Chu Yun and the elders immediately felt a wave of relief wash over them, given the sovereign's courteous demeanor and his solitary arrival. It seemed he was not there to cause chaos. Moreover, with Yang Dong's strength capable of suppressing the sovereign, the latter would likely refrain from making any rash moves. What Chu Yun and the others did not realize was that the soul-extinguishing sovereign had already attained mid-stage in the Void Return realm. Far beyond the transformation realm, he had been merely months prior. Nevertheless, given Yang Dong's current capabilities at the transformation realm, he could indeed contend with someone of the Void Return realm. Your presence is most welcome at our Qingyun Sect, esteemed sovereign, Chu Yun said with a warm smile, gesturing for the sovereign to proceed. The sovereign, mounted on the golden-winged flame eagle, followed Chu Yun and the elders into the barrier, heading towards the main peak of Qingyun Sect. At that moment, Yang Dong stood with his hands clasped behind his back atop the main peak, observing as his senior brothers led the sovereign towards him. having heard the communication signal from within his dwelling. He had come out to witness the arrival of the soul-extinguishing sovereign, a faint smile gracing his lips. As Qingyun and the sovereign reached the summit, ready to convey the situation to Yangdong, the sovereign had already leapt down from the eagle's back and respectfully bowed to Yangdong. I, the soul-extinguishing sovereign, pay my respects to Elder Yang. Yangdong stood with his hands behind his back, slightly nodding in acknowledgement. Qingyun and the elders exchanged astonished glances. How could the sovereign treat Yangdong with such deference? This was no mere gesture between sect leaders. It was a sign of a disciple bowing to his master. Yangdong, however, merely offered a slight nod, embodying the demeanor of an elder acknowledging a junior. This was the soul-extinguishing sovereign, not some insignificant lackey. Qingyun addressed the sovereign. Esteemed sovereign, please take a seat in the grand hall. The sovereign did not respond, his gaze fixed on Yangdong. Yangdong smiled gently. There is no need for such formalities. The sovereign has come to converse with me. Let us simply sit here. With Yangdong's words, Qingyun felt reassured and made no further objections. Sovereign, please follow me, Yangdong said, turning to lead the way to his bamboo abode. The soul-extinguishing sovereign followed Yangdong into the bamboo house. Once inside, he knelt and bowed deeply. I, the soul-extinguishing sovereign, pay my respects to my master. Yangdong took a seat, raising his hand slightly. Rise. The sovereign stood up. Yangdong sipped some spiritual tea and casually asked, have you come today for any particular matter? The sovereign replied, there is no urgent matter. I simply wish to pay my respects to my master after several months of absence and to seek your guidance. Yangdong chuckled lightly. You are already several centuries old. I have little to teach you. However, do share the current state of the Heavenly Demon Sect. The sovereign responded, reporting to my master. The Heavenly Demon Sect has a total of 103,000 disciples, with 108 branches spread across various nations in the Tianluo domain. The Demon Emperor's cultivation has reportedly reached the pinnacle of the integration realm, with the 4 major demon kings at the initial stage of integration realm or above, and the 8 major demon envoys all exceeding the void return realm. Additionally, there are 108 sovereigns, all at least at the transformation realm, with over 1,000 elders in the out-of-body realm. Is the Demon Emperor truly at the pinnacle of the integration realm? Yangdong gasped in astonishment. With his current strength, he could not possibly contend with the Demon Emperor head-on. It was indeed wise to have refined the soul-extinguishing sovereign into a servant. Had he chosen to kill the sovereign outright, the Demon Emperor would most certainly have dispatched envoys to investigate. Of course, with Yangdong's overall strength, dealing with a single envoy would be more than manageable. Nevertheless, this posed a significant risk to the Qingyun Sect. With the soul-extinguishing sovereign as his servant, the Demon Emperor would likely refrain from causing him trouble for the time being. After another year of development, Yangdong was confident that he could achieve at least the integration realm, at which point, even if the Demon Emperor himself came, he would have no reason to fear. Indeed, through the Heavenly Destruction Treasure Mirror and the Chaotic Treasure Tripod, he could directly subjugate the Demon Emperor as a servant. However, it was best to proceed step by step. First, summon the Demon Envoy and subjugate him as a servant. Next, bring forth the Demon King and likewise bind him as a thrall. Ultimately, storm the Celestial Demon Sect and subdue the Demon Emperor, refining him into a servant within the Sacred Cauldron. At that juncture, the entire Celestial Demon Sect shall fall under his dominion. Yangdong's mind swiftly traversed these considerations. Hence, it is indeed possible to fabricate some disturbances that would compel the Demon Emperor to dispatch the Demon Envoy. However, it would be prudent for the Qingyun Sect not to be implicated in such provocations, lest they attract calamity upon themselves. As Yangdong sipped his spiritual tea, contemplation ensued, leading him to recall the events of the previous day when the Xianxiahuan Sect's store was obliterated. The annihilation of the Xianxiahuan Sect's establishment in the capital, along with the slaughter of its elder, would undoubtedly prompt an investigation. Moreover, it would not be long before the trail led back to the elven shop. The Xianxiahuan Sect is no ordinary sect. It is a superlative sect of considerable might, and Yangdong was not inclined to confront them directly at this moment. Engaging them could prove exceedingly troublesome and might even bring disaster upon the Qingyun Sect. Thus, he could utilize the Celestial Demon Sect as a means to contend with the Xianxiahuan Sect. With this thought in mind, Yangdong inquired of the soul-extinguishing elder, do you possess any information regarding the Xianxiahuan Sect? As the esteemed subsect leader of the Celestial Demon Sect, the soul-extinguishing elder surely held extensive knowledge of the entire Tianluo domain, including substantial intelligence on the Xianxiahuan Sect. The soul-extinguishing elder responded, might I inquire whether the master seeks information pertaining to the Xianxiahuan Sect of the Great Zhou or that of the entire Tianluo domain? Yangdong replied, naturally, I seek information regarding the Xianxiahuan Sect across the entirety of the Tianluo domain. The soul-extinguishing elder continued, The Xianxiaaudiobooks sect boasts over 90 subsects, with a total disciple count exceeding 1 million. The sect leader, Xianxiadrama, has attained the nascent stage of integration, and beneath him, there are 4 great kings of desire, each above the void return realm. Dozens of desire envoys have reached the pinnacle of the spirit transformation stage. While their numbers may rival those of the celestial demon sect, their overall strength pales in comparison. It seems the situation is not as dire as it appears. Yangdong mused. Soul extinguishing, you shall lead a contingent to annihilate the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect within the Great Zhou. Understood, the soul extinguishing elder replied with a bow. Asking no further questions, Yangdong's word was law. He would execute the order without hesitation, even if it meant facing the demon emperor himself. Do you not wish to know my reasoning for this directive? Yangdong asked with a smile, regarding the soul extinguishing elder. The master's command is sufficient. I require no further understanding or inquiry. Execution is my duty, the soul extinguishing elder affirmed. Pleased, Yangdong nodded. Your actions against the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect will surely send shockwaves through their ranks, inciting conflict between the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect and the celestial demon sect. Should the demon emperor question your motives, what shall you say? I shall claim that the sect leader of the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect abducted my woman, inciting my wrath to annihilate their sect, the soul extinguishing elder responded. Yangdong erupted into laughter. That rationale is indeed most compelling. Now, go forth and attend to your mission. Your subordinate takes leave. The soul extinguishing elder bowed and departed. Now, Yangdong could only await the unfolding spectacle with anticipation, lifting his teacup and revealing a smirk of mischief. Meanwhile, within the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect leader Xia Chonglu was enraptured in intimate training with 8 beautiful female disciples in the grand hall. Just then, a disciple hurriedly entered, kneeling on the ground, and proclaimed loudly, "Sect leader, grave news. Elder Qin and all disciples stationed at the capital shop have been slain, and all spiritual stones and items within the shop have been plundered." What? Xia Chonglu rose abruptly from a female disciple's embrace, donning his robe with a countenance of shock and anger. Summon all elders to the grand hall for a council. Yes, sect leader, the disciple complied, departing swiftly. Moments later, over 100 elders from both inner and outer sects gathered in the grand hall, bowing respectfully to Xia Chonglu. The sudden assembly of all elders indicated a serious matter at hand. Some elders had already surmised the situation, while others, lost in their own cultivation, appeared bewildered, unaware of the unfolding crisis. Xia Chonglu took his seat at the head of the hall, the 8 alluring disciples standing behind him. He surveyed the gathered elders and spoke in a grave tone. I have just received word that our Xianxiaaudiobooks sect shop in the capital has been attacked. Elder Qin and all disciples have been murdered, and all spiritual stones and items have been looted. Upon hearing this, the hall erupted into chaos. Who dares to act so recklessly, to slay our elders and plunder our shop? This is sheer audacity, a foolhardy endeavor. In the Great Zhou, I cannot fathom who would dare to rob our Xianxiaaudiobooks sect's establishment. Aside from the celestial demon sect and the Taishu sect, no other sect would be so brazen as to provoke us, would they? The celestial demon sect has always maintained a cordial relationship with us. While the Taishu sect prides itself on righteousness, they would not stoop to such heinous acts of murder and robbery, surely. It seems the work of rogue cultivators. Which rogue cultivator would dare to provoke our Xianxiaaudiobooks sect? The elders debated fervently, speculating on the identity of the perpetrator. Xia Chonglu raised his hand, and the hall fell silent. Yesterday, Elder Qin sent word that a new elven shop had opened in the capital's Cultivator Street. Elder Qin dispatched an enforcer to investigate, only to be slain by the elven shop's personnel. This matter appears connected to the elven shop. Upon hearing Xia Chonglu's words, the elders nodded in agreement. Who is behind this elven shop that would dare to kill our enforcer? Its background must be formidable, or they would not act with such audacity. Could it be that the forces supporting the elven shop are indeed behind this attack on our establishment? Regardless of who stands behind the elven shop, we must eradicate them. Indeed, let us dispatch a force to the capital and lay waste to the elven shop. Just as the elders clamored in fury, a disciple rushed into the grand hall, half kneeling on the ground, and cried out, "Sect leader, the soul-extinguishing elder has personally led thousands of disciples aboard 3 flying vessels to the sect's boundary." At this proclamation, astonishment spread across the faces of the over 100 elders in the hall. Even Xia Chonglu, seated at the head, was left speechless. The soul-extinguishing elder leading thousands of disciples from the celestial demon sect to the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect. What could this mean? Such a display did not suggest friendly overtures, but rather an ominous approach. Although the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect and the celestial demon sect are both considered malevolent sects within the cultivation world and have historically maintained a cordial relationship, they had never experienced significant conflict. Even when disputes arose between disciples, they were swiftly resolved. Yet today, the soul-extinguishing elder, accompanied by thousands of disciples from the celestial demon sect, approached with palpable hostility. Xia Chonglu inhaled deeply, regardless of the circumstances. He resolved to confront the soul-extinguishing elder and discern his intentions. "Let us proceed and welcome the soul-extinguishing elder," he declared. Outside the grand array of the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect, the soul-extinguishing elder stood poised on the largest of the flying vessels. He was confident that the sect leader would come forth to meet his demise. There was no need for haste in assaulting the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect. The elders of the celestial demon sect who accompanied the soul-extinguishing elder were equally perplexed. Although the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect and the celestial demon sect had not formally allied, they were considered to be on the same side. Why would the elders suddenly initiate such a large-scale offensive against the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect? This was decidedly peculiar. Should the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect be annihilated, it would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences, and the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect would not let the matter rest lightly. In such a scenario, the clash between the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect and the celestial demon sect would be inevitable, and the demon emperor would likely blame the soul-extinguishing elder for the fallout. Though the elders were utterly perplexed as to why the soul extinguisher suddenly seemed to have lost his senses and sought the annihilation of the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect, none dared to voice their inquiries, fearing the ire of the soul extinguisher might bring down a fatal strike upon them. Moments later, the sect leader of Xianxiaaudiobooks, Xia Chonglu, emerged from the barrier, accompanied by over 100 elders and thousands of disciples. He soared to within 10 zhang of the soul extinguisher, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, and said, "I was unaware of your esteemed presence. I apologize for my failure to offer a proper welcome. I hope you will not take offense." The soul extinguisher replied nonchalantly, "It matters not. Your demise is merely a matter of time. I am in no haste for this moment." Upon hearing these words, Xia Chongliu's countenance shifted dramatically. The elders and disciples of Xianxiaaudiobooks sect also transformed, their expressions betraying the gravity of the situation. They had previously doubted that the soul extinguisher had come seeking conflict. But now they grasped the chilling truth. He was not merely here to confront them, but to obliterate their entire lineage. Furious, Xia Chonglu exclaimed, "Soul extinguisher. What do you mean by such words?" "What do I mean?" The soul extinguisher retorted with a cold snort. "Xia Chonglu, are you truly unaware of the transgressions committed by your Xianxiaaudiobooks sect?" He deliberately posed the question in a way that compelled Xia Chonglu to ponder. Rapidly, Xia Chongliu's mind raced. When had Xianxiaaudiobooks sect ever offended the heavenly demon sect? Suddenly, he recalled the incident involving the elven shop. If there were any significant troubles that Xianxiaaudiobooks had stirred, it could only be this. The steward of Xianxiaaudiobooks had harassed the female elf of the shop and was subsequently killed, further inciting the wrath of the assailants who obliterated the entire Xianxiaaudiobooks shop in the dead of night. This indeed aligned with the notorious style of the heavenly demon sect and the volatile temperament of the soul extinguisher. Now, with the soul extinguisher leading thousands of disciples from the heavenly demon sect, could it be that he was here to deliver a warning to Xianxiaaudiobooks? With this realization, Xia Chonglu struggled to contain his fury and gravely asked, "Could it be that you have come for the matter concerning the elven shop?" The soul extinguisher, originally sent by Yang Dong to eradicate Xianxiaaudiobooks sect, found any pretext unnecessary. Hearing Xia Chongliu's inquiry, he sneered, "Since you are already aware, why not end your own life in atonement?" Xia Chonglu could no longer restrain himself, fury boiling over as he retorted, "Soul extinguisher, do not push me too far. While it is true that our steward harassed your elf, he too was slain by your hand. Furthermore, your destruction of our shop in the capital is already 1,000-fold retribution. Yet now, you demand that I take my own life in atonement? This is utterly absurd. Do you truly believe Xianxiaaudiobooks sect is made of clay?" At this moment, the elders and disciples of Xianxiaaudiobooks sect shared in the indignation and despair. All of this turmoil for merely teasing a female elf? The soul extinguisher sought to annihilate their entire sect. Such brutality was that of a merciless tyrant. Meanwhile, the elders of the heavenly demon sect finally began to comprehend the situation. It became clear that a disciple of Xianxiaaudiobooks had harassed the elf beloved by the soul extinguisher, which explained his furious intent to destroy Xianxiaaudiobooks. The elders mused among themselves, wondering how the soul extinguisher had even come to possess such a beautiful elf. But as they pondered, their thoughts began to stray. Observing the enraged Xia Chonglu, the soul extinguisher ceased his words and unleashed a powerful spell. A blood-red light surged forth like a tidal wave towards Xia Chonglu and the assembly of Xianxiaaudiobooks sect elders. The might of a being at the void return stage was terrifying beyond measure. Xia Chongliu's face paled. The force of this spell far exceeded that of a being at the god transformation stage. Without hesitation, Xia Chonglu poured all his cultivation into a counterstrike. Simultaneously, the elders of Xianxiaaudiobooks sect joined in unison, casting their spells toward the soul extinguisher. In an instant, a multitude of brilliant lights, infused with magical energy, collided with the terrifying blood-red light. A thunderous roar erupted as the two colossal forces clashed. The vibrant lights shattered against the blood-red radiance, dissolving into nothingness. The blood-red light retained its ferocity, crashing upon Xia Chonglu and the Hahuan elders like a monstrous wave. Boom, boom, boom. Xia Chonglu and over 100 elders of Hahuan sect were obliterated, their very souls extinguished. Xia Chonglu, the sect leader of Hahuan, was merely at the pinnacle of the out-of-body realm. Only a handful of the elders had reached the out-of-body stage, while the majority were merely at the nascent soul stage. In the face of the soul extinguisher, a being of the void return stage, they were akin to ants. The vast disparity in cultivation levels rendered their numbers meaningless. The elders of the Heavenly Demon sect watched in wide-eyed shock. They had believed the soul extinguisher would prevail, but they could never have imagined that he would annihilate the sect leader and over 100 elders with a single strike. This was a display of power that far surpassed anything they had witnessed before, exceeding even the limits of the god transformation stage, likely rivaling that of the demon envoy. The disciples of Hahuan sect were paralyzed with fear, their hearts trembling. To them, the soul extinguisher was an embodiment of terror, as if a demon had descended upon them. The soul extinguisher coldly commanded, "What are you all waiting for? Annihilate the Hahuan sect." Chapter 154. The sect leader of Hahuan, Xianxiafan's. At last, the elders of the Heavenly Demon sect snapped out of their stupor, leading thousands of disciples to surge into the ranks of Hahuan sect. With no elders left to defend, Hahuan sect stood no chance against the Heavenly Demon sect. In mere moments, thousands of disciples were slaughtered. Subsequently, the soul extinguisher unleashed a spell that shattered the Hahuan sect's barrier, allowing 3 flying vessels to penetrate the sect's interior, commencing the plunder of Hahuan sect. The news of Hahuan's destruction swiftly reverberated throughout the Great Zhou, akin to the detonation of a nuclear bomb, shocking the entire realm of cultivation. In both Qingyun City and the capital, discussions erupted fervently regarding this unprecedented event. Have you heard? Hahuan sect has been annihilated. What? How could such a formidable sect be destroyed? Hahuan sect has long been notorious for their debauchery with female disciples of various sects, a scourge that deserved obliteration. But what power could possibly bring about the downfall of Hahuan sect? The only sect capable of such a feat would be either the Heavenly Demon sect or the Taisu sect. Given that both were evil sects, it seemed unlikely they would turn against one another. Therefore, it appeared that the Taisu sect must be responsible for this annihilation. I heard it was the Heavenly Demon sect that destroyed Hahuan. According to the reports from disciples of the Heavenly Demon sect, a Hahuan elder had harassed the soul extinguisher's beloved elf, provoking his wrath and leading to the destruction of Hahuan. The audacity of Hahuan to harass the soul extinguisher's woman was appalling, and thus their demise was entirely justifiable. The majority of the cultivation community expressed a sense of schadenfreude at the fall of Hahuan sect, reveling in the misfortune that had befallen this lecherous sect, which had long posed a significant threat to others. With this menace eradicated by the Heavenly Demon sect, the female disciples could now venture forth with greater peace of mind. At this moment, Yang Dong, Qingyun, and a gathering of elders were seated within the grand hall of their sect, sipping tea and discussing matters. They could hardly believe the news of Hahuan sect's annihilation. It was beyond comprehension. Both Hahuan and the Heavenly Demon sect were known for their malevolence, and a mutual destruction would have been preferable. However, since the soul extinguisher's defeat at the hands of Elder Yang, he seemed to have genuinely reformed, exhibiting a cordial disposition towards their Qingyun sect. Without Elder Yang's intervention, it was uncertain how many times their sect might have faced obliteration. While the elders praised Yang Dong, a disciple entered the hall, bowing respectfully to him. "Esteemed Elder Yang, the respected soul annihilator has arrived and wishes to see you." The respected soul annihilator has returned? Qingyun and the assembly of elders were taken aback. Just a few days prior, the respected soul annihilator had visited Yang Dong, and shortly thereafter, news of the annihilation of the Hahuan sect circulated. Now, with the respected soul annihilator seeking out Yang Dong once more, it was impossible for Qingyun and the elders not to harbor doubts. Little did they suspect that it was Yang Dong who had commanded the annihilation of the Hahuan sect. Yang Dong, fully aware that the respected soul annihilator was there to report back to him, smiled faintly and rose, hands clasped behind him as he exited the grand hall. Qingyun and the other elders followed him outside, where they found the respected soul annihilator standing at the entrance. Upon seeing Yang Dong emerge, the respected soul annihilator offered a respectful bow. "Greetings, Elder Yang." Yang Dong nodded slightly. "Let us retire to my bamboo grove for a moment." With that, he led the respected soul annihilator towards his bamboo abode. Once inside the bamboo dwelling, the respected soul annihilator knelt and bowed. "I pay my respects to my master." Yang Dong reclined in his chair, raising a hand gently. "Please, rise and speak." As the respected soul annihilator stood, he bowed again. "Master, I have successfully eradicated all 9,000 members of the Hahuan sect and stripped them bare. However, most of the treasures and spirit stones have been stored in the Heavenly Demon Sect's treasury. I have brought 5,000 supreme-grade spirit stones and 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, all contained within this storage ring. With that, he presented a storage ring to Yang Dong. If you require additional items or spirit stones, I can retrieve them. Yang Dong accepted the storage ring with a faint smile. You have executed your task commendably. As for the remaining items and spirit stones, let them remain in the Heavenly Demon Sect's treasury for now. If you were to bring everything here, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions among the elders and might even lead to a report being made to the Demon Emperor. After all, these elders and the thousands of disciples also require spirit stones. It is impossible for the respected Soul Annihilator to monopolize all of them. Presently, I am not in need of spirit stones, and it would be unwise for the respected Soul Annihilator to expose his claws to the Demon Emperor. What further commands does my master have? The respected Soul Annihilator inquired with a bow. Yang Dong pondered briefly before replying. Now that you have obliterated the Qingyun Sect, it is inevitable that they will approach the Demon Emperor for redress. He will likely send an envoy to investigate. You know what to do. The respected Soul Annihilator responded. I understand. Oh, what do you comprehend? Yang Dong took a sip of spiritual tea and asked leisurely, with a glint of malice in his eyes. The respected Soul Annihilator made a cutting gesture with his hand. Eliminate the envoy. Who instructed you to kill the envoy? Doing so would only deepen the Demon Emperor's suspicion towards you. Yang Dong shook his head slightly, knowing that the respected Soul Annihilator had completely misunderstood his intent. With a bow, the respected Soul Annihilator implored, please clarify your intentions, Master. Yang Dong rose, pacing with his hands clasped behind him. Lure the envoy 1,000 miles east of Qingyun Sect, and I shall come to subdue him. The respected Soul Annihilator nodded. I comprehend. Yang Dong retrieved 10 communication talismans from his spatial ring and handed them to the respected Soul Annihilator. Report any developments using these talismans. The respected Soul Annihilator accepted the communication talismans into his spatial ring and presented 10 of his own to Yang Dong. Should you have any orders, please communicate them to me using these talismans. The talismans bore the spiritual patterns inscribed by their creators, allowing the recipient to receive messages once their thoughts ignited the talisman. The higher the cultivator's level, the further the transmission range. Given the prowess of Yang Dong and the respected Soul Annihilator, their communication could span up to 100,000 miles. Yang Dong took the respected Soul Annihilator's talismans and waved his hand. You may depart. Your subordinate takes leave. In the Tianluo domain, within the Grand Hall of the Qingyun Sect, a grand and imposing hall hosted a man clad in yellow robes, adorned with a long beard and exuding an air of authority. This man was none other than Xianxiafan's, the leader of the Qingyun Sect. Within the hall, to the left and right of the dais sat the 4 great desire kings, while over 100 senior elders of the Qingyun Sect stood at the base, engaged in a council. Just days earlier, the soul lamp of Xia Chonglu, the leader of the great Zhou Qingyun Sect, had suddenly extinguished, prompting Xianxiafans to dispatch envoys to investigate. At this moment, one envoy stood before Xianxiafans, reporting, respected leader, the great Zhou Qingyun Sect has been annihilated, with nearly 10,000 disciples slain, leaving not a single survivor. Upon hearing this, the entire hall erupted in an uproar. What? The entire Qingyun Sect has been destroyed? Who is responsible for this? Our Qingyun Sect ranks among the top 3 powers in the Tianluo domain. Which sect dares to obliterate us? This Xia Chonglu is utterly incompetent, allowing the entire Qingyun Sect to be extinguished by another. What a disgrace to our Qingyun Sect. If we do not retaliate against the force that annihilated the Qingyun Sect, how can we maintain our standing in the Tianluo domain? Only the Heavenly Demon Sect and the Taishu Sect possess the strength to obliterate an entire sect. Yet, the Heavenly Demon Sect would never stoop to such an act. The elders debated heatedly, with even the 4 great desire kings unable to contain their fury. While they had initially believed Xia Chonglio's extinguished soul lamp merely indicated his demise, they were shocked to discover that the entire Qingyun Sect had been eradicated. Xianxiafans gazed at the envoy, his voice grave. Have you determined which faction is responsible? The envoy replied, upon investigation. It is rumored in the capitals of the great Zhou and Shuyuan city that the respected soul annihilator of the Heavenly Demon Sect is the perpetrator. This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the hall. They had never anticipated that the annihilation of the Qingyun Sect was at the hands of the Heavenly Demon Sect. How could this be? While it was true that the Heavenly Demon Sect possessed the power to annihilate the Qingyun Sect, the 2 sects had historically maintained a cordial relationship, cooperating against the righteous celestial sections. Even minor conflicts between them were typically resolved without escalation. Yet now, the Heavenly Demon Sect had outright obliterated a branch of the Qingyun Sect. This was more severe than an invasion by a rival nation. To think it was the Heavenly Demon Sect, Xiong Ritian's eyes gleamed with intensity, his countenance darkened. If it were any other sect, he would have already dispatched envoys to retaliate. Even if it were the Great Zhou court, the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect would have swiftly dealt with them. However, the Heavenly Demon sect was a different matter. Xiong Ritian could not afford to act rashly. After all, the Heavenly Demon sect was the foremost power in the Tianluo domain, far beyond the reach of the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect. Nonetheless, the annihilation of the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect could not be overlooked. A resolution was imperative. For how could the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect maintain its standing in the realm of cultivation thereafter? Why would the Heavenly Demon sect wish to eliminate the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect? There must be some hidden intrigue. Regardless of the intricacies, the obliteration of a branch of our Xianxiaaudiobooks sect demands retribution. Indeed, if the Heavenly Demon sect does not take action against the respected soul annihilator, we, the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect, may well ally ourselves with the Taishu sect to confront the Heavenly Demon sect. What if the Heavenly Demon sect is formidable? We, the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect, will not simply be at their mercy. At this moment, the elders of the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect were filled with righteous indignation, each voicing their frustrations. While they would not dare confront the Heavenly Demon sect directly, they felt as though they had been struck by a resounding slap in the face and needed to reclaim their dignity. Xiong Ritian's expression darkened further as he commanded, "Silence." The hall fell silent at once. He then addressed the envoy, "You shall represent me and visit the Heavenly Demon sect. Confront the Demon Emperor and demand an explanation for the annihilation of our Xianxiaaudiobooks sect. Should they handle this matter fairly, the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect is willing to overlook past grievances." The envoy bowed. "Your subordinate shall obey." In the Qingyun Sect, within the bamboo dwelling, Yang Dong, Ru Hua, Qin Mochio, and Angelina were engrossed in their cultivation. During this period, Yang Dong's life as a cultivator was rather monotonous, revolving solely around the pursuit of spiritual advancement. When alone, he would practice independently, occasionally joining the three women for a few hours of shared cultivation. Alternatively, he would spend entire nights refining his skills with Chun Ling and her three companions, or engage in practice alongside the seven women. This lifestyle of cultivation was indeed both enriching and pleasurable. The business at the capital's shop thrived, yielding a daily income of 600 to 700 top-tier spirit stones. After refining them in the treasure cauldron and subtracting the ones that had been processed multiple times, he still had at least 5,000 top-tier spirit stones remaining. Yang Dong aimed to absorb a minimum of 2,000 stones each day, as his Hongmeng sacred body facilitated an exceptionally rapid absorption rate. Merely holding a handful of top-tier spirit stones would see them entirely absorbed within seconds. This remarkable efficiency propelled Yang Dong's cultivation to unprecedented heights, enabling him to reach the mid-stage of the transformation realm in less than half a month. Qin Mochio, Ru Hua, and Angelina also absorbed several hundred top-tier spirit stones daily. Although their intake was only a fraction, 1/10, of Yang Dong's, their cultivation levels allowed for rapid growth nonetheless. Initially, Yang Dong had intended to allocate 10 top-tier spirit stones to each of Chun Ling's four companions, but since they had become his maids, he naturally decided to provide them with more stones for their cultivation. However, given their inherent talents, even an increase in the number of spirit stones would not significantly enhance their absorption capacity. The headquarters of the Heavenly Demon sect was nestled within a sprawling mountain range in the western part of the Great Qin Kingdom. Separated from the Great Chu Kingdom by 1,000,000 miles, it would take them over 10 days to reach the headquarters of the Heavenly Demon sect. A colossal castle loomed atop a majestic peak, towering several dozen meters high and spanning hundreds of meters in both length and width. Constructed from immense black stones weighing hundreds of thousands of pounds, it resembled a massive black beast resting upon the summit. Inside the grand hall, dozens of gigantic pillars, too thick for 4 people to embrace, were evenly distributed, supporting the vaulted ceiling. "Your Majesty, an envoy from the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect seeks an audience," announced a disciple of the Heavenly Demon sect as he entered the hall, bowing deeply before the figure seated at the head of the chamber, the Demon Emperor. Draped in a flowing black robe and adorned with a menacing bronze mask, the towering figure exuded an aura reminiscent of a dark deity. "Bring him in," commanded the Demon Emperor, his voice low and resonant, echoing throughout the hall with undeniable authority. "At your command." The disciple rose and exited, soon returning with the envoy clad in white. The envoy approached the center of the hall and bowed deeply to the Demon Emperor. "I am the envoy of the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect, here to pay my respects to the Demon Emperor." "Impertinent! Why do you not kneel before the Demon Emperor?" boomed a commanding voice from the high seat, a demon envoy questioning the newcomer. The envoy felt a surge of shock and indignation. As a representative of the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect, he was accustomed to a position of respect and fearlessness within the vast Tianluo domain. To be compelled to kneel before the Demon Emperor was unthinkable. However, the sheer force of the demon envoy's shout reverberated painfully in his ears, making his heart pound like a hammer. Although the envoy had also reached the transformation realm, he felt woefully inadequate before the demon envoy of the Void Return realm. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the demon emperor rendered his legs weak, and he found himself involuntarily kneeling on the ground. Salutations to the demon emperor, the envoy declared, humiliated yet defiant. There was no choice. Within the territory of the heavenly demon sect, one had to tread carefully, lest they lose their life. The demon emperor could squash him like an insect. And if he dared to threaten the entire Xianxiaaudiobooks sect, how could he not dispose of a mere envoy? No need for excessive formalities. Rise, the demon emperor replied nonchalantly. The earlier demand for the envoy to kneel, followed by the dismissal of formalities, was quite the act. Thank you, demon emperor. The envoy suppressed his inner indignation. Rising from the floor, why has the leader of the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect sent you to see me? The demon emperor inquired with an air of indifference. Chapter 156, The Arrival of the Demon Envoy. News of the annihilation of the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect by the Soul Destroyer had not yet reached the demon emperor. As the distance of nearly 200,000 miles between the Great Zhou and the Great Qin hindered communication, the Soul Destroyer had not sent any messages, leaving the demon emperor unaware of these events. However, the envoy assumed the demon emperor was feigning ignorance. Your Majesty, do you not know that the Soul Destroyer led the forces of the Heavenly Demon Sect to obliterate our Xianxiaaudiobooks sect? The demon emperor's eyes narrowed slightly. What did you say? The Heavenly Demon Sect destroyed your Xianxiaaudiobooks sect? I have not heard of this news. The hall was filled with expressions of astonishment from several demon envoys. The Xianxiaaudiobooks sect and the Heavenly Demon Sect had historically maintained amicable relations. While the Heavenly Demon Sect's demeanor might be somewhat arrogant, it was hard to believe they would annihilate the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect. Feigning ignorance, are we? The envoy scoffed inwardly, yet maintained a facade of respect. This matter is indeed true. Otherwise, our leader would not have sent me to inquire about it with your Majesty. Surely, the thousands of members of the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect could not have been unjustly destroyed without cause. I hope your Majesty will provide an explanation. The envoy's words carried a hint of accusation. The demon emperor furrowed his brow, realizing that the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect of the Great Zhou had indeed been destroyed. Otherwise, the leader would not have dispatched an envoy to question him. However, whether it was truly the work of the Heavenly Demon Sect remained to be investigated. I will send someone to investigate the destruction of the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect. If it is indeed the work of the Soul Destroyer, I shall ensure he comes to the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect to apologize. The demon emperor's words were subtly phrased. Suggesting the Soul Destroyer come to the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect to apologize did not necessarily imply he would be punished. Moreover, with the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect's leader and thousands of disciples annihilated, merely having the Soul Destroyer apologize seemed rather trivial, did it not? Yet the envoy dared not question further and could only clasp his hands in submission. In that case, I shall await your Majesty's investigation before returning to report. The demon emperor nodded slightly and addressed one of his subordinates. Xianxiaaudiobooks, you are to go to the Great Zhou Heavenly Demon Sect immediately and investigate this matter. Xianxiaaudiobooks bowed. I shall obey your command. As Xianxiaaudiobooks exited the Grand Hall, he summoned a thunderbird, entirely cloaked in black feathers, and leaped onto its back, soaring towards the Great Zhou Kingdom at great speed. Days later, Xianxiaaudiobooks arrived at the boundary of the Heavenly Demon Sect. In reality, he had reached the Great Zhou Kingdom 2 days prior and had been gathering information regarding the destruction of the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect in the capital in Qingyun City. According to rumors, it was indeed the Heavenly Demon Sect that had obliterated the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect. Now, Xianxiaaudiobooks sought to confirm this with the Soul Destroyer and bring him back to the Heavenly Demon Sect for the Demon Emperor to address. A patrol of Heavenly Demon Sect disciples, astonished by Xianxiaaudiobooks' arrival on the Thunderbird, exchanged bewildered glances. While they did not recognize him, anyone capable of riding a Thunderbird surely possessed strength equal to or greater than the Soul Destroyer. May I inquire who you are, esteemed guest? What brings you to our Heavenly Demon Sect? Asked the leading disciple, approaching with a respectful bow. He, of course, did not realize that the figure before him was one of the 8 great demon envoys under the Demon Emperor. Seated atop the Thunderbird, Xianxiaaudiobooks raised his hand, a radiant light emanating from his palm, revealing a blood-red insignia of a messenger. Upon seeing the blood-red insignia glowing in Xianxiaaudiobooks' palm, the leading disciple's face shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly leaped from his sword, kneeling on the ground to bow his head. We humbly welcome the arrival of the esteemed demon envoy. The other patrolling disciples also turned pale with fright, collapsing to the ground in a flurry of bows. Hail to the esteemed sorcerer. The presence of a sorcerer at the Heavenly Demon Sect is an exceedingly rare occurrence, indeed, a once-in-a-century event. Encountering a sorcerer is akin to meeting His Majesty the Demon Emperor. Summon the Soul Destroyer to meet me. Seated upon the back of a Thunderbird, Xianxiaaudiobooks spoke softly, her eyes half closed. Very well, the steward replied, rising swiftly to hasten into the depths of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Within the grand hall of the heavenly demon sect, the esteemed soul destroyer sat cross-legged atop the elevated dais, clad in a crimson robe, immersing himself in the profound art of soul destruction. Suddenly, he sensed an anomaly, his eyes shimmering with a fierce brilliance. At that moment, the steward rushed into the hall, prostrating and reporting, "Esteemed one, the sorcerer has arrived. Please step out to greet her." How audacious, demanding me to step outside for a greeting. The soul destroyer silently chuckled to himself. "I understand. You may leave. I shall be there shortly." The steward dared not utter another word, hastily exiting the grand hall. Truly, the master possesses an uncanny foresight. Let us proceed according to the master's design. The soul destroyer retrieved a sound transmission talisman from his spatial ring, infusing it with a thought, and ignited it with his vital energy. 30,000 miles away, at the Qingyun Sect, Yangdong sat cross-legged in his bamboo grove dwelling when suddenly, the voice of the soul destroyer resonated in his mind. "Master, as you anticipated, the demon emperor has dispatched a sorcerer. I shall follow your plan and prepare to escort the sorcerer to the designated location. Upon arrival, I will report back to you." A faint smile graced Yangdong's lips. The sorcerer has arrived. Let us ascertain the true extent of this sorcerer's power. The soul destroyer exited the barrier, soaring to a distance of 3 zhang before Qinglingzi. Bowing deeply, "I welcome the esteemed sorcerer." Qinglingzi opened her eyes, coolly inquiring, "Soul destroyer, do you know why I have come?" The soul destroyer replied, "If I am not mistaken, the esteemed sorcerer is here to investigate the annihilation of the ecstasy sect." Qinglingzi scoffed coldly. "It seems that indeed. The ecstasy sect was eradicated by your hand." The soul destroyer maintained his composure. "Precisely." Qinglingzi scrutinized the soul destroyer. "Why did you destroy the ecstasy sect?" The soul destroyer raised his chin defiantly. "The sect master of the ecstasy sect, Xiaochanglu, sought to forcibly claim my woman. How could I possibly tolerate such an affront?" "Esteemed sorcerer, if someone attempted to steal your beloved, would you allow them to escape unscathed?" Qinglingzi found herself momentarily speechless. She coldly retorted, "Even if the sect master desired to take your woman, you could have merely killed Xiaochanglu. Why annihilate the entire ecstasy sect and its thousands of followers?" The soul destroyer pondered for a moment, then clasped his hands. "Esteemed sorcerer, I wish to take you to meet someone, and then you shall comprehend why I obliterated the ecstasy sect." "Meet whom?" A look of confusion crossed Qinglingzi's face. Who could possibly influence the soul destroyer's decision? The soul destroyer smiled faintly. "Once the esteemed sorcerer meets him, all will become clear." Qinglingzi coldly responded, "Why do you not bring him to meet me? Must I go to see him instead? Is his face larger than mine?" The soul destroyer laughed heartily. "His face is certainly not larger than that of the esteemed sorcerer. However, if you wish to uncover the truth, it is far better to meet this individual. Otherwise, it may be difficult for you to report back to the demon emperor upon your return, would it not?" This piqued Qinglingzi's curiosity. She truly wished to meet this person and discern their significance. Furthermore, if, as the soul destroyer claimed, they could clarify this matter for her report to the demon emperor, it would indeed count as an achievement. "Then let us proceed. Esteemed sorcerer, please follow me," the soul destroyer proclaimed, guiding Qinglingzi swiftly toward the location agreed upon with Yangdong. Chapter 157. What is the demon emperor to me? After an hour, they arrived atop a mountain peak 1,000 miles east of the Qingyun Sect. "Where exactly is this person you spoke of?" Qinglingzi sat upon the thunderbird, her expression darkening. The esteemed sorcerer had followed the soul destroyer to this desolate wilderness to meet a wretched individual. "Esteemed sorcerer, please remain calm. I shall summon him forth immediately," the soul destroyer said, producing a sound transmission talisman, infusing it with intent before igniting it. Yangdong, seated in his dwelling, once again heard the voice of the soul destroyer. "Master, I have brought the sorcerer to the designated location." Yangdong rose, mounted his holy light tiger, and exited the barrier, hastening eastward. The distance of 1,000 miles was traversed in mere moments. Qinglingzi, growing increasingly impatient, suddenly spotted an individual soaring toward her from the distant sky, riding a mystical beast. The newcomer was a handsome young man clad in moon-white robes, astride a holy light tiger, hovering 10 zhang away from Qinglingzi. Her pupils constricted in shock. She had anticipated that anyone capable of summoning the soul destroyer would be an ancient figure with millennia of cultivation, yet here stood a mere youth in his 20s. Moreover, this young man was riding a holy light tiger. This was indeed a divine beast. However, what astonished Qinglingzi even more was the sight of the soul destroyer bowing deeply to this young man. "I welcome my master." "Master?" Qinglingzi's eyes widened in disbelief as she glared at the soul destroyer, exclaiming furiously, "Soul destroyer, have you lost your mind, addressing him as master? You are the revered one of the heavenly demon sect. How can his status surpass that of the demon emperor?" The Soul Destroyer dismissed her with a scoff. What is the Demon Emperor to me? He is unworthy to even serve my master. Qingyun stood aghast. Had the Soul Destroyer truly lost his sanity? To utter such blasphemy against the Demon Emperor, claiming that the Emperor was unworthy to serve this young man. Who on earth was this individual to have so thoroughly brainwashed the Soul Destroyer? Soul Destroyer, for such treachery, you deserve the direst of fates. Qingyun pointed an accusatory finger at the Soul Destroyer, shouting, Soul Destroyer, if you are sensible, kneel and forfeit your cultivation now. Once I have dealt with this person, I shall escort you back to the sect for the Demon Emperor to decide your fate. The Soul Destroyer burst into laughter. Qingyun, how dare you presume to order me to relinquish my cultivation? With but a single hand, I could suppress you. With that, he no longer concealed his true power, suddenly unleashing the full extent of his formidable might. The oppressive energy of the mid-return void realm surged toward Qingyun. Her countenance changed dramatically as she gasped, Mid-return void realm. How can this be? Were you not merely at the mid-transformation realm? How could you possibly have broken through to the mid-return void realm in less than a year? All 108 revered ones of the Heavenly Demon Sect remain at the transformation realm, and they must report to the main sect annually to assess their merits and cultivation. Should any revered one attain the return void realm, they would be elevated to the rank of sorcerer. Thus, Qingyun was acutely aware of the Soul Destroyer's cultivation. Yet, she had never anticipated that the Soul Destroyer had reached the mid-return void realm, surpassing even her own status as a sorcerer. This was utterly inconceivable. Typically, ascending from the mid-transformation realm to the mid-return void realm would require several centuries of diligent effort. Most revered ones would spend their entire lives without ever reaching the return void realm, for as one progresses, the path becomes increasingly arduous, with each breakthrough akin to scaling the heavens. Yet, the Soul Destroyer had astonishingly achieved such a breakthrough in less than a year, even with fortune on his side. This was implausible. The Soul Destroyer laughed heartily. Qingyun, I offer you a chance. Bow before my master, and perhaps he shall spare your life. How outrageous. Qingyun thundered, suddenly unleashing a palm strike. A terrifying beam of light surged toward Yangdong. Indeed, no one anticipated that Qingyun, seemingly poised to strike at the soul-extinguishing sovereign, would instead launch a sudden assault on Yangdong. Qingyun surmised that the sovereign's mind might have been ensnared by Yangdong. Otherwise, he would never have descended to such a state. He had just employed his divine consciousness to probe Yangdong's cultivation level, revealing it to be at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. This revelation left Qingyun utterly astounded. A youth barely in his 20s had attained such a formidable level, not only in the Tianluo domain, but across the entirety of Eastern continent, and even throughout the vast ancient continent. Such an existence was unparalleled. Unless, of course, this young man possessed some form of ageless technique, concealing a true age of over 100 years. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal question remained, how could this young upstart, despite reaching the transformation realm, command the loyalty of the sovereign, who willingly became his subordinate? Moreover, the sovereign had audaciously claimed that even the Demon Emperor was unworthy of serving this young man. The Demon Emperor was a peak-level entity of the fusion realm, yet was deemed unworthy to be in the service of a mere transformation realm youth? Qingyun speculated that the youth must have employed some means to exert control over the sovereign. Otherwise, the sovereign would never utter such words of fervent adoration. Thus, he concluded that by eliminating this young man, the sovereign might regain his senses and recognize his folly. Confidently, Qingyun believed that his palm strike would reduce Yangdong to mere pulp. A mid-stage transformation realm cultivator was utterly insignificant before his own prowess, which lay in the early stage of the void return realm. However, Yangdong merely chuckled, unleashing a punch. A colossal fist of purple gold, infused with unparalleled primordial force, collided with the beam of light Qingyun had conjured. Boom. The purple gold fist shattered the light, its momentum slightly diminished before striking Qingyun. At that moment, Qingyun's body radiated a dazzling protective aura. Yet, how immense was the power behind Yangdong's punch? Like a shooting star, Qingyun was sent hurtling backward, vanishing from sight in an instant. Good heavens, could he have been killed? Yangdong muttered to himself, transforming into a streak of light as he rushed toward the direction Qingyun had been flung. Bang! Qingyun was sent flying thousands of feet, crashing heavily to the ground. Gushing blood, he expelled a mouthful, along with fragments of his internal organs. His viscera and bones lay shattered. Nevertheless, for a being of the void return realm, such injuries were trivial and hardly life-threatening. Yangdong swiftly approached, standing before Qingyun with his hands clasped behind his back. What manner of technique is this? Qingyun gasped, clutching his chest, his eyes wide with terror and disbelief. This young man was clearly only of the transformation realm. Yet he had sent a void return realm cultivator flying with a single punch? This was a blatant contravention of the principles of cultivation. The disparity between realms was akin to a chasm, rendering any comparison nonsensical. Qingyun could not fathom that this youth was, in fact, the primordial sacred body, and that this punch, infused with primordial power, was beyond his capacity to withstand. Yang Dong, looking down at Qingyun, declared, Qingyun, as long as you acknowledge me as your master, I may spare your life. I shall pay my respects to my master. Qingyun, rising from the ground, bowed deeply before Yang Dong. Chapter 158. Does His Highness fancy elven maidens? He was not genuinely submitting to Yang Dong as his master. Rather, he sought to preserve his life first. Even mortals grasp at survival, let alone cultivators. For cultivators, the pursuit of immortality and ascension to divinity is paramount. Thus, cultivators, in truth, place even greater value on life than mortals. Qingyun understood that should he not yield today, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. After painstakingly cultivating to the void return realm, how could he allow himself to perish thus? Therefore, a wise man does not resist immediate losses. He would first acknowledge this young man as his master, waiting for an opportunity to escape back to the heavenly demon sect and report to the demon emperor, urging him to send a demon king to deal with this young man. Yet, Qingyun's ulterior motives could hardly escape Yang Dong's keen perception. In truth, Yang Dong had merely intended to toy with Qingyun. However, once ensconced within the treasure cauldron, Qingyun would have no choice but to be loyal to his master. At that moment, the soul-extinguishing sovereign soared into the fray. Master, be cautious of treachery. Qingyun likely does not genuinely wish to serve you. The sovereign cautioned from the side. No matter. Yang Dong smiled faintly, casting a binding spell to ensnare the injured Qingyun. Master, what are your intentions? Qingyun forced a smile, wary of struggling against the restraints, as doing so would reveal his insincerity in acknowledging Yang Dong as his master. I shall first take you back. Naturally, I will release you then. Yang Dong retrieved a spatial pouch, placing Qingyun within it. Sovereign, you shall return to the heavenly demon sect and await. Qingyun will soon seek you out. With that, Yang Dong mounted the holy light tiger and departed for the Qingyun Sect. Upon returning to the Qingyun Sect, he entered the bamboo grove dwelling. Yang Dong summoned the treasure cauldron from within his body and then extracted Qingyun from the spatial pouch, placing him within the cauldron. Next, he cut his finger, allowing blood to drip upon Qingyun. The cauldron emitted a radiant light that enveloped Qingyun. As the light dissipated, the cauldron displayed a line of information, early stage of the fusion realm. Qingyun, bewildered, rose from the cauldron and gazed at Yang Dong. Promptly leaping out of the cauldron, thud, Qingyun knelt at Yang Dong's feet, bowing fervently. I, Qingyun, pay homage to my master. Thank you, master, for granting me a new lease on life. In that moment, Qingyun felt an overwhelming sense of reverence for Yang Dong, as if all prior events had been but a dream. Now awakened from this dream, he realized that Yang Dong was indeed his sole master, one he would never betray. He comprehended the wisdom behind the soul-extinguishing sovereign's acknowledgement of Yang Dong as his master, recognizing the folly of his previous blind loyalty to the demon emperor. As for the demon emperor, he could go to the devil. Yang Dong was pleased. He had now acquired a servant of the fusion realm. While he was still not yet a match for the demon emperor, having Qingyun infiltrate the heavenly demon sect would allow him to gradually deal with the emperor in due time. Rise. Yang Dong gestured slightly. Thank you, master. Qingyun stood and respectfully positioned himself beside Yang Dong. Yang Dong regarded him thoughtfully, inquiring, the demon emperor tasked you with investigating the soul-extinguishing sovereign. Do you now comprehend what must be done? Qingyun clasped his hands. This subordinate understands. Yang Dong smiled slightly. What do you intend to report back to the demon emperor? Qingyun pondered briefly before responding. I shall inform the demon emperor that the sect master of the Joyous Union sect, Xiaoqianglu, insulted his majesty, prompting the soul-extinguishing sovereign to eradicate the Joyous Union sect in a fit of rage. One must admit, this rationale was splendid. The demon emperor could scarcely tolerate any slight against him. With the soul-extinguishing sovereign's destruction of the Joyous Union sect, the emperor would naturally refrain from punishing him. Perhaps he would even reward him. The demon emperor would never suspect that Qingyun had already betrayed him. Thus, the outcome would be that the heavenly demon sect and the Joyous Union sect would sever their ties, which would be a boon for other righteous cultivation sections. Indeed. Excellent. Yang Dong nodded slightly, waving his hand. You shall return to the heavenly demon sect and discuss matters with the soul-extinguishing sovereign. Yes, master. In the ensuing days, Yang Dong continued his daily cultivation, absorbing spiritual stones. A month passed swiftly, and his cultivation reached the late stage of the transformation realm. Business at the shop remained as prosperous as ever. Apart from the 10% discount, the 4 enchanting elven maidens undoubtedly drew in a steady stream of customers. Coupled with the resounding calls of the Xianyu parrot at the entrance, it was an arduous task to avoid a flourishing enterprise. In a fleeting moment, the elven shop transformed into a renowned establishment within the capital, attracting numerous dignitaries and aristocrats who came seeking its famed allure. As the saying goes, fame brings with it a multitude of troubles, and the realm of commerce is no exception. The elven shop drew individuals from all walks of life, inadvertently inciting a series of complications. Some rival merchants covertly plotted to undermine its success, while nefarious practitioners coveted the forms of the 4 enchanting elven maidens, resorting to various schemes to possess them. However, with 4 bone-corroding specter bees stationed there, these intruders were destined for a grim fate. These 4 refined specter bees stood as formidable guardians, akin to 4 peak out-of-body cultivators, ensuring that any visitor below the god transformation realm would meet their end. Within the entire Great Zhou Kingdom, how many cultivators had attained the god transformation realm? The 4 maidens, including Chunling, were now aware that Yang Dong had left these 4 specter bees to safeguard the shop, which instilled them with a sense of confidence. Yet, there remained individuals unafraid of death who sought to provoke trouble. In the opulent main hall of a royal palace, a dozen graceful palace maids twirled and danced. The crown prince, Qingyun, reclined upon a golden-hued Nanma chair at the head of the hall, leisurely sipping fine wine from a golden goblet while admiring the dancers' performances. Behind him, 2 beautiful concubines attended to him, kneading his shoulders and massaging his back. Despite such a lavish lifestyle, Qingyun found it increasingly mundane, akin to growing weary of consuming lavish feasts day after day. Your Highness, what troubles you? Is it that the palace maids are not dancing to your satisfaction? One of the concubines, noticing his lack of enthusiasm, inquired sweetly. Qingyun placed his goblet down onto the table. Endlessly watching this is exceedingly tiresome. Observing his discontent, the attendant Zhang Ji, with a glint of cunning in his eyes, approached and bowed deeply. Your Highness, do you have an interest in elven maidens? Elven maidens? Qingyun chuckled lightly. I have never laid eyes upon one, but I have heard tales of their tall and exquisite beauty. Alas, our great Zhou has none. Otherwise, I would yearn to experience their charm. Zhang Ji, with a flattering smile, replied. I have heard rumors in the streets that a new elven shop has opened in the cultivator district, boasting 4 maidens of unparalleled beauty. If your Highness is intrigued, might you consider bringing them to the palace for your enjoyment? Is that so? Qingyun's interest was piqued. He waved his hand, commanding, go to the cultivator district at once and fetch those 4 elven maidens to the palace. I wish to see for myself the beauty of these legendary elves. Understood. Zhang Ji bowed and, accompanied by a contingent of palace guards, mounted their majestic unicorns and set off towards the cultivator district. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Ji arrived at the entrance of the elven shop, riding alongside the guards. Welcome. Our shop offers goods at fair prices, with honesty towards all, unique in its offerings. The Xianyu parrot, perched prominently, mistook Zhang Ji's party for potential customers and enthusiastically promoted the shop. There's even a parrot enticing customers. Capture that parrot as well and present it to His Highness the Crown Prince. Zhang Ji, intrigued by the eloquent bird, gestured to one of the guards. The guard approached the sign, intending to seize the parrot. Hey, what do you think you're doing? The Xianyu parrot flared its wings, squawking defiantly. This bird is not for sale. No amount of spirit stones could entice me. The guard laughed heartily. Who wants to buy you? I'm here to catch you. Dream on about spirit stones. With that, he lunged towards the parrot. Begone. The Xianyu parrot, infuriated, flapped its wings, unleashing a torrent of potent spiritual energy toward the guard. Despite being a foundational cultivator, the guard was no match for the 4th-tier extraordinary bird. Instantly, his robust form was sent flying dozens of yards, crashing heavily to the ground. His insides shattered, and he perished on the spot. Zhang Ji and the remaining guards, witnessing the guard's sudden demise, stood frozen in shock. Goodness, who knew this bird was so formidable? Zhang Ji commanded, all of you, charge together and capture that bird. A dozen guards surged forward in unison, intent on seizing the Xianyu parrot. Darn it, this bird hasn't fought in ages. Let us teach you fools a lesson today. The Xianyu parrot, invigorated, deftly maneuvered through the guards, its wings slicing through their necks. Blood sprayed forth as heads rolled to the ground, lifeless bodies collapsing without a single cry of despair. Under the eaves, a bone-corroding specter bee observed the chaos with calm indifference. These specter bees had long been familiar with the Xianyu parrot and recognized its ability to easily handle these intruders, hence they refrained from intervening. Zhang Ji, now thoroughly frightened, dared not linger any longer. He mounted his unicorn and fled in haste. At this moment, Chunling and her companions heard the commotion and rushed out to investigate. Xiao Yu, what has transpired? Upon seeing the ground littered with headless corpses, Chunling and her companions surmised that something catastrophic had occurred. Those fools dared to try and capture me. They truly sought death. The Xianyu parrot proclaimed with pride. Those bodies seemed to belong to the palace guards. This could spell trouble. Chunling observed the fallen guards. While she could not identify them as palace soldiers, she could deduce they were likely officials of the court. What is there to fear? If they dare return, I shall ensure they pay dearly, the Xianyu parrot declared, puffing out its chest with defiance. It was a fourth-tier extraordinary bird, unafraid even of nascent soul cultivators. Moreover, if it were to falter, there were still the 4 bone-corroding specter bees at hand, formidable fifth-tier creatures. Should it falter further, there was always its master. As the saying goes, to strike a bird, one must consider its master. At that moment, passers-by gathered at a distance, watching the spectacle with hushed whispers and pointed fingers. What transpired here that resulted in so many deaths? Those individuals appear to be palace guards. What audacity! Who would dare to slay the guards of the royal palace? Those guards attempted to capture that bird, and it retaliated, resulting in their demise. Goodness! This parrot is astonishingly powerful. I had playfully teased it once, and I'm fortunate it didn't retaliate against me. Another incident of murder at the elven shop? This place seems to attract trouble with alarming regularity. The outcomes are always the same, death. Indeed, I heard that previously, the Qingyun Sect incurred the wrath of this shop, and that very night, their establishment was annihilated. Good heavens! Who was the mastermind behind this elven shop? Rumor has it that it belongs to the Heavenly Demon Sect, and due to this incident, the Soul Annihilator was enraged and obliterated the entire Qingyun Sect. Ah, so it is the property of the Heavenly Demon Sect. No wonder it wields such power. Now that they have killed palace guards, we are in for a spectacle. What does the royal palace matter? If they have angered the Soul Annihilator, they are unlikely to meet a favorable end. Chunling and her companions had long grown accustomed to the onlookers' discussions. Business continued as usual. Chunling pointed at the corpses on the ground and instructed the Xianyu parrot, Xiao Wu, please clear away these bodies. We cannot allow them to disrupt our business. Of course, the Xianyu parrot flapped its wings, and the bodies, along with the severed heads, were swept away by a gust of wind, soaring hundreds of yards before plummeting down from the sky. Some corpses crashed through the roof, creating a gaping hole and plummeting into the house, eliciting terrified screams from the family within. Others fell upon pedestrians in the street of cultivators. These individuals, though cultivators themselves, were equally alarmed. However, the Xianyu parrot remained unconcerned, as long as the area in front of its shop remained tidy. It continued to vociferously proclaim, "Dear friends, welcome to the spirit shop. Our establishment offers exquisite goods at reasonable prices, and the ladies within are more beautiful than the last. You would be remiss not to seize this opportunity. What are you hesitating for?" Zhang Ji hastily rode back to the royal palace on a unicorn. Qingyun was still leisurely watching the performances in the grand hall when Zhang Ji entered, falling to his knees and repeatedly bowing his head. "Your servant has failed in his duties. I implore the crown prince to mete out punishment." The task had not been accomplished, and while it could not solely be blamed on Zhang Ji, the crown prince's mood would ultimately dictate his fate. If he were in a foul temper, receiving a severe beating would be the least of his troubles. Thus, Zhang Ji proactively bowed his head to plead for forgiveness. Under such circumstances, the crown prince typically refrained from punishment. Qingyun furrowed his brow. What transpired? Did you not bring back those elven maidens? Zhang Ji, with a mournful expression, replied. Those elven maidens released a bird that killed several of the palace guards. He dared not speak the truth, that the trouble began with capturing the bird, and instead framed it as the elven maidens unleashing the bird to commit murder. This way, the crown prince would not hold him accountable. What? Qingyun's face contorted with fury as he crushed his wine cup in his grip. These elves dare to murder my guards within the capital? Do they seek rebellion? Lei Biao, present, the head of the guards, standing nearby, bowed respectfully. Take 300 palace guards to the cultivator's street and arrest every creature in the spirit shop. Understood, Lei Biao replied with a bow, swiftly exiting the grand hall. He assembled the 300 guards and, riding his unicorn, charged towards the cultivator's street with a menacing aura. As Lei Biao and his guards galloped through the street, everyone hastily made way. Even cultivators from various sects were reluctant to provoke the palace guards. Moments later, Lei Biao arrived at the spirit shop with his 300 guards. Surround the spirit shop. Not a single mosquito shall escape. Lei Biao commanded with a wave of his hand. The Xianyu parrot widened its eyes in astonishment. Goodness! The army has arrived so swiftly? Several patrons inside the shop, startled by the commotion outside, abandoned their purchases and fled. A dozen palace guards rushed in, seizing them without a word. Sir, we are customers. You have apprehended the wrong people. Yet, Lei Biao paid no heed to their protests, binding them before they could explain. Upon hearing the uproar outside, the four elven maidens realized that the authorities had come to capture them. Exiting the shop, they were taken aback by the scene before them. "Who are you, and why do you come to our spirit shop to arrest us?" Spring Spirit demanded, glaring at Lei Biao. With a cold snort, Lei Biao replied, "I am the head of the Crown Prince's guards. You audaciously killed palace guards. Such behavior is outrageous. If you have any sense, you will surrender without resistance." The Crown Prince? The four maidens were taken aback, realizing the gravity of their predicament. This was indeed troublesome. Summer Spirit retorted indignantly. "You palace folks come to our spirit shop to capture a bird. It is only fitting that you suffer the consequences. I advise you to return whence you came. Or do not blame us for being ungracious." The Xianyu parrot echoed, "Return. Or do not blame this bird for being ruthless." Lei Biao laughed heartily. "You speak with such bravado. Today, I shall witness what prowess you elves and that foul bird possess." With that, he gestured, "Seize them all." A dozen guards lunged toward the four maidens. These palace guards were far more formidable than the ordinary palace guards, each possessing cultivation levels above the golden core. Before the guards could reach them, shadowy figures darted through their ranks like wraiths. The throats of these guards were pierced in an instant, and they collapsed to the ground, emitting anguished cries before falling silent. The attackers were four bone-eating demon bees. Lei Biao's pupils constricted in shock, and just then, a bone-eating demon bee sped towards him. With a thunderous shout, he swung his blade at the creature. However, the speed of the bone-eating demon bee was astonishing. Despite being a nascent soul cultivator, Lei Biao was utterly outmatched by this fifth-tier creature. The bee pierced through his chest, and he let out a harrowing scream. Tumbling from his unicorn, writhing in agony, as if 1,000 insects were gnawing at his bones. The remaining 300 palace guards turned pale with fear. The head guard, a nascent soul cultivator, had been dispatched by a single poisonous bee. What manner of creature was this? If even Lei Biao could be so swiftly defeated, what chance did they stand? At that moment, the four bone-eating demon bees turned their attention to the 300 palace guards, entering a mode of carnage. In an instant, dozens of guards lay slain. The remaining guards, stricken with terror, fled for their lives. Yet, how could they escape the relentless pursuit of the bone-eating demon bees? With swift, ghostly movements, the bone-eating demon bees glided through the air, and before long, all 300 palace guards had been eliminated. The furthest among them barely managed to escape a few hundred paces. The entirety of the cultivator street was strewn with the corpses of palace guards, and the pedestrians erupted in terrified screams. Even the cultivators, in their fright, dared not approach, fearing they might inadvertently meet the same fate. The power of the spirit shop was truly formidable. The ease with which they dispatched hundreds of palace guards left no doubt that this was indeed the domain of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Everyone was convinced that the spirit shop was under the auspices of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Otherwise, they would not dare to act so brazenly. The Xianyu parrot and the four elven maidens watched the unfolding chaos, content to remain passive, observing the corpses scattered before the shop. The Xianyu parrot flapped its wings, sending dozens of bodies flying away, creating a gruesome spectacle. "Fear not, everyone. The matter has been resolved. You may now enter to purchase goods." The parrot resumed its loud hawking, attempting to attract business once more. However, at that moment, the entire street was in disarray, and no one dared to approach the spirit shop for fear of another calamity. The four elven maidens, resigned to the situation, returned to the shop. "Spring Spirit, we have now drawn the ire of the Crown Prince. I believe we should report this to our master," Summer Spirit said with a troubled expression. Autumn Spirit and Winter Spirit nodded in agreement. Having slain 300 palace guards, the Crown Prince would undoubtedly be enraged, and they could not predict what powerful figures he might send to besiege the spirit shop. Although 4 bone-eating demon bees were present, the maidens still felt a twinge of anxiety. They had provoked the Crown Prince himself, effectively opposing the entire Zhou dynasty. It was possible that the national master might be called upon to intervene. "Very well, I shall send a communication talisman to our master immediately." As Spring Spirit spoke, she retrieved a communication talisman from her storage pouch. Yang Dong had given each of them 10 talismans for convenient communication. Within the bamboo house, Yang Dong was immersed in his cultivation when he suddenly heard Spring Spirit's voice in his mind. "Master, today the Crown Prince sent troops to the spirit shop to apprehend individuals, but they were dealt with by the bone-eating demon bees. However, we are concerned that the Crown Prince may dispatch a larger army." Upon hearing Spring Spirit's transmission, Yang Dong's expression darkened. The audacity of the Grand Prince to dispatch troops to the elven shop to apprehend individuals is truly remarkable. He concluded his duties and traversed through the portal to the elven shop, emerging from within to the front of the establishment. "Greetings, master." The 4 maidens bowed in unison upon seeing Yang Dong. "What on earth has transpired?" Yang Dong stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His expression darkened to a terrifying degree. The four maidens recounted the events leading to this moment. Yangdong's countenance grew even more somber. It was evident that the Grand Prince had taken a particular interest in the four elven maidens, desiring to claim them for his own enjoyment. Master, the Grand Prince may soon dispatch a large army. What shall we do now? Autumn Spirit asked with a worried expression. Yangdong scoffed disdainfully, merely an insignificant insect, unaware of its own insignificance, daring to seize what belongs to me. I shall eradicate him this very moment. With that, he vanished in an instant. In the grand hall of the royal palace, Qingyun reclined in a splendid golden Nanmu chair, leisurely sipping wine and enjoying the performances. At that moment, a scout rushed in, kneeling and bowing, exclaiming urgently, "Report. Grand Prince, grave news." Qingyun furrowed his brow, holding his wine cup. "What is the matter that causes such alarm?" The scout replied, "Your Highness, Lord Lei has led 300 guards to the elven shop, and they have all perished. Not a single soul survived." The words struck like thunder. Qingyun nearly lost his grip on the wine cup, his eyes wide with disbelief. What? All 300 guards led by Lei Biao have been killed? Although their strength was modest, Lei Biao is my personal bodyguard. Having reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, even against the elders of the 10 great sects, he would not falter. How is it possible that he was slain by someone from a mere shop? Qingyun couldn't help but gasp in shock. Chapter 161, Killing the Grand Prince. It seems the background of this elven shop is far from simple. I have acted with considerable haste. Had I known, I should have conducted thorough investigations before formulating a plan. Regret welled within Qingyun. Nevertheless, he is the Grand Prince of the Great Zhou, likely to become its future sovereign. He cannot allow this affront to go unpunished. Even if the elven shop is backed by one of the 10 great sects, he will nonetheless obliterate it today. Summon the 3 true lords at once. Qingyun commanded loudly. The 3 true lords are the palace's protectors and Qingyun's ultimate trump card. He would not call upon them unless absolutely necessary. Before long, Zhang Ji led the 3 elder figures into the hall. We pay our respects to the Grand Prince. The 3 elders merely offered a nod in acknowledgement, their demeanor haughty. The royal palace provides them with the finest resources for cultivation, and they are expected to assist the Grand Prince when it matters most. Qingyun rose and clasped his hands together. Esteemed true lords, I require your assistance with a matter. One elder clad in gray robes inquired. What is it, Grand Prince? Speak freely. After being in service to the Grand Prince for over a decade without having performed a single task for him, they were more than willing to oblige now. Qingyun stated, go to the cultivator's street and apprehend everyone from the elven shop. The gray-robed elder frowned slightly. Such a trivial matter could easily be handled by any of your guards. Why trouble us? The other 2 elders nodded in agreement, initially expecting a significant assignment, only to find themselves tasked with merely apprehending individuals from a shop. Qingyun replied, esteemed true lords, this elven shop is under the protection of a powerful being. My head guard just led 300 men there, only to be exterminated, hence your intervention is required. Upon hearing this, the 3 elders exchanged knowing glances and nodded slightly. If even Lei Biao had been slain, it was no wonder the Grand Prince called upon them. Your Highness, we shall proceed to bring the elven shop's individuals here. The gray-robed elder declared respectfully. Just then, a figure suddenly materialized within the hall. It was a handsome young man clad in azure robes. Everyone in the hall was stunned. No one knew from where this young man had appeared. This was the royal palace, not a marketplace where anyone could intrude at will. How bold! Who are you? Zhang Ji pointed at Yangdong, shouting. Silence! Yangdong flicked his finger, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy. Bang! Zhang Ji's body exploded, transforming into a mist of blood. Gasp! Qingyun's face turned pale. Zhang Ji was a cultivator in the Golden Core realm, yet he had been effortlessly obliterated. Who are you exactly? A black-robed elder demanded, his eyes glinting like lightning as he stared at Yangdong coldly. The other 2 elders were equally tense, prepared to launch a lethal attack at any moment. For someone to appear so stealthily before them, the young man's cultivation must be formidable. Yangdong disregarded the black-robed elder's inquiry, fixing his gaze upon Qingyun seated at the head of the hall. You are the Grand Prince? Qingyun retorted, since you are aware of my identity. How dare you act so insolently? Kneel and beg for mercy, and I may spare your life. With 3 true lords present, Qingyun regained his confidence and authority. Then prepare to die, Yangdong replied nonchalantly, extending his hand toward Qingyun. The 3 elders shouted in unison, how dare you? You will pay for your arrogance. 2 beams of light surged toward Yangdong, while another shielded the terrified Qingyun. With the 3 protectors present, they could not allow Yangdong to kill the Grand Prince. However, a colossal purple-gold hand reached for Qingyun, and the protective light vanished into nothingness in an instant. The enormous hand grasped Qingyun as if he were a mere plaything, applying gentle pressure. Bang! Qingyun's body was crushed within the grip of the purple gold hand. Blood mist raining down. The other two beams of light struck Yangdong, yet they had no effect whatsoever. The scene left the three elders in utter shock. They were all highly accomplished cultivators, among the most elite in the Great Zhou's cultivation world, nearly unmatched. Yet now, despite their combined efforts against this young man, they were as helpless as ants trying to shake a tree. Foolish, Yangdong scoffed, sweeping his palm. A beam of purple gold light surged toward the three elders. All three summoned their life as cultivation, unleashing a desperate assault against Yangdong. Boom. The three elders exploded into nothingness, their souls dissipating, utterly annihilated. The entire hall could not withstand such overwhelming spiritual force, collapsing into a heap of rubble. Yangdong's figure flickered and vanished. In the opulent and grand royal palace hall, 36 dragon-carved stone pillars soared within, the ceiling towering several dozen feet high, the floor laid with polished white jade as smooth as a mirror. The entire palace hall was resplendent and magnificent, an awe-inspiring sight. At this moment, hundreds of civil and military officials stood on either side, including several princes. Just moments ago, news of the Grand Prince's murder had swiftly reached the palace. King Yiming, in a fit of rage, summoned the princes and officials for an urgent council. Who could be so audacious as to invade the royal palace and slay his beloved Grand Prince? The furious roar of King Zhou reverberated through the grand hall, where he sat regally upon a dragon chair intricately adorned with exquisite spiritual stones. Clad in a brown-black robe emblazoned with 5-clawed dragons, his tall and slightly portly figure commanded attention, his short beard streaked with black and white. His countenance was a tempest of rage. On either side of the hall, hundreds of civil and military officials exchanged bewildered glances, each person bewildered by the shocking news. The crown prince had been murdered, the royal residence laid to waste, and 3 eminent practitioners of the out-of-body realm had met untimely ends. Who could possibly be responsible for such a heinous act? Who dared to slay the crown prince in broad daylight, as if inviting an invasion from a foreign land? Yet, amidst the chaos, the other princes harbored not only astonishment, but also a sinister sense of delight. The crown prince had been the most favored to ascend the throne, and now that he had been slain, the odds of the remaining princes seizing the crown had significantly increased. King Zhou's piercing gaze swept across the group of princes, seemingly attempting to penetrate their very thoughts. Who among them would wish for the crown prince's demise? In fact, King Zhou suspected that the culprit might very well be among these princes. The struggle for the throne had often led to fratricidal conflict throughout the history of the Great Zhou. As the revered elder brother, the crown prince was not someone to be trifled with, and certainly, no one would dare to invade the royal palace to take his life. Even the 10 great sects, with the exception of the Heavenly Demon Sect and the Void Sect, would hesitate to provoke the royal family. Moreover, the Heavenly Demon Sect and the Void Sect would not simply kill the crown prince without provocation. Thus, the situation was steeped in paradox. Chapter 162. Who is your master? The national master, the venerable Qingyun, seated beside King Zhou, cleared his throat and spoke. Your Majesty, this is not a moment for grief or rage. We must send forth envoys to swiftly ascertain the truth and eliminate the perpetrator. King Zhou exhaled a heavy sigh, his gaze sweeping over the gathered princes as he intoned. Your elder brother has been slain. I command you to uncover the truth and bring the murderer to justice immediately. The princes, each with their own thoughts, responded in unison. We humbly accept your decree. Prince 8, Yinzhan, exited the royal palace with a retinue of skilled guards, heading straight for the crown prince's residence. Meanwhile, the other princes returned to their respective domains to consult their advisors or summon numerous practitioners for their protection. With the 3 esteemed guardians of the crown prince now deceased, what hope did they have against such a formidable foe? Thus, most princes were more preoccupied with safeguarding their lives than capturing the murderer. However, Prince 8 harbored different thoughts. He viewed this as an opportunity to shine. If he could apprehend the assassin of the crown prince while the others merely floundered, he would surely leave a favorable impression on their father. This would significantly bolster his chances in the future struggle for the throne. Yinzhan arrived at the crown princess residence, where, although the crown prince and his 3 guardians had perished, the palace staff had not suffered further casualties. Earlier that morning, the crown prince had dispatched individuals to the elven shop, only to have Lord Lei and 300 guards meet with their own demise, leading to the destruction of the hall and the crown prince's untimely end. The steward of the palace recounted the events to Yinzhan. Curious, Yinzhan inquired. Why did the crown prince send people to the elven shop? Which market is it located in? The steward replied. The elven shop is situated on Cultivator Street. It is said to house 4 exquisite elven maidens. The crown prince likely intended to bring them back to the palace. Yinzhan immediately understood. His elder brother had always been debauched, and upon hearing of the stunning maidens, he certainly would not have let the opportunity slip by. Ultimately, he had sought the maidens and paid the ultimate price for it. What kind of establishment was this elven shop, daring enough to slay even the crown prince? Intrigued, Qingyun pondered whether he should investigate the elven shop himself. To go would entail great risk. Yet to abstain and report to the king without any solid leads would leave him lacking in favor. After deliberation, he resolved to secretly investigate the elven shop before returning to his father with a report. With that decision made, Qingyun galloped towards Cultivator Street. Soon arriving at his destination, after some inquiries, he quickly located the elven shop. "Welcome to the elven shop." A parrot with azure feathers squawked as he approached. This bird was rather amusing. Qingyun felt a surge of excitement and approached, whistling to engage the creature. "Hello, what is your name?" The parrot replied. "I am the azure-feathered parrot, and my master has named me Xiao Wu." "Xiao Wu, what a splendid name. It is evident that you are a remarkably clever bird," Qingyun complimented, recognizing that he might glean information about the shop's elusive owner from this parrot. Flattered by Qingyun's praise, the parrot puffed up its feathers. Boasting, of course. "I am the smartest bird in the world. Every guest who visits says the same." Qingyun smiled. "I am quite curious. Your cleverness surely indicates that your master is an extraordinary individual." The parrot swelled with pride. "Indeed, my master is the most formidable person in the world. Even the soul devourer must show respect in his presence." Such audacity. Who was this soul devourer? A figure so esteemed that even the national master would treat him with deference. Could it be that this parrot was merely boasting? Qingyun found it hard to believe that anyone within the great Zhou could command such reverence from the soul devourer. "Wow, your master is so impressive. What is his name?" Qingyun probed, following the parrot's lead of flattery. Had it been anyone else, the parrot would have ignored the inquiry. However, Qingyun's compliments had struck a chord, and in a moment of uncharacteristic openness, it exclaimed, "My master's name is Yang Dong, the elder of merit at the Qingyun Sect." "Your master is Elder Yang?" Qingyun gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had sought out Yang Dong at the Qingyun Sect multiple times in recent months, only to find him perpetually elusive. Qingyun realized that Yang Dong had likely been avoiding him to remain uninvolved in the power struggles among the princes. Yet now, he reassessed this assumption. If Yang Dong had the audacity to slay the crown prince, would he truly fear being drawn into the conflict among the princes? Moreover, Yang Dong's status had risen far above that of other sect leaders. Months earlier, the Soul Devourer had publicly declared an alliance between the Heavenly Demon Sect and the Qingyun Sect, stating that any disrespect towards the Qingyun Sect would be deemed an affront to the Heavenly Demon Sect. Why had the Soul Devourer suddenly taken such interest in the Qingyun Sect? Qingyun surmised that it was likely due to Yang Dong. The reasoning was simple. Who else within the Qingyun Sect could attract such attention from the Soul Devourer? With the backing of the Soul Devourer and the Heavenly Demon Sect, who would dare to provoke the Qingyun Sect? This only intensified Qingyun's desire to cultivate a relationship with Yang Dong. Certainly, Qingyun harbored a greater desire to forge a connection with the Soul Destroyer. However, after a singular encounter with the Soul Destroyer at the Qingyun Sect, where he was met with utter disregard, Qingyun's hopes were thoroughly dashed, leaving him too disheartened to pursue such lofty aspirations. Yet, Yang Dong remained a viable option for association. With Yang Dong's backing, the throne of the Great Zhou would undoubtedly be his alone. Unexpectedly, the investigation into the assassination of the Crown Prince revealed that the mastermind behind the elven shop was none other than Yang Dong. "Oh, do you know my master?" inquired the Xianyu parrot, lifting its head with curiosity. "Indeed, we are quite familiar, even friends." Qingyun chuckled lightly and asked, "Is Elder Yang present in the shop?" The Xianyu parrot shook its head. "My master visited this morning but has since returned to the sect." Given that he had been there earlier, Qingyun was now convinced that Yang Dong was indeed the one who had killed the Crown Prince. Regardless of whether Yang Dong was still in the shop, he felt compelled to investigate the 4 elven maidens. "You all stay outside," he instructed his entourage of over a dozen followers. It would be more prudent for him to enter alone rather than appear to seek trouble with his retinue in tow. Chapter 163. This individual is beyond my reach. As he stepped into the shop, it was devoid of customers, and Qingyun's gaze fell upon the 4 elven maidens, each a paragon of beauty. He couldn't help but silently commend their allure. The 4 maidens also regarded Qingyun. This man, adorned in opulent attire, exuded an air of nobility that was unmistakable. "What might you desire, young sir?" Spring Spirit greeted with a smile. Qingyun approached with his hands clasped behind his back, offering a slight smile. "I have come to pay a visit to Elder Yang. May I inquire if he is present?" Spring Spirit cautiously asked. "May I know your esteemed name and your relation to our master?" The other 3 maidens regarded him with curiosity. Having overheard his prior conversation with the Xianyu parrot, yet uncertain if he was truly a friend of their master. "I am Qingyun, the 8th prince of the Great Zhou." He revealed his identity without reservation. The assassination of the crown prince necessitated a meeting with Yang Dong. Yet he had no intention of confronting him. In fact, he feared doing so. This was an excellent opportunity to cultivate a closer relationship with Yang Dong, one he could not afford to squander. Upon hearing the title of Eighth Prince, the expressions of the four maidens shifted noticeably. Just this morning, their master had slain the crown prince, and now the eighth prince had arrived. Did he intend to apprehend someone? Yet, observing his demeanor, he appeared rather cordial. Not the type to seek confrontation. Eighth prince, what brings you here? Summer Spirit queried coldly, noticing the hostile expressions on the four maidens' faces. Qingyun smiled. Please do not misunderstand. I am not here to cause trouble, but rather to seek an audience with Elder Yang. I trust you do not wish for this matter to escalate. The four exchanged glances, and Spring Spirit replied, Very well, I shall inform our master. With that, she produced a communication talisman and sent a message to Yang Dong. Yang Dong was in the bamboo grove, immersed in meditation, when he heard Spring Spirit's voice. Master, the eighth prince has arrived and wishes to see you. The eighth prince Qingyun. A faint smile graced Yang Dong's lips, pondering whether this visit was for apprehension or held other motives. Regardless, it was indeed time for an audience. Rising, he traversed through the teleportation portal and arrived at the shop. Elder Yang, it is a pleasure to see you. Upon Yang Dong's appearance, Qingyun stepped forward, greeting him with a respectful bow and a smile. Yang Dong regarded him. Eighth prince, I hear you seek an audience with me? To refer to himself as this seat before a prince was a rare audacity within the great Zhou. Yet, Qingyun bore no offense. Instead, he chuckled. This prince has visited the Qingyun Sect several times, yet has never had the fortune to meet Elder Yang. To encounter you here in the capital is indeed fortuitous. Qingyun understood that if Yang Dong could dare to slay the crown prince, he would hardly regard the eighth prince with any reverence. He was acutely aware that being overly presumptuous could provoke Yang Dong, a being of lethal prowess, and potentially lead to his own demise. After all, with the Soul Destroyer backing him, Yang Dong likely held even the Zhou King in contempt. Little did Qingyun realize that Yang Dong's strength rendered the Soul Destroyer unnecessary as a support. Had he known that the Soul Destroyer was merely Yang Dong's subordinate, his jaw would have surely dropped in astonishment. Yang Dong settled into a chair. Eighth Prince, what brings you here today? Qingyun, with hands clasped behind his back, stated, the Crown Prince was murdered this morning. Surely Elder Yang is aware of this matter? Summer Spirit served Yang Dong a cup of spirit tea. He accepted it, raising an eyebrow. And so, what precisely do you wish to convey? Qingyun felt a twinge of frustration. This young man was insufferably arrogant, seemingly dismissing him as inconsequential. Yet, he recognized that Yang Dong's audacity was well-founded. Should he adopt a more confrontational stance, he might meet the same fate as the Crown Prince. Elder Yang, I presume you do not wish for this matter to escalate. Escalate. Yang Dong leisurely sipped his tea, chuckling. To me, even raising the entire royal palace would be but a trivial affair. Qingyun's lips twitched in irritation. Why could this young man not engage in a civil discourse? Yet, he couldn't shake the suspicion that Yang Dong might indeed act on such a threat. Elder Yang, please temper your temper. I merely wish to diffuse this situation. Qingyun was forced to lower himself, plastering a smile on his face, while inwardly cursing his predicament. What kind of absurdity was this? This young man had slain the Crown Prince, and now the prince was expected to appease him. Truly a topsy-turvy world. Alas, in the realm of cultivation, power reigns supreme. Upon hearing Qingyun's words, Yang Dong finally smiled. It seems the eighth prince is indeed a wise individual. Wise individuals tend to enjoy longer lives. Qingyun wiped the cold sweat from his brow, forcing a smile. The Crown Prince met his demise through his own folly. He has no one to blame but himself. Yang Dong inquired with casual ease. So, what is the purpose of your visit today? Qingyun bowed deeply. This prince has long admired Elder Yang and merely seeks to forge a friendship. Furthermore, I wish to extend apologies on behalf of my deceased brother. I hope Elder Yang can temper his wrath. To apologize on behalf of the slain to the slayer, and as a prince no less. What an extraordinary circumstance. Yang Dong laughed heartily, rising from his chair and strolling toward Qingyun, giving his shoulder a friendly pat. Well done. You are not only astute but also possess a sense of propriety. The great Zhou indeed requires someone like you to ascend the throne. This statement effectively implied Yang Dong's willingness to assist him in becoming the Zhou king. Qingyun's heart soared with joy as he bowed deeply. I am immensely grateful for Elder Yang's kindness. Yang Dong waved his hand dismissively. Very well. If there is nothing further, you may take your leave. Then I shall take my leave. Qingyun bowed once more and exited the shop, departing towards the royal palace with his entourage. Moments later, Qingyun entered the grand hall of the royal palace. The Zhou king and numerous ministers were still deliberating the matter, awaiting news from the princes. The 8th prince was the first to return to report. Upon his return, the gazes of all ministers turned toward him. Your son pays respects to father. Yinzhan bowed to the Zhou king, Yin Ming, seated at the head of the hall. Have you uncovered any leads, my son? The Zhou king inquired with a grave tone. The Zhou king had little hope that the 8th prince would return so swiftly. A sentiment echoed among the officials in the grand hall. To brazenly assassinate the crown prince and the 3 esteemed guardians at the transcendence realm is no trivial feat, indeed. Yinzhan declared, Father, I have discovered the identity of the murderer who took the life of my elder brother. Upon hearing these words, the hall fell into stunned silence. The ministers and officials exchanging bewildered glances. Even the national master, who had been lightly closing his eyes, opened them and cast a gaze upon Yinzhan. Who is the perpetrator? Have you managed to capture him? King Zhou inquired with renewed vigor. Yet, Yinzhan sighed. I dare not apprehend this individual. Chapter 164. Reaching the pinnacle of the transformation realm, the ministers and officials exchanged looks of understanding, quickly grasping the gravity of the situation. Surely, the assailant possessed powers too formidable for the 8th prince to confront. After all, if even the 3 guardians of the crown prince were slain, how could the 8th prince stand a chance? King Zhou snorted coldly, regardless of who he may be. Anyone who dares to kill a prince of the great Zhou shall meet their demise. Which of you generals is willing to capture this individual? Before the generals could respond, Yinzhan sighed once more. It would be futile for anyone to attempt it. King Zhou, now incensed, demanded, Are you suggesting that even the national master cannot contend with this person? Yinzhan replied, I fear the national master may also find him beyond his reach. We must not provoke him. This statement sent shockwaves throughout the hall. How could the 8th prince assert that there was a person whom even the national master could not confront? What? The national master himself would not dare to engage this individual? The national master was the foremost expert in the great Zhou. Surely there was no one he could not face. The 8th prince's words seemed excessive, and the national master might take offense at such a claim. Perhaps, 8th prince was employing a tactic to provoke the national master, lest he deem it beneath him to act. The ministers murmured among themselves while the national master sat at the head of the hall, a faint smile of cold amusement gracing his features. King Zhou slammed his palm upon the dragon table, rising in fury. Yinzhan, do enlighten us as to who this person is. And what gives him the right to compel the national master into action? Yinzhan fixed his gaze upon King Zhou and slowly uttered 4 words, the Soul Annihilator. The words echoed throughout the hall, plunging it into a profound silence. All present turned pale, some scholars trembling slightly. The Soul Annihilator was undoubtedly the most terrifying entity in the entire Great Zhou. This was not solely due to his profound cultivation, but also because of the vast power wielded by the Heavenly Demon Sect. The cold smile on the national master's face froze. He had initially thought the 8th prince was merely trying to provoke him. But now he realized the gravity of the truth. In terms of strength, the Soul Annihilator was indeed his equal, though unbeknownst to the national master. The current Soul Annihilator had reached the Void Return realm, capable of extinguishing him as easily as one would crush an ant. In terms of backing, the Heavenly Demon Sect could contend with the entire Great Zhou court. Not to mention, the Heavenly Demon Sect had the formidable Heavenly Demon cult behind it. Thus, the Soul Annihilator was certainly not someone the national master dared to provoke. King Zhou's expression darkened, and he slumped back into his chair. After a moment, he weakly asked, 8th, are you certain that it was the Soul Annihilator who killed my elder brother? Yinzhan nodded with conviction. I have thoroughly investigated this matter and can confirm that my elder brother was indeed slain by the Soul Annihilator. Moreover, who else but the Soul Annihilator would have the audacity to openly murder the Crown Prince and those 3 formidable beings? Yinzhan, of course, would not expose Yang Dong. Firstly, he still relied on Yang Dong's support to ascend to the throne. Why would he incite enmity against him? Secondly, if he revealed Yang Dong's name, his father would undoubtedly dismiss him, and if the national master were to take action, the consequences would be dire. Yinzhan had no inkling that the national master was nothing more than an insignificant insect before Yang Dong. He still believed that Yang Dong relied on the Soul Annihilator's backing. Thus, he invoked the Soul Annihilator's name to intimidate his father, hoping to deter him from further troubling the Elven Emporium. The ministers and officials, upon hearing this, couldn't help but silently agree with Yinzhan's words. Indeed, aside from the Soul Annihilator, it was difficult to conceive of anyone bold enough to commit such a murder in the capital. Though the unblemished Taoist of the Qingyun Sect possessed comparable strength, he would never unleash slaughter in the heart of the capital. King Zhou swallowed hard. Why would the Soul Annihilator wish to kill my crown prince? Yinzhan sighed again. The Soul Annihilator has established an Elven Emporium on the Street of Cultivators in the capital. My elder brother, taken by desire, sent someone to forcibly seize several elven maidens from within, unaware that they were the soul annihilator-s women. This enraged him, compelling him to take the life of my elder brother. Moreover, I have learned that the leader of the pleasure cult previously sought these same elven maidens, and, in doing so, provoked the soul annihilator, leading to the annihilation of the pleasure cult. The tale of the heavenly demon sect's eradication of the pleasure cult had long since spread to the royal palace, with whispers claiming it was due to the elven maidens. Now, as Qingyun recounted this, the ministers felt a chill run down their spines, cold sweat beating upon their brows. If the pleasure cult could be extinguished so easily, all for the sake of these maidens, they feared that the soul annihilator, in a fit of rage, might descend upon the palace, leaving them all to perish. King Zhou inhaled sharply. He too recognized the implications. The vengeance for the crown prince was surely beyond reach. Yet, he had to find a way to save face. With a firm strike upon the dragon table, he declared, Qingyun, as a prince of the great Zhou, has committed the unforgivable crime of abducting common women and deserves death. You all must take heed, otherwise, I shall not show mercy. Qingyun and the ministers bowed in unison, proclaiming, We shall heed the king's teachings. The demon envoy Qinglingzi returned to the grand hall of the heavenly demon cult. I pay my respects to the demon emperor. Qinglingzi bowed deeply to the esteemed figure seated at the summit. Qinglingzi, what have you discovered? The demon emperor inquired in a grave tone. Your Majesty, it is confirmed that the pleasure cult of the great Zhou was indeed annihilated by the soul annihilator, leading the heavenly demon sect, Qinglingzi reported. The demon emperor furrowed his brow slightly. Why would the soul annihilator destroy the pleasure cult? Can you bring him back? Your Majesty, the leader of the pleasure cult, Xia Chanlu, abducted the soul annihilator-s woman and insulted your Majesty. Enraged, the soul annihilator led his disciples to obliterate the pleasure cult, Qinglingzi explained. The demon emperor's eyes glinted with icy light, a cold smile emerging. Excellent. Truly excellent. The audacity of the pleasure cult is beyond measure. They deserve a thorough reckoning. Summon the envoy Yu. Instruct him to relay a message to Xiong Ri Tian to ensure he keeps a close watch on the pleasure cult's affairs. The demon emperor held no doubt regarding Qinglingzi's words. As these 8 demon envoys were among his most trusted confidants, they would not deceive him. Qinglingzi secretly smiled to himself, bowing, Your Majesty is wise. Before long, Envoy Yu was summoned to the Grand Hall, where he was met with a harsh reprimand from the demon emperor and subsequently expelled from the heavenly demon cult's headquarters, returning to the pleasure cult in disgrace to report. Having resolved matters concerning the heavenly demon sect, Yang Dong continued to immerse himself in cultivation daily. Hua Hua, Qinmochio, and Angelina visited him every 3 days to practice together for 2 hours. When Yang Dong went to the Elven Emporium for inventory, he occasionally trained with the 4 elven maidens for an evening or practiced alongside the 7 women collectively. A month later, Yang Dong had reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm. Chapter 165. The Beast Tide launches a major offensive against the capital. Yang Dong ascended from the initial stage of the transformation realm to its pinnacle in a mere 3 months. During this time, he absorbed nearly 100,000 top-tier spirit stones. His collection of spirit stones grew increasingly vast, with the Elven Emporium earning tens of thousands of top-tier spirit stones monthly, and the Medo-Elven tribe contributing several tens of thousands more. After refining these spirit stones in the precious cauldron, the resulting quantity was astounding. As the number of spirit stones grew, those below the top tier became of little significance to him. Seated in his chamber, Yang Dong contemplated deeply. He resolved to subject those inferior spirit stones to repeated refinement in order to enhance their quality. Although the success rate of such refinement was exceedingly low, any improvement in quality would yield some profit. As for the medium and high-grade spirit stones, they were somewhat superfluous. Currently, he stood at the pinnacle of the transformation realm, and absorbing medium and high-grade spirit stones provided negligible growth in his cultivation. It was not that they were entirely without merit, but rather that Yang Dong had set exceedingly high standards for his rate of advancement, while others in the transformation realm typically required hundreds, if not thousands, of years to make a breakthrough. He had ascended from the initial stage to the peak in a mere 80 to 90 days. Of this, 30% was attributed to his primordial sacred body's ability to absorb spiritual energy, while 70% was derived from the rapid increase in his cultivation through the consumption of spirit stones. This pace of cultivation was several hundred to 1,000 times faster than that of his peers in the transformation realm. It is worth noting that those who could cultivate to the transformation realm were all individuals of exceptional constitutions, each endowed with ample resources for cultivation. Nevertheless, no amount of resources possessed by those transformation realm cultivators could compare to Yang Dong's capabilities. Even if they had an abundance of spirit stones at their disposal, they could absorb no more than a few dozen high-grade spirit stones daily, unless they were of a unique constitution or a sacred body. Thus, for Yangdong, whose primordial sacred body allowed him to ascend to ever greater heights, ordinary spirit stones had become increasingly ineffective. Summoning the Chaos Treasure Cauldron from within, Yangdong prepared to refine all the spirit stones once more. He currently possessed over 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, more than 300,000 upper-grade stones, and nearly 1,000,000 medium-grade stones, with none of lower-grade remaining, as he had already refined them into medium-grade or higher. These spirit stones were stored in over 100 large storage bags, which he cast into the cauldron for refinement. A flash of light signified that approximately 1/8 of the spirit stones had improved in quality, resulting in the refinement of several hundred lower-grade spirit crystals. However, the quality of most of the other spirit stones had diminished by 1 grade. 1 lower-grade spirit crystal was equivalent to 100 high-grade spirit stones. Yangdong collected these several hundred spirit crystals and stored them in his spatial ring. He now possessed over 1,000 lower-grade spirit crystals and several dozen medium-grade spirit crystals, which he intended to absorb after reaching the integration realm. Subsequently, Yangdong continued to refine the remaining spirit stones. After 3 rounds of refinement, he produced several hundred additional lower-grade spirit crystals and tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones, though most others had been downgraded to medium or lower grade. These medium and lower-grade spirit stones would eventually be used for purchasing supplies. With the cauldron returned to his body, he resumed his cultivation. Half an hour later, Angelina, Qingyun, and Ruiying arrived in unison. Upon their arrival, the 3 women commenced their cultivation alongside Yangdong. Over the past few months, with Yangdong's abundant supply of spirit stones, their cultivation had progressed at a remarkable pace. Angelina had already broken through to the nascent soul stage, reaching the initial phase of the out-of-body realm. Ruiying had attained the peak of the nascent soul stage, while Qingyun's cultivation had progressed to the late nascent soul stage. This rapid advancement was undoubtedly due to their exceptional constitutions as divine and spiritual bodies. Otherwise, even with spirit stones, their cultivation could not have accelerated to such an extent. In the capital, as dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight emerged from the east, the expression of the western city's guards transformed dramatically. Countless demonic beasts swarmed the outskirts of the city, appearing like a vast army of ants, numbering over 100,000, leaving villages and towns in ruin in their wake. My goodness, where did so many demonic beasts come from, given their sheer number? It was evident they had emerged from the demonic beast valley. The beasts had not caused chaos for thousands of years. Why had they suddenly emerged in full force today? Hurry, report to General Zhao. Before the city's defenders could relay the news, the western city's commander, Xianxiaaudiobooks, led his retinue to the battlements to survey the distance. Tens of thousands of demonic beasts had approached within less than 10 miles of the city, with a lion demon king at the forefront, standing over 3 meters tall, a truly fearsome sight. Following the lion demon king were several large demons, including a bull-headed beast, snake demons, pig demons, wolf demons, and towering tree demons reaching heights of over 10 meters. Zhao Nanshan's complexion turned ashen as he surveyed the sea of beasts. His heart sank to the depths. This lion demon king was at least a 5th-tier peak demon beast, possibly even a 6th tier. The dozen or so large demons had all attained the early 5th tier level, let alone the tens of thousands of other beasts trailing behind. Although Zhao Nanshan had reached the late out-of-body realm and commanded an army of several 100,000, he knew it would be exceedingly difficult to withstand the assault of these 100,000 beasts. The overall strength of the demonic beasts far surpassed that of the defending soldiers. Zhao Nanshan immediately took out a message talisman to report the military situation to General Gao Tianyan. Subsequently, drawing his sword, he bellowed, "All soldiers, heed my command and prepare for battle." Countless generals mounted their beasts as several 100,000 soldiers of the Dazhou dynasty took their positions atop the city walls, armed with various weapons, ready to confront the impending assault of the 100,000 demonic beasts. The capital's city walls were square, each side extending over 100 miles in length, constructed from massive black stone blocks, with walls a yard thick, incredibly sturdy. Rising over 30 yards in height and approximately 10 yards in width, the walls were awe-inspiring and magnificent. Outside the walls lay a 10-yard-wide moat, with waters reaching depths of 3 yards. Such an imposing defensive structure, if placed in a typical ancient world, would be impenetrable, rendering any attacking force futile, even without a single soldier stationed to defend it. Just imagine a wall over 30 yards high, equivalent to 100 meters. What siege ladder could possibly scale such a height? Moreover, the walls, a yard thick, were made entirely of indestructible black stone, impervious to ancient artillery. Not to mention the moat, 10 yards wide and 3 yards deep. Therefore, this extraordinary defensive wall, in a conventional ancient world, would be an insurmountable barrier. However, This was a realm of cultivation. Such walls could hinder ordinary demonic beasts, but they were virtually ineffective against those of the third tier or higher, or those capable of flight. It was precisely because this was a cultivation world that such towering and resilient walls could be constructed. On the over 100 miles of walls, patrolled by several 100,000 soldiers, there was ample space, and it was far from crowded. As the sun gradually ascended, its scorching rays began to dispel the lingering chill of the night, yet they could not drive away the approaching army of demonic beasts. At this moment, the Lion Demon King, accompanied by tens of thousands of beasts, had arrived beneath the western city walls. With one hand on his hip and the other wielding a 5-yard-long black iron spear, he let out a chilling laugh. Those stationed on the city walls, heed my words. Open the gates and submit to my demon kin, or face certain death. Standing on the battlements, Zhao Nantian pointed his silver spear at the Lion Demon King and thundered, "Our human race has coexisted peacefully with your demon kin for millennia without conflict. Today, you dare to invade our territory en masse. This is a path to self-destruction. I advise you, demonic beasts, to withdraw back to the demonic beast valley while there is still time, or else the national master shall descend upon you and ensure your annihilation." As the saying goes, the best attack is a psychological one. No matter how formidable the enemy may be, a commanding officer must exude an air of authority. It is best to frighten the enemy into retreating. Even if that fails, it will at least bolster the morale of one's own troops. Zhao Nanshan's voice echoed in the air, loud enough for both soldiers and demonic beasts to hear distinctly. Upon hearing the title of National Master, the morale of the defending soldiers surged, invigorating their spirits. The National Master is undoubtedly a formidable presence in the realm of cultivation, currently at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, rendering him invincible within the great Zhou's world of immortals. The Lion Demon King erupted into a maniacal laugh, exclaiming, "Pathetic humans. All you do is boast. Since you are oblivious to your impending doom, I shall annihilate you all. My minions, breach the city walls and devour these human cultivators to bolster our strength." With that, the Lion Demon King swung his colossal fork towards the city wall. A beam of radiance swept across, cleaving towards the towering, sturdy fortifications. Should this brilliance strike the city, even the rock-solid walls would surely be cleaved open, leaving a gaping wound several zhang wide. Zhao Nanshan's gaze sharpened as he thrust his silver spear, conjuring a luminous shield to intercept the Lion Demon King's onslaught. Bang! The brilliance collided with the shield, shattering it into two halves. The force diminished slightly, yet it still struck the city wall. Boom! The Blackrock Wall, towering 100 meters and over 30 meters wide, was violently cleaved open, creating a gap 7 to 8 zhang wide. Kill! Behind, hundreds of thousands of demon beasts wielded various weapons, unleashing a thunderous battle cry as they surged forth. Countless arrows rained down upon the advancing demon horde from the walls. Officers of rank above 100 engaged their spells, bombarding the onrushing beasts. The demon creatures, with their tough hides and formidable defenses, displayed no fear of the human soldiers' relentless barrage of arrows. More of them unleashed terrifying demonic spells, targeting the human defenders atop the walls. Boom, boom, boom. The clash of human and demon magic filled the skies, a tempest of spells erupting everywhere. Fire, water, lightning, air, sound, wood, metal, light, and darkness intertwined as a massive stone weighing hundreds of tons plummeted down like a meteor, shaking the earth and obliterating dozens of nearby demon beasts. Fireballs whistled through the air, while chains of lightning and spherical bolts struck relentlessly. Ice blades sliced through the air. Someone cast a spell to freeze the ground, instantly transforming 1,000 zhang radius into a domain of ice and snow, encasing countless demon beasts. Yet this was only momentary, as the more powerful demons shattered their icy prisons. The beasts exhaled clouds of black mist, causing instant death to any soldier who came into contact. Others unleashed torrents of flames, sweeping towards the defenders. Various dark spells were cast, their power utterly terrifying. Some demon beasts invoked grand spells, crimson light filling the sky, as a plethora of devastating incantations intertwined, creating a spectacle both magnificent and horrifying. A towering tree demon, over 20 zhang high, extended countless branches, each several zhang long, sweeping like iron chains, obliterating over 100 human soldiers in a gruesome flurry of blood and gore. A gargantuan serpent demon, with a maw wide enough to engulf dozens of soldiers, lunged from the air, swallowing them whole. Its massive tail crashed down against the city wall, creating a thunderous roar as it breached a gap several zhang wide, sending debris flying. A six-tailed fox demon, clad in a low-cut crimson robe, revealed her ample curves, her beauty striking and alluring. She soared above the city walls, emitting a captivating silvery laughter, enchanting the thousands of human soldiers below, momentarily halting their assault on the demon beasts. Truly, humans are more lascivious. With another melodious laugh, the 6 tails of the fox demon swelled and swept across, sending hundreds of soldiers flying 100 zhang away to their demise. Over 30% of the demon horde possessed the ability to fly, unleashing their spells as they approached the city, casting a shadow over the defenders like a dark cloud. A sight utterly terrifying. Meanwhile, more demons surged towards the city walls, charging through the 2 yawning gaps. Prevent the demons from breaching the capital, Xianxiaaudiobooks roared, engaged in a fierce battle with the Lion Demon King, struggling to withstand its relentless assaults. The other commanders were similarly embroiled in combat against the formidable demons, all at a disadvantage. More soldiers plunged into the melee, grappling with the flood of invading beasts. The demon beasts were incredibly robust. It took 4 or 5 soldiers to contend with a single ordinary demon. Stabs from spears and forks pierced through flesh, creating ghastly sounds of penetration. The flash of blades cut through the air as soldiers carved into the demon bodies, akin to slicing through vegetables. The carnage of this melee was indescribably brutal. Corpses fell. Dismembered limbs littered the ground. Rivers of blood flowed, staining the earth crimson. At this moment, within the palace hall, the Zhou king sat, enjoying the performance of court maidens. Suddenly, a guard rushed in, kneeling and proclaiming, "Your Majesty, the general has urgent matters to discuss." The Zhou king dismissed the performance, commanding, "Announce him." The guard exited, and soon General Gao Yun entered the hall, bowing deeply. "Your Majesty, grave news has arisen. The demon army is invading the capital." The Zhou king's expression shifted dramatically. "What? The demon army is invading? How can this be?" For over 10,000 years, the great Zhou army had decisively defeated the demon race, driving them back to their lairs. And they had not emerged to wreak havoc since. Even when isolated incidents occurred, they were swiftly dealt with by the Demon Suppression Division. The humans had coexisted peacefully with the demons for millennia, never encroaching upon one another's territories. In truth, the human race had contemplated annihilating the demons in their valley, with successive dynasties organizing massive armies to assault the demon stronghold. However, the treacherous terrain of the valley, filled with steep mountains and perilous paths, rendered the human forces vulnerable once they entered, akin to navigating a primitive jungle, leaving them trapped and unable to sustain their supply lines. The demon beasts thrived in the rugged terrain, launching ambushes that resulted in catastrophic defeats for the human armies. After multiple failed attempts to subdue the demon valley, the human race abandoned any thoughts of a punitive expedition, remaining content as long as the demons kept to themselves. However, no one could have anticipated that today the demons would suddenly mount a massive invasion of the great Zhou capital. Clearly, this time the demons were advancing with great momentum, intent on obliterating the Zhou court in one fell swoop. Chapter 167. Demons invade from all sides. Gao Yun continued. Just now, the Western City's commander, Xianxiaaudiobooks, sent an urgent report. A lion demon king, accompanied by over 100,000 demon beasts, has arrived at the city walls, and the situation is dire. We may not hold. He requested to lead an army to provide reinforcements. The capital was guarded by 500,000 elite soldiers, over 100,000 stationed at the city walls, with an additional 300,000 distributed around the palace, ready to heed commands. There were 3 generals in the capital, each possessing peak cultivation levels, yet mobilizing the army required the Zhou king's command. The Zhou king immediately retrieved a tiger talisman from his spatial ring. Gao Yun, swiftly lead 50,000 troops to the west gate to assist General Zhao. The Zhou king's direct order to deploy 50,000 troops underscored the severity of the situation. Should these 100,000 demon beasts breach the capital, the consequences would be dire. Even if they ultimately vanquished the entire horde, the capital would undoubtedly lie in ruins, a mere shadow of its former glory. Gao Yun stepped forward, kneeling on one knee to receive the Zhou king's talisman with both hands. "I shall obey your command." Stepping back 3 paces, Gao Yun strode away with purpose. "Summon the national master, and have all the princes and esteemed ministers gather in the grand hall for a council," commanded King Zhou in a deep voice. Moments later, a dozen princes and over 100 ministers, their expressions grave, entered the palace hall. Clearly, everyone was now aware of the news regarding the army of monstrous beasts assaulting the capital. Although the outer city lay hundreds of miles from the palace's center, the messages conveyed by cultivators could reach their destination almost instantaneously. Once the princes and ministers had assembled, the national master entered the hall, hands clasped behind his back, and took a seat beside King Zhou at the head of the table. "We pay our respects to your majesty and greet the national master." The princes and ministers first bowed to King Zhou before acknowledging the national master. King Zhou surveyed the assembly of ministers and warriors, then spoke in a solemn tone. I trust you have all received the news. Just moments ago, over 100,000 monstrous beasts descended upon the western city, and General Zhao has called for aid. General Gao has already led 500,000 troops to provide support. Upon hearing that Gao Yun had already taken 500,000 troops to assist, the worried expressions of the ministers and warriors slightly eased. The second prince bowed respectfully and said, Father, do not fret. With General Gao leading 500,000 troops, we will surely annihilate these monstrous beasts. The ministers and warriors nodded in agreement. Gao Yun had reached the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage, sufficient to confront beasts below the 6th rank. Moreover, the realm of 6th rank beasts had yet to be encountered in the Great Zhou. Of course, no one dared to guarantee that there were no 6th rank beasts lurking in the Valley of Beasts. But given that the Great Zhou was situated on the edge of the eastern continent, where spiritual energy was comparatively scarce, the likelihood of encountering 6th rank beasts was minimal. While the combat prowess of the monstrous beasts greatly surpassed that of the Great Zhou soldiers, with Gao Yun leading 500,000 troops, alongside General Zhao and Tian's 300,000, a total of 800,000 should pose a manageable challenge against the over 100,000 beasts. At this moment, the National Master spoke slowly. Since the demon race was vanquished by our human race and retreated to the Valley of Beasts 10,000 years ago, they have never dared to infringe upon us again. Their sudden and large-scale invasion of the capital now suggests that a great demon king has likely achieved a breakthrough. Otherwise, they would not dare to attack so recklessly. The National Master's words astonished everyone. It must be said, his analysis was extremely reasonable. After being defeated by humanity, the beasts had hidden in the valley for 10 millennia. If they had been diligently cultivating all this time, their power must be formidable. The beasts understood the strength of humanity well, and if they did not possess over 80% certainty, they would never attempt such a bold invasion of the capital of Great Zhou. King Zhou's expression grew grave. The National Master speaks truthfully. Perhaps a demon king has indeed broken through to the 6th rank. The ministers and the dozen princes were all taken aback. 6th rank beasts were equivalent to the human realm of divine transformation. If that were the case, even with General Gao leading 500,000 troops, it would likely be insufficient to withstand the onslaught of the beasts. Should this demon king breach the capital, the consequences would be unimaginable. Many ministers felt a cold sweat trickle down their backs at the thought. King Zhou bowed to the National Master. It seems we must trouble the National Master to take action personally. The National Master, a mid-stage divine transformation cultivator, could handle a low-tier 6th rank beast without issue. Even against a mid-tier 6th rank beast, he had a fair chance. After all, the National Master possessed numerous magical artifacts and spiritual tools. However, facing a high-tier 6th rank beast would be perilous. Yet, the National Master remained composed, a faint smile gracing his lips. Your Majesty, do not be hasty. If a 6th rank beast truly appears, I shall intervene myself. He understood that revealing his importance at the most critical moment would elevate his status. Clearly, that moment had yet to arrive. King Zhou seethed inwardly. This scoundrel. The monstrous beasts have already reached the city outskirts, and he still hesitates. Does he intend to wait until the beasts have slain General Gao before he takes action? He thought. By then, the capital would suffer devastating losses. Though he cursed inwardly, King Zhou dared not voice his grievances. The princes and ministers were equally hesitant. For the National Master was the foremost expert in Great Zhou, the very pillar of the court. Who would dare to provoke him? At that moment, a scout rushed in, kneeling and calling out, Report, Your Majesty, we have received urgent news from General Liu, who guards the southern city. Over 100,000 monstrous beasts are charging towards us. General Liu fears he may not withstand their assault and requests that Your Majesty send a general for assistance. Upon hearing this, the ministers all changed their countenance. The threat from the western beasts remained unresolved, and now there were also over 100,000 beasts advancing from the south. King Zhou's expression shifted as he immediately commanded, Hitaihu, you shall lead 500,000 troops to assist the southern city. Hitaihu stepped forward and bowed. I accept the command. King Zhou retrieved a tiger talisman from his spatial ring, presenting it to Hitaihu, who accepted it with both hands and quickly departed. Hitaihu was also one of the 3 great generals of the capital, and his leadership of 500,000 troops provided some reassurance to the ministers. Yet another scout burst into the hall, shouting, Report, Your Majesty, we have received urgent news from General Tai in the eastern city. Over 100,000 monstrous beasts are racing towards us. General Tai fears he cannot withstand their assault and requests Your Majesty send a general for assistance. Everyone gasped in shock. With the beasts attacking simultaneously from the east, south, and west, and each force numbering over 100,000. It was evident that this invasion was a concerted effort to lay siege to the capital. However, another scout rushed into the hall, kneeling and exclaiming, "Report, Your Majesty. We have received urgent news from General Jean in the northern city. Over 100,000 monstrous beasts are charging towards us. General Jean fears he may not withstand their assault and requests Your Majesty send a general for assistance." The assembly was thrown into chaos. All four directions, east, west, south, and north, were under siege by over 100,000 beasts. This was a crisis the likes of which had not been seen in millennia. Faced with such a massive invasion of beasts, the capital's defenses were in jeopardy. Chapter 168. Old 8 still holds the bravery of his youth. King Zhou's complexion turned pale at that moment, but he quickly regained his composure, retrieving a tiger talisman and solemnly stating, "Xian, you shall lead 500,000 troops to assist the eastern city." Xian stepped forward, kneeling and accepting the talisman, then departed. With generals dispatched to the east, south, and west, only the northern gate remained unguarded. The pressing question now was who to send to the northern city for support. All three great generals had already been assigned, leaving no suitable candidates to lead troops to the north. Unless, of course, the National Master intervened personally. Yet the National Master remained unmoved, and King Zhou was reluctant to directly request his assistance. Given the current situation, it would be prudent for the National Master to conserve his strength for a critical moment. King Zhou looked to the princes and ministers, speaking in a deep voice. "Who among you is willing to command 50,000 troops to the northern city to confront the beast army?" The ministers fell silent, none daring to step forward. They understood the gravity of the situation, with tens of thousands of beasts launching a coordinated attack. The strength of several demon kings would undoubtedly be formidable. Without the cultivation of the out-of-body stage, any attempt to confront the beasts would be tantamount to delivering themselves to slaughter. Most of the princes bowed their heads, none responding. While they recognized this as a potential opportunity for glory, the uncertainty of life and death weighed heavily on their minds. If they were to lose their lives, any claim to the throne would be meaningless. Hence, they were reluctant to pursue this honor, prioritizing their own survival. As silence enveloped the hall, with neither ministers nor princes stepping forward, King Zhou's face darkened with anger. Just as he was about to unleash his frustration, the 8th prince, Qingyun, gritted his teeth and stepped forward, bowing. "Father, though I am but a humble son, I wish to lead troops to aid the northern gate. Qingyun has volunteered for this task after careful deliberation of the pros and cons. It is precisely because no other princes have stepped forward that his initiative will surely earn your esteem, Father. He does not seek victory. Merely holding the northern gate would be a significant achievement, elevating his standing in your eyes above that of his brothers. As for the dangers involved, Qingyun is acutely aware of the peril. It is this very danger that has deterred the other princes from taking action. His willingness to volunteer thus places him in your favor. Furthermore, Qingyun plans to seek the assistance of Yangdong at the Elven Shop, believing that with Yangdong's support, he can at least secure an invulnerable position. Upon witnessing the 8th prince's boldness, the expressions of the other princes varied. Some secretly scoffed, considering him reckless. Others furrowed their brows, realizing that if none of them volunteered, they would appear cowardly in contrast to the audacity of the 8th. A few even hoped for Qingyun's demise at the hands of the beastly hordes, thus removing a formidable rival. Finally, seeing a son take the initiative, King Zhou's countenance softened. "Good, 8th, you possess the valor of your father in his youth." The king regarded Qingyun with approval. Among the princes, Qingyun's cultivation was the most advanced, and he was known for his reliability. The previous incident involving the first prince's assassination was thoroughly investigated by him. Although it concluded without resolution, he handled it with great prudence, preventing further escalation. Since that event, he has distinguished himself among his peers, earning King Zhou's respect. Though the notion of making him heir was still far from the king's mind, Qingyun's current initiative undoubtedly increased the king's satisfaction with him. King Zhou produced a tiger talisman, descending from his throne to hand it to Qingyun. "Choose 50,000 elite soldiers to bolster the northern gate and ensure its defense. I vow to uphold your command, Father, and guard the northern gate." Qingyun bowed deeply and accepted the talisman with both hands before turning on his heel and striding out of the hall. Upon exiting the palace, he summoned a retinue of attendants and mounted his swift steed towards the northern military camp. The journey of several dozen miles was traversed swiftly. With the talisman in hand, he gathered dozens of generals, mustering an army of 500,000, led by a deputy commander towards the northern city at a gallop. Meanwhile, Qingyun proceeded to the Elven Shop on Cultivator Street. In the western city, when Gao Yun arrived with 500,000 troops, the commander Zhao Nantian had already fallen to the Lion Demon King. Of the 300,000 defenders, half were either dead or wounded. Yet they continued to fight valiantly against the beasts. Their courage was not born from fearlessness, but from the stark reality of having no retreat. The Lion Demon King led tens of thousands of beasts, having inflicted casualties of 30 to 40,000, yet still possessed a formidable force of over 100,000. The beasts had already penetrated the inner city, driving the remnants of the army back in disarray. These beasts shall not be allowed to run rampant. Gao Yun charged forth on a fourth-tier beast, bellowing as he swung his sword, unleashing a brilliant arc of light directed at the Lion Demon King. Following closely behind him, dozens of generals rallied the 500,000 troops to confront the invading monsters. General Gao has arrived to provide reinforcements. Brothers, let us fight. The sight of Gao Yun leading his massive army reignited the spirits of the retreating defenders, who rallied alongside the reinforcements to launch a counterattack against the beasts. With the addition of these 500,000 troops, the situation in the western city stabilized, albeit temporarily, as thousands of beasts continued to swarm into the capital, wreaking havoc. At the same time, the eastern, southern, and northern cities had all succumbed to the beasts' onslaught, yet timely reinforcements arrived at each location. Engaging in fierce combat against the invading monsters, the entire capital was engulfed in terror, with citizens scattering in all directions, most fleeing towards Cultivator Street. The reasoning was simple. The street was home to a multitude of cultivators, who could at least provide some defense against the beasts. On Cultivator Street, the four ladies, Chun Ling and her companions, emerged from their shop upon hearing the commotion outside. Chapter 169. Can hundreds of thousands of beasts be defeated? The street was filled with hundreds of cultivators, all anxiously observing their surroundings and engaging in fervent discussions. What in the world is happening? Where did all these beasts come from? I heard that the beasts from the Beast Valley have launched a massive assault on the capital, breaching the city walls and advancing into the inner city. Goodness! Hundreds of thousands of beasts. That is utterly terrifying. This must be the full force of the Beast Valley, likely spurred by the awakening of a Beast King. Disaster is imminent for humanity. Isn't there a military force of several million? Can they not withstand these hundreds of thousands of beasts? Alas! The great Zhou hasn't fought beasts in thousands of years. Perhaps 10 soldiers wouldn't even stand a chance against a single beast. What are we to do? If these hundreds of thousands of beasts breach the city, we are all doomed. Where's the national master? Isn't he the greatest expert in Great Zhou? Why isn't he appearing now? The Qingyun Sect is too far away. What of the Taisu Sect? They are somewhat closer, but will they come to our aid? Listening to the cultivators' discussions, Chun Ling and her companions grasped the dire situation facing the capital. Chun Ling, the capital is in peril. We must quickly inform our master. Xiao Ling's face turned pale, reflecting the anxiety shared by all four ladies. The arrival of hundreds of thousands of beasts, overwhelming even the army of millions, foreshadowed catastrophic consequences. I shall report to our master at once. Chun Ling entered the shop, retrieving a transmission talisman from her storage pouch to send a message to Yangdong. At Qingyun Sect, within the bamboo grove, Yangdong was cultivating alongside Ruhua, Qin Mo Chiu, and Angelina. Suddenly, he heard Chun Ling's voice. Master, the capital is under siege by hundreds of thousands of beasts, and even the millions of soldiers cannot hold them back. The lives of countless souls in the capital are in grave danger. Yangdong's brow furrowed as he sprang to his feet. What is it, master? Qin Mo Chiu asked breathlessly. Ruhua and Angelina also stood, gazing at Yangdong in bewilderment. His abrupt cessation of cultivation at such a crucial moment was unprecedented. Is something amiss? Ruhua grasped Yangdong's hand, inquiring with concern. Indeed, hundreds of thousands of beasts are attacking the capital, and even the millions of royal troops are unable to withstand them. The capital is in imminent peril. Beasts attacking the capital? How could this happen? Qin Mo Chiu's mouth fell agape, her delicate face awash with astonishment. Ruhua remarked, I have heard from my father that the Beast Valley is home to over 1 million magical beasts. Legend has it that 10,000 years ago, there was a great war between humans and these beasts, and after their defeat, they retreated into the Beast Valley, never to emerge again to wreak havoc. Surely, this time it must be the beasts of the valley that have ventured forth in droves. Angina's expression turned grave as she clutched Yangdong's arm, saying, if hundreds of thousands of beasts were to storm the capital, Spring Spirit and the others would surely be in peril. Master, please bring them through the portal and destroy it afterward, lest the beasts follow you through. The portal operates bidirectionally. As long as one side is destroyed, the other becomes utterly ineffective. Yangdong pressed a kiss to Angina's cheek and reassured her, do not fret. I shall go forth and vanquish these beasts alone. The portal need not be destroyed, but there are tens of thousands of beasts. Can you truly handle them alone, master? Angina still harbored doubts. Ruhua suggested, let us accompany the master. Qin Mo Chiu nodded in agreement. Although they recognized Yangdong's formidable prowess, The sheer number of beasts was daunting. Yang Dong gently patted the three ladies on their fair backs, saying, "You three should remain at Qingyun Sect and inform Sect Master Chu of this matter. I can manage this alone." Given their current cultivation levels, they could easily protect themselves unless confronted with a great beast, but their contributions in battle would be negligible. Angina, the most advanced among them, had only just reached the initial stage of the out-of-body realm. Ruhua and Qin Imochio were both at the nascent soul stage. Yet they were still inferior to Yang Dong's weakest fifth-tier magical beast. It is worth noting that this fifth-tier beast was merely the weakest of Yang Dong's spirit companions. He possessed several sixth-tier magical creatures and a seventh-tier werewolf king. Most terrifying of all, Yang Dong had a seventh-tier bone-eating queen bee along with thousands of bone-eating bees, all of which were fourth-tier magical bees, equating to thousands of peak nascent soul cultivators. If he were to refine these thousands of bone-eating bees using his precious cauldron, it would be akin to having thousands of peak out-of-body cultivators at his command. Just imagine the sheer terror of such a force. Seeing that Yang Dong forbade them from accompanying him, the three ladies could only acquiesce with obedient nods. After donning their garments, they too prepared themselves. Angina returned temporarily to the Midwa elf tribe to inform her grandfather and kin about the impending beast invasion of the Great Zhou capital. While these beasts would not encroach upon the dark forest, the information regarding this monumental clash between humans and beasts over millennia warranted communication with her family. Qin Imochio and Ruhua proceeded to the sect's grand hall to report to Sect Master Chu Yun. Meanwhile, Yang Dong emerged from the rear courtyard of the elf shop through the portal, just as he was about to step outside. He reconsidered and decided to refine the thousands of bone-eating bees with his cauldron. Previously, he had refrained from doing so because it was unnecessary and the sheer number made it impractical to have each one recognize him as their master, which posed certain risks. However, he devised a plan to dilute his blood with spiritual water and sprinkle it upon the thousands of bone-eating bees. Theoretically, this should yield the same effect, as it would still contain his essence. Thus, he filled a large barrel with spiritual water and, after slicing open an artery in his arm, allowed his blood to flow into the barrel. Given the quantity of these magical bees, he ensured to provide a sufficient amount of blood for safety. After extracting 300 to 400 milliliters of blood, he utilized a spell to heal the wound on his arm, leaving no trace behind. For a cultivator at the God Transformation realm, losing 300 to 400 milliliters of blood had negligible impact, akin to a mere scratch on an ordinary person. Stirring the barrel, the mixture of blood and spiritual water turned a vivid crimson. Yang Dong summoned his cauldron from within and then, using his mind, released all the bone-eating bees from his spatial pouch. Instantly, the room was filled with a dense swarm of these bees, hovering in the air, staring blankly at Yang Dong. Unsure of his intentions, the bone-eating queen hovered at the front, awaiting Yang Dong's command. He instructed them to enter the cauldron and huddle together. The queen turned and called out to the swarm, and soon, thousands of bone-eating bees flew into the cauldron, filling it to the brim like black soybeans. Chapter 170. Refining 3,000 fifth-tier magical bees. With a wave of his hand, the barrel of red liquid soared into the air, pouring into the cauldron and thoroughly drenching the thousands of bone-eating bees. Without a command from the queen, the swarm remained obediently within the cauldron, none daring to stray outside. The chaotic cauldron emitted a radiant light, enveloping the bees. Moments later, the glow faded, and the barrel of blood was uniformly absorbed by the swarm. The cauldron revealed a line of information. Bone-eating bees, fifth-tier magical bees, quantity, 3,812. Astonishingly, there were over 3,800. Yang Dong had anticipated only 2,000 or 3,000 at most, yet nearly 4,000 had emerged. Now that these nearly 4,000 bone-eating bees had been refined into fifth-tier magical creatures, it was tantamount to possessing the combat strength of almost 4,000 peak out-of-body cultivators. The thought alone was terrifying. However, Yang Dong needed to verify whether these refined bone-eating bees recognized him as their master. He promptly summoned the bone-eating queen back into his spatial pouch to test if he could command the swarm solely with his will. "All of you, come forth," he commanded to the thousands of bone-eating bees within the cauldron. Instantly, the swarm surged forth, nearly filling the entire room. They aligned themselves in rows, forming a perfect square. Yang Dong issued another command, and the swarm quickly arranged themselves into a neat square formation, resembling a well-drilled army. It must be said that after absorbing his blood, the bees' intelligence had significantly heightened. Yang Dong was thoroughly pleased. With these thousands of fifth-tier bone-eating bees, his combat prowess could nearly sweep through the entire Qingyun Sect. Of course, he would still be unable to contend with the Demon Emperor and the 4 Demon Kings. Yang Dong returned the swarm to his spatial pouch and exited the room. At that moment, the 8th Prince Yinzhan had arrived at the elf shop. The four elf ladies recognized him and greeted him with respectful bows, saying, "We have met the 8th prince." Qingyun hurriedly waved his hand. "No need for such formalities, ladies. I have come here today to seek an audience with Master Yang. Surely, you are aware that hundreds of thousands of magical beasts are launching a massive assault on the capital, putting it in grave danger." Previously, the 8th prince had referred to Yang Dong as elder. Now, he addressed him as Master Yang, showing respect as he sought assistance. Spring Spirit replied, "I have just sent a message to the master about the beast invasion of the capital. He should arrive shortly." The four elf ladies were confident that their master would respond to the message and would not forsake their lives. Though, even if Yang Dong were to disregard their fates, these most loyal servants would harbor no resentment. At the last moment, they would self-destruct rather than allow the beasts to defile their bodies. Upon hearing this, Qingyun's face lit up with joy as he clasped his hands in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, my lady." Just then, Yang Dong strode in from the backyard. "I pay my respects to the master." The four elven maidens gracefully bowed before Yang Dong. "Master, you have arrived," exclaimed the Xinyu parrot, flapping its wings as it flew over. Upon seeing Yang Dong, Qingyun's heart swelled with even greater delight. He hurriedly approached Yang Dong, clasping his hands in a salute. "Master Yang, you have come." Yang Dong, with his hands clasped behind his back, strolled leisurely as he regarded Qingyun with a slight smile. "The 8th prince seeks my assistance. I assume it is not merely for a friendly chat, but rather to request my aid against the invading beasts." At this moment, Qingyun stood in the shop, and Yang Dong could easily surmise his intentions. Immediately, Qingyun began to flatter, "Master Yang, your foresight is unmatched, indeed. I seek your hand to help repel the beasts attacking the North City." Qingyun had no illusions that Yang Dong could single-handedly handle all the beasts. Even the national master would find such a task daunting. He believed that Yang Dong's cultivation was likely at the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage. And if he could assist in fending off the beasts attacking North City, that would be a monumental achievement. If he could hold the North City, it would be a significant accomplishment before his father. As for the beasts approaching from the other 3 directions, he was confident that the 3 great generals would provide adequate support. Moreover, with the national master personally leading millions of troops from the capital, they would surely be able to vanquish all the beasts in the end. Yang Dong settled into a chair and inquired, "Please describe the situation regarding the beasts' assault on the capital." Qingyun replied, "The beasts are attacking the capital simultaneously from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. According to our scouts, there are over 100,000 beasts in each direction. My father has dispatched the 3 great generals to aid the southeastern, southwestern, and northeastern cities, while I lead our forces to the North City. However, my cultivation is inadequate, and I fear I may struggle to withstand the assault on North City. Hence, I have come to seek Master Yang's assistance. I humbly request your aid." With that, Qingyun bowed deeply to Yang Dong. Yang Dong nodded slightly. "For the sake of the millions of lives in the capital, it is only natural that I would eradicate these beasts." Qingyun was overjoyed. He had initially thought it would be difficult to solicit Yang Dong's help, considering who would willingly face tens of thousands of beasts. Yet, to his astonishment, Yang Dong agreed so readily. Excitedly, Qingyun bowed deeply once more. "Thank you, Master Yang, for your assistance." Yang Dong rose and summoned the bone-eating queen bee from his spatial pouch, commanding her to lead 100 bone-eating bees to guard the elven shop and its maidens. The bone-eating queen bee was a 7th-tier monstrosity, and with her commanding 100 5th-tier bone-eating bees, even a beast king would be swiftly dispatched. Subsequently, Yang Dong and Qingyun exited the elven shop, releasing a golden griffin from the pouch, with a loud cry that resonated like gold-piercing stone. The golden griffin shook its golden feathers. The golden griffin, upon seeing this magnificent creature, towering over a yard in height and resplendent in golden hues, the 8th prince's eyes widened in astonishment. As a prince of the Great Zhou, he had read about the golden griffin in books. It was a unique 6th-tier beast from the western continent, possessing unfathomable strength. He never imagined that Master Yang could so effortlessly summon such a creature from his pouch. With this 6th-tier golden griffin, they could easily contend with even a 6th-tier beast king. Yet, what astonished Qingyun even more was how Yang Dong had acquired a golden griffin as a spirit companion. This was a 6th-tier beast, comparable in strength to a human in the transformation realm. How had Master Yang managed to win its loyalty? Qingyun gasped in realization. At that moment, he understood that he had significantly underestimated Yang Dong's true capabilities and finally grasped why the Soul Extinction Sovereign had suddenly been so amiable towards the Qingyun Sect. Believing he had unraveled the mystery, Qingyun was unaware that he had only scratched the surface. The sudden appearance of the Golden Griffin did not only astonish Prince Qingyun. The entire street of cultivators was left utterly dumbfounded by the sight of the Golden Griffin. Although most of them did not recognize the creature, The aura emanating from it was enough to instill a sense of dread. The cultivators recoiled, their gazes toward Yangdong filled with profound awe. What a magnificent beast! Its body gleams like gold, with the head of a lion and the body of an eagle, truly imposing. Did you not hear the eighth prince? This is the golden griffin, a sixth-tier beast. My heavens! A sixth-tier beast. Does that not equate to the terrifying power of a being in the transformation realm? Who is this person? To possess a golden griffin as a spirit companion, even the national master cannot be compared to him. Emerging from the elven shop, he must be the hidden master behind it, the owner of those 4 elven maidens. Just look at how reverently the eighth prince treats him. The background of this elven shop is truly unfathomable. Previously, the crowd had only known that the elven shop had a formidable background, even daring to challenge the royal guards. Now they finally comprehended the extent of the owner's power. Yangdong paid no heed to the gazes and murmurs of the awestruck cultivators. Leaping onto the back of the golden griffin, and together with Qingyun, they soared towards North City. Chapter 171. Subduing the Tiger Beast King. At North City, the defending general had already fallen to a Tiger Beast King, and over half of the 30,000 defending soldiers lay dead or wounded. Several sections of the city wall had collapsed, and the Tiger Beast King led over 100,000 beasts into the city. At this moment, Deputy Commander Cheng Hong arrived with 500,000 troops, merging with the remaining defenders to barely hold back the onslaught of the beasts. The Tiger Beast King, employing the strategy of capturing the leader first, lunged at Cheng Hong like a bolt of lightning. With a swipe of its claw, a ferocious, blood-red giant claw descended upon Cheng Hong. The illusory giant claw was as large as a palace, striking down like a small mountain. Cheng Hong was taken aback. Brandishing his great sword, he unleashed a blade of light extending for several yards towards the massive blood-red claw. With a resounding clash, the blade of light met the giant claw in a brilliant display. Yet, the blade was shattered into countless sparks, and the claw's momentum remained unabated, crashing down upon Cheng Hong. In a thunderous explosion, this initial stage out-of-body cultivator was obliterated by the Tiger Beast King's strike, his primordial spirit shooting away in escape. The Tiger Beast King paid no mind to the fleeing spirit and swatted at the other great Zhou soldiers. In a swift motion, the illusory giant claw swept across, tearing through over 100 great Zhou soldiers, leaving no trace behind. This scene sent chills down the spines of the other great Zhou soldiers, their hearts pounding with terror. Initially, the deputy commander leading 500,000 troops had bolstered the morale of the great Zhou soldiers, yet within a single exchange, Deputy Commander Cheng had been slain by the Tiger Beast King, and it must be noted that Cheng was an out-of-body realm cultivator. Little did they know, this Tiger Beast King was a 6th-tier initial stage beast, more than capable of crushing out-of-body cultivators. Each swipe of the Tiger Beast King's claw resulted in the brutal demise of hundreds of great Zhou soldiers, creating a scene of utter carnage. In mere moments, the Tiger Beast King had slaughtered over 10,000 of the great Zhou soldiers. The soldiers were filled with dread and fear. Their fighting spirit was utterly extinguished. The great Zhou troops began to fight while retreating, teetering on the brink of collapse. At this critical juncture, 2 figures soared towards them from the distant sky. One rode a snow-white flying steed, none other than Prince Qingyun. The other rode upon a golden griffin, revealing none other than Yangdong. Qingyun, perched atop his flying mount, gazed down at the great Zhou soldiers, witnessing their retreat against the beasts, realizing they were on the verge of complete collapse. Once faced with a calamitous defeat, the consequences of 100,000 demon beasts pouring into the imperial capital would be unimaginable. At that juncture, not only would he, the 8th prince, fail to achieve merit, but he would likely incur his father's wrath. Observing the dire situation, Qingyun urgently proclaimed, "Fear not, valiant warriors. This prince has summoned Master Yang." In such a critical moment, it was imperative to stabilize the morale of the troops. Thus, Qingyun declared his own name, emphasizing Master Yang's esteemed title. Although Yangdong was relatively unknown in the capital, the addition of the term master lent him an air of grandeur, serving to bolster the spirits of the Daizhou soldiers. Indeed, upon hearing Qingyun's rallying cry, the hundreds of thousands of Daizhou warriors were invigorated as if they had received an elixir of vitality. With the prince himself gracing the battlefield, it was undoubtedly the greatest morale booster. Furthermore, the sight of Master Yang riding a magnificent beast, resembling a lion-headed eagle cast in gold, left the soldiers in awe. To be revered as a master by the 8th prince, coupled with such a formidable mount, spoke volumes of Master Yang's prowess. The 8th prince has taken to the battlefield. Brothers, let us fight the demon beasts with all our might. With the 8th prince and a master by our side, we shall surely vanquish these foes. Charge! It is our utmost honor to fight alongside the 8th prince. To share the battlefield with him in death would be a worthy fate. Fear not, brothers. For with the 8th prince accompanying us, we embrace death without regret. The adrenaline surged through the ranks of tens of thousands of soldiers, who erupted in a chorus of battle cries, casting aside all fear as they clashed with the demon beasts. Qingyun, upon hearing their fervent declarations, was left speechless, his lips twitching in disbelief. What nonsense! This prince did not come here to join you in your demise. Must you all utter such ominous words? Xianxiaodong, astride the golden griffin, soared towards the battlefield, his gaze sweeping across the chaos until it locked onto the tiger demon king. With a probing thought, Xianxiaodong's lips curled into a satisfied smile. A low-level 6th-tier demon beast, splendid. He extended his hand towards the tiger demon king, grasping at the air. A colossal purple-gold hand materialized, descending upon the tiger demon king. The tiger demon king's eyes widened in shock. As a 6th-tier beast, its intelligence was remarkably high. This human cultivator rode a golden griffin, though they were separated by several dozen yards. The overwhelming presence of the griffin instilled a profound sense of dread within the tiger demon king, making it acutely aware that it stood no chance against either the griffin or its rider. Contemplating an escape, the tiger demon king found itself trapped as the massive purple-gold hand bore down upon it, rendering any attempt to flee futile. With an enraged roar, the tiger demon king swiped its claws at the descending hand. The clash of the blood-red claws against the purple-gold hand produced a thunderous sound. The formidable blood-red claws shattered under the might of the purple-gold hand, which continued its inexorable descent, pressing down upon the tiger demon king without the slightest hint of resistance. The gigantic purple-gold hand ensnared the tiger demon king as one might catch a mere insect. The tiger demon king, stricken with terror, summoned all its strength to break free. But it was utterly powerless. With Xianxiaodong's peak transformation realm cultivation, even a formidable opponent from the Void Return realm would struggle against him, let alone a low-level 6th-tier beast. Had Xianxiaodong not intended to capture it alive, he could have easily reduced the tiger demon king to a mist of blood with a single strike. Without hesitation, Xianxiaodong retrieved a spatial bag and effortlessly drew the immobilized tiger demon king within. Witnessing the ease with which Xianxiaodong subdued the tiger demon king, Qingyun stood dumbfounded. This was the tiger demon king. Master Yang had captured it as if it were merely a small insect. At that moment, Qingyun understood the true depth of Master Yang's terrifying strength. The Dazhou soldiers, witnessing the once mighty tiger demon king being so effortlessly captured, were filled with exhilaration. They surged into battle against the remaining demon beasts with renewed vigor. The sight of the tiger demon king being taken caused panic among the remaining 100,000 demon beasts, drastically diminishing their fighting spirit. However, to eliminate all of these demon beasts, the Dazhou soldiers would also face considerable losses. With a mere thought, Xianxiaodong released over 3,000 bone-eating hell wasps from his spatial bag. Chapter 172. This old trickster finally makes a move. The 3,000 bone-eating hell wasps lined up neatly before Xianxiaodong, awaiting his command. Staring at the swarm of wasps, the 8th prince was left agape. Master Yang possessed thousands of these extraordinary wasps. Although he did not recognize them, his instincts warned him of their formidable nature, not to mention thousands of such terrifying wasps. Even one would be beyond his capability to confront. Eliminate all the demon beasts in this vicinity, Xianxiaodong commanded from atop the golden griffin. In an instant, the swarm of bone-eating hell wasps buzzed to life, darting towards the 100,000 demon beasts like arrows released from a bow. The speed of these wasps was astonishing. Before the Dazhou soldiers, or even the demon beasts could comprehend their presence, the wasps penetrated their bodies. In mere moments, a single bone-eating hell wasp dispatched multiple demon beasts. Within a blink, the entire horde of demon beasts was eradicated, leaving not a single survivor. Qingyun watched in stupefaction, utterly unable to believe what he had witnessed. The formidable horde of demon beasts had been dispatched by Master Yang's swarm of wasps in less than the span of a tea time. What terrifying creatures were these wasps? Initially, Qingyun had been content with merely defending the North City, but he never anticipated that Xianxiaodong would resolve the entire situation in an instant. The sheer surprise left him feeling as though he were in a dream. The tens of thousands of Dazhou soldiers stood in awe, gazing at Xianxiaodong, who perched upon the golden griffin, as if he were a deity, filled with profound reverence. To them, this Master Yang seemed to exist on an entirely different plane, beyond comparison even with the national master. Once the bone-eating hell wasps finished their task, they arranged themselves neatly before Xianxiaodong, awaiting their master's next command. Quite satisfactory. A slight smile of approval graced Xianxiaodong's face. Gulping, the 8th prince, seated upon his flying mount, bowed deeply to Xianxiaodong. Thank you, Master Yang, for your intervention. On behalf of the citizens of the capital, I express my heartfelt gratitude for your profound kindness. At this moment, Qingyun dared not even refer to himself as this prince in front of Xianxiaodong. It was only now that he truly grasped the terrifying extent of Yangdong's power. No wonder he had dispatched the great prince as if crushing an ant, and deemed the annihilation of the royal palace a trivial matter. Previously, Yinzhan had thought Yangdong was merely boasting, relying on the might of the Annihilation Soul Sovereign to bluff. Now, he comprehended that the Annihilation Soul Sovereign was inconsequential in the presence of Yangdong. It is too early for thanks, 8th Prince. Let us first vanquish the demon beasts on the other 3 fronts, Yangdong replied nonchalantly. Yinzhan's spirits soared as he bowed again. You speak wisely, Master Yang. I shall lead you to the other 3 cities to eradicate the remaining demon beasts. With Yinzhan guiding Yangdong, he would undoubtedly achieve unprecedented merit in front of his father, solidifying his claim to the position of heir to the Daizhou throne. In that instant, Yinzhan soared eastward with Yangdong, pursued closely by thousands of bone-eroding dark bees. Within the grand palace hall, King Zhou paced anxiously, his face etched with worry. Despite dispatching 4 legions, totaling 200,000 soldiers, to repel the monstrous beast's onslaught, the king's heart remained unsettled. The civil and military officials flanking the hall bore solemn expressions, whispering amongst themselves, "What is the current state of the battle? Have the beasts breached the capital?" The 8th Prince and 3 generals have each led 50,000 troops to reinforce. Surely they can withstand the assault. With 3 generals advancing from the southeast, it should pose no significant threat. My concern lies with the northern gate. It may well fall. I share that apprehension, another official replied. The 3 generals are at the pinnacle of their realms, while the 8th Prince is merely at the initial stage of the nascent soul. The odds do not favor him. Should the 8th Prince fall to the Beast King, the morale of our troops would undoubtedly collapse, and the consequences would be dire. Listening to the officials' discussions, some of the princes smirked inwardly, others reveled in joy, while a few displayed expressions of distress. Only the national master remained unfazed, leisurely seated at the head of the hall, sipping spirit tea without a hint of concern. At that moment, a scout rushed into the hall, kneeling in haste, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, the western city has fallen. General Gao Yun has been slain by the Lion Beast King, and tens of thousands of beasts are surging towards the inner city." Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall, save for the national master, was struck with astonishment. What? The western city has fallen? General Gao has been killed? The king's complexion turned ashen, cold sweat breaking out across his brow. The national master smiled faintly and said, "Your Majesty, do not panic. I shall personally intervene and slay that Lion Beast King. The remaining beasts will surely flee." He awaited this moment of crisis to display his prowess and bask in the glory of victory. The king, inwardly cursing the old schemer, maintained a fa of gratitude. Bowing deeply to the national master, "Thank you, master. I shall prepare a banquet to celebrate your triumphant return." As the national master vanished in a flash, another scout burst into the hall, kneeling and crying out, "Your Majesty, grave news. The southern city has fallen. General, he has been slain by a python beast king. And over 100,000 beasts are charging towards the inner city. Please, Your Majesty, decide." "What? The southern city has also fallen?" The king was taken aback, his face turning pale. The civil and military officials, along with the princes, were equally stunned. If only the western city had fallen, the national master could have salvaged the situation, but now, with both the western and southern cities breached, how could they possibly cope? At that moment, yet another scout raced into the hall, kneeling and exclaiming, "Your Majesty, the eastern city has fallen. 100,000 beasts are advancing towards the inner city." Staggering back, the king fell into his dragon throne, despair washing over him. It was over, utterly over. The faces of everyone in the hall turned ghostly pale, terror-stricken. With the cities of the east, south, and west breached by the beasts, it signified that the capital was on the brink of becoming a hellish feast for the monsters. While the northern gate had yet to bear ill tidings, it was all but certain that it, too, had succumbed. If the 3 generals could not hold the line, how could the 8th Prince hope to succeed? Just then, another scout sprinted into the hall. Indeed, all the officials sighed in despair, and the princes wore complex expressions. While some desired the 8th Prince's demise at the hands of the beasts, at this moment of life and death for the capital, they wished for him to withstand the onslaught. Yet, it was evident that another report of the city's fall was imminent. The king murmured, "Old 8 has perished as well." The scout, kneeling, declared, "Your Majesty, the 8th Prince has held the northern city, slaying all the tens of thousands of beasts that besieged it." At this proclamation, astonishment swept through the hall. All present gazed incredulously at the scout, doubting his words. "What did you say?" "The 8th Prince defended the northern city and annihilated all those tens of thousands of beasts." The king leapt from his throne, eyes wide in disbelief, staring at the kneeling scout. The northern city was the one place he had least faith in, with the eastern, southern, and western cities lost. He had nearly resigned himself to the notion that the northern city would follow suit. He would have considered it a miracle if Old 8 had merely returned alive, let alone held the northern city against such odds. Yet, unexpectedly, the 8th prince not only maintained control, but also vanquished the beasts. This was more fantastical than a dream. The scout, brimming with joy, continued, "Your Majesty, the 8th prince indeed held the northern city and eradicated all the tens of thousands of beasts surrounding it. However, it was not the soldiers of the great Zhou who accomplished this, but rather a celestial master whom the 8th prince summoned." A celestial master? The king was taken aback, both astonished and curious. From where did the 8th prince summon this celestial master? Can one person truly slay all those beasts? The princes and officials in the hall shared similar sentiments of astonishment. No wonder the 8th prince could defend the northern city. It turned out he had summoned a celestial master. Like the king, they all were eager to know from where the 8th prince had procured such assistance in this dire hour. Furthermore, the scouts claimed that this celestial master alone had slain tens of thousands of beasts was hard to fathom. Even the national master could not single-handedly eliminate such a vast horde. The scout explained, "I do not know where the 8th prince found this celestial master, but he rode on a golden griffin and unleashed thousands of strange bees from a pouch, in less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. These bees annihilated all the beasts." Upon hearing the scout's account, the king and the officials gasped in unison. Riding a golden griffin, this was a formidable beast from the western continent, now serving as the celestial master's mount, a testament to the master's extraordinary prowess. Even more astonishing was the presence of thousands of strange bees. Clearly, these were not ordinary first or second-tier creatures. They were likely third-tier or even higher. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to eliminate tens of thousands of beasts so swiftly. Thousands of fourth-tier strange bees were equivalent to thousands of human cultivators at the nascent soul stage. Merely contemplating this sent shivers down their spines. Thankfully, this celestial master was aiding the great Zhou in their battle against the beasts, with the southern, eastern, and western monsters already infiltrating the capital. If this celestial master were to lend their strength, they could effortlessly deal with the hundreds of thousands of beasts within the city. Reflecting on this, the king inhaled deeply and inquired, "Where is this celestial master now?" The scout bowed, replying, "Your Majesty, the 8th prince has taken the celestial master to assist in other areas, slaying those beasts." Upon hearing this, the king's face lit up with joy. "Excellent. Once this celestial master has vanquished these beasts, I shall personally go to welcome them to the palace." A collective sigh of relief swept through the officials. Moments ago, they had been engulfed in despair. To their amazement, the 8th prince, whom they had deemed most hopeless, had summoned such a powerful celestial master, capable of single-handedly resolving the beast crisis. Heaven bless the great Zhou. Truly, it was divine favor upon the great Zhou. Prince Hachiwaki possesses the valor reminiscent of your Majesty's glory in years past. Otherwise, he would not have attracted such formidable celestial mentors. This is indeed a blessing for your Majesty and for the countless citizens of the great Zhou. All the civil and military officials fervently showered praises upon the Zhou king, while also lauding Prince Hachiwaki. These ministers were acutely aware that after the defense of the capital, Prince Hachiwaki had undoubtedly won the Zhou king's favor and was destined to become the crown prince. Thus, if they did not flatter him now, when would they? Meanwhile, the other princes found themselves engulfed in a profound gloom, yet they were compelled to feign joy, echoing their father's praises. As Yang Dong and Yinzhan arrived at the eastern city, they witnessed the defenders of the city retreating in disarray, nearing the inner city. With an initial force of 300,000 soldiers, bolstered by an additional 500,000 reinforcements, the total army had dwindled to fewer than 500,000, while the demonic beasts still numbered at least 100,000. At the forefront loomed a rhinoceros demon king, towering at an impressive height of 5 zhang, wielding a colossal axe crafted from dark iron, weighing tens of thousands of jin. Each swing of the axe cleaved through the ranks of Zhou soldiers, leaving countless bodies severed in twain. The rhinoceros demon king was in a frenzy of slaughter. The soldiers of the great Zhou were paralyzed with fear by the demon king's terrifying prowess, their fighting spirit utterly extinguished. At that moment, the Zhou soldiers beheld 2 figures soaring through the sky, one riding a golden griffin and the other astride a flying horse. A commander recognized the approaching figure as Prince Hachiwaki and could not help but exclaim, "The 8th prince has arrived. Soldiers, rally your spirits." At that moment, Yinzhan was filled with fervor, bellowing from atop his flying horse, "Brave soldiers, do not retreat. This prince has come with celestial assistance, and we shall vanquish these demonic beasts." Yet, the hearts of the hundreds of thousands of Zhou soldiers sank. They had expected a grand army led by the 8th prince, but to see him arrive with only one companion felt like a death sentence. Nevertheless, seeing the 8th prince dare to face danger, they found their own fears diminished. Suddenly, the soldiers, infused with newfound vigor, roared in unison, launching a fierce counterattack against the demonic beasts. Let us slay them all. Yang Dong commanded the thousands of bone-eating spectral bees trailing behind him. These spectral bees darted like phantoms towards the demonic beasts, leaving a trail of fallen foes in their wake. The rhinoceros demon king, upon recognizing the human prince in the air, decided to eliminate him first. It let out a thunderous roar, swinging its massive axe towards the airborne Prince Hachiwaki. A brilliant beam of light, imbued with terrifying power, cleaved through the air towards Qingyun. This strike was potent enough to split a mountain in two. Qingyun was taken aback. The force of this blow was far beyond what he, a mere cultivator in the early stages of the nascent soul realm, could withstand. My life is forfeit, lamented the eighth prince in despair. Yet, at that moment, Yang Dong nonchalantly waved his hand, conjuring a radiant shield before Qingyun, safeguarding his form. With a resounding crash, the dazzling axe strike collided with Yang Dong's luminous shield, which remained unyielding, while the axe's brilliance vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, the golden griffin unleashed a torrent of flames towards the rhinoceros demon king. The flames emitted were no ordinary fire, but a searing golden flame reaching temperatures of 10,000 degrees. The demon king was struck with panic. It understood the peril of such flames. With a leap, the rhinoceros demon king attempted to flee, but the golden griffin's flames surged forth with remarkable speed. As soon as it moved, the golden fire shot down, igniting the beast and eliciting a mournful bellow from it. Don't kill it, Yang Dong urgently called out. It was a pity to see this rhinoceros demon king, a beast of the 6th tier in its early stages, perish so easily. Yang Dong had intended to capture it and refine it into a spiritual companion using his treasure cauldron.